Chapter 1, The School Beauty Senior Comes to Visit. Suju, let's break up. You are not suitable for me.
Shin Man jogged into the classroom from outside, rushed directly in front of Suju and said this. Although the self-study class had not started yet, because Shin Man arrived on time, the other students had already arrived. Everyone was shocked by Shin Man's words.
What's going on? Shin Man wants to break up with Suju? What Shin Man said is inappropriate. What's inappropriate between Suju and Shin Man? Suju is the school hunk, and Shin Man is the department belle.
The two can be said to be a combination of a golden boy and a jade girl.
How can they not be suitable?
Besides, Shin Man has always been very attached to Suju. The students here are usually forced to eat a lot of dog food.
Now that Shin Man says it's inappropriate, it's no longer inappropriate? Everyone said that they couldn't accept it. What's the meaning?
Suju was unable to react to the girlfriend who had said she loved him on the phone 10 minutes ago.
What do you mean? Breaking up means breaking up.
Marriage is free these days, and dating is even freer.
Do I have to find a reason to break up? Of course, if you must give a reason, it's that I feel you are not worthy of me now.
Shin Man flicked her hair and looked very casual. Suju looked at Shin Man with such an indifferent expression and felt like cursing.
Thinking back to the beginning, Suju was a pure and innocent little boy.
It was because Shin Man shamelessly chased after Suju that Suju let Shin Man take the throne of his girlfriend.
Now, without any sign, Shin Man broke up with me in front of so many people? Is the reason that I am not worthy of her?
Suju is a man who cares about his reputation, and he definitely cannot tolerate being dumped in public.
Shin Man, please explain yourself clearly. Not worthy? It's obvious that Shin Man is marrying above her station, okay?
Suyu's heart was full of energy, but he looked very calm.
Suju, my ex-boyfriend is back to see me. He is a genuine second-generation rich man. You are not even close to him. Actually, I just treat you as a backup. You don't have to take it too seriously.
Shin Man waved her hands in a perfunctory manner. Thinking of the man on the phone just now saying that he wanted to give her a big gift, Shin Man's heart was no longer in the classroom.
Damn. Even the school hunk can only be a backup, so it's not too shameful that I've been a backup for 3 years. Suju is not only the school hunk, but also the top student. Yet, he is still destined to be dumped. It seems that you still have to rely on your father to be successful these days. Reincarnation is a technical job.
If you are not as rich as others, it is useless to be handsome.
Yeah, now I feel that God is fair. Suju will also be dumped one day, it feels so good. You guys are too dark-minded. You just can't stand Suju, okay? We are just telling the truth. Now we have freedom of speech, but we are not allowed to speak? Because of Shin Man's words, the classroom began to boil.
The two parties naturally heard those words that were not concealed. Shin Man raised her eyes and smiled victoriously. Shin Man knew that when she was pursuing Suju, many people gossiped about her behind her back. Now that Shin Man has taken the initiative to break up, it can be considered as a way to save some face for Shin Man.
Unlike Shin Man's proud look, Suju was cheated on and must be feeling bad. However, Suju was not a pushover and he immediately retorted. My ex-girlfriend just came to see me, and your ex-boyfriend came to see you? Is there such a coincidence? Could it be that you knew about my ex-girlfriend and deliberately made up an ex-boyfriend? Who wouldn't hurt each other? You have an ex-boyfriend, so can't I make up an ex-girlfriend? Anyway, he is called former, so it's up to Suju to say whatever he wants, right? Ex-girlfriend?
Shin Man was really shocked by Suju's words.
Didn't Suju say that she was his first love? Now an ex-girlfriend suddenly appears? Do you feel like you have been deceived all along?
Shin Man's smug expression suddenly turned into a frustrated one.
Originally, I was the one who dumped Suju, but now it seems that I am the one who was dumped. How could Shin Man bear this? She jumped up immediately. Suju, I'm breaking up with you and have nothing to do with your ex-girlfriend. Besides, is your ex-girlfriend as pretty as me? Why would I make excuses for a girl who is not as good as me?
Shin Man, who was very confident about her beauty, held her head high. Shin Man knew that she only had the title of department beauty.
But so what?
The campus beauty of Z University is Lan Hanyu, a senior classmate of Gao Sujue and Shin Man. For unknown reasons, Lan Hanyu suddenly dropped out of school more than a year ago. Of course, as a super academic, Lan Hanyu completed all the credits before leaving school and graduated successfully. In Qin Manman's opinion, Lan Hanyu has been away from school for more than a year, and the throne of school bell should have been hers long ago. Unfortunately, because Lan Hanyu's beauty was so unforgettable, Qin Manman never got her wish. After being blocked by Qin Manman's words, Suju really didn't know how to respond for a moment. Qin Manman is indeed quite good-looking. It is really difficult to find a girl prettier than Qin Manman in a short period of time to pretend to be his ex-girlfriend.
Suju, someone is looking for you outside.
A very excited voice temporarily saved Suju. Suju looked towards the classroom door, but because it was getting dark, he couldn't see clearly who was looking for him. However, no matter who it is, for Suju, anyone who appears at this time is an angel. Looking at his classmates who were looking at him excitedly, Suju always felt a little puzzled.
Isn't it just that someone is looking for you?
So excited, could it be that the fairy has come to visit? What Suju didn't know was that the person looking for him outside was actually a fairy-level person.
Walking out of the classroom, Suju couldn't help but be stunned.
The person who came to find him was actually the campus beauty who had disappeared for more than a year, Lan Hanyu.
Suju. Seeing Suju appear, Lan Hanyu excitedly threw herself into Suju's arms. Oh my god. What's going on? Could it be that the ex-girlfriend Suju was talking about is our school beauty senior Lan Hanyu?
Yes, that must be the case. Calculating the time, senior sister Lan left school at that time.
Could it be because she broke up with Suju?
That's right.
Senior sister Lan came to see Suju.
Qin Manman was jealous and knew that she could never compare to senior sister Lan, so she wanted to take the initiative and break up with her. Now that there is such a good witness as Lan Hanyu, everyone of course believes what Suju said about his ex-girlfriend. Qin Manman followed him to the classroom door and looked at Lan Hanyu, who was hugging Suju tightly with a frustrated look on her face. Looking at Lan Hanyu, who had become even more beautiful after not seeing her for more than a year, Qin Manman felt her face burning with pain.
Chapter 2 Twin Girls. Lan, Senior Lan, what do you want to talk to me about?
The beauty took the initiative to throw herself into my arms, and the feeling of her warmth and fragrance was really great.
However, Suju was not addicted. Suju was very confused about Lan Hanyu's behavior. Lan Hanyu and I can only be considered acquaintances.
There is no such close relationship at all. If Lan Hanyu hadn't called his name and thrown herself into his arms, Suju would really have thought that Lan Hanyu had recognized the wrong person.
Suju, I was wrong. I shouldn't have thought about raising the baby alone. Now I know that the baby can't grow up without the company of his father, and the baby can't lack fatherly love.
Lan Hanyu raised his head from Suju's arms and threw out a bomb with extremely strong deterrent power.
Fuck. How could Suju be so cruel?
He just let Senior Lan give birth to his child.
I'm so envious of Suju. He just broke up with Qin Manman, and our gorgeous school beauty senior came to visit him. It's the same rhythm of bringing the baby to the door. Suju doesn't give others any chance at all. Senior, did you find the wrong person? Suju didn't believe Lan Hanyu's words at all.
The relationship between him and Lan Hanyu was not that familiar, let alone that they had ever had any super intimate relationship.
Having a baby is not something you can do just by talking about it.
Suju, this is a photo of the school party a year ago at the hotel. Lan Hanyu took out his cell phone and opened the photo album. One photo was of Suju and Lan Hanyu. At that time, Suju was sleeping with his eyes closed, but his exposed upper body seemed to explain something. There was another photo, and Suju couldn't help but look at it a few more times.
What's this?
A piece of cloth with blood stains? It looks familiar, as if I have seen the shape of this cloth somewhere.
Suju was searching in his mind.
By the way, when I woke up in the hotel, I did find that there was a big hole in the bedsheet. Originally, Suju thought it was the hotel's mistake. Now it seems that Lan Hanyu had kept the evidence of his guilt. Suju remembered that he was drunk that night, and now he knew exactly what he did after he was drunk.
Ding!
It is detected that the mother of the children is bringing her babies to the host. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the Super Daddy system.
Binding will begin now. System binding in progress, 10%, 30%, binding completed.
The host now has two choices. 1. Choose to accept your babies and receive a system bonus of 50,000 yuan.
2. Those who choose to abandon their babies will receive a gift pack from the scumbag.
Faced with the evidence presented by Lan Hanyu, Suju has basically confirmed his criminal record that night. Now that I heard the voice in my head, the little doubt I had left was gone. As a top student and a veteran novel fan, Suju certainly knew very well what the system was.
That's something even more high-tech than high-tech.
It can be said that with the system's confirmation, it is a done deal. Suju didn't expect that he would take such a big step in a flash and become a father in his junior year.
Hanyu, where are the babies?
Having confirmed the existence of the babies, Suju automatically changed the way he addressed Lan Hanyu.
It's inconvenient to bring the baby to school, so my friend is looking after me at home. Suju, you admit it?
Lan Hanyu didn't expect that Suju would be able to accept the baby in such a short time.
Originally, Lan Hanyu had prepared herself to be rejected by Suju. I thought it would be a long-term war, but I didn't expect Suju to be so receptive. Hanyu, take me to see the babies. They should be almost 1 year old now, right? I, as a father, have never seen them.
In Suju's mind, only the babies exist now. As for the system's rewards and so on, just put them aside for now.
That is my own bloodline. Suju was so excited that he couldn't wait to see his babies right now. Suju, how do you know it's not a baby?
Lan Hanyu was very surprised to hear Suju said babies. Lan Hanyu remembered that she only mentioned the baby from beginning to end and never added the word them.
How did Suju know that he was not giving birth to a baby? Of course I know my abilities.
He gave Lan Hanyu an ambiguous sentence, which successfully made Lan Hanyu's pretty face turn red.
Hanyu, you haven't told me whether the babies are boys or girls. They are 2 baby girls. 2 baby girls? Doesn't that mean I have 2 little lovers? That's great. Hanyu, let's go home and see the babies now.
Upon hearing that they were 2 baby girls, Suju excitedly grabbed Lan Hanyu's hand and ran straight towards the school gate.
Suju is so awesome, he made Senior Lan pregnant with twins in no time. Suju's fighting power is unmatched. No wonder he was able to capture our goddess. What did Qin Man say just now? Suju's ex-girlfriend is not as pretty as her?
Blind narcissism is really a disease. I think Qin Man broke up with Suju on purpose because she knew about Suju's ex-girlfriend.
The ex-boyfriend is just a fabrication. Poor Qin Man, compared to the school beauty Lan Hanyu, wouldn't she be killed instantly? Qin Man watched Suju and Lan Hanyu leave the school.
After listening to the discussions of her classmates, Qin Man felt like banging her head against the wall. Originally, I was the one who dumped Suju, but now I am the abandoned woman. In Qin Man's heart, besides feeling aggrieved, she was also unwilling to give up. Inside the taxi, Suju's cell phone rang with a text message. Taking out his cell phone and seeing the bank notification message that 50,000 yuan had arrived, Suju remembered that he now had a system. It seems that there is no need for me to say anything more, the system already knows my choice.
Tonight was truly wonderful.
I suddenly had 2 daughters and a mother who was as beautiful as a fairy.
Now add this super dad system. Suju knew that he would be a winner in life from now on. Hanyu, have you been taking care of the babies by yourself for more than a year?
Calculating the time, excluding the 10 months of pregnancy, my baby should be almost 1 year old. It is said that pregnancy is the most difficult time for women. What's more, Lan Hanyu was pregnant with twins, so the hard work must have been doubled. Thinking of this, Suju subconsciously held Lan Hanyu's hand. It's okay, my friends are always taking care of me. Although she and Suju already have a child, Lan Hanyu was still a little nervous about such close contact. Lan Hanyu seemed to have forgotten that she had already taken the initiative to throw herself into his arms at school, so holding hands was a piece of cake, wasn't it?
Chapter 3, Meeting the Baby for the First Time. From now on, I will take care of you and the babies. I originally wanted to ask Lan Hanyu why he ran with the ball. Thinking that I didn't even remember what happened that night, what right did I have to ask Lan Hanyu these questions?
Suju gave up the idea of asking further questions and made his attitude clear.
Suju. Lan Hanyu choked up a little.
If it weren't for the fact that Debao and Xiaobao had recently started to call people without needing to be taught, with dad always on their lips, Lan Hanyu would not have made up her mind to come find Suju. First, what happened a year ago happened too suddenly, and Lan Hanyu was not prepared at all. You know, before that night, Lan Hanyu had never even been in a relationship. After waking up from being drunk, she found that she was no longer a girl. It was very difficult for Lan Hanyu to think of keeping a piece of evidence. Lan Hanyu didn't have the courage to stay and wait for Suju to wake up. Second, after finding out she was pregnant, Lan Hanyu had even less courage to stay in school. Lan Hanyu doesn't have the courage to go to school with a big belly. The only thing Lan Hanyu could think of at the time was to run away with the ball. Have the babies been named yet? Not wanting to see Lan Hanyu's sad look, Suju changed the subject. They haven't picked their names yet.
Dabeo's nickname is Mango, and Xiaobao's nickname is Pudding. Mango Pudding?
It turns out our school beauty goddess is also a foodie.
Suju asked some other questions about the babies, and the taxi stopped in a residential area.
Suju scanned the code to pay the fare, and got off the car with Lan Hanyu.
Suju, this is it. This is the house I rented.
Lan Hanyu felt a little embarrassed as he stopped at the door of room 103, Unit 2, Building 6 with Suju. I didn't dare tell my family about the birth of my baby, nor did I dare ask for too much money, for fear that my parents would get suspicious.
This house is a bit shabby, you.
Lan Hanyu meant that she hoped Suju wouldn't mind. Looking at the woman who lowered her head as if she had done something wrong, Suju felt distressed. This was something that he and Lan Hanyu should have faced together. Now Lan Hanyu has been bearing it alone for more than a year.
How could Suju mind anything? You've done a great job. Leave the rest to me. I touched Lan Hanyu's hair and it felt surprisingly good. You.
Lan Hanyu didn't expect Suju to do such an intimate thing to her, and was stunned for a moment.
Are you guys coming in yet? Do you want to stand outside the door and chat until dawn?
Without giving Suju and Lan Hanyu a chance to express their emotions, the door of the suite opened from the inside.
A girl about the same age as Lan Hanyu, holding a child in each hand, stood at the door. Pa. Daddy.
The two babies who had just learned to walk shouted excitedly when they saw Suju.
Is this my daughter? As Suju spoke, he quickly squatted down.
When the two babies saw me for the first time, they called me Dad.
Suju discovered that blood ties are truly indescribable.
If Suju knew that the two babies called everyone they met Dad these days, he probably wouldn't have such feelings.
Babies who are just learning to talk all look the same.
They mumble something and say the same few words to everyone they are talking to.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host and the babies for completing their first meeting and receiving a 3-bedroom apartment in Crescent Blue Bay as a reward. The property certificate will be delivered to the host by express delivery. Before Suju could recover from the excitement of his two daughters calling him Dad, the system sent him another big gift.
Are you Suju? Seeing Suju holding the twin babies, one in each hand, the woman who opened the door blocked Suju's way in. It can be seen that the woman is angry with Suju. Yeah, let Suju go in and talk if you have anything to say.
Knowing that his good friend was speaking up for him, Lan Hanyu pulled the woman helplessly. This girl with an angry face is Lan Hanyu's good friend, Jiang Mingyue. Jiang Mingyue has accompanied Lan Hanyu all the way to where he is today. Jiang Mingyue naturally saw how much suffering Lan Hanyu had endured. Looking at Suju, who was promoted to a father as soon as he walked into the door, Jiang Mingyue always felt that Suju was too relaxed.
Yeah, Suju only found out about the babies today.
We really can't blame him. Lan Hanyu felt helpless, as she had sneaked away that night. Lan Hanyu knew that given Suju's condition at the time, he would definitely not remember what he had done that night.
As for the baby, there is no way of knowing. Ignorance is not a crime. Lan Hanyu really can't blame Suju for anything.
Looking at her good friend's embarrassed expression, Jiang Mingyue knew in her heart that what Hanyu said was the truth. I was just angry that Hanyu had to bear so much alone, and I didn't want Suju to become a father so easily.
Jiang Mingyue pouted and moved aside. Thanks. Suju said this not because Jiang Mingyue made way for him.
What Suju wanted to thank was that Jiang Mingyue had always been with Lan Hanyu and helped her through such a difficult time.
Snort.
Although she knew in her heart that she really couldn't blame Suju, Jiang Mingyue didn't look relaxed at all.
Pa. Daddy. The two little babies don't know anything about what happens between adults. Although it is the first time they meet, they don't seem strange at all. The babies stretched out their chubby little hands, one grabbed Suju's ears, and the other touched Suju's face. Hanyu, which one is Dabeo and which one is Xiaobao?
Looking at the two identical little faces in his arms, Suju said that he couldn't tell them apart. The one you hold in your left hand is Dabeo, and the one you hold in your right hand is Xiaobao. The corners of Dabeo's eyes are slightly raised compared to Xiaobao's.
Of course, it's not very obvious.
As a mother, Lan Hanyu naturally knows how to distinguish between the big and small babies. Even though there were only slight differences, Lan Hanyu was very clear about them.
You are Dabao mango, and you are Xiaobao pudding. Daddy, take a look. Our mango pudding is really the most beautiful little princess in the world.
When Suju used to watch Douyin, he would always sneer at those who called themselves daughter slaves. Now that it was his turn, Suju realized that he had willingly put on the hat of a daughter slave.
Daddy! Daddy!
Hearing his father calling his name, Dabao Mango responded excitedly.
Pa. Pa.
When little Bao Pudding heard his sister calling Dad, he also started shouting, unwilling to be left behind.
Dad is here. Can he accompany our mango pudding every day from now on?
Although he knew that Dabao and Xiaobao couldn't understand what he was saying, Suju still spoke his true feelings.
Hearing Suju's words, Lan Hanyu's eyes immediately became moist.
He turned around secretly and wiped his eyes.
Lan Hanyu knew that her decision today was right. Chapter 4: A Little Favor. Wanna have our mango and pudding with you every day? It's a pity that our temple is so small that it can't accommodate a Buddha as big as you. Although he was allowed to enter the door, Jiang Mingyue's hostility towards Suju had not been completely eliminated. This 2-bedroom apartment was rented by Lan Hanyu.
Not only was the condition simple, but there were only 2 rooms, one large and one small. Although Lan Hanyu has given birth to a pair of twin daughters for Suju, their relationship has not yet reached the point where they can sleep in the same bed. When it comes to the life event of her good friend, Jiang Mingyue's stance must be very firm.
You are all brave.
You don't have to hide the wound on your forehead, your differences, the mistakes you made, your shabby doll, your mask, yourself.
The sudden ringing of the cell phone rescued Suju from Jiang Mingyue's hostility. I took out my cell phone and it was an unfamiliar number. Hello. Yes, I'm Suju. Please wait for me in Unit 2, Building 6. I'll be right out.
After hanging up the phone, Suju talked to Lan Hanyu and then walked out. The person who called Suju just now was a courier from Tongcheng Express.
Suju didn't buy any express delivery these days.
The only possibility was the real estate certificate that the system just mentioned. Thinking of this possibility, Suju walked out with much more ease. Lan Hanyu and her babies now live in a rented house. It is very small and the supporting facilities are not good. Thinking of his twin daughters who had been living in a house like this for 10 months, Suju couldn't help but feel distressed. Of course, Su Yuta also felt sorry for the babies' mothers. Not only did the goddess-level school beauty senior give birth to a baby for him, but she also had to live in such a shabby rental house. It would be strange if Suju didn't feel distressed.
In the suite. Mingyue, don't be so against Suju. It was me who didn't tell Suju about the existence of the babies before. You really can't blame him. Besides, I can see that Suju really likes the babies. Mango and pudding also need their father's company. Lan Hanyu was holding Dabao and persuading Jiang Mingyue, who was holding Xiaobao.
Having a best friend who cares about you is indeed a great blessing in life. Just thinking of Jiang Mingyue's stubborn temper, Lan Hanyu felt a little overwhelmed again. I wonder how long it will take for Mingyue to stop targeting Suju. I guess we have to wait until Suju graduates from university and can take care of the babies. Lan Hanyu thought helplessly in his heart.
Humph, it's too easy for Suju to be a father.
Don't even mention how you've been living alone for the past year or so. Just look at the environment you and the babies live in now.
I think that Suju is really not that good. Not to mention that you can't afford a house, at least you should rent a decent house for you 3, right?
This Suju, on the other hand, didn't say a word.
He just answered a phone call and went out. Hanyu, do you think he didn't want to take responsibility and ran away?
Jiang Mingyue said that she didn't want Suju to become a father so easily. However, when he thought that Suju might be frightened by the difficulties and run away directly, he couldn't help but look towards the door a few times.
If Suju was so irresponsible, Jiang Mingyue would be the first one who would not let Suju go. No, Mingyue, I can see that Suju really likes the babies. Even if Suju doesn't like himself, he will not abandon the babies. Lan Hanyu kept this sentence in his heart and didn't say it out loud. Dong dong.
Considering that there were only 2 girls and babies at home, Suju closed the door when he went out.
Without the house key, Suju could only knock on the door. Hearing the knock on the door, Jiang Mingyue's expression was obviously relaxed.
Jiang Mingyue would feel guilty if her words scared away the baby's father. Lan Hanyu looked at her good friend's expression and smiled slightly. Holding Debeo in her arms, Lan Hanyu opened the door for Suju.
Daddy! Daddy!
As soon as Debeo saw Suju at the door, he immediately stretched out his chubby hands and asked for a hug.
Daddy, hold me. If his daughter asked for a hug, Suju would definitely not refuse.
Moving the shoulder bag behind him, Suju took Debeo from Lan Hanyu.
The rewards given by the system have been placed in the bag. However, Suju didn't want to take it out now.
After all, it was a sudden event that Lan Hanyu came to see him today. It would seem very strange if he carried the property certificate with him.
Suju decided to take Lan Hanyu to see the new house tomorrow.
By the way, take a look at what kind of furniture and other things are needed in the new house.
Pa.
Xiaobao, whose pronunciation is not as clear as Debeo's, naturally doesn't want to be left behind when he sees his father holding his sister. Xiaobao's body twisted in Jiang Mingyue's hands, and his little hands were trying hard to grab in the direction of Suju. If Jiang Mingyue hadn't held him tightly, Xiaobao would have probably fallen to the ground.
Go find your father. If you really have a father, you don't need a godmother anymore.
Pretending to be angry, Jiang Mingyue stuffed the little treasure in her hand into Suju's hand. Suju did not desert, and Jiang Mingyue began to have a slight liking for him.
Pa.
Xiaobao ignored his godmother's words and laughed happily in his father's arms.
Hanyu, the house you and the babies are living in now is indeed a bit poor in terms of environment. Suju, holding a baby in one hand, walked to the only piece of furniture in the living room, the sofa.
Well, Suju, I can't go out to work now because I'm taking care of the babies. When the babies can go to daycare, I can work and take care of them at the same time.
By then, I'll have enough income to provide a better environment for the babies.
Lan Hanyu lowered his head and clasped his hands together nervously. Regarding Suju's words, Lan Hanyu automatically thought that Suju was blaming herself for not creating a good living environment for the babies.
However, even if I could rent this 2-bedroom apartment, it was thanks to Jiang Mingyue's help. At Lan Hanyu's home, I thought Lan Hanyu was at school. Apart from normal living expenses, Lan Hanyu didn't dare ask his family for a penny more.
Moreover, in order to hide the fact that she was pregnant and had a baby from her family, Lan Hanyu had not been home for more than a year.
Lan Hanyu's excuse was that the school had arranged an internship opportunity for him in advance.
After I graduated, I had to perform well in the company, so I had no time to go home.
Suju, you are the baby's father, how can you push all the things on a Hanyu?
The little bit of good impression that had just begun was abandoned by Jiang Mingyue because of Lan Hanyu's misunderstanding.
Hanyu, that's not what I meant.
Curling the corners of his mouth helplessly, Suju discovered that sometimes women's thinking is different from men's.
It's like this. I have a 3-bedroom house in Crescent Blue Bay. It's fully furnished. I think it would be more suitable for you and the babies to live there.
It's difficult to produce the property certificate now, but I can still provide information about the house.
Chapter 5. This girlfriend can get a loan. Crescent Blue Bay? That's the most upscale residential area in Jiangqing City. Suju, are you sure you own a house in Xinyue Blue Bay? Jiang Mingyue looked Suju up and down. Didn't Hanyu say that Suju was just a junior student? How could Suju own a house in Crescent Blue Bay? Or a 3-bedroom apartment?
Not to mention the high-end residential areas, even an ordinary residential area, as a college student, Jiang Mingyue didn't think Suju could own one.
Of course, I have already obtained the property certificate. Hanyu, I'll bring you the property certificate tomorrow.
What the system just delivered to Suju was not just a property certificate, but also important things like keys.
Good.
Lan Hanyu believed Suju's words from the bottom of her heart.
Suju, this house wasn't bought by your family, was it?
Since the good friend had no intention of asking for clarification, Jiang Mingyue naturally had to stand up for her friend.
What if Suju's family has other plans for this house, and Hanyu and the babies get hurt when they move in?
No, I started investing in stocks when I was a freshman in college. I earned the money to buy this house myself. After dispelling Jiang Mingyue's concerns, Suju also wanted to make the mother of his babies feel more at ease.
Stock trading? Suju, I didn't realize you're quite capable. Jiang Mingyue meant this compliment sincerely. The market value of a 3-bedroom apartment in Crescent Blue Bay is at least 5 million. Suju is a junior student and can handle it on his own. Jiang Mingyue feels that Hanyu and the babies will have someone to rely on in the future. I'm just lucky.
Suju said this modestly, without any smug look on his face.
Then it's settled.
I'll bring mango and pudding tomorrow, and Hanyu and Suju will go look at the house. She took the initiative to take on the task of looking after the child.
Zhang Mingyue is really a good friend.
The big thing has been settled, and Suju played with the two babies for a while. After the babies were tired from playing and fell asleep, Suju said goodbye to Lan Hanyu and returned to the dormitory.
Suju, you are finally back. Is what happened today true? Did our goddess, the school beauty, really give birth to a baby for you? Suju's university dormitory is a standard room with 4 people in it.
Because of the big news in the evening study session today, the other 3 people in the dormitory went straight back to the dormitory after the evening study session. Everyone's goal is very similar, which is to wait for Suju to come back and find out first-hand information. I waited anxiously until 10:30 in the evening. Just when everyone thought that Suju would not return to the dormitory tonight, the protagonist finally showed up.
Yes, Hanyu gave birth to twins for me.
Nodding, Hanyu had already announced the news at the classroom door, so Suju certainly had nothing to hide. Of course, Suju had no intention of hiding it. He had 2 daughters in one go, which was a huge joyous event.
What was there to hide? Oh my god, Suju, I want to make you my idol. You are so awesome, aren't you?
Not only did you win the goddess, but you also made her win the lottery. Suju, everyone says that the quality of us boys has declined. You are our best spokesperson.
Suju, tell me quickly, when did you win the goddess? How come there was no news at all?
Yeah, I was also extremely curious. When the goddess suddenly dropped out of school, I was puzzled for a long time. I didn't expect it to be related to you. Suju, you already have a goddess-level girlfriend like senior sister Lan, so why are you still dating Qin Manman? Although Qin Manman is pretty, she is really ordinary compared to senior sister Lan. The person who said this was a boy wearing glasses named Wu Yoli, who always felt that Qin Manman was not worthy of Suju. Now that he finally had the chance to express himself, Wu Yoli spoke out his real thoughts.
The other 2 also nodded in tacit understanding, expressing their agreement with Wu Yoli's point of view. Suju was stunned for a moment.
He only found out about the relationship between himself and Lan Hanyu today.
But it's hard to say.
This is a long story, we'll talk about it later when we have a chance. Seeing that Suju didn't want to say anything, the 3 boys didn't ask any further questions.
After all, it is Suju's private matter, we can't force him to answer, right? Besides, there are more attractive issues now.
I was just led astray by Wu Yoli just now.
Suju, are the 2 babies boys or girls?
I like girls.
If there are girls, can I be their godfather? Me too, I want to be the godfather of my baby girl too. I want to be one too, Suju.
Senior sister gave birth to twins.
One of them should be a girl, right? Looking at his roommates fighting for it, Suju laughed.
My 2 children are girls, but you have 3.
If I were to be the godfather, I'd still.
Without saying anything else, Suju's meaning was very clear.
There were 3 roommates and only 2 babies in his family, so there was not enough to share. 2 baby girls? Suju, I will crown you the idol among idols. Suju, isn't your hit rate too accurate? How happy senior sister Lan will be in the future. Suju, let me be the baby's godfather.
I'll prepare 2 great gifts tomorrow.
No, I want to be the godfather. Both baby girls are mine, you can't snatch them from me.
The final turmoil over the talents was finally put to an end when Suju said that there would be a chance for the babies to choose their own godfathers. After being awake for half the night, Suju hadn't slept for long when the alarm rang. Today is Saturday and there are no classes in school, so Suju naturally doesn't need to ask for leave or anything. After a simple wash, Suju took a taxi and arrived at the community where Lan Hanyu lived.
Dong dong.
For fear of disturbing the babies, Suju knocked on the door very softly.
Probably because he had an appointment with Lan Hanyu, Suju's light knock on the door was quickly responded to. Suju, why are you here so early?
After opening the door, Lan Hanyu, wearing pajamas, asked softly.
Obviously, the babies haven't woken up yet, and Lan Hanyu doesn't want to wake them up. I want to see the babies sooner.
Without hiding the fact that he missed his daughters, Suju walked into the living room.
This was the first time Suju saw Lan Hanyu wearing pajamas. Perhaps in order to sleep more comfortably, the pajamas that Lan Hanyu wore were quite cool. The skin is smooth and very white, and it feels like it is coated with butter. Lan Hanyu didn't expect Suju to come so early without wearing any underwear. Lan Hanyu's graceful curves were exposed in front of Suju. Looking at the towering forward, Suju couldn't bear to look away. "I'll go in and change my clothes." It would be strange if Lan Hanyu didn't feel Suju's passionate gaze. With a red face, Lan Hanyu quickly fled into the room. Looking at Lan Hanyu's shy look, Suju's mood suddenly became very wonderful. Chapter 6, Already Weaned? Daddy! Daddy! A cute baby voice came from the small room, and Suju knew that his baby had woken up. He walked into the small room quietly. Since he only heard the voice of one baby, Suju was not sure whether his two little ones were awake. "It turns out that our little Mango has woken up. Maybe it's because she is my biological daughter." Lan Hanyu also told Suju the subtle differences between the two babies. Suju did not find it difficult to distinguish between the twin daughters. "Daddy! Daddy! Daddy!" When Dabeo saw his father, he shouted even more happily. Suju glanced at Xiaobao, who was sleeping soundly in the crib next to him, immediately picked up Dabeo and walked out of the small room. Xiaobao hasn't woken up yet, and Suju can't let Dabeo disturb Xiaobao's sweet dream. Dabeo was not at all shy about his father, whom he had just met last night. He started playing with Suju's ears with his two chubby little hands. "Is Dabeo awake?" Knowing that he couldn't hide in the room all the time, Lan Hanyu changed into a t-shirt and jeans and walked out of the room. Dabeo just woke up, Xiaobao is still sleeping. Dabeo and Xiaobao sleep in the small room. "Is it troublesome for you to take care of them at night?" Suju originally thought that Hanyu and the babies must sleep in the same room. In this way, if the babies make any movement, Hanyu will know it immediately. Now that the babies sleep in the small room, Hanyu must have to run back and forth between the two rooms at night. Dabeo and Xiaobao are already 10 months old. "I am weaning them, so I let them sleep in the small room." Lan Hanyu said this while looking away unnaturally. Lan Hanyu was still very embarrassed to discuss the issue of weaning for the babies in front of the children's father. Weaning? Because the related topic was mentioned, Suju's eyes involuntarily looked at a certain key part of Hanyu again. "I haven't even seen the mother breastfeeding the children, and now you're weaning the babies?" Suju said that his benefits have not yet ended before he can enjoy them? Well, at this age, if Dabeo and Xiaobao continue to drink breast milk, their nutrition will not be enough. Besides, my milk supply can no longer meet the needs of my big and small babies. I have asked the doctor and he said that I can wean my big and small babies now. The more Lan Hanyu spoke, the lower his head lowered. Now Dabeo and Xiaobao have started drinking milk powder, right? Dabeo just woke up and must be hungry. I'll go make milk powder for Dabeo. Seeing Lan Hanyu's embarrassment, Suju immediately changed the subject. There will be plenty of opportunities for the two of them to discuss this kind of private topic in the future. Let me change Dabeo's diaper first, otherwise Dabeo's little butt will be uncomfortable. The baby's skin is very delicate. The diapers of the big and small baby were changed in the early morning, and their diapers must be very full now. Every day after the two babies wake up, the first thing Lan Hanyu does is to change their diapers to keep their little butts clean and prevent them from turning red. Let me change. After being bombarded by his roommates last night, Suju had learned a lot about being a new dad. Preparing milk powder and changing diapers are of course essential items. Will you change? Knowing that Suju had no experience, Lan Hanyu was a little worried. I'm the baby's father, so I have to be able to do this kind of thing. After all, it was only theoretical knowledge, so Suju didn't dare to say too much. Put Dabeo on the sofa first. I'll go get the diaper. Lan Hanyu has rich experience in this area. While directing Suju, Lan Hanyu took out a diaper from the paper box next to the sofa. Cow diapers are best for baby girls. Seeing that Suju had easily removed Dabeo's diaper, Lan Hanyu handed over baby wipes and diapers. Suju first took out a few wet wipes and wiped Dabeo's little butt. After making sure that Dabeo's little butt was dry, Suju followed what he had learned last night. He lifted Dabeo's legs with his left hand, took the unfolded diaper in his right hand, and placed it under Dabeo's butt. Put down Dabeo's legs, pull the diaper out from between Dabeo's legs, and cover his belly all the way to make it flat. Then stick the Velcro on both sides of the bottom of the diaper to the top part, and you're done. Is this okay? Suju, who felt good about himself, still sought the mother's advice. She has been taking care of the babies for almost a year, and Suju is ready to learn humbly.
This is your first time changing a baby's diaper, it's already good. Lan Hanyu really didn't expect that Suju could do so well. Lan Hanyu still remembers that when she changed her baby's diaper for the first time, half of Dabao's little butt was exposed.
The result is predictable. There was no difference between wearing a diaper and not wearing one. Receiving praise from the child's mother, Suju showed a happy smile on his face. Ding! It is detected that the host has successfully changed the baby's diaper for the first time as a novice dad, and has received a reward of 200,000 yuan. As the system voice just fell, the text message alert on Suju's phone sounded. Take out your phone and click on the unread text message. It turned out to be the bank's account balance change information. Looking at the information showing the 200,000 yuan that had just been deposited into his account, Suju really wanted to express his feelings. Just for changing Dabao's diaper, I received a reward of 200,000 yuan. Isn't it too easy to make money? With this super dad system, raising twin daughters and their mother would be a piece of cake, right? Hanyu, I'm here. It was obvious that Jiang Mingyue had the key to the room. There was no need to knock on the door like Suju did. Jiang Mingyue took the key, opened the door and walked in. Suju, you're here so early? Jiang Mingyue was obviously stunned for a moment, probably because she didn't expect Suju to arrive so early. Suju missed the babies and came here early. Mingyue, look, it was Suju who changed Dabao's diaper. In an effort to get her best friend to change her attitude towards Suju, Lan Hanyu praised Suju with all her might. For Lan Hanyu, it was Mingyue who accompanied him all the way through his most difficult times. Lan Hanyu will never forget this friendship. However, Suju is the baby's father, and the relationship between him and Lan Hanyu is of course self-evident. Lan Hanyu naturally hopes that in the future, the two very important people in her life can have a good relationship. At the very least, there should be no hostility. You changed it? Clearly looking unconvinced, Jiang Mingyue picked up Dabao and examined him carefully. After finding that there was nothing to find fault with, Jiang Mingyue curled her lips. He is the baby's father, so it's his duty to change their diapers. Jiang Mingyue would never tell him even if she was beaten to death that Suju did an incalculable amount better than she did when he changed the baby's diaper for the first time. Looking at her best friend's cute appearance, Lan Hanyu smiled. Chapter 7 Peach Blossom Debt? Suju and Lan Hanyu were driven out by Jiang Mingyue. Jiang Mingyue's reason was very simple. She was still single and didn't want to be fed dog food by Suju and Lan Hanyu. Because the main purpose of today is to take the child's mother to see the house. Suju took a taxi and brought the child's mother to the entrance of Xinyue Lanwan community. Hanyu, you haven't had breakfast this morning, right? It's not good for your health to be hungry. I'll take you to eat something first. When I thought about how Hanyu looked like he had just woken up when I walked in. Suju knew that Hanyu would have to get up several times at night to take care of the babies, and lack of sleep was inevitable. I arrived so early, it would be strange if Hanyu had already had breakfast. Good. There was no shirking the responsibility. Taking care of babies was hard work, and Lan Hanyu was not pretentious. What do you want to eat? It's still early now, and there are many breakfast stalls on the roadside not far from the community. I want to eat xiaolong bao and a serving of spicy soup. Now there is no need to feed the babies, and Lan Hanyu doesn't have to be so careful about what she eats. Eat whatever you want. Spicy and spicy soup is the breakfast that Lan Hanyu has been craving for a long time. Good. He agreed lovingly. If the baby's mother wanted to eat it, Suju naturally would not have any objection. After ordering 2 baskets of xiaolong bao and 2 bowls of spicy soup, Suju and Lan Hanyu both really enjoyed this heartwarming moment. Although he was eating snacks on the roadside, Lan Hanyu had a feeling of holding hands with you and growing old together. Hey, isn't this our senior Lan? Why are you and Suju going here to eat at a roadside stall? A discordant voice broke the warm atmosphere between Suju and Lan Hanyu. Without looking up, Suju knew that the owner of the voice was his ex-girlfriend, Qin Manman. Suju was familiar with Qin Manman's voice, but Lan Hanyu had no impression of Qin Manman. Who are you? Lan Hanyu naturally heard the sarcasm in Qin Manman's words. He searched his mind and made sure that he did not know this sarcastic girl. Lan Hanyu glanced at Suju. This should be Suju's peach blossom debt. Suju, won't you introduce yourself? Seeing that Suju didn't even look up at her, Qin Manman was furious. Manman, is this your senior? Before Suju could speak, the man next to Qin Manman spoke first.
The man was none other than the rich second-generation ex-boyfriend Qin Man mentioned when she and Suju broke up Jia Qianming.
The moment Lan Hanyu raised her head, Jia Qianming could not take his eyes away. I always thought Qin Man was very beautiful.
But when compared with his senior sister Lan, Jia Qianming suddenly felt that Qin Man was just like the morning glory, very ordinary.
Qin Man was naturally very clear about Jia Qianming's character. But there was no way.
Jia Qianming was lustful and Qin Man was greedy for money, so the two of them got what they wanted.
Qin Man naturally didn't dare to show any disrespect to her financial sponsor.
Yes, this is my senior, but our senior Lan is now a mother of 2 children.
We, the juniors, can't keep up with her.
You can't do anything to Jia Qianming, but you can belittle Lan Hanyu. Qin Man believes that compared to Lan Hanyu, who is already a mother of 2 children, she should have more advantages.
I didn't expect senior Lan to be so well maintained.
You can't tell at all that senior Lan is already a mother of 2 children.
For Jia Qianming, Lan Hanyu is so beautiful, so what does it matter whether she has given birth to a child or not? My wife is beautiful. You don't need to tell me more. Are you kidding? If Suju couldn't see anything from Jia Qianming's naked look, then his reaction was really too slow. Turning sideways, Suju blocked Jia Qianming's lustful eyes. Lan Hanyu also dislikes Jia Qianming very much.
Hearing Suju calling her wife and defending her, Lan Hanyu felt warm in her heart.
Wife.
Lan Hanyu found that she didn't mind this title at all.
Wife. Are you married?
With a deeply lost tone, Jia Qianming felt like he had missed a great opportunity.
Suju, this area is full of high-end residential areas. Are you bringing senior sister Lan here to rent a house?
I guess given your family's financial situation, you probably can't afford to rent a house in these communities.
Look over there, that's the most upscale residential area in Jiangcheng City, Xinyue Blue Bay.
Qianming and I are going to rent a 2-bedroom apartment in Xinyue Blue Bay soon. Even if it's just a 2-bedroom apartment, the rent is 5,000 yuan a month, and that doesn't include property fees or anything like that. You and senior sister Lan probably don't have much income right now, and you have to raise 2 children, so the pressure must be very great.
I'm kindly reminding you not to embarrass yourself here.
When Qin Man heard Suju calling Lan Hanyu wife, she knew in her heart that this was not true. After all, Qin Man was also present when Lan Hanyu came to see Suju last night. In order to make Jia Qianming completely give up on Lan Hanyu, Qin Man did not expose Suju's words.
However, Qin Man will not miss any opportunity to attack Suju.
Thinking about how it was clearly me who dumped Suju last night, the plot completely reversed in the end because of the appearance of Lan Hanyu.
Qin Man was very angry. We're not here to rent a house. Why rent when you already have a house? Suju said that Qin Man's IQ doesn't seem to be very high? Just because she came here to rent a house, does that mean everyone has to be like her?
Why didn't I realize before that Qin Man was such a stupid person? Turning his head to look at Hanyu, who was protected behind him, Suju felt that his child's mother was much smarter.
I told you that you can't afford the rent.
Without giving Suju a chance to speak, Qin Man made her own conclusion.
Qianming, let's go.
Holding Jia Qianming's arm, Qin Man half pulled Jia Qianming away.
Suju?
Lan Hanyu looked at Qin Man who was leaving and frowned slightly.
Since she is targeting me like this girl must have a special relationship with Suju, right?
I don't know why, but when Lan Hanyu thought about this, she felt depressed. Hanyu, her name is Qin Man, and she is my ex-girlfriend. Without hiding anything, Suju revealed his relationship with Qin Man.
Oh.
After confirming the relationship between Suju and Qin Man, Lan Hanyu felt very upset but did not show it.
Lan Hanyu found that she didn't seem to have the right to be angry or anything. Hanyu, Qin Man and I have broken up. From now on, I will only be responsible for you and the babies.
Hanyu didn't say anything, but Suju still firmly stated his position. Looking at Suju's determined eyes, Lan Hanyu nodded heavily. She didn't say anything, but Suju made such a promise to her. It was impossible for Lan Hanyu not to be touched.
Chapter 8 Make You Happy.
Hanyu, this new Moon Blue Bay is a fully furnished house, so the hardware facility should not require much modification.
However, we have 2 babies, and we will live together as a family of 4 in the future.
I think we should consider the needs of the babies and hire a soft furnishing designer to design it.
As for the soft furnishing, it won't take too long. You, the babies, and I can move into our new home right away. After breakfast, Suju took Lan Hanyu and walked towards the Xinyue Blue Bay community, planning their future life. You want to live with me and the babies?
Lan Hanyu originally thought that Suju was just giving the house to herself and the babies temporarily. Now hearing what Suju said, it seems that is not what he meant.
A family of 4? Lan Hanyu's little face turned slightly red. If I live with Suju in the future, will we be able to take care of the babies and live a happy life like ordinary couples? Of course I want to live with you and the babies. I'm the baby's father. You don't want me to take care of the babies, and you too? Don't worry, I will definitely make you very happy.
Suju leaned close to Lan Hanyu's ear and said the last sentence.
The hot air sprayed onto Lan Hanyu's face without any defense.
Lan Hanyu's already slightly red face suddenly turned red. Lan Hanyu discovered that although he was 2 years older than Suju, he seemed to have always been the suppressed one.
Is this the difference between men and women?
Some words come out of Suju's mouth so naturally. However, when it came to Lan Hanyu, even if she had 10 times the courage, she would still be too embarrassed to say it out loud. Lan Hanyu lowered his head deeply, and he really didn't have the face to respond to Suju's words.
Suju? How come I met you guys again? Didn't you say you wouldn't rent a house around here? Look carefully. This is the most upscale residential area in Jiangxing City. With your financial ability, even renting a bathroom in Xinyue Lanwan is impossible. Don't even dream of anything else.
It's still Qin Manman and that Jia Qianming.
As the most upscale residential area in Jiangxing City, Xinyue Blue Bay must have very strict management.
Qin Manman and Jia Qianming are here to rent a house.
But without the landlord to lead the way, Qin Manman and Jia Qianming could not enter the community at all.
Qin Manman, who had already contacted the landlord and was standing at the gate of the community waiting, immediately went into combat mode when she saw Suju and Lan Hanyu approaching. But Jia Qianming was only focused on Lan Hanyu, and didn't show any reaction to Qin Manman's shrewish behavior.
Lan Hanyu really didn't like the way Jia Qianming looked at her and stepped back. Suju's tall body just blocked Lan Hanyu's petite body.
The beauty suddenly disappeared from his sight, and Jia Qianming's anger also emerged. Thinking that such a beautiful woman was actually got there first by the poor boy as Qin Manman called him, Jia Qianming felt a sense of superiority. Man, it's not a crime for them to be poor. Even if they can't afford to rent a house in Crescent Blue Bay, we can't stop them from passing by, right? Besides, some people probably haven't seen such a high-end residential complex yet.
Maybe they come here just to feast their eyes on it? Although no one was mentioned by name, the meaning of Jia Qianming's words was very clear. Suju glanced at the two of them and didn't say anything.
He just came here to rent a house.
Why does he feel so good about himself?
Suju found that he still didn't have a deep understanding of how shameless Qin Manman was.
Hanyu, let's go in.
Turning sideways, Suju took Lan Hanyu's small hand. It was soft and smooth, and the touch was really good. Lan Hanyu already knew about the relationship between Qin Manman and Suju, and she did not refuse Suju's proactive expressions of intimacy.
Wait a minute, Suju, didn't you understand what I said?
You can't just go into Crescent Blue Bay whenever you want. Even if we come here to rent a house, we have to wait until the landlord arrives before we can go in.
You guys want to just barge in like this? Don't say I didn't warn you.
It will be very embarrassing if you are kicked out by the security guards. Although it was Qin Manman who proposed the breakup first, she still felt very uncomfortable seeing how intimate Suju and Lan Hanyu were. In Qin Manman's heart, since she dumped Suju, Suju should be heartbroken, losing his appetite, and desperately chasing after the tragic man she wanted to keep. Instead of being like now, holding hands with a girl who was prettier than himself, with a very happy look on his face. Looking at the intimacy between Suju and Lan Hanyu, Qin Manman wanted to break this beauty.
A good dog doesn't block the road.
Throwing down a sentence, Suju took Lan Hanyu's hand and walked towards the security room at the entrance of the community. Suju has not yet applied for an access card, so if he wants to enter the community, he must go through the security room.
Humph.
I'm just waiting to see how you get kicked out. Since he didn't want to check in, Qin Manman didn't stop him this time.
Man, why are you angry with a poor boy?
When the landlord arrives, I'll show that poor boy what it means to talk with money. The beautiful girl was taken away by Suju. Jia Qianming felt the same hatred towards Suju as Qin Manman.
Jia Qianming's biggest support is that his family has some money. However, in fact, Jia Qianming cannot be considered a true rich second generation.
It's only because Jia Qianming likes to brag and pretend that Qin Manman feels that she has found a financial sponsor. If Qin Manman had any brains, she would think about it. If Jia Qianming was really that rich, why didn't he buy a house for himself but rent one instead? It is obvious that Qin Manman's brain is still not enough. Yes, Suju is just a pauper, of course he can't compare with you. Holding Jia Qianming's arm tightly, Qin Manman felt as if she had grasped a mountain of gold. Jia Qianming felt extremely comfortable being pampered by a woman like this.
What happened? How did Suju and Lan Hanyu get in?
Qin Manman was originally waiting to see Suju and Lan Hanyu being kicked out. Seeing Suju holding Lan Hanyu's hand and walking directly into the residential area from the security room, Qin Manman's already very big eyes almost popped out of their sockets.
This is unscientific. Isn't it said that the security at Crescent Blue Bay is very strict? Why did Suju and Lan Hanyu get in so easily? Could it be that the security guards in the security room are not doing their job?
But when she thought about the scene where she and Jia Qianming wanted to enter the community but were driven out, Qin Manman felt that this was not the reason.
Lan Hanyu must have used a honey trap. This isn't fair, I need to get to the bottom of this.
Qin Manman felt that she was outdone by Lan Hanyu again, and rushed directly to the security room.
Chapter 9 Special Treatment.
Jia Qianming also felt that there must be something fishy about Suju and Lan Hanyu being able to enter the residential complex. After hearing Qin Manman say that Lan Hanyu used the beauty trap, Jia Qianming felt that he still had a chance to win the beauty.
If Lan Hanyu could use the beauty trap on a security guard.
After all, he is a rich second generation in public, so it's only a matter of time for him to win over Lan Hanyu, right? Without stopping Qin Manman, Jia Qianming and Qin Manman rushed into the security room together.
What are you two doing? Didn't I tell you that you can only enter the community if the owner takes you in?
Because Jia Qianming and Qin Manman had already been to the security room once, they were asked to leave by the security guards. The security guard naturally recognized these two people. Seeing that there was no so-called owner coming out to escort the two people, the security guard's attitude towards Qin Manman and Jia Qianming was not good. They rushed in once and twice.
Could it be that these two people were not here to rent the house but wanted to break in?
With this thought in mind, the security guard immediately became alert.
Didn't you say that only owners, or those accompanied by owners, can enter the community? Why did you let those two people in just now? Did you release the water on purpose?
I know that the two of them can't afford to rent a house in Xinyu Blue Bay, and I didn't see any owner take them in.
You are so irresponsible, I will report you to your manager.
In Qin Manman's heart, these security guards allowed Lan Hanyu and Suju to enjoy special treatment and were her enemies. Qin Manman's tone of voice was naturally very bad.
Who? Are you talking about the handsome guy and beautiful girl who just walked in?
Just now, only Suju and Lan Hanyu entered the community from the security room. It just happened a minute ago, and considering Suju and Lan Hanyu's looks, it would be hard for the security guard to forget it even if he wanted to.
It's those two people. Why did you let them into the community?
Qin Manman probably didn't realize that she had no right to question the security guard. Not to mention the identity of the owner, Qin Manman hasn't even confirmed the identity of the tenant yet. Looking at Qin Manman's angry face, the security guard's face also fell. They are the owners of our Xinyu Lanwan community, so of course they can go in if they want.
Since it was Suju's first time to come to Crescent Blue Bay, he brought the property certificate with him.
Just now in the security room, Suju had taken out the property certificate and completed the procedures for the access card. So, the security guard naturally knew Suju, the new owner of the community.
Yi, owner? Are you saying that Suju, who just entered, is the owner of Xinyu Lanwan community?
With a look of disbelief on her face, Qin Manman felt that the security guard must have confused who she was talking about.
Yes, it's Mr. Su. He is the owner of our Xinyu Lanwan community.
Because this is Mr. Su's first time in the community, he deliberately went through our security room and applied for an access card. With the intention of striking Qin Manman in mind, the security guard's explanation was very detailed.
How is this possible? How can Suju afford a house in Xinyu Blue Bay? Or is it that there are some very small houses at a special price in your community? Suju happened to pick up a bargain?
Qin Manman didn't believe at all that Suju could afford the house in Crescent Blue Bay.
What special offer? Our Xinyu Blue Bay is the most upscale residential area in Jiangxing City. How can there be any special offer? You can't afford a house yourself, so don't think everyone is a pauper.
Mr. Su bought a 3-bedroom apartment, a genuine commercial property, with a market value of over 5 million. Working as a security guard in Crescent Blue Bay, I am very familiar with the housing prices in the community.
More than 5 million? A 3-bedroom apartment?
The security guard explained it so clearly that Qin Manman had no choice but to believe it.
Thinking of Suju and Lan Hanyu holding hands and living in such a high-end community.
Looking at myself again, I broke up with Suju in a hurry, but ended up being stopped outside the community by the security guard and hadn't even settled the matter of renting a house.
Suddenly, Qin Manman regretted it. If I hadn't broken up with Suju, would I be the one following Suju into Crescent Blue Bay now? Manman, let's go out and wait.
Jia Qianming pulled Qin Manman's arm and wanted to leave embarrassedly. Although he was only here to rent a house, Suju had already bought a house worth more than 5 million yuan. Jia Qian knew that all his sense of superiority no longer existed.
What are you waiting for? Don't you call yourself a rich second generation? Isn't your father very rich? With such a rich father, do you still need to rent a house? Jia Qianming, no wonder your last name is Jia, it turns out you are just a fake rich second generation.
Having lost both face and dignity, Qin Manman's attitude towards Jia Qianming changed 180 degrees. Qin Manman broke up with Suju because of Jia Qianming's money, and then turned around and threw herself into Jia Qianming's arms again. Now, the poor boy that I thought of myself as, now owns a house worth 5 million.
But the rich second generation who always claims that his family is rich brought himself here to rent a house. The gap between before and after is extremely huge. Qin Manman, watch your attitude. What does my dad's money have to do with whether I buy a house or not?
Besides, based on your looks, I can already raise your value by renting you a house in Crescent Blue Bay. If you had the beauty of senior sister Lan, I would have bought you a villa worth 10 million, not to mention a 5 million apartment. These days, bragging is not against the law. Qin Manman has already broken off with him, so Jia Qianming certainly won't tolerate it.
You.
Lan Hanyu had always been a thorn in Qin Manman's heart. With red eyes, Qin Manman looked as if she was about to rush up and fight with Jia Qianming.
You too, if you want a quarrel, go outside. This is the security room of Crescent Blue Bay. Not just anyone can come in.
It's a pity that the security guard was not in the mood to enjoy the show. With a wave of his hand, the security guard stepped forward and drove Qin Manman and Jia Qianming out of the security room again.
Unlucky.
Jia Qianming glared at Qin Manman, said 2 words, turned around and left.
Fake.
With an unwilling reply, the relationship between the two came to an end.
Suju held Lan Hanyu's hand tightly and didn't let go until they entered their new home, and Suju had no intention of letting go. Suju.
Lan Han shook the hand that Suju had been holding. Her little face couldn't be redder. The relationship between himself and Suju seemed to be limited to being the baby's father and mother.
As for the rest, Lan Hanyu felt that the two of them could not even be considered lovers, right?
Lan Hanyu would definitely feel embarrassed by this kind of behavior between lovers.
You'll get used to it slowly.
The feel is so good, Suju doesn't want to let go easily.
Leaning close to Hanyu's ear, Suju added, "Is that right, the child's mother?" After seeing that Hanyu's ears turned red, Suju couldn't hold back his laughter any longer. Chapter 10 Chancellor of the Exchequer. Little baby, learn to draw. With a big crayon in your hand, draw a duckling, quack, draw a pony, write it home.
A lovely nursery rhyme successfully rescued Lan Hanyu. Letting go of Lan Hanyu's hand, Suju took out his cell phone, said a few words, and then hung up.
Suju, have you made an appointment with the furnishing designer?
Although Suju didn't say much when he answered the phone, he just confirmed the identity of the soft furnishing designer with the security guard. Lan Hanyu grasped the key point immediately.
He just mentioned looking at the house last night, but Suju acted so quickly?
It was impossible for Lan Hanyu to not be moved. The fact that Suju was so concerned about this matter only shows that Suju attaches great importance to the babies.
Yes, I searched the internet on my way back to school last night. This design company has a very good reputation.
I think we should find a soft furnishing company to design our 2 babies. Now Debao and Xiaobao are just starting to learn to walk.
They will be more active in the next 2 or 3 years.
There are many places in the house that need attention, such as the furniture.
These were all found by Suju on the internet.
When babies reach an active age, they are very likely to bump into things. If the babies were really hurt, the ones who would be heartbroken would definitely be Suju and Lan Hanyu.
Well, Suju, you are very thoughtful. Lan Hanyu had not thought about what Suju said.
After making this comparison, Lan Hanyu discovered that he seemed to be inferior to the baby's fathers.
By the way, Hanyu, I'll keep this property certificate with you. When we're not busy in a few days, we'll go to the real estate bureau and add your name to it. It is said that if you want to make your woman feel at ease, a house is the greatest guarantee. Although Suju and Lan Hanyu haven't gone through any formalities yet, she has given birth to 2 daughters for him, so what else could she be if not his woman? No, this is your house, it's not appropriate to add my name to it.
When Suju was about to put the property certificate in Lan Hanyu's hands, Lan Hanyu didn't dare to take it. Lan Hanyu knew that the price of houses in such a high-end community would not be cheap.
Didn't Qin Man say that Xinyue Blue Bay is the most upscale residential area in Zhongqing City?
Even if it was to keep the property certificate, Lan Hanyu felt that he had no position, not to mention that Suju said he wanted to add his name to the property certificate.
If I add my name, wouldn't I be the hostess of this house?
Lan Hanyu thinks that he is not yet.
What's inappropriate? We even have mango pudding. Do you want to abandon the 3 of us? Suju would never give his woman and daughter to anyone else. No, I just...
Lan Hanyu found that Suju always seemed to leave her speechless.
Okay, don't just say that. Women should be the housekeepers. Keep this property certificate for now.
Suju stuffed the property certificate into Lan Hanyu's hand. As for adding my name to the property certificate, I can just drag Hanyu over there when the time comes.
Is it impossible to do it? Housekeeper?
Holding the property certificate that Suju stuffed in her hand, Lan Hanyu secretly thought to herself that she must manage this home well.
By the way, Hanyu, give me your phone.
Now that the housekeeper has been mentioned, Suju will naturally not just talk about it.
As a man, you must prove yourself to your woman with practical actions. Oh. Without asking why, Lan Hanyu obediently took out his cell phone.
Suju tapped a few times on his own phone, and then tapped a few times on Lan Hanyu's phone.
Lan Hanyu only heard the WeChat on her phone ringing, but she didn't know what Suju was doing specifically? Could it be that Suju had something that he was embarrassed to say to me in person, so he sent me a WeChat message to tell me?
Lan Hanyu thought a little shyly.
Hanyu, from now on you will be our family's finance minister.
Because I have been investing in stocks since college, I don't have much cash on hand, so I can only transfer 200,000 to you first. Since obtaining the nanny system, Suju has received a reward of 250,000. Last night, Suju bought a lot of things online for the babies, and the delivery address was, of course, their new home here.
The things Suju bought for the babies definitely wouldn't be cheap.
So, a lot of the 50,000 or so heads had been used up by Suju. Of course, Suju handed over the bulk of the 200,000 yuan to Lan Hanyu for safekeeping. Suju said that he traded stocks so that he could tell Lan Hanyu about the rewards from the system in the future. Anyway, no matter what rewards he gets in the future, Suju can say that he earned them from stock trading. Suju solved all the problems at once. His brain was really quick. Lan Hanyu subconsciously wanted to refuse. However, thinking that Suju even gave her the property certificate, Lan Hanyu suddenly didn't want to refuse anymore.
Housekeeper? I will definitely be a good housekeeper.
Lan Hanyu made a secret decision in his heart.
Suju, you transferred all the money to me, what should you do if you need money? A man can't go out without a penny, right? Lan Hanyu is now quickly getting into the role, as if she is a young wife asking her husband, after turning in all her salary, is there any pocket money left?
I still have some private money, don't worry.
Suju blinked at Lan Hanyu, showing no intention of hiding anything. Hanyu, take a look first. If there is anything that needs to be rearranged later, you can tell the designer.
The topic of the housekeeper ended here.
Suju took Lan Hanyu's hand again and looked around his new home.
This is also Suju's first time to visit his new home, so Suju definitely needs to take a good look around.
Ding dong, ding dong. Before Suju and Lan Hanyu had much time to visit their new home, the doorbell rang.
The designer must be here.
Suju let go of Lan Hanyu's hand and went to open the door. Suju and Lan Hanyu shared their thoughts and the ages of their 2 babies.
Lan Hanyu meant that there should not be too many things in the living room, and just a modular sofa would be enough. In this way, babies will have much more space to play in the living room, and they don't have to worry about bumping into hard furniture or something. If the babies are tired of playing, they can also climb onto the sofa to rest. As for the balcony, Suju originally planned to put a washing machine there. However, knowing that there will be 2 baby girls, the designer suggested installing 2 washing machines. Baby girls' clothes should not be washed together with adults' clothes.
Suju nodded immediately.
There were 2 washing machines, one floor standing and one wall mounted, so there was no waste of space at all. Because there is a rainy season in the south, a dryer is also essential.
Suju nodded and bought it.
Then there is the design of the rooms.
There are 2 south-facing rooms, one is the master bedroom and the other is for the babies.
The north-facing room is tentatively equipped with a single bed and 2 desks. The designer gave some other suggestions, which Suju thought were all good and nodded in agreement to all of them.
Chapter 11 2 Money Shredders.
Hanyu, the design company will probably need 3 days, so you and the babies will have to endure it for a few days.
Walking on the road in the community, Suju and Lan Hanyu chatted like a young couple. It doesn't matter.
The babies and I have lived here for such a long time. There is no grievance or injustice. Just waiting for 3 days is really nothing for Lan Hanyu. When Lan Hanyu went to find Suju, she never thought that Suju would provide such a good environment for herself and the babies.
Suju is just a junior student.
For Lan Hanyu, being able to give the babies the fatherly love they need is already very satisfying. Such a good living environment now is really an extra blessing.
Suju, do you have time to spend with the babies tomorrow?
Lan Hanyu gritted his teeth and struggled in his heart for a long time before asking this question.
Tomorrow is the weekend, of course I have time. Without even thinking about it, Suju gave an affirmative answer.
Hanyu wanted him to accompany the babies, so Suju was of course very happy.
Suju, our class is having a 1-year anniversary dinner tomorrow. The instructor who took such good care of me back then will be there. I think. Lan Hanyu's pregnancy was completely unexpected.
So when Lan Hanyu left school, he was also very anxious. Even at the graduation ceremony later, because the 2 babies needed milk, Lan Hanyu just hurried to the school to get her diploma and left. Not to mention attending the graduation ceremony, Lan Hanyu didn't even have time to say goodbye to his instructor. Now that the babies have been weaned, Lan Hanyu finally has some time for herself. When Lan Hanyu received the news about the dinner party, he had already agreed. At that time, Lan Hanyu wanted her best friend to help take care of the babies. Who would have known that after Suju left last night, Jiang Mingyue suddenly received a call from the company asking her to work overtime on the weekend, which is tomorrow.
Jiang Mingyue couldn't help take care of the babies, so Lan Hanyu's first reaction was to postpone the dinner party.
Jiang Mingyue stopped him and said that Suju could take care of the babies, which would be a good opportunity to cultivate the relationship between the 3 of them. Thinking of Suju's love for babies, Lan Hanyu was also moved. But Suju had never taken care of the babies alone, so Lan Hanyu was still a little worried. Lan Hanyu was not sure whether Suju was willing to take care of the babies alone. You know, taking care of a baby, especially 2 babies, is not as simple as just liking it. Lan Hanyu had a deep understanding of the chaos and anxiety involved.
Just go to the dinner party and leave the babies to me. Suju doesn't have any male chauvinism.
Even if she is the mother of his own child, Suju will definitely support her normal social interactions.
Suju, thank you.
Unexpectedly, Suju agreed so readily. A hint of excitement appeared on Lan Hanyu's little face. Since having a baby, Lan Hanyu has not participated in any activities. It's like a bird that was about to fly high in the sky, but suddenly its wings were tied and it had to stay in the nest. It is difficult for people who have not experienced it to understand the feeling.
Silly, what do I need to say thank you for?
Touching Hanyu's hair, Suju resisted the urge to hug the woman in his arms. Take your time, there will be plenty of time to cultivate feelings later.
But it seems a little inappropriate for you to attend the dinner tomorrow. Deliberately changing the subject, Suju stared at Lan Hanyu from head to toe. From pregnancy to raising the babies, Lan Hanyu's financial pressure is extremely great.
It is said that babies are money shredding machines, not to mention that Lan Hanyu's home has 2 money shredding machines. So, Lan Hanyu hasn't bought a single new piece of clothing since she became pregnant. Fortunately, Lan Hanyu recovered well and her figure hasn't changed at all. But since they are going to attend a party, Suju definitely can't let his woman go in old clothes. Men are responsible for supporting the family, women are responsible for being beautiful. The more beautifully a woman dresses, the more capable the man is.
What's wrong? Are you too busy to take care of 2 babies by yourself? Lan Hanyu was obviously not on the same page as Suju.
She thought that Suju was worried that he wouldn't be able to handle taking care of Mango and Pudding at once.
Lan Hanyu felt that she should be more considerate of Suju's difficulties as a new father. Then I'd better not go.
I'll talk to the classmate who organized this party tonight.
Although feeling a little disappointed, Lan Hanyu still put the babies first. If Suju couldn't take care of the two babies by himself, Lan Hanyu certainly wouldn't be able to feel at ease. How can I not go? You must go to the dinner party tomorrow night. Knowing that Hanyu has given up a lot for the babies, how could Suju have the heart to not let his woman attend even a small dinner party? So what you said is inappropriate. Lan Hanyu wrinkled her nose cutely. It was clearly Suju who said that it was inappropriate. Silly, I mean it's not appropriate for you to wear this to the class reunion tomorrow night. Your classmates have graduated for a year after all, and they have some salary. In order to show off how well they have done in front of their former classmates, they will definitely dress up as much as they can. My child's mother is the campus beauty of a prestigious university. How can she be outdone by those ordinary girls? The babies have been weaned, so let Jiang Mingyue, the godmother, take care of them for a while. I'll take you to buy some new clothes. Without giving Hanyu a chance to refuse, Suju took Hanyu's hand and walked towards the gate of the community. I took a taxi and our destination was of course the largest shopping mall in Zhongqing City Vientiane building. I took Lan Hanyu to buy 3 sets of piecebird clothes, matched them with high heels, and also bought a bag. Originally, Suju wanted Hanyu to buy a more expensive brand. But Lan Hanyu felt that she had 2 hungry babies at home, so money had to be spent wisely, and she was unwilling to buy any expensive brands. If Suju hadn't insisted, Lan Hanyu wouldn't even want to buy the clothes from the piecebird. Suju, I want to buy a gift for Mingyue. When passing by a cosmetics counter, Lan Hanyu stopped. Mingyue's help to me was not only financial, but also spiritual. It can be said that if it weren't for Jiang Mingyue, Lan Hanyu might not have the courage to face the pressure of having a child out of wedlock. Lan Hanyu didn't have the conditions before. Today, Suju transferred 200,000 yuan to himself. Although Lan Hanyu was reluctant to spend money on himself, he was not a stingy person when it came to his best friend. But the money belongs to Suju, so Lan Hanyu still thinks it would be better to consult Suju first. You are our family's finance minister, you don't need to discuss these matters with me. How could Suju care about the money given to his woman? Besides, Suju also knew about Jiang Mingyue's help to Hanyu, so he would not have any objection. Chapter 12, Dissonant Voices. Mingyue likes Lancome the most, but in order to help me in the past 2 years, Mingyue is reluctant to buy Lancome. Lan Hanyu felt sad when she thought about how her good friend even gave up her favorite cosmetics brand for her. Now that I'm here, you don't have to worry about financial matters anymore. Suju put his arm around the little woman's shoulders. Although Hanyu didn't complain about the hardships she had endured in the past 2 years, he still felt very distressed. Suju, come in with me and choose. Not wanting to be surrounded by a sad atmosphere, Lan Hanyu took the initiative to hold Suju's hand and walked towards the Lancome counter. What do you two want to see? I can introduce it to you. Seeing the customers, the salesperson at the Lancome counter immediately came forward to greet them warmly. I want to look at the skincare and makeup lines. Having been good friends with Jiang Mingyue for so many years, Lan Hanyu was very clear about Jiang Mingyue's preferences. Okay, both of you, this way please. This is our skincare counter, and next to it is the makeup counter. The beauty has such good skin, I wonder if she has ever used our Lancome products? Seeing that Lan Hanyu had a strong desire to buy, the salesperson quickly tried to get close to her. I didn't use any of these. Shaking her head, Lan Hanyu used the most natural baby cream during her pregnancy and breastfeeding. As for the past, Lancome's price was something Lan Hanyu couldn't even imagine. Beauty is really born beautiful. Look at your skin, it's so good. If you use our Lancome skincare products and put on some makeup, you will be like a fairy descending to earth. There was some flattery in it, but with Lan Hanyu's appearance, she was worthy of the salesperson's praise. Beautiful lady, how about I introduce her to you? Since the beautiful woman has never used their products, the salesperson's first reaction must be to let the customer learn about them first. No, I want to choose it myself. Lan Hanyu has never used Lancome, but Jiang Mingyue has. Jiang Mingyue's family conditions are considered very good among her classmates. In the past, Jiang Mingyue had also taken Lan Hanyu to visit the Lancome counter many times. Lan Hanyu remembered that Mingyue once wanted to give her a bottle of face cream. When she saw the price of 1,450, she was so scared that she pulled Jiang Mingyue and ran away.
Later, whenever Jiang Mingyue mentioned going shopping with Lan Hanyu would declare in advance that she would definitely not go to the Lancome counter. Jiang Mingyue couldn't persuade Lan Hanyu, and after she promised that she would never give her anything on her own initiative again, Lan Hanyu accompanied Jiang Mingyue to visit the Lancome counter many times. So, although Lan Hanyu has never used Lancome, she is not unfamiliar with Lancome's products.
Okay, you two take your time to choose. Salespeople naturally respect customers' ideas. Is the beauty pretty?
You have never taken your eyes off me since I came here, right? It's a pity that she has a boyfriend with her.
You won't have that chance.
When Lan Hanyu was choosing well, a discordant voice came from the side. Following the voice, Lan Hanyu saw a greasy man and a woman with an angry face. Of course, the woman's anger is directed at the man.
It can be seen that women are not completely without reason.
At least the woman did not vent her anger on Lan Hanyu for no reason.
After all, being good-looking is not a sin. The biggest mistake is to have evil intentions towards your man. Boyfriend?
I think he's just a poor student who doesn't own a single branded item.
How dare he bring his girlfriend to Lancome to buy things?
The man must be a repeat offender, as he doesn't seem to be embarrassed at all about the woman's accusations.
Those lustful eyes, on the contrary, looked Lan Hanyu up and down even more unscrupulously. If someone covets his woman, Suju will certainly not remain silent.
Taking a step forward, Suju stood in front of Lan Hanyu. The man's view of appreciating the beautiful woman was suddenly blocked.
What? Was it wrong to say that you were a poor boy? I guess this is your first time at the Lancome counter? Just a kind reminder, Lancome's prices are not affordable for poor students like you.
With anger, the man felt that he should attack the opponent's weakness.
College student, poor, this is my best attack point. Even if they just came to take a look, what does it have to do with you? You yourself have come from a poor background, what's there to be proud of?
It can be seen that women must have been through thick and thin with men, and they know men's background very well.
Why are your elbows so bent outward?
After his past was exposed, the man felt a little embarrassed.
What do you fancy?
As for these mad dogs that ran out and roared, Suju felt that he was still giving them face by paying attention to them. Ignoring him directly, Suju turned around and asked Lan Hanyu gently. For skincare products, I'd buy a set of toner, lotion, face cream, eye cream, and a little black bottle.
These were the things Jiang Mingyue liked to buy in the past, and Lan Hanyu remembered them clearly. Okay, what about the makeup?
Hanyu just said that she also wanted to see the makeup, and Suju also kept it in mind. For makeup, just get this Essence foundation, matte lip gloss, and this setting powder.
Mingyue doesn't like heavy makeup, so these are enough. Is that enough?
Suju didn't know what girls needed to put on makeup, and he always felt that what Hanyu said was not enough.
Is that enough? You are so arrogant.
That's all. I don't think you can afford it even if you max out your credit card. Before Lan Hanyu could say anything, the man who was treated as heir unwillingly spoke again to make his presence felt.
Credit cards also depend on one's wealth. How much credit limit can a college student have?
So, in the eyes of men, Suju definitely cannot afford Lancome. He shook his head proudly. Even if he was not handsome or tall, at least he had some money, right? He waved his hand in disgust, as if to shoo away a fly buzzing in his ear.
Suju and Lan Hanyu tacitly did not even look at the man. That's enough. Lan Hanyu chose according to Jiang Mingyue's preferences.
If Jiang Mingyue didn't like something, there was naturally no need to buy it.
Okay, that's all, pack 2. Suju told the salesperson his final decision without blinking. 2.
Lan Hanyu was a little confused.
1 for you to give to Mingyue, and 1 for you from me. Of course, you should also treat your own woman well. Suju.
Lan Hanyu was reluctant to buy it for herself and wanted to continue to stop her.
Swipe the card.
Taking out his own private money, Suju did not give Hanyu a chance to refuse.
Okay, the total is $31,786. Please wait a moment, both of you. He bought so much at once, he must be a big customer. The salesperson took Suju's bank card, turned around immediately, swiped the card, and went to issue the invoice.
The man was speechless as he watched Suju and Lan Hanyu pay the bill and leave in style.
Didn't you say you were rich?
Look at those poor college students who bought over 30,000 yuan worth of skincare products for their girlfriends without blinking an eye. I just want to buy a face cream worth over 1,000 yuan, but you are still making excuses.
I really don't know who is the pauper. Women's dissatisfaction with men has been around for a long time, and now they have caught a very good opportunity. What are you buying?
Even if you use 10 bottles of face cream, you won't look even 1/10,000th as good as others.
What a waste of money.
The man, who was simply reluctant to spend money, ran away while speaking.
More than 30,000 yuan to buy cosmetics? The man's heart trembled.
It would take him several months to earn that much.
Chapter 13 Double Champions.
Zhang Mingyue, who was playing the climbing game with her eldest and second child, was so moved that tears came to her eyes when she saw the gifts her good friend brought her. Suju very consciously carried the two treasures out to bask in the sun, leaving Hanyu and Zhang Mingyue some space to release their emotions.
Mango, pudding, Daddy wants to play a game with you guys?
Not sure whether Dabeo and Xiaobao could fully understand what he said, Suju looked at his precious daughters a few more times. When I saw Dabeo and Xiaobao smiling brightly at me, it seemed as if they were saying, "Dad, I want to play games."
Suju automatically understood that Dabeo and Xiaobao understood what he said. Mango, pudding, there is a double slide here. Dad will carry you up there later. Don't move yet. Wait until Dad says start, then slide down together and let Dad see who is the champion between Mango and Pudding, okay? No objection means agreement. Suju picked up the number 1 seed player Mango and placed him on the left side of the double slide.
Then there is the second seed Pudding.
Mango, didn't Daddy say that we should wait for him to tell us to start before we skate together with our sister? Mango was very uncooperative.
Before Suju could carry the second seed player to the slide on the right, Mango had already slid down by himself.
Because he was happy, little Mango laughed happily. Pudding, sister is disobedient, you have to be good, you sit here first, Daddy will carry sister up, okay? Suju didn't have any temper towards his naughty daughter.
After repeatedly instructing his younger daughter, Suju turned around and picked up his older daughter again.
He.
This time, before Suju put little Mango on the slide, little Pudding's cheerful laughter rang out. Turning around, it turned out that little Pudding was also a player who did not follow the rules of the game.
Pudding, didn't Dad ask you to wait for your sister?
Although they didn't spend a long time together, Suju discovered that his twin daughters were both very lively and active. But in comparison, the younger daughter is more active.
Little Mango is the older sister.
Although she was born only a dozen minutes earlier, she is much quieter than Pudding. Suju knew that if he wanted to complete this game, he should start with his eldest daughter.
Mango, listen to Daddy, can you just sit here and be quiet now? Dad will bring your sister up later, and you can play on the slide again, okay?
Suju patiently discussed with Dabeo that playing a game is not that simple.
Oh.
Unexpectedly, Dabeo readily agreed to Suju.
Our Dabeo is so well behaved. I touched Dabeo's hair.
The baby's hair is the same as his mother's, soft and feels great. It is one thing for Dabeo to agree, but it is another thing whether he can do it. Knowing that children are not very stable, Suju quickly turned around and picked up Pudding, who had slipped to the bottom. Turning around, Suju felt relieved when he saw Dabeo sitting safely on it. If it were Xiaobao, he probably wouldn't be so obedient.
Okay, now we can play the game.
Listen to Daddy's command, Mango, Pudding, you can play on the slide now.
After putting both daughters on the slide, Suju gave orders.
Of course, given that the babies are still young, they may not fully understand what he means, so Suju gently pushed the big and small babies on the back with his hands. The babies, who had been eager to play for a long time, immediately slid down happily.
It's a draw. Our Mango and Pudding both came first.
Looking at Dabeo and Xiaobao, who were almost sliding down, Bao's father Suju happily announced the final result.
Daddy. Papa.
I don't know if Dabeo and Xiaobao understood, but the two babies stretched out their hands towards their father with smiles on their faces.
After holding his two daughters in his arms, Suju's smile became unusually bright. Bite.
It has been detected that the host and the babies have completed the first game. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward, the highest fighting skill. To add, the highest fighting skill awarded by this system is a combination of boxing, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Muay Thai, wrestling, karate, Jeet Kune Do and other techniques. It can be said that if you have the highest fighting skill awarded by this system, even the most powerful special forces soldier will be a weakling in front of you. As the system's voice fell, Suju clearly felt that his body had undergone tremendous changes. The arms, which were not very strong to begin with, were almost bursting through the sleeves of the clothes because of the stretched muscles. Not only his arms, Suju could feel that his entire body had undergone obvious changes. I touched my abdomen through my clothes and found that the place where there was originally one abdominal muscle had now turned into 8 hard abdominal muscles. In addition to the changes in his body, Suju felt that his spirit had undergone a qualitative change. Suju slept very late last night, got up early, and spent the whole morning looking at houses and shopping. Originally, he felt a little tired. The reason I brought Dabeo and Xiaobao out to play was simply to give Hanyu and Jiang Mingyue some space to express their feelings. However, after acquiring the highest level of fighting skills, Suju found himself instantly full of energy, as if he had endless strength. Pick up Dabeo and Xiaobao easily.
Now the weight of his 2 daughters is as light as 2 feathers to Suju. Mango, Pudding, let's go home to find Mom, okay?
It's almost noon, and the sunlight is still quite strong. Suju knew that baby's skin was delicate and they couldn't be exposed to the sun for too long.
Besides, there should be enough time for 2 girls to express their feelings, right? Suju doesn't want the mother of his child to keep crying. If she hurt herself from crying, Suju would be heartbroken. Papa. Daddy.
Although Dabeo and Xiaobao may not understand what their father is saying, the 2 little babies can still understand the word mom.
Patting Suju's face happily, the babies said they missed their mother. Mango, Pudding, Daddy will take you to find Mom. The 2 babies were held high up. Instead of being scared, they giggled happily.
Standing in front of the door, Suju felt a little annoyed that he did not have the rights of a male owner yet. At least, up to now, Suju still needs to knock on Lan Hanyo's door to enter. At this point, Suju discovered that his status was not as good as Jiang Mingyue's. Jiang Mingyue has the key to open the door herself. Suju decided that when he moved to the new house, he must exercise the rights of the male owner to have his own key to the front door.
Chapter 14 I Threat. Dong Dong.
Although Suju was holding a daughter in each hand, knocking on the door while holding his daughter was an easy task for him now. The sound of Suju knocking on the door was not very loud. If the 2 girls haven't calmed down yet, Suju wouldn't mind holding the 2 little darlings and waiting at the door for a while.
Mango, Pudding, are you happy that Daddy took you out to play? Lan Hanyu opened the door very quickly.
There were smiles on their faces, but their red eyes showed that the 2 girls were experiencing great emotional fluctuations just now.
Are you tired? Let me hold little Mango. Lan Hanyu knew that Suju definitely had not had a good rest from last night until now. Suju came back very late last night. He rushed over early in the morning. Just after entering the door, Suju considerately took the 2 babies out to play. Lan Hanyu still felt very sorry for Suju.
Reaching out his hand, Lan Hanyu was ready to help Suju relieve some of the burden.
It's okay, I'm not tired at all.
With the highest fighting skills rewarded by the system, Suju felt full of energy as if he were bathed in spring breeze. Lan Hanyu looked at Suju and was stunned for a moment.
I always feel like something has changed in Suju.
However, Lan Hanyu couldn't tell exactly what had changed.
Lan Hanyu just felt that Suju seemed more manly. Masculinity?
Thinking of these 3 words, Lan Hanyu's little face suddenly turned red. Even though she and Suju had a baby, that was when they were both drunk and unconscious.
Hanyu, are you feeling unwell? Why is your face so red? Suju didn't know that many images that were not suitable for children appeared in Lan Hanyu's mind, and asked with some concern. No, I might be a little hot. Mango and Pudding should be hungry, right?
I'll go make them some milk powder. As if someone was chasing him, Lan Hanyu ran towards the kitchen.
Mango, Pudding, is Mommy mesmerized by Daddy's handsomeness? Suju joked jokingly at the door. The suite was not very big to begin with, and Lan Hanyu, who had not yet run into the kitchen, naturally heard what Suju said. Lan Hanyu stumbled and fortunately grabbed the kitchen sliding door in time to stand steadily. Hanyu, be careful. If you fall, the babies and I will be sad. Seeing Hanyu's figure sway, Suju's heart also twisted.
Fortunately, there was no danger.
Suju retracted the step he had already taken.
Glaring at Suju shyly, Lan Hanyu said that it was Suju's fault that she became like this.
Mom is angry, let's be good, or we won't be able to drink Mango and Pudding milk powder.
Lifting little Pudding a little higher, Suju used Xiaobao's body to block the threatening look from the child's mother. Walking into the living room, the father and his 2 daughters were sitting on the sofa waiting for the childless mother to feed them.
Jiang Mingyue didn't want to disturb the warm time of Suju and Lan Hanyu's family of 4, so she went home early.
Hanyu. Before leaving, Jiang Mingyue also said that she would come directly to help take care of the babies as soon as she finished overtime tomorrow.
Lan Hanyu was of course very happy.
Thinking that Su Ju would have to take care of the babies alone tomorrow, Lan Hanyu still felt a little worried. With the help of Jiang Mingyue, an experienced godmother, Lan Hanyu could attend the party with peace of mind.
Dabao, Xiaobao, drink milk.
After taking several deep breaths in the kitchen and making sure her face was no longer so red, Lan Hanyu mustered up the courage to walk out.
After all, if I keep hiding in the kitchen, the babies will go hungry.
Lan Hanyu couldn't imagine what the situation would be like at home if the two babies protested together. Su Ju was also very conscious and stopped mentioning the fact that Lan Hanyu blushed. At noon, Lan Hanyu showed off her cooking skills to Su Ju and prepared a sumptuous lunch. The babies are fine, their staple food is still mainly milk powder.
Lan Hanyu prepared some pork liver puree for the two babies, but there was no portion for the other delicacies.
Eating the delicious food prepared by the mother, looking at the two adorable babies and the beautiful mother, Su Ju was overwhelmed with happiness.
In the afternoon, babies naturally need to take a nap.
Knowing that Hanyu did not get a full night's sleep, Su Ju urged Lan Hanyu to make up for her beauty sleep. Thinking that he would be able to move into his new home in a few days, Su Ju took out his mobile phone and prepared to buy some more things for the babies.
Beep beep.
Before I opened the phone screen, the voice of WeChat rang. When he opened it, he saw that Hanyu had transferred 50,000 yuan to him.
There's also a cute note, this is pocket money.
Looking at this interesting transfer information, Su Ju couldn't help but chuckle.
Is this the salary my wife pays me? Wrong. It should be that I handed in my salary and my wife gave me pocket money.
Since his wife was so generous, Su Ju of course accepted it readily.
Su Ju's wallet was indeed very empty.
I only had 50,000 left in total, and I bought a lot of things for the babies last night. In the morning, he paid another 10,000 yuan deposit for the decoration, plus the more than 30,000 yuan he spent on Lancome. Su Ju's wallet was already in crisis.
Su Ju liked her even more for being such a considerate mother. Thank you, mother of the child.
After replying, knowing that Hanyu was shy and would not reply to him, Su Ju started to pick things for the babies online. In the room, holding the mobile phone, he looked at the message Su Ju sent to him. The word "the child's mother" successfully made Lan Hanyu's face turn red again.
The child's mother? This seems to be the name between an old couple, right?
However, the way Su Ju and I get along seems to be no different from that of a married couple. The only difference might be that Su Ju and I are not officially husband and wife yet. Apart from the time when they had the babies, they have not had any physical contact or anything like that, right?
No, I can't think about it anymore.
Lan Hanyu felt that his thoughts were becoming more and more off track, so he quickly slapped his face, forced himself to get rid of his messy thoughts, and went to catch up on his sleep. The babies slept for more than 2 hours. Su Ju made full use of this time and picked out a lot of things for the babies. Toys, little princess dresses, and 2 large cribs. Because the space in the house rented by Lan Hanyu is limited, the cribs that the babies sleep in now are a bit small. After moving into the new house, Su Ju certainly could no longer let his babies suffer by squeezing them in such a small crib. Many of the things Su Ju bought needed to be assembled by himself.
Fortunately, these large items can be delivered by Tailwind and will arrive tomorrow.
Su Ju can just finish all the work before Hanyu and the babies move into their new home.
Chapter 15. It feels great. Hanyu, I've called a Didi taxi for you. You can just take it there later. When your dinner is almost over tonight, send me a message. Jiang Mingyue should be off work by then.
Let Jiang Mingyue take care of the babies for a while, and I'll pick you up.
Su Ju did not return to school last night and slept on the sofa in the living room.
Su Ju was definitely worried about letting the babies and a weak woman like Hanyu live alone.
In the past, Jiang Mingyue would often accompany Lan Hanyu.
Moreover, at that time, Su Ju had no idea about the existence of the babies. Even if Lan Hanyu lived alone in a rental house with the babies, Su Ju had no reason to worry.
The situation is completely different now. Su Ju will definitely take good care of his woman and his babies.
Last night, Su Ju deeply experienced how difficult it is to be a mother. Not to mention anything else, Hanyu got up several times in one night just to change diapers and feed the babies. Not to mention, because she was worried that the babies would kick off the quilt, Hanyu would basically get up once every hour.
Finally, Su Ju couldn't stand it anymore and forced Hanyu to stop getting up.
Su Ju also took over the task of taking care of the babies.
Su Ju, you've been busy all night, do you want to catch up on some sleep? It's still early for the dinner party, I'll watch over the babies first. Although Lan Hanyu could not see any sign of fatigue on Suju's face. But shouldn't a normal person be very tired after a good night's sleep? Especially since it was Suju's first time to take care of the babies at night, it was quite normal to feel tired and sleepy. I'm not sleepy. I'm here to see the babies. Go put on some makeup and change your clothes. After acquiring advanced fighting skills, don't just stay up one night to take care of the babies. Even if he didn't sleep for a week, with Suju's physical condition, there would be no problem at all. Are you really not sleepy? After staring at Suju's face for a while and making sure that he didn't look sleepy at all, Lan Hanyu gave up the idea of insisting that Suju go to sleep. Maybe men are more resistant to hardship. Lan Hanyu gave an explanation in his heart. Then I'll go wash my hair first. Because Suju was there last night, the babies were probably too excited and played with their dad until very late before going to bed. In order to save time, Lan Hanyu took a quick shower without even having time to wash her hair. Because I have long hair, I have to blow dry it after washing it. Lan Hanyu was afraid that the noise from the hairdryer would wake up the babies who had just fallen asleep. By then, the house will definitely be like a war again. Lan Hanyu is a clean person. Although her hair is not dirty, it is still better to look fresher when attending a class reunion. Okay, do you need my help? The babies are full and having fun crawling on the blanket in the living room. Suju said that he had time to help Hanyu wash her hair or something. No, I can wash it myself. Lan Hanyu didn't dare let Suju wash her hair. They would have to have a very close relationship to do that. She ran into the bathroom, feeling a little worried, afraid that Suju would get excited and really come in to wash her hair, so Lan Hanyu locked the bathroom door. Hearing the sound of the bathroom door being locked, Suju curled the corners of his mouth helplessly. Is it necessary for a little woman to be so defensive about herself? Besides, I really just wanted to help wash your hair and I definitely didn't have any other thoughts. Lan Hanyu washed her hair very quickly, perhaps because she was worried that if it took too long, Suju would break in. You finished washing so soon? Seeing Hanyu coming out wrapped in a towel, Suju went to meet her. Let me help you blow dry your hair. Without giving Hanyu a chance to refuse, Suju pushed the little woman to sit on the chair. Taking the hairdryer from the bay window in the big room, Suju once again deeply felt that the house where Hanyu and the babies lived now was too simple. There was not even a dressing table. Fortunately, Suju had taken all these into consideration and asked the soft furnishing designer to equip all the necessary furniture. I'll do it myself. Seeing Suju walking towards her with a hairdryer, Lan Hanyu stood up and prepared to take the hairdryer. I'll come, you sit still. Without giving Lan Hanyu the chance to do it herself, Suju once again forced the little woman to sit on the chair. Turning on the hairdryer and running his fingers through Lan Hanyu's hair, Suju discovered that the child's mother had particularly good hair quality. The black hair is very soft and feels extremely smooth on the fingertips. Suju really wanted to say, the feel is really great. Lan Hanyu was a little reserved at first, but slowly, his tense body relaxed. This feeling of being cared for made Lan Hanyu feel attached. Bite. It is detected that the host and the baby's mothers have completed a sweet interaction. Congratulations to the host for receiving the top singing skill as a reward. Special note, with the singing skills awarded by this system, even the top singers will have to bow down to the host. As the system's voice fell, Suju felt a little itchy in his throat. However, this itchy feeling did not last long and soon there was no abnormality. Suju discovered that the system would praise any rewards given by the system, as long as they were related to skills. Suju has not had the opportunity to practice yet. I wonder if the system is a bit too self-exaggerating. Of course, even if Suju has not had the opportunity to use the top-level fighting skill yet, just from the changes in his body and the mental feeling, Suju feels that the system is not exaggerating. Suju, your hair is dry. Because of the system's interruption, Suju was a little distracted. Lan Hanyu took the hairdryer from Suju and turned it off. Lan Hanyu's hair has been blown very dry. If she continues to blow it dry, it will affect the hair quality. Lan Hanyu rescued her beautiful black hair from Suju's hands. Done? So fast. With such a good feel, Suju still felt a little unsatisfied. Hanyu, go change your clothes. By the way, your dinner party is at night, so don't wear a skirt. The temperature difference between morning and evening is too big these days. If you catch a cold, you will infect the babies. Suju spoke seriously, and it seemed that he was thinking about Lan Hanyu and the babies.
In fact, what Suju was thinking was that his woman had such a good figure and was a famous beauty. Thinking back to the time when Lan Hanyu had so many suitors in school, there were so many of them.
Suju couldn't guarantee that the boys in Hanyu's class didn't have any improper thoughts about Hanyu.
He didn't want to restrict Hanyu's social life, but Suju also didn't want his woman to be remembered by too many people. If you don't have yourself by your side, it's better to dress conservatively.
Chapter 16 Plans cannot keep up with changes. After accepting Suju's suggestion, Lan Hanyu turned and walked towards the big room to change clothes. Of course, the Lancome cosmetics that Suju bought for Lan Hanyu are now useful.
But our beautiful girl Lan Hanyu has never liked heavy makeup. Lan Hanyu just put on a layer of foundation symbolically. Lan Hanyu's skin is already very good, and with the help of loose powder, her face looks even whiter and more flawless.
Picking up the lip gloss, it was the matte series that Lan Hanyu and Jiang Mingyue both liked. Lan Hanyu doesn't like colors that are too bright.
When she sees women with red lips, she always feels very uncomfortable. Change into a piecebird long-sleeved shirt and straight jeans. Although they are not slim-fitting, they make Lan Hanyu look more lively and playful.
Suju, I'm ready.
Lan Hanyu, feeling very satisfied with himself, walked out of the room and showed his results to Suju.
Nice. Big treasure and little treasure, don't you think mommy is so beautiful?
She looks like a fairy from heaven. Suju expressed his praise generously, and his eyes were bright when he looked at the mother of his child. I know Hanyu has a good figure, and her figure hasn't changed at all even after giving birth to 2 babies.
But Hanyu's outfit today exudes a girlish feeling. Who could associate Lan Hanyu with the mother of 2 babies? I'll pick you up in the evening, remember to send me a message.
Since his woman is so beautiful, Suju must be worried about leaving Hanyu alone and going home late at night.
If there wasn't no one to take care of Debao and Xiaobao now. Suju even wanted to send Hanyu over personally.
Fortunately, it was still early and not yet dark, so Suju specially called a Didi taxi for Hanyu, so he could rest assured.
Okay, I understand.
Suju had said more than once that he was going to reply to his own words. Lan Hanyu didn't feel impatient at all, instead there was a warm current flowing in her heart.
Does Suju's performance show that he cares about himself very much?
The originally fair little face turned red again because of this little thought.
I'll go get my bag.
Afraid that Suju would notice something was wrong with her, Lan Hanyu quickly found an excuse and fled into the big room. Because Suju was grabbed on the arm by Xiaobao, he did not notice Hanyu's subtle change.
Lan Hanyu took a few deep breaths in the room.
After making sure that Suju would not notice anything unusual, she took the new bag Suju bought for her and walked out. It's almost time, the Didi car has arrived, please be careful. The Didi driver has already sent a message to Suju. Looking at Hanyu who had already packed up, Suju gave her gentle instructions.
Okay, I understand.
Like a little wife spoiled by her husband, Lan Hanyu agreed obediently.
Debao, Xiaobao, can we send mom out together?
Holding a daughter in each hand, the father and his 2 daughters watched the child's mother get into the car and drive out of the community before they turned around and went back.
Your husband is so thoughtful.
The Didi driver looked at Suju's family of 4 and saw how happy they were, and assumed that Suju and Lan Hanyu were a young couple.
They even have a baby, 2 babies at that, so what are they if not husband and wife?
These days it's rare to see a man willing to take care of the kids and let his wife go out and play.
Especially for young people like you, it's so rare.
The Didi driver is a man himself, so he understands this very well.
Husband? Lan Hanyu couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. Suju is really good to me.
Lan Hanyu is not at all opposed to the title of husband.
Lan Hanyu, are you really going to come to the dinner party today? Lan Hanyu, where are you now?
Luo Yuni, Tian, and I are already here.
Yes, Lan Hanyu, you are the only one missing from our dormitory. Everyone is asking if you will come tonight.
This is the WeChat group of Lan Hanyu's roommates in college. At that time, Lan Hanyu suddenly left school, and these roommates asked Lan Hanyu many questions. However, at that time, Lan Hanyu found it very difficult to tell others that she was pregnant. Not knowing how to face the concern of his roommates, Lan Hanyu could only choose to remain silent.
Gradually, these roommates stopped asking about Lan Hanyu's sudden departure from school.
Sometimes, everyone would chat about some unimportant topics, but it would never return to the lively level it once was. Today might be because we haven't seen each other for such a long time, and I knew that Lan Hanyu agreed to attend the class reunion. Once the girls were happy, the group became lively again. The girl who talked the most was Xue Mei. Lan Hanyu remembered that Xue Mei was also a chatterbox in the dormitory at that time. I'm on my way, there's a bit of traffic, so it might take a while. Although it is the weekend, there are still a lot of cars coming and going at this time.
It is very common to have a slight traffic jam. Okay, Hanyu, just make sure you'll come. Hanyu, we haven't seen each other for more than a year, right?
I really miss you so much.
The WeChat group of several girls has regained its previous lively atmosphere.
Lan Hanyu clutched her phone tightly, feeling that her life was slowly getting back on track.
Going to find the baby's father is really a very wise choice. Will Lan really come?
In the party hall, a well-mannered boy heard Xue Mei and the others talking about Lan Hanyu, and couldn't help but walk up and ask.
Senior? Why are you here? Xue Mei was very surprised to see the person coming. Isn't this a dinner party for classmates in my class? The boy in front of me is not from my class.
The boy's name was Chang Mingshan. He was a senior in the same class as Gao Lan Hanyu and was also the president of the student union of Z University at that time.
Although Chang Mingshan is a powerful figure in Z University, it is still a bit abrupt for him to appear here today. I haven't seen the instructor for a long time. I just happened to know that you had a party tonight, so I came over to join in the fun. Chang Mingshan knew that his explanation was a bit far-fetched, but he didn't care.
In fact, when Chang Mingshan met Lan Hanyu for the first time, he was deeply attracted to this girl. Later, taking advantage of the fact that Lan Hanyu was also a student union officer, Chang Mingshan planned to take advantage of the situation.
Unfortunately, at that time, Lan Hanyu didn't care about relationship matters except studying.
It can be said that if it weren't for that drunken accident, Lan Hanyu would definitely still be pursuing a master's or doctoral degree.
As a top student, Lan Hanyu had planned these things since childhood. All I can say is that plans cannot keep up with changes.
The arrival of the babies completely disrupted Lan Hanyu's life.
Chapter 17 Remedies.
During the more than 1 year that Lan Hanyu disappeared, Chang Mingshan was also asking around for news about Lan Hanyu. Unfortunately, none of Lan Hanyu's classmates knew Lan Hanyu's specific situation. Chang Mingshan could only think of his goddess silently in his dreams. However, Chang Mingshan felt that God still favored him.
Just a few days ago, Chang Mingshan received news that Lan Hanyu's class would organize a dinner party.
Most importantly, Lan Hanyu has also confirmed that he will participate. Chang Mingshan, who received the news, was so excited that he couldn't sleep well for several days. After using some connections, Chang Mingshan successfully became a member of the dinner party tonight. Knowing that he couldn't make his purpose public, Chang Mingshan still found an excuse.
The instructor is not only the instructor of Lan Hanyu's class, but also the instructor of Chang Mingshan's class. It's also a good connection point.
Seeing that most of the classmates had already arrived, Chang Mingshan was really worried that Lan Hanyu might not come.
Chang Mingshan couldn't help himself, so he walked over to Xue Mei and the others to find out the news. Will Lan come?
I haven't seen classmate Lan for a long time. I don't know what happened to classmate Lan at that time. He suddenly left the school.
Xue Mei and the others did not directly answer Chang Mingshan's question, so Chang Mingshan spoke again.
Knowing that these three girls and Lan Hanyu were in the same dormitory, they had been mentioning Lan Hanyu's name just now.
Chang Mingshan felt that these three girls might know something. There's a bit of traffic on the road, Lan Hanyu might be a little late. How could the three girls not understand that Chang Mingshan was trying to cover up his mistake?
Besides, when Lan Hanyu was in college, Chang Mingshan was very positive towards Lan Hanyu. Except for Lan Hanyu, the person involved, everyone was focused on studying. Others could see it clearly. Xue Mei was just wondering at first why her senior showed up at her class party.
Seeing Chang Mingshan constantly asking whether Lan Hanyu will come, what else don't you understand?
In the minds of Xue Mei and the others, Lan Hanyu probably hasn't been in a relationship yet.
Chang Mingshan is also a handsome man. The most important thing is that I heard that Chang Mingshan's family is very well off. Xue Mei and the others felt that the senior and Lan Hanyu were a good match. Another point is that it has been 2 years since Chang Mingshan graduated, but he still misses Lan Hanyu so much. In the eyes of Xue Mei and other girls, Chang Mingshan is also a romantic man. With the good intention of facilitating a good marriage, Xue Mei directly gave Chang Mingshan a reassurance. Then I'll go out and pick up classmate Lan. As long as Lan Hanyu comes, Chang Mingshan is willing to wait no matter how late it is. Without paying attention to the meaningful smiles on the three girls' faces, Chang Mingshan hurriedly ran towards the hotel's gate. Do you think Lan Hanyu and Senior Chang will write a good story tonight? I wonder if Lan Hanyu is in the mood for a relationship now?
I remember that Lan Hanyu wasn't attracted to Senior Chang at all at that time. Tian Tian was the one who regained her senses the fastest and said with some concern.
If Lan Hanyu has no interest in Senior Chang, would they be considered as betraying their friend? If Lan Hanyu doesn't like Senior Chang, it doesn't matter. Anyway, Lan Hanyu's feelings must come first. I didn't say much just now, did I? I just didn't expect Senior Chang to be so proactive and even go to pick up Lan Hanyu. Shuemei, I think if Lan Hanyu doesn't like Senior Chang's actions will make Lan Hanyu embarrassed. After all, we were the ones who told Senior Chang about Lan Hanyu. Luo Yuni was also a little worried. Then let's go out together to pick up Lan Hanyu. After both roommates said this, Shuemei realized that something was wrong and quickly looked for ways to remedy the situation. Let's go.
I haven't seen Lan Hanyu for a long time.
I really miss her. Correct your mistakes as soon as you realize them.
The three girls held hands and walked towards the hotel gate.
Crown Hotel, this is the hotel booked by Lan Hanyu and her class for their class gathering. The dinner was definitely on an AA basis.
The classmate who organized it collected 300 yuan from each person at the beginning, saying that the excess would be refunded and the shortfall would be supplemented at the end.
Lan Hanyu doesn't really care about these things.
Don't mention that Lan Hanyu hadn't gone to find Suju at that time. Lan Hanyu originally planned to squeeze the cost of this dinner out of his daily expenses.
However, now that I have Suju, I really don't need to take this little money seriously. Lan Hanyu didn't know what Suju was doing specifically.
According to Suju, he has been speculating in stocks.
Lan Hanyu had no intention of interfering in Suju's affairs.
Seeing that Suju could transfer 200,000 yuan to him at once, Lan Hanyu felt that the baby's father was very capable. The DD car stopped at the entrance of the Crown Hotel, and Lan Hanyu scanned the code to pay the fare.
Schoolgirl, you're here.
Lan Hanyu had just opened the back door of the DD car and took a step out when a familiar voice rang in her ears. Looking up, Lan Hanyu found that the owner of the voice was already standing next to the car door.
Be careful. Chang Mingshan put his hand on the top of the car door, acting like a gentleman. Senior? Why are you here?
Lan Hanyu got out of the car and distanced himself from Chang Mingshan.
Today is our class dinner, why is my senior here?
Lan Hanyu felt a little strange.
I haven't seen the instructor for a long time. I heard that your class is having a dinner party today, so I came to see the instructor.
Come up with an excuse you had thought of long ago, even if it is a bit far-fetched, it is still an excuse.
Oh.
There was no intention to continue the conversation. In Lan Hanyu's mind, he and his senior were not very familiar with each other. Junior, compared to the instructor, I haven't seen you for a longer time.
You suddenly left school at that time. I didn't know why. I asked many classmates, but they didn't know the specific circumstances. Did you encounter any difficulties at that time? Or did something happen in your family?
If you have any difficulties, you can tell me, I am willing to help you. Looking at Lan Hanyu, who was even more beautiful and charming than a year ago, Chang Mingshan's eyes were filled with affection.
My goddess has become even more beautiful and charming.
For some reason, Chang Mingshan felt that after not seeing Lan Hanyu for more than a year, there seemed to be a gentle light surrounding her.
I have some personal business. Lan Hanyu didn't want to chat much with people she didn't know. Besides, when it comes to having babies, what help can other men provide except the baby's fathers? Schoolgirl.
Looking at Lan Hanyu's obviously unfamiliar expression, Chang Mingshan felt like his heart was bleeding.
Why can't Lan Hanyu understand my deep affection? Chang Mingshan looked at Lan Hanyu and couldn't help feeling a little resentful.
Lan Hanyu looked confused.
Did he owe money to his senior? Why are you looking at yourself like that? Chapter 18 Treatment of the Chosen Girl. Lan Hanyu, you're here?
Lan Hanyu, I missed you so much.
Let me see, how can you be more beautiful?
When the three girls walked to the hotel entrance, they saw Lan Hanyu. Shuemei, who likes to talk the most and has the most extroverted personality, ran directly to Lan Hanyu in excitement.
Lan Hanyu, why were you so anxious to leave school? In the end, they didn't even take graduation photos with us. Our group photo in the dormitory is still incomplete.
Finally seeing Lan Hanyu, Shuemei of course had to tell her what was on her mind.
Lan Hanyu looked at his roommate apologetically.
Her pregnancy happened so suddenly at that time that Lan Hanyu really had no time to think about other things. Of course, Lan Hanyu now doesn't mind sharing matters about the babies with her roommates. However, thinking about the presence of Senior Chang, an outsider, Lan Hanyu felt that it would be better for him to talk to his roommates in private.
Okay, Shuemei, don't scare Lan Hanyu away.
Lan Hanyu must have had something special happen to him, which is why he suddenly left school. Today is our class dinner, and the other students are almost here, so let's go in quickly.
Among the three girls, Luo Yuni was the calmest.
From the moment she saw Lan Hanyu, Luo Yuni noticed that Lan Hanyu and Senior Chang were deliberately keeping their distance.
Luo Yuni understood that Senior Chang's unrequited love would probably not bear fruit. Since Lan Hanyu has no interest in Chang Mingshan, Luo Yuni will of course rescue her roommate.
Strictly speaking, Chang Mingshan, Tian Tian, Shuemei and others were also responsible for the fact that they were able to block Lan Hanyu at the hotel entrance.
If Shuemei hadn't said anything, Tian Tian and I wouldn't have stopped her. How could Chang Mingshan know that Lan Hanyu was stuck in traffic?
It is even more impossible to wait for the beauty at the hotel entrance.
Yes, Lan Hanyu, let's go in. As roommates for 4 years and good friends for 5 years, Tian Tian naturally understood what Luo Yuni meant. Walking forward and holding Lan Hanyu's arm, Tian Tian took Lan Hanyu and walked into the hotel.
It has been almost 2 years since they last met, and Tian Tian misses Lan Hanyu very much.
Although Lan Hanyu is the most famous and beautiful campus beauty at Z University, she actually has a very good personality.
When hanging out with her roommates, Lan Hanyu never felt that she was superior to others just because she was pretty. So, the 4 girls actually get along very well.
Wait for me, I want to go in with Lan Hanyu too. Seeing Tian Tian holding Lan Hanyu's arm, Shuemei was unwilling to be left behind and held Lan Hanyu's other arm. The 3 girls walked towards the hotel, talking and laughing. Senior Chang, aren't you going in?
Looking at Chang Mingshan standing there alone, Luo Yuni felt somewhat embarrassed.
After asking symbolically, Luo Yuni was ready to chase after her roommates. Go in now. The girl he had been thinking about had already gone in.
The reason Chang Mingshan showed up here today was entirely for Lan Hanyu.
How could he give up so easily?
Although it was a class dinner, everyone sat according to their level of closeness to each other in college.
The instructor is also a young girl and she gets along very well with her classmates. Of course, everyone was vying to sit at the same table with the instructor.
However, based on the principle that everyone loves beauty, the instructor has always been particularly fond of Lan Hanyu. She pulled Lan Hanyu to sit next to her, and the treatment of Lan Hanyu as the chosen girl of heaven had never changed. Of course, Lan Hanyu sat with his 3 roommates. Shuemei and the other 3 benefited from Lan Hanyu's help and no longer needed to compete with others for positions. Since Chang Mingshan had said that he was here to see the instructor, he had also made some arrangements in secret. Without any suspense, Chang Mingshan also sat at Lan Hanyu's table. However, Lan Hanyu didn't take it to heart. The dinner was quite lively. We have just graduated for a year and are not too materialistic. What classmates talk about most is the past when they were in college, and no one deliberately brags about anything. Lan Hanyu still likes this kind of atmosphere very much. Lan Hanyu felt as if she had returned to college, and the classmates were still as innocent and enthusiastic as before. Chang Mingshan secretly glanced at Lan Hanyu several times. However, the flower has feelings but the water flows mercilessly. Lan Hanyu didn't even give Chang Mingshan a glance. There was no other way, Chang Mingshan could only find a way to attract Lan Hanyu's attention. He pretended to take out his cell phone and put the things in his pocket on the dining table. Senior Chang, is this the key to the Ferrari? Besides beautiful women, what boys like most are luxury cars. Seeing the car keys that Chang Mingshan had placed on the table, a boy shouted in surprise. When the others heard the voice, they looked at Chang Mingshan curiously. Unfortunately, among so many people staring at Chang Mingshan, the person Chang Mingshan hoped for the most was not Lan Hanyu. Lan Hanyu had no interest in cars. Besides, in Lan Hanyu's heart, Chang Mingshan's car has nothing to do with her. Of course, there is no need to waste your attention on Lan Hanyu. If Chang Mingshan was replaced by the baby's father, Suju, Lan Hanyu would definitely not have such an outsider attitude. Chang Mingshan felt a little disappointed. Taking a deep breath, Chang Mingshan felt that Lan Hanyu probably didn't notice it. It seems that I need to work harder. Senior Chang, Ferrari cars are not cheap. You graduated only 1 year earlier than us, and you're not even on the same level at the beginning. Senior Chang, you are my idol. As a boy, Chang Mingshan didn't need to say much, someone took the initiative to take over the topic. There is almost no boy who is not familiar with the Ferrari car keys.
Even if you haven't eaten pork, have you seen a pig run? If you search on the internet now, which boy would not have the Ferrari logo engraved in his mind? Fortunately, I didn't want to be too conspicuous, so I didn't buy anything too expensive. After completing all the paperwork for this car, it would only cost about 2 million. Chang Mingshan spoke very low-key. 2 million? Or just that? The sound of inhaling was heard in the private room. Even those who were not sitting at the same table with Chang Mingshan could deeply feel Chang Mingshan's Versailles. Spending 2 million to buy a car, or thinking about not being too high profile? Many people have no idea what high profile means. With a topic to talk about, everyone started a heated discussion around Chang Mingshan. Of course, except for those who were not affected at all: Lan Hanyu, Luo Yuni, Tian Tian, and Xue Mei. The four girls leaned their heads together and whispered to each other. It was warm and beautiful. Chapter 19: Falling Deeper. Lan Hanyu, why were you so anxious to leave school at that time? Xue Mei has a bad habit, that is, if she has doubts and can't get answers, she will feel uncomfortable as if she is being tickled. Lan Hanyu's incident has made Xue Mei feel uncomfortable for almost 2 years. Now that she had seen Lan Hanyu in person, Xue Mei was determined to get to the bottom of it. Tian Tian and Luo Yuni didn't say anything. But the two of them just stared at Lan Hanyu without blinking. Lan Hanyu looked at her roommate's concerned eyes and couldn't help but smile. Sitting opposite, Chang Mingshan seemed to be chatting with other people, but in fact his attention was always on Lan Hanyu. Seeing Lan Hanyu smiling so gently, my heart fell even deeper. After all, she is the girl I like. After not seeing her for more than a year, she is not only more beautiful, but also more feminine and gentle. Lan Hanyu, were we all wrong at that time? You are not facing any difficulties, but some good things? Xue Mei felt that something must be a good thing if it could make Lan Hanyu smile so beautifully. Motioning to her roommates to put their heads closer, Lan Hanyu announced a big secret: I'm giving birth to a baby. What? It's still Xue Mei. Such explosive news directly exploded Xue Mei. Xue Mei. Luo Yuni hurriedly pulled Xue Mei's hand. This was Lan Hanyu's private matter and it couldn't be announced by Xue Mei, who was a big speaker. Seeing that everyone was looking at her, Xue Mei immediately covered her mouth with her hands. Isn't it just a love affair? What's the fuss? Seeing that Xue Mei had attracted the whole class's attention, Tian Tian had no choice but to sacrifice herself. Chang Mingshan breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't related to Lan Hanyu, nothing else mattered. The others also turned their attention back to Chang Mingshan. Tian Tian is not a prominent figure in the class. It's just a relationship. Compared with Chang Mingshan, the senior who is doing very well, there is really nothing worth paying attention to. Take the phone. Afraid that Xue Mei, the big mouth, would say something wrong again, Luo Yuni suggested that it would be safer to chat in their small group of 4. Lan Hanyu, did you really give birth to a baby? Why do I see your figure hasn't changed at all? Xue Mei, don't lose sight of the point. Lan Hanyu, when did you give birth to your baby? How old is the baby? Is it a boy or a girl? It was Tian Tian who hit the nail on the head. I really did give birth to a baby, and because it was so sudden and I wasn't prepared, I suddenly left school. The matter between Lan Hanyu and Su Ju cannot be explained in just a few words. Lan Hanyu chose to skip it. Is it a boy or a girl? 2 baby girls. 2? Lan Hanyu, your husband is really amazing, isn't he? He made you win the double color ball in one go? Lan Hanyu, you are so lucky. Xue Mei, don't be a slut. Lan Hanyu, can you show us pictures of the babies? Good. Lan Hanyu picked out a few photos of the babies from the album and sent them to the chat group. Wow. The babies are so beautiful. I've never seen such a beautiful baby. Lan Hanyu, your genes are amazing. The baby's father must be very handsome too. Otherwise, how could he give birth to such good-looking babies? Lan Hanyu, the babies are beautiful. Luo Yuni wasn't very good at praising people, but she still said it from the bottom of her heart. The babies are so cute just by looking at the photos. If you see them in person, they will be so adorable. Lan Hanyu, what are you guys researching? Seeing the 4 girls leaning their heads together looking at their phones, the instructor leaned over curiously. Instructor, we are studying what kind of clothes will be popular this year? Tian Tian quickly put away her phone and used her body to block the instructor's gaze. Since Lan Hanyu did not announce the birth of her baby, they must help Lan Hanyu keep it a secret. It's still good to be young.
Looking at Lan Hanyu, who was even more beautiful than when she was in college, the instructor sighed.
Instructor, you are not much older than us, you are still very young, okay? Changing the subject is what Shui Mei is best at. You're just sweet talking.
The dinner was almost over, and the four girls stopped chatting on their phones.
Lan Hanyu thought of Suju's instructions and sent a WeChat message. Suju, I should be almost done here, is Mingyue here?
Suju said that the prerequisite for him to come and pick him up was that Mingyue must help take care of the babies. If the overtime work next month has not been completed yet, Lan Hanyu feels that he can also take a taxi back home.
Mingyue is here already. Wait for me there. I'll be there soon.
After saying something to Jiang Mingyue, Suju called a Didi taxi online and went to pick up the child's mother.
Hotel entrance. Sister Lan, it's so late now. It's not safe for you to go back alone. Let me take you there.
At the party, Chang Mingshan failed to attract Lan Hanyu's attention. Chang Mingshan was now well prepared. He drove the Ferrari directly to the hotel entrance.
Senior, your car is so cool.
Yeah, I just saw the Ferrari key, and I wasn't so shocked. The visual impact of the Ferrari is really strong.
Even if I work hard all my life, I may not be able to afford this car, right?
Brother, be more confident and remove the word maybe.
Fuck you, you can't help but hit me. Ha ha ha.
The boys gathered around the car and started playing and fighting. Chang Ming raised his head proudly. This was the effect he wanted.
Don't say it in front of these younger classmates.
Even among his classmates, Chang Mingshan considered himself to be the one who was doing the best.
Schoolgirl Lan, get in the car.
Chang Mingshan made a gentlemanly gesture of invitation and thought, this time Lan Hanyu would definitely not reject him, right?
No need, senior, I have someone to pick me up.
Shaking his head, Lan Hanyu rejected Chang Mingshan's kindness.
Someone will pick you up? Who will pick you up?
Chang Mingshan was deeply surprised by Lan Hanyu's answer, and subconsciously began to ask further questions. Lan Hanyu frowned slightly.
What does who comes to pick me up have to do with Senior Chang? Do I need to report my own affairs to the senior? Hanyu.
A familiar voice came, and Lan Hanyu's frown relaxed, replaced by a bright smile.
Suju is here. Senior Chang, my pickup person is here.
Because Chang Mingshan insisted on standing in front of Lan Hanyu could only give a reminder helplessly.
Chapter 20, Extremely Lucky. Who is this handsome guy? He looks familiar.
I don't know who the handsome guy is, but the car he drives looks very familiar to me.
Oh my god, is this a Rolls-Royce Cullinan? Yes, it's the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. This car is the most luxurious car among luxury cars.
Even the lowest configuration costs more than 6 million, not to mention the top configuration.
Who did the handsome guy just call out? Hanyu? Was it Lan Hanyu? Nonsense, how many people do you think are called Hanyu here?
After realizing that Suju was calling Lan Hanyu, the others consciously made way for him.
As for Chang Mingshan, Lan Hanyu went around him on her own. Lan Hanyu, is this the baby's father? So handsome. Leaning close to Lan Hanyu's ear, Shui Mei sighed. Well, I'll go back first.
After saying goodbye to his roommates and the instructor, Lan Hanyu quickly ran towards Suju.
Slow down.
Holding the little woman who was running towards him, Suju took Lan Hanyu into the Rolls-Royce Cullinan and left in style.
Damn. As expected of Z University's rare campus beauty, she has a great eye for men.
Compared to that handsome guy just now, I suddenly feel that it was reasonable for Lan Hanyu to look down on me at that time. Alright brother, there are so many people who have a crush on Lan Hanyu, you don't need to be the only one sad. The handsome guys and beautiful girls all left, and the others said goodbye to each other and went home. Several people who had a good relationship with Chang Mingshan also wanted to say hello to Chang Mingshan.
After seeing Chang Mingshan's gloomy face, everyone wisely left. Chang Mingshan's feelings for Lan Hanyu were almost written on his face.
Everyone knew that Chang Mingshan drove this Ferrari to show off and impress Lan Hanyu.
What a pity.
Chang Mingshan was severely slapped in the face this time.
In front of the Rolls-Royce Cullinan, Chang Mingshan's 2 million car was reduced to pieces in seconds. Chang Mingshan clenched his fists.
He never expected that his goddess was taken away by someone else. Chang Mingshan thought that his feelings for Lan Hanyu were obvious to everyone and Lan Hanyu herself should be aware of it. Seeing Lan Hanyu devoted herself to studying, Chang Mingshan felt that he could wait patiently.
Now reality suddenly tells Chang Mingshan that Lan Hanyu has a boyfriend.
It turns out that it wasn't that Lan Hanyu didn't want to fall in love, but that Lan Hanyu didn't want to fall in love with himself.
How could Chang Mingshan bear this?
After slamming the passenger door shut, Chang Mingshan opened the driver's door, got in the car, and chased in the direction of the Rolls-Royce Cullinan.
Suju, what's wrong with this car?
In the Rolls-Royce, Lan Hanyu sat somewhat stiffly. Lan Hanyu had no idea about these luxury cars.
But Lan Hanyu also heard what his classmates said. Lan Hanyu knew that Suju was just a junior student.
Even if Suju made enough money from stock trading to buy a house in Crescent Blue Bay, that would basically be all of Suju's net worth.
Lan Hanyu knew that the car she was sitting in was definitely not Suju's. It shouldn't be rented by Suju, right?
There is no need for Suju to rent a car just to pick him up.
Such an expensive car. I'm lucky.
I got this super luxury car through Didi.
Lan Hanyu asked Suju in a whispering voice just now.
Suju was too embarrassed to say it in front of the car owner, so he spoke directly into Lan Hanyu's ear.
Lan Hanyu's mouth opened into an O shape in shock. Driving a car worth several million to be a Didi driver? Lan Hanyu felt that the Didi taxi fare might not be enough to cover the gas station's gas tank, right? The most important thing is, Suju was able to get hold of this super luxury car? Suju's luck is really amazing. Lan Hanyu had seen this kind of news on the internet before. But at that time, Lan Hanyu thought it was just a show.
After all, when Lan Hanyu and his friends take Didi taxis, most of the cars they get are domestically made cars, and even Hondas are considered good. Giving Suju a thumbs up, Lan Hanyu expressed that he was convinced.
Suju smiled. He just took a Didi taxi and got a Rolls-Royce. Was this little bit of luck worthy of Hanyu's admiration?
You know, ever since Hanyu came to him and he and the babies got to know each other, Suju's luck can be described as extremely good. Suju naturally held Lan Hanyu's little hand. The two smiled at each other and sat in the car without saying anything else. The Rolls-Royce Cullinan stopped at the gate of the community where Lan Hanyu rented a car.
Suju scanned the code and paid the fare. The owner of the luxury car was not at all arrogant and even greeted the two young men.
After getting off the car, Suju and Lan Hanyu were both worried about the babies and walked straight into the community. Neither of them noticed that there was a familiar-looking car parked not far from the entrance of the community.
Chang Mingshan followed the Rolls-Royce all the way here.
When Chang Mingshan saw the Rolls-Royce parked at the gate of this dilapidated community, he knew that Lan Hanyu's boyfriend was not a rich man. Watching Suju and Lan Hanyu get out of the car and the Rolls-Royce leave, Chang Mingshan became more certain of his thoughts. How could he be rich if he lived in such a shabby place? Chang Mingshan felt that Lan Hanyu's boyfriend deliberately rented a Rolls-Royce to show off, and accidentally embarrassed himself. This is not the most important thing.
The most important thing is that a poor boy actually won his goddess.
Thinking about the woman I had been thinking about for several years, who ignored my deep love and lived in such a shabby place.
Chang Mingshan felt a sense of disappointment.
Chang Mingshan waited at the gate of the community until after 12 o'clock, but did not see Suju come out.
Chang Mingshan knew that Lan Hanyu and her boyfriend should have been living together. Feeling extremely unwilling, Chang Mingshan made a phone call. It's me. Tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock, you bring a few people to.
After hanging up the phone, Chang Mingshan looked again at the direction where Lan Hanyu had just left, turned the steering wheel hard, stepped on the accelerator, and the Ferrari drove away arrogantly.
Suju and Lan Hanyu never imagined that they were being followed. I hurried home.
Dabao and Xiaobao had not yet gone to bed, but they were obviously still trying hard. Maybe the two babies want to wait for their parents to come home before they can sleep peacefully. Fortunately, Jiang Mingyue had already bathed the babies and fed them milk powder.
Suju picked up one of his daughters in each hand and sang a lullaby.
In their father's arms, Dabao and Xiaobao felt completely safe and fell asleep quickly. Suju carefully placed the two babies in the crib, looked at the babies for a while, and then left the small room.
Chapter 21 There is a tale behind. Suju, have you ever learned to sing before?
Even though it was just a cappella lullaby, Suju, who had top-notch singing skills, sang it differently.
Jiang Mingyue saw Suju walking out of the small room and walked over immediately. I've learned a little.
Since they all have top singing skills, Suju feels that it is not a lie if he says he has learned it, right?
Suju, are you too modest?
The level of the lullaby you just sang shows that you have learned more than just a few.
If Jiang Mingyue didn't know, Suju majored in finance.
Just based on the lullaby that Suju just sang, Zhang Mingyue would have thought that Su Ju was a graduate of a vocal music school. My mother made me take interest classes when I was a kid. Seeing that Zhang Mingyue seemed to want to get to the bottom of the matter, Su Ju could only pull his mother out to save the situation.
Anyway, these were things that happened in childhood, and Zhang Mingyue couldn't ask her mother to verify anything. Su Ju, our company is organizing a talent show, are you interested in participating? He changed his previous cold attitude towards Su Ju. Zhang Mingyue is now like Red Wolf, coaxing Su Ju, the little lamb. Su Ju was stunned. Talent show? Su Ju had never thought about this. Su Ju, Mingyue's company is the largest entertainment company in Jiangcheng. I know that Su Ju doesn't know Zhang Mingyue very well. Especially since Su Ju was still a junior student, Lan Hanyu had never mentioned Zhang Mingyue's work to Su Ju. Nodding at Hanyu, Su Ju indicated that he understood. As for Zhang Mingyue's proposal, Su Ju really had no interest in it. Su Ju, do you want to consider it? Seeing such a talented person, Zhang Mingyue certainly didn't want to miss it. No, besides going to school, I just want to take good care of the babies in Hanyu. I'm not interested in the talent show. Without any hesitation, Su Ju directly expressed his attitude. Well, I can only say that I am very sorry. Knowing that she can't force it, Zhang Mingyue can't just tie Su Ju to the talent show, right? Feeling somewhat helpless, Zhang Mingyue could only say bye to Lan Hanyu and go home. When Zhang Mingyue walked out of the community, she also noticed a dazzling Ferrari that shouldn't be here. Not knowing that Lan Hanyu had such a persistent pursuer, Zhang Mingyue of course walked past the Ferrari with ease. Su Ju still slept on the sofa, and Lan Hanyu slept in the big room. At night, Lan Hanyu got up and changed the diapers of the two babies respectively. According to the doctor's advice, Lan Hanyu is now intentionally weaning the babies off night feedings as long as they don't cry. Of course, Su Ju accompanied the whole process of changing diapers. The babies slept soundly that night, and Su Ju and Lan Hanyu also had a pretty good sleep. The next day, Su Ju thought that he could move into his new home the next day. The items purchased online have also been delivered to the express locker in Xinyue Blue Bay community. Because he bought so many things, Su Ju had received more than 30 pickup code messages on WeChat. Originally, Su Ju had 2 classes on Monday morning. In order to decorate the new home and welcome the babies, Su Ju asked his roommate to take a leave for him. After a simple breakfast, Su Ju said goodbye to the babies in Hanyu and went out. Su Ju wanted to give Hanyu a surprise, so he didn't tell her that he was going to his new home. Lan Hanyu took it for granted that Su Ju had returned to school for classes and did not ask any further questions. Su Ju, who was walking out of the community gate quite leisurely, soon found that someone was following him. Although the people behind him deliberately kept a considerable distance from Su Ju. But for Su Ju, who possesses top-level fighting skills, it is too easy to find the tail behind him. I silently estimated in my mind that there should be 5 people following behind. Su Ju's social circle is not complicated. After thinking about it carefully, Su Ju didn't feel that he had offended anyone. Considering that this community was rented by Hanyu and that the babies also lived there, Su Ju's expression suddenly became serious. The route that was originally planned to take us to the new home was also temporarily changed. Su Ju turned a corner and walked towards a small road that was under repair. This path was originally a gravel road. Not to mention rainy days, it is not very convenient to ride a bike even on normal days. In order to facilitate the residents around, the authorities finally prepared to repair the path into a cement road last month and also carried out a widening project. Because of construction issues, barriers were set up at both ends of the road. It can be said that this road is now completely blocked, and of course no pedestrians or vehicles will pass by. Is that all his IQ? I don't know how he managed to trick Lan Hanyu. Following behind Su Ju were Chang Mingshan, who had followed him to the gate of the community last night, and a few of his younger brothers who had contacted him by phone. Watching Su Ju walk into the alley, Chang Mingshan felt that Su Ju had walked into a dead end. Su Ju walked some distance inside and found that the person behind him was following him even more closely. Perhaps they noticed that there were few people on this road, so the tales became bolder. I looked around. It was still early and the road workers had not yet started work, so everything was quiet. Su Ju felt that it was about time and turned around suddenly. Chang Mingshan didn't expect Su Ju to turn around suddenly. Without any preparation, the two of them met face to face. But Chang Mingshan did not back down. Chang Mingshan wanted to teach Su Ju a lesson today, so he had to show enough momentum. Su Ju glanced at the man walking in front. He didn't know him. When Suju arrived at the hotel entrance last night, all the classmates in Lan Hanyo's class gathered there. So, Suju really didn't pay any attention to Chung Mingshan.
As for the four strong men behind the man, who deliberately showed their arm muscles to Suju, Suju didn't even look at them.
Suju looked down upon them all, a bunch of ruffians.
Raising his eyebrows, Suju knew that since the other party had taken the initiative to find him, he would introduce himself.
What is your relationship with Lan Hanyu? Sure enough, after 2 or 3 minutes of silence, Chung Mingshan couldn't help but speak first. Lan Hanyu?
It seems that this man is Hanyo's admirer.
Suju quickly made a judgment in his mind. Lan Hanyu is my wife. Hanyu has given birth to 2 babies for me, so it's not an exaggeration to say that she is my wife, right?
Moreover, in Suju's heart, his other half's name will sooner or later be written with the 3 words Lan Hanyu. The reason why Suju answered Chang Mingshan so kindly was mainly because he wanted this man to completely give up.
After all, no man would want his woman to be thought about by other men every day, right? Chapter 22. It's better to solve it once and for all. Wife. Are you married to Lan Hanyu?
Hearing Suju's answer, Chang Mingshan clenched his fists so hard that they made a crackling sound.
Last night Chung Mingshan still thought that Lan Hanyu was probably just living with this poor boy. Unexpectedly, both of them are already married. Still living in such a shabby neighborhood. If Lan Hanyu married a man who was richer and better off than herself, Chung Mingshan would not be angry. The problem is that in Chang Mingshan's eyes, Suju is just a good-for-nothing man. If he can't even provide a good living environment for his woman, how can he expect the goddess like Lan Hanyu to willingly marry him? Any questions? I have already answered your question, you can give up now. Suju hit Chang Mingshan's sore spot directly and wanted to shatter all the unnecessary fantasies of this man. Only in this way will this man stop bothering Hanyu in the future. Taking a step forward, Suju didn't want to waste too much time here. Many of those online shopping express deliveries still need Suju to assemble them himself. Now Suju just wants to decorate his new home as soon as possible. Do you think you are worthy of Lan Hanyu? You let Lan Hanyu, a goddess-level girl, live with you in such a shabby neighborhood. Don't you have any sense of shame? If I were you, I would have wisely broken up with Lan Hanyu earlier and let the man who was capable of giving her happiness take care of her. Chang Mingshan almost said his own name. In Chang Mingshan's heart, the only man worthy of Lan Hanyu is himself. Follow me? From Chang Mingshan's words, Suju understood that this guy knew exactly where he and Hanyu lived. It seems that if we don't do something powerful, this kid will probably use the same tricks again in the future. Suju doesn't want his time to be wasted by this kid again and again. Besides, there are 2 babies at home. Suju must ensure the safety of the babies and Hanyu. Are you worthy enough? Why do you think you can bring happiness to Hanyu? Suju said with disdain, glancing at Chang Mingshan, who even had to bring helpers with him to track him. It's better to deal with this kind of man once and for all. Because I'm richer than you. He waved his hand and the younger brothers behind him were all hired by Chang Mingshan. This is what Chang Mingshan relies on. All of you come together. There was no need to talk about any martial ethics. Chang Mingshan commanded the 4 people behind him and they punched towards Suju together. 4 burly young men surrounded Suju at once. Looking at the person approaching him, Suju looked calm. Suju has not yet practiced the advanced fighting skills given by the system. It would be a shame to make use of this sparring partner who comes to my doorstep. With a nimble turn, Suju's body shape changed several times, and no one saw how Suju made his move, but the 4 men fell to the ground at once. Did you guys not have breakfast? Or did you spend all your energy on women last night? Looking at the 4 useless people he brought with him, Chang Mingshan kicked the one closest to him with hatred. Chang Mingshan got ready to attack. Chang Mingshan is a black belt in Taekwondo, so he is considered to be quite capable. Without any nonsense, Chang Mingshan threw a punch directly. From Suju's attack just now, Chang Mingshan had already realized that this man had practiced martial arts before. So, this time Chang Mingshan planned to launch a surprise attack. Anyway, as long as he wins, the process is not that important to Chang Mingshan. Suju's eyes turned cold, and he turned sideways, deftly avoiding Chang Mingshan's surprise attack. Without giving Chang Mingshan time to react, Suju turned sideways and swung out his right fist, hitting Chang Mingshan hard in the face. Ah! With a pig-slaughtering scream, Chang Mingshan fell heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood along with a scream. How is it? Are you convinced?
With his arms folded across his chest, Suju felt that these sparring partners were really useless.
I haven't even displayed my true strength yet, and already you're all lying on the ground? This is a fight, not a scam. I don't accept it. If you have the guts, don't leave. Enduring the pain, Chang Mingshan stood up. If he admitted defeat now, not to mention getting Lan Hanyu, Chang Mingshan would have no face at all. Suju nodded, signaling Chang Mingshan to use whatever skills he had. Suju discovered that the advanced fighting skills provided by the system were really amazing. However, those few times just now were really not satisfying. Now that someone is eager to send him a sparring partner, what reason does Suju have to refuse? At most I can finish it quickly so that it won't delay me from assembling toys for the babies today. Brother Wei, it's me. I'm in a bit of trouble. Bring a few brothers with better skills over here. The location is. Chang Mingshan quickly took out his cell phone and made a call. While on the phone, Chang Mingshan did not forget to pay attention to Suju's every move. Chang Ming was very afraid that Lan Hanyu's man would launch a surprise attack on him. After all, that's what Chang Mingshan did himself. Until he hung up the phone and didn't see Suju make any move, Chang Mingshan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The 4 people lying on the ground finally got up. Several people stood together around Chang Mingshan. Helpers arrived immediately, and they all looked somewhat smug again. Suju didn't waste much time. About 10 minutes later, a man wearing a white training suit and holding 2 large iron balls in his hands came towards Suju with 7 or 8 people. Brother Wei, you are here. When he saw the person coming, Chang Mingshan became energized as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He walked quickly to meet him. Brother Wei. The other 4 followed. Who beat you like this? The man called Brother Wei looks to be in his early 30s. He frowned. This Brother Wei also knew Chang Mingshan's skills. A black belt in Taekwondo, with 4 of his younger brothers, and they all ended up bleeding? Brother Wei, it was this kid who beat us up like this. Brother Wei, you must teach this brat a lesson. Let me and my brothers vent our anger, and let him know what the sky is high and the earth is thick. Pointing at Suju, Chang Mingshan seemed to see Suju being beaten to the ground by Brother Wei. Regardless of the pain on his face, Chang Mingshan actually gave Suju a smug smile. He's the only one? Brother Wei was obviously a little unconvinced. Looking at Suju, just a young man in his early 20s, how could he have such great skills? It can make Chang Mingshan and his 4 younger brothers injured at the same time. Chapter 23, Bottom Out. Brother Wei, he is alone. No matter how unwilling he was to admit it, Suju defeated 5 of his men by himself. Chang Mingshan still gritted his teeth and told the truth. It was obvious and Chang Mingshan had no way to cover it up. Besides, if Chang Mingshan and the 4 men behind him could handle the problem, would there be a need to call Brother Wei for help? What do you say, kid? He didn't take action immediately. It seemed that Brother Wei wanted to test Suju's ability. If you want to do it, hurry up. You have already wasted a lot of my time. Suju said a little impatiently. I originally thought that the reinforcements Chang Mingshan called for would take action without saying a word. Seeing this guy called Brother Wei, he was actually hesitating there. Thinking about the fact that he still had so many express packages that he hadn't opened, Suju was indeed a little impatient. Brother Wei narrowed his eyes, as if he was thinking about something. Brother Wei, that kid is too arrogant, you should teach him a lesson. Chang Mingshan couldn't bear to see Suju being so nonchalant, and urged him anxiously. Boy, since you are so arrogant, I will not be polite. He waved his hand, and a tall and strong man came forward from behind. Brother Wei, let the brothers come together. Chang Mingshan had seen Suju's abilities before, and he looked at the burly man who was approaching alone with some worry. After glancing at Chang Mingshan, Brother Wei said nothing. Bring it on. When Suju faced the burly man who was a head taller than himself, at 1.8 meters tall, he did not show any unnecessary expression. The sturdy man clenched his fists and rushed towards Suju. Some ability. Looking at the sturdy man's agile movements, Suju praised him in his heart. Unfortunately, in front of Suju, who possessed top-level fighting skills, the strong man's skills were just a game. A sidestep, a leg hook, and a punch. In just a few seconds, before some people could even react to what was happening, the sturdy man had already fallen heavily to the ground. Brother Mang. Seeing the strong man fall to the ground, some people couldn't bear it anymore and rolled up their sleeves to seek revenge on Suju. Stop. With a loud shout, Brother Wei stopped his men from taking action. Brother Wei. A few people were not convinced and wanted to move forward.
Brother Wei gave them a stern look and several people lowered their heads.
Those people didn't see Su Ju's move clearly.
As someone who has studied martial arts for more than 20 years, Brother Wei saw through Su Ju's move as soon as he made it. Brother Wei knew that this young-looking guy in front of him was a master. No, not just the masters.
To be precise, he is an expert among experts. Brother Wei knew that even if he and his brothers attacked together, they were no match for this young man.
Realizing this, Brother Wei immediately put away the 2 iron balls in his hands. Pushing away Chang Mingshan, who was still blocking his way, Brother Wei put on a smiling face and walked towards Su Ju.
Little brother, I am sorry for not recognizing the great man. I'm here to apologize to you.
He bowed respectfully to Su Ju, and Brother Wei's action confused everyone behind him.
Little brother, what happened today was purely a misunderstanding.
I hope you can be magnanimous and not bother with my men.
Brother Wei put on a flattering smile and tried to make friends with Su Ju. Seeing that Su Ju was not moved at all,
Brother Wei turned around and shouted at the 4 men who had followed Cheng Mingshan and Su Ju at the beginning, "You guys, why don't you come over and apologize to this gentleman?" It is not clear why the 4 people named had such a dramatic change. But since the boss called them, the 4 of them did not dare to disobey.
Stepping forward, the 4 of them knelt down in front of Su Ju with a plop. My boss has already bowed to him, so as a follower, how can I apologize without kneeling? I'm sorry, sir. We are blind and have offended you. Please forgive us for our ignorance.
They had a very good understanding of each other, and the 4 of them spoke in unison.
Su Ju glanced at the 4 people but still did not express anything.
These are just small matters. The one who really wants to cause trouble for me should be the one who covets my woman.
Brother Wei, what are you doing? He's just a poor boy. Is he worthy of you and these brothers apologizing to him?
Brother Wei, the brothers can't beat him, but you can.
Chang Mingshan obviously hadn't figured out the situation yet.
He took a step forward and wanted Brother Wei to take action himself. In Chang Mingshan's eyes, Brother Wei's kung fu was already unfathomable, so there is no need to be afraid of a young man.
Roll.
Today's incident was caused by Chang Mingshan. Before Brother Wei had time to deal with him, Chang Mingshan jumped out on his own. With a kick, Chang Mingshan fell to the ground again.
Brother Wei, what do you mean? Brother Wei, don't forget that your martial arts school has the support of my dad.
Not wanting to hear Chang Mingshan's voice, Brother Wei signaled with his eyes, and immediately 2 people came forward and carried Chang Mingshan. It was quite considerate that one of them even covered Chang Mingshan's mouth. Go back and tell your father that I will return the money he invested in the martial arts school 3 times over. But from now on, I, Long Wei, will have nothing to do with your Cheng family. Thinking that Chang Mingshan was so short-sighted that he dared to offend a master like Su Ju, Long Wei just wanted to cut off ties with Chang Mingshan's family as soon as possible.
Chang Mingshan was dragged away and really couldn't utter a single word.
Little brother, my name is Long Wei, and I'm the director of Long Wei Martial Arts School. If you need my power in the future, just say the word and I will definitely not refuse.
Little brother, look, are you satisfied with this?
Afraid that Su Ju would not believe what he said, Long Wei immediately added another sentence.
I, Long Wei, swear in the name of Long Wei Martial Arts School that I will definitely do what I said just now.
You guys, tell them that when you see this gentleman next time, you should show him the same respect as when you see me.
Got it? Absolutely flattering.
The fact that Long Wei could do this only showed that Su Ju's strength really shocked him.
Yes. Neat and loud voice.
Su Ju waved his hands and thought that he just needed to deal with Chang Mingshan.
As for Long Wei, considering his sincere attitude, Su Ju was not going to make a fuss about it.
Glancing at Long Wei, Su Ju said coldly, I won't bother with you this time, but if your men follow me or my wife again in the future, you will bear the consequences yourself.
Yes, I promise, there won't be a next time.
Long Wei secretly breathed a sigh of relief, just don't take it to heart.
Don't worry, little brother.
I will teach those blind guys a lesson when I get back.
Long Wei respectfully escorted Su Ju out of the maintenance path and gave him assurances again and again. Chapter 24 Deepening the Impression.
Although it delayed some time, it did not have much impact on Su Ju.
Take a taxi to Crescent Blue Bay.
Su Ju had already applied for the access card, so he swiped the card to enter the community.
That's the privilege of being a homeowner. Mr. Su, you are here.
The security guard was deeply impressed by the young and handsome owner. Especially that day, Qin Manman's unreasonable behavior further deepened the security guard's impression of her.
Nodding, Suju politely responded with a greeting.
Just a nod made the security guard excited for a long time.
See? This is a person with real qualities. Look at the other owners. They rely on their wealth.
When they see us security guards, they look down on us. The security guard who was greeting Suju spoke excitedly to his colleagues.
Yes, this Mr. Su is really different from other owners.
The other security guards agreed.
Hey, brother Guang, look at that Mr. Su picking up the parcels. There are so many. Can Mr. Su take them all by himself?
The express cabinet was not far from the security room. A security guard pointed at Suju and spoke to the security guard who had been praising Mr. Su. Mr. Su must have just moved in, and these are for decorating his new home. The security guard called Brother Guang thought for a while. You guys just watch here first, I'll be back soon. Security guard Guang took a cart from the security room and walked towards the express cabinet.
Mr. Su, it should be inconvenient to pick up so many express deliveries, right? We have a cart in the security room. I'll help you get it up there.
Hearing the voice, Suju turned around and saw that it was the security guard who had just greeted him. Suju was worried about the pile of express deliveries. I used WeChat to scan the QR code to pick up the parcels, and I got all the express deliveries out at once.
It is quite convenient to take it out, but how to take it all home at once is really a headache. Suju didn't expect that the security service of Crescent Blue Bay would be so good. He actually came over here to help me deliver the express? Could it be that this is also one of the services provided by the property to the community owners?
What Suju didn't know was that it was not the case at all. Under normal circumstances, even if those owners want to borrow a cart, they have to depend on the mood of the security guard. If you are in a bad mood, the security guard will tell you directly, the cart has been borrowed.
You can't even touch the edge of the cart. Then I'll trouble you. Suju did not refuse the security guard's kindness.
He expressed his gratitude and, together with the security guard, moved the express parcels, which were almost piled up like a mountain, onto the cart. The security guard pushed the cart all the way and helped Suju deliver the express deliveries to his home. After closing the door, Suju started to open the express package. Of course, the baby's new clothes were put aside.
It is better to let the baby's mothers handle these. Suju has no experience in this area yet.
There are also some small toys for babies that do not require hands-on work. After Suju cleaned up, he piled them directly on the sofa. Finally, there are some large items, which Suju needs to assemble himself. Although Suju majored in finance, he is very strong in hands-on work. 2 of the big pieces are cribs for the babies.
Suju followed the instructions and quickly got it done.
The rest is naturally a piece of cake.
Suju took out his cell phone and checked the time.
It was just past 10 o'clock. After a simple tidying up, Suju prepared to find a professional cleaner to clean his new home.
Suju, what time does your morning class end? Before Suju made the call, Lan Hanyo's WeChat message came. Is it the babies who miss me? Or is it the baby's mother who misses me?
As for someone who asked for leave to skip classes, Suju did not directly answer the child's mother's question.
I'm talking to you seriously.
Fortunately, it was a WeChat chat, and Lan Hanyu found that her little face was turning red again. The furnishing designer just contacted me and asked if we had time in the morning so he could come over and install everything. Suju let Lan Hanyu decide on small details such as the style and color of the furniture in the house. So, these 2 days, the soft furnishing designer also chatted with Lan Hanyu.
Everything is settled, the next step is naturally installation.
They are a big company and the furniture they install is ready-made, so it only takes half a day. It is naturally inconvenient for Lan Hanyu to go to the new home alone with 2 babies. Not sure whether Suju had time, Lan Hanyu could only send a message to ask. If Suju had more classes today, Lan Hanyu would plan to postpone the time with the soft furnishing designer. At worst, you and your babies can move to the new home a day or 2 later. Anyway, in Lan Hanyu's heart, Suju's studies should still be put first.
I have time. I only have 1 class this morning and I'm getting ready to go back now.
If Suju wanted to give Lan Hanyu a surprise, he can only continue to tell this white lie.
I'll go to our new home now. You can ask the designer to take the workers directly there. Okay, then I'll talk to the designer.
After the installation is completed, you still need to pay a balance of 58,000 yuan. I will transfer 60,000 yuan to you immediately. As soon as Lan Hanyu's WeChat message came, Suju received a transfer of 60,000 yuan from Hanyu.
Is the extra 2,000 the pocket money given to me by the child's mother?
Half-jokingly, Suju discovered that it felt really good to receive pocket money from his wife.
You're just a jerk.
Knowing that he couldn't win the argument with Suju, Lan Hanyu could only express his embarrassment symbolically. The babies need to drink milk powder.
I don't want to chat with you anymore. Little Mango and Little Pudding must be hungry and started to make a fuss. Lan Hanyu hurriedly sent this WeChat message and didn't say anything else. I wonder if Mango and Pudding miss their daddy?
Putting away his phone, Suju said to himself. Not long after, the soft furnishing designer, along with 5 or 6 workers, arrived at the gate of the community carrying a large pile of things. Naturally, the security guard needed to confirm with Suju before letting the group of people enter the community. These workers really work very fast. In less than 2 hours, all the furniture was installed. Mr. Su, our company's cleaning staff will be here soon.
Order soft furnishings and get cleaning service included?
This was something Suju had not expected. However, this also saves Suju from having to hire a cleaner himself, which is quite a hassle. While waiting for the cleaning, Suju checked the quality of the soft furnishings.
We use big brands, the quality is really top-notch.
The workers left first, and the soft furnishing designer waited until the cleaning staff had finished cleaning and was sure that Suju was satisfied before leaving. Of course, Suju transferred the balance of the decoration to the designer after checking the quality.
Chapter 25 Action Group.
After everything was ready for the new house, Suju of course rushed back to see the Mango and Pudding he had been longing for.
Of course, there are also the babies' mothers. Mango, Pudding, Daddy is back. Little darlings, do you miss your daddy?
Exercising his rights as the male owner, Suju used the key to open the door of the suite.
Now Suju lives here every day, and Jiang Mingyue took the initiative to hand over the key to the door. Because when I rented the house, the landlord only gave me 2 keys. At that time, Lan Hanyu and Jiang Mingyue each held one, which was just right. With the appearance of Suju, there were obviously not enough keys to the gate. Lan Hanyu wanted to go for another one, but was stopped by Jiang Mingyue. Jiang Mingyue felt that it would only be a few days before Lan Hanyu and the babies would move to their new home. It would be a complete waste to get a duplicate key.
Moreover, because Suju took good care of the babies and their mothers, Jiang Mingyue's hostility towards Suju was reduced a lot. Taking the initiative to give Suju the key was considered by Jiang Mingyue to have recognized Suju from the perspective of Lan Hanyu's good friend.
Daddy. Papa. Daddy. Papa. The 2 little guys are now very familiar with their father's voice. As soon as they heard Suju's voice, the 2 little darlings immediately ran towards the door with staggering steps. With their chubby little arms spread out, the 2 babies are asking for a hug. Daddy, hold me. Holding a baby in each hand, Suju kissed each of the 2 babies on the face. Papa. Daddy. Following their father's example, Mango and Pudding also gave Suju a kiss on the face. Feeling something wet on his face, Suju knew that this was the evidence of love left by the 2 little darlings. Bite. The host and the babies have completed a sweet interaction. The host will be rewarded with top-level royal chef skills. As the system's voice fell, various cooking skills appeared in Suju's mind. I'm back. Hearing the noise, Lan Hanyu walked out of the kitchen. She gave Suju a sweet smile. Go wash your hands first, and you can eat soon. Lan Hanyu's voice sounded almost at the same time as the system's voice. Suju looked at the little woman wearing an apron and holding a shovel in her hand, and felt like a little wife waiting for her beloved husband to come home. Okay, Mango Pudding, Dad will go wash his hands first, you guys can play in the living room by yourselves. After placing the 2 babies on a blanket in the living room, Suju went to the bathroom to wash his hands. Recently, Hanyu has prepared all 3 meals a day. Now that he has acquired top-level royal chef skills, Suju secretly thought that he would show off his skills to Hanyu someday as a surprise. The lunch prepared by Lan Hanyu consisted of 3 dishes and a soup. For a family of 4, it's just right. While enjoying the delicious food prepared by the child's mother, Suju discussed the moving matters with the child's mother. The new house is fully equipped with everything. Suju meant that all they needed to do was take Hanyu and the baby's personal belongings with them. As for the rest, there is no need to be so troublesome. Although Lan Hanyu was somewhat reluctant, she knew that what Suju said made sense, so she did not refute. The 2 of them calculated that there weren't a lot of things that really needed to be moved to the new home,
so they would just need to pack 4 or 5 suitcases. Suju had already prepared the luggage bag and placed it in the corner of the balcony.
Hanyu, how about we move this afternoon?
Thinking that the new house has been decorated, Suju can't wait to let his babies and their mother move in.
The environment of this rental house is really not that good.
Suju feels that it is really unfair for his babies to live here.
Afternoon? Isn't that too late?
We had only planned to move tomorrow, but it hadn't been confirmed yet. Suju suddenly suggested moving in the afternoon, and Lan Hanyu was really not prepared at all.
What's the rush?
I'll pack up with you later and have the moving company send your things to New Moon Blue Bay. I'll call a Didi taxi, and our family of 4 can go there with the moving company's car.
Suju was a man of action.
As soon as he thought of it, he immediately took out the luggage bag from the balcony.
Lan Hanyu is also very much looking forward to his new home. Seeing Suju so enthusiastic, Lan Hanyu stopped talking.
After simply putting away the pots and pans, Lan Hanyu and Suju started to pack up together. When Lan Hanyu was packing the babies in her own clothes, the 2 babies also crawled over very actively to help. Lan Hanyu took out a piece of clothing from the closet and put it on the bed, and the next second Debeo threw it to the ground. Suju packed a few clothes for the babies and just put them into the luggage bag. When he turned around, Xiaobao pulled out his and his sister's clothes. Looking at the 2 little darlings working hard to make trouble, Suju and Lan Hanyu looked at each other and smiled helplessly. With the help of the 2 little babies, Suju's idea of moving in the afternoon might have to be discounted. You take the babies to the living room to clean up the toys.
I can handle this here. Lan Hanyu reluctantly pushed the babies and Suju out of the room.
He felt that it would be more efficient to do it alone.
Let's go, mango and pudding. Mommy hates us.
Pretending to be aggrieved, Suju picked up one of his daughters in each hand and stopped the babies from making trouble any further.
They must be addicted to playing.
Debeo and Xiaobao, who are held by their father, are actually twisting their bodies and want to get down and continue helping their mother with the work.
Daddy will take you to play with the toys.
Suju would not give the babies the chance to continue making trouble, and directly took them to the living room.
Babies' attention is very easy to divert.
As soon as they saw their favorite toys, the 2 treasures instantly gave up the idea of continuing to help their mother work.
In the room, Lan Hanyu quickly packed her own and the baby's clothes.
In the living room, Suju and the babies played a game of you catch and I throw, which greatly reduced Suju's motivation.
Suju, I'm almost done here, you. Lan Hanyu packed up and walked out of the room.
As soon as she saw the situation in the living room, she knew there was no need to ask any more questions. With 2 naughty babies around, everything you do will be half as difficult as before. Sighing helplessly, Lan Hanyu also joined the ranks of packing up the toys. After all, 2 adults can do more than 2 babies. In the end, except for a toy each in the hands of Debeo and Xiaobao, all the others were put into the luggage bags by Suju and Lan Hanyu. Hanyu, I've already arranged with the moving company and Didi taxi.
After a short break, we can move. Suju asked Hanyu to sit on the sofa and rest for a while. The next step of moving will no longer require 2 people to do it. Chapter 26 No Unified Operation. My little darlings, this is our new home.
Opening the door, Suju held a treasure in each hand and announced loudly.
Daddy. Papa.
The 2 babies are in their father's arms, looking at the different environment, their big eyes full of curiosity. I have to say, these 2 babies are really good at picking genes. It's obvious at first glance that these big watery eyes are inherited from Lan Hanyu. Although Suju's eyes are also big, he is a boy after all, and his eyes are not like Lan Hanyu's, which have willow-shaped eyebrows and starry eyes.
Suju walked in holding the 2 babies.
After asking the moving company to put the 5 luggage bags aside, Lan Hanyu closed the door.
Papa. Papa. Daddy.
The 2 little babies kept calling for daddy while twisting their little bodies in Suju's arms. Suju knew that his daughters wanted to go down and walk by themselves. I carefully placed the 2 babies on the ground, and saw the older and younger one staggering directly into the living room.
Suju, when did you prepare for this?
When Lan Hanyu and Suju came together a few days ago, there was nothing else in the house except the unified decoration provided by the developer.
Lan Hanyu also knew about the later soft furnishings design and what was added to the house. Seeing so many extra toys in the living room,
especially the small slide in the center of the living room,
Lan Hanyu knew that it must have been prepared by Suju.
I bought this online a few days ago and it was delivered to the community yesterday. I took half a day off in the morning and installed it myself. The purpose of surprise had been achieved, so Suju no longer concealed it.
Does it look good?
In addition to the baby's toys, Suju also carefully decorated the background wall of the living room and the decorative wall of the dining room.
Of course, these are definitely based on Lan Hanyu's preferences. Nice. Lan Hanyu nodded heavily. Lan Hanyu understood Suju's intentions. I left this corridor empty on purpose.
In the future, I want to build a photo wall here to display photos of our family of 4.
A family of 4?
Hearing Suju say these 4 words so naturally, Lan Hanyu's eyes felt a little wet.
Pa. Daddy.
Before Mom and Dad could express their feelings, Dabeo and Xiaobao came over again in a crooked manner. Considering that the babies are about to enter the stage of learning to walk, Suju had the house decorated with thick carpets. Even if the babies are not able to walk steadily, there is no need to worry about them falling. As soon as the 2 babies approached Suju, they each took one of Suju's hands and tried to pull their father to the living room.
Suju knew that his daughters were not yet old enough to walk on their own.
A 10-month-old baby's legs are not very stable. Dabeo and Xiaobao started walking very early. However, considering that babies' bones have not yet formed and are relatively soft, walking too early is not conducive to the development of their walking posture. Generally speaking, Suju would not let his babies walk too much by themselves.
Dabeo, Xiaobao, where are you taking Daddy?
Su determined knew that the babies would definitely pull him to the living room. With the intention of bullying his daughters who were not very good at speaking, Suju deliberately picked up one of his daughters in one hand and stood there without moving. Xiaobao was impatient and was babbling something, twisting his little body to coordinate.
His chubby little hands were also pointing in the direction of the living room. That's where Pudding is going.
He nodded, as if he understood Xiaobao, but Suju still did not move.
What is Xiaobao going to do there? Suju just wanted to tease the babies and see how they would behave when they got anxious.
When Xiaobao saw that his father had no intention of moving, he twisted his body even more violently. Unfortunately, little Pudding was held tightly by his father and there was no way he could break free. Feeling as if he had brought his own annoyance upon himself, little Pudding looked at his father's handsome face and wrinkled his face in grievance. Suju looked at his little daughter, who was struggling to resist at first, and then became helpless, and he couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth.
Looking back, unlike Xiaobao's behavior, Dabeo showed no intention of joining forces when his sister was making a fuss.
When Dabeo saw his father looking at him, he suddenly smiled sweetly.
Snap! A big kiss went directly to Daddy's face. Ha ha ha.
His daughter is only 10 months old and she is already so smart.
Suju really can't suppress his joy. Seeing that my sister just kissed my father smiled so happily.
Little Pudding's originally aggrieved expression suddenly changed, and he also raised a sweet smile, and a kiss with saliva fell on Suju's other face.
My Mango and Pudding are so smart.
Now that the babies have been given their sweet kisses, Suju will naturally not embarrass the 2 darlings anymore. Carrying the babies, they walked to the living room they had been longing for. Dabeo and Xiaobao pointed to the small slide in the middle of the living room with their chubby little hands. It turned out that the 2 babies fell in love with the slide at first sight. But they were still young and couldn't climb up at all. After trying several times and failing to play on the slide, the 2 babies went to their father for help.
Dabeo, Xiaobao, do you want to play on the slide? For 10-month-old babies, adults should talk and communicate with them frequently, so that the baby's IQ will develop earlier. Suju learned all these little bits of knowledge on the internet. So, now that Suju knew what the babies meant, he started communicating with them first.
The 2 babies were in perfect harmony this time and nodded vigorously at the same time. Dabeo and Xiaobao just stared at their dad with their big watery eyes. Suju felt like his heart was about to melt in the cute eyes of his 2 daughters. Okay, our Dabeo and Xiaobao want to play on the slide, Daddy will hold them. Considering that he has twins at home, Suju bought a small slide with 2 slides.
The purpose is naturally to prevent Dabeo and Xiaobao from fighting for the slide.
There was no need for any competition this time.
Suju put Dabeo on the slide first and then put Xiaobao down.
Perhaps it was because of their experience, the eldest baby actually waited until his younger sister sat firmly, and then the 2 babies slid down together.
Hee.
Playing on their favorite slide, Dabeo and Xiaobao laughed happily.
Dabeo, Xiaobao, do you like the gifts Daddy prepared for you? Suju looked at his daughter who was smiling happily and squatted down. Daddy. Pa.
The two treasures expressed their satisfaction with cheerful cries. Bite. It was detected that the babies really liked the gifts from their father. Congratulations to the host for winning a reward of 500,000. When Suju heard the voice in his head, the smile on his face deepened.
The system is really a timely relief. Chapter 27. A good cook cannot cook without rice. Because the rewards given by the system are not always real money. There is not much left of the 250,000 rewards from the previous 2 times combined. Originally, Suju was thinking about whether he should go out to earn some extra money to supplement the family income. After all, there are 2 little babies at home, and the daily expenses are quite high. Although we don't say that babies are money-eating beasts, the money shredding machine can still do the job. Now, the system gave him 500,000 yuan at once, which greatly reduced the pressure on Suju's shoulders. Suju took the babies to play in the living room. Because Suju bought a lot of new toys for the babies, the 2 little ones felt dazzled. I saw Debao and Xiaobao touching this toy, then picking up that toy. They really wanted to play with all the new toys. Sometimes 2 babies will fight over a toy. Anyway, the toy that the eldest child has in his hand is what the younger child wants. The older baby also wants to play with the toy that the younger baby is playing with. Fortunately, Suju made preparations in advance and bought duplicates of all the toys, even the colors were exactly the same. This successfully avoids the fight over toys between the older and younger children. Looking at the father and his 2 daughters having fun in the living room, Lan Hanyu smiled and went to organize her and the baby's things. Naturally, the 5 large luggage bags had already been carried into the room by Suju. How could Suju let the baby's mothers do such heavy work? Suju, is there a supermarket nearby? I'll go buy some groceries. Moving in the afternoon was a spur-of-the-moment decision. Although the new house has everything, the refrigerator is empty. Lan Hanyu tidied up the room and took a walk around the kitchen. She felt like a good cook cannot cook without the rice. You're tired today, so don't cook for yourself. I'll order takeout. Suju stood up and said considerately. The baby's attention is now on the toys, so Suju doesn't need to accompany them all the time. Walking towards the child's mother, Suju took Hanyu's hand and asked her to sit on the sofa in the living room. Ordering takeout is too expensive, I'd better buy some food and cook it myself. Lan Hanyu knew that due to the recent renovation and decoration of the new home, the expenses were much higher than usual. Suju had just transferred 200,000 yuan to him a few days ago. Lan Hanyu calculated and found that only 90,000 yuan was left. Although 90,000 is not a small sum, Lan Hanyu feels that money should be spent wisely. After all, the capabilities of the 2 money shredding machines at home are not to be underestimated. Besides, time flies by fast. In the blink of an eye, in 2 years, Debao and Xiaobao will have to go to daycare, and that is when the real money burning begins. Lan Hanyu can't go out to work because she has to take care of the babies. Suju is still just a junior student. Lan Hanyu naturally wanted to save as much as possible. Hanyu, are you worried about money? Suju grabbed Hanyu, who was about to get up to buy groceries, and asked seriously. Suju, that's not what I meant. I just thought that Debao and Xiaobao's expenses are quite high, so we should save as much as possible. Lan Hanyu didn't want to put too much pressure on Suju. After all, giving birth to the babies was entirely her idea. When Suju suddenly found out the truth, he didn't try to evade it and was still so kind to the babies and herself. Lan Hanyu already felt very satisfied. In the days to come, Lan Hanyu decided that after the babies went to daycare, she would find a job to help Suju share some of the financial pressure. Be my woman, there's no need to save. He spoke in a domineering voice, saying that he was a man with a nanny system. Hanyu was still thinking about saving money. Isn't this looking down on himself and the system? Without giving Hanyu a chance to speak, Suju took out his cell phone and clicked a few times. Lan Hanyu heard her WeChat ringing, glanced at Suju, and clicked it. Suju, why did you transfer 500,000 to me? Lan Hanyu's tone became a little unstable. Hanyu, the stocks I bought in the past few days have all seen a sharp rise, and 2 of them have even hit the daily limit. These 500,000 are the bonuses for the past few days. I know that the family's expenses have been quite high these days, so I took out these dividends. Suju felt that he was really smart. At the beginning, I said that I was trading stocks. Now, no matter how much reward the system gives me, I can take it out directly without even finding a reason. Suju, isn't this too much? With so much money, you should keep it yourself. Lan Hanyo's little heart couldn't take it anymore. Is the baby's father really just a junior college student?
This speed of making money is much faster than those so-called white-collar workers.
What do you mean by you or me?
I've already said that you are the finance minister of our family. If a man makes money, of course he should give it to a woman for safekeeping.
Taking Hanyo's phone, Suju clicked to confirm the payment, and the matter was settled.
Hanyu, play with the babies for a while.
I'm going to order takeout.
Big treasure, little treasure, mommy is here to play with you.
After shouting to the two little babies, Suju pushed Hanyu to the baby's side. Ma! Ma!
Now Dabeo and Xiaobao can do more than just call dad. The two little babies can call mom, auntie and other simple reduplication words fluently. Dabeo and Xiaobao walked up to their beautiful mother and gave her 2 big kisses.
Successfully diverted Lan Hanyo's attention.
Looking at Hanyu, who was playing happily with the babies, Suju smiled and walked to the balcony with his mobile phone to order takeout. The first dinner in the new home was naturally very rich.
Suju ordered 6 dishes that he and Hanyu liked. Of course, I also ordered baby meals for the 2 babies. The family of 4 had a warm and happy meal. Suju, there is something I want to discuss with you. After dinner, Lan Hanyu was responsible for cleaning up and Suju was responsible for taking out the trash.
After everything was done, Lan Hanyu spoke to Suju very seriously.
What's up? Suju, who was half leaning on the sofa, sat up straight.
The babies are already 10 months old, but their birth certificates have not yet been issued.
Lan Hanyu was a little embarrassed to speak. This must be her mistake as a mother, right?
At that time, I just thought that I could give birth to the babies by myself, but I didn't realize that many things cannot be done without the participation of the father.
Birth certificate? For the novice dad Suju, this term is somewhat unfamiliar.
The birth certificate is like a small ID card for babies. It will be needed when registering their household registration, attending kindergarten, elementary school, and even when traveling abroad or taking a plane.
Suju didn't know that Lan Hanyu knew the importance of the birth certificate. It's so important. Is there any information you need that's hard to get? Tell me, and I'll get it tomorrow.
Hanyu has not yet gotten this thing, which is so important to the babies, for them.
Suju intuitively thought that it would be quite troublesome to apply for the birth certificate.
Hanyu must be bringing her babies with her, so it's not convenient for her to handle the process.
Chapter 28: The Problem of the Century. It's not that the information is hard to get, it's just.
Lan Hanyu was a little speechless. The reason why I dragged it on for so long was really not the problem that Suju was talking about. In fact, it is not difficult to apply for birth certificates for babies. The difficulty lay in the fact that Lan Hanyu lacked one essential thing at the time: the baby's father's ID card. Without Suju's ID card, it would be impossible to get birth certificates for the babies with Lan Hanyu's ID card alone.
Do we need the parents' marriage certificate to apply for the baby's birth certificates?
Looking at Hanyu's hesitation, Suju seemed to understand something. No, a marriage certificate is not required. Seeing that Suju had gone astray, Lan Hanyu immediately shook his head.
All you need is the ID cards of the baby's parents. Not daring to let Suju guess casually, Lan Hanyu gave the answer.
Because she kept it a secret from Suju at that time, Lan Hanyu of course couldn't get the baby's father's ID card.
The matter of applying for the birth certificate has been delayed until now. Just an ID card? That's too easy. Tomorrow I will go get birth certificates for our mango and pudding. Hanyu has already said that babies' birth certificates are so important.
Of course, Suju felt that the sooner he got the baby's birth certificates, the more at ease he would feel. As for the marriage certificate mentioned earlier, Suju realized that he should find some time to discuss it with Hanyu. Okay, but before we get the birth certificate, we should first give Dabeo and Xiaobao a formal name.
Mango and pudding are nicknames and cannot be used as real names. Lan Hanyu has always been unsure about what kind of names would be worthy of her babies.
Now with Suju, Lan Hanyu naturally threw away such a big problem.
Hanyu, why don't you name the babies? Like Lan Hanyu, Suju also didn't know what kind of names would be worthy of his babies. There is another thing that Suju is a little worried about. What if the babies don't like the names he gave them when they grow up?
Therefore, let the mothers of the babies solve this century-long problem.
You are Mango and Pudding's father, you come and get it.
Besides, I was the one who gave Dabeo and Xiaobao their nicknames, so the full name should be given by Dad.
After some excuses, the two men demonstrated their gentlemanly spirit very well.
How about this, we each think of a few nice names, and then let Dabeo and Xiaobao choose for themselves. Knowing that it was not a good idea for him and Hanyu to continue pushing the issue like this, Suju came up with a good idea. Suju, you want Dabeo and Xiaobao to be responsible for their own names. Lan Hanyu agreed with Suju's idea very much, but she couldn't help but tease him a little. The baby's father is so cunning, he actually lets the babies take the blame. I'll go get ready. It can be seen that Lan Hanyu is very supportive of Suju's idea.
I found 2 pens and a small notebook in the room.
Lan Hanyu tore a few pages of paper from the small notebook, and then tore them into several small square pieces of paper.
Suju was given a pen and a few small pieces of paper, and the two of them started brainstorming and thinking of names for the babies.
Okay, now let our Dabeo and Xiaobao decide their names themselves. Suju and Lan Hanyu wrote the names of the babies on small pieces of paper and then folded the pieces of paper. Lan Hanyu found a fruit plate and put the folded note into it. In order to show the babies full autonomy, Lan Hanyu even tossed the fruit plate so that the little notes she wrote would be mixed with those of Suju.
Dabeo, Xiaobao, come here, Mom and Dad will play a game with you.
Suju picked up one of his daughters in each hand and let them sit in front of the sofa on the baby cushions he had bought specially for them.
Come here, Dabeo, Xiaobao, these are the names that Daddy and Mommy have chosen for you.
Now you can decide for yourselves what your future names will be. In order to prove that this was Dabeo and Xiaobao's own choice, Suju took out his mobile phone and opened the video.
Words alone are not enough, real video footage is the best evidence.
Looking at Suju's actions, Lan Hanyu smiled helplessly.
Isn't it a bit pitiful that these babies are tricked by their fathers at such a young age?
However, Lan Hanyu's sympathy did not last even for a minute, and she happily played the catch the name game with the babies. Okay, our Dabeo and Xiaobao have already chosen their names.
Let Mommy see what names Dabeo and Xiaobao chose.
Taking the small notes from Dabeo and Xiaobao's hands, Lan Hanyu placed them in front of each of the babies.
Let's see our Dabeos first. Mommy is so looking forward to it.
As Lan Hanyu spoke, he opened the note in front of Dabeo Su Yufei.
It turns out that our Dabeo likes the name Yufei. Mom announces that our little mango's full name is Su Yufei.
The name of Dabeo has been decided, and the next one is Xiaobao.
Mom, come and see, what name did our little treasure choose?
Little Pudding was very clever. Even though he didn't fully understand what his mother meant, he still cleverly handed the small note in front of him to his mother.
Didn't Mom just take the note from my sister? Little Pudding is very good at imitating others. Why is Little Pudding so anxious? Okay, Mom, open it and take a look.
Lan Hanyu touched Xiaobao's head and was delighted with her daughter's clever reaction.
Su Yeni, does Little Pudding like this name? Mom announces that our little treasure's full name is Su Yeni.
The names of the two babies were decided in this way. Lan Hanyu discovered that with Suju around, many things became so easy to do. Lan Hanyu clapped his hands, and Dabeo and Xiaobao happily followed suit. In order to preserve evidence, Suju took out his mobile phone to capture this beautiful moment. On the first day in the new home, Lan Hanyu completed such an important task and the smile on her face never disappeared.
Because of the new environment, the babies are a little shy when sleeping at night. Suju and Lan Hanyu each coaxed a baby, and finally got the babies to fall asleep. Suju.
The new house has 3 rooms.
The babies sleep in one room, and there are supposed to be 2 more rooms.
But Lan Hanyu knew that in the other north-facing room, Suju asked the soft furnishing designer to put 2 desks.
One of the desks is Lan Hanyu's favorite blue.
In other words, the only real room left is the master bedroom.
Lan Hanyu thought about her relationship with Suju. It shouldn't have reached the point where they had to sleep in the same bed, right?
But letting Suju sleep on the sofa doesn't seem to be a long-term solution.
For a moment, Lan Hanyu didn't know how to start. Chapter 29, Unspeakable Questions. What's wrong? Are you like the baby, recognizing your bed? Suju looked at Hanyu's conflicted expression and automatically thought of the answer. Do you want me to stay with you for a while?
It seems to be common for adults to be familiar with their own beds, and Suju didn't think there was anything surprising about it.
No, I don't recognize the bed.
When Lan Hanyu heard that Suju wanted to sleep with her, her face suddenly turned red again.
Lan Hanyu clearly didn't mean this, so why did Suju get it wrong? Suju, where are you sleeping?
Seeing that Suju was staring at her, Lan Hanyu could only grit his teeth and ask this difficult question.
Hanyu, where do you think I should sleep?
Seeing that the child's mother was 2 years older than him but was so shy, Suju couldn't help but want to tease Hanyu.
Hanyu, we've even given birth to 2 babies, Mango and Pudding.
Where do you think I should sleep? After taking a few steps forward, Suju's body was almost sticking to Lan Hanyu.
Suju, I can sleep in the same room with the babies.
I'll give the big room to you.
Feeling extremely suppressed, Lan Hanyu said that he could give up the territory.
You sleep with the babies? But there are only 2 cribs in the baby's room, and you may not be able to lie in one with your height. Trying hard to hold back the laughter that was about to burst out, Suju continued to tease Hanyu.
I.
Suju's body leaned forward a little bit, and Lan Hanyu could only stretch out his arms to keep some distance between himself and Suju.
However, the moment Lan Hanyu's arm touched Suju's body, Lan Hanyu felt as if his whole body was electrocuted.
What did you just touch?
Chest muscles?
Suju looks thin, but he actually has pectoral muscles? The time Lan Hanyu and Suju had sex was when they were drunk. Even when Lan Hanyu woke up later, she was too embarrassed to look at Suju even once. So, Lan Hanyu had no idea that the father of her babies had such a great figure.
Suju has pectoral muscles, so does he have abdominal muscles? Are Suju's abdominal muscles the legendary, most perfect 8-pack abs? Lan Hanyu couldn't help but imagine things in his mind.
Just kidding, I prepared a folding bed in the study, and I sleep in the study. Suju saw that Hanyu kept her head down, and had no idea that Hanyu was fantasizing about her own figure in her mind. Suju thought that Hanyu was shy and didn't dare to look up. Brought back to reality by Suju's words, Lan Hanyu realized belatedly that she seemed to have turned into a slut. Lan Hanyu took a step back anxiously, not daring to look at Suju's face, and fled directly to the master bedroom.
Good night.
The moment he closed the door of the room, Lan Hanyu whispered 2 words.
Why are you so shy? I was just joking. Suju muttered to himself with some amusement and walked back to the study.
After Lan Hanyu calmed down, she gently opened the door of the room. The 2 babies sleep in the next room, so it is impossible for Lan Hanyu to sleep with the door closed.
That night, probably because of the new environment, the babies did not sleep well.
Lan Hanyu and Suju got up 5 times at night before they barely made it to dawn.
Suju didn't feel anything because he had advanced fighting skills and still looked full of energy. Lan Hanyu is different. Girls' physical fitness cannot be compared with boys.
Besides, Lan Hanyu has been fighting on the front line for a long time, so it is quite normal for him to be physically tired. After Suju got up, he went to check on the baby's room first. Seeing that the babies were sleeping soundly, Suju tiptoed out of the room. Instead of entering the master bedroom, Suju just took a look inside. The person on the big bed was very well behaved, with no sign of waking up. Suju did not disturb the mother and daughter who were sleeping soundly. He simply washed up, took the key to the front door, and went to buy breakfast. Carrying Hanyu's favorite soup dumplings and spicy soup, Suju also brought a few piggy lava buns for the babies. Gently opening the door, Su was not sure whether Hanyu and the babies were awake.
Suju, are you out?
Lan Hanyu, with a sleepy face, walked out of the baby's room. Lan Hanyu got up out of habit to check on the babies and didn't notice that Suju was not at home.
Lan Hanyu thought Suju was sleeping soundly in the study. Well, I bought breakfast, so let's eat it while it's hot.
Since Hanyu got up by herself, Suju waved the delicious food in front of Hanyu. Hanyu is a foodie, and Suju has gradually discovered this during their interactions over the past few days.
Hot and spicy soup, Xiaolongbao?
Wait a minute, I'll go brush my teeth and wash my face. Seeing the delicious food, Lan Hanyu became excited and ran to the bathroom immediately.
Of course, although Lan Hanyu's movements were fast, they were very light.
After all, if the babies were woken up, Lan Hanyu would definitely not be able to enjoy these delicious foods first. Hanyu, I don't have classes in the morning, so I'll get the babies' birth certificates today.
While eating breakfast, Suju talked about his plans for the day. Last night, Suju had already checked the relevant procedures for applying for the baby's birth certificate. It's not complicated.
The key is to have the baby's father and mother's ID cards.
Without Suju's ID card, Lan Hanyu couldn't get one for the babies. Now everything is not a problem.
Okay, I'll give you the ID card later. I gave birth to my babies in the Women's and Children's Hospital. You will go to apply for the birth medical record first, and then you can directly apply for the birth medical certificate for the babies. Although Lan Hanyu did not apply for birth certificates for the babies, she had already clearly asked about the relevant procedures.
I see. Suju nodded.
What Hanyu said was the same as what he found on the internet.
After breakfast, the babies are still not awake. Suju looked at the babies who were sleeping soundly and couldn't bear to wake them up. You can save today's good morning kiss when daddy comes back.
After saying something softly beside the crib, Suju tiptoed out of the room.
Be careful on the road.
Lan Hanyu sent Suju to the door and gave him instructions like a little wife.
Okay, go get some more sleep.
When I get the babies' birth certificates back, I'll take you and the babies to the nearby supermarket to buy daily necessities. Just now when Suju went out to buy breakfast, he had already asked the security guard of the community. There are large supermarkets, shopping malls and vegetable markets around Crescent Blue Bay. It can be said that the people living here have a fairly complete material life circle. As long as you have money and walk a few steps out of the door, you can meet all your life needs.
Chapter 30, Self-Destruction. Okay, the babies and I will wait for you to come back. After receiving Lan Hanyu's smiling answer, Suju went out.
Take a taxi to the Maternity and Child Health Hospital.
Suju went straight to the Obstetrics and Gynecology Department. Sir, this is the Obstetrics and Gynecology Department. What can I do for you?
Seeing Suju appear alone in the Obstetrics and Gynecology Department, the nurse at the duty desk asked curiously. Such a young and handsome guy shouldn't he be here in the Obstetrics and Gynecology Department?
Could it be that the handsome guy is lost?
The young nurse is obviously obsessed with looks.
Suju didn't even need to ask any questions, the young nurse spoke enthusiastically. Sir, have you come to the wrong place? Where do you want to go? How about I take you there?
The director's ward inspection time had passed, and the young nurse thought that it would be okay even if she left for a while. Besides, there are 2 other colleagues standing at the duty desk, so it won't have any impact if I leave for a while.
Hello, I would like to get the birth medical record. Suju directly stated his purpose. Medical birth records? Are you a relative of the woman who gave birth? Why haven't I seen you before? The young nurse looked surprised. Could it be that the handsome guy is already taken?
The fact that a handsome guy comes to apply for the medical record of birth only means that the baby has been born. The young nurse felt a little aggrieved.
Why were all the best boys from other families?
The other 2 nurses at the duty desk had actually been secretly paying attention to Suju's situation. Now hearing Suju's words, the 2 of them also surrounded him.
Sir, which baby in bed are you applying for the birth medical record for?
The 3 said that if they had seen such a handsome guy, they would never forget him. Now no one has any impression of it, which can only mean that this handsome guy came to the hospital for the first time. My babies are already 10 months old, but due to personal reasons, I have not had the time to process it.
Knowing that the nurses had misunderstood, Suju curled his lips and explained. 10 months? That shouldn't be the case.
Even if the baby was born 10 months ago, I have the ability to remember handsome guys after just seeing them once. The young nurse was still quite naive. She was searching seriously in her mind, but she accidentally revealed her true thoughts through her mouth.
Jinjin. A nurse next to her pulled the young nurse.
Such embarrassing words were said directly in front of the handsome guy.
I guess the dean was almost embarrassed. Ah.
Realizing that she had let the cat out of the bag, the little nurse cutely covered her mouth with her hands.
Excuse me, sir. The other nurse didn't know how to explain it. You can't say that your colleague is a lustful woman, right? It's okay. Can I get my baby's birth medical record here?
Suju could see that the young nurse had no ill intentions, so he naturally wouldn't take it to heart.
Yes, of course.
Sir, your baby is already 10 months old. If you want to apply for a birth medical record, you need to provide the baby's mother's hospitalization record at the time of delivery, as well as your and the baby's mother's ID cards. The nurse was relieved to see that the handsome guy had no intention of blaming his colleague.
If you meet some unreasonable people, you might accuse your colleagues of harassing you. Good. Suju took out the information he had prepared long ago. Lan Hanyu? Is that Lan Hanyu who gave birth to twin girls? Lan Hanyu is my idol. She is prettier than a fairy.
Suju finally figured out that the little nurse named Jinjin was simply obsessed with looks, regardless of gender.
Which Lan Hanyu? The woman who came alone to give birth to a child? It's not like I'm alone. At least there's a woman with me.
The child is good looking, but it's a pity that the father of the child never appeared from beginning to end.
If you ask me, that woman must have been someone's mistress. Later, when the man saw that the baby was a girl, he didn't even want the child anymore.
Before Jinjin could finish her sigh, a fat woman also in a nurse's uniform came over from a distance.
The fat nurse just walked over and didn't hear what Suju and the nurse said before.
Because Suju had his back to the fat nurse naturally could not see Suju's face, let alone know Suju's identity.
Xiao Zhang, what nonsense are you talking about? Talking about patients behind their backs is a taboo in hospitals.
Especially now that Xiao Zhang is slandering Lan Hanyu. The nurse glanced at Suju worriedly, fearing that today would not end well.
In fact, Lan Hanyu did not offend Xiao Zhang.
Lan Hanyu was just giving birth in the hospital, and she had no chance or reason to offend the nurses in the hospital.
All I can say is that Lan Hanyu's beauty is so outstanding that some people will automatically regard Lan Hanyu as an enemy.
That's what Xiao Zhang is like. Face, figure, skin, and so on, none of them can compare with Lan Hanyu.
Xiao Zhang can only use Lan Hanyu giving birth to a baby without her husband by her side as her own attack point.
I can only say that Xiao Zhang's mentality is quite distorted and he is really not suitable for the medical profession.
Say it again.
Turning around, Suju stared closely at the fat nurse who was slandering Hanyu behind his back.
Hanyu worked so hard to give birth to a baby, and yet someone dared to destroy Hanyu's reputation?
Suju's fists were clenched so tightly that they made a crackling sound. If a man had said something like this, Suju would have punched him long ago.
You, who are you?
When Suju turned around, the fat nurse looked like a crazy fan.
This is the first time the fat nurse has seen such a handsome man.
However, unlike Shinjin's pure appreciation of handsome guys, the fat nurse's eyes were not very pure. Suju looked at the fat nurse with disgust and had the urge to punch her eyes.
I am Lan Hanyu's husband. Announced arrogantly. Didn't this fat nurse say that Lan Hanyu was a mistress? Then when her husband shows up, won't the fat nurse's slander be self-defeating? Also, what does it mean to give up the baby after having 2 girls?
His 2 babies are so adorable and Suju loves them so much that he can't wait to give them up.
How could he possibly abandon them just because of the gender issue?
Compared to naughty boys, Suju prefers soft and sweet girls.
Lan Hanyu's husband?
There was a feeling that a disaster was about to happen, and the fat nurse's body began to shake. He was slandering the patient behind his back and was caught by the patient's family.
The fat nurse knew that she might have to pack up and leave.
The ending of the matter was still very satisfying.
After the hospital director apologized, the fat nurse was indeed fired. Suju didn't care too much and went home with the baby's birth medical certificates.
Seeing these understanding family members, the dean was extremely grateful and personally sent Suju to the hospital gate.
Chapter 31 Asked a Lonely Person. Bite.
I have detected that the host has obtained the first identity certificate for the babies. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the top painting skill. As the system voice fell, Suju's fingers moved slightly. At the same time, various painting techniques appeared in Suju's mind. A few minutes later, when his mind had calmed down, Suju took a taxi and went home.
My dears, come and see, Daddy has made your first identity certificate. Suju knew that the babies must have gotten up at this time. Opening the door, Suju called out to his babies happily. Daddy! Papa!
When the 2 little babies heard their father's voice, they immediately crawled over. Getting closer to the babies, when Suju squatted down and picked up the 2 babies, 2 belated good morning kisses were given. As for what Dad was talking about as the first proof of identity, the 2 kids had no interest at all.
Don?
Lan Hanyu, who was hanging clothes on the balcony and watching the babies, came over when she heard Suju's voice.
It's done.
The babies were not interested in their birth medical certificates, so Suju could only give them to the baby's mother for safekeeping.
Is it going well? Lan Hanyu took the thing Suju handed over and asked casually. That SA must. How can it be possible that things won't go well for me? Not wanting Hanyu to be affected, Suju automatically ignored the part about the fat nurse in the hospital. That's good. I thought it would be more troublesome after such a long time. Lan Hanyu was holding the baby's medical birth certificates. One had Su Yufei's name on it, and the other had Su Yenni's name on it.
Of course, the names of the parents on the 2 books must be Suju and Lan Hanyu. With an inexplicable feeling, Lan Hanyu found that his eyes were a little moist. Not wanting Suju and the babies to notice anything unusual, Lan Hanyu quickly walked towards the master bedroom.
I'll keep the baby's medical birth certificates. Okay, Mom is a good housekeeper. Can I give Su Yufei and Su Yenny's first identity certificate to Mom for safekeeping? Su Ju was teasing his two daughters and didn't notice anything unusual about their mother. The two babies are still very unfamiliar with their own names. There was not much reaction. The babies twisted their little bodies, wanting their dad to carry them to play on the slide. Dabeo and Xiaobao like playing on the slide so much? Let daddy see who was the champion of the slide today, Dabeo or Xiaobao. The baby's chubby little hands were all pointing at the slide, and it was hard for Su Ju to understand. Holding a daughter in each hand, he walked to the slide. First put the little mango on the slide. The two babies have gained experience in playing now. Without needing his dad to say anything, little mango sat obediently on the slide without moving around. When Su Ju put little pudding on the other slide, the two little darlings looked at each other and slid down tacitly. Great, our Dabeo and Xiaobao are both champions. As a father, you must treat your children equally. Su Ju applauded the two babies. Pa. Daddy. This time the babies didn't walk, but crawled to their father's side. Good boy, let's go find Mommy. How about Mommy and Daddy take Dabeo and Xiaobao shopping today? While asking questions, Su Ju picked up one of his daughters and walked towards the master bedroom. Dabeo and Xiaobao didn't quite understand what their father meant, but the two little babies were very happy to be held by their father. Without any objection, the father and his two daughters went to find their mother. Lan Hanyu in the master bedroom has calmed down. Su Ju had said in the morning that he would take the babies out when he came back, and Lan Hanyu was packing the things the babies needed to go out. Fill a thermos with water, bring some dry food, very soft of course, diapers are definitely a must, and also some small things like tissues, wet wipes, etc. Because there are two babies, the things prepared must be doubled. Lan Hanyu's backpack was filled to the brim. Mom is really diligent. She has already prepared everything. Dabeo, Xiaobao, let's go shopping with Mommy. Before moving to his new home, Su Ju had already purchased a good baby stroller for twins online. Putting the two babies in the stroller, Su Ju pushed the stroller with one hand and took the big bag from Hanyu with the other. Lan Hanyu knew that Su Ju was very strong, so she didn't compete with him for the job. A family of 4 packed up and started their first shopping trip. Xinhua Blue Bay is a high-end residential area, so an elevator is definitely a must. For Su Ju, who was pushing a stroller, having an elevator would be much more convenient. The greenery in the community is also very beautiful. Because they were in a hurry to move yesterday, Su Ju and Lan Hanyu didn't have time to take the babies for a walk around the community. The babies are also very curious about the flowers and plants in the community. The little hand pointed here and there. It took Su Ju and Lan Hanyu more than half an hour to walk from home to the gate of the community because of the instructions of the two little darlings. This speed can really be said to be a turtle's pace. But the babies like it, so Su Ju and Lan Hanyu are of course happy too. Although the shopping mall was not far from the community, Su Ju still decided to take a taxi there. On the one hand, Su Ju didn't want Hanyu to walk too far. We'll be shopping in the mall later, and we'll definitely have to walk a lot. On the other hand, the sun was already quite high, and Su Ju was reluctant to let his babies continue to bask in the sun. Dabeo, Xiaobao, have you ever been shopping with your mother before? Pushing the stroller, standing on the first floor of Woyue Plaza, Su Ju squatted down and communicated with the two babies. When the babies see something new, they are so excited that they don't even have time to listen to their daddy. Su Ju asked a lonely question and stood up helplessly. This is the first time for the babies to go shopping in a mall. They were still small before, and it was inconvenient for me to take them with me alone. Even with Mingyue's help, I wouldn't dare take the babies too far away. The babies didn't have any questions about Su Ju, so Lan Hanyu spoke a little embarrassedly. Lan Hanyu previously rented an apartment in an old residential complex, which was quite far from the big shopping malls. Except for the babies getting vaccinations and physical examinations, Lan Hanyu usually doesn't take the babies out of the community. It is indeed inconvenient. Hanyu, thank you for your hard work. Su Ju originally just wanted to amuse the babies, but he didn't expect the baby's mother to start blaming herself again. Su Ju pushed the stroller with one hand and held Hanyu's hand with the other. Hanyu, I'm here with you from now on. You and the babies can go wherever you want to play. There were no vows of eternal love. Su Ju was just speaking the most truthful words. Chapter 32, Trouble. The 4 members of the family are all very good looking, so of course they are the focus wherever they go.
Especially the two cute babies, which have inspired many people's and hearts.
Suju and Lan Hanyu were originally strolling around the first floor with the babies.
Xiaobao suddenly stretched out his chubby little hands and kept pointing towards the second floor, babbling non-stop with his little mouth.
When Debeo looked in the direction of his sister's finger, he instantly became excited.
The two little babies performed a dance in the stroller, their little bodies shaking constantly. When Suju and Lan Hanyu saw the babies' expressions, they immediately understood that the babies wanted to go to the second floor. Looking up, I saw a lot of children gathered at the corner of the automatic elevator on the second floor. This is why Debeo and Xiaobao are so excited.
Debeo and Xiaobao are looking for friends to play with.
Mango, Pudding, Dad and Mom will take you upstairs to play with your brothers and sisters.
But we can't go up from here. Suju squatted down and communicated with the babies seriously. This is an automatic elevator. Our car can't fit in it. Can Mom and Dad take the babies up from the elevator over there? Suju pointed at the elevator and coaxed his babies.
Given how hard Debeo and Xiaobao were struggling, Suju was a little worried that the stroller would fall apart. Debeo calmed down first and looked around with his big grape-like eyes, as if he understood what his father said. Debeo babbled something to his sister, and Xiaobao also became quiet.
Hanyu, do you think Debeo and Xiaobao are communicating in baby talk?
The only explanation for how the active Xiaobao could calm down so quickly is that he understood what Debeo said.
That should be the case.
I've also noticed that Debeo and Xiaobao are often like this at home. You say one sentence and I say another, but even I, as a mother, can't understand a word I say.
Lan Hanyu smiled.
If there was a course on baby language, she would like to learn it. In this way, when the babies are communicating, Lan Hanyu can also get to know their inner thoughts.
Daddy, #@#. Seeing that his father didn't take any action, Debeo became anxious and a bunch of baby talk came out again.
What Debeo might want to express is, I finally got my sister to calm down, why didn't you push me and my sister up quickly, Dad?
Our Debeo is anxious. Hanyu, let's go up. Suju looked at the babies and was overwhelmed by their cuteness.
Pushing the stroller, she walked quickly towards the elevator.
There were indeed quite a few children gathered on the second floor.
These children don't look very old, they should be preschoolers. Dear parents, grandparents, we are from the Xinghui Children's Painting Hobby Organization.
My name is Guing, you can call me Teacher Gu. First, let me introduce the benefits of babies learning to paint.
Drawing can not only allow children to develop rich imagination, but also exercise their abstract thinking, hands-on ability, brain-eye coordination ability, and ability to observe things, especially the ability to observe smiling things.
It can also train children's willpower and endurance. All in all, there are many benefits to painting. Teacher Gu talked a lot and Suju understood it after just listening to the beginning. This is a training institution recruiting students. Looking at the strollers, I saw so many babies dancing with joy.
Su determined sighed in his heart, Debeo and Xiaobao, they are not even old enough to make up the number. However, seeing that the babies were so happy, Suju and Lan Hanyu decided to watch them for a while longer. Anyway, Debeo and Xiaobao like this kind of atmosphere. As long as the babies are happy, nothing else matters. Okay, after all I've said, I believe everyone would like to see the strength of our Xinghui Children's Painting Interest Organization. Today we will let the babies who have participated in painting training show everyone what a little painter is. As Teacher Gu finished speaking, a dozen or so children who had been waiting on the side walked neatly to the tables that had been set up.
The little painters picked up the paintbrushes on the table and started painting. Everyone is welcome to visit at will.
Of course, the premise is that it doesn't affect the paintings of our young painters. It was originally intended to advertise the training institution, so naturally the more people watching it, the better. Seeing other people starting to move around, Debeo and Xiaobao couldn't help themselves and started twisting their little bodies in the stroller again.
The babies don't know what everyone is looking at. But curiosity is a baby's nature.
For the active older and younger babies, sitting obediently in a stroller is not in line with their personalities.
Do you want to see the little brothers and sisters drawing?
Dad will take you to have a look, but our Debeo and Xiaobao are not allowed to touch their older brothers and sisters' things.
Suju greeted the two babies in advance. After receiving the babies' babbling responses, Suju automatically understood that the babies agreed.
Pushing the stroller, Suju and Lan Hanyu admired the children's drawings.
It looks pretty good. At least it looks like this.
Of course, for Suju, who already possesses top-level painting skills, this is still too childish. However, since they were originally drawn by children, Suju still looked at them with appreciation and did not make any demands.
My paintings. A crying voice sounded from the left of Suju. Suju, who was watching a little girl with ponytails drawing with Hanyu, immediately turned his head. After all, the voice was too close to Suju, and Suju had a bad feeling in his heart. Really? I saw Xiaobao holding a black liner pen in his hand and laughing happily. Suju understood that his baby was in trouble. Xiaobao, you. Suju didn't know what to say.
I had been very careful, but I didn't expect that Xiaobao still found the tools to commit the crime. I don't know how Xiaobao got the liner pen, but he just drew a stroke on the other kid's drawing paper. Maybe in Xiaobao's heart, he is still helping the little brother to draw. Anyway, looking at Xiaobao's smiling face, the little guy probably doesn't know that he's in trouble.
Oh, what should I do?
My Xiaoming's painting is almost finished. A woman in her 30s spoke hurriedly. She must be the little boy's mother.
Mom, my painting.
She is really the little boy's mother. When the little boy heard what his mother said, he burst into tears. I worked so hard to draw a picture, and I wanted everyone to appreciate it. Now that there was a black line on the drawing paper, the little boy felt that he would definitely be laughed at by everyone.
Chapter 33: The Genetic Perspective. What a pity, this kid's painting is pretty good. Yes, the panda and bamboo forest are indeed well drawn, but... Seeing the movement here, everyone gathered around. There was no need to say much, the onlookers naturally understood what was happening. However, the little baby holding the criminal tool was so adorable that no one was willing to criticize the little one. Why don't you draw a new one? This little baby doesn't know anything. It's useless even if you scold her. Yes, kid, please draw a new one. The baby definitely didn't do it on purpose. Maybe he just wanted to help his brother draw. Yes, kid, you are the older brother now, so don't bother with your little sister. The people watching were all impressed by Xiaobao's good looks and actually started to persuade the little boy. Mother. After hearing what everyone said, the little boy felt even more aggrieved. Xiao Ming. When the woman saw Xiaobao, she was instantly melted by his cute appearance. Xiao Ming is the only boy in the family, and the woman has always wanted to have a beautiful daughter. However, Xiao Ming was her son after all, and the woman didn't know what to say for a moment. Little friend, my little treasure has soiled your painting. I apologize to you on behalf of my little sister. Since his own baby got into trouble, Suju naturally had to step forward to clean up the mess. Xiao Ming glanced at Xiaobao, who was smiling brightly at him, curled his lips and said nothing. But the tears of grievance never stopped. Little boy, do you think this is okay? Uncle has also learned to paint. Why don't you let Uncle try and see if he can fix the dirty spots made by little sister? The place where Xiaobao drew the black line was right next to the panda drawn by the little boy, and Suju already had an idea in his mind. Good. Wiping his tears with his hands, the little boy agreed to Suju's suggestion. Then Uncle will try it. Letting Hanyu push the stroller, Suju walked to the table. Picking up the paintbrush, Suju drew a few strokes and added a few more strokes where Xiaobao had scribbled. Red panda. The little boy was the first to cry out. It can be seen that the little boy is very satisfied with what Suju drew. Isn't this red panda too realistic? Yes, the pandas drawn by this gentleman are more realistic than those drawn by Master Wu. Master Wu, are you talking about the ink painting master? I've also admired his panda paintings. This gentleman's paintings are indeed a step above Master Wu's. There should be a few experts among the onlookers. When people saw the panda painted by Suju, they started talking. Suju didn't take the compliments to heart. Suju possesses top-level painting skills given by the system. Can the paintings he draws be ordinary? Little boy, is this okay? Suju drew the picture to help Xiaobao deal with the aftermath, and of course he had to ask for the opinions of the person involved. Uncle, your painting is so beautiful. Only. There was a trace of confusion on the child's face. It's just that the red panda you drew is so beautiful, it's obvious that it's not the offspring of the giant panda I drew. With a frown on his face, the little boy expressed his opinion innocently. Ha ha ha. This kid is so funny. The little boy's words successfully made people around him laugh. Seeing everyone laughing, Debao and Xiaobao also started to laugh. The two little darlings had no idea that Su Yenny had just gotten into trouble. Suju smiled and touched the little boy's head. It's true that children's thinking logic is different from that of adults. Little friend, the red panda Uncle Drew looks like the panda dad. Suju gave a very good reason. After all, even from a genetic point of view, this is very easy to explain, right? I know, uncle, just like I look like my father and not my mother. Because of Suju's words, the little boy was no longer conflicted and smiled sweetly. Yes, you are so smart. Now that the matter was resolved, Suju didn't want to stay any longer. Debeo, Xiaobao, let mom and dad take you somewhere else to play. We won't disturb our brothers and sisters from painting. I was worried that if I wasn't careful, Debeo and Xiaobao would get into trouble again. Suju pushed the stroller and prepared to leave. Sir, please stay. Guing, who had been paying attention to the situation here, blocked the way of Suju and Lan Hanyu. Suju stopped and said nothing. Sir, I just saw your panda painting, it's really amazing. Sir, this is what your painting skills should be. Raising a thumbs up, Guing first complimented Suju generously. Suju's face was calm and he didn't react. Suju knew that the other party stopped him for more than just to say a few nice words. Sir, it's like this, a friend of mine has encountered a difficult problem that needs a painting expert like you to solve. I wonder if I could take a moment for you and your wife to come to our training room and take a look. Guing bent slightly, and her attitude was indeed quite sincere. Teacher Gu, these are the snacks you asked me to buy. Before Suju could express his opinion, a girl who looked like an assistant ran over with a few beautifully packaged small boxes of pastries in her hands. Sir, this is a little snack I prepared for the babies. I hope they will like it. Guing took the small box handed over by the girl and held it in front of the stroller. Are you Debeo and Xiaobao? Uncle asked this sister to buy delicious food for our Debeo and Xiaobao. I wonder if Debeo and Xiaobao like it. I opened one of the pastry boxes and found a small strawberry-flavored cake. When they saw the delicious food, Debeo and Xiaobao's eyes lit up. The babies waved their chubby little hands, and their claws would have touched the cake if Lan Hanyu hadn't stepped forward to stop them. Ma! Ma! The two little babies cried out in dissatisfaction at the same time. Lan Hanyu shook his head at the babies, showing no intention of giving in. Daddy! Papa! Seeing that their mother disagreed, the babies cleverly changed the person they turned to for help. Sir, why don't you let the babies eat something first? I think they are hungry. I'd like to ask you to help my friend. If it's hard to solve, I won't force it. Suju looked at Debeo and Xiaobao, who were drooling. He looked at the child's mother again. When Suju saw the helplessness in Hanyu's eyes, he knew that Hanyu was helpless with the babies. Lead the way. Since Guing is smart and knows to start with the babies, Suju will just treat it as a visit to a training institution. Suju, who has advanced fighting skills, is not afraid that Guing will cause any trouble. Chapter 34 Strength is the standard for crushing everything. Led by Guing, Suju and Lan Hanyu brought the babies into the reception room of the training institution. The girl who bought the cake just now has a keen eye. Seeing Guing, who is actually the boss of Xinghue Children's Painting Interest Institute, being so polite to Suju, the girl didn't need to ask any questions to know that the handsome guy was not ordinary. She immediately served tea and water enthusiastically, and the girl even wanted to feed cake to Debeo and Xiaobao. Lan Hanyu politely stopped the girl's kindness. Lan Hanyu was not confident in leaving her babies in the hands of others. Understanding what the baby's mother meant, the girl stood aside, holding a tissue, ready to help. Guing didn't dare to waste time. After asking Suju to sit down, she immediately told him the purpose of inviting Suju in. Sir, it's like this. My friend got a very famous painting and originally wanted to give it to his father-in-law as a birthday present for his 60th birthday. Because of the mischief of the children, the painting was damaged a little bit. Speaking of this, Guing couldn't help but look at Xiaobao, who was smiling with satisfaction because he had eaten the cake. Isn't it because of the baby's mischief that the baby's father showed off his skills just now? Guing felt that this might be God's will to help his friend, so he specially sent such a master over. Sir, to be honest, my friend has also consulted many masters to try to repair the painting. Unfortunately, no master in the entire Jiangcheng city dares to take this job. Speaking of this, Guing shook his head regretfully. Those who always act superior and claim to be masters when they have nothing to do. When they really encounter problems, they will just shake their heads. Suju raised his eyebrows. It turned out that the other person was impressed by his painting skills. Yes, the top-level painting skills given by the system must be top-notch. Guing could see this at a glance, so he must be an expert. Is that painting very valuable? If it was just an ordinary painting, it would be ruined if it was ruined. There's no need to waste so much effort on it, right? Besides, the fact that all the painting masters in Jiangqing City were invited to paint it only proves that it is not an ordinary painting. Indeed, my friend spent 3 million to buy that painting. If she wanted to ask for help, Guing knew that she couldn't hide anything. Hearing the price of 3 million, Lan Hanyu couldn't help but look up at Su Ju. It's not easy to help with this. What if you don't do it well and someone says that you damaged his painting and demands compensation? The worry in Lan Hanyu's eyes was clearly conveyed. Su Ju nodded at Hanyu. What Hanyu thought of, Su Ju naturally thought of as well. Although he has top-level painting skills given by the system, Su Ju is very confident in his painting skills. However, there is some truth in the saying that human hearts are hard to predict. What's more, he and this Guing didn't even know each other. Not to mention his friends, as Guing mentioned. Su Ju didn't want to get involved in this inexplicable mess. Mr. Gu, I can't help your friend. Thank you for the cake, my daughter seemed to like it very much. After politely thanking him, Su Ju stood up and walked towards the stroller. Papa. Daddy. Seeing their dad coming over, the two little babies shouted happily, as if they wanted to share their delicious food with their dad. Xiaobao even reached his hand directly onto the cake, and the strawberry-flavored cream wrapped his fair fingers in a pink and tender color. Lan Hanyu also stood up when she saw Su Ju coming over. Neither Su Ju nor Lan Hanyu noticed Xiaobao's little action. Sir, you. When Su Ju stood up, Guing also stood up. Seeing that Su Ju was really preparing to leave, Guing became a little anxious. Lao Gu, where is the master you mentioned? An urgent voice successfully interrupted Du Ying's words that were about to keep Su Ju. Seeing the man running into the reception room, Guing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Old Zhao arrived just in time. If the man had come a little later, Guing was not sure whether Lao Zhao would have had the chance to ask the expert for help. After all, if Su Ju really wanted to leave, Guing couldn't force him to stay. Guing cannot afford the charge of illegal detention. Old Zhao, you're here. Guing looked at her watch. It took Lao Zhao about 15 minutes to get here, which was quite fast. However, asking for help from the master among masters, even if it was only 15 minutes, Guing still felt it was a bit slow. Old Gu, where is the master you mentioned? Looking around the reception room, Old Zhao, who was holding a tightly wrapped scroll in his arms, asked with some confusion. In the reception room, apart from Guing and the girl assistant that Lao Zhao knew, there was only a beautiful woman and a handsome man. Of course, Lao Zhao did not ignore the two adorable babies in the stroller. However, Lao Zhao's mind is now on the master. Where is the master that Guing mentioned? Old Zhao, this is the master I was talking about. Guing respectfully introduced Su Ju to Lao Zhao. Excuse me, sir, I was so excited that I didn't even ask for your name. Halfway through her words, Guing realized belatedly that she didn't even know the handsome guy's last name, so how could she introduce him to Lao Zhao? Su Ju. His name was no secret, and Su Ju had no intention of hiding it. Mr. Su, this is the friend I told you about. Guing didn't dare to call Su Ju by his real name. In the eyes of people engaged in art, seniority is not divided according to age. Strength is the standard to crush everything. Su, Mr. Su, can you help me take a look at this painting? The man named Lao Zhao, as soon as he saw Gu Ying's attitude towards Su Ju, realized that this handsome guy was not simple. Handing over the scroll respectfully with both hands, Lao Zhao now placed all his hopes on the handsome guy. In order to save this painting, Lao Zhao has used all the connections he could in the past few days. Unfortunately, even the man who was known as the top painting master in Jiangqing City was unable to help Lao Zhao's painting to turn the tide. For Lao Zhao, what he cares about is not the 3 million. What Lao Zhao really cares about is that this painting is what his father-in-law has long admired. Old Zhao also expressed his intention to tell his father-in-law that he would give it to him on his 60th birthday. Now, because Old Zhao was careless for a moment, he left the painting directly in the study without putting it away properly, and as a result, his own daughter added a thick mark on it. The real reason why Lao Zhao was so anxious was that he didn't want to disappoint his father-in-law. Afraid that the handsome guy would refuse, Lao Zhao hurriedly took out the scroll and spread it flat on the table in the reception room. Su Ju took a look at it and found that it was indeed a masterpiece, and it was also quite old. No wonder this man named Lao Zhao spent 3 million to buy this painting. It's definitely worth the price, Suju said silently in his heart. Chapter 35 Worship. Mr. Su, I heard from Lao Gu that you have the ability to turn decay into magic. I wonder if you could help me save this painting? Old Zhao looked at Suju eagerly. This Mr. Su looks very young. But Lao Gu said that Mr. Su was very capable, and Lao Zhao firmly believed it. Your painting is too valuable. With just one simple sentence, Suju expressed his attitude. Everyone has a different understanding of painting. This is a painting of the sun rising in the east. The artistic conception of the painting is already very good. Unfortunately, the thick black pen mark next to the rising sun destroys the mood of the entire painting. Suju already had a general idea in his mind about how to save the painting. However, you can't judge a person by his appearance. Now old Zhao looked like he was anxious to ask for help. Suju couldn't guarantee that after he took action, old Zhao would not find fault with him again. Don't worry, Mr. Su. As long as you are willing to help, I will bear the consequences no matter what they are. Lao Gu was also a smart man. He immediately understood what Suju meant without Suju saying anything more. After making the promise, Lao Zhao knew that it was just empty words and was very capable. Old Gu, please print a statement for me, stating that I asked Mr. Su to help repair this painting, and I, Zhao Jigang, will bear all the consequences. Okay, I'll print it right away. Guing didn't tell her assistant and went to the computer to type the statement. Suju. When Lan Hanyu heard Zhao Jigang say that the painting was destroyed by his daughter, she thought of her own Xiaobao. Children are naughty regardless of age or occasion. For children, there is no difference between an ordinary painting and a painting worth millions. At that time, Lan Hanyu felt a little soft-hearted. However, when thinking that the painting was worth 3 million, Lan Hanyu did not rashly ask Suju for help. Now seeing that Zhao Jigang's attitude was so sincere, Lan Hanyu wanted to persuade Suju to reconsider it. What Lan Hanyu was thinking was, no matter which child got into trouble, weren't it the child's parents who helped clean up the mess in the end? Just for this reason, Zhao Jigang is quite sympathetic. Suju understood what Hanyu meant and gave Hanyu a calm look. Lan Hanyu understood immediately. Knowing that Suju had his own plans, Lan Hanyu said nothing more and just watched silently. Okay, Lao Zhao, you sign first. After printing the statement, Guing gave it to Zhao Jigang to sign his name first. Mr. Su, please take a look. Seeing that Suju did not leave, Guing felt that there was still hope for Lao Zhao's matter. He held the statement signed by Zhao Jigang in both hands and brought it to Suju. Suju read it carefully and found that it was indeed written in great detail. Mr. Su, we have surveillance cameras in the reception room, and what Lao Zhao said just now was also revealed. I'll give you another copy of the surveillance footage. Please lend me a hand. Gu Ying's consideration was indeed very thoughtful. With the statement and the surveillance video, everything became clear. Mr. Su. Zhao Jigang had a pleading expression on his face, and he looked pitiful. Suju took the statement and walked to the table. Guing immediately brought a complete set of painting tools. Mr. Su, please. Suju is using practical actions to show that he is willing to take action. Suju already had an idea in his mind, so naturally there was no need to waste time. Picking up the paintbrush, Suju started painting. Zhao Jigang and Guing looked at Suju and said in their minds at the same time, a master is a master. In the eyes of Zhao Jigang and Guing, Suju can start the game as soon as he picks up the pen. All right. After about 10 minutes, Suju put down his paintbrush. Taking a few steps back, Suju made room for Zhao Jigang and Guing to see for themselves. When Suju was painting, neither Zhao Jigang nor Guing dared to come forward. After all, masters all have their own tempers. Zhao Jigang and Guing were worried that if they went up to watch Master Su paint, Master Su would be unhappy. If Master Su is unhappy, Zhao Jigang's painting will be of no use. However, although the two did not dare to come forward, they kept staring at Suju. Seeing that Suju completed the entire painting process in one go without even a moment of pause, the two knew that they had finally found the right person this time. This. Zhao Jigang and Guing, who were mentally prepared, were still stunned when they saw the painting that had been modified by Suju. Suju, they don't like it, do they? Lan Hanyu didn't go forward when Suju was painting, so she didn't know how Suju's painting was looking. Now seeing that Zhao Jigang and Guing were silent, Lan Hanyu felt a little worried. Although the panda Suju drew for the little boy was very lifelike. But that was a child's painting after all. Compared with this 3 million painting, there is no comparison at all.
Lan Hanyu suddenly felt that he had been wrong for talking too much just now. Even if Zhao Jigang had said it in advance, all the consequences would have nothing to do with Su Ju. But Lan Hanyu just doesn't want to see Su Ju's paintings being disliked. Seeing Hanyo's little face full of worry, Su Ju smiled and held Hanyo's hand.
Mr. Su, you are truly a master among masters. Mr. Su, thank you so much, thank you. Thanks. Thanks. Zhao Jigang finally recovered from his surprise, touched the scroll carefully, and kept thanking Su Ju. Mr. Su, if I hadn't seen you draw it with my own eyes, I really wouldn't believe that this eagle was drawn by a young man in his 20s. Guing was also shocked. However, since he had seen it with his own eyes, Guing could only say to himself, my vision was too narrow, and I thought that only people with gray beards could be masters. Because Zhao Jigang and Guing turned around, they left a gap for Lan Hanyu. Looking at the black pen mark next to the sun, it has now turned into an eagle spreading its wings and flying high. Lan Hanyu was filled with shock. A sentence instantly flashed through Lan Hanyu's mind: the eagle should spread its wings and soar into the sky. It was originally a painting of the sun rising in the east. Thanks to Su Ju's brilliant stroke, the artistic conception of this painting was elevated to more than one level. Lan Hanyu discovered that the baby's fathers had many shining points that she didn't know about. Thinking of this, Lan Hanyu looked at Su Ju with a sparkling look in her eyes. If you look closely, you can see a hint of admiration in Lan Hanyu's eyes. Chapter 36: A Different Flavor. Mr. Su, thank you so much. My father-in-law will definitely like this gift very much, thank you. Apart from thank you, Zhao Jigang couldn't find any words to express his gratitude. By the way, Mr. Su, is it convenient for me to add your WeChat? My father-in-law is a painting enthusiast. If I need anything in the future, can I bother you for a while? Zhao Jigang had already taken out his cell phone and was looking at Su Ju earnestly. Nodding, since he wanted to be filial to the old man, Su Ju would not refuse. Adding Su Ju on WeChat made Zhao Jigang excited for a long time. Guing originally wanted to request to join Su Ju. However, Guing couldn't find any suitable excuse, so she could only give up temporarily. Guing thought that now that Lao Zhao had Mr. Su's WeChat, if she wanted to ask Mr. Su for help in the future, she could do so through Lao Zhao. Mr. Su, thank you for helping me save this painting. I know this is not something that can be measured by money. But this is a small gift from me. I hope Mr. Su can give me some face and accept it. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Su. As Zhao Jigang spoke, he clicked a few times on his phone. Hearing the voice of his WeChat, Su Ju picked up the phone and took a look. Zhao Jigang transferred 300,000 yuan to himself. Lan Hanyu was already standing next to Su Ju, so naturally he saw the transfer. Although he didn't say anything on the surface, Lan Hanyu was extremely shocked in his heart. Su Ju only spent 10 minutes just now, and Zhao Jigang is going to transfer 300,000 to him? Isn't the baby's father too awesome? I'm just helping you. You don't need to pay for it. Su Ju and Hanyu looked at each other, and Lan Hanyu nodded. He and Su Ju had the same idea. Mr. Su, please accept this money. You've helped me a lot. You can say that you not only brought my 3 million painting back to life, but more importantly, my father-in-law will not be disappointed. Mr. Su, this painting is really important to my father-in-law. Mr. Su, I know you don't care about the 300,000, but this is also a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it. Zhao Jigang looked like he would not give up until Su took the money. Guing also joined the ranks of persuading. Su Ju looked at the two of them, then looked at the babies who were obviously a little bored. Su Ju thought about it and decided to consider it as the reward for his painting. After receiving the money, Su Ju and Lan Hanyu walked out of the gate of Xinghui Children's Painting Interest Institute with Zhao Jigang and Guing accompanying them all the way. Su Ju, how come you are so good at drawing? Lan Hanyu asked curiously. I've said it before, I know a lot of things, just take your time to discover them. Pushing a stroller, Su Ju would not miss the opportunity to tease the child's mother. You. What Su Ju said was quite serious. However, the approaching face and the hot air that was about to spray on her face made Lan Hanyu's little face turn red uncontrollably. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. I'll transfer the 300,000 to you, our housekeeper. In public, Su Ju gave up the idea of teasing the child's mother. After all, Hanyu's blushing face has a different flavor. Su Ju doesn't want other men to see Hanyu's feminine side.
No, you just transferred 500,000 to me last time, plus there is still some money left. I have plenty of money now, you don't need to transfer it to me. Thinking that Suju had transferred so much money to her, Lan Hanyu hurriedly refused.
You've heard that men become bad when they have money, right?
Although I'm not that kind of man, it's better for a woman to manage the money at home.
Suju winked at Hanyu, indicating that Hanyu could not refuse the position of Minister of Finance.
Well, then you can transfer 200,000 to me, and I'll keep the remaining 100,000 with you.
You can't be penniless.
When a boy goes out, he always needs money.
Seeing Suju's firm attitude, Lan Hanyu had no choice but to agree.
Lan Hanyu found that she was becoming more and more like the hostess of the house. This feeling also made Lan Hanyu find the warmth of home. Okay, then I'll transfer 200,000 to you, and use the remaining 100,000 to buy things for our 3 babies. Suju clicked a few times on his phone, and 200,000 yuan was transferred to Hanyu's WeChat.
Click confirm payment and a considerable amount of money will be deposited into the family's small treasury.
Lan Hanyu did not ignore the 3 treasures that Suju just mentioned. There are 2 treasures in our family, Dabao and Xiaobao, and there is no need to say more.
What about the 3rd baby? Is Suju talking about himself? The answer is quite obvious.
Lan Hanyu felt so warm in her heart when she thought that Suju also treated her as a treasure. Dabao, Xiaobao, Daddy is going to take us shopping. Squatting down, Lan Hanyu kissed both babies on the face. Amid the cheerful laughter of the 2 little babies, Suju pushed the stroller with one hand and held Lan Hanyu's hand with the other, and the family of 4 continued shopping in the mall. Hanyu, the clothes in this store are nice, go pick out a few pieces. Stopping at the door of a specialty store, Suju looked at the clothes on the model in the cupboard and said to Hanyu,
"This is Chanel. It's too expensive. Let's look elsewhere." As a girl, even if Lan Hanyu doesn't buy Chanel clothes, she knows the Chanel brand. Shaking his head, Lan Hanyu felt that he didn't need such expensive clothes at all. "What's expensive? Don't forget, you gave me 100,000 yuan for shopping today. I think this dress is pretty good. You have such a great figure, it will definitely look great on you. Go try it on." Suju fell in love with the blue suit at first sight and felt that only Hanyu could wear this suit with such elegance. Pushing the stroller in one hand and holding Hanyu in the other, the family of 4 walked into the Chanel store. "Welcome." As soon as the clerk saw a customer coming in, he immediately came over to greet him. "The babies are so beautiful. They must be twins." When the clerk saw the babies in the strollers, his eyes lit up. The clerk said it was the first time he had seen such a cute baby. Even the celebrity babies on TV are not as good looking as this pair of babies. It is true that like father, like mother. Because the baby's parents are so good looking, the 2 babies were able to inherit such good genes. Wow! The baby smiled at me. It's so cute. Is this the older or younger baby? They look exactly the same. How can I tell the older sister from the younger sister? The other shop assistants were also attracted by Dabao and Xiaobao's looks. Everyone gathered around the stroller and started guessing which one was the older sister and which one was the younger sister. Chapter 37, Speciality. "Mr. and Mrs., you look so young. Are these your babies?" There was a younger clerk who looked at Suju and Lan Hanyu, as if he couldn't believe that they were already the baby's parents. "This is our baby." Lan Hanyu must be happy to see someone praising his baby. This should be a common problem for all mothers. "Oh my god, you've managed to maintain such a good figure even after giving birth to twins. I'm so jealous." These shop assistants are good at talking, and praising customers is their specialty. However, what the clerk said to Lan Hanyu was the truth. If she wasn't with the babies, no one would associate Lan Hanyu with the identity of the children's mother. "Yeah, look at me. I haven't even gotten married yet, let alone had a baby, but I've already got some fat on my waist. I really don't know what to do in the future." Come on, if you compare yourself with a beautiful lady, aren't you just asking for trouble? That's true. It seems I should be more open-minded. Baby, are you the older sister or the younger sister? If you ask me, the one smiling at me is my sister. Why? I think this is the older sister. This is the first time that such unprofessional behavior has occurred in a Chanel store. All the shop assistants were either surrounding Lan Hanyu, praising her figure, or surrounding the 2 adorable babies, teasing them. The so-called motherly love is actually not limited by age. It depends on whether the babies can stimulate their potential. What's going on with you? Aren't you going to serve customers anymore?
Because everyone was surrounding Lan Hanyu and the babies, no one noticed that a new customer had come into the store.
Of course, Suju automatically withdrew from the encirclement.
It's not a pleasant feeling to be surrounded by a group of chattering women.
However, Suju did not stand too far away.
He stood within a safe distance from his woman and babies.
That was necessary.
The sound was rather sharp, and even the shop assistants noticed it no matter how animatedly they were chatting.
Looking in the direction of the voice, I saw a young woman with heavy makeup.
Originally, the woman's appearance was quite good. However, with the beautiful Lan Hanyu as a comparison, the woman's appearance is just that simple.
Hello, Mississippi. How can I help you?
Other customers came into the store, so the staff naturally couldn't continue to surround the babies and Lan Hanyu.
Someone came forward to greet the young woman, but his attitude was not as enthusiastic as before. Some returned to their posts.
Of course, there must be a clerk who stayed to continue serving Lan Hanyu.
Because the shop assistants had dispersed, the young woman naturally saw Lan Hanyu.
A woman who originally thought she was a great beauty. After seeing Lan Hanyu's face clearly and then seeing the two babies in the stroller beside Lan Hanyu, he suddenly felt uncomfortable. In women's minds, women who have given birth to children become yellow-faced women. But now, I am outshined by this yellow-faced woman.
How embarrassing for the young woman.
The baby in the stroller was indeed very cute, but the young woman didn't like him. The two babies are so good-looking, which can only prove that their mother has good genes.
Nowadays, it is no longer possible for young women to say that the mother of their babies is an artificial beauty.
Hanyu, I'll watch over the babies.
Go try on that dress. Suju didn't even look at irrelevant people.
Taking the stroller, Suju urged Hanyu to try on the dress that he had caught his eye at first sight.
Ma'am, which dress do you want to try on?
I'll get it for you. The clerk didn't know which skirt the handsome guy was talking about. The clerk asked happily, seeing that he had found a place to use his skills.
The blue one.
Knowing that Hanyu was reluctant, Suju spoke directly. The child's mother left him 100,000 yuan in pocket money, so Suju was very confident. Okay, please wait, I'll get it right away. Without needing Lan Hanyu to tell her size, the clerk walked towards the rack where the clothes were hung.
Madam, you have such a great figure, a size S is enough. Holding the blue suit that Suju specified, the clerk praised it sincerely.
Lan Hanyu still felt a little embarrassed when she heard the clerk calling her madam all the time.
After all, Lan Hanyu and Suju's relationship still lacks that certificate.
However, in the eyes of outsiders, the two of them even have a baby, and they have two babies at once.
If they are not husband and wife, what are they?
Lan Hanyu knew that it was impossible for her to explain one by one, so she silently accepted the title of madam.
Go ahead and give it a try.
Urging Hanyu to go into the fitting room, Suju pushed the stroller and took the babies to the rest area nearby. The babies are now at an active age, so Suju naturally keeps them away from those hanging clothes.
Give me a set of that blue dress, size S.
I don't know why, but the young woman wanted to try on the same style of suit as Lan Hanyu. It can be seen that the young woman did it on purpose, and she even raised her voice a lot when she spoke. Even Suju, who was quite a distance away from the woman, heard it clearly.
Who has such a strong mentality that he wants to wear the same clothes as Hanyu?
It is said that wearing the same clothes is not a big deal, but whoever is ugly will be embarrassed.
Suju has absolute confidence in Hanyu's appearance and figure.
Out of curiosity, Suju turned and looked at the woman who didn't know whether to live or die.
Very ordinary.
After just one glance, Suju turned his head back and made an evaluation of the woman in his heart. The woman didn't expect Suju to suddenly look at her.
Although the time was short, the woman was still stunned by Suju's appearance. This is so handsome.
Even though she could only see the back of the handsome guy's head, the woman was unwilling to look away. Miss, I'm sorry, that blue dress is our Chanel's new model this year, and we only have one set of each size. The clerk explained politely. The S-size blue dress had already been taken by a colleague to be given to a beautiful lady to try on, so the clerk certainly had no way of satisfying the woman's request. Because of the clerk's words, the woman withdrew her gaze from Suju. When I think about how my looks can't compare to that of a woman who is already a mother, even her husband is so handsome.
Now I'm just trying on a dress, and I'm one step behind again.
The woman's psychology was instantly distorted. Then I'll wait until she's done trying before trying again. Anyway, buying clothes isn't based on the order in which you try them on.
It depends on who can afford the money.
The woman shook the bag in her hand proudly. Since they are already husband and wife, no matter how handsome he is, it has nothing to do with me. The woman rationally distanced herself from the handsome man's appearance and realized that she also had her own advantages. After all, Suju and Lan Hanyu were dressed very casually when they went shopping today. It was normal for the woman to take it for granted that Suju had no money.
Chapter 38, Women Dress to Please Themselves. What's the point of being handsome?
These days, if a man has no money, he is nothing. Because she couldn't eat the grapes, she said they were sour.
The woman's attitude towards Suju has also changed greatly.
After silently slandering Suju a few times in her heart, the woman was just waiting to see the embarrassing situation that Suju and his friends would be unable to afford.
Chanel's new models are definitely not cheap.
The woman had not originally planned to buy new Chanel models today. After all, she was not a rich person.
Women just like to pretend.
In order to surpass Lan Hanyu, the woman decided that even if she had to eat instant noodles for the next 6 months, she must save her face.
Hearing the woman's self-righteous words, Suju just felt bored.
As long as Hanyu likes it, Suju won't even give the girl the chance to try on that suit.
A beauty is a beauty.
This skirt seems to be specially designed for beautiful women.
It is so beautiful.
The clerk waiting at the door of the fitting room started praising Lan Hanyu as soon as he saw her coming out.
Beauty, if you ask me, only you can wear this dress so charmingly.
There was no sense of disobedience, and the clerk felt that this time he finally didn't have to flatter the customers in order to please them.
Suju, does it look good? Women dress up to please themselves. Lan Hanyu just wanted to know what Suju thought.
Although there was a mirror in the fitting room, Lan Hanyu looked at herself and thought that the suit looked very beautiful on her.
However, it said that men and women have different perspectives? Lan Hanyu was not sure whether Suju's vision was consistent with his own. It looks good. My child's mother looks good in anything she wears. Suju praised sincerely. Hanyu really looks good in anything she wears.
Especially the first time Suju saw Lan Hanyu wearing pajamas, she was the most beautiful.
What a hassle. Have you tried it on? If you can't afford it, don't try it casually. If it gets dirty, I'm afraid you can't afford the compensation. Don't you guys see that they are wearing the same clothes as those poor students, and they can afford Chanel? If you want to improve your performance, you can't just let everyone try on clothes, right? If you do this, you will waste the valuable time of real customers.
The woman was also shocked when she saw Lan Hanyu coming out of the fitting room. I have to say, Lan Hanyu looks really beautiful in that dress. Out of jealousy, the woman now just wants to take off the blue suit from the woman who was prettier than herself as soon as possible.
Miss. The clerk didn't know what to say.
People are just trying on clothes normally, there's nothing wrong with that. Besides, if you really dirty or damage the clothes in the store, the clerk will definitely not sit idly by.
Do you need other irrelevant people to be there and complain?
However, the woman was also a customer and the clerk did not want to offend her.
Do you like it? Ignoring the inexplicable woman, Suju asked the child's mother with a doting look on his face. Originally, Lan Hanyu didn't want to buy such an expensive skirt.
But since someone looked down on him and Suju so much, Lan Hanyu didn't want to fulfill the wish of that sarcastic woman.
Suju can earn 300,000 just by drawing casually. Lan Hanyu thinks that the baby's father is really capable. That woman is just looking down on others.
Nodding, Lan Hanyu decided to be willful for once.
If you like it, buy it. Since his woman liked it, Suju made the decision immediately. Buy? Do you know how much this Chanel dress costs? You're buying it without even asking the price? This is Chanel's new model this year.
The price is beyond the imagination of you poor people. The woman just couldn't stand the fact that Lan Hanyu was not only prettier than her, but also had a husband who was incredibly handsome. Anyway, the evil has been done, and the woman is determined to carry out this evil act to the end.
As long as my wife likes it, do I need to ask the price?
Only those with a small wallet would ask prices and compare prices before buying something.
Suju originally didn't want to pay attention to the woman who was barking like a mad dog. However, in the woman's eyes, Suju and Lan Hanyu's disregard turned into the two people being afraid of her.
Seeing that the woman's words were becoming more and more excessive, Suju retorted without any hesitation.
You.
The woman was sure that the two were poor and couldn't afford Chanel clothes, so she was so unscrupulous in her ridicule.
Now, the handsome guy actually says that he has no money? The woman's only sense of superiority was trampled underfoot like this. The woman certainly couldn't bear this. If you have money, pay. Don't just. Being rich is not just talk. The woman felt that she should use provocation to make the two poor people show their true colors. Hanyu, just wear this dress when you go shopping. I originally thought that it would be more convenient to wear something casual when I am with the babies. Some people are just snobs, they don't know anything and only look at people's appearance. They are so superficial. After Suju finished speaking to Hanyu, he turned to the clerk. We want this set of clothes. Please pack up the clothes my wife has changed out of. Didn't that woman want to try? Suju had said long ago that as long as Hanyu liked her, he would not even give that uncultured woman the chance to try on clothes. Okay, please wait a moment, both of you. When the clerk heard Suju's words, he knew that he had met a low-key wealthy couple today. It's not like they don't have money. It's just for the convenience of taking care of the babies. Following Suju's instructions, the clerk packed up the clothes that Lan Hanyu had changed out of in the fitting room in a Chanel bag. Pretend. Let's see how long you can keep pretending. The woman didn't believe Suju's words at all and insisted on staying to watch the show. Sir, this dress is 68,800 yuan in total. Would you like to pay by credit card or WeChat? Nowadays, no one would carry so much cash when shopping, so there is no need for the clerk to ask whether you are paying in cash. WeChat. Hanyu let herself keep 100,000 yuan for shopping, all of which are in WeChat. Okay sir, please show me the payment code. With the sound of beep, the woman did not see the scene she hoped to see. Sir, this is the receipt, please keep it. The clerk handed over the receipt with a smile on his face. The handsome guy was really generous. He bought a dress worth tens of thousands of dollars just because his wife liked it. In the shop assistant's heart, Suju was regarded as a three-good man. This is impossible. Because of her obsession, the woman was unwilling to accept the reality that she was outshined by the beautiful woman again. The woman moved forward, as if she wanted to see whether the invoice in Suju's hand was real. Miss, the dress you like has been bought by this beautiful lady. You should see if there is anything else you like. The shop assistants couldn't stand the woman's behavior anymore. The handsome guys and beautiful girls didn't provoke you, so why do you have to make things difficult for them? Chapter 39, Do not encourage evil tendencies. I only like that dress, I don't like the others. Pursing her lips, the woman was pretending just to put down Lan Hanyu. Now that the goal is impossible to achieve, the woman will not use her half-year life to show off. Actually, looking at it now, there's nothing special about this dress. I don't like it anymore. Women are the kind of people who are stubborn even though they are dead. She obviously liked it very much, but because she couldn't have it, she said the skirt was not pretty. Instead of leaving immediately, the woman pretended to look at Lan Hanyu for a while. She looked at it and shook her head, as if the skirt Lan Hanyu was wearing was really not pleasing to the woman's eyes. Looking at the woman's appearance, Suju and Lan Hanyu looked at each other and prepared to leave. It's just typical narrow-mindedness, no need to pay attention to it. Ma! Because his view was blocked, Xiaobao couldn't see his mother putting on her new clothes and became a little anxious. Xiaobao stretched out his chubby little hands and tried to drive away the obstacle in front of him. My skirt! With a cry of surprise, the woman looked down subconsciously when she felt something touching her skirt. A small handprint with pink cream was left on the woman's skirt. What's wrong with you, kid? Why did you smear cream on my skirt? He yelled at the culprit, Xiaobao. Oh. When Xiaobao saw someone yelling at him, he didn't seem scared. Instead, he spoke a lot of baby talk. Xiaobao said this while pointing at the woman and his mother. Looking at Xiaobao's expression, it seemed that the woman was blocking his view of his mother. Your child has soiled my skirt. What do you think we should do? I knew I couldn't explain anything to a baby in a stroller. The woman transferred the object. Now the woman is very confident. Didn't you just look like you didn't want to pay attention to me? Now that your children have gotten into trouble, wait and see how I'm going to deal with you. Suju glanced at Xiaobao, who was smiling brightly, and did not look angry. It is normal for such a young baby to scratch and touch things. Besides, if that woman hadn't come closer and blocked Xiaobao's sight, how could Xiaobao have stretched out her chubby, noble little hand? However, Suju was a little surprised by the cream on Xiaobao's hand. Suju knew that this should be what Xiaobao caught at the Xinghua Children's Painting Interest Organization.
Even Han Yu and I didn't realize that Xiaobao does have some abilities. In Suju's heart, he gave his daughter a thumbs up. It didn't show on his face, but he looked at the woman who had her head held high with her nostrils almost pointing to the sky.
Suju said calmly, "My baby stained your skirt.
I will pay for the dry cleaning. Just a little cream, wash, and go."
Suju felt that there was nothing wrong with the way he handled it. Just paying for the dry cleaning? Do you know what kind of skirt this is? This is also a Chanel skirt. Do you think you can solve the problem by just paying for the dry cleaning fee?
The woman thought about the handsome guy buying a skirt for his wife and spending more than 60,000 yuan without blinking an eye, and her greed suddenly emerged.
This is a Chanel skirt, I have to pay a lot for it. This is regular cream, and even if it's not dry cleaning, it can be easily washed out.
Since Lan Hanyu went to college, she has been washing her own clothes. Not to mention that after having Debao and Xiaobao, this kind of problem is really too easy.
The woman wanted to use this to blackmail herself and Suju?
Lan Hanyu said that no matter how much money the baby's fathers make, it is impossible for them to encourage women's evil tendencies.
This is my skirt. Your kid messed it up like this. Do you want me to just wash it and be done with it? Look at this cream, it's so disgusting.
I will never wear this skirt again. The responsibility for this matter lies entirely with your child.
As parents, guardians, you must be responsible. I won't say much. Either you compensate me with an identical skirt, or you compensate me with the clothes you are wearing.
In order to achieve her goal, the woman doesn't care about exposing her purpose.
Miss, the skirt you are wearing is a Chanel model from 2 years ago. It is no longer sold in the market.
Besides, this kind of cream for babies is all plant-based and very easy to wash off.
Don't even mention dry cleaning. Even if you wash it by hand, it won't leave any marks. The clerk couldn't stand it anymore. Do you want to exchange a skirt that is out of date from 2 years ago for the beautiful lady's new suit worth over 60,000 yuan?
The clerk really felt that the woman was extremely greedy.
This is a matter between us, why do you have to interfere?
After being exposed by the clerk, the woman's face looked a little unnatural. The skirt the woman was wearing was definitely not a new Chanel model. The woman bought this skirt last year.
It was already an old model when I bought it.
But it hadn't been taken off the shelves at that time, and Chanel was selling it at a discount. The woman wanted to show off but couldn't afford new and expensive ones, so she had to settle for the next best thing. I originally thought that as long as it was a Chanel brand, it would be able to scare Suju and Lan Hanyu. Unexpectedly, the Chanel clerk revealed his little trick. Even if my skirt is not a new model now, it was a new model when I bought it. This kind of thing cannot be found out at all, so the woman can continue to be stubborn.
No matter what, you must compensate me.
If you don't want to exchange what you have, then compensate me 50,000. I bought it for more than 60,000 yuan, so I'm giving you a discount. The woman looked as if she had already given in, thinking to herself, today I am going to slaughter this fat sheep. I'll pay $100 for the dry cleaning.
If you don't want to, you can call the police. Not wanting to reason with the shrew, Suju made his attitude clear.
If Xiaobao's handprints hadn't been on the woman's skirt, Suju wouldn't have given that black-hearted woman even $100.
What a pity. Who let such a cute baby at home take action? Suju said that this 100 yuan could be regarded as a donation to beggars. $100? You're just giving alms to a beggar.
100 yuan is more than 500 times the difference between my goal of 50,000.
This is not even on the same level. The woman's anger suddenly rose.
It seems that you guys don't want to accept my toast but want to drink the wine for punishment.
Since you don't want to listen to my nice words, then I won't be polite to you either.
The woman felt like she had a breath stuck in her chest and couldn't breathe out. Patting her chest a few times, the woman took out her cell phone.
Chapter 40, Full of Gold. Originally, Suju thought the woman was going to become violent. Suju was ready to protect the babies and Hanyu.
Seeing that the woman just took out her cell phone, Suju loosened his clenched fist again.
Brother Bin, I'm Xiao Xiao, I'm in some trouble.
My skirt was soiled by a child, but her parents are unreasonable and unwilling to take responsibility.
Yes, I have no other choice. I am a girl and I can't beat them. Okay, Brother Bin, I'm at the Chanel store on the second floor of Woyue Plaza. I'll wait for you.
After hanging up the phone, the woman looked at Suju and Lan Hanyu proudly. It can be seen that the woman is quite capable of confusing right and wrong. If you don't want to cause trouble, solve the problem before Brother Bin comes. When Brother Bin comes, I can't guarantee that he will be as easy to talk to as I am. This woman's name is Xiao Xiao, but her heart is not small at all.
You want to extort 50,000 yuan from someone, and you think you're easy to talk to?
Suju said that he had seen people with thick skin, but he had never seen anyone as thick-skinned as this. No, this Xiao Xiao and Qin Man Man are comparable, both are women with super thick skins.
Are you tired? How about sitting for a while?
Suju had no feelings towards the Brother Bin mentioned by the woman. If you encounter someone who is unreasonable, Suju's fist represents justice.
I'm not tired, Suju.
There was still some worry in Lan Hanyo's eyes. Apart from Suju, the only ones left on his side were himself, who was powerless, and his two babies. Lan Hanyu knew that it would be a problem for her and her two daughters to protect themselves, let alone help Suju.
Don't worry, I'm here. Suju held Hanyo's hand and comforted the child's mother. Suju possesses the highest fighting skills rewarded by the system.
This highest fighting skill was actually tested by Suju the day before yesterday, and it is very valuable. Even if the woman named Xiao Xiao asked for help from an entire Special Forces battalion, Suju would not frown. Not to mention that the people Xiao Xiao hired could only be those gangsters in society.
Suju didn't take it seriously at all.
Lan Hanyu looked at Suju's calm expression, and her heart suddenly relaxed. After spending some time together recently, Lan Hanyu finally believed it.
The baby's father may look like just a junior student, but he seems to be quite capable.
The woman was blocking the way there, and Suju had no intention of deserting. Since it was his own little treasure who caused the trouble, Suju would definitely solve it properly.
Suju didn't have to wait long. Just as Suju was teasing Mango and Pudding, 5 or 6 strong men walked into the Chanel store.
The clerk was listening to Xiao Xiao's phone call and naturally knew that the men who came in now were not customers at all. Instead of going up to greet them, the shop assistants hid behind the counter in fear when they saw 2 men with tattoos covering their entire arms.
Brother Bin, you are here.
Brother Bin, you are still so awesome, and the brothers you lead are also imposing. Seeing her backer coming, the woman immediately went to meet him. As if she was afraid that others didn't know about her relationship with the man, the woman's whole body was limply pressed against the man. This man named Brother Bin accepted everyone who came to him. He hugged the woman who came to him voluntarily and pinched her slender waist.
Hate it, Brother Bin, there are so many people watching us.
It was clearly the woman who offered herself to him, but at this moment she seemed as if she was being teased. However, although the woman said this, her body leaned even tighter against Brother Bin. The word seamlessly fit can perfectly describe the current physical contact between the two people. Brother Bin, help me get this done first, and I'll take good care of you when we get home tonight. Leaning close to Brother Bin's ear, the woman offered the reward on her own initiative. Xiao Xiao knew that if she wanted Brother Bin to take action, it would be impossible without giving him some benefits. After all, in Brother Bin's eyes, this little thing has nothing valuable except its body.
That's what you said, work harder tonight.
After pinching the woman's waist again, Brother Bin was ready to get down to business.
Brother Bin noticed it as soon as he entered the store.
The father and mother of the troublemaker child in Xiao Xiao's mouth had their backs to her from beginning to end. Brother Bin felt that this was a serious insult to himself.
Ignoring myself so much? Brother Bin is not just standing up for Xiao Xiao now.
Now it is a serious issue concerning one's own face. Brother Bin wanted to see who had such courage.
It was your child who soiled my woman's skirt? If you want to stand out, you definitely need a name.
Besides, Brother Bin and Xiao Xiao have already had physical contact several times.
It's not an exaggeration to say that Xiao Xiao is his woman.
But it is not known whether Xiao Xiao is Brother Bin's number 1 woman. When the woman heard Brother Bin say that she was his woman, she raised her head proudly. The woman is now waiting to see how the woman who stole her dress will beg her for her man.
If a fight really breaks out later, push the babies into the fitting room. Suju knew his own abilities.
However, Mango and Pudding are still so young, and Suju doesn't want the 2 little darlings to get frightened or anything.
Suju.
It was impossible for Lan Hanyu to not worry. Especially since there were 6 of them, they were obviously not good guys. Lan Hanyu was just afraid that Suju would suffer alone.
Don't worry, I'll be fine.
I touched the child's mother's hair comfortingly, and it felt as good as ever. Nodding heavily, Lan Hanyu took out her cell phone from her bag and held it tightly in her hand.
Lan Hanyu was already prepared. If something went wrong, she would call the police immediately. Are you guys done yet? Are you afraid of seeing Brother Bin coming? I told you guys a long time ago, shouldn't we just solve this matter before Brother Bin comes? You guys really have to ask our Brother Bin to come forward. You won't cry until you see the coffin.
The woman thought the handsome guy was scared, and her expression became even more smug.
Brother Bin, people know that as long as you come forward, there is nothing that cannot be solved.
The woman rubbed her body against Brother Bin and felt that her backer was really powerful.
You don't want to wait until night? He was a little angry and held the woman tightly with his arms.
Brother Bin, be gentle, it hurts. The voice was so coquettish that even the clerk hiding behind the counter couldn't help but secretly roll his eyes.
Gently? You'll be begging me to be harder later in the evening. Hate. Ha ha ha.
They flirted unscrupulously, as if they were the only two people in the Chanel store.
Chapter 41 Big Reversal. It's better to be more careful in public places.
Although my babies are only 10 months old and can't understand what that Brother Bin and the woman are saying, Suju still felt that their words would pollute the baby's pure world. Turning around, Suju spoke up to stop the man and woman from their indecent actions and dirty words.
Who do you think you are? My business.
Brother Bin was enjoying the softness in his arms, and he felt unhappy that his good time was interrupted. Looking up, Brother Bin is ready to teach a lesson to anyone who dares to ruin his good deeds.
You.
When he saw Suju's face, Brother Bin seemed to have lost the ability to organize his words and could not utter a complete sentence. Brother Bin, this is the man's child who made my skirt dirty and refused to compensate.
The woman didn't notice anything strange about Brother Bin.
Seeing that the handsome guy finally turned around, the woman immediately pointed at him and started shouting.
Suju glanced at the woman.
She was really good at confusing right and wrong.
However, Suju would not pay any attention to those who were making unreasonable demands.
Since the woman called for help, Suju looked directly at the so-called Brother Bin, who was very capable.
Do you want to know what's going on? Suju did not directly tell the whole story.
If the other party is like the woman and doesn't want to reason at all, Suju doesn't want to waste his breath.
Anyway, if they have to take action, Suju doesn't care. Brother Bin seemed to have not recovered his language ability yet. He just looked at Suju and nodded blankly.
Her skirt, which had long been out of fashion, was stained with cream by my daughter. My wife was willing to pay $100 for the dry cleaning, but she wanted to extort $50,000.
Suju briefly explained the matter. Suju was not explaining to that Brother Bin. For Suju, he just didn't want the woman to talk nonsense in front of him. As for what that Brother Bin thinks, it's not important at all to Suju. What do you mean by an outdated dress? So what if it's outdated? What's wrong with me liking the Chanel dress I wore 2 years ago? What's wrong with me liking the style I wore 2 years ago? And you still say I blackmailed you? Didn't you just buy a Chanel dress suit? You can all spend more than 60,000 yuan on a dress, so my dress can't be worth 50,000 yuan? The woman was indeed being unreasonable. However, the woman also wanted to indirectly remind Brother Bin that they were a pair of fat sheep and could be slaughtered. Brother Bin. Bang!
Before the woman could finish her words, a sudden slap hit her in the face.
Brother Bin, why did you hit me?
The woman covered the side of her face that had been hit, with a look of disbelief.
Wasn't you fine just now? Why did Brother Bin suddenly change his attitude? It seems like nothing happened in the meantime. Could it be that Brother Bin hit the wrong person?
The woman's head was filled with big question marks.
I'm going to hit you. How dare you blackmail Mr. Su? Do you know who Mr. Su is?
Mr. Su's daughter soiled your skirt, that's because she thinks highly of you.
What's wrong with Mr. Su spending more than 60,000 yuan to buy a dress for Mrs. Su? Is it your turn to be jealous? Don't you even look at your own status? How dare you compare yourself with Mrs. Su?
If I hadn't had the honor of meeting Mr. Su once, I would have been badly hurt by you today.
Suju frowned. Does that Brother Bin know him? In Suju's impression, there is no such person.
After Brother Bin scolded the woman harshly, he immediately ran to Suju.
Hello, Mr. Su. My name is Wang Bin. You definitely don't know us, little people like us.
A few days ago, Long Wei, Brother Wei took us and had the honor of witnessing Mr. Su's skills. I'm the one who was knocked to the ground by your punch, Brother Biao's subordinate. I was standing at the back at the time, so Mr. Su certainly didn't notice me.
After some explanation, Wang Bin introduced himself.
Of course, Wang Bin didn't expect Mr. Su to remember him. Wang Bin had a clear idea of his own identity. Even big shots like Long Wei and Brother Wei were very respectful to Mr. Su.
Who does Wang Bin think he is? Mr. Su, I'm really sorry today.
I didn't know that Xiao Xiao, that woman, actually dared to blackmail you and your wife. If I had known earlier, even if I was given 100 guts, I wouldn't have dared to come. He was almost swearing to the sky. Wang Bin was extremely scared.
After I went back last time, Brother Wei spoke. No one in the entire Long Wei martial arts school can offend Mr. Su.
If anyone dares to offend Mr. Su, he will be expelled from the martial arts school at best, and at worst become the enemy of the entire Long Wei martial arts school. Wang Bin himself has witnessed Mr. Su's strength.
Even if Long Wei hadn't said anything, Wang Bin himself wouldn't dare to offend Mr. Su. Because I can't afford to offend you. For those who make a living by force, isn't it strength that determines everything? Mr. Su, please be magnanimous and don't bother with a small person like me. A standard 90-degree bow. Wang Bin's attitude was extremely respectful.
The woman who saw such a dramatic scene could only open her mouth wide, unable to utter a single word. The woman felt that the most powerful person she knew was Wang Bin. However, in front of the handsome guy, Wang Bin is nothing.
What else does the woman have to rely on? The woman instinctively shrank herself back.
Let alone extorting 50,000 yuan now. As long as Mr. Su and Mrs. Su mentioned by Wang Bin could let her go, the woman would feel that God was having mercy on her. The woman touched her face, which was burning from being hit by Wang Bin, but she didn't dare to make a sound.
Su Ju.
Lan Hanyu didn't expect that things would take such a drastic turn.
However, Lan Hanyu also knew that this matter had been easily resolved by the baby's father.
No, to be more precise, when the other party saw Su Ju's face, he didn't dare to cause trouble anymore. Lan Hanyu's hand, which had been tightly gripping the phone, loosened a little.
Su Ju held Hanyu's hand with one hand and pushed the stroller with the other. Let's go.
Knowing that Wang Bin would definitely not dare to stop him, Su Ju spoke to Hanyu.
Good. Lan Hanyu nodded obediently. Mr. Su, Mrs. Su, take care.
When Wang Bin saw that Su Ju had no intention of making a fuss with him, he finally felt relieved. Su Ju, Lan Hanyu, and the two babies were politely sent to the door of the Chanel store. Wang Bin and a few people he brought with him temporarily served as greeters at the Chanel store today.
Brother Bin.
Only after the woman saw Su Ju and the others leave did she dare to walk to Wang Bin with her face covered. Now, let alone the 50,000 yuan, the woman didn't even dare to mention the 100 yuan dry cleaning fee.
Chapter 42, A Full Body Checkup? Snap, snap.
He slapped the woman who had just walked up to him with two big slaps. To be honest, Wang Bin felt a bit scared, as if he had survived a disaster. Now Wang Bin just wants the woman who almost hurt him to get the punishment she deserves.
Brother Bin, I didn't mean it. I don't know who Mr. Su is. Brother Bin, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Next time I see Mr. Su and Mrs. Su, I will definitely avoid them. The woman now doesn't even dare to cover her face.
The burning pain on her face was so intense that the woman would probably never forget what happened today in her entire life.
Sure enough, even if you want to act rogue, you still have to rely on luck. The woman hit a brick wall today. Mr. Su's identity? Do you think you are worthy of knowing? After hearing the woman's explanation, Wang Bin became even angrier. What is this little thing? Still want to know Mr. Su's identity?
Wang Bin himself is not even clear about Mr. Su's identity.
Don't let me see you again. Unlucky.
After saying this, Wang Bin left the store with a few brothers without looking back.
It's better to take the initiative to confess today's events to Brother Wei. I shouldn't have offended Mr. Su just now, right? I don't know if Brother Wei will punish himself. Wang Bin walked while thinking with a headache.
Miss, we don't have the style from 2 years ago in our store anymore, so you don't have to waste your time choosing.
This is a new Chanel model. I guess you're not used to it. Please walk slowly.
Only after seeing a few gangster-like guys leave did the Chanel clerk dare to come out from behind the counter. The store clerk saw what happened just now.
Everyone originally thought that this woman was extorting money.
It's just because it's the customer's own business and the clerk can't interfere. Later, when they saw the helpers the woman had invited over, they didn't even dare to speak loudly to the handsome guy. In the end, the woman was slapped several times. Seeing these, the shop assistants hiding behind the counter only had one feeling in their hearts, and that was cool. The woman is now alone, with both sides of her face swollen like steamed buns. It can really be described as a horrible sight. Unfortunately, when the clerk looked at the woman's appearance, he felt no sympathy at all. Instead, he thought that the woman deserved it. Snort. The woman had seen her ugly appearance so many times that she didn't even have the heart to lose her temper. The woman hurriedly took out a scarf from her bag, wrapped her head, and fled the Chanel store. This kind of villain deserves to be beaten into a pig's head. Do you think she gets beaten often? Otherwise, why would she prepare a silk scarf? I think he often tries to extort money from others in the hope of getting something for nothing. He has a lot of experience with this. That should be the case. Unfortunately, she met someone she couldn't afford to offend today. She could only treat herself as a pig instead of a human being. Who is Mr. Su just now? Why is the gang leader so afraid of him? I can't really say. I can only say that Mr. and Mrs. Su are too low-key. Most people really can't tell who they are. I feel the same way. There were no other customers in the Chanel store at this time. Several shop assistants gathered together, and the topic naturally revolved around Suju, Lan Hanyu, and the two adorable babies. Suju, who is the Long Wei that Wang Bin mentioned just now, Brother Wei? Suju and Lan Hanyu have brought the babies to the baby world on the 4th floor. There are all kinds of toys suitable for preschool babies here. Dabao and Xiaobao are playing with colorful balls in the magic castle. While Lan Hanyu was paying attention to the baby's every move, she was also distractedly asking Suju about what she had just heard. According to Wang Bin, Suju had a fight with someone a few days ago? Thinking of this, Lan Hanyu immediately pulled Suju's arm and examined it carefully. Left arm, no injury. Right arm, the skin is very smooth. Lan Hanyu discovered that Suju had a relatively fair face and his skin was a bit bronze, which made him very masculine and attractive. Do you want to check your body? It doesn't seem very convenient here. How about I let you check it carefully after we get home? Not wanting Hanyu to pay too much attention to his fight, Suju leaned close to Hanyu's ear and asked softly. Boom. Suju's words successfully made Lan Hanyu's face turn red. Physical examination? Lan Hanyu immediately thought of the last time she touched Suju. Last time, Lan Hanyu only confirmed that Suju had pectoral muscles. As for whether Suju had 8-pack abdominal muscles, it is still a mystery. Lan Hanyu had almost forgotten about this. However, because of Suju's overly ambiguous tone, Lan Hanyu couldn't help but think of this question again. Hanyu, which part do you want to check? How about a full body check? I'm willing to cooperate. No need to check, you don't look injured, I believe you. Lan Hanyu waved his hands repeatedly, but he didn't have the courage to look Suju from head to toe. Even if the two of them had already been honest with each other. But that was when both of them were drunk and not in a clear mind. Even if Lan Hanyu had 100 courages, he would not dare to do it now. That's such a pity. Suju shook his head and pretended to be very regretful. Knowing that Suju was teasing her on purpose, Lan Hanyu could only glare at him shyly. It's because I'm timid and can't be a naughty woman. Lan Hanyu could only bear it. Hanyu, I might have been slightly injured. Why don't you go back and help me check it out? There weren't many people at Baby World, and since he was free anyway, Suju decided to continue teasing the child's mother. Really? Where do you think you're hurt? Although Lan Hanyu is a little thin-skinned, he is not so easy to fool. Lan Hanyu rolled her beautiful eyes a few times and asked with a smile. My back, I feel some pain occasionally these days. Suju picked a place at random. The back? Is it here? Through his clothes, Lan Hanyu deliberately poked Suju's back hard. Hanyu, you are trying to murder your husband. Although Hanyu's strength was nothing to Suju. But seeing as Hanyu was working so hard, Suju still had to cooperate. What do you mean by dear husband? Don't talk nonsense. He thought he could teach Suju a lesson. Lan Han pouted as she didn't expect that Suju would take advantage of her again. Ha ha ha. Looking at Hanyu, who was already a mother of babies, still behaving in such a childish way, Suju couldn't hold back his laughter any longer. Daddy. Ma. Papa. The two little babies were attracted by their father's laughter and crawled over. There are so many small balls here that the two babies can't even stand steadily when they want to walk, so they can only crawl. Chapter 43 Full of Sincerity. Suju held a baby in each hand and looked at Hanyu proudly. With two babies as shields, Hanyu's little hands wouldn't dare to touch her back, right? Snort! Big treasure, little treasure, can mommy hold you? Lan Hanyu discovered that since their father came into being, the two babies didn't seem to be as clingy to her as before. With a sense of crisis, Lan Hanyu began to compete for favor. Pa. Daddy. When they heard their mother wanted to hug them, Dabeo and Xiaobao immediately hugged their father's neck tightly. The two little babies faced their mother at the same time and shook their heads like rattles. Dad is much stronger than mom, he can even lift the baby up high when he is picked up. Moreover, the dad can hold two babies at the same time, and the two sisters can play together in the dad's arms. For the two babies, being held by their father is definitely more attractive. Big treasure, little treasure, if you do this, your mother will be sad. A hard approach would definitely not work, so Lan Hanyu resorted to a tactic. Dabeo and Xiaobao looked at their father and then at their mother. Ah hey oh. I don't know why baby language is so difficult to understand. Anyway, Suju didn't understand a word. It seemed like the two babies reached a consensus, and the older one stretched out his chubby arms towards his mother. Ma! Our eldest child is so good, mommy will hold you. At least she had Dabeo to hold, so Lan Hanyu stopped pretending to be pitiful. Lan Hanyu took Dabeo from Suju with a smile. Lan Hanyu and Suju looked at each other and both of them laughed involuntarily. Seeing their parents happy, the two little babies also started laughing. Excuse me for interrupting you. The warm moment of the family of four was interrupted by a strange voice. I saw a man dressed like a pretty boy standing a few steps away from Suju. Suju took a look at the man. He looked to be in his 30s, but his outfit was too young. It turns out that not only girls like to act younger, some men also like this. I don't have a cold. Suju still thinks that men should be tougher. Looking at the greasy-haired and powdered man, Su was determined not to pay any attention to him. Sir, madam, I'm the director of Xinchuang Entertainment Company. My last name is Tang. You can call me Director Tang. You should know Xinchuang Entertainment, right? It's the largest entertainment company in Jiangqing City. The man said as he took a few steps closer. Suju and Lan Hanyu looked at each other. A new entertainment company? This name sounds familiar. Bright Moon. Lan Hanyu turned to Suju and mouthed Jiang Mingyue's name. Suju suddenly realized that it was Jiang Mingyue's current company. No wonder Suju felt familiar. It's like this, our company is going to shoot a baby milk powder commercial recently, and I came out specifically to look for a little model. I think these two babies are perfect for our ad. Are you interested in making them little stars? After stating his purpose, the man straightened his back a little. Generally speaking, when they hear that they are a director and are interested in using their baby as a spokesperson, the man felt that the handsome man and beautiful woman in front of him should stand up immediately with excitement. Then he came over to curry favor with me. After all, this kind of opportunity is hard to come by and it is difficult for ordinary people to refuse it. 1 minute, 2 minutes. The man who was waiting for handsome guys and beautiful girls to come and flatter him discovered sadly that he was being ignored. Did you two not hear what I said clearly? I said I'm a director at a new entertainment company, and I'm looking for. Director Tang thought that the baby's fathers and mothers did not hear what he said clearly, which was why they were so indifferent. Director Tang deliberately raised his voice and felt that it would be better for him to say it again. Director Tang has been searching for a long time for a spokesperson for the milk powder commercial. Unfortunately, I have never found the ideal baby. When Director Tang saw Dabeo and Xiaobao today, his eyes immediately lit up. Isn't this the little model of my dreams? Director Tang felt that it was worth it for him to spend the whole morning at Wuyue Plaza. No, we're not interested. Suju interrupted the man and refused without any hesitation. Lan Hanyu held Dabeo in her arms and said nothing. It can be seen that Lan Hanyu and Suju have the same idea and have no interest in what Director Tang said. You don't think I'm a liar, do you? I am really the director of Xinchuang Entertainment. I can show you my work ID. These days there are indeed scammers who pretend to be directors and defraud people of their money under the guise of making them stars. Director Tang felt that this young couple must have thought he was a liar, which was why they refused so directly. After smoothing his bangs, which seemed a little too long for a man, Director Tang thought that he was full of artistic temperament. Maybe the parents are too young to appreciate their own artistic style. After making a summary in his mind, Director Tang did not seem angry. The main thing is that other parties have not agreed to let the babies be the spokespersons for the milk powder brand.
Director Tang wouldn't dare to be angry, right?
Director Tang unzipped his bag and prepared to take out his proud work ID. Director Tang believed that as long as he showed his work ID, the young parents would definitely change their attitude towards him 180 degrees.
No, we are not interested in any endorsement. To be honest, Suju did have some doubts about the man's identity at first.
After all, none of the directors on TV have such greasy hair and powdered faces.
Those directors should be at least a bit rough, right?
Not to mention having unshaven beards.
It's so pink and tender, it's really hard to believe.
However, whether the man is a real director or not is really not important to Suju and Lan Hanyu. After all, the two had no intention of using the babies as spokespeople. Being a spokesperson and filming commercials may seem glamorous, but the hard work involved is extremely great. Their babies are still so young, and Suju and Lan Hanyu don't want them to suffer.
No, not interested? Director Tang paused for a moment while holding his work ID. Director Tang's face was filled with question marks as he was completely confused. Such a good opportunity, others would beg for it even if they wanted it, so why would this young couple refuse it so easily? Could it be that they think they want the babies to endorse their products for free? You too may have misunderstood. When we ask babies to endorse our products, we will definitely pay them appearance fees. We were originally planning to use one baby for our endorsement advertisement, but after seeing how cute the two babies were, I, as the director, decided to use two babies. As for the endorsement fees for the babies, the estimated amount is 200,000. Now there are two babies, so I can give you 300,000 directly. Director Tang feels that his sincerity should be full now, right? Chapter 44: Mysterious Confidence. Suju and Lan Hanyu looked at each other. Is this a matter of money?
The two of them smiled at the same time.
Of course it can't be a matter of money. Don't say that Suju is a person with a nanny system.
Even if Suju did not have the strong backing of the system, it would be impossible for him to let his babies go out to earn hard-earned money. Maybe in the eyes of ordinary people, being a little star is such a glorious thing.
For Suju and Lan Hanyu, they only care about the health and happiness of their babies.
There have been many reports recently about how hard the work of children's clothing models is. To draw inferences from this example, it is hard to imagine how hard it is to let 10-month-old babies shoot commercials.
Suju definitely wouldn't want his darlings to suffer. Do you two agree? Then let's make an appointment and take the babies to try out the mirror, shall we?
He smiled when he saw Suju and Lan Hanyu. Director Tang, full of confidence, took it for granted that the price he offered would satisfy the babies' parents.
Why not take the kids to the audition now?
Director Tang immediately added another sentence, perhaps because he was worried that the baby's father might change his mind. Suju glanced at the man who had been talking to himself.
Are all directors so mysteriously confident? When did Hanyu and I agree?
Seeing that Director Tang was about to come forward to pull him away, Suju changed his hand and held Xiaobao to his side.
Pa. Xiaobao didn't know what was going on.
He thought his father wanted to play the game of lifting him up high, so he shouted happily.
This little baby is so adorable. In fact, I can tell that these two babies are perfect for our advertisement without even having to audition.
But our Xinchuang Entertainment is a large company after all, so we still have to go through the necessary procedures.
Taking the babies to try out the mirror is just a formality.
Director Tang seemed to have forgotten that the babies' parents never agreed to his request from the beginning to the end. As he spoke wishfully, Director Tang waited for Suju and Lan Hanyu to stand up and take the babies to the audition. Of course, Director Tang really wanted the babies to have some contact. However, Suju and Lan Hanyu were both prepared, so Director Tang could only look at the babies from a distance through their parents.
To be exact, the babies didn't even look at Director Tang. It has always been Director Tang's wishful thinking. You may have misunderstood.
We have no plans to have the babies shoot commercials. Seeing that the director was still immersed in his own world, Suju could only refuse again.
What do you mean? Why don't you let the babies shoot commercials?
I have already promised that the babies will receive advertising fees for filming commercials. Director Tang was completely confused as to why there was such a good opportunity that could allow the babies to become little stars and earn money.
The key point is that 300,000 should not be a small amount for a young person, right? Anyway, Director Tang couldn't understand why the baby's father rejected him. It's not about the money.
My babies are still too young, and we have no plans to make them little stars.
Suju explained the two temptations given by Director Tang one by one. Director Tang should have given up now that he has made his point so clearly, right? Unfortunately, Suju still underestimated the popularity of the two babies.
If this happened to anyone else, Director Tang would definitely turn around and leave without saying a word. But Director Tang looked again at the two babies who were carried to the inside by Suju and Lan Hanyu, and he really couldn't move his feet.
You two, I am really sincere.
If you think 300,000 is not enough, I can apply to the company and give you some more money later.
Although Suju said it was not a matter of money. But Director Tang thinks, who doesn't love money these days? Especially for young people who have to raise two babies, the financial pressure is definitely extraordinary. Money problem?
Director Tang felt that he might have found the key to the problem.
Do you think I said before that the initial budget was to hire a baby for 200,000 yuan? When it comes to you, you only give 300,000 for two babies. Do you think it's unfair?
Then I'll make a decision here. The two babies will be paid 400,000 yuan. As the chief director, I do have this right.
He straightened his back again. There is only one word difference between chief director and director. But the power is not lacking in the slightest. Director Tang thinks that now the baby's parents should nod in agreement, right?
Looking at the man who had been staying here and refused to leave, Suju and Lan Hanyu looked at each other. The two of them stood up in tacit understanding and put the babies in the stroller.
Director Tang refused to leave, so Suju and Lan Hanyu took the babies with them.
Anyway, the babies had almost finished playing, and Suju was preparing to take the babies and their mother to eat something delicious.
Suju must make sure to feed the three little foodies at home well.
When Director Tang saw Suju stand up, a smile began to appear on his face.
It was just as I thought.
They felt that the difference of 100,000 was unfair.
Fortunately, I have a smart mind and the problem is solved.
Touching his chin proudly, Director Tang waited for Suju and Lan Hanyu to bring the babies to this great director.
However, he looked at Suju, who was pushing the stroller and had already walked several steps away without even looking at him. Director Tang realized belatedly that things were completely different from what he had imagined. Hey, even if you're not doing this for money, you should at least consider the future of the babies.
Just think about it, if these kids become celebrities from a young age, their future prospects will definitely be broader than those of their peers.
Maybe these babies are born to be stars. As parents, you can't hinder their development.
Director Tang became anxious when he saw that Suju and Lan Hanyu were really about to leave. There was a lot of chatter, and Director Tang wished he could just bypass Suju and Lan Hanyu and sign the contracts with the babies. The babies' parents are so difficult to deal with, Director Tang feels so frustrated.
No matter how much you say, it's useless.
I advise you to find other people who are willing to let their children become little stars when you have time. Suju didn't like having a follower following him, especially the kind that talked a lot. Holding Hanyu's little hand, Suju pushed the stroller with one hand and quickened his pace. Of course, Suju was also taking care of Hanyu and didn't take two big steps.
I said, you two don't think I'm a liar, do you? I'm really the director of New Creation Entertainment. For no apparent reason, Director Tang was back to square one. No one paid any attention to them, just as Suju and the others walked into the elevator. Director Tang could only watch helplessly as the two little darlings disappeared from his sight. Chapter 45 Hidden Mystery. Suju, is that person you just mentioned really the director of Xin Chuang Entertainment Company?
In the elevator, Lan Hanyu breathed a sigh of relief after getting rid of Director Tang and asked the doubts in his heart.
The main reason is that Director Tang is too enthusiastic.
Or rather, some of the enthusiasm was too much.
Lan Hanyu really couldn't believe it.
It's hard to say, but it doesn't matter whether it is or not. I can't bear to see our Debao and Xiaobao suffer.
Suju had no interest in Director Tang's identity.
I don't treat my babies as cash cows.
That's true. I can't bear to part with it either.
Nodding, Lan Hanyu heard what Suju said and felt that it didn't matter whether Director Tang was the real director or not.
Are you hungry? I'll take you to eat something delicious. This is the end of the topic of babies becoming little stars.
They have been shopping for a long time and it is almost time for dinner.
Suju can't let his 3 babies go hungry. Somewhat. Suju is the baby's father, so Lan Hanyu had nothing to be embarrassed about and directly admitted that he was indeed a little hungry. Do our Dabao and Xiaobao want to eat something delicious?
Squatting down, Suju communicated with the 2 babies sitting in the stroller.
Daddy. Papa. Eat. Tasty.
When they heard about delicious food, the 2 babies actually uttered new words. The babies all said it was delicious.
It seems our little mango and little pudding are both foodies. Suju was of course happy that the babies could talk more.
Suju has discovered a good way to get babies to talk more, and that is by tempting them with delicious food. However, it seems that the baby's nature of being foodies is not inherited from themselves. Suju thought that the word foodie had nothing to do with him. I looked at Hanyu, who was squatting down excitedly because the babies were talking. Suju finally found the reason: the babies inherited their mother's foodie nature.
Suju, aren't these babies awesome? Lan Hanyu didn't pay much attention to the word foodie and spoke to Suju excitedly.
Of course. You don't even look at whose children our Dabao and Xiaobao are, right?
Suju felt the pride of an old father.
However, the great performance of the babies today is largely due to their mothers. As Suju spoke, he stood up, took Hanyu's little hand, pushed the stroller, and walked to the rest area on the side and sat down.
Suju has a handsome face and is 1.8 meters tall.
Whenever he squats, people passing by always take a few more glances at him.
Suju didn't want to become a spectator, so it would be more convenient to sit down and communicate with the babies. Why do I have the most credit? Lan Hanyu obviously didn't think as much as Suju and didn't react.
Because our Dabao and Xiaobao are also foodies. The word also explains where Lan Hanyu's real contribution lies.
Suju, I'm not a little foodie. As a top student, Lan Hanyu's mind is definitely quick even if he is confused occasionally. Lan Hanyu would never admit that he was a foodie even if he protested loudly. Even if what Suju said was true, Lan Hanyu would never admit it. This is a matter of a girl's face, okay?
Yes, our Dabao and Xiaobao are little foodies.
Mommy is older now, so she's not a little foodie anymore, right?
Suju's words were addressed to Dabao and Xiaobao. When the 2 babies heard what their father said, they turned their heads at the same time and gave their mother a big smile. It seemed as if it was saying, Dad is right, we are little foodies and Mom is a big foodie. Xiaobao even stretched his chubby fingers to his mother's mouth, and kept saying, Mom, eat.
Eat, Mama. Looking at Xiaobao's actions, Lan Hanyu's face couldn't help but turn red. Is Xiaobao proving with practical actions that his mother is a foodie? Ha ha ha. Seeing Xiaobao's cute behavior, Suju couldn't help himself any longer, and his hearty laughter attracted the attention of many passers-by.
These 2 babies are so beautiful. I wish I could give birth to such a beautiful daughter. From a genetic point of view, your idea can only be realized in dreams.
That's not necessarily true. If I find a handsome husband, then it might be possible, right?
Well, there is a slight possibility, but the probability is not high.
Wu Susu, you are just making me angry on purpose. I'm just telling the truth. In the rest area, a battle between best friends broke out because of 2 babies.
Suju and Lan Hanyu glanced at the girls playing together and smiled. Suju had never thought that his 2 babies would be popular with both young and old. Even 2 young girls who looked to be in their 20s were eager to become mothers.
Daddy, eat, it's delicious. Mom.
Dabao must be hungry, as he kept waving his little hands at his parents. As for our little treasure, he is still thinking about sucking his mother's little hands, and he will not give up until he achieves his goal.
Xiaobao, you can't let mommy eat your hand. If mommy eats it, our Xiaobao's hand will hurt. Lan Hanyu was already very embarrassed by Xiaobao's behavior.
Suju was teasing the child's mother before, but now seeing Hanyu's blushing face, he didn't know how to respond to Xiaobao, so he hurried forward to smooth things over. After all, it was Suju who started the fire, and it was Suju who had to put it out.
Pa.
When Xiaobao heard his father say that his hand would hurt, he immediately withdrew his hand. However, as if to verify whether what his father said was true, Xiaobao put his index finger into his mouth again. Hanyu, there's a restaurant over there and I saw a lot of young people going in. Let's go take a look. She was worried that the baby wouldn't feel any pain after eating her hand, so she would stretch it out again for her to eat. Suju decided that it would be better to take his babies out to eat something really delicious. Otherwise, if he really pissed off the child's mother, Suju didn't want to experience that feeling. Abusing his wife is fun for a while, but chasing her ends up in a crematorium.
Good.
Now, for Lan Hanyu, it doesn't matter what to eat.
Just stop stretching out your chubby little hands and let yourself eat it.
After all, it's cute when a baby eats his or her hands. If a mother like herself were to be chased by her baby and asked to be fed by her hand, Lan Hanyu would really not be able to find any adjectives to describe what it would be like.
Welcome to the Four Seasons theme restaurant. Which restaurant would you like to dine at during this season? Suju and Lan Hanyu, with their two babies, walked to the door of this restaurant, which seemed to be doing very good business. The waiters in the restaurant are also very enthusiastic. Just what does the waiter say about what season in the restaurant? Suju and Lan Hanyu were completely confused. Could it be that this restaurant is hiding some secret? Chapter 46 First Date. You two are bringing these cute babies with you. This should be your first time dining at our Four Seasons theme restaurant, right? How about I introduce the features of our Four Seasons theme restaurant to you too? The waiter noticed the confusion of Suju and Lan Hanyu and took the initiative to speak. Suju and Hanyu looked at each other and nodded in tacit understanding.
You two, the characteristics of our Four Seasons theme restaurant are right in the name of our restaurant. The so-called Four Season theme restaurant means that our restaurant is decorated with the themes of spring, summer, autumn and winter. So, our restaurant is also divided into 4 small restaurants. In fact, our Four Seasons theme restaurant has another nickname, which is the Love Theme Restaurant. Spring represents the beauty of all things coming back to life, and represents those couples who have just started dating and whose love buds are just beginning to grow. Summer makes people feel passionate and unrestrained, which is exactly the symbol of couples in love.
Autumn is the season of harvest, it represents the harvest, and it can represent those couples who are about to get married or have already gotten married.
Winter may make people feel sad, and is more suitable for couples whose love is slowly fading away. The waiter must have received special training, as he speaks in a set of different ways. It seems that your Four Seasons theme restaurant should be more appropriately called the 4 Steps of Love Restaurant. Suju listened to the waiter's introduction and felt that the name of Four Seasons theme restaurant did not vividly highlight the characteristics of the restaurant. Sir, what you said is very apt indeed. The waiter thought about it for a moment and agreed with Suju's opinion. However, it is the boss's job to name the store.
A small waiter cannot make the decision.
Of course, Suju just said it casually, and he didn't really want the restaurant to change its name or anything.
Suju, why don't we go to another restaurant?
After listening to the waiter's introduction, Lan Hanyu felt that this Four Seasons theme restaurant was not very suitable for her and Suju, who were bringing their babies with them. After all, it is designed specifically for couples. No matter what stage couples are in, there is a corresponding restaurant.
But it doesn't seem suitable for those with a family. Don't you like it? Suju turned his head and asked gently. If Hanyu doesn't like it, Suju doesn't mind changing to another restaurant. Not suitable.
Shaking his head, Lan Hanyu was seeing this kind of restaurant for the first time and was still a little curious. However, looking at the babies sitting in the strollers, Lan Hanyu expressed his true thoughts.
It's definitely not suitable. With the babies around, Suju and I don't look like a couple at all. Want to feel the atmosphere inside?
Suju knew that he and Hanyu had achieved their goal in one step. There was no romance, no proposal, no marriage, and the rhythm of having a baby went straight to the point of having a baby.
For Hanyu, there must be some regrets, right? After all, which girl doesn't want to have a romantic relationship?
Now that she has 2 babies, Hanyu has suddenly become a mother. For Hanyu, romantic love may seem a bit of a luxury.
Suju felt a little sorry for Hanyu. We can't turn back time and give Hanyu a romantic love.
But Suju still tried his best to make up for what could be made up.
May I?
Although Lan Hanyu has become a mother, she still has a girlish heart. When Lan Hanyu heard the waiter's introduction just now, she already felt longing for it. For Lan Hanyu, who has never been in love, she really wants to experience the feeling of being in love.
Of course you can. The restaurant is open for business. Would you push the business away?
If Hanyu likes it, Suju will definitely fulfill the child's mother's wish.
Yes, everyone who comes is a customer.
Of course they are welcome in our restaurant.
The attitude of the waiter is really enthusiastic.
As soon as he heard the conversation between Suju and Lan Hanyu, he immediately expressed his opinion.
You two have such cute babies now.
I think it is more suitable for the autumn theme among our 4 seasons.
Two such lovely babies are the best harvest of love. I wonder what you two think.
The waiter's eyes would linger on Debeo and Xiaobao from time to time.
For the waiters, it was the first time they saw such beautiful babies. Genes are indeed powerful. The baby's parents are a handsome man and a beautiful woman.
Even if you close your eyes and look at the genes of these two babies, they are the perfect combination.
How about it? Of course, Suju was asking Hanyu. Of course, you should pamper your own woman. Good. Lan Hanyu nodded, feeling a little excited. Although I brought the babies with me, this should also be considered my first date with Suju, right?
Lan Hanyu glanced at Suju secretly, but didn't dare to say what she was thinking.
2, oh, no, 4, please come in. How could the waiter miss such cute babies?
The waiter made a gesture to Suju and Lan Hanyu to invite them in, and led the family of 4 into the restaurant.
What a beautiful baby. They are twin babies. They are so beautiful. I wish I could have such a beautiful baby in the future. I'll try my best. You, who said I wanted to have a baby with you? Who else do you want to have a baby with besides me? Let's talk about this later. The restaurant is arranged in order: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Of course, each restaurant is independent. Suju and Lan Hanyu walked all the way without seeing the interior environment of the Chun and Xia restaurants. However, when Suju walked into the restaurant representing the mood of autumn, holding Hanyu in one hand and pushing a stroller in the other, he immediately attracted a crowd of onlookers.
There were already several couples in Xiu's restaurant. Originally, everyone was in their own booth and had nothing to do with each other. However, the appearance of the babies caused quite a stir. Suju and Lan Hanyu were already quite accustomed to the commotion caused by the babies and did not think it was anything to be surprised about.
You two, this is the Chiu restaurant in our Four Seasons theme restaurant. The waiter led Suju and Lan Hanyu to a booth.
This booth has an excellent viewing position and you can see all the scenery in Chiu restaurant.
Suju, this place is so beautiful.
Sitting on the swing decorated with grapevines, looking at the restaurant filled with scenery representing a good harvest, Lan Hanyu couldn't help but sigh.
As long as you like it. These few simple words contain Suju's infinite doting on Lan Hanyu.
Looking at Suju, who was looking at her tenderly, Lan Hanyu couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile.
Chapter 47: Subtle Feelings.
Suju ordered several dishes that Hanyu liked, and of course he did not forget his babies. Apart from the occasional glances from their aunt, this lunch was quite delicious for Suju and Lan Hanyu. Of course, the gazes of those aunts will not affect the mood for dining. Everyone likes their babies, and it is a matter of pride for parents.
How could there be any bad emotions?
After the meal, Lan Hanyu thought of the empty refrigerator at home and pulled Suju to end her shopping trip to the mall. For Lan Hanyu, she also has to consider the baby's 3 meals a day, and she still has to live her life. A family of 4 went to the supermarket and bought a lot of daily necessities. If Suju didn't possess the highest fighting skills, he might not be able to lift so many things.
I'm so tired.
Finally returning home, Lan Hanyu was only responsible for pushing the stroller, and he felt like his 2 legs no longer belonged to him. After taking the babies out of the strollers and letting them crawl and play in the living room, Lan Hanyu turned around hurriedly, ready to help Suju share some of the burden. Because there was nothing in the kitchen of the new house, Lan Hanyu prepared all the daily necessities this time. You can imagine how heavy these things are. It is normal for Lan Hanyu to worry that Suju is tired.
Suju, give me this bag. Lan Hanyu stretched out his hand and wanted to take the big bag from Suju. No, how can a woman do such hard work?
Suju turned sideways and avoided Hanyu's hand that was reaching out to him. Walking straight to the kitchen, Suju would never let his woman do heavy work.
Suju, aren't you tired?
Looking at Suju's relaxed appearance, Lan Hanyu began to doubt her life.
Is this the difference between men and women? What Suju is holding in his hand must weigh at least several dozen kilograms, if not 100 or 80 kilograms, right? At the very least, that bag of rice weighed 20 kilograms.
Add oil, seasoning, flour, mineral water, and other miscellaneous stuff. Just by thinking about it, Lan Hanyu knew that it would not be light. But looking at Suju's expression, it seemed as if these things had no weight at all. Lan Hanyu thought that she didn't take anything, but she already felt pain in her arms and thighs. After such a comparison, Lan Hanyu felt a little embarrassed.
What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?
I carried the things to the kitchen and tidied them up briefly. When Suju walked out of the kitchen, he saw Hanyu looking listless. Walking forward with some worry, Soo-ju touched Han-yu's forehead.
Fortunately, there is no fever.
No, I'm just a little tired. Han-yu was originally feeling regretful about being too useless.
Realizing that Soo-ju had misunderstood, he quickly found an excuse. Actually, it's not really an excuse.
After walking around for half a day, Han-yu really felt a little tired.
In fact, shopping was nothing to Han-yu before.
Maybe because of taking care of the babies, Han-yu's body is already very tired.
Bite.
It is detected that the baby's mother is too tired from taking care of the babies. The host is rewarded with top-level massage skills. To add an explanation, this is a skill that can increase the relationship between the host and the baby's mothers. I hope the host can make good use of it. Listening to the voice of the system, Soo-ju couldn't help but complain in his heart, this system is really gossipy.
If you want to give me a reward, just give me the reward. Why do you have to say something so ambiguous? Doesn't Soo-ju know that giving a massage to the childless mother, this kind of close contact, will trigger some subtle emotions?
However, even though he complained in his heart, Soo-ju still carefully memorized the various massage techniques that appeared in his mind.
Han-yu, sit here. With top-notch massage skills, Soo-ju was immediately ready to take action. Pulling Han-yu, Soo-ju asked the child's mother to sit on the sofa.
The babies were playing with various toys in the living room. Han-yu was sitting on the sofa, so she could just watch the babies.
I'll go clean up in the kitchen first. Han-yu didn't know what Soo-ju was going to do, and thought Soo-ju wanted her to take a break.
Thinking about the many things she had just bought that had not yet been packed away, Han-yu prepared to go to the kitchen to get busy.
Don't think that the babies are having fun now.
When it was time for sleep in the afternoon, Han-yu still had to be busy for a while. There is a lot of work to do, such as feeding the babies milk powder and changing their diapers.
Han-yu naturally wanted to sort everything out as soon as possible while the babies were not making a fuss.
You sit down first, I'll clean up the things in the kitchen later.
The system has given Soo-ju such a good skill, how could he not use it? Soo-ju, what are you doing?
Seeing Soo-ju sitting next to her and then reaching out to put her legs on his thighs, Han-yu instantly lost her composure.
Isn't this posture too ambiguous?
The two babies were still in the living room. Han-yu felt that this kind of indecent posture should not be performed in front of the babies.
Relax, I just want to give you a massage.
Holding Han-yu's twisting calf, Soo-ju spoke softly.
In this kind of weather, everyone is wearing cooler clothes. If Han-yu continues to move like this, Soo-ju can't guarantee that he won't be ignited.
When Han-yu heard Soo-ju say that he wanted to give her a massage, she knew that she had misunderstood again. He quickly straightened his body and didn't dare to move again. Since it is a massage, it is natural to find the correct acupoints. Soo-ju, who already possesses top-level massage skills, can naturally distinguish the various acupoints on the thighs. There are many acupoints on the thigh, mainly the 3 yang meridians of the foot, the 3 yin meridians of the foot, and some important extra meridian points. Knowing that Han-yu was tired, Soo-ju gently massaged the Zusanli point, which is the most important healthcare point.
This Zusanli acupoint can help strengthen the body and is very suitable for Han-yu now.
As for other acupoints, each has its own function. Soo-ju only prescribed the right medicine for each one and they have not been used for the time being. Soo-ju's massage technique was very skillful, and you couldn't tell at all that this was Soo-ju's first time giving someone a massage. As for the strength of massage, because he was worried that Han-yu's skin was tender and might feel pain, Soo-ju gradually increased the strength of his hands. It felt like a frog being boiled in warm water, but Han-yu didn't feel any pain at all.
Enjoying Soo-ju's massage, Han-yu felt so comfortable that she almost felt sleepy.
Seeing Han-yu's little head leaning towards the sofa little by little, Soo-ju knew that the child's mother was sleepy. When Han-yu's head was about to hit the sofa, Soo-ju quickly grabbed Han-yu's upper body with one hand. If this action of Soo-ju was filmed, it could really be considered a scene from an idol drama.
Chapter 48 Surprise.
Afraid that the babies would disturb their mother, Soo-ju gently picked up Han-yu and walked into the big room, gently putting the child's mother on the big bed. The Simmons mattress was very soft and Han-yu slept soundly. Soo-ju was worried that Han-yu would catch a cold, so he pulled a thin blanket over her and covered her with it.
Everything was done.
Soo-ju glanced at Han-yu, who was still smiling in her sleep, and couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. Thinking of the two babies in the living room, it's almost time for them to take a nap.
Soo-ju walked out of the room quietly and closed the door gently.
The babies have their dad taking care of them, so let their mom get a good night's sleep. When I walked into the living room, I found that Debeo and Xiaobao were still playing with toys, but the two babies were obviously not as excited. Suju knew that this was a sign that the babies' biological clocks were about to start their afternoon nap. Walking into the kitchen, Suju made 2 bottles of milk powder. Instead of giving the bottles to the babies immediately, Suju put the bottles in the bottle thermostat. Of course, I have 2 babies at home, 2 bottles, and of course 2 bottle thermostats. After completing the preparations, Suju walked into the living room. Debeo, Xiaobao, let's go change into our panties. When Suju and Lan Hanyu changed the babies' diapers, they always used small pants instead. When the 2 babies heard their father say that he wanted to change their underwear, they immediately looked down at their diapers. Daddy! Papa! Debeo and Xiaobao pulled at their diapers, as if urging their father to hurry up. Dad will take you to change. I know that the babies are already very accustomed to this operation process. Lan Hanyu has cultivated very good habits for the babies. If their diapers are not changed properly, they will not get milk to drink. Suju picked up Debeo and Xiaobao and placed them on the sofa. The babies, who are usually very active, are now quite cooperative. It didn't take much time to change the diapers of both babies. Okay, our Debeo and Xiaobao have become sweet babies again. After throwing the changed diaper into the trash can in the bathroom, Suju walked back to the sofa. At this time, Debeo and Xiaobao had already climbed up by themselves. Seeing their dad, the 2 little babies left and stretched out their little hands. Pa, fragrant. When Xiaobao heard his father say that he was a fragrant baby, he happily repeated it. Baby smells good. When Debeo heard what his sister said, he immediately refuted. Dad was clearly praising the babies for being nice, so how could the sister say that dad was nice? Bobo fragrance. Xiaobao's pronunciation has never been as accurate as Debeo's, and he always says it as Bobo. However, as long as they can understand it themselves, Suju was not in a hurry to correct Xiaobao's pronunciation. Xiang, our Debeo, and Xiaobao are both fragrant babies. Picking up 1 daughter in each hand, Suju carried the 2 little darlings into their own room. Put the 2 babies in their respective cribs. Big treasure, little treasure, lie down, daddy will go get you some milk. Babies are the most obedient when they hear that there is milk to drink. Suju saw that the 2 babies lay down obediently, and went to the kitchen to get the bottle with milk powder in it. Don't be fooled by the fact that the 2 babies are so well behaved now. If the older and younger babies lie down and don't get milk powder for a while, they will definitely get up. This is also the reason why Suju prepared the milk powder first before changing the diapers for Debeo and Xiaobao. It can only be said that Suju has understood the personalities of his 2 darlings very well. Drink milk. Suju's voice was not loud, mainly because he was worried about disturbing Hanyu in the master bedroom. Daddy! Papa! The 2 little babies lay down obediently, stretching out their chubby hands to welcome the loving milk powder prepared by their daddy. The babies have very good habits. After drinking the milk powder and playing with their hands for a while, the 2 babies fell asleep sweetly. After covering each of the babies with a small blanket, Suju quietly walked out of the small room. Worried that he wouldn't be able to hear any noise while the babies were sleeping, Suju didn't close the door of the small room, but left a not too small gap. Hanyu and the babies had fallen asleep. Suju walked into the kitchen and packed up the pile of things he had just bought. To be honest, most of the housework at home is done by Hanyu. It seemed that the thing that Suju did most to help Hanyu was playing with the babies. Thinking of this, Suju felt a little embarrassed. Walking out of the kitchen and looking at the door of the master bedroom which he had closed on purpose, Suju suddenly wanted to give Hanyu a surprise. I took out my phone and ordered a sea bass, a pineapple, tenderloin, pine nuts, and corn through JD.com's 1-hour local delivery service. Suju, who possessed top-level royal chef skills granted by the system, started preparing the side dishes in his mind while placing the order. Special note, don't ring the doorbell, leave a message when you arrive. Suju wanted Hanyu to be able to sleep until she wakes up naturally today. I guess Hanyu hasn't had a good night's sleep since she had the babies. JD's speed is still trustworthy. After the community security guard and Suju confirmed the identity of the delivery man, Suju easily got the food he ordered. Let Hanyu deliver groceries within the same hour in the future. Checked and found the dishes are absolutely fresh. Suju was quite satisfied with the 1-hour same city delivery. After taking the dishes to the kitchen, Suju quietly walked into the small room and took a look.
Dabeo sleeps quite well and is well covered with the small blanket.
As for Xiaobao, he is a baby who is naughty even in his dreams.
The blanket that was originally covering him nicely was now hanging on Xiaobao's right little foot. Shaking his head, Suju covered Xiaobao with the blanket again.
Suju did not enter the master bedroom, fearing that he would wake up the child's mother. Suju knew that if Hanyu woke up, she would definitely come out to see the babies first. After taking care of the babies, Suju went into the kitchen to get busy with his work with peace of mind. Since we want to give Hanyu a surprise, it would be best to do it without Hanyu knowing.
Suju rolled up his sleeves and put on Hanyu's apron. It was a bit tight, but he could still use it. Washing vegetables, preparing side dishes and cooking were all easy tasks for Suju. Suju, what are you doing in the kitchen? Lan Hanyu didn't know when he fell asleep.
When he opened his eyes and saw himself sleeping in a big bed, Lan Hanyu was dazed for a moment.
Subconsciously, I want to see the babies.
While looking for slippers, Lan Hanyu suddenly remembered that the baby's father was at home now, so she didn't need to be so anxious.
Is this what dependence feels like?
In the past, Lan Hanyu was the only one taking care of the babies at home, and her nerves were always tense.
Now with Suju, Lan Hanyu finally has someone to rely on. Chapter 49 Good Performance.
Lan Hanyu didn't know that she was carried into the room by Suju, so of course it was impossible for her to find slippers next to the big bed. Lan Hanyu only remembered that she was sitting on the sofa and Suju was giving her a massage. The slippers at that time were placed next to the sofa. Thinking of this, Lan Hanyu had no choice but to walk out of the room barefoot to find slippers. After finding the slippers at the location she remembered, Lan Hanyu went to the baby's room to check. The two babies were sleeping soundly and Lan Hanyu did not disturb them.
Xiaobao was quite self-disciplined today. He didn't even kick the blanket.
In Lan Hanyu's heart, she praised Xiaobao for his good performance today. What Lan Hanyu didn't know was that the reason the little treasures behaved so well was entirely because the baby's father had already taken care of the babies. After seeing the babies, Lan Hanyu would naturally look for the baby's father.
Suju said there is no class this afternoon.
After the family of four returned home, Lan Hanyu did not hear Suju say that he would go out in the afternoon. Besides, the babies were still sleeping, and Lan Hanyu knew that Suju would definitely not go out. If Suju really had something urgent to go out for, he would definitely wake himself up. Lan Hanyu first looked at the study, which was Suju's room. The door of the room was open and there was no one inside. The door of the large bathroom outside was also open.
There is no balcony either. All that's left is the kitchen. Since Suju had never cooked before, Lan Hanyu took it for granted that Suju couldn't cook.
But there was nowhere to look, so Lan Hanyu came to the kitchen.
However, when he saw Suju wearing an apron and busy in the kitchen without making any big noise,
Lan Hanyu was really stunned.
That's when I blurted out the question. Are you awake? That's great. The dinner I prepared will be ready soon. Go wash your hands and get ready for dinner.
Lan Hanyu slept for a very long time, as if he wanted to make up for all the sleep he had missed in more than a year.
Suju estimated the time and Hanyu should be about to wake up. So, Suju was almost ready for dinner. Eat. Lan Hanyu was not prepared at all. He ate right after he got up? Yes, dinner will be served soon, go wash your hands.
When Dabeo and Xiaobao wake up, I have to feed them both. Suju turned Hanyu's body and pushed her to the bathroom to wash her hands. I'll go serve the dishes, and dinner will be served soon.
Suju's speed is also very fast.
While Lan Hanyu was washing his hands, a table full of dishes had already been served.
Suju, did you do all this? Lan Hanyu couldn't believe it. Suju cooked so many dishes by himself? When will Suju learn to cook? Also, where did Suju get the ingredients to cook so many dishes? Lan Hanyu's mind was full of questions as Suju pulled her to sit at the dining table. Of course I did it. Do you think it was Dabeo or Xiaobao who did it?
Including the two babies, there are only 4 people in the family, Suju said jokingly.
Isn't this too much? Pineapple pork tenderloin, pine nut corn, steamed sea bass, braised pork knuckle, and a colorful soup.
Lan Hanyu suddenly felt that he was having dinner in a grand hotel.
Even when Lan Hanyu cooks for herself, they are all ordinary home-cooked meals. Lan Hanyu didn't dare to try dishes like these.
Don't take on a job if you don't have the skills.
Lan Hanyu still has this self-awareness. What's the big deal? Just consider it as a celebration of our move to a new home. How about trying my cooking? It is true that Soo-ju possesses the top-level chef skills given by the system. But after all, it was his first time to actually cook, so Soo-ju was still looking forward to Han-yu's evaluation. Good. Picking up the chopsticks, Lon Han-yu picked up a piece of sea bass and put it into his mouth. Is it tasty? Soo-ju asked expectantly. Marvelous. Soo-ju, where did you learn this skill? This sea bass is delicious and melts in your mouth. It is many times more delicious than what I had in the hotel. Lon Han-yu originally just wanted to give it a try. After taking a bite of the sea bass, Lon Han-yu's foodie nature was completely aroused. I'm self-taught. Come on, try something else. Instead of discussing with Han-yu how he developed his cooking skills, Soo-ju quickly changed the subject. Good. Since there was something delicious to eat, Lon Han-yu certainly wouldn't chase Soo-ju and ask him about all sorts of things. After tasting every dish, Lon Han-yu was no longer able to find any words of praise. Because our beautiful lady, Lon Han-yu's little mouth can now only be used to enjoy delicious food. However, Lon Han-yu still gave Soo-ju a thumbs up with his left hand. Looking at Han-yu being so cute, Soo-ju's face was full of doting. Han-yu likes to eat the food I cook, so if I have the chance in the future, I will cook it more often. For Soo-ju, the saying that men don't go into the kitchen is just an excuse made by lazy men. Isn't it a very normal thing for a responsible man to help his woman share some housework? Soo-ju, you eat too. With the mentality that you can't eat alone. Besides, these delicious dishes were all made by Soo-ju, so Lon Han-yu naturally wanted to share them with the baby's fathers. Good. Picking up chopsticks, the two of them enjoyed a real family meal after moving into their new home. The two had just finished eating when there was some noise coming from the small room. Dabeo, Xiaobao should be waking up soon. Dabeo and Xiaobao have a habit of moving their hands and feet a few times when they are about to wake up. It seems like it is notifying its parents that it's time for its little ones to get up. I'll go and take a look. Soo-ju stood up and walked towards the small room. Lon Han-yu quickly cleared away the dishes on the table. By the time Dabeo and Xiaobao get up, both babies must be hungry. Lon Han-yu was thinking, what delicious food should she make for the babies in the evening? The digestive function of a 10-month-old baby has basically been gradually improved, and complementary foods can be added appropriately. Moreover, if babies only drink milk powder, it can no longer meet their nutritional needs. Lon Han-yu often prepares complementary foods for the babies in different ways. When shopping in the supermarket in the morning, Lon Han-yu also bought carrots and prawns specifically for the babies. Carrots are rich in carotene and vitamin C, which have a good effect on the development of babies' skin and eyes. Shrimp is not only delicious, but also very nutritious, especially rich in protein. This is how Lon Han-yu prepared dinner for the babies. After cleaning up the dishes, Lon Han-yu couldn't find the carrots and prawns he had bought in the refrigerator. Did I not check out in the end and forgot it in the shopping cart? Lon Han-yu was a little depressed. What should she do for the baby's dinner? Chapter 50, Unspeakable. Our Dabeo and Xiaobao have woken up. Dad, come and change Dabeo and Xiaobao's pants. After waking up from sleep, the diapers of both the older and younger babies must be changed. According to Lon Han-yu, if babies' butts are soaked in diapers for a long time, their butts will turn red. Even though the babies are using cow, Lon Han-yu is not aware of this at all. Soo-ju walked out of the room holding a baby in each hand. Soo-ju, let me change Dabeo's diaper. Lon Han-yu was still feeling a little depressed. As she couldn't find the ingredients to make dinner for the babies, she had to leave the kitchen. Soo-ju didn't notice Han-yu's little emotion and handed Dabeo, who was in his left hand, to Han-yu. Mom will change Dabeo's pants, and Dad will change Xiaobao's pants. Soon our babies will be able to eat delicious food. Soo-ju was changing Xiaobao's diaper while teasing him. Pa, eat. Eat sex. When Xiaobao heard about delicious food, his eyes immediately lit up. Daddy can't eat it. If Xiaobao eats Daddy, who will hold our Xiaobao? Soo-ju teased Xiaobao deliberately. While Xiaobao cannot organize complete words yet, Soo-ju cannot let go of the good opportunity to bully his daughter. Daddy. Daddy. Hearing about the delicious food, Dabeo, who was lying next to Xiaobao, stretched out his chubby little hands and grabbed his father's arm. If there is something delicious, how can I give it only to my sister? Dabeo said, Daddy must be fair. Dabeo, do you want to eat Daddy too? But what if Dad doesn't taste good?
Turning his head, Suju teased Dabeo with a smile.
Suju, I.
Lan Hanyu was already feeling depressed, and now after hearing Suju's words, she felt even more embarrassed.
As a mother, I just prepared a delicious meal. However, I actually missed the baby's dinner. Lan Hanyu felt a little embarrassed to speak. What's wrong, Hanyu? Suju glanced at Dabeo and there was nothing unusual. Hanyu's behavior probably has nothing to do with the babies. Suju looked at Hanyu, waiting for Hanyu to announce the answer. Suju, I seem to have forgotten to buy dinner for the babies. If you stick your head out, you will get a knife. If you shrink your head, you will also get a knife. Lan Hanyu closed his eyes and said boldly.
Lan Hanyu felt that she was too careless as a mother, and even if Suju blamed her, Lan Hanyu would accept it.
Dinner for the babies? Suju was stunned. He realized he had already cooked it.
Well, I had already picked out the carrots and prawns, but I seem to have forgotten to pay the bill. Lan Hanyu was waiting for Suju's criticism like a primary school student who had done something wrong.
Carrots and prawns? Suju wanted to laugh. He had already cooked it and it was right in the pot. Hanyu, please carry Dabeo to the high chair. Suju picked up Xiaobao and said something to Hanyu.
After putting Xiaobao on the baby chair, Suju walked towards the kitchen.
Dabeo, Xiaobao, are you hungry?
Suju had no intention of blaming himself, and Lan Hanyu still felt a little apologetic towards the two babies.
Mom, tummy. Ma.
When the two babies heard what their mother said, they pointed to their little bellies at the same time.
The baby's performance made Lan Hanyu's face turn red again.
The babies can speak more and more words, and Lan Hanyu actually misses the time when the babies couldn't speak. At least when encountering such a thing, Lan Hanyu wouldn't feel too embarrassed.
Dabeo, Xiaobao, come and take a look at the dinner that mommy has chosen for you. The babies didn't have to wait long.
Suju had already cooked stir-fried carrots and prawns, he just needed to heat it up. Because it was for the babies to eat, Suju specially cut the carrots into the size of corn kernels.
Before cooking, Suju cut the plump shrimp meat into small pieces with scissors.
Although it was a stir-fry, Suju also deliberately stewed the carrots and shrimps first to ensure that the babies would melt in their mouths when eating.
Suju, this.
When Lan Hanyu saw the dinner that Suju brought out for the babies, she finally understood why she couldn't find carrots and prawns.
The feelings have been cooked by Suju. Pa. Daddy. Eat. When the little ones saw the delicious food, they all started dancing with joy. Dabeo, Xiaobao, are you hungry? Daddy, come and feed our baby.
When feeding the babies, I use a small spoon with a soft tip.
Suju scooped a spoonful and put it into Dabeo's mouth. Pa.
Seeing that his sister had delicious food, Xiaobao was so eager to get his hands on it. Pulling his father's arm, Xiaobao wanted his father to put the spoon into his mouth.
Xiaobao, there's nothing delicious in the spoon yet.
Suju didn't have time to scoop the second spoonful, so even if Xiaobao wanted to eat it, he couldn't. He quickly scooped a spoonful of the vegetable and put it into Xiaobao's mouth.
Xiaobao stopped shaking after eating the delicious food.
It was the first time for the two little babies to eat the delicious food cooked by their father. The big and small babies' mouths vying to open fully demonstrated how popular the food was.
Okay, we're all done.
Because their dad had finished feeding them, Dabeo and Xiaobao stretched out their chubby little hands at the same time, ready to take action.
There was no other way, Suju could only show the empty bowl to the two babies. Pa. Daddy.
Only after seeing that there was really no delicious food left in the small bowl did Dabeo and Xiaobao give up the idea of doing it themselves. However, from the satisfied smiles on the two little babies' faces, it can be seen that this dinner is really to their liking.
In the past, Dabeo and Xiaobao never showed respect to me when I cooked.
Looking at the empty bowl, Lan Hanyu said sourly.
Dabeo, Xiaobao, mommy is jealous.
Suju used tissues to wipe the babies' mouths while teasing their mothers. Even being jealous like this, Suju found that Hanyu was really cute.
Who said I was jealous?
I just think Dabeo and Xiaobao have no taste.
I refused to admit that I was jealous.
Lan Hanyu also started to bully the babies because they couldn't understand what he was saying and couldn't open their mouths to refute him.
Ma.
When they heard their mother calling them, Dabeo and Xiaobao gave their mother a flattering smile.
Go play with your dad. Mommy has to go wash the dishes.
He deliberately put on a stern face, but after receiving the bright smiles from the two little babies, Lan Hanyu couldn't hold it back anymore.
Puff. Chuckling softly, Lan Hanyu was in a really good mood.
I originally thought that a boy of Suju's age would definitely stay away from the kitchen.
Lan Hanyu never thought that she would meet a treasure boy. Chapter 51. Something big happened. Little baby, learn to draw. With a big crayon in your hand, draw a duckling, quack, draw a pony, write it home.
A family of 4 was playing in the living room when Suju's cell phone rang. Lan Hanyu glanced at Suju's phone. Lan Hanyu had noticed a long time ago that Suju's cell phone ringtone at the beginning was the music from The Lone Brave Man. Later, after knowing the existence of Dabao and Xiaobao, Suju changed his cell phone ringtone to this lovely nursery rhyme.
Is this also a manifestation of Suju's love for babies?
Anyway, Lan Hanyu felt that this was the reason.
Dabao, Xiaobao, Daddy needs to answer the phone.
Suju picked up Dabao and Xiaobao, who were playing with him as pillows.
But the babies didn't cooperate. They even pulled their father's arms with their little hands, wanting to play with him.
Suju had no choice but to press the speakerphone button.
Brother Ju, you are in trouble. You'd better take the initiative to find the instructor tomorrow.
It was the voice of Suju's roommate, Ma Xiaoyu. Ever since they knew that Suju helped the campus beauty of Lan University win the double color ball, Suju's roommates have been calling him Brother Ju.
Lan Hanyu. She is truly a rare campus beauty in Z University in a century.
Suju not only won the heart of the campus beauty of Lan University, but also made her willingly bear twins for him. Twins are not the only thing, the main point is that they are a pair of twin girls.
The roommates had nothing but admiration for Suju. What's wrong? Suju frowned and suddenly asked himself to find the instructor. Something must have happened in the meantime.
Because Suju was using the hands-free mode, Lan Hanyu, who was sitting next to him, could naturally hear it clearly. When the other party said that he was in trouble, Lan Hanyu's heart tightened.
Suju is still a junior student. The so-called trouble must be in school. Lan Hanyu doesn't want Suju to encounter any accidents in his studies because of her and the babies. The student union will come to check the dorms tonight. I don't know what's going on.
They just went through the motions before, but today they are particularly serious. A few of us said you went to the big bathroom to take a shower, but the student union president deliberately left one person behind and waited until the big bathroom closed and the lights in the dormitory were turned off. Brother Ju, we can't hide the truth any longer, so we have no choice but to say that you didn't return to the dormitory tonight.
Brother Ju, you should go find the instructor tomorrow. It would be bad if the student union reports it first and gives you some punishment. Several roommates discussed it before making this emergency call to Suju.
The roommates really cared about Suju, and the punishment could be big or small.
If it gets bigger, it may even affect your graduation. Okay, I understand. I'll go find the instructor tomorrow.
I've been very busy these days, otherwise Suju would have gone to talk to the instructor himself. In the future, Suju will definitely live with the babies in Hanyu.
Suju will never live in the school dormitory again.
Now that he knows the existence of the babies, Suju will definitely not let Hanyu take care of the babies alone.
Moving out of the dormitory requires the instructor's approval. Suju.
Seeing Suju hung up the phone, Lan Hanyu spoke with some concern, but didn't know what to say. They are all from Z University, so Lan Hanyu certainly knows that the issue of students not returning home overnight can be a big deal or a small one. Lan Hanyu found that she had been too dependent on Suju recently and had even forgotten such an important thing.
It's okay. I just want to find the instructor.
I'll go talk to the instructor before class tomorrow. Suju saw the worry in Hanyu's eyes, took Hanyu's hand and comforted her softly.
What are you going to tell the instructor? Lan Hanyu had never discussed this issue with Suju, so she asked a little nervously. I wonder if Suju will stop accompanying me and the babies in the future because of the student unionist dormitory inspection tonight. Lan Hanyu, who had become accustomed to Suju being around, couldn't help but feel a deep sense of loss in her heart. Of course I have to make it clear. From now on, I have to accompany my babies and their mother. Suju raised the corner of his mouth. Is this a sign that Hanyu can't bear to part with him? This is a good phenomenon. Oh. After getting Suju's promise, Lan Hanyu's heart was suddenly filled with joy again. I'll go get some warm water and wash Dabao and Xiaobao. It's too late. Dabao and Xiaobao should go to bed.
Feeling like running away, Lan Hanyu didn't wait for Suju to say anything and ran straight to the bathroom.
Big treasure, little treasure, it's time to go to bed.
Without pointing out Hanyu's shyness, Suju spoke to the two little darlings.
After dinner, the two babies have been playing for a long time and it is indeed time for them to go to bed. Babies' biological clocks are very accurate. Suju and Lan Hanyu help the babies wash their faces, butts, and feet.
After finally changing their diapers, the babies lay in their cribs and slowly fell asleep. Except for the first night, the babies were a little shy. Dabeo and Xiaobao are very good at familiarizing themselves with the environment and have now completely adapted to this being their new home. After Suju and Lan Hanyu said good night to each other, they returned to their respective rooms. Of course, in order to make it easier to take care of the babies, the doors of Suju and Lan Hanyu's rooms are not closed.
Unless there are special circumstances, Suju would not enter the master bedroom at night. Have a good night. Suju's current physical fitness is simply incomparable to that of ordinary people.
When he woke up in the morning, Suju felt full of strength. I walked gently to the small room and glanced at the babies who were sleeping soundly. This time, the small blanket on Xiaobao's body was kicked directly to his feet. Reluctantly, he took the small blanket and covered Xiaobao with it again. Suju found that for him and Hanyu, getting up at night to look after the babies and covering them with blankets had become an indispensable task. Of course, Dabeo would kick the blanket occasionally, but the frequency was definitely not comparable to that of Xiaobao. After walking out of the small room and making sure that there was no movement in the master bedroom, Suju took the key to the front door and tiptoed out. It was still early, so Suju walked out of the community to buy breakfast for his big and little babies.
Suju, why did you get up so early?
Suju was carrying breakfast home when he just opened the door and Lan Hanyu came out to greet him with concern.
Are you awake? Come and have breakfast.
Shaking the spicy soup and xiaolongbeo in his hands, Suju discovered that Hanyu never seemed to get tired of eating these two things.
Okay, I'll go brush my teeth.
Seeing that Suju bought her favorite breakfast, Lan Hanyu even forgot what question she had asked Suju.
Looking at Hanyu's cute appearance, Suju couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth. Chapter 52 Taking Dabeo to School. Suju's class in the morning is the second period, which doesn't start until 10:30.
Thinking that the instructor had to go to work at 9 o'clock, Suju and Hanyu did not rush out after having breakfast together.
The two little babies woke up quite early today. Lan Hanyu cooked some baby noodles for the babies, and the little ones ate them with great satisfaction. Dabeo, Xiaobao, Daddy is going to school.
After packing up, Suju kissed both babies on the face and prepared to go out.
Daddy. Daddy.
It was just a kiss to get out, but Dabeo suddenly hugged his father's neck and refused to let go.
Dabeo, Daddy is going to be late for class, can Mommy hold you?
Lan Hanyu knew that Suju was going to find the instructor, so she hurried forward to coax Dabeo.
Daddy. Daddy.
Dabeo, who has always been obedient, became stubborn this time. The chubby little arms hugged his father's neck tightly, but Lan Hanyu didn't dare to use too much force for fear of hurting Dabeo's little arms.
Dabeo, let go. Mommy will give you something delicious, okay? Since force didn't work, Lan Hanyu could only resort to coaxing. Daddy.
Dabeo turned his head and buried his little face in Suju's other shoulder. Dabeo used practical actions to tell his mother that the temptation of delicious food no longer works.
Hanyu. Suju pointed at Dabeo's round little belly. He was already so full, how could he still eat more?
Lan Hanyu was ashamed. She couldn't take care of a baby who was only 10 months old? Forget it, why don't I take Dabeo with me? It just so happens that I want to talk to the instructor about moving out of the dormitory, and Dabeo is the best reason. Picking up Dabeo who had been hanging around his neck, Suju said to Hanyu.
Is this okay? Although the current law stipulates that you can get married and have children in college. But it seems that there is no such precedent in Z University. Why not? Our Dabeo is so cute. Maybe the instructor will be bribed by our Dabeo as soon as he sees him. Suju said half-jokingly. What's wrong with taking such a cute baby to school? But don't you have a class in the morning? It's just meeting the instructor, which is easier said than done. The key is that Suju has classes in the morning. You can't let Suju meet the instructor and then send Dabeo home, right?
If you run back and forth like this, you will definitely miss class.
It's okay. Prepare some teething biscuits for Dabeo.
It shouldn't be a problem to take her to class with her. I thought that Debeo was usually very well behaved, so if he really made a fuss, I should be able to coax him into submission by giving him some cookies.
Suju was not worried at all. Once you've made the decision, start preparing.
The twin baby stroller that Suju bought is the kind that can be separated, which is very convenient. Lan Hanyu also prepared a few diapers, wet wipes, tissues, teething biscuits, and a thermos cup for Debeo, a big bag full of them, and placed them directly on the chassis under the stroller.
Okay, Debeo, Daddy will take you to school.
Everything was ready. Suju picked up his backpack and prepared to go out.
Pa. Xiaobao saw his father pushing his sister out of the house and walked over unsteadily. Xiaobao, Mommy will hold you.
Fearing that the same thing would happen again, Lan Hanyu immediately intercepted Xiaobao halfway.
Suju, this is Debeo's favorite toy, let her play with it during class. Lan Hanyu stuffed a small wooden horse into Suju's hand, gave him a few instructions, then carried Xiaobao to the balcony to distract him.
Lan Hanyu was already worried about the fact that Suju took Debeo to school. If Xiaobao came to his senses and wanted to go along, Lan Hanyu couldn't even imagine what that scene would be like.
Suju understood Han Yu's intention. He didn't say bye-bye to Xiaobao, but pushed Debao out directly.
Daddy! Debeo seemed to know that this time his father was secretly taking him out alone and would not be taking his younger sister with him. It was not until Suju closed the door of his house that Debeo started shouting excitedly.
Debeo, Daddy is telling you something. Daddy will take you to school later. You mustn't make a fuss. Otherwise, Daddy won't be able to take you to school anymore.
Regardless of whether Debeo can understand everything, Suju feels that it is still very necessary to communicate in advance.
Oh. Suju had the illusion that Debeo understood what he said because of the long drawn-out baby voice. Xinhua Blue Bay community is quite some distance away from Z University. Suju took a taxi and took Debeo on his first campus trip.
University is different from junior high school and high school, and there is no unified school arrival time. However, it is morning now, and Suju does not arrive at school very early.
There are still many students coming and going at the school gate. Some students will sleep in and go out for breakfast even if they don't have classes in the morning.
Thinking that he was one of these single nobles a few days ago, and now he is the father of 2 babies, Suju has an indescribable feeling. Taking his daughter to school, Suju knew that he was the best in Z University. Pushing the stroller, Debeo sat in the stroller, poking out his little head and looking at the uncles and aunts coming and going around with curiosity. Debeo said that it was the first time he saw so many uncles and aunts together.
Daddy!
Debeo was so excited that he wanted to share the new world he discovered with his father.
Sit still, Debeo. If you fall, your little butt will hurt. Although Debeo had already fastened his seatbelt, Suju couldn't help but remind him. Daddy! After hearing what his father said, Debeo finally calmed down a bit.
Looking at Debeo's well-behaved appearance, Suju's face showed the pride of an old father again.
My baby and Han Yu's baby is so smart.
He is only 10 months old, but he can understand what adults say. There are many departments in a university, so it is very normal that everyone does not know each other. But because Suju is the school idol, his good looks are there, and his fame is naturally known as well. It can be said that there are quite a few people in Z University who know Suju. The classmates who recognized Suju were all stunned to see him pushing a stroller into the campus with a smile on his face.
Is this really the school hunk Suju? Why is he bringing a baby to school?
It's the school hunk Suju himself. I heard that he and Shin Man broke up.
What's going on here?
You already know that Suju and Shin Man broke up, but you don't know about the relationship between our Z University's most beautiful campus belle, Lan Hanyu, and Suju?
Beautiful Blue? Hasn't Beautiful Blue appeared in over a year? What's her connection with Suju? Your information is so outdated.
As far as I know, Miss Lan and Suju even have a child.
This baby should be born by Miss Lan. Oh my god. My goddess. Why would she choose Suju and not me? The miserable voice ended everyone's discussion.
A series of contemptuous glances swept over him instantly. Why don't you look in the mirror first?
Appearance determines everything. Chapter 53. Want to make things bigger.
When Suju arrived at the instructor's office, the instructor was communicating with a boy with a student union sign on his chest. Not only the boys but also the instructor couldn't help but take a few more glances at Suju pushing the stroller.
Teacher Joe, this is what happened. According to information we received from the student union, this should not be the first time. Teacher Zhou, I hope you can handle this matter. It won't be good if it gives other students a bad start. The boy must have recognized Su Ju. When he was talking to the instructor, he deliberately glanced at Su Ju a few times. Su Deji understood clearly that this was the secretary of the student union who came to report him to the instructor. But it doesn't matter. He has brought the best evidence with him. Su Ju believes that the instructor is a reasonable person. Okay, I understand. Su Ju's instructor, Mr. Zhou, is a man in his early 30s. Teacher Zhou is tall and has a good temper. He gets along well with his students. When Teacher Zhou saw the baby in the stroller, she couldn't help but look at the baby several times. Don't worry, I will investigate this matter thoroughly. If it is really as you said, I will deal with it seriously. The boy was obviously here to complain on behalf of the student union, and Teacher Zhou spoke in a serious tone with a stern face. Thank you for your hard work, Teacher Zhou. Having gotten the attitude he wanted, the boy left satisfied. Go stand inside. After shouting at Su Ju, Teacher Zhou stood up and closed the office door. Su Ju, what is this baby? Turning around, Teacher Zhou seemed to change her expression and looked at Debeo with an anti-smile. Teacher, this is my baby. Without any concealment, Su Ju openly revealed Debeo's identity. So, the recent rumors in school are true? Did Lan Hanyu, the campus beauty of our Z University, really give birth to a child for you? Su Ju, when did you capture Lan Hanyu? How come I haven't heard anything about this? Tell me, I've been your instructor for 3 years, and I only knew about this kind of thing from what others told me. Su Ju, aren't you being too mean? If we ignore the instructor's gender and age at this time, Su Ju really wants to give the instructor a nickname, the King of Gossip. Looking at the instructor's eyes that were filled with "I am very gossipy," Su Ju sighed helplessly. Teacher Zhou, it's hard to explain what happened between Lan Hanyu and me in just a few words. However, Lan Hanyu and I do have a child. This is our eldest treasure, Su Yufei. Maybe Debeo was bored sitting in the stroller, and his little body began to move restlessly. Su Ju reached out and held Debeo in his arms. Debeo? Is there a Xiaobao? Teacher Zhou's reaction was indeed quick, and he immediately found something unusual in Su Ju's words. Yes, I have twins. This is the older sister. My sister Su Yeni is at home. When talking about his babies, Su Ju's tone was full of pride. Su Ju, you can do it. The quality of young people these days has generally declined. You, Su Ju, are amazing. You hit 2 targets at once. Teacher Zhou patted Su Ju on the shoulder with a proud look on his face. This is my own student. The student is awesome, so the teacher is naturally happy. The boy from the student union who just left would definitely be shocked if he saw this scene. Is this what they call serious handling? This is clearly how good buddies get along with each other. This is Debeo, right? He's so cute. Come, let Uncle hug you. It can be seen that Teacher Zhou is also a daughter slave. With a smile on her face, Teacher Zhou didn't want to scare the baby. Auntie. Debeo was not shy either. He stretched out his chubby arms and threw himself from his father's arms into Teacher Zhou's arms. It's uncle, not aunt. The baby was held in his arms, but the way he addressed himself was not right. Teacher Zhou corrected me very patiently. Auntie. Auntie. Debeo is also very persistent and believes that what he calls is right. Debeo, call me uncle, I am your uncle. Call me uncle, and I'll buy you some candy later. It's a bit like Red Wolf luring Little Red Riding Hood. Teacher Zhou's current appearance and his tall and big image really form a huge contrast. Daddy. Debeo stretched out his little arms and called softly to Su Ju. Su Ju half grabbed his daughter from Teacher Zhou's arms. Our baby is so adorable that Teacher Zhou is reluctant to let him go. You are too stingy, can't you let me hold you for a little longer? Girls are better. My brat just wants to piss me off all the time. Teacher Zhou looked at Debeo eagerly, as if he was reluctant to let him go. Daddy. As if he understood what Teacher Zhou said and felt that this aunt was trying to snatch him away, Debeo hugged his father's neck tightly. I still feel safe with my dad. Teacher Zhou, if you want a daughter, you have to work harder. Su Ju gave the instructor a gesture of hard work, and received a roll of the eyes from the instructor. Can I do this kind of thing by just working on my own?
After mumbling something, Teacher Joe said that the person at home didn't want to do it.
Okay, let's get down to business. Waving his hands, Teacher Joe said that he didn't want to talk about sad things anymore.
You heard what that classmate said just now.
What do you want to say? The matter of university student Z not returning to the dormitory at night can really be a big deal or a small one.
For smaller ones, the instructor would just give them a few words of criticism and that would be the end of it. But to put it in a broader sense, if it is noted in the file, it will affect graduation.
Now the student union has come forward and even sent someone to communicate with Suju's instructor. This feels like making things bigger.
Teacher Joe, I brought Dabeo here, this is the best reason. Hanyu is simply too busy to take care of 2 babies by herself.
I really haven't been back to the dormitory these days. I've been taking care of the babies.
Without even the instructor asking, Suju directly admitted the student union's accusation against him, saying that he had indeed not returned to the dormitory for several days.
Well, Suju, you did nothing wrong.
The instructor nodded heavily, and there was more appreciation in his eyes when he looked at Suju.
Suju, since Lan Hanyu has given birth to 2 babies for you, you should take on this responsibility. Don't worry about the student union's room inspection last night. I will explain it to the dean and write you a leave application.
Now the law stipulates that college students can get married and have children, and our teachers at Z University are not stubborn. When it comes to business, the instructor instantly gets into the role.
Chapter 54 Special Pass.
Teacher Joe, the 2 babies at home are still young, and the mother definitely can't take care of them alone. I want to apply to move out of the dormitory directly.
Suju didn't come here to ask for leave.
If you just want to issue a leave application, the instructor's authority is limited to only 1 month. For Suju, he will definitely have to take care of the babies in the future.
Suju doesn't want to miss the baby's growth process. Move out of the dormitory? The instructor looked at Suju in surprise for a while.
He did not expect Suju to make such a decision.
After thinking for a while, the instructor nodded heavily.
Well, this semester will end in just over a month.
I'll write you a leave application first, and then let the college know. Starting from next semester, you will move out of the dormitory. The instructor's considerations are also very reasonable. If a student wants to move out of the dormitory in the middle of the semester, there are too many procedures to go through. It may not be approved even by the end of the semester.
It would be more convenient to just give Suju a leave application. As for the next semester, the instructor plans to make a statement to the college before the end of the semester.
In this way, Suju can stop living on campus next semester. You can also save some money on school accommodation fees.
In the instructor's opinion, Suju was a junior student and had to raise 2 babies, which was an extremely huge financial pressure.
If I can help save a little, that's a lot. By the way, today is the first time I'm meeting your baby, and I haven't prepared anything. This 1,000 yuan is a gift for the baby. As the instructor spoke, he transferred 1,000 yuan to Suju via WeChat. Instructor, no need. Suju quickly refused. He brought Dabeo here not to receive gifts. Don't give it back to me. Otherwise, forget about your leave application and moving out of the dormitory next semester. The instructor deliberately put on a stern face, as if he would not do anything unless Suju took the money. Thank you, Teacher Joe. Knowing that the teacher meant well, Suju smiled and clicked the payment button. By the way, you still have classes in the morning, right? How about I help you take care of Dabeo, and you can pick him up after class?
After finishing the serious business, the instructor started to think about our lovely Dabeo again.
Daddy.
I saw that auntie staring at me and saying my name. The clever Dabeo sensed the danger at once, and hugged his father's neck even tighter with his little hands.
Really? Do I look like a bad guy?
Being rejected by the cute baby, the instructor was depressed and picked up his mobile phone to use as a mirror.
Mr. Zhou, I'm going to class first. Holding the leave application written by the instructor in his hand, Suju suppressed his smile and walked out of the office. Dabeo, you've made Teacher Zhou lose all his confidence. After kissing his daughter's little face, Suju couldn't help laughing anymore. Daddy. Seeing his father happy, Dabeo also became happy. Isn't this Suju? What? Are you bringing your child here to beg the instructor for mercy? But something like staying out all night should be recorded in the file, right? By then, it's hard to say whether you can graduate or not. Will it really be helpful if you bring your child here?
After Suju put Debeo back into the stroller, he just walked out of the teacher's building and Chin Man, who had been waiting there, came over.
Chin Man was waiting here specifically to block Suju.
The reason why those people from the student union kept staring at Suju last night was because of Chin Man. Chin Man discovered that after she broke up with Suju, Suju did not live the decadent life as she had imagined. Now, Suju is having a child with Z University's goddess, Lan Hanyu.
Not only that, Suju also owns a house worth 5 million.
How embarrassing it must be for Chin Man, who broke up with Suju because of money. Seeing Suju living such a happy life, while he himself got nothing from Jia Chenming.
Chin Man must be feeling unbalanced.
Chin Man used her connections to get in touch with the president of the student union. It was because of Chin Man's beauty that the student union staged such a big drama last night.
Chin Man came here today to inspect the results.
Suju, if you bow your head to me and apologize, maybe I can help you get through to the student union. As long as the student union turns a blind eye to what happened last night, this matter can be left unresolved. Chin Man crossed her arms across her chest, looking superior. Of course, Chin Man's real thought was that even if Suju really bowed his head and apologized to her,
Chin Man would definitely not say a word to help Suju.
In Chin Man's heart, Suju lived so well after she and he broke up, which was really unfair to her. Seeing Chin Man treating the student union as if it were her own, Suju felt a surge of contempt.
A good dog doesn't block the road.
Under Chin Man's astonished eyes, Suju pushed the stroller and walked over calmly.
Suju discovered that Chin Man's character was really not that good. Suju wondered if he had suffered from severe myopia in the past. He actually let Chin Man be his girlfriend? Compared with Lan Hanyu, Chin Man was reduced to dust in seconds. Suju, just wait until you cry.
Chin Man stamped her feet angrily, feeling that Suju was just pretending. When the school's punishment came down, Chin Man didn't believe that Suju could still pretend.
Man, why are you here?
Ma Xiaoyun, the girl who shared the same dormitory with Chin Man, walked over from the direction of the office.
Nothing, just laughing at someone's joke.
Chin Man did not achieve her goal, and Suju did not give in to Chin Man. Chin Man was not in a good mood now.
Are you talking about Suju?
The girl saw that the person who just walked over with the stroller was the school hunk Suju. Chin Man and Ma Xiaoyun have a good relationship and don't plan to hide it. Man, I just heard the instructor on the phone, and it seemed like he was talking about Suju.
Ma Xiaoyun was just passing by the instructor's office.
When Ma Xiaoyun heard the instructor mention Suju's name, she deliberately stood at the office door and listened for a while.
The matter between Suju and Lan Hanyu has now become the headlines of Z University.
Ma Xiaoyun originally thought that the instructor was calling to find out about Suju's gossip. Unexpectedly, the instructor was still talking about Suju not returning to bed last night. Listening to the instructor's words, Ma Xiaoyun knew that not only would the school not punish Suju, but it would also issue Suju a special pass. Thinking that the school hunk not only has a wife and children, but also has so much support for Suju and the school, Ma Xiaoyun feels really envious.
Chapter 55, Breaking News. Real?
The instructor must have called the teaching office. The student union has already contacted the instructor.
Xiaoyun, did you hear what the instructor said about how he would punish Suju? Will he be given a serious warning? Or will he be expelled from school? Chin Man excitedly grabbed Ma Xiaoyun's arm.
In Chin Man's opinion, her efforts were not in vain.
Man, what are you talking about?
Ma Xiaoyun frowned and broke free from Chin Man's clutches. Chin Man was too excited and used too much force, which hurt Ma Xiaoyun a little. Man, the instructor said on the phone that he has approved a 1-month leave for Suju. So, the fact that Suju was not in the dormitory last night is nothing at all. Also, the instructor seemed to have said that he would allow Suju to move out of the dormitory next semester. I heard the instructor kept praising Suju on the phone for his sense of responsibility and commitment. In short, not only will Suju not be punished, but he will also be able to live in a dormitory without any problems in the future. Ma Xiaoyun told all the news she had heard in one breath.
How is this possible? With a scream, Chin Man didn't expect that her hard work would help Suju succeed. Now that's good, Suju can live with Lan Hanyu legitimately from now on, right?
Thinking of this, Chin Man's face turned pale.
Turning around, Chin Man ran towards the dormitory. Man, class is about to start, where are you going?
Seeing that Qin Manman was running in the wrong direction, Ma Xiaoyun chased after her. As for Su Ju, all the problems had been resolved, so he was of course feeling extremely relieved. Pushing a baby stroller, Su Ju attracted a crowd of onlookers as soon as he walked into the classroom. Su Ju, is this the baby of you and the campus beauty of Lan University? The baby in the stroller is so beautiful. Those big eyes, the delicate face, the soft and smooth skin. Every one of them is saying that she is a combination of the school belle and the school hunk. Baby? Brother Ju, did you bring your baby here? Hearing his classmate's words, Su Ju's roommate rushed over immediately. 3 older boys fought their way out of a passage and squeezed in front of the stroller. Our brother Ju's genes are amazing. This is the first time I've seen such a beautiful baby. Ma Xiaoyu looked at Debao and spoke curiously. He stretched out his hand, wanting to touch Debao's little face, but he was afraid that he would hurt such a small baby, so Ma Xiaoyu just stretched out his hand in front of Debao. Auntie. Debao seemed to like the uncle in front of him very much, and stretched out his chubby arms towards Ma Xiaoyu. Debao wants a hug. Ju brother, baby, do you want me to hold you? Ma Xiaoyu was so excited that he was a little incoherent. He had never thought that he could win the favor of the little baby. Ma Xiaoyu was so excited that he didn't even notice that his gender had been changed by the little baby. Well, you can try. Su Ju knew that both of his babies were not shy about strangers. The more people they see, the more excited the 2 darlings will become. Brother Ju, then I will try. Ma Xiaoyu wiped his hands on his clothes and picked up Debao from the stroller. Fortunately, Debao is already 10 months old, so there is no need to pay special attention to the holding posture. Ma Xiaoyu picked up the baby, and it was quite smooth. Ma Xiaoyu, have you hugged enough? Give me a hug. Seeing Ma Xiaoyu holding the baby, Su Ju's other roommate, Shui Jiawei, became a little anxious. Who wouldn't he want to hug such a cute little baby? What do you mean by hugged enough? I just hugged enough, okay? Seeing Shui Jiawei stretching out his hand, Ma Xiaoyu leaned sideways and avoided Shui Jiawei's claws. Ma Xiaoyu, give us a hug too. Not only Su Ju's roommate, but other classmates also made requests to Ma Xiaoyu. Ma Xiaoyu found that he had become the focus of his classmates for the first time. Of course, the credit must go to our little baby. However, even the requests from the delicate female classmates in the class were ignored by Ma Xiaoyu. The baby in my arms is so soft and tender, it feels so good. Ma Xiaoyu is reluctant to let go. Brother Ju, is this Debao or Xiaobao? Holding the little baby in his arms, Ma Xiaoyu asked the doubts in his heart. Big treasure or little treasure? What does that mean? Are Colonel Lan's children twins? Except for Su Ju's 3 roommates, other students did not know such explosive news. For other students, the fact that Lan Hanyu and Su Ju had a baby was shocking enough. I didn't expect that the school hunk Su Ju was so powerful. Not only did the colonel give birth to a baby, but she got 2 babies at once. With this ability, the campus beauty of Lan University will be so happy in the future. This is Debao, Little Mango. Su Ju said with a smile. Little Mango, Auntie has a lollipop here, would you like to give it to me? Girls are more thoughtful. Seeing that Ma Xiaoyu was unwilling to hand over Debao, a girl came over with a lollipop. Auntie. When he saw the delicious food, Debao immediately stretched out his hands. The girl handed the lollipop to Debao, and then grabbed the little baby from Ma Xiaoyu. Tangy, you can't be like this. You are trying to seduce the baby. Seeing Debao being taken away, Ma Xiaoyu cried out unwillingly. Auntie. Debao looked at the excited Ma Xiaoyu and stretched out the lollipop in his hand, as if to coax Ma Xiaoyu. Ha ha ha. Ma Xiaoyu is so old, but he still needs a baby to comfort him. What did Debao call Ma Xiaoyu just now? Auntie? Oh my god, our Ma Xiaoyu has become an ant. Ha ha ha. There was another round of laughter, and the atmosphere in the classroom suddenly reached its climax. This was the scene Qin Manman saw when she came to the classroom after being reminded by Ma Xiaoyun. Seeing that Su Ju and Lan Hanyu's child was so popular, Qin Manman felt annoyed again. It was obvious that I was the one who wanted to dump Su Ju at that time. Why does it seem that Su Ju is living such a comfortable life now? Qin Manman sat down fiercely in the seat at the side. Daddy. With candy in his hands, Debao will never forget his favorite father. Stretching out his little arms towards his father, Debao returned to the arms where he felt the safest. Fahai is here,
Fahai is here, go back to your seat.
A sharp-eyed classmate shouted immediately when he saw a bright head. Of course, the sound will not be too loud, just loud enough for students in the classroom to hear. If Fahai outside heard this and his classmates knew about it, his life would probably be over.
Shui Jiaowei and others immediately opened a passage for Su Ju.
Su Ju pushed the stroller with one hand and held Debeo with the other, and sat in his usual seat.
Chapter 56 Waiting for the Show.
Ma Xiaoyu and the others consciously sat down in their seats inside. Of course, the outermost position must be reserved for Su Ju, so that he can take good care of Debeo.
Su Ju put Debeo in the stroller. Now that Debeo still has the lollipop in his hand, Su Ju is not worried that Debeo will make a fuss. Su Ju opened his backpack and took out the books when a bald man walked into the classroom. This man is what his classmates call Fahai Professor of Marketing, Lao Jiang.
Seeing Lao Jian walk into the classroom, Qin Manman's mouth corners began to rise again.
Who is Lao Jian? Lao Jian's nickname Fahai was not obtained casually. Impartial, cold-blooded, and merciless, without any sympathy, this is the true portrayal of Lao Jiang. Because of Lao Jian's appearance and personality, his classmates gave Professor Jiang the nickname Fahai. Su Ju dares to bring his baby to Lao Jiang's class?
Qin Manman was just waiting to see Su Ju being kicked out of the classroom. Of course, the baby born to Su Ju and Lan Hanyu will definitely be driven out as well. Thinking of this, Qin Manman sat up straight all of a sudden. Because the baby carriage was so eye-catching, Professor Jiang naturally saw it at first sight when he walked into the classroom.
Because of Professor Jiang's gaze, the students held their breath. Everyone was praying that Fahai would not get angry with such a cute baby.
Of course, Qin Manman is not on this list.
Qin Manman was eager to see Professor Jiang get angry, the bigger the better. Babies are very sensitive.
Debeo, who was struggling with his lollipop, also noticed something strange in the classroom. Looking up, he saw a bald-headed old grandfather staring at him. Debeo was not afraid, but gave him a sweet smile.
Holding up the lollipop, Debeo seemed to want to tell this grandfather that the lollipop is delicious.
Professor Jiang, who had a stern face, was instantly overwhelmed by Debeo's sudden smile. His face relaxed unconsciously, probably because he was afraid of scaring such a cute baby.
What happened to Fahai? I don't know. Was he scared? Are you kidding? Who is Fahai? What kind of situation has he not seen? Would he be scared? Could it be that Su Ju's baby is so cute? I think so.
The students below saw that Professor Jiang didn't move and began to whisper. Of course, no one dared to speak too loudly. The nickname Fahai can only be called in private.
Although he couldn't hear everyone's discussions clearly, the voices of the students still vaguely reached Professor Jiang's ears.
Professor Jiang retracted his gaze, calmed himself, and walked to the podium.
Attend class.
A stern voice sounded, and the students didn't dare to make any more comments.
However, the students still recognized Professor Jiang's performance today. Except Qin Manman. Qin Manman looked on in amazement as Professor Jiang turned on the projector and began teaching. What does this mean? Was Su Ju's bringing his baby to class tacitly approved? Or was it condoned by Fahai, the strictest teacher in the finance department?
Qin Manman was a little confused.
Why can Su Ju solve it so easily no matter what problem he encounters? Unfortunately, no one would answer Qin Manman's question. Fahai started the class, but no one dared to be absent. Su Ju put Debeo's favorite wooden horse toy in the stroller.
After making sure that Debeo was behaving well and eating his lollipop and playing with his toys, Su Ju also began to listen to the class seriously.
In Lao Jiang's class, don't expect any key points to be assigned during the final exam. As long as you don't attend classes properly, you will have to take another credit next semester.
Of course, these things do not exist for the top student Su Ju.
Bite.
It was detected that the host brought a baby to class for the first time. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward, a mobility scooter. The reward will be sent to the host by express delivery.
Please keep your phone open. In addition, this system is a system that cares very much about the next generation. The scooter is equipped with a baby safety seat specifically for babies. Su Ju was listening to Professor Jiang's lecture attentively when the voice of the system suddenly popped up in his mind. A mobility scooter? This is a good thing.
Su Ju also discovered that he had more opportunities to take the babies out recently, and it was indeed inconvenient without a car. Especially since babies are growing up, there will be more opportunities for them to travel in the future.
A car is indeed a necessity.
Originally, Suju was thinking about finding an opportunity to discuss with Hanyu and buying a cheaper car as a transition. After all, Suju's ability to make money recently is pretty good.
Buying a car will not affect your daily life.
What Suju didn't expect was that the system would be so considerate and deliver it directly to his door.
But, the mobility scooter can be sent to me by express delivery?
Suju really couldn't think of which express company would take on this task.
Let us wait and see.
Knowing that the system would not lie to him, Suju refocused his attention on the projector. In this class, what the students felt most was that Professor Zhang's eyes were always uncontrollably directed towards Debeo.
In the past, it was Professor Jiang who prevented students from being distracted.
Now the students are worried that Professor Jiang is distracted.
Get out of class is over. Go back and prepare well for the summary exam in the next class.
Professor Jiang tried hard to straighten his face, left a few words coolly, and walked out of the classroom.
Of course, before leaving, Professor Jiang took a special look at Debeo.
When Professor Jiang found that Debeo was playing with toys and not looking at him, he felt obviously lost.
Did you notice? Fahai never got angry during this class. Yeah, I was scared to death. Fahai asked a question and I didn't answer it.
I thought I would be scolded badly, but I didn't expect Fahai to let me off so easily.
I also noticed something was wrong. Fahai was very gentle when teaching today. Could it be that Fahai is possessed by Sujin? What nonsense are you talking about? Fahai is obviously afraid of scaring Debeo, so he doesn't dare to speak too loudly. I counted.
In 1 hour of class, Fahai looked at our lovely Debeo 26 times.
Debeo is really our talisman. If Debeo can come to Fahai's classes in the future, will we never be scolded again? This possibility is very high. Brother Ju.
In order to get the lovely Debeo to come to class regularly, the boys in the class also followed Ma Xiaoyu and the others and called Suju Brother Ju. My eldest child is still young, so I can't bring him here often. Knowing what they wanted to say, Suju coolly refused.
Just kidding. If I bring my eldest child to class often, won't he have to sit in the stroller all the time? Suju couldn't bear to see his baby suffer. Chapter 57 Winner in Life.
Because of Suju's firm attitude, everyone could only pray that Professor Jiang would completely change his gender from today on.
Brother Ju, what happened last night?
Before class, because of Debeo's surprise appearance, Ma Xiaoyu and the others didn't have time to ask Suju about the dormitory inspection last night.
Shui Jiawei was the first person to think of this. Brother Ju, what did the instructor say?
Because of Shui Jiawei's reminder, Wu Yoli looked at Suju with some worry.
Not returning to bed at night can be a big or small matter at Z University.
If the students' union keeps keeping an eye on this matter, it will be a big trouble for Suju.
It's okay, it's all done. Suju took out the 1-month leave application note written by the instructor and said lightly. A 1-month leave request? Brother Ju, isn't this too generous of the instructor? Brother Ju, what did you tell the instructor?
I also want to go to Wuching to see my girlfriend. It would be great if the instructor could grant me a week's leave.
Brother Ju, can you teach me too? Last time I wanted to ask for 3 days off, but the instructor didn't approve it. Is the instructor's mind crooked?
All the boys in the class gathered around. As for the other girls, they were not in a hurry to leave just because the get out of class was over. One of the reasons, of course, is that our lovely Debeo is still in the classroom. Now, when they heard that the instructor had approved Suju's 1-month leave, the girls also pricked up their ears and listened.
As a college student, who doesn't have a few good friends? It is very normal to move between different universities. If I could get a leave note from the instructor, wouldn't it be possible for me to experience the dormitory atmosphere of other universities openly? Want to ask the instructor to approve your leave?
Suju raised his eyebrows and picked up Debeo from the stroller.
As long as you give birth to a baby as cute as my Debeo, everything will be fine. Daddy.
When Debeo heard his father calling his name, he put the lollipop he had not finished eating to his father's mouth.
Suju took a symbolic bite, and Debeo laughed happily. Oh, forget it.
I don't have the luck of Ju Good to give birth to a baby as cute as Debeo. Everyone nodded at the same time, agreeing very much with this great truth.
Debeo is the baby of the campus belle of Lan University and the campus hunk Suju. Is his looks comparable to that of an ordinary person?
Everyone surrounded Debeo and teased him for a while, but knowing that Suju was going to take the baby back, they didn't hesitate too much.
Brother Ju, how are you going to get back with the baby? Do you want me to call a DD car for you?
All the other students left, but Suju's 3 roommates did not leave. The friendship formed among students living in the same dormitory for 3 years in college is definitely much deeper than that with other classmates.
Need not. Suju shook his head. Didn't the system say that it would send him a car for transportation?
Of course, Suju was waiting for the system's reward.
Little baby, learn to draw. With a big crayon in your hand, draw a duckling, quack, draw a pony, write it home. The cell phone rang at the right time. Suju picked up the phone and saw an unfamiliar number. Answer the phone. Yes, I am Suju. Okay, just drop me off at the school gate. Okay, I'll be out in 10 minutes. After hanging up the phone, Suju was a little excited to see what the vehicle that the system rewarded him looked like.
Brother Ju, your cell phone ringtone is quite cute. It was the first time that Ma Xiaoyu heard Suju's new cell phone ringtone and he was a little surprised.
The babies love it.
After Suju found out that he had twin daughters, he changed his cell phone ringtone. Maybe after becoming a father, Suju's whole mentality changed. Every man who has become a father can deeply understand the feeling of putting babies first no matter what.
Ma Xiaoyu, stop talking nonsense.
Shui Jiawei saw that Ma Xiaoyu was off topic and gave him a look.
Oh, yes.
Ma Xiaoyu scratched his head and found that he had really forgotten the important matter. Ma Xiaoyu, Shui Jiawei, and Wu Yoli took out their cell phones at the same time and tapped a few times. This was something the 3 of them had just discussed secretly.
Today is the first time we met Suju's baby. The 3 of us are now uncles, so a red envelope is definitely a must. Beep beep. Beep beep. Beep beep. Suju looked at the 3 people with mysterious expressions. Before he could say anything, the sound of WeChat rang 3 times in a row. I picked up the phone and saw 3 WeChat transfer messages, each for a transfer of 800 yuan. Brother Ju, this is our welcome gift to the babies.
It's a little less, so please don't despise it. Our parents send the living expenses for the 3 of us at a fixed time every month.
Suju also knew that the 3 of them were used to spending lavishly and could not save any spare money.
Sometimes, in order to play games, recharge a card, buy skins, etc., the 3 of them can only live on instant noodles at the end of the month.
Knowing how difficult it was for his roommates, Suju clicked return transfer.
I appreciate the kindness of my brothers, but I won't accept this red envelope.
Brother Ju, this is a little gift from the 3 of us.
You must be under a lot of pressure to raise 2 babies at once.
We don't have much savings, so don't complain that it's too little. Wu Yoli said sincerely. Ma Xiaoyu and Shui Jiawei were also nodding their heads frantically. Really, I don't need that. With my financial ability, raising 2 babies is not a problem.
Suju is a man with a system, so raising Debao and Xiaobao is really an easy task for him. Of course, Suju would not tell anyone else about his system.
Even Han Yu and Suju didn't say anything. Brother Ju, you don't have to force yourself. Shui Jiawei thought that Suju was unwilling to accept the money because he wanted to save face. Am I the kind of person who wants to save face but suffers?
Suju smiled helplessly and thought it would be better to change the subject.
I asked a friend to buy a mobility scooter. It should have been delivered. Do you want to go take a look?
Suju automatically turned the system into a friend.
This statement should be easier for everyone to accept. Mobility vehicle? Brother Ju, are you a car owner? Brother Ju, you are so awesome. Brother Ju, why are you always 1 step ahead of us in everything? What do you mean by 1 step faster? I wonder how many steps Ju is faster than us, okay?
Yes, I don't even know where my girlfriend is, and Ju has already completed the steps of having a baby and buying a car.
Brother Ju, when you buy another house, you will be a real winner in life.
In the minds of the 3 boys, buying a house means they have accomplished half of their life goals.
What if I tell you that I already have a house? As Suju pushed the stroller towards the classroom door, he dropped a big bomb. Chapter 58, No Help. Ah. Brother Ju, wait for us, what do you mean by that? Are you already a homeowner? Brother Ju, you left your brothers so far behind, isn't that too unfair?
Brother Ju, I don't even need to lean on the wall now, I just surrender to you. Because they were shocked by Suju's words, by the time Ma Xiaoyu and the other 2 reacted, Suju had already walked out of the classroom pushing the stroller. The 3 of them shouted all the way and caught up with Suju.
At the gate of Z University, a man wearing the work clothes of a local courier was already waiting there. Su-ju walked straight towards the man. "Hello, is this Mr. Su?" The courier saw Su-ju walking up to him and asked. "I am Su-ju." Nodding, Su-ju looked around the courier, but there was no mobility scooter. Could it be that the system is playing a joke on me? It shouldn't be like this. After so many contacts, Su-ju knew that the system's rewards would not be wrong. "Hello, Mr. Su. Because the items delivered this time are very valuable, we need to verify your ID card." Although he did not see the mobility scooter the system mentioned, Su-ju still took out his ID card. "The identity has been verified, Mr. Su, this is your express delivery." The courier handed over a box that was packed very tightly. "Is this a mobility scooter? A mobility scooter in a box? Isn't it a model?" If the system could be summoned, Su-ju would definitely ask for it clearly. "Brother Ju, what is this?" Shui Jiawei looked at the box, puzzled. Didn't Brother Ju say that he asked his friend to buy the car? I don't think Ju Go's friend has any special abilities that allow him to shrink a car and put it in a box, right? "Brother Ju, open it and take a look." Wu Yoli always felt that the answer was in this box. Good. This box must have been delivered to him by the system. Su-ju also wanted to know what the vehicle the system was talking about was. Bao, the BMW keys? Ju, Brother Ju, the vehicle you're talking about is a BMW? Brother Ju, your Versailles is too amazing. When they saw that the box contained a BMW car key, Ma Xiaoyu and the others could no longer remain calm. BMW is a luxury car for college students. In Su-ju's eyes, the luxury car has become a means of transportation? What is the concept of this? Just now Su-ju said that he already has a house, and now he has a BMW. Wife, kids, house, car, I have everything. If this isn't a winner in life, then what is? Ma Xiaoyu suddenly felt that his 3 years in college were wasted. Su-ju, who also lives in the same dormitory, has everything. But what about yourself? I've never even held a girl's hand. Not to mention the empty wallet. Brother Ju, look, there is a note in the box. Shui Jiawei pointed at the BMW car keys and said. Su-ju took out the car keys and opened the note underneath. The car has been parked in the parking lot on the left side of the school gate. There was no signature, but Su-ju knew that it was the work of the system. Brother Ju, your friend's actions are quite interesting. Because Su-ju did not avoid his roommate, the other three also saw the words on the note. Brother Ju, take us to see your new BMW. Luxury cars and beautiful women, this is every boy's dream. Although they were not destined to meet beautiful women, Shui Jiawei and his friends' wish to see luxury cars can now be fulfilled. Good. Debeo, can Daddy take you to see our new car? Without ignoring Debeo, who was still struggling with the lollipop, Su-ju first helped Debeo wipe the saliva from the corner of his mouth. Daddy. Debeo has no idea what a new car is. After giving his father a big smile, Debeo continued to argue with the lollipop. Debeo, Uncle will buy a lot of lollipops later, so ask Daddy to bring you here more often in the future. Ma Xiaoyu still remembers that Debeo abandoned him because of a lollipop. Although Ma Xiaoyu had no experience before, he has learned from his mistakes now. Auntie. When he heard that there was candy to eat, Debeo waved his hands happily. Debeo, it's Uncle. I am Uncle, not Aunt. Hearing that this was not the first time that Debeo called him Auntie, Ma Xiaoyu corrected him seriously. This is a matter of reputation as a man, Ma Xiaoyu must restore his gender. Auntie. Debeo is also very stubborn. Who can blame him for not being able to call Uncle yet? Debeo, it's Uncle, I'm Uncle. Auntie. Auntie. I'm your uncle. Call me Uncle. Ma Xiaoyu was very patient, but unfortunately, Debeo lost interest. I called so many times but didn't see Tang Tang. I might as well eat the one in my hand first. Debeo, Debeo. Seeing that Debeo no longer paid attention to him, Ma Xiaoyu looked at Su-ju for help. Brother Ju. Try harder next time. Patting Ma Xiaoyu on the shoulder, Su-ju said that he could do nothing to help. His own baby can't call him uncle yet. Su-ju can't call him on behalf of Debeo, right? Ma Xiaoyu, actually, it's pretty good for Debeo to call you auntie. Ha ha ha. Wu Yoli and Shui Jiaowei, who had been unable to hold back their laughter for a long time, finally couldn't help laughing. You guys. I won't bother with you guys. Brother Ju, take me to see your new BMW. Turning around, Ma Xiaoyu has not forgotten about the BMW. Yes, Brother Ju, we want to see it too. Coming forward, the three of them embraced Su Ju and Debao in the stroller and walked towards the parking lot in front of the school gate. Hey, isn't this Su Ju who has become a father? Are you going to take the child back? Su Ju, are you too happy because you escaped punishment last night? This is a car park, not a shared bike park. Harsh words were uttered when Su Ju and his group were seen. Qin Manman, why are you here? Looking at the person who was speaking, Ma Xiaoyu directly retorted without Su Ju saying anything. My boyfriend was going to drive over to pick me up to go play, so of course I was waiting in the parking lot. It's a little strange that you guys came to the parking lot. When the word boyfriend was mentioned, Qin Manman deliberately glanced at Su Ju. When I was dating Su Ju, he also drove me out to play. But this car is not that car. The one Su Ju drives is a shared yellow car. Qin Manman just wanted to provoke Su Ju. So what if you, Su Ju, can get a leave application approved by the instructor, avoid school punishment, take your children to class, and not be kicked out by Professor Jiang? Now here, Su Ju, who has no car, he be squeezed out by himself. Qin Manman has become more cautious after the Jia Chenming incident. Qin Manman checked out this new boyfriend and found out that he owns a car before she agreed to date him. Chapter 59, Jealousy is a Disease. Shared bikes? When my brother Ju and you are dating, we must ride shared bikes. After all, for someone like you, it would be a bit redundant to ride on a shared bike. But now our brother Ju's woman has become the goddess of Z University Senior Lan. Her status will definitely go up. Su Ju's three roommates all knew about Qin Manman and Jia Chenming. Faced with such a snobbish woman, everyone is naturally rude. Is it going up in level? How do you get on it? A two-wheeled vehicle, turning it into four wheels? That's right, Su Ju, you now have a four-wheeled car, but it seems a little small and can only fit a child. Qin Manman deliberately covered her mouth and laughed, glancing at Debao's stroller a few times. It is self-evident what this four-wheeled vehicle is. Brother Ju, show the blind people what a four-wheeled vehicle is. Even the dumbest person could tell what Qin Manman meant by her performance. Shui Jiaowei didn't want to see Qin Manman acting like that, so he urged Su Ju. Su Ju glanced at the parking lot and saw two new BMWs parked there. One is a sedan, probably a BMW 1 Series, and costs about 200,000 renminbi. The other one is a big BMW. Su Ju recognized it at a glance. It was a BMW X5. The BMW X5 is definitely a fighter among SUV models. Whether it is from the appearance or the size of the space, Su Ju likes it very much from the bottom of his heart. However, thinking about what the system said, that the reward this time was just a car, Su Ju's eyes stopped on the little BMW. As a means of transportation, and a BMW at that, a price of 200,000 yuan should be the most suitable. As for the BMW X5, the price should be around 600,000. Even ordinary white-collar workers can't afford this car. Not to mention, it's just used for transportation. You can pretend as much as you want. I have plenty of time. My boyfriend won't be here for a while anyway. I'll just watch how you end up. Qin Manman just received a message from her boyfriend saying that there was a traffic jam and he would be late. Originally, Qin Manman thought that this was only her second official date with her new boyfriend, and the boy was already late. Qin Manman was very unhappy. But now, Qin Manman doesn't blame her new boyfriend at all. It was because her boyfriend was late due to traffic jam that she saw Su Ju's joke, right? Su Ju glanced at Qin Manman, who looked very proud, and pressed the car key in his hand. Beep beep. Along with the dull sound of a car, the headlights of the BMW X5 lit up. Fuck. Brother Ju, you said you bought a mobility scooter. Is this your mobility scooter? A BMW X5. A car of this level is used for transportation? Brother Ju, you have to be so awesome. Brother Ju, I really don't even want to lean on the wall now, I just surrender to you. Brother Ju, you are so awesome, you are almost breaking the sky. When Ma Xiaoyu and others saw the headlights of the BMW X5 light up, they took a deep breath at first, and then were extremely surprised. Su Ju looked very calm on the surface, but he was extremely shocked on the inside. The vehicle the system is talking about is actually a BMW X5? Awesome!
Suju gave the system a thumbs up in his heart.
Is this your car? How funny! This is a BMW. Do you really want to flatter yourself like this? Shin Man saw Suju move his hand. However, after all, there was still some distance from Suju, and Shin Man did not see clearly what was in Suju's hand.
Shin Man felt that Xue Jiaowei and the others were just giving face to Suju.
Just by chance, the headlights of this BMW came on, so it turns out that the BMW belongs to Suju? Now that I am standing in the parking lot, can I also say that this BMW belongs to her, Shin Man?
Shin Man, I've discovered that not only do you have problems with your brain, but your eyesight is also not good. Shin Man, you must have never ridden in a BMW before, so you envy the woman in our brother Ju's passenger seat.
Is she senior lawn? Xue Jiaowei watched Suju press the BMW key. This BMW X5 is not Suju's, so could it be Shin Man's?
You guys. Shin Man was so angry that her face turned red. When I was Suju's girlfriend before, I had never seen how enthusiastic Xue Jiaowei and the others were towards me.
Now Suju's girlfriend has become Lan Hanyu.
Logically speaking, Lan Hanyu and Xue Jiaowei are not familiar with each other at all, so why are they so protective of Lan Hanyu?
Brother Ju, don't pay attention to those jealous people. Jealousy is a disease. If it's not treated, it can kill people. Brother Ju, can I take a look inside? Ma Xiaoyu couldn't bear it anymore. This is a real BMW X5.
For these college students, they could only watch it on the road before. Since it's his own car, Suju certainly wouldn't mind.
Cut.
Shin Man crossed her arms across her chest, looking as if she didn't believe it at all.
Shin Man looked around, but why was there no sign of the owner of the BMW?
Logically speaking, the car doors are unlocked, so the owner should be nearby. Shin Man still wanted to see the scene where Suju and others were scolded by the owner of the BMW. The best thing would be for the owner of the BMW to call the police and have Suju and those annoying people arrested together.
Great! This is my first time to be so close to a luxury car. Brother Ju, I want to see it too. I want to see it, too.
Seeing Ma Xiaoyu open the door of the cab, Wu Yoli immediately ran to the co-pilot seat.
Xue Jiaowei was a step slower and could only open the back door. Why hasn't the owner of the car shown up yet?
Now is a good opportunity.
We can just call the police and sue them for theft, right?
Shin Man was determined to embarrass Suju, and looked around hoping that the owner of the BMW would show up soon.
Capturing the incident on the spot is the best evidence.
After waiting for a few minutes and not seeing anyone else appear in the parking lot, Shin Man was ready to take out her cell phone from her bag and do something heroic.
Brother Ju, your car is really amazing.
It's so spacious inside, and it's so comfortable to sit in. It's worthy of being called a fighter among SUVs.
Yeah, even with 2 safety seats in the back, I don't feel crowded at all when sitting in the back seat. Xue Jiaowei and his friends are still very self-conscious. After feeling the luxury car, they got out of the car without any hesitation. Brother Ju, I'm sorry to have wasted your time. Let me carry Debeo to the car.
Ma Xiaoyu picked up Debeo and put him in the safety seat in the back seat. Wu Yoli put away the stroller and put it behind the car. Seeing his roommates being so attentive, Suju smiled.
Next time we have a chance, I'll take you guys for a ride.
Boys all love cars, and Suju understands this very well.
Real? Marvelous. Long live Brother Ju. Just thinking about taking a spin in a BMW X5 is so cool. Chapter 60 The Invisible Rich Second Generation.
Under Shin Man's incredulous gaze, Suju got into the car, pressed the start button, and the BMW X5 drove out of the parking lot arrogantly.
Debeo, how is Daddy's driving skills?
Luckily, my father had the foresight to learn how to drive and get his driver's license when he was 18. While driving, Suju did not forget to chat with Debeo, who was sitting in the safety seat in the back seat.
Daddy. Car.
Debeo's language organization ability is limited, so he can only communicate using these simple words.
Debeo, you mean Dad is so cool when driving, right? Dad thinks so too.
In front of his baby, Suju was not humble at all.
Daddy.
Inside the car, the father and daughter communicated without any obstacles, and the atmosphere was really good.
Is this really Suju's car? Qin Manman didn't react until the BMW X5 disappeared from view.
Suju drove away, and Qin Manman would no longer be so naive as to think that this was someone else's car.
Thinking about the fact that Suju owns a suite in Crescent Blue Bay worth 5 million. Now I drive a BMW X5. Qin Manman just couldn't get over the anger in her heart. Is God playing a joke on me?
Originally, when she broke up with Suju, Qin Manman wanted to find a rich second-generation man.
Unfortunately, he did not meet the rich second generation and lost Suju, the invisible rich second generation, in vain.
Qin Manman had an urge to vomit blood.
Is this what is called picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelons? Qin Manman, why don't you get a pair of glasses? With such poor eyesight, I don't know how you dare to go out.
Thinking of how Qin Manman said during the self-study class that Suju was not worthy of her, Xue Jiaowei felt angry.
Is it possible that a man like Zhu Gu is not worthy of such a woman?
Qin Manman really knows how to flatter herself.
I don't want to bother with you guys.
Qin Manman knew that she wouldn't be able to get anything out of him. No longer wanting to make herself bored, Qin Manman looked towards the entrance of the parking lot.
What's going on with Wang Haolin? There's a traffic jam. Why hasn't he come yet?
Qin Manman muttered a few words. Actually, she was speaking to Xue Jiaowei and the others, saying that her boyfriend also owns a car. But no one paid attention to Qin Manman's words.
Here.
Xue Jiaowei and his companions, who were about to leave, stopped when they saw Qin Manman waving at a Hyundai car. The three of them looked at each other and smiled in an ambiguous way at the same time.
Manman, sorry, there's a traffic jam on the road.
After the Hyundai stopped beside Qin Manman, a short boy with small eyes got out of the car. Judging from the boy's age, he is not that old, probably about the same age as Qin Manman. Haolin, my legs are sore from waiting.
Seeing her boyfriend, Qin Manman said in a delicate voice.
As she spoke, Qin Manman deliberately bent down and rubbed her calves. Looking at Qin Manman's pretentious look, Xue Jiaowei and the others flashed a hint of disdain in their eyes.
How long have you been standing here? Are your legs sore?
If that were the case, Qin Manman wouldn't need to walk on her feet anymore and could just sit in a wheelchair.
Manman, it's all my fault. I'll buy you a gift and apologize later. Seeing his girlfriend blaming him, Wang Haolin immediately admitted his mistake. I have to coax this new girlfriend into a good relationship. Hey, Qin Manman, is this your rich boyfriend? At that time, you were dating my brother Ju while looking for a rich boyfriend. You finally got what you wanted, huh? What a pity. I wonder if this Hyundai car can satisfy you. You're not going to sit in Hyundai while looking for someone richer, are you? Xue Jiaowei and the other two walked towards Qin Manman and said deliberately. What's the meaning? Who are you guys?
When Wang Haolin heard what Xue Jiaowei said, he stopped massaging Qin Manman's legs.
Wang Haolin is not a fool, he is saying that he is a spare tire. What man is willing to be treated as a spare tire? We are Qin Manman's classmates.
Xue Jiaowei deliberately emphasized that his meaning was very clear. As a classmate of Qin Manman, he was not making up stories.
Xue Jiaowei, don't talk nonsense, Suju and I broke up a long time ago. Besides, my breakup with Suju has nothing to do with my boyfriend.
Qin Manman was very confident. When Qin Manman and Suju broke up, it really had nothing to do with Wang Haolin.
Yes, you broke up with me because of your rich second-generation boyfriend. But, I heard that he is a fake rich second generation. Did you dump him again? Xue Jiaowei nodded, seemingly agreeing with Qin Manman's statement. However, what Xue Jiaowei said made Qin Manman choke. Qin Manman, it's only been a few days, and you found another rich man? Or is this just a transition?
Xue Jiaowei and the others looked at Wang Haolin meaningfully, their eyes full of sympathy.
Wang Haolin felt angry when he was stared at by several people.
No matter how stupid Wang Haolin was, he understood that Qin Manman really treated him as a backup. Looking at the way Qin Manman's classmates looked at him, Wang Haolin suddenly felt like a clown.
I didn't. Qin Manman wanted to say that she didn't look for Wang Haolin for money. However, Qin Manman has not forgotten what she said in the classroom at that time. Looking at the understanding expressions of Xue Jiaowei and the others, Qin Manman didn't know what to say. If I tell lies, Xue Jiaowei and the others will definitely expose me. Tell the truth? That definitely won't work. Qin Manman, you are really good. When Wang Haolin saw Qin Manman's hesitation, he knew that what her classmates said was true. Wang Haolin angrily opened the door of the cab, stepped on the accelerator and left.
Haolin, Haolin. Without bothering to argue with Xue Jiawei and the others, Qin Manman ran several steps after the Hyundai car.
Come on, guys, back to the dorm.
Seeing that the Hyundai car had no intention of stopping, Qin Manman ran a few steps and stopped there as well.
Xue Jiawei and his companions happily walked towards the school gate. This can be considered as revenge for Brother Ju. It feels so good. Xue Jiawei.
The spare tire left, and Qin Manman was so angry that she had no place to vent. He turned around and prepared to settle the score with Xue Jiawei and the others.
Unfortunately, when Qin Manman arrived, there was only an empty parking lot.
As for Xue Jiawei and the others, they had long disappeared. A gust of wind blew by, and although it was not a northwest wind, Qin Manman still felt a chill.
Brothers, what do you think? Are we being righteous today?
That's for sure. If we can help a woman like Qin Manman to stop causing harm to her compatriots, then that's one less person to harm. Yes, I will have to continue saving my fellow men when I encounter this kind of situation in the future.
Qin Manman didn't know that Xue Jiawei and his friends had already listed her as a troublemaker. Chapter 61 The Blame-Shifting Hero. Dabeo, we're home. Su Ju drove the car directly into the community.
Originally, Su Ju wanted to call and ask Hanyu to bring Xiaobao down to see his new car. However, the phone kept saying that Hanyu's line was busy, so Su Ju had no choice but to take Dabeo home first.
Ma!
As soon as Su Ju opened the door of his house, Dabeo, who was sitting in the stroller, started looking for his mother. After going out with his dad for a morning, Dabeo said, "Baby misses mommy very much."
Pa.
Hearing his sister's voice, the little treasure at home staggered to the door to look for his father.
Dabeo didn't see his mother for the whole morning. Xiaobao stayed at home all morning and didn't see his father and sister.
Su Ju picked up Dabeo in the stroller with one hand, picked up Xiaobao with the other, and closed the door.
Xiaobao, where's mommy?
Generally speaking, as long as you open the door and go home, Hanyu will come out to greet you. Especially today, it is the first time for Hanyu to bring Dabeo to school, so he should come out and care about Dabeo's situation. However, even with the two babies making such a big noise, Hanyu didn't come out. Of course Su Ju would find it very strange.
Ma! Xiaobao understood what his father said and kept pointing at the balcony. Following Xiaobao's chubby little hand, Su Ju saw Hanyu who was talking on the phone on the balcony.
It must be a very important call, so Hanyu closed the door between the balcony and the living room. What Su Ju didn't know was that the call Lan Hanyu was receiving was from her mother. Lan Hanyu has not yet told her family that she is pregnant and having a child. Naturally, when Lan Hanyu answered her mother's call, she didn't dare let Xiaobao's voice be heard on the other end of the phone.
However, although Lan Hanyu closed the glass door between the living room and the balcony, his eyes were always on Xiaobao.
Only after seeing Su Ju return home did Lan Hanyu finally focus all her attention on talking to her mother on the phone. "Hanyu, you said before that you would take the postgraduate entrance examination and study for a doctorate after graduating from undergraduate school. Why do you say now that you plan to work forever?"
On the phone, Hanyu's mother Bai Wanqing asked in great confusion.
In fact, this problem has troubled Hanyu's father Lan Xiaoping and mother Bai Wanqing for a long time.
The two couldn't understand why their daughter, who was such a good student, was in a hurry to work after graduating from college. Although Lan Hanyu's family is not wealthy, for Lan Xiaoping and Bai Wanqing, fulfilling their daughter's wish to study for a postgraduate degree is a piece of cake. Originally, when Hanyu was in his senior year, the school arranged an internship opportunity for him, but Lan Xiaoping and Bai Wanqing were not very willing to accept it. After all, in their minds, their daughter is preparing to pursue a master's degree and a doctorate, so what's the point of doing an internship so early? However, because Hanyu's attitude was extremely firm at the time, Lan Xiaoping and Bai Wanqing did not say much. In fact, Lan Hanyu was helpless at that time. If I weren't preparing for an internship, I would definitely need to go home during the holidays. If I go home with a big belly, won't I be able to hide the truth? After giving birth to Dabeo and Xiaobao, Lan Hanyu had even less chance to go home. When his parents urged him to go home, Lan Hanyu could only use the excuse that he was busy with work. "Mom, after my internship, I found that it's actually good to start working early. I can also accumulate more social experience." Nowadays, many graduate students and doctoral students cannot find jobs after graduation. Besides, it's also very good to work and study at the same time. This way, I don't have to face the problem of finding a job again. Lan Hanyu pretended to be relaxed while talking to her mother.
Even if she wanted to continue studying, after looking at Debao and Xiaobao who were held in Suju's arms, Lan Hanyu could only give up silently. Suju was indeed holding Debao and Xiaobao and playing in the living room. However, Suju was also paying attention to Hanyu, who locked herself in the balcony and made a phone call. Seeing the flash of disappointment on Hanyu's face, Suju felt a little distressed. Suju knew that Hanyu must have given up a lot for Debao and Xiaobao. Now, even Hanyu doesn't dare to make a phone call openly.
You kid, working and studying at the same time, can the effect be the same as concentrating on studying? Hanyu, are you worried about money?
In fact, you don't need to worry about our family's conditions. Mom set a limit on your living expenses because she was worried that you would become competitive after you went to college.
Hanyu, your father is the general manager of a large company after all, how can his income be bad?
So, Hanyu, Mom and your dad have discussed it, and you should quit your job and focus on your studies. Bai Wanqing talked a lot, and Lan Xiaoping, who had his ear pressed to the phone beside her, nodded repeatedly. It would be such a waste if such a smart child didn't go to graduate school or get a doctorate. Mom, people always say that daughters should be raised in wealth, but you and my dad were different. You used to team up to lie to me, saying that our family was not wealthy. Lan Hanyu couldn't help but smile because of her mother's words.
Are you confessing to yourself now?
Lan Hanyu discovered that in her mother's heart, she was probably still a child who had not grown up. In fact, when Lan Hanyu was in high school, he knew that his family conditions were very good. Lan Hanyu, who was not in the habit of spending money lavishly, didn't need to expose her parents' lies.
Hanyu, that was your father's idea. Mom didn't want to lie to you.
Bai Wanqing directly put the blame on her husband without feeling embarrassed or nervous at all. Lan Xiaoping, who was originally listening to his little girl talking, sat up straight when he heard what his wife said. He wanted to refute, but after receiving the threatening look from his wife, Lan Xiaoping could only silently take the blame.
Mom, don't think I don't know. Dad listens to you about family matters.
With a good opportunity to change the subject, Lan Hanyu mercilessly revealed her mother's other identity, the blame-shifting hero.
Hearing his daughter vindicating himself, Lan Xiaoping nodded repeatedly.
The cotton-padded jacket is still the best, it doesn't let in any air.
You'll obey me in everything? Your father is used to being a leader in the company. Can he listen to me when he comes home?
Bai Wanqing resolutely refused to admit that raising her daughter in poverty was her idea. Although the effect of raising children in poverty is good. But Bai Wanqing was not sure whether her daughter would blame her behind her back.
Mom, you have quite a few students in school.
No matter how many naughty students there are, they have to obey you when they are in your hands.
Can't you take down my dad? How can you compare your dad to those kids?
Bai Wanqing didn't notice at all that she was being led by her daughter in the following topic.
Chapter 62, Famous. Is Debao good?
Lan Hanyu ended the call with her mother and pushed open the glass door.
Ma! Ma!
Having not seen his mother for a whole morning, Debao stretched out his little arms and asked his mother to hold him.
Mommy, hold me. Is our Debao going to school with Daddy well behaved? Lan Hanyu hugged Debao and suppressed the discomfort in her heart.
In front of her babies, Lan Hanyu has always tried hard to be a sunny and happy mother.
Our Debao is so well behaved that even the most famous Fahai in the school, Professor Jiang, likes our Debao very much. Suju naturally noticed Professor Zhang's gentle teaching style today. Of course, Suju also understood that this was all thanks to Debao. How could Professor Zhang be mean when there is such a cute baby coming to teach? Fahai, Professor Zhang's class? Suju, why didn't you tell me earlier that Professor Zhang's class was today?
If you had told me earlier, I would definitely not have let you take Debao with you.
As a former student of Z University, Lan Hanyu is not unfamiliar with Professor Jiang. Even if Lan Hanyu had never taken Professor Zhang's class, she was still well aware of Professor Zhang's reputation. It is said that Professor Jiang is the strictest professor at Z University.
In Professor Zhang's class, let alone anything else, if you dare to say a word of nonsense in class, Professor Jiang will definitely punish you to the point of questioning your life.
But Suju actually brought his 10-month-old baby to Professor Zhang's class. How can Debao control himself? If Debao gets into trouble, won't Suju have to take the blame?
Thinking of this, Lan Hanyu looked at Suju with worry on her face.
I wonder what kind of punishment Suju received from Professor Zhang today. It's okay.
Our Debao is loved by everyone and flowers bloom wherever he goes.
Even the ruthless Professor Jiang will only like our Debeo when he sees him.
Suju smiled and touched Debeo's little face, with the pride in his tone not hidden at all.
Debeo really didn't cause you any trouble? Lan Hanyu knew that her babies were very popular. Lan Hanyu himself never doubted this.
But, attending class is a serious matter after all.
Especially Professor Jiang's class. This doesn't seem to have much to do with whether Debeo is cute or not, right? Suju smiled and let Hanyu hold Debeo and sit on the sofa.
Afterwards, Suju held Xiaobao and sat down.
Suju told Hanyu what happened at school today.
Lan Hanyu was calm at the beginning, but in the end he couldn't help but be shocked.
Debeo actually has this ability? How could Professor Jiang actually be a gentle teacher for once?
Lan Hanyu said that her baby is so popular that he is loved by everyone, young and old.
Hanyu, who was the call just now?
After talking about Debeo's situation at school, Suju did not forget the flash of disappointment on Hanyu's face when he called.
My mom's phone.
Lan Hanyu did not hide anything and told Suju what her mother had said. Hanyu, now that Debeo and Xiaobao are weaned, if you want to take the postgraduate entrance examination and study for a doctorate, I support you. Suju knew that Hanyu had sacrificed a lot because of giving birth to Debeo and Xiaobao. Now that the babies have been weaned, Hanyu naturally has time to do things she likes. Debeo and Xiaobao have been weaned, but they can't leave home without someone by their side. They still need adults to take care of them. Lan Hanyu found that when she talked about weaning with Suju, she was no longer as shy as before. Hanyu, we can hire a nanny to look after Debeo and Xiaobao.
Look, I'm a junior now, and I don't have classes every day. If you go to graduate school, you don't need to be in school every day. We too have more time. If we hire a nanny, there won't be any problem. Suju didn't want Hanyu to give up his studies because of the babies.
In fact, Suju has been thinking about it during this period of time. Babies don't need to stick to their mothers every day, and Hanyu should be allowed to do what she likes.
Continuing to go to school must be something that Hanyu, a top student, would enjoy very much. But if I hire a babysitter? I often see news reports of nannies abusing babies. In the past, due to financial problems, Lan Hanyu couldn't afford a nanny.
Now, with the money Suju gave her, Lan Hanyu didn't have to worry about these things at all. What Lan Hanyu is most worried about now is encountering a black-hearted nanny, which would simply push the babies into a fire pit.
Don't worry about that.
I'll have someone install a few more surveillance cameras at home and connect the surveillance videos to your and my phones.
Except for the bathroom, there's a 360-degree view.
Then, we can look for regular housekeeping companies with good reputations, and there won't be any problems. Suju had already thought about this matter and of course had thought of all the problems.
This is a good idea.
Nodding, Lan Hanyu realized that Suju had thought of all the problems.
Then let's do this.
Wait until this afternoon, and I'll contact someone to come and install surveillance. As for the babysitter, I'll pick out a few suitable ones online, and then we'll research them together. This is a matter directly related to the babies, and Suju dare not be careless at all.
Good.
Lan Hanyu felt much better when he thought that he could continue his studies.
Hanyu, your parents. Suju knew that Hanyu had never told his family about Debeo and Xiaobao.
But the babies are growing up slowly, so it's not a big deal to keep it a secret.
Besides, it's impossible for Hanyu to never come home, right?
It's been more than a year, maybe Hanyu's father and mother have become suspicious.
I haven't told my parents yet.
In the past, Lan Hanyu was alone and didn't dare to take Debeo and Xiaobao home. Later, Suju was found, but the two of them never formally discussed this topic. After all, she is a girl, so Lan Hanyu doesn't feel comfortable taking the initiative to speak.
Hanyu, the babies are already this big. I think it's time to let uncle and aunt know about this.
But
Lan Hanyu also understood in her heart that what Suju said was right.
However, Lan Hanyu was still very worried. After all, having a child out of wedlock is not a glorious thing.
Lan Hanyu was worried that her parents wouldn't be able to accept it. Don't be afraid, if anything happens, we will bear it together.
Holding Hanyu's little hand, Suju discovered that Hanyu's hand was a little cold. Lan Hanyu looked up and saw the determination in Suju's eyes, and her hand slowly became warm.
Good. Lan Hanyu gave Suju a brilliant smile.
It feels so good to have someone to share the burden with when something happens.
Chapter 63 Little Secret.
Hanyu, my summer vacation will start in more than a month. When the time comes, we will take Debeo and Xiaobao to visit your father and mother first. I believe that uncle and aunt will like our Debeo and Xiaobao very much when they see them.
Since Han Yu had agreed, Suju naturally had to make specific arrangements. Are you going during the summer vacation?
Thinking that she only had a little over a month left before she would have to confess to her parents the fact that she had given birth, Lan Hanyu still felt a little uneasy. Lan Hanyu still remembers that when she was in college, her father and mother repeatedly told her not to fall in love while in college. Now, instead of being in a relationship, I have jumped several levels and even had a baby. Lan Hanyu was afraid that her parents wouldn't be able to bear it. Both Debeo and Xiaobao are already over 10 months old. In another month or so, they will both be almost 1 year old. I think our Debeo and Xiaobao must also want to see Grandpa and Grandma very much. After Debeo and Xiaobao have met their grandparents, Hanyu, I want to take you and the babies back to my hometown.
Suju looked at Hanyu seriously.
As for the name of his other half, after knowing the existence of Debeo and Xiaobao, Suju had already decided on the 3 words Lan Hanyu.
Meet your parents? Is Suju going to take me to meet my parents-in-law? Meet your own parents first, then meet Suju's parents. Now that the parents of both sides have met, shouldn't the relationship between the two be settled?
Thinking of this, Lan Hanyu felt a sense of security in his heart. It turns out that Suju also cares about me. Because of this realization, the tense expression on Lan Hanyu's face slowly relaxed. With Suju, he could face his parents together with himself. There are also 2 lovely babies, Debeo and Xiaobao. Lan Hanyu felt that it would be much easier to pass the hurdle of passing the test of parents. Of course, the ugly daughter-in-law will have to meet her parents-in-law sooner or later.
Knowing that Hanyu was worried, Suju deliberately made a joke. Who is the ugly wife? Who is ugly?
Loving beauty is every girl's nature, especially Lan Hanyu, who is a great beauty herself. Lan Hanyu would definitely not accept being suddenly described as an ugly bride by Suju.
No, who is your wife? I am not. Realizing that she had fallen into Suju's trap, Lan Hanyu's little face suddenly turned red. Well, the mother of our babies must be the most beautiful daughter-in-law, right, Debeo, Xiaobao? Quit while you're ahead.
Hanyu has come out of her nervousness, and Suju certainly won't continue teasing the child's mother.
If Hanyu was really pissed off, Suju didn't know what the consequences would be. At least so far, Suju has never seen Hanyu truly angry. Hanyu has a very good temper. This is Suju's summary. Daddy, car. Car, dad.
Debeo, who was held in Lan Hanyu's arms, was playing with his mother's black hair while telling his father's little secret.
What car? Did Debeo go out with his dad and see a lot of beautiful cars? Lan Hanyu didn't understand what Debeo said and thought that Debeo was sharing with her the cars he saw on the road.
Hanyu, I just called you, but the line was busy. Debeo had already betrayed himself, and Suju said it directly.
Yeah. I took out my cell phone and checked it.
Sure enough, there was a missed call.
It was from Suju.
Maybe I was on the phone with my mom at the time. After calculating the time, it was indeed the time when I was making the phone call.
Suju, what was the matter when you called me at that time?
When Suju called, he should have already arrived at the community.
If there is nothing urgent, Suju shouldn't call me.
I originally wanted you to bring Xiaobao down to see our new car. You couldn't get through on the phone, so I had to bring Debeo up first. Suju spoke very calmly, as if the BMW X5 was really just a car for commuting, just as the system said.
Of course, Suju does think so now. Our new car? Suju, when did you buy the car?
Recently, there are more opportunities to take the babies out, and Lan Hanyu has also realized the inconvenience of traveling.
Of course, having a car will be much more convenient. However, Lan Hanyu didn't want to increase Suju's financial pressure, so she didn't mention it. Lan Hanyu didn't know when Suju bought the car?
Also, Suju transferred all the money to himself.
Even if he left a small portion for Suju, it had almost been spent.
Lan Hanyu was worried that Suju would push himself too hard in order to buy a car.
I didn't buy this car. Do you remember what I said about investing in stocks as soon as you get into college? Lan Hanyu nodded.
Suju did say that this house was bought with the money he earned from stock trading. There is a company that I have held shares in for 3 years. This year, the company held an event to give benefits to old shareholders, and I also got a lottery ticket. I originally thought that this was just a gimmick put up by the company and there wouldn't be any real big prize, so I didn't tell you. Who would have thought that today I was notified that I had won a car, and they completed all the paperwork for me and delivered it directly to the school gate. After all, it was a BMW X5. Suju knew that if he said he bought it himself, it would be difficult to explain where the money came from.
Suju has transferred less money to Hanyu recently. You can't always say that this is the money you made from stock trading, right? If it were so easy to make money by trading stocks, everyone would do it. Why would they still have to work? The lucky draw was the best excuse Suju could think of. Isn't this company too generous? They really delivered the car. Lan Hanyu is simple after all, and she doesn't doubt Suju's words at all. Suju, I've also discovered recently that it's really inconvenient to take Dabeo and Xiaobao out without a car. It's really great now. God has given us a car to help us solve a big problem. In Lan Hanyu's mind, a car priced at over 100,000 yuan is already very good. However, Lan Hanyu doesn't care about this. As long as the travel problem can be solved, it is very good. It's really great. It will be much more convenient for us to take Dabeo and Xiaobao home. In more than a month, we will take the babies back to our respective hometowns. There are already many things to prepare for babies, not to mention that there are 2 babies in my family, so everything has to be doubled. Plus the gifts for Hanyu's parents. If he were to take a car, Suju would probably have to buy a stroller. Now that I have my own car, a big BMW, carrying things is no longer a problem. Chapter 64, Sense of Superiority. Hanyu, do you want to see our new car? Having a new car in the family is definitely a very happy thing. Suju also wanted to change Hanyu's mood.
Okay, Dabeo has already ridden in the new car, but Xiaobao and I still don't know what our new car looks like.
Xiaobao, can Daddy take us to see the new cars?
Holding the big treasure, Lan Hanyu teased the small treasure in Suju's arms.
Pa. Car.
When Xiaobao heard his mother say that she wanted to see the new car, he immediately became excited.
Can't you go out after you can see the new cars? Xiaobao was tricked by his mother in the morning and didn't even have the chance to go out with his sister. Xiaobao has been wanting to go out and play for a long time. Xiaobao, if you keep twisting and turning, Daddy won't be able to hold you anymore. Pretending to be unstable, Xiaobao was really afraid of falling.
He immediately stopped moving and hugged his father's neck tightly.
Dabeo, Xiaobao, let's go look at the cars with Mommy.
After putting Xiaobao in the stroller, Suju put the 2 strollers together. He took Dabeo from Hanyu's arms and put him in the stroller on the other side. If you are just going out to play for a while, there is no need to prepare anything else for the babies.
I'll get a bag.
Lan Hanyu simply hung the bag containing the keys on her body, followed the stroller, and the family of 4 went out.
Suju, where did you park your car?
Walking out of the unit door, Lan Hanyu only saw a domineering new BMW X5 parked in a parking space not far away. Lan Hanyu felt that the car Suju won in the lottery could not be such a good car, so she skipped the BMW. Looking around, there were a few other cars around, but none of them were new cars, so they shouldn't be the R car that Suju mentioned.
I was a little curious. Could it be that Suju parked the car too far away and out of my sight? You guys just moved here, right? I live in this building as well.
I saw you 2 bringing your child in and out several times.
The housing prices in our neighborhood are not cheap. Are you renting a house? That's right.
Considering your age, if your family wants to buy you a house, you should have bought it when you got married.
You don't have to wait until you have children. Suju was just about to answer Hanyu's question when an old lady came over from behind.
It was a normal conversation at first, but as time went on, the tone changed.
Suju frowned. Why are there such snobbish people everywhere? Besides, whether I rent or buy a house, what does it have to do with this aunt?
This house is the one I bought for my son to get married.
My son has been married for 2 years.
I am here to take care of him and his wife, and I am just waiting for her to give me a big, fat grandson.
Speaking of children, the aunt couldn't help but glance at Dabeo and Xiaobao in the stroller.
You see, given my family's financial situation, when my daughter-in-law gives birth, my baby will be like someone who fell into a honeypot. Young people, let me tell you, our community is the best community in Jiangxing City, and the school our children will attend will also be the best.
Unfortunately, this kind of treatment is only available to homeowners, not to renters. Your twins will have a headache when they go to school in the future.
The aunt said this while shaking her head regretfully. However, the longing look in the aunt's eyes when she looked at Debeo and Xiaobao betrayed her true inner thoughts. The aunt's son has been married for 2 years, and not only has he given birth to a chubby grandson, but his daughter-in-law's belly has not even shown any sign of pregnancy. Seeing 2 such cute babies in the stroller, the aunt was extremely envious. However, the aunt's condescending attitude is not welcome at all. Suju glanced at the woman. Don't say you are not a tenant at all. Even if I am really the tenant, is it right for this woman to show off in front of me? Auntie, which unit is your home in? In Suju's building, except for the unit where Suju lives, which is a 3-bedroom unit, the other 2 units next to it are 2-bedroom units. Suju just saw this woman walking from the unit next door, which should be a 2-bedroom apartment. Since she wants to show off, Suju will satisfy her wish. I'm the owner of the unit next to yours. Holding her head high, the woman feels very superior in front of her tenant. So what if this young couple rents a 3-bedroom apartment? Can people who rent houses be compared with owners? Unit 1? Suju nodded, indicating that he understood. Any questions for Unit 1? Although Suju didn't say much, his expression was a little too bland. The aunt always felt that this young man seemed to have hidden meaning in his words. No problem, I just understand a little bit why your daughter-in-law doesn't have children anymore. Do you know my daughter-in-law? As it concerns her future grandson, the aunt suddenly becomes nervous. If this young man knew his daughter-in-law and knew the reason why she didn't want to have children, the aunt felt that her wish of holding her grandson should be fulfilled. I don't know him. Shaking his head firmly, Suju denied the aunt's guess. What about what you just said? The aunt felt a little cheated because she didn't know her daughter-in-law but said she knew the reason. Your house is a 2-bedroom apartment, and now 2 generations are squeezed together. If your daughter-in-law has another child, there will be no place to live. Look, there are only 2 adults and 2 babies in our family, so a 3-bedroom apartment is just right. I guess your daughter-in-law doesn't dare to have a baby. Want to show off in front of Suju? It also depends on whether Suju is willing to give you this opportunity. You mean my house is small? The aunt finally reacted. Originally, he wanted to show off in front of the young couple. Who let them give birth to such a pair of cute twins, but there was no movement from his own daughter-in-law. What the aunt didn't expect was that she failed to show off and was instead ridiculed by the young man. The aunt must have been unable to contain her anger. You're just a tenant, so what if you rent a 3-bedroom apartment? As long as the landlord says one word, and he wants you to move out, you have to move out immediately, right? The aunt felt that she was the owner and she must overpower the young man in terms of momentum. The aunt shouted at the top of her voice, just to let everyone know that the young couple were tenants of the community. Who said Mr. Su is a tenant? Mr. Su is an owner of our community, he just moved here. The old lady still had a lot to say when Brother Guang, the security guard who helped Suju move the express last time, came over. Chapter 65, Not a Submissive Person. You said they are the owners of the community? Pointing at Suju, the aunt looked unconvinced. However, these words were said by a security guard wearing a community security uniform, so even if the aunt was unwilling to believe it, she had to believe it. If Suju said that he was an owner of the community, the aunt would definitely think that Suju was bragging. Now that we have strong evidence, the community security guards will definitely not be unaware of whether the person is the real owner of the community. The question asked by the old lady really has a bit of a death struggle meaning. Yes, Mr. Su is an owner of our Xinyue Lanwan community. Is there any problem? Security guard Guangge looked at the woman and asked seriously. No, I thought they were tenants. It was a misunderstanding. Now, I originally wanted to show off, but ended up getting slapped in the face. 2 generations of their own people are squeezed into a 2-bedroom apartment, yet they dare to come and laugh at other young couples living in a 3-bedroom apartment with their baby. The old lady's face, which was not very white, turned slightly red. How could Mr. Su be a tenant? Although the security guard did not dare to offend the owner, he did not miss a word of what needed to be said. Mr. Su, this is your car pass. It has just been processed and I brought it to you. Human emotions are quite strange. This security guard named Brother Guang had a very good impression of Suju from the beginning. In addition, Suju did not look down on the security guards and was very polite and well-mannered. This directly led to the security guard Guanggu becoming very concerned about everything about Suju. To apply for a car pass, the owner usually needs to go to the security duty room to get it. The owner needs to fill in the information first, then wait for the property to issue the pass, and then the owner can pick it up by himself. Of course, if you are willing to wait, you can just fill in the information and wait until you get it before leaving. However, because of the parking fee issue, this needs to be handled through the property management, which actually takes longer than applying for an access card. When Suju entered the community just now, he simply filled out the information, paid 1 year's parking fee, and went home first. Suju originally thought that the next time he went out, he would just go to the security room to get a car pass. I didn't expect Brother Guan to be so proactive and actually sent it to me.
Did the young man buy a car?
Yes, there are 2 children at home, and it is indeed inconvenient without a car. For example, we bought a car for my son before he got married.
My son is very picky. He won't buy anything that's not an ABB.
The security guard should know that my son drives an Audi. The old lady had been listening nearby, and when she heard the security guard's words, she immediately interrupted.
This time he can't be wrong.
The security guard said that he had just obtained a car pass, which only means that this young man just bought the car. The aunt felt that she had been outdone by others in terms of housing.
No matter what, we have to save some face now. Yes, I know the owner's son. He drives an Audi A3.
The security guard Guanggu cooperated and confirmed that the old lady's son was indeed driving an Audi.
How's it going, young man? I didn't lie to you, did I? My son is just like that. He has to wear branded clothes and drive an ABB. To be honest, it's because we got used to it.
The auntie's words imply that she has started to show off her wealth.
Without a certain amount of financial resources, even if you want to have it, you don't have the capital, right? Is the Audi A3 expensive?
Lan Hanyu, who had been silent the whole time, couldn't stand the old lady's pretentiousness anymore. Although Lan Hanyu is a girl, she doesn't know much about cars. But now, not to mention the A3, even the A5 and A7 have been released. If your family is rich and you really spoil your son, why don't you buy him something better?
It's not bad, just over 200,000. Suju looked at Hanyu, trying hard to hold back his laughter, and gave the answer.
Suju had already given Hanyu a big thumbs up in his heart.
This was a very good question.
Young man, don't be so arrogant.
What do you mean it's only about 200,000 yuan? Our son's Audi cost more than 200,000 yuan. Besides, can you afford such an expensive car?
Such a young couple has to raise 2 babies. The security guard also said that they were new owners who had just moved in and bought the house.
The aunt looked at what Suju and Lan Hanyu were wearing and saw that they didn't have any famous brands.
It is natural to assume that even if Suju bought a house, he must have bought it with a loan, and maybe he even borrowed a lot of money. I guess the reason why I buy a car now is because I have 2 children and it's inconvenient to travel. Looking at this old lady who was always finding fault with him, Suju was speechless. However, since the other party is so eager to cause trouble, Suju will definitely satisfy the other party's wish.
This can also be considered a form of respecting the elderly and loving the young. I definitely want to buy an Audi A3. Suju nodded, confirming what the aunt said. Even if the system didn't reward him with a BMW, Suju wouldn't choose the Audi A3.
The space was too small, and it was not within Suju's consideration range.
What Suju said was the absolute truth. The aunt also enjoyed listening to it.
Let me tell you, for a young couple like you, it's already very difficult to get a loan to buy a house. How can you possibly afford an Audi? Also, although my family has 2 generations living together, this house was bought with full payment. If I take out a loan, it would be no problem to buy a 3-bedroom apartment. I just don't want my son to have too much financial pressure in the future. Whenever she gets the chance, the aunt wants to whitewash herself.
My husband also bought the house in full. My husband said that a 3-bedroom apartment only costs 5 million, so why would we need a loan? If I take out a loan, I will have to remember to pay it back every month. It's too troublesome.
Lan Hanyu has a good temper, but he is not someone who will just accept things as they come. Seeing this middle-aged woman, whom he didn't even know, staring at Suju for no apparent reason, Lan Hanyu couldn't stand it anymore.
5 million only? Lan Hanyu's light tone made the aunt's arrogance diminish a lot.
Listen to what they say, 5 million is just enough to buy a house.
Then wasn't all that I said just now a huge joke?
Hanyu, I bought safety seats for Debao and Xiaobao, what do you think?
It can be said that Che Suju won the lottery. Suju couldn't say that the 2 safety seats in the back seat were given to him by the company because they knew he had 2 babies, right? If he said that, not only Hanyu, but Suju himself would not believe it. It would be easier for Hanyu to believe it if he just said that he bought it himself. After all, Suju brought Debeo back from school. I bought 2 safety seats on the way, it wasn't that much trouble. Chapter 66 2 Gifts. Good. Lan Hanyu nodded cooperatively, but stood there without taking any further action. Su determined knew in his heart that Hanyu didn't know what kind of car his family had, so he didn't dare to act rashly. Raising the corner of his mouth, Suju took out the car key from his pocket and pressed it. Beep beep. The arrogant voice of the BMW X5 was heard, and the headlights lit up domineeringly. Sister has already tried her own seat, does our little treasure want to try it? Suju smiled at Hanyu and picked up Xiaobao from the stroller. Opening the back door, Suju put Xiaobao in. Of course Suju noticed Hanyu's shock. But there are other people here now, so some things will be better said when there are just 2 of us, or when there are 2 more babies. Ma! Ma! Seeing that his father only hugged his younger sister, Debeo stretched out his little arms to his mother for a hug. Mom, hold me. Lan Hanyu was very happy thinking that Debeo had been sticking to her since he came home. I originally thought that after my 2 babies had a father, they were not as clingy to me as before. Lan Hanyu now feels that she was overthinking it. Maybe in the babies' minds, they don't spend much time with their dads, so of course they need to be more sticky to each other to enhance their relationship. Mom, car. After being picked up from the stroller by his mother, Debeo pointed directly at the BMW and said, Does Debeo want to ride in the car too? Lan Hanyu is gentle by nature, and when facing her babies, the aura of maternal love is of course even stronger. Car. Nodding his little head vigorously, Debeo stretched his body towards the BMW. A 10-month-old baby is not too weak. Debeo was trying so hard to lean his body, Lan Hanyu could only hug Debeo even harder. Come hold me, Dad. Suju didn't want Hanyu to be too tired, so he quickly took Debeo. After putting the eldest baby in the car, the 2 babies actually started babbling and chatting. Especially Debeo, he talked even more with his hands and feet gesticulating. Debeo must have experienced the feeling of his own car and is now introducing it to his younger sister. Mr. Su, I won't bother you anymore. The middle-aged lady who wanted to show off sneaked away when the BMW's headlights came on. Since the aunt knows ABB, she must also recognize the BMW logo. Even if the aunt is stupid, she can tell that such a big BMW must be much more expensive than her son's Audi A3. Originally, I was jealous that someone had given birth to 2 such adorable babies at once, so I went up to her and found fault on purpose to find peace of mind. Now, I haven't found the balance and I am leaving in disgrace. I guess from now on, every time an aunt sees Suju's family, she will have to avoid them. After all, it's really embarrassing. The house is smaller than others, and the car is not as expensive as others. The aunt really has nothing to show for herself. Thanks. Suju was thanking the other person for sending him a car pass. Mr. Su, you are so polite. Security guard Guang scratched his head a little embarrassedly, thinking to himself, Mr. Su is of high quality. Mr. Su, Mrs. Su, if you need any help with any heavy work in the future, just let me know. My brothers and I have plenty of time. Brother Guang looks a little silly, he should be what is commonly known as a good guy. Okay, I understand. Nodding, Suju did not refuse the favor from the security guard Guanggu. Then you guys get busy, I'll leave first. Seemingly a little embarrassed, Brother Guang said hello and trotted away. Suju, you drew a BMW X5? With no one else around, Lan Hanyu finally had the chance to ask the questions in his mind. What company is so generous? Taking a BMW X5 as a prize? This is real money. Lan Hanyu felt like he couldn't believe it. Yes, I was lucky and won the special prize. In order to make Hanyu believe, Suju acted calm. Special prize? This BMW X5 should be very expensive, right? Lan Hanyu knew about BMW cars, but she didn't know much about the specific prices of different BMW models. In short, the BMW X5, as you can tell just by looking at the model, will not be cheap. Otherwise, that old lady wouldn't have sneaked away, right? Lan Hanyu, a top student, analyzed everything and came up with this answer. About 600,000 or so. Although he didn't pay for it himself, Suju still knew the approximate price. This is the difference between boys and girls. Girls may be more concerned about the prices of cosmetics, clothes, bags, and the like. As for boys, it is said that after entering high school, they have a special liking for brand name shoes. The reason is simple. I have to wear school uniform, and the only thing I can express myself in is my shoes. When boys grow up a little, their favorite thing to study is cars. There's nothing we can do about it, it's just human nature. 600,000? Suju, is your luck too good?
When she heard the price, Lan Hanyo's mouth opened slightly.
Lan Hanyu estimated that the price of this BMW X5 would not be cheap.
But Lan Hanyu never thought that it would exceed the 500,000 mark.
All I can say is that Lan Hanyu really doesn't care about cars at all. Of course. Ever since I had you and the babies, my luck has been on a roll.
Filled with a great sense of pride, Suju felt that he was a winner in life.
Hanyu, let me take you and the babies out for a ride. Suju closed the back door, took Hanyo's hand, and let Hanyu sit in the passenger seat. Get in the car and press the start button. Big treasure, little treasure, sit still and be good.
After giving instructions to the babies in the back seat, and after they smiled brightly, Suju stepped on the accelerator.
Suju, when did you learn to drive?
Lan Hanyu, who was a little nervous and holding onto the seatbelt, slowly relaxed after feeling Suju's skilled driving skills.
I learned it my first year in college.
Although I don't drive often, I always practice with my dad's car during the winter and summer vacations.
You can rest assured about my driving skills.
Suju naturally noticed Hanyu's nervousness at the beginning. Comforting Hanyu, Suju was very satisfied with his driving skills.
Otherwise, Suju would definitely not drive with the babies.
After all, in Suju's heart, the safety of the babies must be the first priority.
Hanyu, have you taken your driver's license test? Now that we have a car at home, it would definitely be a lot more convenient if Hanyu could also drive. No. Shaking his head, Lan Hanyu looked slightly depressed. Originally, Lan Hanyu planned to learn to drive after graduating from university.
But before he graduated from university, God gave him two great gifts, and all of Lan Hanyu's plans were disrupted.
Chapter 67 on the agenda. Hanyu, do you want to learn how to drive?
In Suju's heart, he hopes that Hanyu can learn to drive. At that time, if necessary, Suju can also buy Hanyu a car suitable for a girl to drive. After all, the BMW X5 is too big and a bit too masculine.
Girls may not like driving such a domineering car.
I originally planned to study it after graduating from university, but then. A look at the two babies chatting enthusiastically in the back seat said it all.
It's not too late to learn now.
Seeing that Hanyu already had this plan, Suju was of course very supportive.
Learn now?
A hint of excitement flashed across Lan Hanyu's little face.
Yes, there is still more than a month before summer vacation.
If I sign up now, as long as I don't fail any courses, I should have enough time. When the summer vacation comes, even if you go home, we have our own car, so you can practice driving.
I think we can buy another car after we return from our hometown.
You had just learned how to drive, so a sedan was more convenient.
It's still a bit inconvenient for this type of SUV to back into a garage.
Suju's considerations are still very long-term, even buying a car has been included in the plan.
Buying another car? Wouldn't that be a waste?
Although Suju transferred a lot of money to himself. But after all, Suju is still just a student and has not really started working. Thinking of the two little darlings in the back seat, Lan Hanyu felt that he should save some money.
At least, it shouldn't be wasted. What is the waste? Hanyu, you have to believe in your man's ability to make money.
With the Super Dad system, Suju can speak with confidence.
You man?
Because of the three words that Suju blurted out, Lan Hanyu's little face turned red uncontrollably again. After savoring these three words carefully in his mind, Lan Hanyu said that he quite liked these three words.
It's just that Lan Hanyu didn't dare to show it on his face. Hanyu, do you have your ID card with you? Suju is definitely a man of action.
Once he thinks of something, he will put it into practice immediately.
I brought it, what's the matter?
Lan Hanyu has a good habit of carrying important documents with him.
It's good that you have brought it. Let's go sign up now. Pressing the navigation start switch under the car's center console, Suju entered the name of Jeonchung Driving School in the navigation system. Now. We were discussing it 1 second and implementing it the next? Lan Hanyu said, is Suju always so efficient in everything he does?
It's just like giving birth to Debeo and Xiaobao, two at once. This hit rate is unmatched.
Debeo, Xiaobao, can we go sign up for mom?
Without giving Hanyu a chance to object, Suju made a U-turn at the traffic light ahead and drove towards his destination amid the laughter of the two babies.
Debeo, Xiaobao, get out of the car. Suju parked the car in the driving school's parking lot.
Lan Hanyu felt confused when she got out of the car. It was not until she saw Suju put the babies into the stroller that Lan Hanyu realized that she had really signed up to learn how to drive. Ever since she found out she was pregnant, Lan Hanyu dared not even think about learning to drive. Now with Suju, Lan Hanyu didn't expect that all his previous plans would slowly begin to be realized one by one. Feeling his eyes a little wet, Lan Hanyu quietly wiped them with the back of his hand.
Hanyu, let's go in.
Pushing the stroller, Suju was now very accustomed to holding Hanyu's hand.
Good.
Seeing that Suju cared so much about her affairs, Lan Hanyu felt filled with happiness. A combination of handsome men and beautiful women, plus two babies who are so cute that they make people jealous.
Suju and his family of 4 are the focus of the crowd wherever they go. Fortunately, it was almost noon and there were not many people at the registration office. Suju helped Hanyu make a copy of his ID card at the designated place.
Lan Hanyu took the original and a copy of her ID card and paid the tuition, and the process was completed. The first subject is a theoretical exam, and the time of the exam is also chosen by yourself. If your education level is not very good and you need more time to study, you can choose to postpone some subject exams.
For a top student like Lan Hanyu, this is definitely not necessary.
The earliest Subject 1 exam was in a week, and Lan Hanyu directly chose this time. When walking out of the registration office, the staff member enthusiastically reminded Lan Hanyu that he had to undergo a physical examination before taking the first subject exam.
Suju knew this.
After expressing his gratitude, Suju held Hanyu's hand with one hand and pushed the stroller with the other, and left the registration office.
Suju, do I need a physical examination to get a driver's license? Lan Hanyu has not studied these things, so he really doesn't know.
It seems that it was not necessary before. The physical examination was added in the last 2 years. I also had a physical examination before taking the first subject test.
Don't be nervous, it's just some routine physical examinations.
I remember that they checked the electrocardiogram, blood pressure, height, weight, hearing, vision, and color vision.
Don't worry, it's very simple. Suju comforted Hanyu, worried that she might be nervous. Yes, I understand. Suju, does this require going to the hospital for a physical examination? In Lan Hanyu's impression, the physical examination must be done in the hospital.
This will be checked at the designated new driver physical examination site before taking the first test.
Suju shook his head. It might not be in the hospital.
However, Suju learned to drive in his hometown at that time.
Suju really had no idea where the driving school in Jiancheng would designate the physical examination.
Oh, that's okay, just come over when the time comes.
Thinking that the driving school didn't give any special instructions, Lan Hanyu relaxed.
Hanyu, you chose to take the Subject 1 exam in a week, so you have to study hard during this week. So, after I get home this afternoon, I will look for a few regular housekeeping companies online and find a suitable nanny to take care of Debeo and Xiaobao as soon as possible.
Suju is still a junior student, so he must go to school.
Hanyu is now preparing for the driver's license test, and will also have to prepare for the postgraduate entrance examination in the future. The issue of finding a nanny must be put on the agenda immediately.
Good.
Lan Hanyu certainly supported Suju's decision.
Lan Hanyu knew that Suju did this for his own benefit. When we were at home, didn't Suju say that he supported me in taking the postgraduate entrance examination and getting a doctorate?
If he were an ordinary boy, he would wish that the mother would stay at home to take care of the whole family.
How could he do the same as Suju? Thinking of how considerate Suju was to her, Lan Hanyu couldn't help but smile.
The plan had been made, so the family of 4 of course went home to implement it.
Chapter 68 Complaint.
When I got home, it was already past 11 o'clock. This morning, Debeo and Xiaobao accompanied their parents and did something big. At this time, the 2 little babies were already hungry. Because I was just planning to go downstairs to see where the car was getting off. Later, because of Suju's sudden idea, the family of 4 drove out for a ride. Later, I signed up for the child's mother to take the driver's license test.
It will definitely take a lot of time to get everything done.
But these were not part of the plan, so Suju and Lan Hanyu did not prepare food for the babies.
Mom, milk milk. Milk milk. Daddy. Ma.
As soon as I opened the door, the two little babies stretched out their arms and asked for food.
Suju, hold Debeo and Xiaobao for a while.
I'll go make the milk powder.
Knowing that the babies were hungry, Lan Hanyo's face was full of heartache. If it wasn't for registering myself, I wouldn't let the babies go hungry.
In addition to feeling heartbroken, Lan Hanyu also felt a little self-blame. Since becoming a mother, Lan Hanyu has put her babies first in almost everything she does.
Good.
Of course, Suju didn't want the babies to go hungry, so he picked up a baby in each hand and patiently coaxed the little ones. Big treasure, little treasure, be good.
Mommy is going to make some milk. We can drink milk in a while.
After hearing what their father said, Debeo and Xiaobao stopped making noise. He must have understood what his father said and knew that his mother had already gone to prepare.
Okay, Debeo, Xiaobao, drink your milk.
Lan Hanyu hurriedly ran out of the kitchen, holding a bottle in one hand. Debeo and Xiaobao stretched out their hands at the same time and took their rations from their mother.
Suju, let me hold one.
Lan Hanyu thought that Suju hadn't had any rest for the whole morning, so she considerately wanted to hold a baby to help Suju share some of the burden.
It's okay. I'm not tired anymore.
Debeo and Xiaobao both drank from the bottles by themselves. For Suju, all he had to do was hold the babies, which was no trouble at all.
Hanyu, take a rest. I'll order some takeout later. At this point, Suju didn't want Hanyu to be busy cooking lunch or anything like that.
In addition to milk powder, the baby's lunch also includes special complimentary foods, so Suju is not worried.
Then I'll have some. I looked at the time and it was indeed late.
It would be troublesome and time-consuming to cook for myself. Lan Hanyu took out his cell phone, opened the small system, and ordered a few dishes that both he and Suju liked. I'm going to cook some baby noodles for Debeo and Xiaobao.
Debeo and Xiaobao's favorite complimentary food is baby noodles with meat floss. The milk powder I just made is just to fill the babies' stomachs. Lan Hanyu turned and walked into the kitchen to cook noodles for the babies. Daddy. Papa.
Because Lan Hanyu didn't make much milk powder, Debeo and Xiaobao finished it in a short time. Holding empty milk bottles, the two little babies seemed to be complaining to their dad, saying that Mom is too stingy and the babies can't drink enough. Mom is going to make some delicious food for our Debeo and Xiaobao. Debeo and Xiaobao, just wait a little longer, and you will have some noodles to eat. Suju was very patient with his two babies. Seeing that the babies had finished drinking milk, Suju put Debeo and Xiaobao on the carpet. Big treasure, little treasure, play for a while, Mom will be ready soon. With the temptation of toys, the little tummy wasn't so hungry anymore, and Debeo and Xiaobao's attention was immediately diverted. Seeing Hanyu busy in the kitchen and the babies playing by themselves, Suju took out his cell phone. After searching for several housekeeping companies with good reputations on his mobile phone, Suju chose the Gold Medal Housekeeping Service Company after some comparison. Nowadays, people usually choose nannies through housekeeping companies, so the quality and qualifications of the nanny are more guaranteed. More importantly, the contract can be signed under the witness of the housekeeping company as an intermediary and implemented through wage control, so the employer does not need to worry about these matters himself. Companies of a certain size, such as Gold Medal Housekeeping Service, have consultation hotlines and websites. Suju directly noted his requirements for a nanny on the website, and waited for the housekeeping company to recommend a suitable nanny according to his requirements, and then arranged for the nanny to come for an interview. Suju and Lan Hanyu would decide whether the nanny was suitable and whether to hire her. Spending money is still very easy. As for the nanny issue, we just need to wait for news from the housekeeping company. It's over. Putting away his phone, Suju knew that Hanyu should be getting better soon. Debeo, Xiaobao, can we sit on the small chairs? Pointing to the child seats where Debeo and Xiaobao eat, they said that if they sit on them, there will be delicious food. Papa. Daddy. Knowing that there was something delicious to eat, the two little babies simultaneously stretched out their chubby little arms towards their daddy. If you want to sit in that baby chair, you definitely need your dad to hold you. Debeo and Xiaobao are very self-aware about this. Daddy, hold me. Picking up one daughter in each hand, Suju placed the babies in the baby chairs. Debeo, Xiaobao, it's time to eat noodles. The two little darlings had just sat down when Lan Hanyu's voice came from the kitchen. Ma. Ma. Eat. When they heard that there was noodles to eat, Debeo and Xiaobao both clapped their hands.
Lan Hanyu walked towards the restaurant with a bowl of noodles in one hand and a box of baby meat floss in the other. Ma! Ma!
When the two little babies saw the delicious food, they had the urge to rush forward and grab it. Maybe the amount of milk powder just now was really not enough. Dabeo and Xiaobao's little tummies were not full at all.
It's hot all over, the baby's hands will hurt. Avoiding the baby's little hands, Lan Hanyu explained patiently. In fact, Suju was also paying attention from the side. Seeing that the baby's hands were still some distance away from the noodle bowls, Suju did not reach out to stop them. After hearing what their mother said, Dabeo and Xiaobao wisely withdrew their hands. The little hands could not be stretched out, and Dabeo and Xiaobao's big eyes were staring at the bowl of noodles and meat floss in their mother's hands without blinking. Come, mommy, blow it.
Lan Hanyu sat down on the chair in front of the baby chair, picked up a small piece of noodles, and prepared to blow it cool before feeding the babies. Two tigers love to dance, the little rabbit eats carrots obediently, and the little duck learns to walk. These are the most beautiful gifts in childhood. Before the babies even had time to feed a single bite of noodles, Lan Hanyu's cell phone rang. Like Suju, Lan Hanyu's cell phone ringtone has been changed to cute nursery rhymes since she had two little babies.
This may be a common problem among new parents, as they always consider everything from the baby's perspective. Even if it is a simple mobile phone ringtone, it should make babies happy. Chapter 69, Breaking the Historical Record. Let me do it. Suju took the bowl from Hanyu's hand and motioned for Hanyu to answer the phone. Lan Hanyu nodded, stood up and made room for Suju. Daddy. Papa. Seeing that someone had changed to feed them, the babies naturally started staring at their dad again. Hello, Dad. Suju is already very familiar with this task, so he naturally won't let the babies wait too long. Lan Hanyu's cell phone was on the wine cabinet. He picked up the phone and found that it was Mingyue calling. Lan Hanyu was a little puzzled. Mingyue usually used WeChat voice chat or WeChat video chat. Why did she call today? Bright Moon. After pressing the answer button, Lan Hanyu first called out his good friend's name. Hanyu, did you move ahead of time? Carrying a large bag of things prepared for her two goddaughters, Jiang Mingyue made the call while standing at the door of the suite that Lan Hanyu had rented before. Yes, Suju said a few days ago that the house in Xinyue Blue Bay was ready, so we moved in directly. I know your company has been busy recently, so I didn't call you on purpose. But I've left you a message on WeChat, didn't you receive it? Lan Hanyu felt a little strange and opened the WeChat system. The voice message he had sent to Mingyue showed that it had been sent. After clicking on the call page again, Lan Hanyu thought, maybe Mingyue didn't receive it? Wait a moment, let me take a look. Like Lan Hanyu, Jiang Mingyue also opened her WeChat and took a look. There was indeed a voice message that Hanyu sent to himself. That Hanyu, I might have been too busy, so I forgot to click on it and listen to it, and then I forgot about it. Originally, I wanted to find Hanyu to have a good chat. When Jiang Mingyue first stood here, she felt like she was being abandoned because her good friend had a man and no longer wanted her. Now that she realized it was her own negligence, Jiang Mingyue's confidence disappeared in an instant. Oh, Mingyue, are you busy these days? If you're not busy, come visit our new home. Dabeo and Xiaobao miss you very much. Dabeo and Xiaobao don't know how to call godmother yet, and they have always called Jiang Mingyue auntie. Usually, Lan Hanyu heard Dabeo and Xiaobao nagging auntie. Lan Hanyu knew that Dabeo and Xiaobao missed Jiang Mingyue as their godmother. After all, before Suju knew about the baby's existence, the people who spent the most time with Dabeo and Xiaobao were, besides themselves as their mother, Jiang Mingyue as their godmother. Dabeo and Xiaobao also have a very deep relationship with their godmother. Lan Hanyu didn't know yet that Jiang Mingyue was standing in front of the suite she had rented before. If Lan Hanyu knew about this, she would definitely not rub salt into Jiang Mingyue's wound. Hanyu, I have time now, please send me your home address. I miss my two goddaughters too. Jiang Mingyue kept silent about her failure. This is really embarrassing. Okay, I'll send it to you now. You haven't had lunch yet? Suju and I haven't eaten either. Let's wait for you to come over and eat together. Lan Hanyu knew that her good friend was always late for meals due to work. It is normal not to have lunch at this time. Okay, I'll go to your house for dinner. Touching her belly, Jiang Mingyue skipped work in the morning to pick out gifts for her goddaughters, so she really had no time to eat. Okay, I'll wait for you at home. After hanging up the phone, Lan Hanyu sent Jiang Mingyue the location of his home. After Jiang Mingyue replied with a received, Lan Hanyu ordered a few more takeouts. Of course, all the dishes ordered were Jiang Mingyue's favorites. Jiang Mingyue will come?
Lan Hanyu made the call in the restaurant, so Suju naturally heard it clearly. Suju also regarded Jiang Mingyue, who had helped Hanyu a lot, as a friend from the bottom of his heart. Yes, Mingyue said she missed Dabao and Xiaobao, so she came to see the babies. Lan Hanyu knew that Suju wouldn't mind if she invited Mingyue to visit his home.
Dabao, Xiaobao, godmother is coming to see the babies. Dabao, does Xiaobao want to be your godmother?
Counting the time, Dabao and Xiaobao haven't seen their godmother for several days.
This can be considered a historical record, right?
Lan Hanyu knew that this was because Mingyue knew that she and the babies were now being taken care of by Suju, so Mingyue felt relieved that he had not come for several days. Lan Hanyu is truly grateful to his friend Jiang Mingyue from the bottom of his heart.
Auntie. Auntie.
When they heard that their godmother was coming, Dabao and Xiaobao were very excited. Besides mom and dad, the one that babies love most is their godmother.
Yes, godmother. Call me godmother.
Lan Hanyu wanted to give Mingyue a surprise, so she corrected the baby's way of calling.
Auntie. Auntie.
Waving their little hands, Dabao and Xiaobao insisted on their own ideas and firmly resisted their mother's interference.
Dabao, Xiaobao, call me godmother, not auntie.
She persisted patiently. The babies were already full anyway, so Lan Hanyu had plenty of time to spend with them.
Auntie. Auntie. Auntie.
Maybe because he didn't like his mother's interference, Xiaobao made a long sound. Seeing Dabao and Xiaobao being stubborn, Lan Hanyu sighed helplessly.
The babies have such stubborn tempers, could it be that they inherited it from me?
Lan Hanyu thinks that she is a girl with a good temper. Glancing at Suju, who was watching the fun on the side, Lan Hanyu found the answer. Dabao and Xiaobao must have inherited Suju's genes. Of course, Suju noticed the unfriendly look Hanyu gave him. I touched my nose and found that Dabao and Xiaobao refused to call her godmother.
It was not me who taught them to do so. Why does Hanyu look like he is blaming himself? Suju couldn't figure it out, but he was tactful enough not to ask. Girls sometimes have some inexplicable tempers.
At this time, Suju naturally would not take the initiative to run into the gun muzzle. Hanyu, let me teach Dabao and Xiaobao. The child's mother's eyes were so unfriendly that Suju took the initiative to take on this difficult task. The main purpose is to give the child's mother a way out. Looking at the expressions of Dabao and Xiaobao, they are not prepared to save face for their mother at all.
Then you come and teach me. Following the steps given by Suju, Lan Hanyu packed up the dishes and fled into the kitchen.
Lan Hanyu believed that it was impossible for Suju to make the babies change their minds. Big treasure, little treasure, when your godmother comes, she will bring lots of delicious food for you babies.
Would our Dabao and Xiaobao like to welcome their godmother?
Since you are a foodie, you naturally have to start with food.
Auntie. Auntie.
When they heard about the delicious food, Dabao and Xiaobao clapped their hands at the same time to show their welcome. But what Dabao and Xiaobao were muttering was not the word godmother.
Chapter 70, Teaching Students in Accordance with Their Aptitude.
After correcting it for a while, Suju decided to give up. Anyway, having taken on this task, Suju did not guarantee that Dabao and Xiaobao would change their minds or anything.
It was just an act, and Suju wasn't going to take it too seriously. Daddy. Eat.
When Xiaobao saw that his father no longer insisted, he started eating his fingers again.
Eat? Yes, Suju realized that he did not really teach students in accordance with their aptitude.
Dabao and Xiaobao are foodies, but how will the babies react if you just tell them there is something delicious?
Thinking of this, Suju took out 2 lollipops from the cabinet.
Hanyu thinks that babies are still young and generally don't allow them to eat sweets. When the 2 babies saw their father holding a lollipop, their beautiful big eyes immediately lit up.
Daddy. Papa.
The chubby little hands are about to grab the lollipop in Dad's hand.
Dabao, Xiaobao, do you want some candy?
Suju waved the lollipop in front of Dabao and Xiaobao, but didn't give the babies a chance to get it.
Eat. Papa eats.
The 2 little babies nodded in agreement, with no intention of taking back their outstretched hands.
If you want to eat candy, follow Daddy and say fuck mom. Auntie.
Xiaobao still insisted and refused to take his little hands away. Xiaobao, you won't get any candy if you call me auntie.
You have to call me godmother. Deliberately holding the lollipop a little further away, Suju once again patiently called the babies. Num. Dabeo must have thought about it and did not insist on calling her auntie this time.
Just the word alone has a completely different meaning from godmother.
Suju shook his head at Dabeo's answer. Dabeo, it's not mom, it's godmother. Dry. Dry. Dabeo followed his father's instructions and called out again.
This time he did change a word, but he still couldn't put it together. But when he could shout go, Suju knew that Dabeo was not far from success.
Dabeo, it's godmother, godmother.
Facing Dabeo, Suju even used lip movements.
Fuck.
Although there was a pause in the middle, Dabeo finally completed the task.
Of course, Dabeo still continues to pronounce ma as mama.
Suju naturally wouldn't care about this tiny detail. He was a 10-month-old baby, so how could he possibly demand perfection?
Dabeo, you are awesome. Call me again and daddy will peel candy for you. Suju quickly peeled off the wrapper of a lollipop and shook the lollipop in front of Dabeo. What the hell? What the hell?
The delicious candy was right in front of him, and Dabeo shouted happily.
Dabeo is awesome. Suju handed the peeled lollipop to Dabeo.
As soon as Dabeo grabbed the lollipop with his little hand, he put it into his own mouth.
Pa pa. Pa pa.
Seeing that his sister had already eaten the candy, Xiaobao became even more anxious. Xiaobao stretched out his chubby little hands, wishing he could grab the thing directly from his dad.
Unfortunately, how could Suju let Xiaobao get it so easily?
The hand holding the lollipop retracted a little, and Suju's attitude was now firm. Dabeo has made a very good start.
Suju knew that Xiaobao would definitely be fine.
Xiaobao, if you want to eat candy, follow daddy, and tell him, godmother. When Xiaobao saw that he couldn't grab the candy in his father's hand, he turned his head and actually aimed at the candy in Dabeo's hand.
Fortunately, Suju was also prepared.
When Xiaobao's little hand reached for the lollipop in Dabeo's hand, Suju pulled the distance between the two baby chairs.
Eat. Eat.
Because the baby couldn't reach it, he twisted his body in the baby chair in excitement.
What the hell, yeah.
Dabeo protected his lollipop and said a lot to Xiaobao.
Suju didn't understand anything else, he only understood the two words what the hell that Dabeo said. It seems that Dabeo is teaching his younger sister to say godmother. Of course, Suju didn't need to understand what Dabeo said else.
Xiaobao was very excited at first because he couldn't have the lollipop, but because of his sister's words, he slowly calmed down.
As if he was thinking about what his sister said, Xiaobao actually looked like he was thinking.
After about a minute, Xiaobao suddenly turned his head and smiled sweetly at his father.
What the hell?
Two clearly pronounced words came out of Xiaobao's mouth. After Xiaobao finished speaking, he reached out again to grab the lollipop in his father's hand.
Xiaobao looked as if he was saying, Dad, I have completed the task, you should give me the lollipop. Xiaobao, you are awesome. Call me again and daddy will peel candy for you. What the hell?
This time, Xiaobao didn't need his sister to teach him, and he called out very smoothly.
Dabeo and Xiaobao are both the best. After handing the lollipop to Xiaobao's chubby little hands, Suju praised the two babies.
Suju didn't expect that Dabeo not only knew how to call her godmother, but could also teach her younger sister.
Does this mean that when the older child goes to school, he or she will be able to help the younger child with his or her studies? It was very obvious that Suju was thinking a little too far ahead. Daddy. Pa.
Eating the sweet lollipops and hearing their father praising them, Dabeo and Xiaobao became even more excited.
Little baby, learn to draw. With a big crayon in your hand, draw a duckling, quack, draw a pony, write it home.
Hearing the ringing of the cell phone, Suju took a look and saw that it was a call from the security room. Suju was already very familiar with this phone number. Knowing that it must be Jiang Mingyue who has arrived, the community security guard has to confirm the identity of the visitor with the owner before allowing outsiders into the community. After answering the call and confirming Jiang Mingyue's identity, the delivery guy happened to be waiting at the gate of the community.
Suju asked the security guard to let the people in together.
After hanging up the phone, Suju walked into the kitchen and told Hanyu that Jiang Mingyue had arrived.
Originally, Suju wanted Hanyu to be prepared.
Unexpectedly, Lan Hanyu thought that this was Mingyue's first time to come to her house, so she went out directly to pick up her good friend.
Seeing Hanyu's smiling face, Suju did not stop her. It's good for Hanyu to pick up Jiang Mingyue,
so that the two little darlings can give them a big surprise later. After all, the delivery guy is faster.
After Suju received the takeaway, several minutes passed before Lan Hanyu and Jiang Mingyue opened the door of their home, chatting and laughing. Dabao, Xiaobao, get ready.
In order to allow Dabao and Xiaobao to cooperate better, Suju temporarily took the lollipops from the two babies. After the two little babies' protests were ineffective, they had no choice but to succumb to their dad's lollipops.
Suju, what are you doing?
Lan Hanyu looked at Suju standing at the entrance holding a baby in one hand, and did not react to Suju's intention for a moment.
Dabao, Xiaobao, call someone.
Pointing at Jiang Mingyue, Suju softly said, eat candy. When the little babies heard the word tang tang, their eyes immediately lit up.
What the hell? What the hell? The babies are waving their little hands and want rewards. Chapter 71 mission completed successfully. Dabao and Xiaobao will call me godmother now?
Godmother is so excited, come and give me a hug. Jiang Mingyue already missed her two little babies very much. If it weren't for my recent busy work, and the desire to give Hanyu and Suju more space to spend time together.
Jiang Mingyue had long wanted to visit the two little babies.
Jiang Mingyue didn't expect that after she hadn't had her period for a few days, the two little darlings gave her such a big surprise. Jiang Mingyue stretched out her hands excitedly, wanting to hug the little babies tightly.
What the hell? What the hell?
Dabao and Xiaobao were also a little excited about their godmother whom they hadn't seen for a few days. The little bodies twisted in their father's arms, and the two babies wanted to be held by their godmother. Suju amusedly brought the two little darlings forward, and Jiang Mingyue and Lan Hanyu stretched out their hands at the same time.
Lan Hanyu knew that he and Jiang Mingyue could not compare with Suju.
If you want two girls to hold two babies each, they have to sit still on the sofa.
Otherwise, it is really unrealistic.
Jiang Mingyue held Xiaobao, who stretched out his body even longer, and Lan Hanyu held Dabao, which was a perfect coordination.
Suju didn't feel any sense of loss about the babies abandoning him.
He walked to the gate and closed the door that Lan Hanyu and Jiang Mingyue had forgotten to close because they were too excited.
Hanyu, you are so good to me.
I haven't come to see the babies these few days, but you have been teaching Dabao and Xiaobao to call him godmother. Jiang Mingyue insisted for a long time on getting Dabao and Xiaobao to call her godmother. It can be said that Jiang Mingyue has been working hard since the babies started talking. Unfortunately, Dabao and Xiaobao don't seem to be attracted by the title of godmother.
With Jiang Mingyue's unremitting efforts and persistence, Dabao and Xiaobao still firmly call Jiang Mingyue auntie.
Facing the babies' cute little faces, Jiang Mingyue really didn't even have the qualifications to lose her temper.
But now it's better.
Jiang Mingyue feels like she is waiting for the clouds to clear and see the bright moon.
Dabao and Xiaobao will call themselves godmother.
Jiang Mingyue felt that this must be Hanyu's credit.
No, I just...
Lan Hanyu blushed a little, this credit was not hers. Glancing at Suju, Lan Hanyu knew that it was all thanks to Suju that the babies called her godmother.
But how long has Suju been teaching the babies? Are Dabao and Xiaobao so obedient?
Lan Hanyu felt a little ashamed when he thought about how hard he and Mingyue had tried but failed. Hanyu has been teaching Dabao and Xiaobao to call her godmother. After taking over Hanyu's words, Suju naturally attributed the credit to the child's mother. What Suju said was the truth, but the final result was slightly different.
Hanyu, I know you're the best to me. Jiang Mingyue had a carefree personality and didn't notice the eye contact between Hanyu and Suju at all. My little darlings, look what delicious food your godmother has brought for you.
Jiang Mingyue did come in with a big bag. At this time, because he was holding Xiaobao, the big bag was already in Suju's hand. Putting Xiaobao on the sofa, Jiang Mingyue took the big bag from Suju's hand, ready to show off her achievements.
Papa. Daddy.
When they heard the word delicious, Dabao and Xiaobao turned to look at their father at the same time. At the same time, Dabao and Xiaobao also stretched out their hands towards their father.
Dabao, Xiaobao, it's your godmother who brought you some delicious food. Why are you looking for your dad?
Jiang Mingyue was a little confused as she did not receive the warm welcome from Dabao and Xiaobao as she had expected.
Suju looked at the babies and smiled. It seems that these two little foodies were thinking about the lollipops.
Walking to the dining table, Suju picked up the unfinished lollipops from the tray and handed them to the babies who had successfully completed their task.
What the hell? What the hell?
Dabao and Xiaobao, who got the lollipops, shouted happily again. Dabeo and Xiaobao are so well behaved. Seeing that the babies had delicious food and had not forgotten her as their godmother, Jiang Mingyue was deeply moved.
Lan Hanyu blinked, looked at the interaction between the babies and Su Ju, and reacted immediately.
Dabeo and Xiaobao are tempted by their dad's delicious food. Feeling a little annoyed, Lan Hanyu secretly cursed himself in his heart, so stupid.
Why could Su Ju think of this solution but I couldn't?
Thinking about myself and Mingyue, we really put in a lot of effort to get the babies to say the word godmother.
In the end, it's still not as good as Su Ju's 2 lollipops.
Without telling Mingyue about this cruel reality, Lan Hanyu glared at Su Ju coquettishly.
Lan Hanyu wanted to tell Su Ju that this was unfair. Su Ju's behavior is to bribe the babies. Unfortunately, in response to Lan Hanyu's gesture of love, Su Ju just smiled dotingly.
The child's mother is being mean to herself.
Su Ju accepted it all. Hanyu, it's not good for you and Su Ju to keep flirting with each other, right?
Dabeo and Xiaobao are still watching here.
No matter how slow Jiang Mingyue's reaction was, she still noticed the different atmosphere in the air. Jiang Mingyue, who felt like she was being force-fed a lot of dog food, finally couldn't help but protest. Who's flirting? Mingyue, don't talk nonsense.
Feeling embarrassed about being exposed, Lan Han looked at her best friend unwillingly.
The takeaway has been delivered. I'll go prepare it. At this time, it is better to leave space for the 2 girls. Su Ju walked into the kitchen consciously. The 3 of them solved their lunch problem by relying on these takeouts. After lunch, the babies pestered to play with their dad, so Lan Hanyu and Jiang Mingyue cleaned up the dishes. Listening to the sound of water washing dishes coming from the kitchen, Su Ju suddenly thought that he should install a dishwasher at home. The houses in Xinyue Blue Bay are all fully furnished, the kitchens are all decorated, and the natural gas is directly connected. Even the water heater and cabinets are installed as a set. But there is no more detailed one. After all, everyone's requirements are different, and it is impossible for developers to cater to everything. When he first moved into his new home, Su Ju had already bought all the pots, pans, and utensils. Because he was in a hurry at that time, Su Ju forgot to ask the soft furnishing designer to upgrade the kitchen. Thinking of this, Su Ju took out his mobile phone while watching Dabeo and Xiaobao playing and contacted the soft furnishing designer on WeChat. The soft furnishing designer had already seen Su Ju's house and immediately gave a plan. To protect girls' hands, a dishwasher should be installed. In order to make the air in your home fresher, a garbage disposal is also necessary. And the most important issue is drinking water. A water purifier is also an indispensable item. In response to the designer's suggestion, Su Ju had only one answer: buy them all. When business comes, the other party is of course very active and agrees to come to the house to measure the size the next morning and guarantee that the installation will be completed within 3 days. Chapter 72 Gossip. Hanyu, your house is really nice. In the kitchen, Jiang Mingyue looked around and nodded with satisfaction. Since they ordered takeout, Lan Hanyu and Jiang Mingyue didn't actually have anything to do. With just a few bowls and 3 pairs of chopsticks, Lan Hanyu could easily handle it by herself. Well, even though it's an elevator apartment, it's still quite spacious because the house itself is large. The occupancy rate of apartments with elevators is generally not high, and 75% is very high. If you want to live in a comfortable 3-bedroom apartment with an elevator, the area indicated on the property certificate must not be small. When Su Ju gave the property certificate to Lan Hanyu for safekeeping, Lan Hanyu took a look and saw that the area written on the property certificate was 180 square meters. In other words, excluding the common area, this 3-bedroom apartment can reach more than 120 square meters. This kind of 3-bedroom apartment will naturally not make people feel crowded. Hanyu, let me ask you a personal question. Jiang Mingyue secretly glanced outside the kitchen. After making sure that Su Ju was playing with Dabeo and Xiaobao in the living room and would not hear their conversation, Jiang Mingyue looked at Lan Hanyu with a sly smile. What's the problem? Lan Hanyu didn't think much about it and thought Mingyue was going to ask some private questions between girls. Hanyu, you and Su Ju have been together day and night for so many days, and now you have moved into your new home. After a pause, the smile on Jiang Mingyue's face became even more mysterious. Hanyu, you and Su Ju, did anything happen between you two? With a bright smile on her face, Jiang Mingyue's expression clearly showed, I want to gossip. Lan Hanyu's hands shook while washing the dishes, and she almost couldn't hold the bowl. Mingyue, what's the problem? The relationship between me and Su Ju is pure and innocent. That's not right. They even had Debao and Xiaobao, so their relationship can't be considered innocent, right? No, nothing happened between Su Ju and me.
She firmly denied that the birth of Debao and Xiaobao was an accident and had nothing to do with Mingyue's current problem. Lan Hanyu was still very confident, but her little face was red and I didn't know why.
Is it true that nothing happened? It shouldn't be like that. What was supposed to happen between you two has already happened.
I see that Su Ju cares about you very much, and you seem to be very satisfied with Su Ju.
Look, you two are alone in the same room, so passionate, and yet nothing happens?
Jiang Mingyue shook her head, clearly not believing it.
What do you mean a single man and a single woman? Aren't there still Debao and Xiaobao? Also, you're a girl, why is your mind full of such a mess?
Lan Hanyu was too embarrassed to repeat what Jiang Mingyue said, dry wood and raging fire.
Why is this such a mess? I am concerned about you, okay? You said that you and Su Ju both had Debao and Xiaobao, what's your relationship? Woo.
Before Jiang Mingyue could finish her words, Lan Hanyu covered her mouth. Lan Hanyu glanced outside the kitchen worriedly. Only after confirming that Su Ju should not have heard Mingyue's words did Lan Hanyu breathe a sigh of relief. Although it is a 3-bedroom apartment, the kitchen door is not closed, so the space is limited. Lan Hanyu was really worried that Su Ju would hear what Mingyue said. If Su Ju thought that this was what she meant, Lan Hanyu would not be able to face Su Ju in the future. Do you want me to let go? After Mingyue nodded her head in the affirmative, Lan Hanyu put forward the conditions.
Then if you promise not to say anything nonsense again, I'll let you go.
If Jiang Mingyue wanted to gain freedom, she could only continue nodding.
Hanyu, you and Su Ju really didn't.
As soon as her mouth was free, Jiang Mingyue was ready to start gossiping again. But when she saw Hanyu's hand reaching out to her again, Jiang Mingyue quickly covered her mouth. Shaking her head towards Hanyu, Jiang Mingyue silently assured that she really wouldn't say it again.
Su Ju and I really don't have anything. I sleep in the master bedroom and Su Ju sleeps in the study. I know that I am just saying it, Mingyue will definitely not believe it. Lan Hanyu took Jiang Mingyue's hand and walked out of the kitchen. Mingyue, let me show you around.
With the voice that Su Ju could hear, Lan Hanyu found an excuse to prove his innocence.
How is it? I didn't lie to you, did I?
Pulling Mingyue to the study, Lan Hanyu pointed at a folding bed in the study and said seriously.
There was a quilt on the bed, and you could tell someone was sleeping there. Lan Hanyu felt that Mingyue would believe it now. Hee, it's a folding bed, for transition. Jiang Mingyue looked like an experienced person, and her expression of understanding made Lan Hanyu feel embarrassed. Thinking of the last time she touched Su Ju's chest muscles, Lan Hanyu's face couldn't help but turn red again. Look, I told you there's something going on between you and Su Ju.
Pointing at Hanyu's little face, Jiang Mingyue had an expression as if he had caught someone cheating in bed.
No, Su Ju and I really didn't. Lan Hanyu tried to explain herself anxiously, but unfortunately, Jiang Mingyue's phone rang.
Picking up the phone, Jiang Mingyue immediately had an expression as if facing a great enemy. Lan Hanyu knew that Mingyue must have something important to say, so he immediately shut up.
After taking a few deep breaths, Jiang Mingyue answered the phone. Director Zhou, I'm Mingyue.
No, Director Zhou, I didn't skip work.
I went to find the best voice you wanted. That King Zhang doesn't have time, and it's not something a small assistant like me can decide.
I had already made an appointment with Zhang Tianwang's assistant, but he suddenly said he didn't have time and ignored me.
Yes, Director Zhou, I also think those kings are too arrogant.
We should find some powerful people to suppress the arrogance of King Zhang.
Director Zhou, I'm really looking for those masters hidden among the people.
I made sure I didn't skip work, I promise.
Okay, Director Zhou, I will definitely record a tape of a master for you. Finally hung up. Jiang Mingyue didn't put away her phone until she heard a busy tone. Mingyue, is this about work? Lan Hanyu knew that Mingyue was very busy recently. But Lan Hanyu didn't expect Mingyue to be so busy. After being out for a while, I would receive phone calls. You know, Jiang Mingyue's job is quite flexible. In the past, as long as Mingyue finished her job well, it was no problem even if she skipped half a day. This is also the reason why Jiang Mingyue can help Lan Hanyu to take care of Debao and Xiaobao together. Just looking at today's situation, Mingyue must be extremely busy. Chapter 73 Emergency.
Hanyu, our company is organizing a large-scale talent show.
I told you this last time.
Originally, we invited that King Zhang to be the opening guest, and I was responsible for contacting King Zhang. The communication has been completed and both parties have reached a verbal agreement. But on the day of signing the contract, King Zhang stood me up.
Later, when I contacted them again, I couldn't even meet them in person.
Zhang Tianwang's assistant just sent me a message saying that Zhang Tianwang had other shows to participate in and there was a conflict in schedule, so they couldn't continue the cooperation.
Han Yu, do you think that King Zhang is too unkind?
This is just like roasting me on the fire. We've already put up all the publicity and posters for our talent show, but now the opening guest has suddenly cancelled his appointment. This is really fatal. Han Yu, you don't know that our director Zhou has been very anxious recently because of this matter. Jiang Mingyue found someone to talk to and poured out all her grievances. Mingyue, that King Zhang broke his promise, you can find other stars.
Han Yu couldn't understand why there were more famous singers who could sing than just King Zhang. Isn't there a saying of 4 heavenly kings in China? There are other stars too, so this shouldn't be a difficult task, right?
Han Yu, you are not in this industry, so you don't know the situation in this industry. Stars who are a little famous are all very arrogant.
Who would be willing to pick up a show that others have cancelled?
Everyone in the industry knows that our show started with the star Zhang. For other stars, our show has nothing to do with them. Jiang Mingyue sighed, if only it were as simple as Han Yu said. For celebrities, what they care about most is their face.
This is a matter of status. Who would be willing to be the substitute? What should we do then? Does it mean that if King Zhang doesn't appear as the opening guest, your show can't go on normally? Listening to his good friend's explanation, Han Yu also frowned.
Jiang Mingyue encountered difficulties, so Han Yu would naturally be worried.
It is definitely not feasible to invite other stars. We have tried to contact several celebrities, but they either rejected us outright or asked for exorbitant prices.
After all, the only thing that can make up for the so-called face is money. It's just that the expenses of our show are all budgeted. If we spend too much money on inviting the opening guest, this talent show may not be able to be held. Because they were talking about work, Jiang Mingyue was not in the mood to visit Han Yu's new home.
Not to mention continuing to gossip about Han Yu and Su Ju's love story. I just heard you say on the phone that you wanted to find a folk expert? Will this be easier than hiring a celebrity? Celebrities may put on airs, but ordinary people probably won't, right? It's not easy either. It's not easy to find.
Jiang Mingyue has indeed been feeling very aggrieved recently, as if she is being bullied from both sides. Taking advantage of the opportunity to vent in front of her good friends, Jiang Mingyue let out some emotion.
Forget it, just do your best. I can also ask my former classmates and friends for you to see if there are any people around them who are good at singing. The only thing Han Yu can do now is to comfort Jiang Mingyue. Han Yu, how great it would be if I could sing. Screw the superstar. If I could sing, I would just do it myself. Why would I need to go around looking for someone?
Jiang Mingyue has a relatively cheerful personality and doesn't always dwell on negative emotions. In fact, if it weren't for director Zhou's call today, Jiang Mingyue had no intention of telling Han Yu about her work. In Jiang Mingyue's opinion, it was enough to be bothered by herself alone, and there was no need to make Han Yu worry about anything.
Mingyue, you actually sing quite well, why don't you recommend yourself? Because of Jiang Mingyue's words, Han Yu's mood also became relaxed. Han Yu, why don't you just give it a try?
I'm a microphone master in CoVV, but if you ask me to really sing, I'll probably scare people away. Jiang Mingyue is aware of her own abilities.
Han Yu, how about you sing a song and I'll record it? Then I can report back to the mission.
Jiang Mingyue thought her idea was great, so she took out her cell phone and prepared to ask Han Yu to sing a song for her.
Didn't director Zhou ask me to take the recording back with me?
Jiang Mingyue felt that she was so smart.
I can't. Mingyue, you know I don't like singing.
Han Yu waved his hands repeatedly. It was not that he didn't want to help his good friend.
As a top student, Han Yu is a person who combines beauty and wisdom. But Han Yu is not an all-rounder.
When it comes to music, Han Yu is relatively mediocre. We can't say that Han Yu's singing is bad, but she is definitely not a master. Han Yu heard that director Zhou from Mingyue Company required a master.
Director Zhou is so smart. He even wants to bring the recording back.
Jiang Mingyue became angry when she thought of the task director Zhou assigned to her over the phone.
How about I post it on WeChat Moments to ask for you? If it really doesn't work, I'll find someone to record a song for you to take back first.
This was the only emergency solution Lan Hanyu could think of.
Okay, I'll ask a few friends and try.
With a resigned sigh, the two girls took out their cell phones and got busy. Lan Hanyu is a goddess after all, so once she posted on her moments, the post immediately became lively.
Beautiful lady Lan, do you want to listen to some music? Beautiful lady, I sing very well, would you like to give me a chance to try?
Goddess, I have a cousin who is a great singer.
She is in the music department. Do you want me to contact her for you? Beautiful lady, do you have any requirements for this singing?
I'll record a song and send it to you. There were a lot of replies, and basically everyone who could see Lan Hanyu's circle of friends responded positively.
Mingyue, do you have a designated song?
Lan Hanyu asked while looking at the replies in the circle of friends. There is no designated song, as long as it is sung well. Jiang Mingyue asked her friends one by one, tapping her fingers quickly on the screen of her mobile phone.
There are no specific requirements, as long as the singing is good. He made a unified reply in the circle of friends.
There were so many people, it was impossible for Lan Hanyu to answer each one of them.
If you don't have any specific requirements, I'll just do what I'm best at. I'll send it to you after I finish recording it. I'll record one too.
If the beautiful lady likes it, please let me know. I am willing to do the little dog and horse work for the beautiful lady, and I will go and record it right away.
This is why Lan Hanyu seldom posts on WeChat Moments. As long as Lan Hanyu posts on WeChat Moments, the scene can really be described as booming. Chapter 74 Feeding Dog Food.
It didn't take long before Lan Hanyu's WeChat message kept ringing. Everyone wants to leave a good impression on the goddess, and of course it is impossible to keep the goddess waiting for long.
Lan Hanyu clicked on them one by one and played them directly for Jiang Mingyue to listen to. No, these are too ordinary, they can't be considered masters.
Jiang Mingyue shook her head in disappointment. The number of people who sent the recording to Hanyu, including Jiang Mingyue as friends, should be at least 20 to 30.
There isn't even a single song that's worth showing off. God wants to kill me.
Jiang Mingyue roared towards the sky.
How am I going to explain this to Director Zhou?
In Jiang Mingyue's heart, she just felt that Director Zhou was an old fox, a very cunning and sly one.
Mingyue, a few people in my circle of friends said they need to polish it, so it might take a little longer. Maybe we can find one that works? Let's wait a little longer. Lan Hanyu was also unsure.
Those friends who have the confidence to record directly do not meet the requirements of Mingyue Company.
What's more, what about those who have no confidence in themselves and need to polish themselves slowly? Hanyu, forget it. Trying to save a dying horse is not suitable for my current situation.
I'm here today to see Debao and Xiaobao.
Don't let work affect your mood. Hanyu, I haven't seen you for a few days. The two little darlings have become even more beautiful. Honestly, Hanyu, I'm a little envious of you. You were able to sleep with a handsome guy like Suju without being in a clear mind. Jiang Mingyue pulled Hanyu and walked out of the study room while speaking. Jiang Mingyue envies Hanyu from a genetic perspective.
If Suju's appearance is unreliable, the two little babies may not necessarily grow up to be so beautiful.
Mingyue, what do you mean I slept with Suju?
Lan Hanyu really wanted to buy a piece of tofu and let Mingyue bump into it because of his good friend's train of thought.
Oh, then I was wrong. You are really lucky to be slept with by such a handsome guy like Suju.
Jiang Mingyue corrected her slip of the tongue in time, blinking her big eyes.
She thought, isn't what she said wrong now? Bright moon.
The two of them walked towards the living room. Lan Hanyu really didn't have the courage to discuss this topic in front of Suju and the babies.
Debao, Xiaobao, godmother is here. Jiang Mingyue didn't notice Hanyu's embarrassment.
In Jiang Mingyue's heart, the topic she just talked about was very pure. Jiang Mingyue was just simply praising Hanyu for finding a good gene for the babies.
What the hell? What the hell?
Hearing the sound of Ganma, Debao, and Xiaobao even dropped the toys in their hands and immediately stretched out their arms to ask for a hug.
Godmother, hold me.
Jiang Mingyue naturally has to be fair to the two little darlings. However, due to her limited physical strength, Jiang Mingyue couldn't pick up two babies at once. Jiang Mingyue might as well just sit on the carpet, so that it wouldn't be so tiring for her to hold a baby in one hand. Debao and Xiaobao stuck to their godmother and played for a long time, and both babies felt a little sleepy.
Debao, Xiaobao, let's go to bed. Daddy is going to make the milk powder, while Mommy and Godmother will change your panties, okay?
Seeing that Dabeo and Xiaobao started to rub their eyes, Suju, who was sitting on the sofa, stood up.
Dabeo, Mommy will change your panties for you.
Xiaobao's panties, let Godmother change them for you.
Two girls, each holding a baby, placed them on the sofa. Suju has already mastered the skill of making milk powder.
Within a few minutes, 2 bottles of milk powder at the right temperature were delivered to Dabeo and Xiaobao. Originally, the 2 babies had very good habits. After drinking milk, they would play with their hands for a while and then fall asleep. Maybe because they saw their godmother today, the 2 little babies were too excited and refused to go to bed.
Suju, how about I coax Dabeo and Xiaobao to sleep?
Lan Hanyu felt helpless as she watched Dabeo and Xiaobao, who were reluctant to go to bed even though their nap time had long passed. If the nap time of Dabeo and Xiaobao is delayed, it will definitely affect their sleep time at night. Lan Hanyu doesn't want Dabeo and Xiaobao to have irregular schedules.
Let me do it. You can chat with Mingyue for a while. Suju picked up a baby in each hand and walked into the baby's room.
If Hanyu coaxed the babies to sleep, Suju would have to stay in the living room with Jiang Mingyue staring at each other.
Hanyu, Suju is really considerate to you.
Jiang Mingyue pulled Hanyu over and winked at her good friend ambiguously, the meaning of which was naturally self-evident.
Well, Suju is very good to me. This time Lan Hanyu did not avoid the question and admitted it openly. Hanyu, I'm still single. I won't let you feed me dog food like this. I'm really hurt.
Jiang Mingyue exaggeratedly made a heart-holding gesture and successfully made Lan Hanyu laugh.
Hanyu, can Suju coax the babies to sleep? Jiang Mingyue felt that Suju's considerateness was one thing, but when it came to coaxing the babies to sleep, wasn't he a little unreliable? Yes, didn't you see it last time? Suju sang a lullaby to coax Dabeo and Xiaobao to sleep.
Lan Hanyu took over the conversation very naturally and said that it was not the first or second time that Suju had coaxed the babies to sleep.
Lullaby.
A light bulb suddenly flashed in their head, and Lan Hanyu and Jiang Mingyue shouted at the same time.
It seems like the 2 of them have been busy for most of the day. How come they forgot about Suju? Suju's level of singing lullabies has reached master level. Isn't this exactly the master that Jiang Mingyue is looking for, hidden among the people? Hanyu, can I borrow your Suju for a while?
Since she wasn't very familiar with Suju, Jiang Mingyue had to turn to Hanyu for help.
Your Suju? Lan Hanyu did not feel the slightest bit repulsed by Mingyue's words. Instead, she felt sweet inside. It all depends on Suju's opinion. I can't force him.
Lan Hanyu thought about it and realized that she really couldn't make the decision for Suju.
Hanyu, your elbow is bent outward, isn't it?
No, you and Suju are a family now, and I have become an outsider.
In order to gain sympathy, Jiang Mingyue could only pretend to be pitiful. What? I didn't say I won't help you.
It's just that in the end it all depends on Suju's opinion.
Okay, I will try my best to persuade Suju to help you, that should be fine, right? Unable to bear Jiang Mingyue's pitiful look, Lan Hanyu could only raise the white flag and surrender. That's more like it.
After Suju has coaxed Dabeo and Xiaobao to sleep, you must help me put in some good words. Jiang Mingyue suddenly felt a little regretful.
Why did she target Suju so much in the beginning? If I could have been nice to Suju from the beginning, maybe Suju would have agreed to help me right away.
No, I was also thinking about Hanyu. Thinking of this, Jiang Mingyue put aside her regrets.
Chapter 75 Star Effect.
Dabeo and Xiaobao finally fell asleep quietly to the sound of their father's loving lullaby.
Suju covered the 2 little babies with blankets and walked out of the room quietly. Originally, Suju thought that Hanyu must be whispering with Jiang Mingyue.
Suju had no intention of disturbing the 2 and planned to go directly to the study to read a book.
Suju.
Just after walking out of the baby's room, Suju didn't expect that Hanyu and Jiang Mingyue looked like they were waiting for him. Hanyu called him, and Suju temporarily changed his mind about going back to the study.
Suju, Mingyue wants to ask you for a favor.
What's up?
Suju was a little curious. How could he help Jiang Mingyue? However, as long as Hanyu asked, Suju would definitely not refuse. Moreover, Jiang Mingyue is very good to her 2 little babies. For the sake of the 2 little darlings, Suju thought that he would definitely help as long as he could.
Mingyue's company is hosting a talent show, and the opening guest who had been invited suddenly broke the news. Mingyue's company is really trying to find another opening guest to sing. Lan Hanyu briefly explained the general situation.
But I don't know any celebrities. It's not that Suju hasn't watched talent shows before. The opening guests are usually famous stars.
This operation is usually called the star effect, which will bring traffic and topicality to the program. Suju said that it was not that he was unwilling to help, but that he simply didn't know any celebrities.
Suju felt helpless.
I didn't make it clear just now. Lan Hanyu saw that Suju had misunderstood what he meant and hurriedly explained.
Mingyue's company has changed its plan and is not planning to invite celebrities to be the opening guests. The director of Mingyue's company asked Mingyue to find a folk expert to be the opening guest of this talent show.
After Lan Hanyu finished speaking, she blinked her beautiful big eyes at Suju.
Now Suju will finally understand what I mean, right?
Like Lan Hanyu, Jiang Mingyue was also staring at Suju. Jiang Mingyue knew that as long as Suju was willing to speak up, her skipping work today would not be a big deal.
You mean, you want me to help you look for it?
Suju thought about the circle of friends that Hanyu posted, and he began to understand a little. No wonder Hanyu, who usually doesn't post on WeChat Moments very often, would suddenly post that kind of message.
It seems like he is trying to help Jiang Mingyue find some folk expert.
Suju guessed that Hanyu and Jiang Mingyue probably hadn't found the right person and wanted him to help them look for one.
There is strength in numbers, and this is a good idea. No, I don't need your help to look for it. Just sing a song and let Mingyue record it.
Waving his hands repeatedly, Lan Hanyu felt that it would be better for him to make things clear.
Suju himself is the best candidate, why would he need to look for someone else?
Jiang Mingyue didn't say anything, but the way she nodded her head desperately showed that she and Lan Hanyu had the same idea.
I sing?
After Hanyu's reminder, Suju remembered that he was the one who possessed the top singing skills given by the system.
It seems that there is really no need to find another person.
Yes, Suju, Mingyue and I have heard the lullaby you sang to the babies. You sing really beautifully.
Suju, can you please help Mingyue? Mingyue actually skipped work today to visit Dabao and Xiaobao.
If she fails to record a quality song and takes it back, the director of Mingyue's company will definitely punish her. Lan Hanyu put his hands in front of his body and made a gesture of please. Seeing Hanyu so cute, Suju couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth.
In fact, Suju really didn't think about himself at the beginning. For Suju, just singing a song is really not a big deal. No problem, what song do you want me to sing? It shouldn't be a lullaby. Suju said half-jokingly. It's not a lullaby. It certainly can't be a lullaby.
Seeing that Suju agreed so readily, Jiang Mingyue felt a lot more relaxed.
Hanyu has such a good vision. Suju is very righteous.
Jiang Mingyue's confidence in Suju rose to a higher level. Afraid that Suju would really sing a lullaby for her, Jiang Mingyue hurriedly denied it without Hanyu saying anything this time.
Suju looked at Jiang Mingyue's excited expression and exchanged glances with Hanyu.
Hanyu knew that Suju was just teasing Mingyue, and the two of them smiled in tacit understanding.
Jiang Mingyue felt like she was being force-fed dog food.
But now that she needed a favor from Suju, Jiang Mingyue didn't even have the courage to tease her good friend.
Suju, what songs are you good at singing? Mingyue had already said it before, as long as it sounded good, it would be fine. Lan Hanyu of course wanted Suju to sing one of his specialties. I can do anything. How could Suju, who possesses top-notch singing skills, need to choose songs to sing? Anything?
Jiang Mingyue was shocked by Suju's tone. Even those so-called kings have their own so-called comfort zone.
In fact, to put it bluntly, it is the singing style that they are good at. Suju actually said that he could say anything? Does that mean that Suju can handle any style of song? Suju, can you sing a piece of Blue and White Porcelain?
Jiang Mingyue knew that this song was a test of her singing skills. Therefore, Jiang Mingyue used an inquiring tone.
If Suju said that he didn't like singing this song, Jiang Mingyue would definitely not force him. Can. Without any hesitation, Suju agreed.
To be honest, Suju himself also likes the song Blue and White Porcelain very much. But before he acquired top-level singing skills, Suju could only hum along with the music.
As for now, the situation is definitely completely different. Then I'll start recording now, are you ready? Jiang Mingyue took out her cell phone, waited for Suju to nod, and pressed the recording interface. Can. Still a simple answer. Seeing Jiang Mingyue press the record button, Suju started singing. The blank outlines the blue and white brushstrokes with thick and light makeup. The peony depicted on the bottle is just like your first makeup. The sandalwood fragrance is coming through the window. I understand your thoughts. Put the pen halfway down on the rice paper.
The charm of the glaze-rendered lady's painting is privately kept.
And your sweet smile is like a bud about to bloom. Your beauty drifts to places I can't go. After the song was finished, Lan Hanyu and Jiang Mingyue were stunned for a long time. Seeing that Jiang Mingyue was reluctant to turn off the recording, Su Ju could only remind Jiang Mingyue silently. Jiang Mingyue came back to her senses only after seeing Su Ju's gesture. Jiang Mingyue quickly turned off the recording function and held the phone tightly in her hand. Su Ju's song is Jiang Mingyue's golden medal of immunity from death, so Jiang Mingyue must treat it like a treasure. Chapter 76 God's Gift. Su Ju, your singing is so beautiful. With your singing skills, it would be a shame if you don't join the entertainment industry. If you debut, let alone that Heavenly King Zhang, even if the 4 Heavenly Kings come together, they will just have to stand aside. Jiang Mingyue, who had completed the task, was now completely relaxed. Entertainment industry? Not interested. Shaking his head, Su Ju expressed that he was not interested in the entertainment industry. Why? Being a star is not only about fame, but also about making money easily. How many people want to be a star but don't have the qualifications? You have such good conditions. You have good looks and singing skills. You are really blessed by God. If I had your good conditions, I wouldn't just be an assistant. Jiang Mingyue's tone was full of curiosity. Many young people nowadays go for plastic surgery in order to fulfill their dream of becoming a star. Su Ju, on the other hand, doesn't he even care about it? No reason, I just don't like the kind of life where I don't have any privacy. Jiang Mingyue just talked about the advantages of being a star. But what is not mentioned is that those stars also have a painful side. That is the life of a celebrity, as if it is being put under a magnifying glass in front of the public. Su Ju felt that such a life was like walking on the street without clothes. Su Ju definitely wouldn't want to do that. Mingyue, I also feel that being a celebrity has many things that are beyond your control. I support Su Ju's idea. Hearing that Hanyu thought the same thing as he did, Su Ju turned to look at the child's mother. The moment their eyes met, they both smiled gently. I can't stand it. I really can't stand it. You two spread too much dog food today. I don't even have to eat dinner. I'd better go first, you guys continue. Jiang Mingyue felt like she was a huge light bulb now. Not wanting her light to affect Hanyu and Su Ju, Jiang Mingyue wisely stood up and left. Mingyue, how can we show off our love? Lan Hanyu felt that Mingyue had been staring at him and Su Ju and talking about something today. Originally, there was nothing between him and Su Ju, but after hearing what Mingyue said, Lan Hanyu felt really embarrassed. This is a man and a woman living alone under the same roof, with a burning desire. That's what Mingyue said. When Lan Hanyu thought about this, her face turned red uncontrollably. I'm going to go see Debao and Xiaobao. Seeing Hanyu blushing, Su Ju stood up naturally and walked towards the baby's room. Su Ju was actually quite puzzled. Hanyu was shy, but wasn't it necessary for her to react so strongly just because of Jiang Mingyue's words? Mingyue, let me see you off. Lan Hanyu knew that Mingyue had skipped work to come and see the babies, so of course it was impossible for her to stay for dinner or anything. No need to send me off. I'm not directionally challenged. Jiang Mingyue waved her hand, indicating that she knew the way. Then be careful on the road. Okay, remember to help me give Debao and Xiaobao a wake-up kiss. No. Bye. Maybe I'll come ask your Su Ju for help in a few days. Jiang Mingyue gave a mysterious smile, waved her hand and walked towards the elevator. Hasn't it been recorded? What else do you need Su Ju's help with? Jiang Mingyue had already walked into the elevator, and Lan Hanyu could only talk to himself. Hanyu, go and have a rest first. The housekeeping company has arranged a nanny to come for an interview this afternoon. Su Ju just received a message from the Gold Medal Housekeeping Service Company, saying that they had found a suitable nanny according to Su Ju's requirements and that she would come for an interview in the afternoon. Housekeeping company? Su Ju, have you contacted the housekeeping company? Lan Hanyu felt that Su Ju's efficiency was too high. It hasn't been long since the two of them talked about hiring a nanny, and the nanny is coming for an interview? Lan Hanyu didn't even see Su Ju calling to ask something. Nowadays, formal housekeeping companies have their own websites.
I left my specific requirements and they recommended suitable nannies to me.
Suju briefly talked about the situation of finding a nanny.
Oh, it turns out to be so convenient. Lan Hanyu nodded, wondering if she had become stupid for 3 years due to pregnancy.
Now is the information age, is there anything that can't be solved online?
However, there seems to be another problem.
If the nanny is suitable, do we sign a contract with her directly? This seems to be a bit like jumping the order, right? I no longer see the meaning of the existence of a housekeeping company.
No, if it's suitable, you still need to go to the housekeeping company to sign a contract.
We have reached a service agreement with the housekeeping company. The nanny is considered an employee of the housekeeping company. If he really uses the nanny recommended by the housekeeping company, Su is not sure whether he needs to pay a certain agency fee. This is good. If anything happens in the future, it will be more convenient to find a housekeeping company. Lan Hanyu is more inclined to sign a contract with a formal housekeeping company.
If you sign a contract with the nanny alone, and if you meet an unreasonable person, it will be difficult to resolve any problems. Yes, after all, we have to take care of Debao and Xiaobao, so we can't be careless.
Everything is considered with the babies at the center, and Suju is willing to spend more money. Okay Hanyu, go and rest for a while.
I'll call you when the babysitter comes.
Suju half pushed Hanyu to the door of the master bedroom.
The child's mother had dark circles under her eyes.
Suju would feel heartbroken.
Okay, I'll take a break first.
You can also take a nap.
Debao and Xiaobao usually take a nap for more than an hour. Thinking that Suju didn't get any more sleep than himself. At least after Suju started living with himself and the babies, sleep was really limited. Lan Hanyu also feels sorry for the babies' fathers.
I'm not sleepy. I'll just read a book on the sofa. Fahai said that there will be a summary test in the next class.
Although Suju is a top student, he has had less time to study recently because he has been taking care of the babies. Isn't there a saying that goes, I'm not afraid of the top students studying well, I'm just afraid of them having summer vacation. In fact, what this means is that top students spend more time studying independently.
Of course, Shuebasu also needs to read more books. Okay, you must be tired, just rest on the sofa for a while.
Lan Hanyu was indeed sleepy, so she did not insist that Suju go to rest and walked into the bedroom. Suju gently closed the door of the master bedroom.
With himself at home, Hanyu can rest assured and have a good nap. Suju took out a book on marketing from the study and half lay down on the sofa. Chapter 77 The Perfect Match. The time for the home interview with the housekeeping company is 3 p.m.
Lan Hanyu woke up after sleeping for a while. Although Debao and Xiaobao went to bed a little later, their biological clocks were still relatively accurate and they woke up before 3 o'clock.
Lan Hanyu changed the diapers for the two babies.
Suju played with the babies for a while and then he received a call from the security guard.
About 10 minutes after getting Suju's confirmation, the doorbell rang. Debao, Xiaobao, Daddy will go open the door.
When a stranger comes to his door, Suju usually doesn't let Hanyu open the door. Even though his identity had been confirmed, Suju still felt that it would be safer for him, a man, to open the door.
Hello, is this Suju, Mr. Su?
After opening the door, a middle-aged woman in her 40s stood at the door and asked politely.
I am Suju. Nodding, Suju knew that this was the nanny recommended by the housekeeping company. He is dressed very neatly and must be a hard-working person. This was Suju's first impression of the nanny. Hello Mr. Su, I'm the nanny from Gold Medal Housekeeping Service Company, my name is Wang Shufan. Hello, come in first. Since it's an interview, you definitely can't just stand at the door and talk. Okay.
Without Suju saying anything, Wang Shufan took out the disposable shoe covers that she had prepared long ago from her pocket and put them on her shoes. Watching Wang Shufan's actions, Suju's impression of this nanny improved a little bit.
I think the housekeeping company has told you all my requirements, right? After asking the nanny to sit down, Suju briefly stated his requirements.
I have twin babies, they are a little over 10 months old now. I'd like you to come here mainly to clean the house and take care of the babies.
Lan Hanyu and Suju said that they didn't want to let anyone else do the cooking.
Lan Hanyu thought that the babies' meals must be well matched, and hygiene is also very important, so it would be safer to do it herself. Since Hanyu took the initiative to take on such a difficult task, Suju did not mention cooking.
We don't need you to stay at home and take care of the babies 24 hours a day. You come here at 8 a.m. and leave work at 5 p.m. Is there any problem with the time?
It was one thing to talk to the housekeeping company, but Suju felt it was very necessary to make it clear in person now.
No problem, I already know all this. Nodding, the nanny indicated that she could fully cooperate. Han-yu, what do you think? Suju felt that there were no more problems and wanted to see if Han-yu had anything to add. You should have a health certificate or something like that, right? Lan Han-yu is most concerned about his health. As for other things, Lan Han-yu thinks there is no problem at the moment. Yes, the nannies in our housekeeping company will undergo a health checkup before taking up their posts. This is my health certificate. I know that some employers are particularly concerned about these things, so nannies will basically bring their health certificates during interviews. Lan Han-yu took it and took a look at it, then confirmed that there was no problem and nodded to Suju. Okay, I'll go to your company tomorrow morning to sign the contract. Can you go to work tomorrow afternoon? As for the salary, you can start calculating it from tomorrow. I thought it would be a bit too hasty to sign the contract in the afternoon. Suju doesn't have any classes tomorrow morning, so he doesn't need to waste half a day. If Mr. Su decides to use my words, I will come to work at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning will be your probation period. If you think it's suitable, you can go to the company in the afternoon to sign the contract. In fact, this is also the industry practice of housekeeping companies. If an employer wants to hire a nanny, there can be a probation period of a few days. It's only half a day, but for a nanny, it's still well earned. Okay, then you can start work tomorrow. If it's appropriate, I'll go to the security room at the gate and get you a temporary access card. Okay, Mr. Su, Mrs. Su, I'll come to work tomorrow. The two parties reached an agreement and the nanny went back first. Lan Han-yu did not explain why the nanny called her Mrs. Su, and simply accepted it. Han-yu, let me cook dinner, you go read a book first. Ordering takeout all the time is definitely not a long-term solution. Considering that Han-yu would be taking the Subject 1 exam in a week, Suju felt that he should give Han-yu more time to read books or something. No, I'll cook dinner later, you just look after Debao and Xiaobao. Lan Han-yu has already searched on the internet and found that the Subject 1 test is actually not difficult. The book he got was not thick. As a top student like Suju, Lan Han-yu could finish it in just one day. It is said on the internet that if you do a few more sets of test questions before taking the Subject 1 exam, you will basically have no problem. Good. Seeing that Han-yu didn't take the Subject 1 exam seriously, Suju didn't insist. Suju knew something about Han-yu's strength. As the most famous campus beauty of Z University, even if Suju had not paid much attention to her before, some information about Lan Han-yu would still spread around Suju. This is the celebrity effect. By the way, Han-yu, I have arranged for a furnishing designer to come to my house tomorrow to take measurements. I want to put some more stuff in the kitchen. Thinking that he would go to the housekeeping company to sign a contract the next day, Suju revealed his plan to renovate the kitchen in advance. Originally, Han-yu, the babies and I had already moved in. There will definitely be no more surprises. Suju just wanted Han-yu to be mentally prepared and not have the designer come to her house, but Han-yu looked confused. Is there anything else we need in the kitchen? The house was already fully furnished and all the pots, pans, and utensils were already provided, so Lan Han-yu didn't think there was anything else that needed to be installed. I'm going to install a dishwasher and a garbage disposal and stuff like that. After briefly talking, Suju took Han-yu's little hand. I don't want the baby's mother's white and tender hands to become rough, as that would affect the quality of holding hands. After making a little joke and successfully seeing Han-yu's blushing face, Suju couldn't help laughing. Papa. Daddy. Ma. When the two little babies saw their dad and mom holding hands, they also stretched out their chubby little hands. Lan Han-yu, who was about to pull her hand away because of Suju's teasing, had to continue to be held tightly by Suju because of the babies joining in. Looking at Suju's two big hands holding her and the baby's hands, Lan Han-yu's heart was filled with happiness. Holding hands with you, growing old together, plus the lovely Debao and Xiaobao, this should be the most perfect match, right? Chapter 78 Protest is ineffective. After dinner, Lan Han-yu washed the dishes while Suju played with Debao and Xiaobao in the living room. Beep beep. Beep beep. Beep beep. Suju was holding the babies and playing on the slide when the sound of WeChat rang several times. However, compared with spending time with the babies, reading messages is definitely secondary. Big treasure, little treasure, sit tight. Daddy will count to 3, and then we'll slide down together. Now Debao and Xiaobao have completely adapted to this slide game. The two of them sat there obediently, waiting for their dad to shout 3.
Then the two little darlings would start the competition.
1, 2, 3, go.
Suju had just blurted out the number 3 and hadn't finished saying start when the two little darlings had already slid down happily. For Debao and Xiaobao, when dad says 3, it means they can slide.
As for the beginning at the end, it is really dispensable. Daddy. Papa.
Before Suju could even take out his cell phone, the two little darlings looked at him expectantly at the same time. Suju knew that the slide game had not yet ended, and Debao and Xiaobao were waiting for him to announce the final result. Dad announces that Debao and Xiaobao are both champions. Although the little baby may not understand what the champion means. But after playing the slide game so many times, the babies all understand that these two words are definitely praising themselves.
Papa. Daddy. Receiving praise from their father, Debao and Xiaobao smiled happily.
Big treasure, little treasure, play by yourselves for a while Daddy takes a look at who sent the message. Suju took out his cell phone from his pocket and spoke to the little darlings.
Debao and Xiaobao were pretty well behaved.
When they saw their dad was busy, they started playing with the toys in the living room by themselves.
Hello, Mr. Su. I'm Zhao Jigang. My father-in-law really likes the painting you helped me repair last time. Thank you so much.
My father-in-law said that after this painting passed through your hands, the artistic conception of the whole painting has been elevated to a higher level. When my father-in-law found out that I only paid you 300,000 yuan for your hard work, he scolded me severely. He said that I was disrespecting art. These 300,000 are my father-in-law's idea, please accept it.
Mr. Su, my father-in-law said that if you don't accept it, he won't let me go home.
After Zhao Jigang sent a bunch of messages, the next one was a transfer message of 300,000 yuan.
Debao, Xiaobao, let's go take a bath, okay? Lan Hanyu washed the dishes and walked out of the kitchen.
She saw Debao and Xiaobao playing with toys, and walked up to them and spoke gently. While the babies are still energetic, Lan Hanyu prepares to give them a fragrant bath. If I wait until Debao and Xiaobao are sleepy before giving them a bath, the two little babies will definitely make a fuss.
Papa. Daddy.
When they heard that their mother wanted them to take a bath, Debao and Xiaobao, who had not played enough, sought help from outside. Suju didn't notice Xiaobao's outstretched claws, and in a moment of carelessness, the phone was knocked onto the carpet by the baby and fell at Lan Hanyu's feet.
Little treasure. Lan Hanyu exclaimed and immediately picked up the phone.
Originally, Lan Hanyu would not look at Suju's phone, but it just so happened that when Lan Hanyu picked up the phone, the screen was facing up.
Suju, this.
The transfer information of 300,000 was still very eye-catching, and it was difficult for Lan Hanyu to ignore it even if she wanted to.
It was Zhao Jigang's father-in-law.
He felt that the 300,000 yuan Zhao Jigang gave him last time was too little, so he insisted that he transfer another 300,000 yuan. Taking the phone that Hanyu handed to him, Suju gave a brief explanation.
600,000? You helped them fix it up, it's worth 600,000?
Lan Hanyu was truly shocked. The last time Zhao Jigang transferred 300,000 to Suju, Lan Hanyu already felt that it was a lot. What Lan Hanyu could not have imagined was that Zhao Jigang's father-in-law actually asked Zhao Jigang to transfer another 300,000 yuan. In other words, the eagle that Suju spent more than 10 minutes to draw was worth 600,000.
What is the concept of this?
Even though Lan Hanyu is a top student, he still feels that his brain is not enough.
Even if you are a white-collar worker, you wouldn't get such high treatment, right?
If we consider the value of the painting, 600,000 is not too much.
Suju was telling the truth.
The painting itself was worth 3 million. If it weren't for Suju's brilliant idea, the 3 million would have been wasted. Compared with 3 million, even if Zhao Jigang spent 600,000, he still made a profit.
Then will you accept this money?
Lan Hanyu didn't know what Suju was planning, so she asked softly.
This.
Suju thought about it and realized that since Zhao Jigang had said so much, he seemed to have no reason to refuse.
If Zhao Jigang was really kicked out of the house by his father-in-law, wouldn't Zhao Jigang have to come to me?
Just thinking about it was troublesome, so Suju directly clicked to confirm the payment.
Hanyu, I've received the money. I'll transfer it to you.
As the family's finance minister, Suju felt that it would be better to give the money to the child's mother for safekeeping.
No need, I'll leave the 300,000 with you.
You have to go to the housekeeping company to sign the contract tomorrow, and you must pay. Also, now that we have a car, the cost of the car is not small. I'll leave this money with you so that it will be more convenient when you need it. Besides, the money you transferred to me is already over 700,000 yuan, which is more than enough. In Lan Hanyo's mind, a man must have money when he is out there. Although 300,000 is a bit much, it is still much less than the money Su Ju transferred to him.
Okay then, thank you for the pocket money. Su Ju felt that what Hanyu said made sense, so he no longer insisted.
Just keep the 300,000 on yourself, as you have a lot of places to spend money recently. Just the kitchen furnishings alone would cost tens of thousands because they are all famous brands.
Loquacious.
The word the child's mother made Lan Hanyu feel that she and Su Ju were like an old married couple.
Thank you, Mr. Su, for your understanding. I can finally report to the old man.
Seeing that Su Ju accepted the money, Zhao Jigang quickly sent a message of thanks.
Su Ju and Lan Hanyu looked at Zhao Jigang's message, they looked at each other and laughed. I have never seen such a person who was so happy to give money. It seems that Su Ju's move really helped Zhao Jigang a lot. Dabao, Xiaobao, let's go take a bath.
Putting away his phone, Su Ju said to the little darlings.
Pa. Daddy.
Originally they wanted to seek help from their father, but Dabao and Xiaobao didn't expect that they would end up having the help delivered to their door. The babies were picked up by Su Ju one by one, and they twisted their bodies in dissatisfaction in their father's arms.
Dabao and Xiaobao are protesting against Daddy always standing on Mommy's side. However, the final result is definitely that the protest is ineffective. Chapter 79 Deeply Experienced. Giving babies a bath is actually a huge project. Dabao and Xiaobao are at a very active age. The two little babies who originally refused to take a bath became completely different after being put naked into the baby bathtub. Two babies, so definitely two baby bathtubs. Lan Hanyu had already prepared bath water of suitable temperature. As soon as Dabao and Xiaobao touched it, their little hands and feet immediately started moving happily. Dabao, you got water on Mom's clothes. Xiaobao, don't move your hands. Daddy's hair is wet. Xiaobao, you can't play with bubbles. This is bath gel. Dabao, you can't eat your hands now, the bubble water is not clean. Su Ju and Lan Hanyu, two adults, felt more tired giving the babies a bath than fighting a war. Carrying the fragrant Dabao and Xiaobao out of the bathroom, Su Ju and Lan Hanyu looked at each other and both laughed. Dabao and Xiaobao had taken a bath, but the baby's father and mother were now soaked like drowned rats. Hanyu, go take a shower first, be careful not to catch a cold. I'll coax Dabao and Xiaobao to sleep. Su Ju wrapped Dabao and Xiaobao in a small blanket, so he didn't have to worry about the water on his body getting the little babies wet. Why don't you go change your clothes first? Seeing that Su Ju's clothes were mostly wet, Lan Hanyu was worried that Su Ju would catch a cold if he kept wearing wet clothes. Okay, I'll go change into a t-shirt first. Thinking that he would have to coax Dabao and Xiaobao to sleep later, it would be inconvenient to wear wet clothes, so Su Ju went to the study to change his clothes. Okay, Dabao and Xiaobao, let Mommy take a bath and we'll go to bed. Su Ju picked up a baby in each hand, prepared to let the babies play in the living room for a while he went to make milk powder. Ma! Hearing that their mother was going to take a bath, Dabao and Xiaobao, who had not yet had enough fun playing in the water, stretched out their little hands towards their mother. The two babies' meaning is very clear, they want to take a bath with their mother. No, Dabao and Xiaobao are already sweet babies, they can't take a bath with Mommy anymore. Big treasure, little treasure, Daddy will make some milk for you okay? This is definitely the best way to deal with little foodies. Especially when babies' bellies are not bulging. New. After hearing about drinking milk, Dabao and Xiaobao decisively gave up the idea of taking a bath with their mother. Pa. Daddy. The two little babies no longer stared at their mother. Instead, they twisted their little bodies, pointed in the direction of the kitchen, and urged their father to make the milk powder quickly. Big treasure and little treasure, play here for a while Daddy goes to make some milk, okay? There are many dangerous things in the kitchen for babies, so Su Ju would definitely not go in with the baby in his arms. Putting Dabao and Xiaobao on the carpet in front of the sofa, Su Ju communicated with the babies patiently. Daddy. Pa. Dabao and Xiaobao stood up by themselves with the help of the sofa, tilted their little heads up, and gave their father a big smile. Su Ju looked at the little babies and knew that they understood what he said. Touching the little darling's hair lovingly, Su Ju felt that his two little cotton padded jackets were truly carrying little cotton padded jackets.
Walking quickly to the kitchen, Suju went to prepare some bedtime snacks for the babies.
After preparing the milk powder and keeping it warm in the thermostat, Suju prepared to put Dabeo and Xiaobao into the crib first. Milk, milk. Pa, pa.
Seeing their father coming out empty-handed, Dabeo and Xiaobao shouted with some dissatisfaction.
Didn't Daddy say that if the baby is good, he can have milk? Why don't dads give milk to their babies? Big baby, little baby, Daddy come hold us, let's lie on the crib and drink milk, okay?
Communicating more with babies is something Suju always insists on.
Daddy. Pa, pa.
The two little babies really understood what their father said and stretched out their chubby little arms at the same time. In front of grandma, the little babies are always very cooperative.
Let's go drink some milk.
Suju picked up the two babies at the same time and put them in the crib amid the giggles of big baby and little baby.
Daddy. Milk, milk.
It was not until Suju handed the bottle to the babies that Dabeo and Xiaobao stopped nagging. After watching the babies finish drinking the milk powder, play with their little hands for a while and then fall asleep sweetly, Suju covered the little babies with small blankets and quietly left the room.
Of course, the room door will not be completely closed. This ensures that any movement of the babies can be heard by the adults outside first. Suju, I'm done, go take a shower now.
Because she was worried that Suju would catch a cold, Lan Hanyu took a shower as fast as if she had pressed the fast-forward button. Okay, Dabeo and Xiaobao are already asleep, go and blow dry your hair. Although he changed his clothes, Suju's pants got wet a lot when he was bathing the babies. This feeling of wetness sticking to the body is really not very comfortable. After instructing Hanyu, Suju went to the study to get some clean clothes and prepared to take a shower. In fact, if possible, Suju would be very willing to help Hanyu blow dry her hair himself. Hanyu's hair is very soft, and the feel is really great. If you miss the opportunity this time, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future.
Thinking of this, Suju whistled happily and walked into the bathroom. The bathroom in the master bedroom is now Lan Hanyu's exclusive bathroom.
The babies and Suju were all taking baths in the big bathroom.
Lan Hanyu looked at Suju's very good mood and became a little curious. Could it be that something particularly pleasant happened between the babies and their father just now?
Unfortunately, Lan Hanyu had no one to ask, so he could only guess silently in his heart.
By the time Suju finished his shower, Lan Hanyu had also blown his hair dry.
We said goodnight to each other, and the family of four had a good night's sleep. Of course, Suju and Lan Hanyu would definitely have to get up several times at night to check on how the babies were sleeping.
The next day, Lan Hanyu got up very early because there was a lot to do.
However, even if Lan Hanyu got up very early, he could not beat Suju, who had the highest fighting skills.
Suju, when did you get up?
Looking at Suju who came in with breakfast, Lan Hanyu was really curious.
Why does Suju always look so energetic?
Ever since Suju moved out of school and started taking care of the babies with her, Lan Hanyu knew that Suju didn't sleep any more than she did.
I have good physical strength. I thought you understood it deeply.
After blinking at Hanyu, Suju saw Hanyu's little face turn red as he wished.
Chapter 80 Ambiguity.
Because of Suju's words, Lan Hanyu didn't dare to look up at Suju until she finished her breakfast.
It's because Suju's words were too ambiguous. Hanyu, your face is about to fall into the bowl.
Seeing Hanyu's shy look, Suju couldn't help but tease her again. The disposable bowl of spicy soup was almost empty, but Hanyu showed no intention of looking up.
Hanyu, how about I give you this bowl?
Suju said this, but the smile on the corner of his mouth showed that Suju's words did not mean the literal meaning.
No, I'm full.
Lan Hanyu raised his head reflexively. He didn't want his reputation as a foodie to be confirmed. Only after seeing Suju's bright smile did Lan Hanyu realize that he had been fooled.
I'm going to change my clothes. Muttering a little in annoyance, Lan Hanyu fled into the room. Hanyu, you actually look pretty good in pajamas.
After deliberately saying something behind the little woman's back and successfully seeing Hanyu tightly close the door of the master bedroom, Suju couldn't help laughing anymore.
Of course, the babies were still sleeping, and Suju controlled his laughter very well.
Suju finished his breakfast and tidied up simply, but Hanyu still didn't come out.
Just change clothes? Is Hanyu too embarrassed to face himself?
I looked at my watch and the nanny should be here soon.
Dong dong.
Suju knocked gently twice on the master bedroom door.
Hanyu, the babysitter is coming soon, have you changed your clothes? No answer.
Lan Hanyu was in the bedroom, looking at her red face in the dressing mirror. She really didn't have the courage to go out and face Suju.
Hanyu, are you having any inconvenience? Do you need my help?
Knowing that Hanyu was shy, Suju took a drastic measure.
If Hanyu is embarrassed to come out, then just go in by yourself. No, I'm done changing and will be out soon.
Hearing that Suju was coming in to help, Lon Hanyu quickly slapped his face a few times, trying to calm himself down.
Lon Hanyu, why are you so easily shy now? You and Suju even have a baby, isn't it just a few words? What's the big deal?
Calm down, Lon Hanyu, you are the best. After taking a few deep breaths and looking at herself in the mirror and finding her face was no longer so red, Lon Hanyu quickly opened the door to the master bedroom. I'll go see if Debao and Xiaobao are awake. It's one thing to prepare yourself mentally.
When really facing Suju, Lon Hanyu couldn't help but feel a little nervous.
After all, both of them were in an unconscious state when they gave birth to their baby. Lon Hanyu really had no idea what Suju said about how good his physical strength was.
Lon Hanyu didn't dare to bring up this topic directly.
If Suju pulled her over to experience it live, Lon Hanyu would not know what to do.
Okay, I've made an appointment with the furnishing designer to come over at 8:30 in the morning to measure the dimensions.
I'll wait until I've finished my things at home before going to school.
My morning class is at 10:30.
Now that I have a car, it is much more convenient and I can make it in time. Suju thought about it last night and decided that it would be better for him to watch it at home. After all, today is the nanny's first day at work and she is not familiar with the job. Hanyu is taking care of the babies alone, and Suju is worried about having a few outsiders at home.
Good.
Now, as long as Suju doesn't talk to her about the topic of physical strength, Lon Hanyu will feel it is fine no matter what Suju says. Just when Lon Hanyu didn't know what topic to talk about, some slight noises came from the baby's room.
Debao and Xiaobao should be waking up soon. I'll go check on them.
As if she was afraid that Suju would grab her, Lon Hanyu felt like running away.
Little baby, learn to draw. With a big crayon in your hand, draw a duckling, quack, draw a pony, write it home.
Suju originally wanted to ask when he became so terrifying, but his cell phone rang at the right time.
Press the answer button. I am Suju. Yes, she is our new nanny. I will go and get her a temporary access card this afternoon. After hanging up the phone, Suju also walked into the baby's room. Debao, Xiaobao, wake up. Come on, give it to Daddy Xiang.
The two little babies have very good tempers when they wake up, unlike some babies who cry for a while every time they wake up. After hearing what their father said, Debao and Xiaobao turned over and climbed up, stretched out their little arms to their father and asked for a hug.
Papa. Daddy.
Suju picked up a baby in each hand, and the little darlings gave them sweet kisses at the same time.
Debao, Xiaobao, you are so biased.
It was obviously Mom who came in first, why don't you give her some perfume? Seeing that the babies were more attached to Suju, Lon Hanyu felt a little jealous. It was clearly my baby who I gave birth to after 10 months of pregnancy, and I raised him to this age.
Why are babies' fathers more popular? Ma. Debao and Xiaobao are very smart.
When they heard what their mother said, they immediately leaned towards her.
The two babies took each side and gave each one a big kiss. Okay, now Mom won't be jealous of Dad. Our Debao and Xiaobao need to change into their underwear. The family of 4 walked out of the room, and Suju and Lon Hanyu tacitly changed the diapers of one baby each.
Ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell rang a few times, and Suju knew that the nanny had arrived.
I'll open the door.
After saying something to Hanyu, Suju walked towards the door.
Mr. Su, I'm here to work. Come in. Suju took out a pair of new slippers from the shoe cabinet and handed them to the nanny.
Now that you have a formal job, you can't walk around the house wearing shoe covers all the time.
Thank you, Mr. Su.
The nanny took the brand new slippers and expressed her gratitude sincerely. In the past, some masters who worked would prepare slippers. But there are very few people who will prepare new slippers.
The nanny's impression of this new employer improved a lot.
I'll call you Auntie Wang from now on. My 2 babies are already awake, so you can get familiar with them first. Seeing that the nanny was about the same age as his mother, Suju felt it was not nice to call her by her full name.
Okay, Mr. Su, call me whatever you think is convenient.
Nodding, Wang Shufan knew that this was a kind of respect from Mr. Su towards her. Because of the tight schedule yesterday, Wang Shufan did not have the chance to get acquainted with Debao and Xiaobao.
Wang Shufen didn't even get a clear look at the two babies' front faces until today when they had real contact. Chapter 81, Patron Saint. Dabao and Xiaobao, come and see who has come to our house. Suju led Aunt Wang towards the living room, calling out Dabao and Xiaobao's names. For the little baby, the two of them definitely wouldn't understand what a nanny is.
All Dabao and Xiaobao need to know is that there will be one more person to take care of them in the future.
Pa. Daddy. Neither of the two little babies are shy.
When they heard their father say that someone was coming to the house, they immediately turned their heads curiously.
Dabao, Xiaobao, this is Grandma Wang.
From now on, Grandma Wang will take care of you together with Mom and Dad. According to their age, it is only natural for Dabao and Xiaobao to call her Grandma.
Milk. The pronunciation of milk that grandmas and babies drink is similar. There is no need to teach them specifically, the babies will call people automatically. Mr. Su, Mrs. Su, your child is so beautiful. It can be seen that Wang Shufen is an honest person and doesn't say anything flowery.
Wang Shufen just expressed her thoughts instinctively.
Mrs. Su is also a great beauty.
Looking at Lan Hanyo's gentle smile, Wang Shufen felt that she really liked her new employer's family. Wang Shufen feels that it would be worth it even if she gets paid a little less if she can be with such beautiful babies every day.
Of course, Suju will not reduce people as salary.
As long as he can take good care of the babies, Suju is willing to do it even if it means paying a little more money.
Thank you. I'll call you Aunt Wang too.
Lan Hanyu had already heard what Suju and Wang Shufen said at the door.
Naturally, Lan Hanyu would follow Suju and call her nanny. Okay, you can call me anything. Mr. Su, Mrs. Su, let me clean the house first.
Wang Shufen took out the cleaning tools distributed by the housekeeping company and prepared to work.
Auntie Wang, let me take you to get familiar with the house first. Okay, Mrs. Su.
Lan Hanyu took the nanny to familiarize herself with the situation at home, and Wang Shufen started cleaning from the balcony. The soft furnishing designer was also on time. Suju and the soft furnishing designer decided on the brand and specific products, which cost a total of 98,000 yuan. After paying a deposit of 20,000 yuan, the designer went back to prepare.
Lan Hanyu never said much about Suju's decisions.
Even if he thought it was very expensive, Lan Hanyu would not say it in front of outsiders. Moreover, Lan Hanyu also knew that Suju spent so much money for the sake of herself and the babies, so she was naturally touched.
Hanyu, I'm going out now.
After the experience last time when Dabao insisted on going out with him, Suju was much more low-key this time.
After whispering something to Hanyu, Suju went out. Drive slower.
Lan Hanyu gave Suju some instructions and then sent him to the doorstep just like a wife sending her husband off.
Okay, call me if you need anything. In the eyes of outsiders, Suju and Lan Hanyu must have looked reluctant to part.
Mrs. Su, you and Mr. Su have such a good relationship. Aunt Wang, who was cleaning the living room, saw Lan Hanyu close the door and said something with a smile. Lan Hanyu smiled a little embarrassedly. She had already accepted the title of Mrs. Su from the bottom of her heart.
Suju must have driven the BMW X5 to school. Brother Ju, you're here? Brother Ju, you didn't bring Dabao with you? Yeah, Brother Ju, you came here alone? As soon as he walked into the classroom, Suju was surrounded by everyone enthusiastically. After discovering that Suju did not bring the baby to school, everyone was obviously a little disappointed. You really think of my Dabao as your patron saint? Seeing everyone's expressions, Suju also wanted to laugh. These students don't want to study hard, but actually put their hopes of avoiding criticism from teachers on their own eldest child? Isn't this a bit too funny? Brother Ju, your baby is so cute that even Fahai was taken in by her. That's right. Everyone in Z University knows that Fahai is the most strict. Dabao can even take down Fahai, so it shouldn't be easy for him to take down other professors, right? What do you mean by easy to catch?
You have underestimated our Dabao's strength.
As long as Dabao smiles, all the professors will instantly become his aunts. Hey, what's the point of saying more? Brother Ju didn't even bring Dabao to class. Shaking his head, Su would never bring the baby to school. We can't just snatch it away, right? There is no way.
Students who have not done their review and preparation can only pray that the professor of this class will not call on them to answer questions.
Brother Ju, when can we meet Xiaobao?
Just as Suju sat down in the seat reserved for him by Xue Jiaowei and others, Ma Xiaoyu came over. The last time he held Debao in his arms, Ma Xiaoyu's heart melted. Thinking that Suju has twin babies at home, Ma Xiaoyu of course wants to hug the little ones too.
Next time there's a chance, I'll invite you guys to my house to play. Brother Ju, what are you waiting for? Children's Day is coming soon. Can we go to your house and celebrate Children's Day with the babies? Wu Yoli's mind was working rapidly. If you want to see the babies, Children's Day is definitely a very good opportunity. Yes, Brother Ju, can we go to your house to celebrate Children's Day with the babies? Xue Jiaowei and Ma Xiaoyu thought Wu Yoli's proposal was great. This is really a good opportunity to meet Debao and Xiaobao. You don't have to worry about so many classmates snatching the babies from you. Children's Day? Suju was slightly stunned. How could he forget such an important festival for the babies? For Debao and Xiaobao, this is the first Children's Day since they were born, so they must celebrate it well. Okay, it's settled. You can come to my house and celebrate Children's Day with Debao and Xiaobao. It's more fun when there are more people. For Debao and Xiaobao, who are not afraid of strangers, this will definitely make them very happy. Okay, Brother Ju, it's settled. Seeing that Suju agreed, Ma Xiaoyu and the others were really happy. What plans do you guys have after class? Thinking of what he said yesterday, promising to take his brothers for a ride, Suju asked. We both don't have girlfriends, so what else can we do besides playing games? Brother Ju, if you have any instructions, just tell me directly. The brothers may not be able to do anything else, but we still have the time and energy. As Xue Jiaowei spoke, he rolled up his sleeves, wanting to prove that he was really capable of doing hard labor. What are you talking about? I just wanted to see if you have time. If you do, I'll take you for a ride after class. Of course, I have to go back to accompany my Debao and Xiaobao at noon. Putting babies first is Suju's principle. Chapter 82. The surprise comes too suddenly. Brother Ju, do you mean to take us for a ride in your big BMW? The surprise came too suddenly, and Ma Xiaoyu failed to control the volume well, so all the students in the classroom heard it. Brother Ju bought a car? A BMW? Damn! Do you have to be so depressing? I haven't gotten over the beauty of Blue University and the cute twin babies yet, and now here comes such explosive news? God is so unfair, isn't he? Brother Ju, are you going to win without doing anything? Big BMW? Which series is it? BMW is my favorite license plate. Because it was not yet time for class and the teacher had not come to the classroom, the excited students surrounded Suju's seat. Questions came one after another, without even considering whether Suju would have the chance to answer. Brother Ju, I'm sorry, I spoke too quickly. Ma Xiaoyu sat next to Suju, looked at the classmates who were staring at Suju hungrily, and lowered his head embarrassedly. It's okay. I didn't mean to hide anything. Patting Ma Xiaoyu on the shoulder, Suju was very calm. Suju drives a BMW to school, is he afraid of being found out? Besides, Suju's BMW is not something of unknown origin. The rewards given by the system all come with formal invoices, so Suju doesn't have to worry at all. Ma Xiaoyu, you are so petty. Look at how generous our Brother Ju is. Brother Ju, what model is your BMW? Tell me quickly, I'm so curious. The other male students who were standing around also nodded in cooperation, waiting for Suju to announce the answer. As for the female classmates, they did not gather around Suju like the boys. After all, she is a girl, so she should still be reserved. Besides, Suju is the school idol and now he has a family. The girls were too embarrassed to gather around them. It's true that no one surrounded him, but the girls' eyes were not far behind at all. The girls stared blankly in the direction of Suju, who was surrounded by boys, their ears perked up. TSK. It's just a BMW X5, there's nothing to be proud of. Before Suju could say anything, a disdainful voice sounded in the classroom. The owner of this voice, which was obviously different from the reaction of others, was of course Qin Manman. Qin Manman was actually feeling extremely jealous. He broke up with Suju because he was poor. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, Suju became a man with a house and a car. It just so happens that Suju's house is in the best Xingyue Blue Bay community in Jiangqing City. As for the car, the BMW X5 is of high quality. And what about Qin Manman? The so-called rich second-generation ex-boyfriend can only afford to rent a house in Xingyue Blue Bay community.
Of course, for some reason, in the end I even saved the money for rent.
Qin Manman was quite quick. After breaking up with Jia Qianming, she immediately got a new boyfriend.
However, with the godly assistance of Suju's roommates, Wang Haolin didn't even say the word break up to Qin Manman, but directly blocked Qin Manman. As for her bumpy love life, Qin Manman of course pushed all the problems onto Suju.
Qin Manman felt that Suju deliberately concealed his identity as a rich second generation when he was dating her. If Qin Manman knew that Suju was so rich, even if 10 oxen were used to pull Qin Manman, she would never say the word break up to Suju.
Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in the world, and no way to know it earlier.
Qin Manman really couldn't do anything except feel jealous here. BMW X5? Brother Ju, you are so awesome. The BMW X5 is a fighter among SUV models. BMW X5. That's the sign of a real man.
Oh my god, let alone driving a BMW X5, even if you let me touch it, I would wake up laughing in my dreams at night. The boy became even more excited when he heard Qin Manman talking about the BMW X5. As for girls, they don't have such strong feelings about cars, and naturally they want to be like boys who forget about everything else when talking about cars.
Qin Manman, what you said is really sour. Could it be that you ate lemon for breakfast this morning?
Yes, Qin Manman, when you broke up with Suju, I remember that you said it was because Suju was poor and not worthy of you. Now it seems that it is not the case at all.
That's right.
I think what our schoolboy Su said is true. Qin Manman must have known about the affair between senior sister Lan and schoolboy Su, and wanted to save some face, so she thought of breaking up first.
Qin Manman's preemptive move is completely useless.
In the face of strength, all those who like to pretend will be exposed. In the past, because Qin Manman pursued Suju, she shouldn't be too proud in front of other girls.
Now everyone has found an opportunity for revenge. You caught up with our school hunk Su and you don't know how to cherish him.
How dare you break up with school hunk Su just because he is poor?
Let you keep the schoolboy Su, who is loved by everyone, as your backup. The girl's eyes clearly showed their disdain for Qin Manman.
You guys.
What does Suju have to do with you? Do you need to meddle in other people's business like this?
Seeing that she had suddenly become everyone's enemy, Qin Manman was so angry that her body began to tremble.
Why? Why did breaking up with Suju seem like something unforgivable? What does Su Xiaoqiao buying a car have to do with you?
When it comes to dogs catching mice, you are the most nosy dog. It is said that 3 women make a drama, let alone more than 20 girls in a class. Someone immediately responded to Qin Manman's words.
That's right.
Schoolboy Su has nothing to do with you now.
What qualifications do you have to talk about schoolboy Su? She's jealous, can't you see that?
Seeing that schoolboy Su and senior sister Lan are doing so well now, Qin Manman, your face must be hurting, right? It really serves her right.
I told you that Qin Manman must have been kicked in the head by a donkey for daring to break up with Su Xiaozhu.
Oh, Qin Manman probably had no choice at the time.
After all, compared to senior sister Lan, the campus beauty that is rarely seen in a century at Z University, Qin Manman is nothing.
That's right, senior Lan is really the most beautiful girl I have ever seen. The classroom was divided into 2 areas before class time.
On one side, the boys surrounded Suju and discussed the BMW X5.
On one side, the girls began a long crusade against Qin Manman. If Qin Manman hadn't been worried about losing credits for skipping class, she would have wanted to escape from the classroom.
Chapter 83 Old Driver. The class finally passed with everyone having different moods. Brother Ju, I'll help you clean up.
Ma Xiaoyu, who was anxious to go for a ride in his BMW, stuffed all his books into his bag, and then happily started to pick up the books on Suju's desk.
I'll collect it myself right away.
There were only a few books originally, and Suju didn't need Ma Xiaoyu's help at all. Just at that moment, Hanyu sent him a WeChat message, and Suju took out his phone first.
Suju, you don't have classes this afternoon, right?
The babies need to get their 3rd dose of polio vaccine this afternoon.
I forgot to tell you.
Originally, the 3rd dose of polio vaccine should have been given half a month ago.
At that time, Debao and Xiaobao had a mild cold and could not be vaccinated.
Later, when the babies' colds recovered, they still needed to wait a week before getting the vaccine again. So, the 3rd dose of polio vaccine has been delayed until now. Because of moving and other things, Lan Hanyu received a text message notification from the epidemic prevention station in the morning, and then he remembered that he had actually forgotten such an important thing. Worried that it would affect Suju's classes, Lan Hanyu sent his WeChat messages at specific times. It can only be said that as a former student of Z University and Suju's senior sister, Lan Hanyu still has some experience in certain matters.
What time in the afternoon?
Originally, Suju agreed to take Ma Xiaoyu and the others for a ride.
But if it conflicts with the baby's affairs, Suju can only say hello to his brothers. After all, babies' vaccinations are definitely above all else. It will be fine before 4:30 in the afternoon. After vaccination, you can't bathe the babies within 24 hours. I plan to wait until Debao and Xiaobao have a nap, give them a bath and then get them vaccinated. Lan Hanyu knew that Suju definitely didn't understand all this.
From birth to now, Lan Hanyu and Jian Mingyue have always taken the babies to get vaccinated.
Lan Hanyu gave birth to twins. It would definitely be inconvenient for one person to take two babies to get vaccinated. Now that I have a father for the babies, I don't have to bother Mingyue with many things. Okay, I understand. The babies' vaccinations would be in the afternoon, so Suju was not in a hurry. Well, drive slowly, don't be in a hurry.
In Lan Hanyu's mind, Suju is driving himself now, so Lan Hanyu must be particularly concerned about Suju's safety.
Don't worry, I'm an experienced driver. Lan Hanyu replied with an emoticon and didn't say anything else. Nowadays, the 3 words old driver also have other meanings. After Suju's recent teasing, Lan Hanyu has become much more cautious about sensitive words. I'm really not a novice.
Realizing that Hanyu might have had the wrong idea, Suju muttered to himself helplessly.
Brother Ju, the book is ready.
Seeing Suju put away his phone, Ma Xiaoyu immediately showed off the fruits of his labor.
Let's go.
Standing up, Suju called his 3 roommates and walked out of the classroom together.
I'm so envious of Ma Xiaoyu and the other 2. Why am I not Ju's roommate? Ma Xiaoyu and his friends are so lucky. It's already enviable enough to be in the same dormitory with the school hunk, and now they can even go for a ride in his BMW. Forget it.
Think about Qin Manman.
She was the one sitting in the passenger seat. She was so blind that she dared to break up with Brother Ju. Now she is nothing.
Seeing Suju and others leave, Qin Manman, who was about to sneak out of the classroom, once again became the target of the boys' attacks. Knowing that she had become a thorn in the side of her classmates, Qin Manman could only lower her head and walk out of the classroom in shame. When I find a boyfriend who is richer than Suju, I will definitely impress you all. After saying some harsh words in her heart, Qin Manman bent her waist even lower, lowered her presence again, and escaped from the classroom.
Brother Ju, this BMW X5 is different. Yeah, Brother Ju, sitting in this moving BMW, I feel like I've moved up a level. Brother Ju, I feel like the wind blowing on my body when I'm sitting in a BMW is different than usual. Brother Ju, the so-called luxury cars and beautiful women, I can finally understand one of them now.
In the BMW X5, Xue Jiaowei and his companions were so excited that they never stopped talking. Even Wu Yoli, who usually speaks the least, started to let himself go today. Suju looked at his funny roommate and raised the corner of his mouth. Just step on the accelerator harder and within the specified speed range, let the wind blowing on your body feel even more different.
Debao, Xiaobao, Daddy is back.
After dropping off his roommates at the school gate, Suju drove directly home. After not seeing his 2 babies for just one morning, Suju found that he missed them very much.
Daddy. Papa. Hearing their father's voice, Debao and Xiaobao crawled over directly.
In recent days, the 2 babies are not very fond of the walking mode. Suju discovered that these days, Debao and Xiaobao liked crawling more.
But it doesn't matter, as long as the babies are happy. Debao, Xiaobao, do you miss your daddy?
Suju walked over quickly and picked up a baby in one hand.
Papa. Daddy. The 2 fathers stretched out their little hands and touched their father's face and ears.
When asked whether they missed their dad, Debao and Xiaobao answered directly with practical actions.
Suju, are you back? Lunch will be ready soon. Lan Hanyu heard Suju's voice and walked out of the kitchen.
Looking at the most beautiful campus beauty of Z University wearing an apron, washing hands, and making soup for him, Suju couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Suju glanced at the living room and balcony, but did not see the nanny, Aunt Wang.
He frowned slightly. Could it be that Aunt Wang had left?
When Lan Hanyu saw Suju's expression, she immediately understood. Suju, Debao, and Xiaobao are having fun in the living room, and Aunt Wang is helping me pick and wash vegetables in the kitchen. With Aunt Wang's help, I only need to cook now, which saves me a lot of trouble. It can be seen that Hanyu is still very satisfied with Aunt Wang. As long as Hanyu and the babies like it, Suju will certainly have no problem with it. Then I'll take Dabeo and Xiaobao to wash their hands first.
Okay, Aunt Wang and I will be ready soon.
Lan Hanyu was worried that Suju and the babies were hungry, so she hurried into the kitchen to get busy.
Dabeo, Xiaobao, let's go wash our hands. I will be able to eat the delicious food cooked by my mother soon. Holding the babies, Suju walked towards the bathroom. Mama eats. Eat mama.
When they heard about the delicious food, Dabeo and Xiaobao twisted their bodies with joy.
Mom, you can't eat it. It's mama cooking delicious food for the babies.
In the bathroom, besides the sound of water, there was the sound of Suju patiently communicating with the babies.
Chapter 84, Endless Advancement.
After lunch, Suju asked Hanyu whether she was willing to let Aunt Wang continue to work at his home.
Lan Hanyu felt that Aunt Wang was very hygienic and had a good personality.
Most importantly, she had a certificate for being a confinement nanny. With 2 babies at home, having a confinement nanny certificate is Aunt Wang's biggest advantage. Based on the above 3 points, Lan Hanyu approves of Aunt Wang. Since the child's mother thought it was okay, Suju naturally had no objection. Suju asked Aunt Wang again about her opinion, and of course Wang Shufan was 100% willing. Although they only met for half a day, for Wang Shufan, who had worked as a nanny in many families, it was really rare to have such friendly employers as Mr. and Mrs. Su. With 2 such adorable babies, Wang Shufan really wants to continue doing this. Both parties had no objections, so Suju contacted the housekeeping company, took the car keys and went to sign the contract. Aunt Wang cleared the dishes and went into the kitchen to wash them. Lan Hanyu played with the 2 little babies in the living room for a while. Having just finished their meal, Lan Hanyu definitely wouldn't let the babies go to bed right away. This is very bad for the baby's stomach and intestines, and is not conducive to the baby's health. After playing for more than half an hour, Aunt Wang took over and changed the diapers of Dabeo and Xiaobao, while Lan Hanyu prepared the milk powder. The 2 of them each held Dabeo and Xiaobao, put them in the crib, and waited for the babies to fall asleep. Originally, Aunt Wang wanted to continue cleaning up.
But Lan Hanyu is not an unreasonable person.
Feeling that the house was already quite clean, Lan Hanyu asked Aunt Wang to rest on the sofa for a while. Under Aunt Wang's moved gaze, Lan Hanyu went back to the master bedroom to rest. Lan Hanyu knew that she would have to take the babies to get vaccinated in the afternoon, as she still had a tough battle to fight.
Children are afraid of injections, so the older and younger ones will definitely make a fuss about it.
In the past, when Lan Hanyu and Jiang Mingyue took Dabeo and Xiaobao to get vaccinated, not only the 2 babies cried, but Lan Hanyu and Jiang Mingyue also wanted to cry along. I hope that with Suju here today, the 2 babies will be better behaved. When Lan Hanyu closed her eyes and went to sleep, she prayed silently.
Suju signed the contract with the housekeeping company very smoothly.
According to the agreed price, Suju signed a nanny fee of 6,000 yuan per month with the housekeeping company.
The housekeeping company did not charge any agency fees.
Suju knew that the housekeeping company would take a commission from the 6,000 yuan per month nanny fee. Of course, this was a matter between the housekeeping company and Aunt Wang, so Suju didn't ask any further questions. When looking for a housekeeping company, the first thing to consider is safety. As for paying a little more money or something, Suju really doesn't care.
Holding the signed contract, Suju drove his BMW straight home. Mr. Su, are you back?
When Brother Guang, the security guard in the community, saw Suju's big BMW, he immediately came over.
Right. Nodding, Suju greeted the security guard Guang Gu.
This security guard was very enthusiastic and Suju had a really good impression of him.
Mr. Su, take care.
Suju has already rented a parking space, and when entering and leaving the community, the electronic barrier will automatically scan the license plate. When the vehicle was identified as belonging to a neighborhood owner, the barrier was automatically raised. Security guard Brother Guang also wisely took a step back so as not to delay Suju from entering the community.
Brother Guang, is this the new owner, Mr. Su?
Suju's BMW had already driven in, and a young security guard walked out of the security room.
Yes, don't you know Mr. Su?
Security guard Guan was very puzzled.
How could any of his colleagues not know Mr. Su, such a handsome owner? Brother Guang, of course I know Mr. Su.
Don't say that Mr. Su and Mrs. Su are a combination of handsome men and beautiful women.
Just look at the 2 cute babies in Mr. Su's family. No one will forget them at a glance.
The young security guard's tone was also full of pride. With such a good-looking family in the community, the young security guard feels that the grade of the community has been greatly improved.
Of course, Xinhua Blue Bay community is already the most upscale community in Jiangqing City.
However, there is no end to progress, and the appearance of the owners can also be another criterion for evaluating the community.
You know Mr. Su? Why are you asking me?
The security guard Guanggu felt speechless.
Was he just too bored to say such nonsense? No, Brother Guang, that's not what I meant. Brother Guang, I'm just curious.
A few days ago, I saw Mr. Su walking in and out of the community. Besides, I saw Mr. Su taking a baby out in a taxi yesterday morning.
Yesterday I worked the early shift and went home at 10 a.m. How come Mr. Su drove when I went to work today?
When the young security guard saw that Brother Guang had misunderstood what he meant, he quickly explained it again.
Mr. Su can't buy a car?
Security guard Guanggu still felt a little bored.
Is it necessary to ask such a simple question specifically? For Mr. Su, buying a suite worth 5 million and a big BMW would only take a few minutes, right? Xiao Yao, you're making such a fuss that it only makes people think you've never seen the world.
Shaking his head, security guard Guanggu looked regretful.
Brother Guang, I know it's not a big deal for Mr. Su to buy a BMW. I just feel that Mr. Su is so capable.
Brother Guang, you can't just get a license plate in Jiangqing City.
There are many requirements.
Look, Mr. Su took a taxi yesterday morning, but today he is not only driving a car, but the license plate and everything else are complete.
Mr. Su was able to complete all the formalities in less than a day. This is really not something that ordinary people can do.
Xiao Yao is a young man after all, and he knows more than the security guard Guanggu.
Xiao Yao, are you telling the truth?
As a person who has never thought about buying a car, Brother Guang really knows nothing about these things.
Brother Guang, when have I ever lied to you? Brother Guang, haven't you noticed that the new cars on the main roads in Jiangqing usually use temporary license plates first?
It's because it takes too long to get a license plate in Jiangqing and it requires a lot of procedures, so people usually use a temporary license plate first.
Xiao Yao explained to Brother Guang very patiently. Xiao Yao, now that you put it that way, it really is the case.
After thinking about it, Brother Guang realized that the situation Xiao Yao described was something he often saw.
It's just that I didn't understand it before, so Brother Guang didn't think much about it. Xiao Yao, if I tell you that when Mr. Su drove back in his BMW yesterday morning, the license plate and other things were already ready, would you admire Mr. Su even more?
Brother Guang glanced at Xiao Yao and said something mysteriously.
No way, Brother Guang?
After seeing Brother Guang nod seriously, Xiao Yao looked in the direction where the BMW had just driven away.
Isn't Mr. Su too awesome?
Unfortunately, no one came to answer Xiao Yao's question.
Chapter 85 Resistance. When Su Ju returned home, De Bao and Xiao Bao had already taken a bath and were now sweet-smelling little babies.
De Bao, Xiao Bao, Daddy is back. Dad is going to take our De Bao and Xiao Bao out for a ride in the car soon.
Are our De Bao and Xiao Bao happy? Seeing Su Ju coming home, Lan Hanyu said to the babies.
Lan Hanyu definitely didn't dare tell the babies that she was going out to get an injection. Otherwise, De Bao and Xiao Bao would probably have to rush all the way from home to the epidemic prevention station.
Daddy! Papa! Papa!
When they heard that their dad was going to take them out to play, De Bao and Xiao Bao stretched out their chubby little arms towards their dad. The babies are now placed in the baby chair by their mother, and it is difficult for them to crawl to their father by themselves. There was no way out. De Bao and Xiao Bao could only stretch out their little arms and wait for their father's rescue.
Big treasure, little treasure, Daddy will hold you.
Holding one baby in each hand, Su Ju always treats the two babies very fairly.
Su Ju, wait for me for a moment.
I'll go pack my things. When going for vaccination, you not only need to bring a lot of necessary things for your baby to go out, but also one very important thing: a small vaccination notebook. If you forget this little notebook, even if you take your babies there, it will be a wasted trip.
Let Aunt Wang go with us later.
Su Ju has already signed the contract with the housekeeping company, and Aunt Wang will help take care of De Bao and Xiao Bao in the future. Su Ju felt that it was very necessary to make Aunt Wang familiar with the baby's various habits as soon as possible.
Okay, Auntie Wang is cleaning the bathroom, I'll ask her to go with me later. Lan Hanyu discovered that Aunt Wang's confinement nanny certificate was not obtained for nothing. Usually, Su Ju and I would bathe the babies.
The two babies would smell delicious after being bathed, but Lan Hanyu and Suju would definitely get wet in the end. But just now, Aunt Wang helped me bathe the babies, and the babies were surprisingly very cooperative. After taking a bath, it was the first time that Lan Hanyu felt dry and clean. Good. Suju also noticed that Hanyu's tone was very light when he talked about Aunt Wang. Suju knew that this meant that Hanyu had completely accepted Aunt Wang. Mr. Su, are you back? Not long after Lan Hanyu walked into the master bedroom, Aunt Wang came out after cleaning up the mess in the bathroom caused by bathing the babies. Auntie Wang, the contract with the housekeeping company has been signed. We signed a 1-year contract first. If there are any special circumstances, both parties will tell us 2 months in advance so that everyone can be prepared. Although I know that the housekeeping company will tell Aunt Wang. But in Suyu's mind, Hanyu and Aunt Wang were still on good terms, so it would be better to talk it out face to face. No problem, Mr. Su, I understand all this. It is very normal to sign a 1-year contract, and Aunt Wang has no objection. Auntie Wang, did Hanyu tell you about taking the babies out later? Knowing that babies can understand most of what adults say, Suju did not directly mention the injection. Even if Hanyu didn't remind him specifically, Suju still knew that basically every child is afraid of injections. Mrs. Su told me. Lan Hanyu told Aunt Wang this while the babies were still asleep from their nap. Regarding the injection, Lan Hanyu would definitely not mention a word in front of the babies. Auntie Wang, please come with us later. Okay, Mr. Su. No need to ask any questions, Aunt Wang's job is to take care of the babies. It is normal for Aunt Wang to go out with the baby when he goes out. Dabeo, Xiaobao, mommy is ready, we can go out now. Lan Hanyu prepared thermos cups and water, milk powder, biscuits, diapers, wet wipes, tissues for the babies. Before she got pregnant and had her baby, Lan Hanyu carried a small single shoulder bag that girls like. After having babies, Lan Hanyu changed the bag she carried to a large capacity shoulder bag. Once, Lan Hanyu joked with Jiang Mingyue, from a girl to a mother, it's actually only a bag away. Daddy. Papa. When they heard their mother say they could go out, the two little babies started twisting their little bodies in their father's arms again. Daddy. Dabeo said this while pointing directly at the stroller. Dabeo, who has been out many times, has some experience. If I want my parents to take me and my sister out, we must first sit in the car. Of course, even if Dabeo is not going out with his sister, and only Dabeo wants to go out, he has to sit in the small car. Papa. Because of his sister's reminder, Xiaobao's little body also leaned towards the stroller. Suju is very strong, but it is indeed unsafe for the babies to twist around like this. Suju increased the strength of his hands, fearing that the babies would fall if they were not steady. Big treasure, little treasure, whoever daddy sees as good will ride in the car first. A bait was thrown out, successfully calming down the twisting little bodies of Dabeo and Xiaobao. Daddy. Papa. Dabeo and Xiaobao looked at their father at the same time, acting like the most obedient babies. Suju looked at his lovely daughter and couldn't help but smile at the smile on his face. Dabeo, Xiaobao, let's take a ride in the car. As long as the babies don't move around, Suju will certainly not make things difficult for them. After putting Dabeo and Xiaobao into the stroller at the same time, Suju took the bag from Hanyu's hand and placed it on the tray under the stroller. Ma. Papa. Dabeo and Xiaobao each shouted, as if they were urging their parents to go out quickly. I just don't know if Dabeo and Xiaobao will be so active later. Seeing Dabeo and Xiaobao's excitement, Lan Hanyu couldn't help but say something. Thinking of the scene when Dabeo and Xiaobao had received injections before, Lan Hanyu gently pinched the babies' little faces. Big treasure, little treasure, mommy didn't lie to you. Mommy just said she was going out, but she didn't say she was taking you out to play, nor did she say she wasn't going to get an injection. Lan Hanyu said this silently in her heart, as if this was like saying hello to the babies in advance. Poor Dabeo and Xiaobao, they are still immersed in the joy of being able to go out, and have no idea what is waiting for them. If our eldest and youngest had a kindergarten diploma, they wouldn't have been fooled by their mother like this, right? Hanyu, are Dabeo and Xiaobao particularly conflicted? Unable to ask directly in front of the babies, Suju could only ask his questions briefly. Although Suju probably knew the answer to this question in his mind. However, the answers given by the children's mother allowed Suju to understand his babies better. Resist to the end. Heart-wrenching. Pear blossoms in the rain. After giving the answer of 12 words, Lan Hanyu knew that Suju would definitely understand the big idea. I understand.
Nodding, Suju was also a top student, how could he not understand? Chapter 86. The contrast is too great. Suju drove the car directly to the parking lot of the epidemic prevention station. After getting off the car, Debao and Xiaobao were still unaware of the coming danger. The two little babies were babbling about something. Suju looked at the babies' smiling faces and thought of Han Yu's 12-word summary. He felt that the contrast was too great. Han Yu, you and Aunt Wang take Debao and Xiaobao here. I'll go line up to pay. Lan Hanyu had already told Suju in advance about the vaccines the babies would receive today. Polio vaccine is the abbreviation of polio vaccine. The babies need to be vaccinated 3 times in total, and this is the last time for Debao and Xiaobao to receive the polio vaccine. This polio vaccine is divided into 2 types, free vaccination and self-paid vaccination. It is free of charge and belongs to a Category I vaccine, which is an active attenuated polio vaccine used to prevent polio. It does not require injections and can be taken directly as an oral sugar pill, so the effect will be much worse. When Lan Hanyu made her choice, she of course considered the health of the babies. The vaccinations that Debao and Xiaobao are getting now are at their own expense. They are Category 2 vaccines that can prevent children from poliomyelitis, commonly known as polio. The self-paid vaccine costs more than 300 yuan per shot. In total, it costs about 1,000 yuan for a baby to receive the polio vaccine. For this reason, many poor families choose to give their children sugar pills. Lan Hanyu has 2 babies at home, so it would cost about 2,000. Suju strongly agreed with Han Yu's decision. No matter how much money it costs, as long as it is good for the babies, Suju has only one word to say: spend. Okay, this is Debao and Xiaobao's vaccination book. Lan Hanyu took out the babies' vaccination books from the bag and handed them to Suju. Suju took the 2 small notebooks with green covers and went to pay the money. Daddy. Papa. Seeing their father go in alone without taking them, Debao and Xiaobao became a little anxious. Debao, Xiaobao, Daddy will be out to pick us up soon. Lan Hanyu felt like laughing when she saw the babies rushing to get in. I wonder if the babies will regret being too impulsive when they go in and find that this is the place where they used to get injections? Ma. Probably he understood what his mother said. Debao looked up and gave his mother a big smile. Debao, Xiaobao, can we wait for Daddy here? Lan Hanyu uses a delaying strategy, which can make the babies remember the scary scene of the injection 1 minute later, and the babies will be less noisy, right? Daddy. Debao turned around and said something to Xiaobao, who nodded. The 2 babies were no longer anxious to find their father. Isn't it just a vaccine? What are bivalent, quadrivalent, and nonavalent vaccines? As long as it's this HPV vaccine, isn't the bivalent vaccine the same? Don't be so hypocritical. You have to learn how to use the 9-valent vaccine. It's not just 1 shot. You have to get 3 shots in a row. While Lan Hanyu and the babies were waiting for Suju to pay, 2 young people, a man and a woman, walked into the epidemic prevention station. It was obvious that the man did not come here voluntarily, because the woman's hand was holding the man's arm tightly, as if to prevent him from escaping. The price is different, and the effect is definitely different. The prices of the bivalent, quadrivalent, and nonavalent vaccines represent the types of virus subtypes covered by the vaccine. The higher the price, the more types of viruses it covers, and it is more guaranteed for the health of us women. The woman must be very eager to get the HPV vaccine, and judging from her appearance, she is probably going for the 9-valent vaccine. Lan Hanyu had also heard of the HPV vaccine. HPV vaccines are indeed divided into 3 levels. The higher the price, the higher the cost, but the effect will definitely be better. Originally, Lan Hanyu was planning to make an appointment for the shot after graduating from university. After all, even if you want to get vaccinated after you are 26 years old, you can only get the 4-valent or 2-valent vaccine. The 9-valent vaccine is only for women aged 16 to 26. Later, because of issues such as pregnancy and childbirth, Lan Hanyu put this matter behind her. Now seeing the arguing couple, Lan Hanyu finally remembered. Lan Hanyu glanced at the man and woman who were still struggling. Probably because they couldn't reach an agreement, the man refused to go in. Lan Hanyu was a little confused. Doesn't this HPV vaccine require an appointment to be made online in advance? Since you have come to the epidemic prevention station, you must have made an appointment and paid. Why do we still need to discuss this issue here? What's guaranteed? Before this vaccine came out, so many women had never been vaccinated, and they were still in good health, weren't they? If you ask me, this HPV vaccine is just a waste of money. It's designed to cheat women like you out of your money.
It was obvious that the man was very resistant to the vaccine. Of course, if the HPV vaccine were free, men would probably have a different attitude.
What IQ tax? Don't you men care about us women at all? Haven't you read the news?
The incidence of cervical cancer in women in our country is 10 per 100,000, second only to the incidence of cervical cancer, and already ranks second among female malignant tumors. Now that we have the HPV vaccine, it's really a great thing for us girls.
2 months ago, if you wanted to get the HPV vaccine, you had to queue up online to make an appointment. Now our epidemic prevention station in Jiangcheng City is convenient for everyone.
You can come directly to the epidemic prevention station to pay and make an appointment without waiting in line.
Such a good thing. You are still arguing over money? Do you still love me?
The woman's words reminded Lan Hanyu of an advertisement for an HPV vaccine he had seen. If you love her, take her to get the HPV vaccine. Lan Hanyu felt that this woman must have seen this advertisement.
What does this vaccination have to do with whether I love you or not? Besides, I came here with you, and it's not like I won't give you the fight. Look, it's the same HPV vaccine, you can just get the bivalent vaccine.
Because the two were standing at the gate and pulling each other, people coming and going cast their eyes on the man and the woman. After all, the man was a young man, and he felt it was too embarrassing to be stared at like that by everyone, so his tone became less stiff. After all, I accompanied the woman to the epidemic prevention station, so she must get the vaccine. The man just wanted the woman, who judging by her age was probably his girlfriend, to get a cheaper vaccine.
How can it be the same? There are 14 high-risk HPV genotypes associated with cervical cancer.
The bivalent vaccine only protects against 2 high-risk types, but the 9-valent vaccine can protect against 9 high-risk types. It seems that the man doesn't understand, so the woman started to spread the knowledge.
Chapter 87 Tug of War. Don't say such nonsense.
All these words are just to trick you girls into getting the expensive 9-price shot.
If you ask me, since they are all HPV vaccines, the effects must be similar.
Besides, you haven't married or had children yet.
Why are you worrying about cervical cancer so early? Isn't that groundless? The man's words showed that the two were indeed just a couple. What do you mean by worrying about nothing? Are all those people getting vaccinated against HPV just worrying about nothing? Wu Xiaoyu, if you're reluctant to pay the 9-price, just say it directly. Why are you still beating around the bush here?
Things have come to this point, and the woman may feel a little embarrassed.
Anyway, I only agreed to make an appointment with you to get the HPV vaccine.
You didn't tell me at home what dose you wanted, and I didn't prepare anything.
Are you still a man? Why am I not a man? Do I have to pay you for the 9-price fight to be considered a man?
The tug of war at the gate of the epidemic prevention station is unlikely to be resolved in a short time. Lan Hanyu was not in the mood to watch the show, and was also worried that it would affect the babies. Lan Hanyu pushed the stroller and walked a few steps inside.
Aunt Wang followed behind Lan Hanyu, so that if the war at the door escalated, Aunt Wang could stand behind the babies to block it. Hanyu, why did you push the babies in here?
After paying the money, Su Ju came out and was surprised to see that Hanyu was not waiting for him at the gate.
Push the babies in first.
It would be troublesome if they remember that this is the place for injections and start crying.
There's something going on at the door. It's safer to come in.
Lan Hanyu briefly talked about the young couple at the gate.
HPV vaccine? Hanyu, did you fight? From what Hanyu said, the HPV vaccine is very good for women. Just like babies getting vaccines, it plays a preventive role. Su Ju is very supportive of things that are good for the body. No, you can't get the vaccine during pregnancy or breastfeeding.
Shaking my head, I realized that the babies had just been weaned for a short time.
Moreover, Lan Hanyu's financial situation after she became pregnant did not allow her to have any other ideas.
After a long time, it was tiring to take care of the babies. If it weren't for the young couple today, Lan Hanyu would have forgotten about it long ago.
Now that the babies have been weaned, can they be vaccinated?
For something so good for a girl's body, Su Ju certainly wanted to put it on his schedule.
It should be possible. Lan Hanyu didn't expect that Su Ju would take the initiative to bring it up even though she didn't say anything. Compared with the man who was still at the gate and struggling with his girlfriend, isn't Su Ju too aggressive?
Of course, Lan Hanyu knew that Su Ju was so active because he cared about her.
There is no harm without comparison.
Similarly, only with contrast can something become more precious.
You said just now that I can make an appointment directly here?
Then I'll make an appointment and pay the fee first, and then I'll take the babies home directly after they've been vaccinated.
Suju said this after careful consideration.
If I wait until the babies have received their vaccinations before making an appointment and paying for Hanyu and Aunt Wang will definitely have to coax the babies who are crying because of the injections. Continuing to stay at the quarantine station will only make the babies cry for longer. Therefore, make an appointment and pay the fee first, and then leave directly after the babies have received their vaccinations.
This is the correct way to go. Are you really going to hand it in now?
Lan Hanyu was a little confused for a moment.
Of course, now that we are here, let's get things done. Didn't they say that if you make an appointment online, you still have to queue up or something?
Hanyu, you and Aunt Wang, take Debao and Xiaobao and wait for me here. Suju glanced at the man and woman who were talking excitedly at the gate. After making sure that they were safe enough away from him, Suju walked back in.
Mrs. Su, Mr. Su is so good to you.
Aunt Wang was standing nearby and heard the entire conversation between Suju and Lan Hanyu. Glancing at the woman at the gate who was still desperately pulling the man, Aunt Wang had only one thought in her mind: it is really important for a woman to find the right man.
Yes.
Lan Hanyu was a little shy, but admitted it directly.
Papa. Daddy.
Seeing the father, who had just come out without saying a word to the baby, go back in, Debao and Xiaobao were a little dissatisfied. How can dad ignore the babies? Debao and Xiaobao waved their chubby little arms in the direction their dad was leaving, and their little bodies kept twisting in the stroller, as if they wanted to go in and catch up with their dad.
Debao, Xiaobao, Daddy has something to do. Can we wait here for a while? Squatting down, Lan Hanyu comforted the babies.
Lan Hanyu suddenly realized that she had not discussed with Suju how many valent HPV vaccines to get.
I wonder if Suju knows how to choose.
Since he had decided to get the vaccine, Lan Hanyu must want to get it done in one go and get the 9-valent vaccine directly. After all, the 9-valent vaccine can prevent the most high-risk types, and it is definitely the most reliable for women's health. If you wait until you are over 26, even if you want to get the 9-valent vaccine, it will be impossible.
However, when I looked inside, I could no longer see Suju.
Lan Hanyu discovered that Suju was really a man of action and didn't even give her a chance to speak.
Papa. Papa. Daddy.
The two little babies had been looking in the direction their father left. As soon as Suju came out, Debao and Xiaobao were the first to notice him. When they saw their father appear, Debao and Xiaobao immediately shouted excitedly. Lan Hanyu, who was rummaging through the bag for snacks to coax the babies, stopped what she was doing and raised her head when she heard Debao and Xiaobao calling her daddy. Now that Suju is back, Debao and Xiaobao naturally don't need to be coaxed with snacks by themselves. Lan Hanyu thinks that the temptation of snacks should be put to use only after Debao and Xiaobao have finished their vaccinations.
Debao, Xiaobao, do you miss your daddy?
Suju looked at the two little babies waving their hands at him and a happy smile appeared on his face.
These two babies are so beautiful. Yeah, look at their parents, they are a combination of a handsome man and a beautiful woman, so of course their babies are good looking. It's a pair of twins.
And they're girl twins.
Their parents are so lucky. Look at how clever these two babies are. They must be very smart. Why won't my baby move?
He's almost 1 year old and he won't even call for help.
I'm so anxious. Take your time.
Not every family can give birth to a beautiful and smart baby.
Hey, these two babies make me jealous.
When Debao and Xiaobao were just sitting in the stroller, they had already attracted the attention of others. Now seeing the babies so lively, people around them can't help but envy them anymore.
Chapter 88 Automatic Substitution. Suju and Lan Hanyu have long been accustomed to the attitudes of the people around them.
After all, this kind of scene is inevitable every time Debao and Xiaobao go out. Aunt Wang, who was out with the babies for the first time, had a proud expression on her face. Maybe in Aunt Wang's mind, when Debao and Xiaobao were praised, it was as if her own granddaughters were being praised, and she was happy too.
Hanyu, I've already made an appointment using your ID number.
The last time he went to register for the driver's license test, because a copy of the ID card was required, Suju directly took a photo of Hanyu's ID card on his mobile phone. Today's appointment required personal identification information, so Suju saved the trouble of running out again, finding Hanyu to get his ID card and then queuing up again.
Hanyu, this is the appointment form. You can come for the fight next week. There are 3 shots in total.
The first shot is next week, and then the 2nd and 6th months after the first shot.
Please keep this list and invoice. The specific time is already marked on them.
Suju was worried that he might be careless and lose the appointment form and payment slip, so he gave them to Hanyu.
Is this appointment for 3 injections at once?
Lan Hanyu asked casually as he took the list. What Lan Hanyu wanted to know was, after she had received the first shot, did she still need to make an appointment and pay in advance for the next 2 shots? After all, babies only have to pay for each polio vaccination. Lan Hanyu doesn't know whether the HPV vaccine she is getting is based on the same process as the vaccines her babies receive.
Yes, I have paid for the 3 injections. You just need to get them on time. Suju nodded. Wouldn't it be too troublesome if he had to queue up and pay every time he got an injection? Good. Lan Hanyu took the appointment form and took a look at it. It's the appointment form for the 9-valent HPV vaccine. Lan Hanyu knew that the 9-valent vaccine was the most expensive. However, Lan Hanyu has not had time to find out how much each injection costs.
I opened the payment slip and it stated that 1 injection cost 2,388 yuan. Suju paid for 3 injections, a total of 7,164 yuan. Lan Hanyu suddenly understood why the man at the gate was so opposed to his girlfriend getting the 9-valent vaccine. Judging from their ages, they should still be students or rookies who have just entered the society. Most people would not be willing to spend more than 7,000 yuan to give their girlfriend a vaccination. Lan Hanyu had heard from her roommate Shui Mei before that the cheapest HPV vaccine was the domestically produced zinkening bivalent, which cost just over 300 yuan per shot. If you compare it this way, with the money for 1 shot of the 9-valent vaccine, you can still have some money left after getting 3 shots of the domestically produced 2-valent vaccine. Put the list away, let's take Dabao and Xiaobao in. Today is the day for babies to get vaccinated, and there are a lot of people coming and going in the epidemic prevention station. Suju thought that it would be better to take the babies to get their vaccinations as soon as possible and leave early. Although the epidemic prevention station is not a hospital, it is different from ordinary public places. Suju didn't want his 2 little darlings to stay in such a place for too long. Have you made an appointment for the HPV vaccine? Is it the bivalent vaccine that was scheduled? Just as Lan Hanyu was about to put the appointment form and payment slip into her bag, she suddenly entered the gate and the man named Wu Xiaoyu, who was standing not far from Lan Hanyu, came forward. Seeing the strange man approaching Hanyu and the babies, Suju subconsciously stood in front of him.
Don't get me wrong, I don't mean anything else. I just want to ask, how much does the 3 shots of this bivalent vaccine cost? While arguing with his girlfriend just now, Wu Xiaoyu also took the time to check it out online. The prices of HPV vaccines vary greatly. In Wu Xiaoyu's eyes, although Suju and Lan Hanyu, who were carrying their 2 babies, were very good looking, they were wearing very ordinary casual suits. Plus Suju and Lan Hanyu are also very young. Wu Xiaoyu automatically put Suju and Lan Hanyu at the same level as herself. Wu Xiaoyu even felt that the handsome man and beautiful woman who had 2 babies should have a much more difficult life than herself and her girlfriend. After all, the cost of raising children is too high nowadays. What's more, they have to raise 2 children at once. Wu Xiaoyu's girlfriend has been clamoring to get the 9-valent vaccine. In order to force Wu Xiaoyu to agree, the woman even threatened to break up with him. Considering his financial situation, it would be quite stressful for Wu Xiaoyu to find another girlfriend. He definitely didn't want to break up. Another thing is that Wu Xiaoyu believes that he still has feelings for his girlfriend. Wu Xiaoyu feels that it is not worth it if they break up because of the HPV vaccine. When Wu Xiaoyu was being pulled by his girlfriend into the gate of the epidemic prevention station, he happened to hear the conversation between Suju and Lan Hanyu. Wu Xiaoyu's heart moved. He couldn't persuade his girlfriend with words, so why couldn't he use other people's examples to persuade her? Anyway, it's just an HPV vaccine. Such a beautiful girl can get the bivalent vaccine, so naturally Zhang Lily can do it too. In Wu Xiaoyu's mind, she didn't even need to ask the handsome guy what price of vaccine he had booked for his wife. How much money can a young person with 2 babies have? Maybe this handsome guy was forced by his wife to help her make an appointment for the HPV vaccine. These days, no matter whether a woman is pretty or not, they are also pretentious. Wu Xiaoyu complained in his heart. Bivalent vaccine? Go ask inside yourself. I don't know. Suju had never thought about offering a second price for Hanyu's reservation, so naturally he wouldn't pay attention to the second price. Seeing someone suddenly come over and ask him, Suju didn't think much about it. Not sure? Didn't you book your wife an appointment for the bivalent HPV vaccine? What's there to be embarrassed about? There's nothing shameful about bidding twice.
When Wu Xiaoyu heard Su Ju's words, she automatically understood that the handsome guy was just embarrassed to say it because the second price was too low. But Wu Xiaoyu's purpose was to let his girlfriend know that other people's reservations were also at the second price. How could Wu Xiaoyu be easily fooled by Su Ju?
What's embarrassing? If you want to know the price, go ask yourself.
Seeing that the man was not simply asking about the price of the HPV vaccine, Su Ju's attitude became much colder.
Why are you so stingy? Aren't you just asking about the price of the bivalent vaccine? You've already made an appointment for your wife, and you're still saying you don't know? Actually, I think it's not something to be ashamed of. Just get the vaccine you can afford. Look, you are a young person with 2 children to raise. It is not easy to get a second price for your wife to make an appointment. The man really entered into the role he imagined, and actually spoke to Su Ju with a sympathetic look.
Chapter 89 Sweet Feeling.
It seems that what price range of vaccine we book has nothing to do with you, right? If you want to ask about the price, just go in and ask. I have no obligation to answer your questions.
After a pause, Su Ju would never look down on others just because they were poor. However, Su Ju really looked down on those people who were poor and had dark minds. Being poor is not scary, what is scary is being poor in heart.
People like this really will never amount to anything. Also, it's not shameful that you can only afford the bivalent vaccine.
What's shameful is that you, a grown man, dare not admit your own shortcomings and have to find a balance point with others. After Su Ju finished speaking, he was not going to pay any more attention to this man.
People who feel superior to strangers have very poor quality. Who says I can only afford the bivalent vaccine? I'm embarrassed? I just don't want to pay the IQ tax.
I think people like you, who clearly made an appointment for the bivalent vaccine and pretended not to know when someone asked you about the price, are the real ones pretending.
Shame on you? I think you are really shameful. Wu Xiaoyu, whose true purpose was revealed by Su Ju, could no longer pretend.
His face flushed red, and the man now wanted to pull Su Ju to shame himself. Anyway, everyone can only afford to make an appointment for the bivalent vaccine, and Wu Xiaoyu doesn't want to let Su Ju get away with it easily.
What's wrong with this guy?
When I walked in just now, I saw him arguing with his girlfriend.
Why is he arguing with other people now? I saw it too. It seems like they were arguing about the price of HPV. Why are they involving someone else now? I just listened for a while.
I think he wanted to prove to his girlfriend that others also paid 2 prices, so he asked his girlfriend to pay 2 prices as well.
How do you prove this?
He thought the handsome guy also made an appointment for the bivalent vaccine for his wife, so he had to ask the handsome guy about the price of the bivalent vaccine. The handsome guy said he didn't know, so he thought the handsome guy was pretending.
Is that so? This kind of person is really pitiful.
It would be fine if he couldn't afford to fight, but he had to embarrass himself here.
I feel ashamed too. If you have anything to say, can't you discuss it with your girlfriend at home before doing anything? We've already arrived at the epidemic prevention station, but they're still hesitating and saying they don't want to go. Now they're dragging others into this. They have no manners at all. Wu Xiaoyu and Zhang Lili spent quite a while at the gate and saw almost everyone coming in and out.
Now Wu Xiaoyu was staring at Su Ju's act again, and everyone gathered around to watch the fun.
However, everyone was unanimously dissatisfied with Wu Xiaoyu's approach. Listening to other people's discussions, Zhang Lili couldn't stand it anymore. This is our own business, why are you dragging other people into this?
After pulling Wu Xiaoyu, Zhang Lili felt that she had really embarrassed herself enough today.
What do you mean by dragging other people down? He clearly made an appointment for the bivalent vaccine, so I asked what happened to the price.
Listening to other people accusing him, Wu Xiaoyu was filled with anger.
Why should I be criticized by so many people when I can only afford the bivalent vaccine?
My husband made an appointment for me for the 9-valent vaccine, which costs 2,388 yuan per shot. I made an appointment for 3 shots, so the total cost is 7,164 yuan. Seeing Wu Xiaoyu being persistent, Lan Hanyu, a good-tempered girl, also got angry.
How can there be such unreasonable people?
Since this man is determined to use Su Ju as a scapegoat, Lan Hanyu is ready to fulfill the man's wish. She took the initiative to hold Su Ju's arm, and it was also the first time that Lan Hanyu used the word husband to address Su Ju.
If you want to know the price of the bivalent vaccine, you should go in and ask yourself. Also, don't think that we girls are being hypocritical for getting the HPV vaccine. Cervical cancer is caused by persistent infection with high-risk HPV. HPV vaccination can greatly reduce the likelihood of women developing cervical cancer.
Although cervical cancer is a type of cancer, it can be avoided if prevention is done properly.
It can be said that cervical cancer is the first preventable cancer in the world. You should understand the importance of HPV vaccination for women, right?
After taking a look at the man, Lan Hanyu didn't give Wu Xiaoyu a chance to speak.
Ultimately, it's up to you to decide what price you can afford for the HPV vaccine. But please don't drag my husband into this. She turned around and smiled sweetly at Su Ju. Honey, let's go in.
Lan Hanyu felt that they and Su Ju had already wasted a lot of time on that Wu Xiaoyu, so they should hurry up and vaccinate the babies.
Good.
Su Ju was in a good mood when he heard Hanyu calling him husband. When the word husband came out of Hanyu's little mouth, Su Ju always felt an indescribable sweetness. While pushing the stroller, Lan Hanyu did not loosen her hand around Su Ju's arm. Aunt Wang followed behind, and no one paid any attention to Wu Xiaoyu, and went straight to vaccinate the babies. Naturally, after Debao and Xiaobao entered the vaccination room, they recalled their previous horrible experiences. The two babies will definitely make a fuss for a while. Fortunately, Su Ju was there this time, so Lan Hanyu felt a lot more relaxed.
Su Ju held the two babies when they got their injections.
Aunt Wang is responsible for holding the baby's arm to prevent the needle from going off target or breaking due to the baby's struggle during the injection. As for Lan Hanyu, her only responsibility is to coax the baby who is sitting in the stroller and has not received any injections. After receiving the third dose of polio vaccine, Debao and Xiaobao have become beautiful little babies with tears in their eyes.
Debao, Xiaobao, Daddy will give you some candy, okay?
Just now, he was the one who held Debao and Xiaobao while they were getting injections, so of course Su Ju wanted to have sex with the babies.
Ma!
Debao and Xiaobao, who are still feeling the pain, look at their mother with aggrieved expressions. If Debao and Xiaobao could speak, they would definitely go to their mother to complain.
Debao, Xiaobao, Daddy will give you some candy. After you eat the candy, we will go home, okay?
Lan Hanyu knew that the babies were clinging to her because she did not step forward to help them. Looking at Su Ju somewhat embarrassedly, Lan Hanyu really acted like a hands-off boss this time. When Su Ju saw Hanyu's little eyes, he just smiled dotingly.
The babies are now having some opinions about him, but it's not like Su Ju doesn't have a solution, right? Big treasure, little treasure, this candy from Daddy is so sweet, do you want to eat it?
After peeling off the candy wrapper of the lollipop, Su Ju waved the candy in front of the babies.
Daddy! Papa! The babies, whose arms were no longer in so much pain, were indeed drawn to it. Stretching out their little arms that had not received injections, the babies decided, for the sake of Tang Tang, they should forgive their daddy. Chapter 90 Taking the Initiative. With lollipops in their hands, Debao and Xiaobao have been sitting obediently in the stroller.
Su Ju pushed the stroller with one hand and held Hanyu's little hand with the other, and walked towards the gate of the epidemic prevention station.
Su Ju, do you know anything about the HPV vaccine?
Lan Hanyu thought, she hadn't even mentioned any price to Su Ju, but how could Su Ju know that she had to make a reservation for 9 prices?
I heard this for the first time today.
Shaking his head, Su Ju said that how could a grown man like him know those things?
Hanyu, I think you should change your name?
Without waiting for Hanyu to ask the second question, Su Ju leaned close to Hanyu's ear and whispered something.
Why do you want to change the name? Lan Hanyu didn't react for a moment.
In Lan Hanyu's heart, she has always called Su Ju by his name, and it has become very familiar to her.
Why should she change it? Also, apart from Su Ju, Lan Hanyu didn't know what to call.
Your first name sounds better.
Su Ju found the word husband that came out of Hanyu's mouth very pleasant to the ear. If Hanyu kept calling him husband, Su Ju wouldn't mind. Also, in the eyes of outsiders, isn't he Hanyu's husband? Front?
Lan Hanyu thought about it for a moment, then reacted belatedly. Her little face turned red instantly, and Lan Hanyu wanted to find a hole to crawl into.
Hanyu, call me again.
Feeling a bit addicted, Su Ju squeezed the little hand in his palm, as if urging Hanyu to call him husband quickly.
You wish.
There was a tingling sensation in the palm of his hand, and Lan Hanyu suppressed the strangeness in his heart.
I'm serious. You don't even know about the HPV vaccine, so how come you made an appointment for the 9-valent vaccine for me? This time, Lan Hanyu was not led astray by Suju and took the initiative in the topic.
I asked the staff inside, and they said that the 9-valent vaccine protects against the most types of diseases and is the best vaccine. Besides, I also think that the most expensive one must be the best. You get what you pay for. Suju definitely knows this truth.
You made the most expensive reservation?
Lan Hanyu was a little speechless.
In Suju's eyes, price was not a problem, right? Of course, the more expensive the things for your woman, the better.
Without any concealment, Suju directly stated the position of Hanyu in his heart.
My own woman.
These 4 words successfully made Lan Hanyu shut her mouth.
Because the beautiful blue girl is shy. Hanyu, are you really not going to consider changing your name?
Suju felt that the title of husband was really nice.
While walking towards the gate, Suju continued to coax Hanyu. Don't consider it, I think Suju is the best name.
With her head held high proudly, Lan Hanyu would never fulfill Suju's wish.
At least, it's not the time yet. A woman's heart is as deep as the sea.
Suju also knew that it was unlikely that Hanyu would change his mind now. Just now, Suju was just trying it out, and also just teasing Hanyu.
Since the little woman doesn't want to, Suju can't force her, right? How can there be a needle in the sea? Why don't you find one for me?
Lan Hanyu discovered that arguing with Suju was also a very interesting thing. Aunt Wang, who was following behind, looked at the young couple and smiled broadly.
Daddy. Ma. Papa.
Before we even reached the parking lot, the 2 little babies in the stroller became excited. Because Debeo and Xiaobao saw their own car. Suju felt very proud that the babies could recognize their own car so quickly.
What does this mean?
This shows that my 2 little babies are so smart.
Debeo, Xiaobao, do you want to take a ride home?
The babies seemed to have forgotten about the injections they had just received.
Suju and Lan Hanyu squatted down at the same time and communicated with the babies. How does the saying go? The greatest respect you can show to your children is to look them in the eye. Daddy. Car.
The babies probably knew that the car was driven by their dad, and the 2 little ones pointed at him with their chubby fingers.
Daddy is a little tired. If Debeo and Xiaobao want to take a ride in the car, let Debeo have some candy.
Knowing that lollipops were the 2 little babies' favorite, Suju teased them deliberately. Anyway, we have already walked out of the door of the epidemic prevention station, and the air near the parking lot is still good.
Suju was not in a hurry to leave in a minute or two. Daddy. Papa. Eeyore.
After Debeo and Xiaobao called Dad, the 2 actually chatted for a while. They must have reached an agreement, as Debeo stretched out the lollipop in his hand and raised it to his father's mouth.
It's better to know how to drive.
Before Lan Hanyu could finish her jealous words, the lollipop in Xiaobao's hand had already been delivered to his mother's mouth.
Lan Hanyu was stunned and glanced at Xiaobao.
Xiaobao smiled sweetly at his mother and said, "Mom, eat."
Hanyu, the babies are very fair. Debeo and Xiaobao's heartwarming actions made Suju and Lan Hanyu smile happily.
It's really rare for such a young baby to know what fairness is.
Suju and Lan Hanyu licked the lollipops symbolically. Debeo and Xiaobao's lollipops are so sweet. Daddy won't feel tired after eating one. Dad, can you take our Debeo and Xiaobao for a ride in the car? Daddy. Papa.
Debeo and Xiaobao, who felt that they had contributed the most to the lollipops, laughed happily again.
Standing up, Suju pushed the stroller and prepared to walk towards his big BMW. Do you have any brains? Do you believe everything others say? Why can't I believe it?
His wife said that her husband booked her a 9 price ticket, and he even told me the exact amount.
What's there to be unbelievable about? You really have long hair but short vision. Isn't the wife saying that just to give face to her husband? Unlike you, you only know how to ruin my show in front of so many people. How did I ruin your plan? If you had just booked me at the 9 price, wouldn't there be nothing wrong? 9 prices? That sounds easy to you.
I'm still in the internship period.
How much is my monthly salary? Do you want me to starve? I don't care. This vaccine is very important for us women. I must get it. Besides, if you don't have money, it's because you don't have the ability. Others can make reservations for their wives at the 9 price hospital when they want to raise 2 babies. Why is it that when it comes to you, you can't do anything?
Su Ju and his companions had not taken a few steps when they heard the sound of a fierce quarrel coming from the side. Turning around, I saw that it was the couple who were arguing at the gate of the epidemic prevention station. The battlefield had changed.
Chapter 91, Capture. Su Ju and Lan Hanyu, together with De Bao, Xiaobao, and An Wang, made a huge group of people.
Wu Xiaoyu, who was in the dispute, already felt that she was very embarrassed today, so she was naturally very concerned about the surrounding environment. Seeing someone coming, Wu Xiaoyu subconsciously wanted to pause the argument with his girlfriend. But when Wu Xiaoyu saw clearly that the person who came was Su Ju, who wanted to embarrass him, his momentum suddenly rose again. In Wu Xiaoyu's heart, no matter what Lan Hanyu said, it was just to save Su Ju's face. Therefore, Wu Xiaoyu didn't believe at all that the handsome guy would make an appointment for the 9 price ticket for her wife.
That's real money. What man would be so idle as to waste such money? I am a real person, unlike some people who have no money but let their women lie to save face. Wu Xiaoyu's body has turned an angle and is now facing Su Ju.
Of course, Wu Xiaoyu said this to Su Ju.
I'm speechless. Why do you have to stare at people and say they're lying?
Because Zhang Lili had her back to Su Ju, she did not see Su Ju and the others walk into the parking lot.
Zhang Lili found it very baffling that her boyfriend had to drag other people into this.
After saying so much, Zhang Lili also understood that Wu Xiaoyu just didn't want to make an appointment for the 9 price vaccine for her.
Of course I said that because I saw it.
This time, Wu Xiaoyu's eyes were fixed on Su Ju.
Looking at Su Ju's eyes, Wu Xiaoyu seemed to be saying, I have seen through you a long time ago.
Su Ju and Lan Hanyu looked at each other, feeling helpless.
Why do I keep running into such unreasonable and brainless people everywhere?
However, based on the principle of ignoring mad dogs, Su Ju automatically ignored Wu Xiaoyu.
If you pay attention to some people, you are giving them face.
Treating him as heir is the greatest disrespect.
You. Zhang Lili also noticed her boyfriend's look. Turn around.
When Zhang Lili saw people talking about her and Wu Xiaoyu behind their backs, her face suddenly turned red.
Although Zhang Lili didn't say anything bad about Su Ju and the others, she still felt like she was caught. Pa. Car. Daddy. The 2 little darlings didn't notice the different atmosphere in the air.
We have already entered the parking lot, and of course the kids are anxious to get in the car. De Bao and Xiaobao are anxious. Daddy will take you for a ride in the car.
Without even giving Wu Xiaoyu a glance, Su Ju pushed the stroller, with Lan Hanyu and An Wang following behind, and walked towards his family's big BMW. TSK. Stop pretending to be rich. Even if you have a car, it's just a second-hand junkie car at best. When Wu Xiaoyu saw Su Ju and his group, he treated her as if she were heir and said something in a sour tone. In fact, for Wu Xiaoyu, even a shabby second-hand car is something he can only own in his dreams. However, seeing that Su Ju and his group walked into the parking lot, Wu Xiaoyu understood that they were car owners after all. With the mentality of not wanting to be outdone, Wu Xiaoyu acted as if she was extremely disgusted.
De Bao, Xiaobao, there is a kind of people in this world who hope others are poor.
What does this mean?
Dad, let me explain to you, some people don't have any ability themselves, so they hope that everyone is as incompetent as them.
De Bao, Xiaobao, this kind of person is the most useless and despised person. Dad hopes that when you meet such a person, you will stay away from him. Because sometimes, even if you ignore that kind of person, they will still bite you like a mad dog. Su Ju would not tolerate Wu Xiaoyu's repeated provocations. Even if a mad dog bites you, you can't bite it back, but you can beat the mad dog with a stick, right? What Su Ju is saying now is that he is holding a stick and beating that mad dog Wu Xiaoyu.
Su Ju was speaking to the 2 little babies in the stroller.
But how can a baby who is only that little understand such profound words?
When De Bao and Xiaobao saw their father talking to them, they cooperated very well and babbled something. Seeing the baby's interaction with himself, Su Ju smiled proudly.
Did De Bao and Xiaobao understand what their dad said? Our babies are so smart.
Lan Hanyu listened to Su Ju's mockery of Wu Xiaoyu and felt relieved.
Lan Hanyu, who was already a great beauty, started laughing because of Su Ju's words, and her whole face became even more dazzling.
Even An Wang, who was standing nearby, nodded in agreement.
An Wang almost gave Su Ju a thumbs up and said, Mr. Su, what you said is great.
Wu Xiaoyu listened to Su Ju's words and became so angry that her eyes turned red.
However, Wu Xiaoyu had no way to deal with Su Ju. The handsome guy didn't mention himself by name. If Wu Xiaoyu stepped forward to argue, wouldn't that be the same as taking the initiative to sit down? Humph. Let's see how long you can keep pretending.
Unable to find the right words, Wu Xiaoyu crossed her arms and waited to see what car Suju would drive so that she could save her face.
Okay, are you embarrassed? Go back. I won't take the HPV vaccine either.
Perhaps because she had been disappointed too many times, Zhang Lili no longer had any hope for Wu Xiaoyu.
No, I want to see what kind of crappy car he can afford.
Wu Xiaoyu felt that she had already confronted that handsome guy, and she didn't want to be the first to lose and run away.
Suju, someone is waiting to laugh at you.
Approaching Suju, Lan Hanyu said softly. But when Lan Hanyu said this, the smile on his face was very relaxed.
Because Lan Hanyu knew that Wu Xiaoyu, who wanted to make fun of Suju, would only end up making herself a joke. You seem to be enjoying the show. Gently pinching Hanyu's face, Suju found that Hanyu was much more lively than before.
What Suju didn't know was that Lan Hanyu used to be a cheerful and lively girl. Just because of the sudden pregnancy and childbirth, the burden of life suddenly fell on Lan Hanyu. Now that she has Suju, Lan Hanyu naturally doesn't have to worry about life problems, and her personality has become much more lively. This is a free good show, and someone has offered it to us on their own initiative, so why not watch it?
Lan Hanyu wrinkled her nose delicately.
In Suju's eyes, her actions were really adorable.
As long as my Hanyu likes to watch it.
In order to let Hanyu see the show earlier, Suju took out the car keys from his pocket and pressed the unlock button.
Beep beep. The arrogant sound of the BMW X5 was accompanied by the lighting of the headlights. Dabeo, Xiaobao, we are home.
Suju took the babies out of the stroller and put them into the car without even looking at Wu Xiaoyu, who had become petrified.
Chapter 92, Stunning. Wu Xiaoyu still stood there in a daze until the BMW X5 drove very far away and no trace of it could be seen. How is this possible?
They are obviously dressed very ordinary, they are not very old, and they have 2 children to raise.
How can they afford a BMW? Or a BMW X5? How rich is that? Muttering to himself, Wu Xiaoyu probably didn't expect anyone to answer his question. Now you know he's rich? Does dressing casually mean people don't have money?
Don't say that she might be wearing such casual clothes just to make it easier to take care of the baby.
Nowadays, many rich people are very low-key.
After taking a look at her boyfriend's silly look, Zhang Lili felt hopeless. Whether a man loves you or not is not something he can just say. When something really happens, you can see a man's true heart.
Just like the HPV vaccine. To put it bluntly, it's just a matter of several $1,000s. Zhang Lili believed that since they started dating, she had never asked Wu Xiaoyu to buy her a gift worth more than 200 yuan.
Not to mention that some girls always ask their boyfriends for luxury goods. It's just that the 9-valent vaccine is related to her lifelong health, and Zhang Lili doesn't want to compromise. What Zhang Lili didn't expect was that in Wu Xiaoyu's heart, she was not even worth more than 7,000 yuan.
Did I offend anyone just now?
If Wu Xiaoyu hadn't seen Suju's big BMW, she would definitely not have taken today's events seriously. Now that she knew the handsome guy was a rich man, Wu Xiaoyu felt a sense of fear in her heart.
What if I meet a handsome guy again in the future and he retaliates against me?
I can only say that Wu Xiaoyu thinks too highly of himself at this point.
In Suju's heart, how could he possibly remember a nobody like Wu Xiaoyu? Boring.
Looking at her boyfriend's frightened look, Zhang Lili was filled with contempt. People like Wu Xiaoyu are the ones who bully the weak and fear the strong.
Turning around, Zhang Lili stopped paying attention to Wu Xiaoyu and prepared to leave. Hey, wait for me.
Seeing that his girlfriend was about to leave, Wu Xiaoyu hurriedly called out. Of course, Wu Xiaoyu just wanted to leave with his girlfriend, and he did not mention a word about getting the HPV vaccine.
Don't follow me, we're breaking up. Why? Because you're not a man. Suju and Lan Hanyu in the BMW didn't know yet that they had indirectly saved a love-brained girl today. 2 tigers love to dance, the little rabbit obediently carries carrots, and the little duck learns to walk. These are the most beautiful gifts in childhood. Lan Hanyu, who was originally teasing Dabeo and Xiaobao, turned around when she heard the phone ringing in her bag.
I took out my cell phone and it was Zhang Mingyue calling.
Lan Hanyu quickly answered the phone.
Lan Hanyu knew that Zhang Mingyue usually called instead of using WeChat, which meant that the matter was somewhat urgent.
Hey, Mingyue. Hanyu, can I borrow your Suju again?
Zhang Mingyue's voice on the other end of the phone was loud and a little anxious. Lan Hanyu subconsciously glanced at Suju, who was driving.
Mingyue wants to borrow Suju? What does this mean?
Suju also vaguely heard Jiang Mingyue's words and turned to glance at Hanyu. Both of them showed puzzled expressions in their eyes at the same time.
Can people borrow it? I wonder what Jiang Mingyue wants to do with this loan. Mingyue, do you need Suju's help with anything? Hanyu, do you remember the last time you asked Suju to help you record a song called Blue and White Porcelain? Remember, did your director Joe give you a hard time later?
Lan Hanyu realized belatedly that because she had too much confidence in Suju's singing skills, she forgot to ask Mingyue whether she had passed the test. In Lan Hanyu's heart, Suju sang so beautifully that he instantly beat all those so-called singing stars.
How could he not pass director Joe's test? Now that he received Mingyue's call, Lan Hanyu realized that he should still ask. It is also possible that director Joe of Mingyue has a very strange aesthetic taste and does not like the songs sung by Suju.
However, if that situation really happened, it would only prove that director Joe has no taste at all.
How is that possible?
Our director Joe was so astonished when he heard Suju's song.
Hanyu, I just wanted to deal with it and get the job done.
I didn't expect that our director Joe has now set his sights on Suju. After listening to Suju's songs, director Joe kept finding faults in other people's songs. Our director Joe has been pestering me for a long time, insisting that I ask Suju to sing the opening song for our talent show.
Hanyu, can you talk to Suju for me and ask him to sing a song?
Last time, Suju made it clear that he had no intention of becoming famous.
So when director Joe first asked Jiang Mingyue to find Suju, Jiang Mingyue refused. However, after listening to Suju's divine song, director Joe was somewhat reluctant to fall into the mortal world.
Jiang Mingyue made this call because she had no choice but to do it because director Joe was staring at her.
This?
Lan Hanyu, like Jiang Mingyue, knew that Suju did not want to be famous.
If Suju is asked to sing the opening song, he must show his face. When the time comes, as soon as the handsome Suju opens his mouth in front of the screen, won't he capture the hearts of a bunch of girls?
Maybe it's not just young girls, there are also mother and grandmother level fans who have girlish hearts.
Lan Hanyu looked at Suju with some embarrassment. Hanyu, are you and Suju at home now? Director Joe and the company has been keeping an eye on me. How about I go to your house and talk to Suju in person?
Jiang Mingyue now feels like she has lost her personal freedom. Whenever director Joe has time, he will chase Jiang Mingyue and ask when he can invite Mr. Su over.
Jiang Mingyue did not directly tell director Joe Suju's name. So far, director Joe only knows that the person he wants to invite is named Su. Jiang Mingyue certainly wanted to escape from director Joe's stare. Suju and I have just finished vaccinating Debao and Xiaobao, and are on our way back now. If you want to come over, I'll prepare some more dinner. No matter whether Suju will agree to Jiang Mingyue's request in the end.
Lan Hanyu would definitely not reject a good friend. Besides, Lan Hanyu knew Jiang Mingyue very well and knew that Mingyue had her own bottom line and would not do anything to force others.
Is today the day for Debao and Xiaobao to get vaccinated?
Jiang Mingyue on the other end of the phone was stunned. In the past, she and Hanyu went together for the baby's vaccinations. Now that the babies have a father, Jiang Mingyue discovered that she, as the godmother, has gloriously retired. Chapter 93: A Win-Win Solution. Yes, last time it was because Debao and Xiaobao had a slight cold that the third dose of polio vaccine was postponed.
Oh, yes, I remember now. I've been too busy lately and forgot about such an important matter. It seems that I am not qualified as a godmother.
Jiang Mingyue still felt a little guilty when she thought about how she had forgotten about such a big thing as the babies.
It's okay. Suju is here now.
I didn't go forward to help when Debao and Xiaobao were getting their injections. Lan Hanyu knew that Mingyue took the baby's affairs very seriously, so she quickly comforted her.
Ma!
When Debao and Xiaobao, who were sitting in their safety chairs, heard their mother hear about their injections, they seemed to recall the horrible thing that had just happened. The two babies stretched their bodies forward as if seeking their mother's protection.
Mingyue, we'll be home soon, just come over. Okay, I'll go later.
Noticing that Debao and Xiaobao were feeling a little emotional, Lan Hanyu hung up the phone with Mingyue in a hurry. Big treasure, little treasure, we won't get any more injections.
Mommy wants to tell godmother that our baby is showing bravery.
Speaking of the baby's brave performance, Lan Hanyu still felt a little guilty.
After all, that heart-wrenching crying scene is not a sign of bravery.
However, now, in order to appease the baby's emotions, Lan Hanyu doesn't mind flattering them.
Ma!
Still feeling a little scared, Debeo and Xiaobao stretched out their hands towards their mother. Big treasure, little treasure, our godmother will be here soon.
Do our babies want to be with us? In order to divert the baby's attention, Lan Hanyu found a topic. What the hell? Sure enough, after hearing the word godmother, Debeo's emotions seemed to stabilize a lot.
By the way, Mom has some delicious food that godmother bought for us, Debeo and Xiaobao last time.
Do you want some?
Lan Hanyu took out 2 teething sticks from her bag and deliberately waved them in front of the babies.
Ma! Ma!
With delicious food, the baby's attention is completely freed from the shadow of injections. Come on, let's take one each for Debeo and Xiaobao. Because Lan Hanyu was sitting in the passenger seat, it was a bit difficult for him to turn around. Lan Hanyu handed the biscuits in her hand to Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang smiled and opened the packaging bag for the babies and handed them to Debeo and Xiaobao.
Suju, Mingyue said she would come home later. After comforting the 2 little darlings, Lan Hanyu and Suju got down to business.
Lan Hanyu thought it would be better for her to talk to Suju in advance.
Regardless of whether Suju would agree to Mingyue in the end, at least when he returned home and saw Mingyue, Suju was mentally prepared, right?
I heard that.
While driving, Suju nodded.
Jiang Mingyue's voice was quite loud on the other end of the phone.
In addition, Hanyu had no intention of avoiding Suju.
Even if he didn't tell everything, Suju at least heard 80% of the content.
Suju, Mingyue said that Director Zhou wants you to help him. Aunt Wang was still in the car, so Lan Hanyu didn't go into too much detail.
After all, they had just met, and Lan Hanyu felt that some things should still be kept private.
You want me to go? Suju was unwilling to do anything that would expose him to the public.
The internet is really too developed nowadays, and Suju doesn't want to have no private space at all in the future.
But if Hanyu wanted his help, Suju would still consider it.
Considering how Jiang Mingyue takes care of Hanyu and the 2 babies, Suju will definitely help if he can without affecting their normal life. Suju thought that he should listen to Hanyu's opinion first and then see if there was any way to have the best of both worlds.
If it's just that Director Zhou, I don't want you to go.
Lan Hanyu knew that Suju was so handsome, and who knows how many girls would chase after him. Thinking of this, Lan Hanyu felt a little sour in his heart.
It's just that Mingyue's side.
On one side is friendship, and on the other side is the baby's father.
Lan Hanyu is in a very difficult situation now. Let's talk about it when Jiang Mingyue comes.
With one hand free, Suju held the steering wheel with one hand and held Hanyu's small hand with the other.
Suju already understood what Hanyu meant. Not wanting Hanyu to be too entangled, Suju silently comforted Hanyu.
Good. No longer dwelling on this topic, Lan Hanyu had a feeling that as long as Suju was there would be no problem that could not be solved. Along the way, Debeo and Xiaobao were communicating in baby language. Apart from the occasional words like dad, papa, and mama, Suju and Lan Hanyu said that they really couldn't understand anything else. When Suju drove back to the community, Jiang Mingyue had not arrived yet. A family of 4, including Aunt Wang, had just returned home not long ago when the community security guard called them.
After confirming Jiang Mingyue's identity, the security guard naturally let her pass.
Originally, Lan Hanyu wanted to go downstairs to pick up her best friend. But Debeo has been very attached to his mother recently and insists on being held by his mother. Lan Hanyu can only stay at home and wait for Mingyue to come up by herself.
Ding dong.
There was no need for Jiang Mingyue to press the doorbell a second time. Lan Hanyu, who had been waiting at the door with Debeo in her arms, opened the door.
Mingyue, come in quickly. Debeo, let godmother hug you. As soon as Jiang Mingyue stepped into the door, she reached out her hand towards Debeo. Jiang Mingyue really loves her goddaughters. What the hell?
Debeo was still very considerate and tried to lean his little body towards his godmother.
Debeo is so good.
Jiang Mingyue was so happy to have her baby as she wished.
What the hell? What the hell?
Xiaobao, who was playing in the living room, heard his godmother's voice and anxiously prepared to crawl towards the door.
Xiaobao wants to be his godmother too?
Jiang Mingyue couldn't bear to let Xiaobao crawl so far, so she quickly carried Debeo to the living room.
What the hell?
Seeing his godmother hugging his sister, Xiaobao stretched out his little arms unwillingly, asking for a hug.
Godmother will hold us. Godmother is a strong woman.
She can hold our Debeo and Xiaobao in one go. While Debeo and Xiaobao are still young, Jiang Mingyue is determined to implement the policy of fooling people as long as possible.
Jiang Mingyue didn't feel embarrassed at all. She just sat on the carpet in the living room, holding a baby in one hand. Dabao, Xiaobao, is godmother a strong woman? In front of the babies, Jiang Mingyue did not forget to show off. What the hell? What the hell? As if in response to their godmother's words, Dabao and Xiaobao shouted happily. Lan Hanyu looked at the shameless Mingyue with some helplessness. Compared with Mingyue, Lan Hanyu found that he could not be so shameless. Chapter 94, Good Things Fall from the Sky. Mr. Su, Mrs. Su, I'll go prepare dinner for dinner. Aunt Wang found that working at Mr. Su's house was really easy. Even though they are taking care of 2 babies, Mr. and Mrs. Su are not just hands-off managers. Generally speaking, as long as Mr. and Mrs. Su have time, they will take care of the baby themselves. On the other hand, Aunt Wang only needs to clean the house and do housework. Seeing that someone was taking care of the babies, Aunt Wang of course had to find something to do. Otherwise, Aunt Wang would feel uneasy receiving the nanny fee every month. Okay, Aunt Wang, prepare a few more dishes tonight. Lan Hanyu no longer has to go out to buy groceries. With the same city delivery suggested by Su Ju, Lan Hanyu found that she really saved a lot of time. Okay, Mrs. Su. The double-door refrigerator at home is filled with a variety of vegetables, and Aunt Wang only needs to wash and prepare them. Of course, if Mr. Su and Mrs. Su need it, Aunt Wang feels that her cooking skills are still good enough. Hanyu, who is that? Seeing Aunt Wang walk into the kitchen, Jiang Mingyue asked curiously. Judging from the way Aunt Wang addressed Su Ju and Hanyu, they should not be relatives. That's Aunt Wang, the nanny hired by Su Ju. Babysitter? Hanyu, your Su Ju is really good. He even needs a babysitter. Hearing Hanyu's words, Jiang Mingyue immediately gave him a thumbs up. Hanyu, how much is your babysitter fee per month? Jiang Mingyue knew that Su Ju was still a junior student. Jiang Mingyue always felt that Su Ju was too awesome for owning a 3-bedroom apartment in Crescent Blue Bay. Now, not only do they have a house, they also have money to hire a nanny. This really refreshed Jiang Mingyue's understanding of Su Ju. I heard from Su Ju that it's 6,000 per month. Lan Hanyu knew Su Ju's ability to make money, so he didn't think there was anything strange about it and answered his good friend's question very calmly. 6,000? Oh my god, Hanyu, why don't you talk to your Su Ju and let me be your nanny? Not only can I make money this way, but I can also be with my babies every day. This is such a good thing that falls from the sky. Why don't you and Su Ju come to me? When Jiang Mingyue heard that Su Ju was charging 6,000 yuan a month for a nanny, she screamed exaggeratedly. Jiang Mingyue knew that the expenses of raising 2 babies alone was not a small amount. Adding daily expenses, it will definitely not be less than 5 figures. Now, there is a nanny. Just thinking about it, Jiang Mingyue feels that Su Ju's ability is extraordinary. Mingyue, please stop teasing me. If you come to my house as a nanny, not to mention that my uncle and aunt will chase me with a knife, Su Ju, and I can't afford you, right? Don't underestimate Jiang Mingyue's job. She is just a small assistant in a newly created entertainment company. But Jiang Mingyue's family background is very good. When Jiang Mingyue first joined Xinchuan Entertainment, Lan Hanyu found it very strange. Putting aside Jiang Mingyue's status as a 985 undergraduate graduate, just based on the connections of Jiang Mingyue's parents, it would be no problem for Jiang Mingyue to get a stable job. However, Jiang Mingyue said at that time that she would prove herself through her own efforts. Young people should be brave enough to fight. Lan Hanyu is also very understanding of his good friends. Don't give me that. You and Su Ju must think that I can't do housework well and will snatch Dabao and Xiaobao from you, right? Jiang Mingyue is holding 2 little babies in her arms now. Her proud look makes Lan Hanyu want to snatch the big and small babies away. What the hell? What the hell? Hearing their godmother calling them, Dabao and Xiaobao started interacting with Jiang Mingyue very cooperatively. Big treasure, little treasure, do you welcome your godmother to come to your home to see the babies every day? Raising an eyebrow at Hanyu, Jiang Mingyue teased the little darlings in her arms. What the hell? What the hell? Dabao and Xiaobao couldn't say welcome yet, so they clapped their hands and made welcoming gestures. See? Dabao and Xiaobao are welcoming me. Jiang Mingyue, who received the approval of the babies, became even more arrogant. Okay, since you want to change your career, then you don't need to ask Su Ju for help when you called, right? Lan Hanyu deliberately followed what his good friend said.
Lan Hanyu knew that Mingyue was probably too proud and had probably forgotten the real purpose of her visit. "Oh, yes, I'm here to ask Suju for help today." Thinking about Director Zhou's numerous instructions and warnings when she was leaving the company, Jiang Mingyue felt overwhelmed again.
No, I'll talk to Suju later and ask you to come home and take care of the baby. This way, you don't have to be ordered around by your Director Zhou anymore, right?
Waving her hands, Lan Hanyu stopped her with Mingyue's own words.
"Hanyu, I can't tolerate you being like this. I just lost control and showed off a little bit." Pulling Hanyu's clothes and shaking them, Jiang Mingyue looked pitiful. "Dabao, Xiaobao, godmother said that she can't come home every day to accompany our baby. We, Dabao and Xiaobao, must not learn from our godmother and not keep our promises."
Lan Hanyu touched the baby's little heads and educated them seriously.
Ma!
Dabao and Xiaobao looked at their godmother, then looked at their mother, and finally stared at their godmother for a while. As if they understood what their mother said, the babies nodded at the same time.
"Hanyu, please give me some face in front of Dabao and Xiaobao."
Jiang Mingyue felt a little embarrassed by being stared at by the two little darlings, so she could only beg for mercy.
"I told you not to tease me. Who said your Suju is really awesome? You can't tell me that. What can't be said? Can't say your Suju? Or can't say Suju is very powerful? You can't say anything. Hanyu, have you ever heard the saying, 'There is no silver here, but 300 taels'? Do you need me to explain what it means? Big baby, little baby, mommy holds you. Godmother has something to do at the company and needs to go to work." No, I'm wrong, isn't that okay? No sincerity. That's sincere, right? Don't tickle me. Are you sincere?
Yes. In the living room, Lan Hanyu and Jiang Mingyue were fighting like little kids.
Dabao and Xiaobao looked at their mother and godmother and started to laugh too.
Although the two babies may not understand what their mother and godmother say, they can still understand that their mother and godmother are smiling.
Suju has already walked into the study.
Suju knew that as soon as Jiang Mingyue saw her two treasures, everything else would be put on the back burner. Since Jiang Mingyue was not in a hurry, Suju naturally left the space for the people in the living room.
Chapter 95 Concerns. "Suju, Mingyue wants to discuss something with you." Lan Hanyu and Jiang Mingyue had enough fun, so they walked into the study, each holding a baby. When Lan Hanyu walked into the study, he closed the door. If you want to discuss something in a 3-bedroom suite, it is better to close the door. "Suju, I've played the song Blue and White Porcelain that you sang last time to our Director Zhou. Our Director Zhou was amazed by your singing voice and insisted that I invite you to sing for our talent show. Of course, I have also told our Director Zhou that you are not willing to step into this industry, but our Director Zhou still hopes to discuss it with you in person." There was a chair in the study. Jiang Mingyue, holding Dabao, just sat down and told him the purpose of her visit. Jiang Mingyue came here this time because she had no choice but to do what Director Zhou was watching her. Based on the principle that it is better to try than not to try, and also to avoid Director Zhou's affectionate gaze, Jiang Mingyue escaped here. Singing is no problem, but this is a talent show, so there will definitely be exposure. If it was just about singing a song, Suju would definitely agree without hesitation. The problem now is that to sing the opening song for a talent show, one must definitely step in front of the screen. This is what Suju hates the most. "Mingyue, it's not that Suju doesn't want to help, but you should know our concerns. It's not that Lan Hanyu is too confident about Suju. I have really heard the songs sung by Suju, and I also know that Suju's title of Z University as campus idol is not an unearned title. This sunny boy who is both talented and good-looking has really stepped onto the big screen. I guess Mingyue and their talent show is prepared for Suju. How about we think about whether there is a way to have the best of both worlds? If it really doesn't work, I'll go back to Director Zhou. Anyway, I've come to persuade him today, but I haven't promised Director Zhou whether it will work or not." Jiang Mingyue is a very loyal girl. She did not use her care for Hanyu and the babies as a condition to ask Suju for anything. Jiang Mingyue felt that if Suju was willing, that would of course be the best. If Suju disagrees, Jiang Mingyue will understand. A way to have the best of both worlds? Suju lowered his head and thought for a while. If your Director Zhou agrees that I don't need to appear on camera, then I have no problem with that. In Suju's heart, he was doing Jiang Mingyue a favor. To the extent that Suju didn't even think about the reward. Not on camera? That doesn't seem possible, right? We can't leave the stage empty, why don't you sing in the backstage?
Not only is this strange, but it's also easy for people to accuse you of being fake or something. Jiang Mingyue thought about it and felt that the method Suju suggested was not feasible.
What if I wear a mask or something? People have to stand on the stage, so isn't it enough to just cover their faces? Suju's mind was also working very fast. The masked singer? That's a good idea.
As if something suddenly dawned on her, Jiang Mingyue stood up excitedly. Because there was hope of a solution, Jiang Mingyue was so happy that she even forgot that she was holding Debeo in her arms.
Of course, Suju always pays attention to his baby. Seeing Jiang Mingyue's excitement, Suju quickly took Debeo from Jiang Mingyue's arms.
Oh, I forgot that Debeo is still in my hands.
I'm sorry.
Looking at Debeo being held in Suju's arms, Jiang Mingyue's face turned pale with fright. He patted his chest and kept apologizing.
Mingyue, it's okay, Suju is watching over you.
Although she was also worried about her baby, seeing that Debeo was safe and sound in his father's arms, Lan Hanyu couldn't bear to see her good friend blame herself too much.
Mingyue, do you think Suju's method is feasible? Seeing that Mingyue looked unhappy, Lan Hanyu wanted to divert his good friend's attention.
Of course, Lan Hanyu still felt a little scared.
If Suju had not caught Debeo just now, the consequences would have been disastrous.
But Lan Hanyu did not blame her good friend. Lan Hanyu felt that today's incident was also a reminder for herself. No matter what the situation is in the future, she must keep the babies within a safe distance from herself.
Jiang
Mingyue was still immersed in her previous mistake and did not hear Hanyu's question clearly.
Mingyue, what do you think of Suju's suggestion of singing while wearing a mask?
Patting her best friend on the back and silently comforting Mingyue, Lan Hanyu wanted to help Mingyue get out of the shadow of self-blame.
I think wearing a mask is feasible. Suju can perform on stage without having to worry about exposing himself.
This way, it won't affect your family's future life. It really kills two birds with one stone.
Speaking of Suju's proposal, Jiang Mingyue's eyes suddenly lit up. This is really a very, very good way. Hanyu, Suju, wait a moment. I'll call our director Joe right away.
Jiang Mingyue knew that she was just an assistant, and if the final decision really had to be made, it would have to be Director Zhou.
Director Zhou, I'm Mingyue. I have already met Mr. Su.
Mr. Su said that he can help, but he still doesn't want to show up on the stage. Director Zhou, Mr. Su has no intention of becoming famous.
We should respect his wishes, right? Director Zhou, Mr. Su is really a very, very good person.
Although he doesn't want to show up on the stage, he has promised me that he can wear a mask and help us sing the opening song.
Okay, Director Zhou, if Mr. Su is willing, I will bring him to the company to meet you. You came to Mr. Su's house in person? Jiang Mingyue glanced at Suju, and when she saw Suju shaking his head, she immediately understood.
Director Zhou, I don't think this will work.
Mr. Su doesn't want to be disturbed. Okay, I will definitely convey your message to Mr. Su.
After hanging up the phone, Jiang Mingyue's tense expression relaxed a little.
Mingyue, why do you keep calling him Mr. Su? Didn't you tell Director Zhou that you and Suju are very familiar with each other? Lan Hanyu was really curious about how Mingyue addressed Suju on the phone. You're kidding.
If I told our Director Zhou that Suju and I were familiar with each other, he would have put a knife to my neck and forced me to go to Suju's house.
Jiang Mingyue's expression of I'm not stupid successfully made Lan Hanyu and Suju laugh. Mingyue, does your Director Zhou accept Suju's proposal?
If Lan Hanyu didn't know that Director Zhou had given this task to Mingyue, he wouldn't have taken it so seriously.
Chapter 96 indicates. Our Director Zhou will definitely agree with it.
After hearing that Suju was willing to help, Director Zhou wanted to come and invite him directly.
Of course, your Suju didn't want to help. I rejected him over the phone. Hanyu, your Suju is really capable. I've never seen our Director Zhou be so enthusiastic towards anyone.
Even if it was that King Zhang, Director Zhou only sent me, a little assistant, to contact him. I didn't expect that when it comes to your Suju, Director Zhou is eager to take action himself. Jiang Mingyue's constant calling of your Suju made Lan Hanyu feel a little embarrassed. After looking at Suju and finding that Suju was very calm, Lan Hanyu did not refute Mingyue's words.
Suju, our Director Zhou wants you to go to the company to sign a contract.
Of course, if you find it troublesome, I can also ask Director Zhou to come to Xinyue Blue Bay to sign.
Xin Chuang Entertainment is a formal company and it still has to go through the necessary procedures. Another point is that director Joe was really afraid that Suju would go back on his word. Only after the contract was signed in black and white did director Joe feel secure. Does this still require a contract? Lan Hanyu originally thought that she was just helping out, but she didn't expect that it would require the hassle of signing a contract. Of course, our director Joe has been stood up and is scared. Besides, it was not easy to get your Suju to agree, so director Joe will of course sign a valid agreement with Suju. Otherwise, if your Suju regrets it in the end, director Joe won't even be able to cry. Jiang Mingyue said this with some exaggeration. Suju, what do you think? Seeing that the situation was different from what he had imagined, Lan Hanyu subconsciously turned his head and asked Suju what he meant. After all, Suju is the protagonist, and no matter how much others say, it will be useless. Jiang Mingyue also looked at Suju nervously. Whether to agree or not now depends on Suju's thought. Jiang Mingyue knew that she couldn't force Suju. But deep down, Jiang Mingyue still hoped that Suju would agree. It's just a song, right? Suju doesn't care whether the contract is signed or not. Anyway, he was helping Jiang Mingyue, and Suju had no intention of going back on his word. Yes, just sing a song. Jiang Mingyue nodded vigorously, as if she was making a promise to Suju. Okay, when is convenient for you, go to your company to sign the contract. Jiang Mingyue has helped Hanyu so much, Suju wouldn't mind wasting time to go to Jiang Mingyue's company. It's convenient for me anytime. It depends on when it's convenient for you. Suju agreed. In Jiang Mingyue's mind, as far as signing the contract was concerned, Suju was an important guest of her company. Of course, it's based on the customer's time. Tomorrow morning, then. And Wang is at home during the day, so if Hanyu takes care of Debao and Xiaobao, there will be someone to help, so Suju can go out with peace of mind. Okay, I'll send you the address of our company, and I'll wait for you at the gate tomorrow. He took out his cell phone and put the company's location on Suju's phone. Jiang Mingyue did not forget to report this good news to Director Joe. Jiang Mingyue knew that Director Joe could sleep peacefully tonight. Sure enough, as soon as Jiang Mingyue sent the message, Director Joe replied immediately. It can be seen that Director Joe is very concerned about Jiang Mingyue's progress. After solving the big problem, Jiang Mingyue started thinking about our lovely Debao again. After repeatedly assuring herself that she would be more careful in the future, Jiang Mingyue successfully took Debao from Suju. In fact, Suju and Lan Hanyu had no intention of blaming Jiang Mingyue. It was just that Jiang Mingyue felt embarrassed. What the hell? Debao had no idea what the thrilling scene just before him represented. For Debao, it is quite fun to be held by his godmother and then by his father. The little baby in his mother's arms, seeing that his sister can take turns holding him, also became interested. Pa. Stretching out his chubby arms, Xiaobao said that he also wanted to play his sister's game. Daddy, hold me. Since his daughter had a request, Suju would naturally satisfy it. Taking Xiaobao from Hanyu, the two little babies laughed happily. It's almost 5 o'clock. Aunt Wang should go back. Lan Hanyu looked at the time and it was almost time for Aunt Wang to get off work. Jiang Mingyue's problem had also been solved, and the three of them walked out of the study. Mrs. Su, I have already washed all the dishes in the kitchen. Aunt Wang knew that Mrs. Su was a hard-working person and didn't want to delegate things like cooking to others. Aunt Wang is also very self-conscious and will not cross the line on her own initiative. In Aunt Wang's heart, she admires Suju and Lan Hanyu very much. You know, there are very few young people nowadays who can stand on their own feet. Aren't there frequent reports of giant babies appearing in the news nowadays? Okay, Aunt Wang, it's almost time, you can go back. Be careful on the road. It was the rush hour after get off work, so there would definitely be a lot of pedestrians on the road, Lan Hanyu reminded him with concern. Okay, Mr. Su, Mrs. Su, I'll go back first. After saying bye-bye to the two little babies, Aunt Wang left work with a smile on her face. Aunt Wang found that her initial intuition was absolutely correct. Mr. Su and Mrs. Su are the best employers I have ever met. Hanyu, I'll help you cook. Jiang Mingyue handed Debao to Suju and volunteered to go into the kitchen with Lan Hanyu. The two girls were responsible for dinner, and Suju was naturally responsible for playing with the babies. Because Jiang Mingyue no longer had any psychological pressure, the 3 adults and 2 babies played happily until the evening. After seeing Jiang Mingyue off, Lan Hanyu and Suju coaxed the babies to sleep and prepared to rest. Good night.
Just like before, Lan Hanyu said good night to Suju before entering the master bedroom. In the past, after Suju said good night, the two of them would go back to their respective rooms and sleep in their respective beds. But tonight, Suju didn't want to say good night so easily.
Hanyu, shouldn't you show some appreciation? Suju wanted to use 2 words to get rid of himself, and said, "Isn't it too simple?" What does that mean? Lan Hanyu didn't react and asked blankly following Suju's words. Hanyu, this is unfair, isn't it?
When you say goodnight to Dabeo and Xiaobao, it's not just these 2 simple words. After giving a small hint, the corners of Suju's mouth raised.
Ah.
Looking at the smile on Suju's face, Lan Hanyu thought about what she had to do when she said goodnight to the babies, and her little face turned red uncontrollably.
Su would never want to. Chapter 97 Acceptance Results. Suju, I.
Seeing that Hanyu didn't take any step forward, Suju took 2 steps forward. As the distance got closer, Lan Hanyu felt that the air around him became thinner.
Lan Hanyu spoke with some stammering, and actually he didn't know what he wanted to say. Hanyu, I just want fairness.
Restraining his smile, Suju looked seriously at Hanyu, who looked like a little woman. To be honest, Hanyu was particularly tempting at this moment, and Suju had the urge to eat Hanyu in one bite. Thinking that impulse is the devil, Suju promptly shut up the devil in his mind. Although the two had such intimate physical contact, it happened when both of them were unconscious.
Suju knew that the relationship between him and Hanyu would have to take time. It's just that you can't really eat it, but it's okay to collect some interest in advance, right? What kind of fairness do you want?
Suju was so close to her that Lan Hanyu thought of the last time she touched Suju's chest muscles, but she didn't dare to stretch out her arms to block the distance between them. Lan Hanyu spoke somewhat passively, and only now did he understand that what Mingyue said about a single man and a single woman, a passionate relationship, was indeed quite appropriate.
It's just as fair as Dabeo and Xiaobao.
In order to make Hanyu understand his meaning more intuitively, Suju turned his head and offered his right cheek.
If you don't understand, then I can only show you once.
Seeing that Hanyu was slow to move, Suju said this in a half-threatening tone.
No, I understand.
Worried that Suju would really come to demonstrate it to him, Lan Hanyu spoke quickly. In fact, Lan Hanyu didn't understand at all, she was just embarrassed. Now being threatened by Suju like this, Lan Hanyu was worried that if she really let Suju demonstrate, she didn't know if more unexplained things would happen between them. In order to stop Suju's good intentions, Lan Hanyu mustered up her courage and kissed Suju on the face.
But, is it okay?
This was the first time Lan Hanyu kissed Suju, and it was also the first time the two of them had close contact. Lan Hanyu felt that her lips no longer seemed to belong to her. It was the first time that Lan Hanyu felt that numb feeling.
It seems to be a little short. To Suju, Hanyu's goodnight kiss felt like a light kiss. It passed by so quickly that Suju didn't even have time to feel it properly. What's wrong? Isn't that what a goodnight kiss is all about?
Anyway, Lan Hanyu has made up his mind that he has completed his mission and will not be threatened by Suju again.
Hanyu, are you being too perfunctory?
It was amusing to watch Hanyu looking at his embarrassing look of wanting to escape but having nowhere to escape to.
As Suju spoke, he kissed Hanyu heavily on the face before she could react. Good night.
Under Hanyu's surprised eyes, Suju let go of his control over the child's mother. Now that Lan Hanyu was free, she no longer cared about Suju kissing her. All Lan Hanyu wanted now was to hide away and calm her pounding heart.
However, Suju would not be so kind. Hanyu, this is the real goodnight kiss, you should learn it well, because I will check your results tomorrow.
The only answer to Suju was the sound of Lan Hanyu closing the door.
You're embarrassed.
If Suju hadn't been worried about disturbing the babies, he would have laughed out loud.
Lan Hanyu didn't hear Suju's teasing at all.
Lan Hanyu ran into the room and was so embarrassed that she wrapped herself in the quilt.
Lan Hanyu, you are so useless.
You and Suju have already given birth to Dabeo and Xiaobao.
It's just a goodnight kiss, what's the fuss about?
No, the birth of Dabeo and Xiaobao was an accident.
How can it be compared with what happened just now? It's just a goodnight kiss.
In other countries, it's as simple as shaking hands.
There's no need to be so shy. That was in a foreign country. How can you use the habits of foreigners as an excuse? They kissed directly. How can you not be shy? There were 2 little angels fighting in Lan Hanyu's head. The fight continued until Lan Hanyu fell into a deep sleep without a clear winner. Good morning.
By the time Lan Hanyu walked out of the room to see the babies with dark circles under her eyes, Suju had already returned with breakfast. Compared with the refreshed Suju and Lan Hanyu, who obviously did not sleep well, their auras were obviously not on the same level. Thinking of the goodnight kiss last night, Lan Hanyu still looked a little uncomfortable. Even before leaving the room, Lan Hanyu had already done a lot of mental preparation for himself. When facing Suju in real life, all those theoretical constructions can only be put aside. Hanyu, I think the tofu pudding is quite fresh today, so I'll give you a different flavor and some pan-fried buns. No matter how much Hanyu likes spicy soup and xiaolongbao, eating them every day will make you sick of it. Okay, I'll go brush my teeth. When Lan Hanyu heard Suju say that there was something delicious, her stomach made a gurgling sound of protest. In front of the delicious food, Lan Hanyu threw aside her shyness from last night. After brushing their teeth and washing their faces quickly, Lan Hanyu and Suju happily finished this delicious breakfast.
By the way, Suju, when are you going to Mingyue's company to sign the contract?
Zhang Mingyue did not agree on a specific time with Suju last night.
Zhang Mingyue meant that it would be up to Suju to come whenever was convenient. We'll go there later when Aunt Wang comes. The decoration company will be here in the morning. I have an appointment with them at 10 a.m.
As the only man in the family, Suju must be present.
Okay, then I'll send a message to Mingyue to tell her. Good. Suju and Lan Hanyu tacitly agreed not to mention the goodnight kiss.
Anyway, a goodnight kiss, it must happen at night, there is no point in mentioning it now, right?
Aunt Wang is very punctual for work. At 7:55, she is already home. Dabao and Xiaobao haven't woken up yet, so I won't disturb them. Dabao and Xiaobao's biological clocks are generally more punctual. But as children, they sometimes oversleep, which is normal.
It is said that 2/3 of a child's height grows during sleep.
Suju didn't want to disturb the baby's growing time. Okay, drive slower and be safe.
Every time Suju went out, Lan Hanyu would always give him this reminder. Now Lan Hanyu and Suju really seem like a young couple.
At least in Aunt Wang's opinion, Suju and Lan Hanyu are a loving couple. Chapter 98, Doing a Lot of Big Things. Suju, where are you? Why can't I see you? Zhang Mingyue added Suju's WeChat last night. Suju just sent a message to himself, saying that he had arrived and Zhang Mingyue had run away.
You can imagine how tiring it is to run in high heels. But Zhang Mingyue didn't even have time to catch her breath before she started looking for Suju. Zhang Mingyue knew that with Suju's appearance, even if the entrance of the building was crowded with people, she should be able to find him in the first place. There is no way, Suju is not only handsome, but his height is also not to be ignored. However, not to mention that there are only a few people entering and exiting the building's entrance now, there is no crowding at all, so it is not difficult to find Suju at all. But Zhang Mingyue didn't see Suju. Could it be that Suju went to the wrong place? Zhang Mingyue felt that this should be the only explanation. She quickly sent a WeChat message to Suju. If Suju really went to the wrong place, Zhang Mingyue was ready to take a taxi to pick him up. I'm just down the road from the entrance of your company's building. Where is the parking lot here? Suju saw Zhang Mingyue running out through the glass of the cab. Suju originally wanted to park the car and wait for Zhang Mingyue directly at the gate. I feel a little helpless. Zhang Mingyue's company is too weird. There is not even a sign indicating the location of the parking lot. Suju can't just park the car on the road, right? This is something that only unqualified people would do. When Zhang Mingyue saw Suju's message, she quickly looked up and started looking again. Since Suju mentioned the parking lot, he must be in the car. As for whether Suju drove himself or took a taxi, Zhang Mingyue didn't have the extra thoughts to think about it. Anyway, Zhang Mingyue knew that her current goal should be to find a car. Suju and the BMW saw Zhang Mingyue looking up and flashed the headlights a few times. Zhang Mingyue's attention was indeed attracted by the lights. When Zhang Mingyue saw Suju sitting in the BMW, she was stunned. Didn't Suju come here by taxi? Did Suju drive here by himself? It would be fine if Suju drove the car himself, but Suju actually drove a big BMW? Zhang Mingyue suddenly realized that she hadn't contacted Hanyu for a few days. It seemed that Suju and Hanyu had done a lot of great things. Suju, when did you buy a car? Zhang Mingyue asked curiously as she jogged to the front of the BMW. Zhang Mingyue also knew that Suju could make money by speculating in stocks. After all, that was what Suju said about the house in Shinue Blue Bay at that time. It's just these few days. Jiang Mingyue is not Hanyu, so Suju naturally has no need to explain anything to Jiang Mingyue.
Suju answered casually without making any excuses like lottery. Great, Suju. I didn't expect you to be so awesome.
Not only do you have a house and a car, but the quality of both is quite high.
Jiang Mingyue now admires her good friend's vision even more.
Even when she was drunk, she was able to catch such a handsome and rich man.
Is Lan Hanyu extremely lucky?
Because she was happy for her good friend, Jiang Mingyue stood next to the BMW and started chatting with Suju.
Suju, is this a BMW X5?
The price of this car should be over 600,000 yuan.
How much did you make in the stock market? Can I just crown you the stock god? You know, not everyone can make money by trading stocks. How many people have lost their fortunes because of stock speculation? These are often reported in the news. The god of stocks? Suju smiled and said nothing. Suju is a person who has a system. Compared with himself, those stock gods are many levels behind him, right? Are we going to keep talking like this?
Looking at Jiang Mingyue, who had forgotten all the important things, Suju asked with amusement.
Could it be that Jiang Mingyue wanted to stand here on the road and chat with me?
Oh, yes, I almost forgot.
Suju, the parking lot is on the left in front, not far from here.
After Suju's reminder, Jiang Mingyue remembered that Director Zhou was still waiting for Mr. Su to arrive in the company. Slapping his head, Jiang Mingyue felt that she had really been led astray by Suju's big BMW.
Okay, I'll go park the car first. Knowing the location of the parking lot, Suju did not waste any time.
He stepped on the accelerator and drove over. After signing the contract, Suju wanted to go home and take his little darlings out to bask in the sun. Of course, he couldn't spend too much time here. When Jiang Mingyue brought Suju back to the company, Director Zhou was already waiting there.
Mingyue, is this Mr. Su? Director Zhou was stunned at first when he saw Jiang Mingyue coming in with a handsome guy. However, as someone who had seen big scenes before, Director Zhou reacted quickly. Director Zhou knew from listening to Suju's singing that he was a young man. What Director Zhou didn't expect was that Mr. Su would be so handsome. Even compared with those so-called traffic stars who rely on their looks to make a living, Mr. Su's appearance is still top-notch. Not to mention, Mr. Su was a man with superb skills. Director Zhou couldn't understand why Mr. Su, with his good looks, was unwilling to show his true face on the screen. If Mr. Su was willing to be honest with the audience, Director Zhou can guarantee that the ratings of his talent show will increase by several percentage points. Director Zhou, this is Suju, Mr. Su. Mr. Su, this is our Director Zhou. In front of Director Zhou, Jiang Mingyue did not act as if she was very familiar with Suju. Hello, Mr. Su. My name is Zhou Haitian. Thank you so much for helping us. With Jiang Mingyue's introduction, Director Zhou quickly stretched out his hand and shook hands with Suju enthusiastically. Hello. He replied politely, and seeing that Director Zhou had no intention of letting go, Suju withdrew his hand. Two grown men, just shaking hands. Wouldn't it be weird if we kept holding each other? I'm sorry, Mr. Su, I'm so excited, so excited. Director Zhou felt a little embarrassed as he looked at his empty hands still stretched out there. Director Zhou, Mr. Su has something else to do later, why don't we just go and sign the contract? It was rare for Jiang Mingyue to see Director Zhou lose his composure, so she spoke up in time to ease the embarrassment. Oh, yes, Mr. Su, then shall we go in and sign the contract? Zhou Haitian found that he was really out of control today. He quickly calmed himself, made a gesture to Suju to invite him in, and Zhou Haitian led Suju towards his office. Mr. Su, please take a look. This is the contract I asked my assistant to draw up. If there is anything you are not satisfied with, we can make some changes. Taking out the contract that he had prepared in the morning, Zhou Haitian looked at Suju nervously. Chapter 99, A Moment of Thought. Since it is a contract to be signed, Suju must of course read it carefully. After all, it is one thing that Jiang Mingyue and Hanyu are good friends, but the contract was prepared by Director Zhou. The old saying that you should not have the intention to harm others, but you must always be on guard against others is not without reason. Suju looked at it carefully. There were no special terms, it just made it clear that Suju must sing a song on the talent show. Even the specific songs to be sung were specified in the contract, leaving it up to Suju to decide.
Suju also specifically mentioned that he would not sing with his real face, and this was also specially noted in the contract.
Suju was very satisfied with this. This 200,000?
After reading to the end, Suju didn't expect that the contract actually stated that he would receive a service fee of 200,000 yuan for singing.
Suju had always just wanted to help Jiang Mingyue and had not thought about asking for any reward. Is Mr. Su dissatisfied with the 200,000? If Mr. Su is not satisfied, I will apply to the company again. I wonder what Mr. Su's psychological price is.
Seeing that Suju was stuck at 200,000, Zhou Haitian subconsciously thought that Suju thought it was too little. Hearing the conversation between Suju and Director Zhou, Jiang Mingyue curiously leaned over and took a look at the contract in Suju's hand. Because Director Zhou asked his secretary to prepare the contract, Jiang Mingyue really didn't know about this situation. Jiang Mingyue was so excited about Suju's promise that she forgot about the reward.
According to Director Zhou, the remuneration can be increased? Jiang Mingyue looked directly at Suju.
The money for her goddaughter's milk powder depended on Suju's thoughts. Of course, 200,000 is already a very high price. After all, Suju is not a star, and earning 200,000 yuan for singing a song is really an easy way to make quick money. Suju looked at the way Director Zhou was staring at him and knew that Director Zhou had misunderstood what he meant. Curling the corner of his mouth, Suju said that he just hadn't thought about getting paid.
No, this is fine. Suju didn't come here for the money. 200,000 or 300,000, to Suju, it's just a number. Mr. Su, is this contract enough?
Zhou Haitian, who originally thought that Suju would raise the price, did not expect Suju to be so straightforward and became excited again.
This talented person is just different. Their realm is different from that of ordinary people.
In his heart, Zhou Haitian praised Suju again.
Okay, just sign it, right? After reading the contract and finding no problems, Suju didn't want to waste any more time. Sure, Mr. Su, just write your bank account number on it later.
Once the contract is signed, I will ask the finance department to transfer the 30% deposit to Mr. Su first. As for the remaining 70% of the payment, I will have the finance department transfer it to you immediately after Mr. Su finishes singing. Although I know that Mr. Su doesn't care much about money, this can be seen from the fact that Suju did not raise the price at all. But Zhou Haitian felt that he should still make things clear to Mr. Su.
This is also a manifestation of your sincerity, isn't it? Good. Suju doesn't care whether he gets paid or not, let alone when to pay him. Of course, Suju wouldn't care even more.
After signing his name, at Zhou Haitian's reminder, Suju also wrote his bank card number on the contract.
Is that all right? Okay.
The contract was made in duplicate. Suju and Zhou Haitian signed their names on both copies, and then each kept one copy.
Holding his contract, Zhou Haitian finally felt at ease.
This written in black and white makes me feel much more reassured than Mr. Su's verbal promise.
Mr. Su, I wonder what song you are going to sing then? Can you reveal it in advance so that I can let the orchestra prepare? The contract did not specify what song Suju would sing. Because it required music and dancing, as well as appropriate lighting and other stage effects, Zhou Haitian couldn't help but ask. I don't care. Director Zhou, what song do you think is suitable for your show? Suju possesses top-notch singing skills. For him, singing any song is as easy as ordering a dish. Anything?
When Jiang Mingyue and Zhou Haitian said that Mr. Su was not picky about songs, Director Zhou didn't believe it. Director Zhou believes that he has met many singers and there is no such thing as a singer who can master all styles. Just like King Zhang, he is more suitable for singing love songs. As for King Li, he is better at rock music. There is also the great singer Zhou, who is good at rap, commonly known as singing and dancing. In a word, Zhou Haitian has never seen a singer with all-round talents. Looking at Suju's confident look, Zhou Haitian intuitively felt that he had struck gold.
Certainly. Suju looked calm, as if answering Director Zhou's question was as simple as talking about the weather. Then can Mr. Su sing a song called White Moonlight? Director Zhou still felt a little bothered by the fact that King Zhang broke his promise. In Director Zhou's opinion, if Mr. Su sang King Zhang's original work and sang it better than King Zhang, wouldn't that be a slap in the face to King Zhang? Thinking of this, Zhou Haitian couldn't help but smile. Let those stars only care about money.
Zhou Haitian also inquired later and found out that the so-called King Zhang had no schedule, but someone offered a higher price and invited King Zhang to participate in another variety show. Zhou Haitian feels that those stars who only care about money should be taught a lesson.
Can
Suju was also very familiar with the song White Moonlight. He didn't even need to memorize the lyrics because they were all in his mind.
Do you have time, Mr. Su? How about we go to the recording studio and try it out?
This way, Mr. Su won't have to come to the company again before the show starts. Joe Haitian had not originally thought of letting Suju record today. After all, the main purpose of today is to sign the contract. But things went too smoothly, and Joe Haitian couldn't help but want to hear Suju sing White Moonlight right away.
I need to audition before I can officially sing? Suju had never been involved in this field, so he really didn't know. Suju asked this question to Jiang Mingyue. In the new entertainment company, the only person Suju truly trusts is Jiang Mingyue. Nodding, Jiang Mingyue confirmed Joe Haitian's statement.
Jiang Mingyue didn't expect Director Joe to be so anxious, as if he wanted to get everything done today.
Didn't we always sign a contract and then arrange another time for auditions? Why does Director Joe want to do everything at once today? Although she was puzzled, she knew that the audition was necessary, so Jiang Mingyue did not deny it. Chapter 100, Quick Decision.
Since Jiang Mingyue said so, Suju didn't want to run again.
The three of them went straight to the recording studio. Director Joe. Director Joe. Director Joe.
It can be seen that Joe Haitian still has a very high status in Xinchuan entertainment. Along the way, including entering the recording studio, everyone who saw Joe Haitian took the initiative to greet Director Joe. Joe Haitian was used to this kind of treatment and didn't even nod his head, as if this was the most normal situation.
Mr. Su, this is our recording studio. Please come in.
Joe Haitian was quite arrogant towards other staff members, but when he turned to Suju, he became very polite. The staff, who were already used to Joe Haitian's usual style of doing things, were almost shocked when they saw such a huge contrast in Director Joe's behavior.
Everyone looked at Suju carefully. He was very handsome.
But he's not a star.
As people who work in an entertainment company, even if the stars are just a little famous, these staff should be able to recognize them, if not all of them. The staff looked at each other, and everyone got a message from each other's eyes: this handsome guy has never been seen before. Suju didn't care about everyone's eyes on him.
Since the audition will have to be done sooner or later, Suju certainly wants to finish it quickly. Walking into the recording studio, Suju found that it was similar to what he had seen on TV before. The so-called recording studio is a single large room.
Of course, this large room has another layer of separation inside, which is made of glass.
There were several staff members standing in the recording studio. Before Suju and Joe Haitian arrived, these staff members were busy with their own work.
All of you, put aside whatever work you have on hand for now.
Hurry up and prepare the background music for the song White Moonlight.
Mr. Su's time is precious, don't waste it.
At Director Joe's command, the staff naturally got busy.
Mr. Su, please come in.
The sound check was done in the inner room, and outside was where the staff stayed.
Director Joe, it's okay.
Seeing Director Joe being so respectful to Mr. Su, the other staff members certainly dared not to neglect him. Adjusting the background music is not a big deal for the staff in the recording studio, so everyone is naturally racing against time to show off their work efficiency.
Mr. Su, is it okay? Nodding at Joe Haitian, Suju had answered Director Joe's question.
After getting Suju's reply, Joe Haitian quickly made an okay gesture to the staff. As the background music sounded, Suju began to sing along with the rhythm.
Somewhere in by Yue Guang's heart.
So bright yet so cold.
Everyone has a sadness. Trying to hide makes it more obvious.
The white moonlight shines on both ends of the sky. In my heart but not by my side. It wasn't until Suju finished singing the entire song White Moonlight that Joe Haitian and the staff in the recording studio were unable to react for a long time.
Suju took off his headphones.
He had no need to have any doubts about his singing skills.
Director Joe, Director Joe.
After all, Jiang Mingyue had heard Suju sing several times, so she was the first to react. After calling out a few times, Joe Haitian was successfully brought back to reality by Jiang Mingyue.
Mr. Su, you sing so well. It's no exaggeration to say that your singing is several levels higher than the original singer.
Joe Haitian was so excited that he didn't know what words to use to describe the song Suju had just sung.
You know, this song White Moonlight is considered to be Zhang Tianwang's masterpiece.
This sad love song not only pushed Zhang Tianwang's singing career to the peak, but also established Zhang Tianwang's unique love song style. But now that Suju sang so easily, Joe Haitian felt that the original singer should be replaced. The other staff members in the recording studio were now so shocked that they were speechless.
isn't this awesome?
You know, many so-called singers don't know how many times they have to repeat a song when recording in the recording studio.
Post-production editing is also required to present the best effects to the public.
But this Mr. Su was great, he did it in one go. The staff in the recording studio said that if everyone was like Mr. Su, they would be out of work.
Because there is no need for staff to work on it later, right? That's all right, right?
Since Joe Haitian said so, Suju knew that he could call it a day.
Yes, of course. Mr. Su, can we just decide on this song? Suju's singing of White Moonlight is so beautiful that Joe Haitian is reluctant to change it. Can.
For Suju, who didn't care what song he sang, of course there was no problem.
That's great, Mr. Su.
I'll let Mingyue contact you directly for follow-up matters. Although I don't know, Suju and Jiang Mingyue are very familiar friends. But Joe Haitian still understood that Suju was the one Jiang Mingyue first contacted. Joe Haitian naturally let Jiang Mingyue follow him to the end.
If the person being replaced midway did not suit Mr. Su's temper, Joe Haitian couldn't imagine what the consequences would be. Good. Okay, Mr. Su, I'll take you there. Joe Haitian also noticed that Suju was not averse to Jiang Mingyue. Feeling secretly happy, Joe Haitian asked Suju to be sent there personally. No, go ahead and do your work. Suju rejected Joe Haitian's kindness.
Wherever Joe Haitian goes, people come up to say hello, and Suju doesn't want to be the focus of everyone's attention.
That's fine too, Mingyue, please help me see Mr. Su off.
Since Mr. Su didn't want him to deliver it, Joe Haitian was a man with good eyesight. Calling Jiang Mingyue, who was standing aside, Joe Haitian handed this glorious task to Jiang Mingyue.
Okay, Mr. Su, this way please.
In front of outsiders, especially director Zhou, Jiang Mingyue acted very well. Acting as if she was not very familiar with Suju, Jiang Mingyue politely asked Suju to move away.
Director Zhou, where is this Mr. Su from? How did you get him to come out of seclusion?
Yes, Director Zhou, I have been in the company for so many years and have been in this industry for almost 10 years, but I have never seen someone with such great singing skills. The most important thing is that he is still so young, his future is really limitless.
Director Zhou, you asked Mr. Su to use King Zhang's masterpiece. Isn't this too much of an embarrassment to King Zhang? Director Zhou, where does this Mr. Su come from? His strength is too terrifying, isn't it? As soon as Suju and Jiang Mingyue walked out of the recording studio, the staff inside immediately surrounded Joe Haitian.
Just now, in front of the main person, it was difficult for everyone to say anything.
Now all the questions that everyone wants to ask are clarified.
Joe Haitian frowned slightly in response to everyone's questions.
Joe Haitian really wanted to say that he didn't know whether it was a good idea or not.
Mr. Su was the folkmaster found by Jiang Mingyue.
Chapter 101 Preconceived. Suju, thank you. Jiang Mingyue really wanted to thank Suju.
Jiang Mingyue knew that, in Suju's eyes, he was just singing a song. But for Jiang Mingyue, Director Zhou, and even the entire staff of the talent show, Suju's move saved everyone.
No, I should be the one saying thank you. Suju stopped and looked at Jiang Mingyue seriously.
Suju's thank you was, of course, meant to thank Jiang Mingyue for taking care of Hanyu and her lovely twin babies.
Suju, Hanyu didn't find the wrong person.
Jiang Mingyue also looked at Suju seriously and spoke out her true feelings. When Jiang Mingyue first found out that Hanyu was pregnant, she hated the person who planted the seed in Lan Hanyu's belly. Later, when she watched Hanyu carry the babies for 10 months, give birth to Dabao and Xiaobao, and raise them alone silently, Jiang Mingyue hated the baby's father even more. In Jiang Mingyue's opinion, a man who is unwilling to take responsibility is not a real man at all. Of course, Lan Hanyu also explained that she had not told the baby's father about this at all.
But in Jiang Mingyue's opinion, the baby's fathers are irresponsible.
Even if Lan Hanyu found Suju in the end, Suju was the first to take on the responsibility of being a father. Jiang Mingyue still felt a big lump in her heart. As she came into contact with Suju more and more times, Jiang Mingyue slowly discovered many shining points in Suju. It can be said that now in Jiang Mingyue's heart, she is completely relieved to leave her best friend, Hanyu, to Suju.
Of course Hanyu wouldn't find the wrong person. Suju was very confident about this. Can't you be a little more humble? Seeing Suju's smug look, Jiang Mingyue couldn't help but want to suppress Suju's arrogance. Excessive modesty equals pride. We are honest people. Does this kind of thing require humility? Suju said that it was not necessary at all. Hey, Aren't you the father of the twin babies? Why did you come to our company? Handsome guy, do you still remember me?
I'm Director Tang, the one who wanted your baby to star in a milk powder commercial that day.
Suju and Jiang Mingyue's conversation was interrupted by a slightly excited voice.
Turning around, Suju took a look at the person running towards him quickly. It was indeed the man who claimed to be Director Tang. It seems that he is not a liar, but a genuine director. But Suju doesn't care about these.
Director Tang, do you know each other?
They were all from Xinchuang Entertainment, so Jiang Mingyue certainly knew Director Tang. Xinchuang Entertainment has 3 chief directors, one is Zhou Haitian, Director Zhou, and the other is Director Tang in front of us, Tang Yixiao. There is also a chief director, a female director who is much stricter than Director Zhou and Director Tang. When Jiang Mingyue saw the female director, she would usually avoid her if possible. As for other directors, there are plenty of them in the company.
Mingyue, do you know this gentleman? Without answering Jiang Mingyue's question, Tang Yixiao looked at Jiang Mingyue with some excitement. Tang Yixiao is still deeply impressed by the twin babies.
Because of the preconceived comparison, when Tang Yixiao was looking for a young spokesperson later, he felt that something was not right. Later, Tang Yixiao went to the mall a few times, hoping to meet the baby's parents again. Unfortunately, Tang Yixiao found that his luck didn't seem to be very good, and he didn't even have a chance to meet her. However, Tang Yixiao now feels that God still favors him, as he actually met the father of the twins in the company. When Tang Yixiao saw Suju from afar, he didn't have time to think and ran over at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. The staff at Xinchuang Entertainment were shocked to see that Director Tang, who was afraid of falling if he walked a little faster, had such a hot-tempered side.
Director Tang, this is Mr. Su. Director Zhou invited him here.
Not knowing why Tang Yixiao was so excited when he saw Suju, Jiang Mingyue replied to Director Tang's question somewhat ambiguously.
Director Zhou invited you here? Is there something going on? No, why am I asking this question? What does Zhou Haitian's matter have to do with me? Tang Yixiao's mumbling confused Jiang Mingyue. What was wrong with Director Tang today? Suju had an expression of understanding.
However, Suju could only say sorry to Director Tang in his heart. What kind of spokesperson did he want his babies to be? How could Suju be willing to let his darlings do such hard work?
Mr. Su?
Yes, Mr. Su.
Hello, Mr. Su. Let me formally introduce myself. I am Tang Yixiao, the chief director of Xinchuang Entertainment Company. Mr. Su, we are actually quite predestined to meet each other in the company. Do you think that this is because God thinks that the baby should take on that endorsement advertisement? Tang Yixiao smoothed his hair, which was a little messy due to the 100-meter sprint.
Showing a smile that he thought was very artistic, Tang Yixiao began to get close to Suju.
There is no other way.
If you want your babies to be the spokespersons for your own milk powder advertisements, it is impossible to do so without the consent of their guardians.
Milk powder endorsement advertisement? Director Tang, do you want Debao and Xiaobao to be the spokespeople for the big brand milk powder advertisement you're working on recently?
They are all from the same company, so Jiang Mingyue naturally knows some situations. As far as Jiang Mingyue knew, the milk powder advertisement that Director Tang was working on was for a well-known domestic brand. The milk powder advertiser specifically asked Director Tang to shoot the film because they were attracted by his shooting style.
However, for some unknown reason, the filming of this advertisement has been delayed. Now Jiang Mingyue finally understood that it seemed that this advertisement was stuck with Debao and Xiaobao. Debao, Xiaobao? Mingyue, are you familiar with the babies? Then you should be very familiar with Mr. Su? Mingyue, can you help me persuade Mr. Su to let the babies take over my milk powder advertisement?
I have already told Mr. Su about the advertising fee, and I can give him 400,000 directly.
Don't be fooled by Tang Yixiao's greasy appearance, he actually thinks very quickly. As soon as Tang Yixiao heard how Jiang Mingyue addressed the two babies, he immediately grasped the key point.
Director Tang, I've only met the two babies in Mr. Su's family.
I'm not very familiar with them.
Knowing that she was almost exposed, Jiang Mingyue tried to make up for it.
Anyway, you and Mr. Su should be familiar with each other, right? Please help me persuade Mr. Su. When Jiang Mingyue and Suju were talking just now, Tang Yixiao was far away and couldn't hear clearly.
But Tang Yixiao was sure that the two must be old acquaintances.
Tang Yixiao stared at Jiang Mingyue closely with an expression that said, I know everything. Chapter 102, Playing the Lute to a Cow.
Director Tang, Mr. Su and I are not very familiar with each other.
Mr. Su was invited by our director Zhou.
I am just responsible for receiving him. Jiang Mingyue knew that the chief director Tang Yixiao did not look very strict at ordinary times.
But once he spots something, it would be quite a headache.
Now Jiang Mingyue doesn't even dare to say that she was the first one to know Su Ju.
We can only put the blame on Zhou Haitian first.
As for what to do next, we should just take it one step at a time.
Really? Your director Zhou is very familiar with Mr. Su? Tang Yixiao knew that Jiang Mingyue was Zhou Haitian's assistant, so what Jiang Mingyue said made sense.
If Zhou Haitian was familiar with Mr. Su, Tang Yixiao decided to swallow his pride and ask Zhou Haitian for help. Although this concerns his status in the company, Tang Yixiao decided to put aside his face for the sake of his two lovely babies.
Director Zhou and I are not familiar with each other. Receiving Jiang Mingyue's look for help, Su Ju spoke at the right time. Su Ju looked at the enthusiastic Tang Yixiao and found it a little funny.
With the real boss right in front of him, Tang Yixiao actually asked him about himself in person.
Isn't this a bit too thick-skinned? Not familiar? Then, Mr. Su, who in our company are you familiar with? Tang Yixiao felt like he was trapped and wanted to find someone who was familiar with Su Ju. I don't know anyone in your company.
In order to make Tang Yixiao give up, Su Ju blocked all of Tang Yixiao's thoughts. And Director Tang, I don't let my babies shoot commercials because they are too young and I don't want them to be too tired.
As for the advertising fees you mentioned, I really don't care.
As for Tang Yixiao, who was planning to take advantage of his two treasures, Su Ju felt that it would be better to make things clear all at once.
But the advertising fee is 400,000.
Somewhat unwillingly, Tang Yixiao thought that 400,000 should not be a small sum for a young man, right?
Su Ju nodded, indicating that he understood. But Su Ju's indifferent look made Tang Yixiao understand that he really didn't care about the money. Miss Jiang, I know the way, you go ahead and do your work.
Not wanting to continue talking about the babies filming the commercial, Su Ju said to Jiang Mingyue.
Mr. Su, Director Zhou asked me to see you off. Please come this way. Jiang Mingyue also didn't want to stay here and be held hostage by Tang Yixiao to continue chatting.
After completing the task assigned by her immediate superior, Jiang Mingyue slipped away from under Tang Yixiao's nose with a clear conscience.
Su Ju, you are not being righteous. Why do you let me face that annoying Director Tang alone?
As she walked, Jiang Mingyue asked with gritted teeth in a voice that only she and Su Ju could hear.
How am I not being righteous? Didn't I just tell you to go about your business? Didn't I just ask you to go back to your office?
Su Ju's voice was not loud, but the confusion in his tone was real.
That's Director Tang. Do you know Director Tang? He is the most difficult director in our company. If he sets his eyes on someone, he can spend a whole day to bother you, not just an hour. If it was as simple as Su Ju said, would Jiang Mingyue still need to escape? I don't know. I don't know him. Su Ju's simple answer made Jiang Mingyue swallow all her complaints. Yes. Su Ju doesn't know Tang Yixiao, so how could he possibly know Tang Yixiao's character?
Jiang Mingyue felt like she was playing the lute to a cow.
Forget it, I can't explain it to you clearly, Mr. Su, I'll take you out. Jiang Mingyue felt angry but couldn't let it out.
She now planned to make herself and Su Ju really unfamiliar with each other.
Good. Su Ju had no intention of understanding Jiang Mingyue's inexplicable temper.
Although Jiang Mingyue and Hanyu were good friends, Su Ju was only responsible for soothing Hanyu's temper.
As for Jiang Mingyue, just digest it yourself. Jiang Mingyue did follow Director Zhou's instructions and sent Su Ju all the way to the parking lot. Su Ju, tell Hanyu that I will go to your house to find her after get off work. By the way, you'll be home tonight, right?
I might have to talk to you about costumes, masks, and stuff like that.
Since Director Zhou had handed over all the follow-up matters to her, Jiang Mingyue knew that she would have to hand over these small matters to Su Ju. Good.
After agreeing to Jiang Mingyue's words, Su Ju started the car, stepped on the accelerator, and drove out of the parking lot.
I hope that Director Tang won't wait for me there.
Jiang Mingyue watched Su Ju leave in a cool manner, but she might have to go back and face Tang Yixiao. Jiang Mingyue felt that she was really overwhelmed. If you want to blame someone, blame Su Ju for having such great genes. That's why De Bao and Xiao Bao are so popular and everyone loves them. Jiang Mingyue couldn't push the blame onto her good friend, so she could only let Su Ju take the blame.
Come to think of it, Su Ju was not really to blame. The two babies did inherit Su Ju's good genes, right?
While muttering to herself, Jiang Mingyue walked back to the company with heavy steps. At the place where Tang Yishio had blocked someone just now, Jiang Mingyue found that there was no one there.
Could it be that Director Tang believed that Su Ju and I were not familiar with each other and had already left?
Jiang Mingyue's heart, which had been hanging in the air, finally settled down. I will be able to see De Bao and Xiao Bao in the evening. Both of them will call me godmother.
As their godmother, should I buy them some good things to reward them?
Feeling relaxed, Jiang Mingyue started to feel happy again when she thought of her little darlings.
Director Zhou,
Mr. Su has left. As soon as Jiang Mingyue reached the office door and stepped into the office, she began to report on her work. Jiang Mingyue felt that she had solved all the problems that had troubled Director Zhou for so long.
Now, Director Zhou would no longer keep an eye on her, right?
Maybe I can skip work early in the afternoon and go to Hanyo's house to play with De Bao and Xiao Bao.
Mingyue, you're back just in time.
Director Tang insisted on grabbing me and asked me to persuade Mr. Su to let his two babies take over his milk powder advertisement. You said that I just met Mr. Su for the first time today, and I didn't even know that he had twin babies.
How can I persuade him?
Mingyue, please help me and Director Tang explain Mr. Su's matter.
Faced with the difficult Tang Yishio, Zhou Haitian just felt a headache. Who told Tang Yishio that he was familiar with Mr. Su?
Zhou Haitian said that he would like to get to know Mr. Su.
The problem is, I don't have that much luck.
When Zhou Haitian saw Jiang Mingyue enter the office, he felt like he had grabbed a life-saving straw.
Mingyue, you were the one who asked Mr. Su to come here, so you should explain things to Director Tang.
Zhou Haitian grabbed Jiang Mingyue, who was about to run away after hearing the name Director Tang. He didn't want to face the annoying guy Tang Yishio alone.
Chapter 103 Loopholes. Mr. Su was brought here by Mingyue? Didn't Mingyue say that Mr. Su was your Director Zhou's guest?
After hearing Zhou Haitian's words, Tang Yishio immediately found the loophole.
Yes, Mr. Su is Director Zhou's guest.
Director Zhou invited him to sign the contract.
Seeing Tang Yishio's I knew it expression, Jiang Mingyue quickly explained. Yes, Mr. Su, I invited you to sign the contract. Is there any problem?
Zhou Haitian, who hadn't yet fully entered the state, took over the joke foolishly.
Sign a contract? Sign what contract? For Tang Yishio, the words sign a contract are now very sensitive.
Because Tang Yishio also wants to sign a contract with the two little babies in Mr. Su's family.
Director Tang, you've crossed the line.
Seeing Tang Yishio asking about his affairs, Zhou Haitian's face became serious.
The company has a rule that other groups are not allowed to inquire about what each director is responsible for.
What's more, Zhou Haitian is the chief director.
How could he let others inquire about the things he is responsible for?
Yes, Director Tang, I really can't tell you about the contract between Mr. Su and our Director Zhou.
This is a company rule. Director Tang, I think you should stop staring at us.
It would be bad if others misunderstood us. Having found a very good excuse, Jiang Mingyue quickly shouted to get the guy out. Yes, Director Tang, if you want Mr. Su's baby to star in a milk powder commercial, you should contact Mr. Su yourself. As for our cooperation with Mr. Su, don't ask anymore. After being reminded by Jiang Mingyue, Zhou Haitian also issued an expulsion order.
Okay, you guys are awesome. I don't believe I can't stop Mr. Su.
Now that he knows that Mr. Su and Director Zhou are working together, Tang Yishio expresses great hope for the chance to meet Mr. Su again.
Tang Yishio smoothed his bangs, took one more look at Jiang Mingyue, then turned and left. Looking at Director Tang's eyes before he left, Jiang Mingyue always felt a little uneasy. If you want to blame someone, blame Su Ju for having too many talents and being too handsome. There was no other way, Su Ju had to take the scapegoat again. Of course, Su Ju, who was already driving his big BMW home, could not hear any of this. De Bao, Xiao Bao, Daddy is back.
As soon as he opened the door, Su Ju called his two little babies.
Daddy. Papa.
The two little babies really don't like to use their feet much recently.
Hearing their father's voice, De Bao and Xiao Bao happily crawled towards the door. Daddy, hold me.
After all, the front door is the place to change shoes, and Su Ju didn't want his little darlings to get dirty, so he immediately picked up a baby in one hand.
Daddy. Papa.
It was as if they were complaining that their daddy was not at home all morning.
The two little darlings did not even take the initiative to give them a kiss. De Bao, Xiao Bao, why don't you give Daddy some perfume? Holding the soft baby, Su Ju always felt that the babies were less enthusiastic. Daddy, car, car. Car, car, bang, bang.
Recently, Dabeo and Xiaobao's language output ability has improved significantly, and they can now express the meaning of many words clearly.
Dabeo and Xiaobao want to take a ride? Suju finally understood.
It turned out that the little darlings felt unhappy because their father left them at home and went out to play by himself.
Daddy, baby, car.
Hearing that his father understood what he meant, Dabeo happily extended the sentence.
Pa, baby. Xiaobao's language expression ability is indeed slightly weaker than his sister's.
But Xiaobao was unwilling to be left behind, and quickly followed suit and said something. Xiaobao's meaning was very clear: Daddy can't take sister out alone anymore. Dabeo, Xiaobao, Daddy is going out for something. When Daddy has time, he can take Mom and our big and small treasures to ride in the car together, okay?
Since the babies have requests, Suju will naturally try his best to satisfy them.
Big treasure, little treasure, Mommy has told you that Daddy is going to work for Godmother's company.
We babies have to behave well, right?
Lan Hanyu, who was packing the baby's clothes in the room, came out when she heard Suju's voice.
What the hell? What the hell?
When they heard their mother mention their godmother, Dabeo and Xiaobao looked behind their father. Turning around, the babies looked at their mother at the same time and said, "There is no godmother." Godmother said she would come to visit Dabeo and Xiaobao after get off work. Seeing the slightly disappointed faces of Dabeo and Xiaobao, Suju told them what Jiang Mingyue had said.
Did Mingyue say she would come over after get off work?
Jiang Mingyue was in no mood to contact Hanyu because of Tang Yixiao's matter.
Lan Hanyu naturally didn't know that Mingyue would come to her house today.
Yes, she said she would come home after get off work. Suju said to Hanyu as he carried the babies towards the living room.
Then I'll order a few more dishes on Tongcheng.
Knowing that Mingyue was coming, Lan Hanyu was sure to prepare some dishes that his good friend liked.
Okay, Mom is busy, Dad will play with our Dabeo and Xiaobao, okay? Daddy, it's slippery. Pa.
Dad wanted to play with them, so Dabeo and Xiaobao immediately pointed to the slide.
Okay, Dad will play on the slide with our Dabeo and Xiaobao.
Suju, who always responds to the baby's requests, put Dabeo and Xiaobao on the slide one by one.
Are you ready? 1, 2, 3, go. Our Dabeo and Xiaobao are both champions.
Dabeo and Xiaobao never get tired of playing on the slide with their dad. The father, his two daughters and their two daughters were having a blast playing on the slide until Lan Hanyu called them to eat, and then they stopped playing.
Dabeo, Xiaobao, why don't you eat anymore?
Seeing that Dabeo and Xiaobao didn't even eat half of the usual amount, Suju asked with some confusion.
Did the babies have some snacks this morning? Are they not hungry anymore?
Suju was not at home in the morning, so he definitely was not aware of these situations.
No, Dabeo and Xiaobao didn't have any snacks in the morning.
Besides, Dabeo and Xiaobao eat very little for breakfast. Shaking his head, Lan Hanyu also looked puzzled. I originally thought that Dabeo and Xiaobao were not feeling well, so they ate so little.
Lan Hanyu even measured the babies' temperatures and rubbed their bellies out of concern. However, the babies are in good health. Lan Hanyu originally thought that Dabeo and Xiaobao would be back to normal by lunchtime.
It seems that the babies still have no appetite.
I checked too.
Dabeo and Xiaobao have no temperature and no food accumulation.
Not wanting Suju to worry, Lan Hanyu added. Chapter 104, Emergency.
After lunch, I'll make some appetizers for Dabeo and Xiaobao to try.
As long as the babies are healthy, Suju will be relieved.
Good. Lan Hanyu knew Suju's cooking skills, so she agreed without any doubt. Aunt Wang, who was having dinner with them, was a little surprised when she heard the conversation between Suju and Lan Hanyu.
Mr. Su can also make snacks?
Mrs. Su looked relieved. Aunt Wang thinks it's amazing that boys nowadays can do these things. After lunch, Lan Hanyu thought that since there was not much sunshine outside, the weather was still very suitable for taking the babies out for a walk. Besides, it is possible that if the babies go out and move around, their appetite may improve.
Suju expressed his support for Hanyu's idea.
There were already some wet wipes and tissues in the stroller, so Lan Hanyu didn't need to prepare anything else and could just take the babies out. Considering that they had two babies to bring with them, Suju asked Aunt Wang to go down with him. Anyway, the dishwasher in the kitchen has been installed, so Suju asked Aunt Wang to clean it up after she comes up.
Daddy. Pa.
As soon as the two little babies were put into the stroller by their father, they immediately cried with joy. Seeing the babies looking so energetic, Suju no longer felt worried.
The babies probably just have no appetite. For Suju, who possesses top-level royal chef skills, this problem is not a problem at all.
Big treasure, little treasure, mommy and grandma Wang are taking you out to play.
Daddy will make delicious food for you at home, okay?
Dabeo and Xiaoba thought that their father was going to take them out, and they kept calling him dad happily. Hearing what their father said, the two little babies immediately turned their heads smartly.
Ma! Ma!
Daddy has already said that today is mommy's day to take the babies out, so naturally the babies have to try their best to please mommy.
Two little sycophants. Why didn't you call mom just now?
As for what their mother said, Dabeo and Xiaobao just had to give her a sweet smile. Lan Hanyu originally wanted to pretend to be angry, but when she saw the cute looks of the babies, she couldn't help but laugh.
Ma! Ma!
Seeing their mother smile, Dabeo and Xiaobao knew it was time to go out. Waving their little arms, the babies also moved their bodies quickly in the strollers.
Dabeo, Xiaobao, sit down. Mommy and Grandma Wang are going to take you out to play.
It is definitely not safe for babies to move around in strollers all the time. Even if Suju bought a good baby stroller, Lan Hanyu felt that he should still pay attention to the safety issue. After hearing what their mother said, Dabeo and Xiaobao immediately sat down obediently. As long as they can go out and play, it is not difficult for babies to sit still.
Suju, Aunt Wang and I are taking the babies out.
Lan Hanyu said something to Suju, and Aunt Wang walked ahead and opened the door.
Okay, I'll go down to find you guys later.
Suju agreed and went into the kitchen to take care of the two little babies. After looking at the ingredients in the kitchen, Suju decided to make an appetizing medicinal paste dessert.
This medicinal mud dessert is definitely not medicine for taking medicine.
The main ingredient of medicinal paste dessert is yam.
Yam has a good appetite-stimulating effect.
Now Dabeo and Xiaobao have no appetite, so yam is just the right thing for them.
Yam is the main ingredient, and Suju also took out other ingredients that would be needed.
Just prepare milk, blueberry jam, honey, and an appropriate amount of water. Now that all the ingredients are prepared, Suju, a master with top-level royal cooking skills, can start.
Wash the yam with skin, cut into sections and steam in a pot. This takes about 15 to 20 minutes.
Thinking that his babies were only a little over 10 months old, Suju decided to steam them for 20 minutes to soften them so that the babies could eat them right away.
Steaming yam is simple and anyone who can use a pot can do it. Next is when the true craftsmanship begins. Suju mashed the steamed yam into paste and added a little salt symbolically. Suju was originally planning to add milk to the yam puree, and the yam he steamed was relatively dry. After adding baby milk to dilute it, Suju put small pieces of the yam puree into a piping bag and made small animals in various shapes. Finally, Suju added an appropriate amount of water and honey to the blueberry jam, stirred it thoroughly and blended it evenly, and poured it on the yam puree in the shapes of lifelike little animals. It's done. Suju was quite satisfied with his craftsmanship.
Making yam paste is not difficult, the difficulty lies in kneading these little animals. Looking at such cute little animals, Suju knew that Dabeo and Xiaobao would definitely like them very much. I hope these will whet Dabeo and Xiaobao's appetite. Baby's liking for these little animals is just the beginning. Suju's real purpose is to regulate the baby's appetite. After putting the animal-shaped yam puree into a storage box, Suju prepared to go out and bring snacks to the babies. Little baby, learn to draw. With a big crayon in your hand, draw a duckling, quack, draw a pony, write it home. Before he took the keys out of his bag, Suju's cell phone rang. I picked up the phone and it was a call from my roommate Ma Xiaoyu. After pressing the answer button, Suju didn't have time to say anything before Ma Xiaoyu's voice came from the other end of the phone.
Brother Ju, do you have time? Help me. What's going on?
Brother Ju, I just can't figure out the last question of the homework Fahai assigned me last time.
Wu Yoli and the others are the same. It's like reading a book from heaven when they face that question. Brother Ju, Fahai's class is in the afternoon, can you send us your answers?
The call was from Ma Xiaoyu. However, Wu Yoli and Xue Jiawei were also standing next to Ma Xiaoyu, staring closely at the phone in Ma Xiaoyu's hand.
The three of them all missed the days when Suju lived in the dormitory.
At that time, if the three of them encountered any difficulties in their studies, they would definitely ask Suju for help first. Because Suju is not only the school idol, but also a top student.
Are you sure you can just copy the answers?
If one could get away with the homework assigned by Fahai by coming up with an answer, then the two words Fahai could be written upside down.
Brother Ju, aren't we sure whether you are busy now? If you have time, it would be best if you could explain it to the three of us. Suju could feel Ma Xiaoyu's embarrassed smile through the phone.
Thinking that he had already prepared snacks for the babies, Suju was not too busy now.
Go to QQ and I'll tell you my idea right away.
In order to prevent his roommates from being caught by Fahai, Suju would definitely help them to the end.
Okay, thank you, Brother Ju.
There was a burst of cheers, and Suju hung up the phone with a smile.
Chapter 105 Personally Accepting the Results. If his roommate is in trouble, Suju will definitely help. But the snacks for my babies cannot be delayed either. Fortunately, we now have Aunt Wang, so we have a helper.
Suju called Hanyu and briefly explained the situation.
He asked Hanyu to ask Aunt Wang to come up and give snacks to the babies first. Ding dong. Suju had just opened his laptop and logged into his QQ when the doorbell rang.
Knowing that it was Aunt Wang, Suju directly took the prepared food storage box and went to open the door.
Mr. Su, Mrs. Su asked me to come up and get snacks for Debao and Xiaobao.
Aunt Wang does and T have the key to the front door.
For Suju and Lan Hanyu, no matter how satisfied they are with Aunt Wang, they still have to stick to their bottom line.
Home is the biggest harbor for Lan Hanyu and the babies, so Suju must attach great importance to safety issues.
Auntie Wang, give it to the babies first.
I'll go down after I'm done. This was the first time that Suju made medicinal paste snacks for the babies, so Suju had to personally inspect the results. If Debao and Xiaobao like it, Suju, as a father, will naturally make good use of his top-notch royal chef skills in the future.
Okay, Mr. Su, I'll go down first.
Aunt Wang took the food storage box that Suju 80 gave her and gave it to the babies to eat. Suju walked back to the study, turned on the video, and began to teach his roommates marketing online.
Any questions?
After explaining his ideas for solving the problem in detail, Suju taught his roommates the knowledge points he had summarized without any reservation.
No problem, Brother Ju, you are still the best. After you explained the problem, I felt like I had suddenly realized something. Yeah, Brother Ju, I think you explain it much better than Fahai. Fahai's lectures are too abstract. I can't understand a lot of them. Brother Ju, now I don't have to worry about Fahai asking questions this afternoon.
The problem was solved, and the atmosphere in the dormitory suddenly became relaxed again. Ma Xiaoyu and the other two now have such an endless admiration for Suju that it feels like they can't stop talking about it. In the minds of the three, their brother Ju is many times more powerful than the famous Professor Jiang of Z University.
You couldn't understand Fahai's lectures because you didn't prepare for the class. Now, in order to solve this problem, you must have read a lot of books, right? That's why it's so easy for you to understand now.
Suju pointed out the crux of the problem directly. Ma Xiaoyu and others in the video scratched their heads in embarrassment. What Brother Ju said really makes sense. Wu Yoli muttered softly and vowed to himself that he would do his homework well in the future.
Okay, I won't chat with you anymore.
I still have to go see my Debao and Xiaobao. I don't know whether the little ones like the snacks I prepare for them. Seeing that his roommate's problems had been solved, Suju was a little anxious to go down and check the results.
Debao and Xiaobao? Brother Ju, wait a minute.
When they heard Suju say that he wanted to go see the babies, Ma Xiaoyu and Xue Jiaowei shouted anxiously.
Anything else? Suju stopped closing the video and asked with some confusion. Didn't the three of them just say that they understood everything? Brother Ju, can you let us see Debao and Xiaobao? Just a quick video call. We haven't seen Debao for several days. We miss him so much. And Xiaobao, the three of us haven't met him yet.
When Ma Xiaoyu saw that Suju did not close the video, he immediately expressed his thoughts.
But Debao and Xiaobao are not at home now. I am going outside to see them. Suju is not a stingy person. Besides, Suju would definitely be happy if others liked his baby. It's a pity that Debao and Xiaobao are really not at home now.
Brother Ju, you will meet Debao and Xiaobao later, show them to us through WeChat video. The three boys who have never been in a relationship are very fond of the two little darlings.
Although they looked a little pitiful, Suju really discovered that the charm of his two babies was extraordinary.
Okay, I'll show you the baby via WeChat video later.
After hearing that Suju agreed, the three funny roommates hurriedly urged Suju to turn off the phone and go offline. I'm really impressed by them. I wonder what kind of crazy dads they will become when they have babies in the future. Suju said helplessly while turning off the computer. There is a playground specially prepared for babies in Xinyue Blue Bay community.
Lan Hanyu is taking Debao and Xiaobao to play there.
Because the weather was good, there were a few babies playing in the playground.
The eldest and youngest were more keen on playing on the slide, and since the twins already had their own companions, they did not get to play with the other babies. Aunt Wang took the medicinal paste snacks that Su Ju had made for the babies and placed them in front of the babies. Big treasure, little treasure, look what delicious food Daddy has made for us babies. Aunt Wang opened the food storage box, and Lan Hanyu greeted Debao and Xiaobao. Hearing what their mother said, Debao and Xiaobao curiously stretched their heads over. Pig.
Meow.
The babies, who were not very interested at first, suddenly became interested when they saw the vivid and lifelike animals in the food storage boxes.
Debao, this is a pig? Debao, come and eat the pig, okay? Lan Hanyu also discovered that Debao and Xiaobao can speak more and more now. Some words don't need to be taught by adults, babies can say them by themselves.
Aunt Wang took out the cartoon-shaped piglets and wiped the baby's hands with wet wipes.
Pig. Debao was obviously very interested in the little pig.
He took the snack handed to him by his mother and put it into his little mouth.
Mom, meow, meow.
Seeing that his mother gave good things to his sister, Xiaobao refused to do it. While pulling at his mother's clothes, he pointed at the kitten he liked with his little hand.
Our little treasure likes cats. Mommy will give it to him.
Lan Hanyu just put the cat snacks in front of Xiaobao, and the little guy didn't even have time to take it with his hands and put it directly into his mouth.
Ma.
Debao quickly finished the pig snack in his hand and pointed at the pony in the insulated box.
The little guy was addicted to it. Ma. Xiaobao was not to be outdone and pointed at the little pig that his sister liked just now.
Twins often have the same preferences. It was because of this consideration that when Su Ju made snacks, he made double portions of each animal shape. The purpose, of course, is to worry that the big treasure and the little treasure will divide the spoils unevenly and the two little darlings will quarrel.
Mom, please give it to our Debao and Xiaobao.
Seeing the baby's good appetite, Lan Hanyu was naturally happy. This dessert made by Mr. Su is really beautiful.
Aunt Wang, who was standing by, also smiled happily when she saw the babies. Chapter 106: Encountering a Strange Person. Su Ju made a total of 12 medicinal paste snacks, 6 for each baby. Debao and Xiaobao were very grateful for their father's loving snacks. After a while, only a little rabbit and a little rooster were left in the incubator. Ma. Xiaobao can't say the word chicken yet. Pointing at the little rooster, Xiaobao said that this is what he wants. Xiaobao wants to eat a little cock? Ma.
Xiaobao gave his mother a big smile, revealing his little foodie nature. Here, our little cock of Xiaobao. Lan Hanyu is now eager for the babies to eat more, so naturally she won't tease Xiaobao too much.
Ma.
After Debao finished the dessert in his hand, he gave his mother a sweet smile.
My younger sister already has a little rooster. Debao said that there is another delicious one, which must be the baby's. Where did you buy this snack? My granddaughter wants to eat it too.
Before Lan Hanyu handed the little rabbit to Debao, a sudden voice came from the side.
Lan Hanyu and Aunt Wang looked at the owner of the voice at the same time.
It was a middle-aged woman holding a little girl of 3 or 4 years old. It can be seen that people should have been paying attention to Lan Hanyu for some time. Because Lan Hanyu was focused on Debao and Xiaobao, she didn't pay too much attention to the people around her.
This was made by the baby's father, not bought. Lan Hanyu answered kindly. The baby's father made it? Is your husband a chef?
Since your husband made it himself, give this little rabbit to my granddaughter.
My granddaughter is a very picky eater.
No matter how expensive the snacks you buy are, she rarely likes them.
Your husband is quite capable. My granddaughter actually likes the snacks he made. Originally, Lan Hanyu thought that this was just an ordinary conversation.
Hearing the aunt's increasingly outrageous words, Lan Hanyu said that he had encountered a weirdo.
Seeing the aunt's self-righteous look, Lan Hanyu didn't want to pay any attention to her. What does it mean that Su Ju has some skills? Don't say that Su Ju is not a chef at all.
Even if Su Ju is really a chef, he makes a living by his own skills.
Does he need this old lady to look down on him?
Besides, your granddaughter is precious, and that is your family's business.
Why should you ignore other people's feelings and give priority to your family just because your granddaughter wants to eat?
Normally, when Debao and Xiaobao are eating snacks and there are other children around, Lan Hanyu will let the children share. However, today's snack was specially made by Su Ju for the babies because Debao and Xiaobao had no appetite. Now that Dabeo and Xiaobao like it, Lan Hanyu must take care of her own baby first.
Another thing is that Lan Hanyu really didn't want to pay any attention to the aunt's domineering look.
Lan Hanyu will not tolerate people who don't know how to write the word politeness.
Ma. Ma. Dabeo must have understood what the aunt said.
When he heard that someone wanted to snatch his little rabbit, Dabeo became anxious. While calling for mommy, Dabeo raised his little hands.
He didn't want his snack to be snatched away by others. Dabeo wants to eat the little rabbit? Can mom give it to you? Lan Hanyu didn't even glance at the aunt standing next to her.
She took out the last snack from the lunchbox and handed it to Dabeo's little hand.
Ma. Bunny.
Dabeo, who got the little rabbit, shook his head with joy.
Grandma, I want that little rabbit.
The little girl held in the aunt's arms is 3 or 4 years old after all, and can basically express her complete thoughts through speech. Seeing the little rabbit in Dabeo's hand, the little girl started to make a fuss in her grandmother's arms.
Good boy, Grandma will give it to you.
The aunt hurriedly coaxed her granddaughter, and turned to Lan Hanyu, actually using a commanding tone.
I've already told you, my granddaughter likes this little rabbit, please give it to my granddaughter. I just checked, and your baby has already eaten several snacks.
Looking at your baby, he should be less than 1 year old, and his stomach should be almost full.
Give this last little rabbit to my granddaughter. After listening to the aunt's words, Lan Hanyu finally understood that this person was really an unreasonable person. Asking others for something and acting so confidently?
Lan Hanyu said that he didn't owe her anything. I ignored the old lady.
For some people, it's really a waste to even say one more word to them. Hey, young man, you don't look that old, but your ears are not working well? I'm talking to you, why are you not responding?
Seeing that Lan Hanyu ignored her, the aunt became anxious. In the aunt's heart, as long as her granddaughter wants something, she must get it.
I don't know where this confidence of the aunt comes from. Please be polite. This snack belongs to our baby. Why should it be given to you just because your granddaughter likes it?
Even if you are asking for help, you should have the attitude of asking for help.
And what is your relationship with my wife? Why do you have to give your granddaughter the things our baby likes?
You love your granddaughter so much, you should find a way yourself.
Don't tell me that our baby likes this snack very much.
Even if our baby doesn't want to eat it, my wife is willing to give it to you out of kindness, and not wanting to give it to you is her duty. Aunt Wang couldn't stand it anymore when she saw the old woman staring at Lan Hanyu. Aunt Wang is about the same age as my aunt, so there is no need for Aunt Wang to be polite to her. Standing in front of the old woman, Aunt Wang blocked the old woman's continuous attack on Lan Hanyu. You. When someone pointed it out directly, the aunt was speechless for a moment.
Grandma.
Seeing that her grandmother didn't get her favorite little rabbit, the little girl twisted her body and wanted to go to the field by herself. The aunt should have known what her granddaughter meant, so she put the little girl down.
I want the bunny.
As soon as her feet touched the ground, the little girl ran towards Dabeo. Maybe because Dabeo had already eaten 5 snacks, he was not in a hurry to eat the last snack and kept playing with it in his hand.
Dabeo would definitely not pay attention to the little girl's behavior.
However, Lan Hanyu, who had been keeping an eye on the 2 babies, must have paid close attention to the little girl who ran towards Dabeo. Just when the little girl was about to get in front of Dabeo and reach out to grab the snack in Dabeo's hand, Lan Hanyu suddenly picked up Dabeo. The little girl, who had caught nothing, became anxious and stomped her feet, seeking help from the support group.
Grandma, help me grab it, I want that little bunny.
Looking at the unreasonable little girl, Lan Hanyu finally understood a saying, what kind of adults you are, what kind of children you will raise. The grandmother is unreasonable, and the granddaughter she raised is just like her.
Chapter 107 Unreasonable Request.
Auntie Wang, please hold Xiaobao for a while. Lan Hanyu was worried that this unreasonable grandparents and grandchildren would do something out of line, so she said something to Aunt Wang.
Okay, Mrs. Su.
Xiaobao still had half a snack in his hand, which made him an easy target for the little girl to snatch.
Milk.
Xiaobao, who didn't know what was going on, was suddenly picked up by Grandma Wang and cried out in confusion. But it was still very comfortable to be held, and Xiaobao didn't resist.
Grandma, go grab it. I want that little rabbit. Dabeo was picked up by Lan Hanyu, so the little girl naturally couldn't reach him.
Seeing that her grandmother did not take the next step, the little girl started shouting again anxiously.
Unlike the little girl, the aunt is an adult after all.
I saw a few people with children gathered in groups of 3 or 4 to watch the fun.
The aunt knew that if she really went forward to grab it, she would definitely be criticized. Why don't you sell this snack to me? No matter how much it costs, as long as my granddaughter likes it, my family can afford it.
Looking at the people around her, the aunt knew that Lan Hanyu would definitely not dare to raise the price.
Not for sale. Lan Hanyu didn't even want to say a single extra word and rejected the aunt's unreasonable request. Why are you like this? Not only are you stingy, but you're also unreasonable. Isn't it just a small snack? If my granddaughter didn't like it, we wouldn't want it even if it was given to us. You don't want to give it. I've already said I'll buy it. Even so, you still don't want to give it? Do you know what my son does?
Your husband is a chef, and the money he makes in a year may not be as much as my son makes in a month. How about this? Considering your husband's good cooking skills, let him make a 12 zodiac snack for my granddaughter, and I'll pay double the price.
Is that okay?
The aunt became more and more proud as she spoke, as if she saw through Lan Hanyu.
The aunt didn't even think about it, because Aunt Wang just called Lan Hanyu Mrs. Su. This is obviously a family that can afford a nanny, so how bad could their conditions be? First of all, my husband is not a chef.
This snack was prepared by my husband for my baby. Secondly, I really don't like your attitude that as long as your granddaughter likes it, everyone else has to give way to your family. Not to mention that my baby likes this little bunny snack very much. Even if my baby doesn't like it, I won't consider giving it to someone who has no manners. Also, children are like a blank slate. The behavior of adults has a huge impact on children. After taking a look at the little girl who was still jumping there, Lan Hanyu frowned slightly.
Yes, this little girl is a well-known bully.
Last time my grandson bought a new toy, but because he didn't want to play with her, she snatched it away and broke it.
Who said it wasn't true? My little granddaughter was pushed down the slide last time.
She went to her grandmother and said that my house was blocking her granddaughter.
You just realized this now?
My family never played with this little girl from the beginning.
Yeah, you don't know. Her family and I live in the same unit.
Usually, whenever the little girl takes a nap, her grandmother will definitely knock on the door if there's even a little noise from someone else's house.
But now that we see this person, we won't even open the door. There are such weird people? Why don't you buy a villa if you are so pretentious? Yeah, isn't it said that her son can make a lot of money? Just buy a villa.
Even if your granddaughter sleeps all day, no one will disturb her.
It's all fake. He.
It can be seen that the aunt and the little girl have long been celebrities in the community. When the onlookers heard what Lan Hanyu said, they all voiced their support.
You, what do you want to talk about? Did I ask you for it? Besides, I'm here to buy it, not for free. Do you really need to be so nagging?
After hearing what everyone said, the aunt not only did not show any sign of reflection, but instead, she acted like a cat whose tail was stepped on, with all her fur standing up.
Give it to me, give me the bunny.
Seeing that her grandmother only talked about it but didn't take any action, the little girl anxiously stepped forward and grabbed Lan Hanyu's clothes. Because Lan Hanyu was holding Debeo, she didn't expect the little girl to be so bold as to snatch the things away directly.
Lan Hanyu's body shook without him noticing.
Thinking of Debeo in her arms, Lan Hanyu's face turned pale with fright.
Careful.
Suju turned off the computer and was about to go downstairs to see if the babies liked the snacks he made, when he happened to see this thrilling scene. Holding Hanyo's waist with one hand and taking Debeo with the other, Suju felt a little scared. If he hadn't appeared in time, Suju was really worried that Hanyu and Debeo would fall.
What's going on?
Seeing the little girl who was still trying to pounce on him, Suju glanced at her coldly. Probably frightened by Suju's aura, the little girl stopped and did not dare to move forward.
She wants to grab the snack from Debeo.
Lan Hanyu briefly explained what had happened, and Suju looked at the little girl with even colder eyes. Such a young child, for his own selfish desires, almost caused Hanyu and Debeo to fall. Suju knew that if this child continued to be raised like this, he would only be a selfish person when he grew up.
Daddy. Debeo didn't know what he had experienced yet.
He thought that his parents were playing the hug game with him, and he laughed happily.
Papa. Seeing his father holding his sister, Xiaobao's little body also twisted in Grandma Wang's arms. Daddy, hold me.
Suju took Xiaobao from Aunt Wang and held his daughter in each hand.
Are you the baby's father? Did you make this snack? My granddaughter likes the snacks you make. Please sell this little rabbit to me. Seeing that her granddaughter almost knocked down the mother and baby, the aunt not only did not feel sorry at all, she even wanted to take the snacks in the baby's hand. You can't afford the snacks I make. Suju's tone became even colder when he saw that the old woman had no manners at all. How could I not afford it? My son makes a lot of money every month. Let alone buying a snack, even if I subscribe to you to make snacks for my granddaughter, it would be no problem at all. After hearing Suju's words, the old woman acted like a rich person. Grandma, I want that little rabbit. The little girl was obviously spoiled. She stared at the snack in Debeo's hand. The more she couldn't get it, the more she wanted it. Chapter 108, Free to Control. What's going on? Nyo, did someone bully you? Suju was just about to take the babies and Hanyu away and ignore the unreasonable grandparents and grandchildren when a sharp female voice came from a distance. Mom, Nyo wants a little rabbit. When the little girl heard her mother's voice, it was like she had found a stronger support. Pointing at the little rabbit in Debeo's hand, the little girl burst into tears. If the onlookers didn't know the whole story and the moral character of the little girl's family, they would probably have been deceived by the little girl's tears. Nyo, don't cry, Nyo, don't cry. What little rabbit does my Nyo want? Mommy will buy it for you. Like the little girl's grandmother, the young woman ran over and agreed to the little girl's request without even asking about the details of the matter. Mom, it's that little rabbit. With a pointing of her little hand, the little girl's tears flowed freely and she stopped crying all of a sudden. Sir, where did you buy the snack in your baby's hand? The young woman asked politely. I made it myself. Suju saw that the woman was at least not rude at the moment, so he answered. You made this yourself? Then can you give this little snack to my daughter? My daughter has been a picky eater since she was young. She rarely likes any snacks. No matter how expensive the snacks we bought her were, she would never even look at them. Hearing the young woman and the old lady saying the same thing, Lan Hanyu frowned. Why do this family always speak in a condescending manner? The little girl is obviously not a princess, but she has been spoiled with princess syndrome. Hanyu, let's go. Suju also realized that the little girl's mother's politeness at the beginning was probably all her politeness. Seeing the woman looking so righteous, Suju would not tolerate such a person. He didn't even pay attention to the woman. It was almost time for the babies to come down and play, so Suju prepared to take the babies home. Good. Lan Hanyu and Suju have the same idea. Some people really don't need to be paid attention to. Hey, why are you so rude? I'm talking to you, can't you hear me? Seeing that Suju ignored her, the young woman became anxious. There were so many people watching, and the woman felt that the baby's father was too disrespectful to her. For those who are impolite, why should they expect to be respected by others? After taking a look at the woman, he realized that Hanyu would have plenty of time to play with the babies in the community in the future, and Suju would not let anyone slander her at will. Who is being rude? It's just a small snack. Is there any need to be so stingy? Isn't he just a chef? It's amazing that he has some skills. My husband is the manager of a big company and drives a big BMW. You are just a small chef, why are you so arrogant? You don't want to give it away for free, right? Then name your price. Whatever price you ask, as long as my daughter likes it, we can pay any price. The young woman failed to achieve her goal and her true self was exposed. With her arms folded across her chest, the woman acted as if saying, I'm rich, so I'm the boss. In the woman's view, it was just a small snack. Even if the other party asked for a sky-high price, it would only be a matter of a few dozen dollars. If the other party has no bottom line and offers a price that is too high, the woman will definitely spread the matter in the community. Not for sale. Suju uttered two words coldly and glanced at the little girl who was about to come forward with her mother's support. Mom, I want that little bunny. The little girl really wanted to go forward and grab it. But when she saw Suju's eyes, the little girl still felt a little scared. Stepping back to her mother's side, the little girl pointed directly at the snack in Debeo's hand. Debeo, there are bad guys who want to steal your little rabbit. Debeo, eat it quickly. Seeing Debeo playing with the snacks, Suju reminded him loudly. Daddy. Debeo, who was having a lot of fun, raised his head when he heard his father's words. Debeo, eat quickly. Since that unreasonable family was coveting the snacks in Debeo's hands, Suju would not let them have any chance at all. No, Mom, I want that little bunny.
Hearing Suju's words, the little girl screamed in panic.
Daddy, eat. Dabeo understood what his father said.
Seeing the little girl's expression, Dabeo also realized that was the bad guy his father was talking about, who wanted to steal his little rabbit, right? The clever Dabeo put the little rabbit in his hand into his mouth.
No, Mom, that's my little bunny. That one is mine, I want that little rabbit. Mom, hurry up and grab it for me.
Seeing that Dabeo was about to finish eating the little rabbit, the little girl sat on the ground and started to throw a tantrum.
This family is really terrible. Is this how they educate their children? It's obviously not theirs, but now they're acting like someone else has stolen their things. Baby, look at that little sister, you can't imitate her.
That's right, Lele, Grandma is telling you that it's wrong to steal other people's things.
If you follow that little sister's example, Grandma will spank you, do you understand?
With such a good negative example, many people started educating their babies on the spot.
What do you want me to say? What does my family's affairs have to do with you? My husband is capable, you are just jealous.
Faced with being pointed at by others, the woman not only did not reflect on herself, but instead started to curse like a shrew.
Nyo, Grandma will hold you. The ground is dirty. You can't sit on it. The aunt, who had hardly spoken since her daughter-in-law appeared, hugged her granddaughter with heartache. What's wrong? What's wrong? What's going on? Mom, you sent me a message and asked me to come to the slide quickly. What happened? Why is Nyo crying? Who bullied my Nyo?
A rapid male voice, with a slight breath, was heard, and it was obvious that the man had been jogging all the way here. It turned out that when the aunt saw that her daughter-in-law's help was useless, she sent a WeChat message to her son to come over. In the aunt's mind, there is nothing that cannot be handled if her son, who is a manager in a large company, comes forward.
Dad.
When the little girl saw her father appear, she felt even more aggrieved. The little girl thought that it was because the father of the baby with the little rabbit appeared that she failed to get the little rabbit. Otherwise, the baby's mother would have been pulled down by me, and I could have snatched the little rabbit from the baby's hand, right? Now, that baby has a father, and my own father is here too. Unfortunately, the little rabbit had been eaten. The little girl felt that her father came too late. Chapter 109. The evil ones complain first. Nyo, don't cry. Daddy will hold you. The man looked at his daughter with a distressed expression and stretched out his hand, ready to take her.
No.
The little girl saw that Dabeo had finished eating the little rabbit. The little girl became very dissatisfied with her father who showed up at this time. She slapped her father's outstretched hand a few times, and as if still not satisfied, the little girl stretched out her foot and kicked the man hard. Hiss. The people around took a deep breath when they saw the little girl being so unreasonable.
However, the little girl is also famous in the community.
Considering the performance of the little girl's mother just now, no one has any expectations for the girl's education. Sure enough, after being kicked and beaten by his daughter, the man not only did not show any anger, but became even more anxious.
What's wrong with Nyo? Have you been wronged? Nyo, if anyone bullies you, tell Dad and he will help you vent your anger.
The man simply turned a blind eye to his daughter's unreasonable behavior.
The onlookers shook their heads silently. It seemed that this little girl really cost a lot to raise. Daddy, she ate my bunny.
Pointing at Dabeo, the little girl began to confuse right and wrong and act like a bad guy and complain first.
Why are you lying, kid, even though you don't make sense? Yeah, that little bunny snack was obviously made by the baby's father. How did it become yours? Someone else's things can become yours just because you want them? I think your family is really weird. That's right. He did the same thing last time when he broke my grandson's new toy. He didn't even say an apology. I've never seen such an unreasonable child. If a child is not taught well, it's the father's fault. It's all because of the indulgence of the adults in the family. If you see someone like this in the future, stay away from her. She is so uncultured. The man was about to get angry because of what his daughter said. After hearing what everyone said, the man knew that things were not as his daughter said. You are really meddling in other people's business. My Nyo doesn't want anything from your family. Is there any need for you to say anything about it? Hubby, Nyo likes the dim sum made by that chef.
Ask him to name a price, and then make a set of dim sum with the 12 zodiac signs for Nyo. As soon as the woman saw someone talking about her daughter, she immediately got angry. After saying a few words to the onlookers, the woman made a request to her husband.
Chef.
The man looked at Su Ju, who was holding Dabeo and Xiaobao. He seemed to have seen this handsome guy somewhere before.
Yeah, isn't it possible for a chef to make such a visually appealing snack?
Naturally, the woman felt that her judgment was very reasonable.
Husband, you are the manager of a big company and drive a big BMW.
He is just a chef.
You can just give him more money.
She deliberately emphasized her husband's status again. The woman just wanted to give people a feeling of being superior.
Big BMW?
When the man heard his wife mention BMW, he finally remembered where he had seen the handsome guy.
Didn't I see a brand new BMW X5 when I was leaving the community the day before yesterday? The man was driving a BMW X3.
Naturally, he would take a few more glances at a car that was higher grade than his own. The man remembered that the chef his wife was referring to was the owner of the BMW X5.
Think about it, you have to be a manager in a big company to afford a BMW X3. If the handsome guy is really a chef, why is he driving a BMW X5?
The man felt that the handsome guy must be much more powerful than himself. At least his wife's idea of solving the problem with money is definitely not feasible for this handsome guy.
Dad, I want a little rabbit, a little rooster, and a little bear.
I want 2 little bears, Big Bear and Little Bear.
No, I want 3, and 1 suiwa.
After hearing what her mother said, the little girl immediately made a request to her father.
Hey, Nyonya, how about Daddy take you to the cake shop to have a look?
The man looked at Su Ju awkwardly.
He really didn't dare to spend money to do things in front of the BMW X5 owner. No, I want that.
Pointing at Dabeo, the little girl started to throw a tantrum in her grandmother's arms.
Hubby, what's wrong with you? We must find a way to satisfy Nyonyo's preferences.
He's just a chef.
Can't a big manager like you handle it?
When the woman saw her husband backing off, she cried out in dissatisfaction.
What do you know? He can't be a chef. The man pulled his wife and spoke in a low voice. Not the chef? How do you know? Do you know him?
The woman obviously didn't believe what her husband said.
I don't know him.
Shaking his head, the man thought, it would be great if he knew a handsome guy. Of course a man would think it is a great thing to know someone who is richer than himself.
How do you know he's not a chef if you don't know him?
Because of her husband's denial, the woman's voice became sharp again.
He drives a BMW X5.
Knowing that his wife would not give up unless he gave a clear answer, the man told her everything he knew.
BMW X5? How is this possible?
The woman who had always defined Su Ju as a chef in her heart was somewhat unwilling to accept what her husband said.
If others drive a BMW X5, doesn't that mean that the advantages that you have always been proud of are gone? I saw it with my own eyes.
In order to prevent his wife from continuing to embarrass herself here, the man added affirmatively.
Come on, let's go back.
The man pulled his wife, knowing that it was impossible and not wanting to make himself embarrassed.
Mom, I want a little rabbit.
When the little girl saw that her father was going to take her mother away, she immediately refused. My body twisted and turned in Grandma's arms, and my aunt was a little overwhelmed.
Nyonyo, don't move. Grandma can't hold me anymore.
Before the aunt could finish her words, she fell to the ground with the little girl.
Nyonyo.
Because the man and the woman were some distance apart, they did not have time to step forward to support each other and could only watch the two fall. As for the onlookers who were nearby, due to the unreasonable nature of that family, no one stepped forward to help.
Mom, I want a little rabbit. I want a little rabbit.
The little girl who was picked up was still crying.
Dabeo, Xiaobao, we are home.
Su Ju had no interest in watching that family's farce, so he carried Dabeo, Xiaobao, and Han Yu away side by side. Aunt Wang followed behind, pushing the stroller.
Pa, eat. Daddy. It was obvious that Dabeo and Xiaobao's appetites were whetted by their father's loving snacks.
Dabeo even stretched out his chubby little hands to signal to Daddy that there was no more delicious food.
Daddy, can you prepare it for the baby tonight? Su Ju would definitely not refuse his daughter's request. Daddy. Pa.
Hearing that their father agreed, Dabeo and Xiaobao laughed happily.
Chapter 110. Xiaobao is so fair. Mom, I want a little rabbit.
The little girl naturally heard what Su Ju said. Thinking about the two little babies having such delicious snacks in the evening, the little girl felt even more aggrieved.
No, that's not for sale. Mommy will take you to buy something better, okay?
Because of what her husband said, the woman had no choice but to face reality.
No, I want that. Ouch, can someone help me? I think my waist is sprained.
Seeing that her son and daughter-in-law had no time to pay attention to her, the aunt reached out to the onlookers for help.
It's better to stay away from her. If she blames you later, you won't be able to afford the compensation.
Someone said this, and everyone took several steps back at the same time.
You guys.
Let's go, this family will only teach the children bad things.
Yes, I feel like the air here is stale. Let's go, it's time for my grandson to take a nap.
The aunt wanted to say something, but unfortunately no one paid attention to her. In such a huge amusement park, in an instant, only that unreasonable family was left.
Daddy. Little bunny. Pop, Piggy.
In the elevator, when Debeo and Xiaobao saw the storage boxes that originally contained snacks, they thought of the beautiful and delicious snacks again. The two babies are in their father's arms, fully expressing their love for the snacks. However, the babies' abbreviated expressions have changed the meaning a little.
Puff. When Lan Hanyu heard what Xiaobao said, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. Xiaobao, Daddy is not a pig.
Looking at Hanyu, who was laughing heartlessly, Suju could only correct Xiaobao's words himself.
Yes, Xiaobao, Daddy is not a pig, Daddy is.
In order to make up for her mistake of laughing, Lan Hanyu also spoke.
Mom, Piggy.
When Xiaobao saw that his father and mother had spoken, he immediately changed his words cleverly.
Xiaobao, Mommy is not a pig either.
Lan Hanyu, who didn't expect to eat the melon on himself, explained with some embarrassment.
Our Xiaobao wants to eat pigs, right? Seeing Hanyu's embarrassed expression, Suju just laughed out loud. Xiaobao is so fair.
Pig. Seeing that his father got the answer right, Xiaobao shouted even more happily.
Ding!
I detected that the babies really like the snacks prepared by the host. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward Top Treasure Appraisal Skills. Suju was teasing the two little babies when the voice of the system suddenly popped up in his mind. As the system's voice fell, a lot of knowledge about treasure appraisal appeared in Suju's mind. At the same time, Suju felt that his eyes seemed a little different for a moment.
Suju couldn't tell exactly what the difference was.
However, Suju always felt that his eyes had become much brighter than before.
Daddy, little bunny.
Debeo saw that his parents were talking to his younger sister and tried hard to feel his own existence. Because of Debeo's words, Suju temporarily put aside his top-level treasure appraisal skills.
Debeo wants a little bunny, can Daddy make it for you tonight? Suju would not neglect either of his two precious daughters. Daddy. After getting a positive answer from his father, Debeo happily hugged his father's neck. Bite.
This time it was the sound of the elevator door opening.
Debeo, Xiaobao, we are home.
When they arrived at the door of their house, Suju was holding the babies, so Lan Hanyu took out the key and opened the door. Aunt Wang followed behind and pushed the stroller to the entrance.
Debeo, Xiaobao, Mommy and Grandma Wan will hold you. Knowing that Suju had classes in the afternoon, Lan Hanyu and Aunt Wan each held a baby. Suju, go and get busy.
Having learned from the experience of Debeo going to school last time, whenever Suju goes out, Lan Hanyu and Suju will definitely speak in a more obscure way.
Okay, I'll be back later. Last time Fahai said there would be a summary exam, and I don't know if there will be an exam today. If it is an exam, it will definitely take longer. Suju had told Hanyu in advance. Okay, be safe.
Lan Hanyu was worried that Debeo and Xiaobao would find out that their father was going out, so she gave Aunt Wang a hint, and the two of them, each holding a baby, walked towards the balcony. Seeing Hanyu closing the doors between the living room and the balcony, Suju felt like he was carrying out a secret mission very sneaky.
Hello, Brother Ju. Brother Ju, you're here. Brother Ju, didn't you bring the babies with you? If you bring the babies to class, I guarantee that Fahai will not let us take the exam today. Brother Ju, I thought you would bring your baby with you. Look, I prepared a lot of snacks. Brother Ju, when will you bring your baby to class again? As soon as Suju walked into the classroom, he was surrounded by enthusiastic classmates. Do you really regard our Debeo and Xiaobao as amulets? Would you like to ask Brother Ju to bring the babies over during the final exam? Seeing that Su Ju was surrounded, Ma Xiaoyu, Shui Jiawei and Wu Yoli immediately squeezed into the encirclement. That's a good idea. That way I don't have to memorize the textbooks. I can just bring the marketing book and copy it. Dream on. Ma Xiaoyu and the other two made way for Su Ju.
Seeing that Su Ju didn't say anything, everyone could only return to their seats obediently.
Brother Ju, does Debao miss me?
As the only person in the dormitory who has held Debao in his arms, Ma Xiaoyu has always been very proud of it.
No. Miss Ma Xiaoyu? Su Ju estimated that Debao might not even remember this uncle, so why would he think about him? Ha ha, Ma Xiaoyu, I told you that you are too cocky, right? There were so many people there last time, how could Debao possibly remember you? That's right, Ma Xiaoyu, can you wake up from this sweet dream now? Shui Jiawei and Wu Yoli were already feeling a little disappointed because they didn't have a baby last time. These days, Ma Xiaoyu has been showing off in front of the two of them. Now that they have finally gotten the chance, the two of them are definitely going to vent their anger. You are just jealous. It doesn't matter. I was not prepared last time. When I go down to see Debao and Xiaobao, I will make sure the two little darlings remember me as their uncle. Suppressing the disappointment in his heart, Ma Xiaoyu became more and more courageous. Prepare? Do you think you are the only one who can do this? Shui Jiawei had a look of disdain on his face. The three of them had already agreed to go to Zhu Ji's house to buy gifts and snacks for the little ones. This was prepared by three people together. Why does Ma Xiaoyu think that Debao and Xiaobao will only remember him? Anyway, I have a secret weapon. I won't tell you. You. The argument between the few people came to a temporary end because they saw the familiar bald head. Chapter 111, Getting into the Role. Fahai did not disappoint everyone. In this class, apart from explaining the homework, the next step was the exam. Su Ju was the first one to hand in his paper. Amid the envious looks of other students, Su Ju left the classroom. What are you looking at? Su Ju handed in his paper early and still got full marks. Can you do that? Fahai graded Su Ju's test paper immediately. As expected of a top student, Fahai was very satisfied with Su Ju's performance. She really manages to take care of the kids and study at the same time. In comparison, Fahai really felt a little disappointed with those students who were still scratching their heads and looking around. Brother Ju, are you really that awesome? You even managed to get full marks on such a difficult test? You really don't leave us any chance at all. Brother Ju is worthy of being Brother Ju, he is my idol. Your idol? Did Brother Ju agree that you could be his fanboy? What's it to you? Okay, all of you keep your voices down. If Fahai hears you, he'll give you all zeros. This sentence woke me up, and the classroom suddenly became quiet, leaving only the sound of swish, swish, swish of everyone writing furiously. There is only Fahai's class in the afternoon. The exam was over, so Su Ju naturally planned to go home directly. Oh, my baby. A somewhat familiar voice, accompanied by the sound of some broken porcelain, rang out in the direction where Su Ju was standing at zero distance. Because he was at school, Su Ju walked normally and didn't pay too much attention to the surrounding environment. Su Ju just walked to the corner and never expected that someone would rush up to him. It's you? You broke my antique. What should I do now? Looking at the boy in front of him who was pretending to be surprised, Su Ju understood why he felt that the voice was familiar. Isn't the boy the one who came with his helpers to teach me a lesson, but ended up getting beaten up by me? As for the boy's name, Su Ju had no idea at all. Su Ju only knew that this boy was just a suitor of Hanyu. Yes, the man who appeared in front of Su Ju was Chang Mingshan. Ever since he was abducted by Brother Wei's men last time, Chang Mingshan has never been able to swallow this humiliation. After all, Chang Mingshan was the former president of the student union of Z University. It was not difficult for him to find out some things about Su Ju. I know that Su Ju has a class today, and it is Fahai's class. Chang Mingshan was certain that Su Ju would not skip class. Chang Mingshan had been standing here waiting for Su Ju for a while. Now it's finally time to put the plan into action. Senior Chang, what's going on? Hey, what is this? Why is it broken? Senior Chang, this thing looks very expensive. Is it very valuable? When several boys heard the noise, they immediately gathered around. As soon as Su Ju saw this situation, he understood that these people had been arranged long ago.
Indeed, if Cheng Mingshan wanted to frame Su Ju, he would not come alone. In addition to the physical evidence scattered on the ground, this witness is also necessary. Besides, Cheng Mingshan had also seen Su Ju's skills.
Cheng Mingshan was still a little timid when he went on stage alone. Senior Cheng? Are you also from Z University? Cheng Mingshan is Lan Hanyu's senior, 2 grades older than Lan Hanyu. Lan Hanyu is 2 levels older than Su Ju. So, when Su Ju went to college, Cheng Mingshan had already graduated. It was normal that Su Ju didn't know the former president of the student union of Z University. School Prince Su, you don't even know the famous Cheng Mingshan, Senior Cheng? It can be seen that Su Ju is quite famous in Z University. No introduction is needed, people recognized Su Ju at the first sight. He was already a school idol, and now he has won the heart of Lan Hanyu, the school belle who appears once in a century at Z University. Su Ju is already a star-like figure in Z University. Cheng Mingshan? Su Ju curled the corners of his mouth. This guy who coveted his woman turned out to be called Cheng Mingshan. Su Ju said that now he remembered it. Yes, when Senior Cheng was at Z University, he was also very famous. Unfortunately, Senior Cheng is a few years older than you, Schoolboy Su, so it's normal that Schoolboy Su doesn't know Senior Cheng. The few boys who were watching seemed to be introducing Cheng Mingshan to Su Ju on purpose, and they described him in great detail. Okay, don't say anything irrelevant. Su Ju, you broke my antique, tell me what to do. Seeing that others introduced themselves in this way, but Su Ju still looked as if it was not a big deal, Cheng Mingshan felt a little embarrassed. Cheng Mingshan felt that since Su Ju didn't take him, his senior, seriously, there was no need for him to waste time talking. Today Cheng Mingshan came here just for Su Ju. One reason was that Su Ju stole his goddess. Cheng Mingshan already knew that Lan Hanyu had given birth to twin babies for Su Ju. Now that he already has a child, Cheng Mingshan naturally won't have any other fantasies. However, Cheng Mingshan couldn't swallow this resentment. Another point is that Brother Wei lost face last time. Cheng Mingshan also attributed this to Su Ju. Cheng Mingshan was determined today to teach Su Ju a lesson. Yes, Su Ju, you broke all of Senior Cheng's antiques. You will have to pay a lot of money for this. They were called here to act in the first place, and as soon as the sponsor opened his mouth, the extras naturally got into their roles. Yes, I saw it too. It was Su Ju who broke Senior Cheng's antique. Senior Cheng, how much is this antique worth? I wonder if Su Ju can afford it. The extras were very dedicated and recited the lines they had prepared in advance word for word. This is a vase from the Qing dynasty. My father bought it at an auction for 10 million yuan. Seeing that the warm-up was almost done, Cheng Mingshan spoke proudly. As Cheng Mingshan spoke, he glanced at Su Ju with pride. In Cheng Mingshan's mind, hearing the 3 words 10 million, Su Ju should be so scared that he would kneel down and beg for mercy, right? 10 million. It's not 10,000 or 20,000. For many people, a fortune of 10 million is impossible to achieve even if they work hard for their entire lives. Cheng Mingshan had inquired and found out that Su Ju was just an ordinary junior student. Of course, when Cheng Mingshan inquired, Su Ju had not yet driven the BMW. In addition, Cheng Mingshan witnessed with his own eyes the old neighborhood where Su Ju and Lan Hanyu lived. Cheng Mingshan became even more certain that Su Ju was just a poor student. It was because Cheng Mingshan seized on Su Ju's weakness of being poor that he came up with the idea of staging today's drama. Cheng Mingshan just wanted to see Su Ju kneeling down in front of him and begging for mercy. Chapter 112, Being Scammed? Are you planning to blackmail me? Su Ju glanced at Cheng Mingshan, who had completely entered into his own self, and several other extras, and sneered in his heart. Since Cheng Mingshan wanted to cause trouble for him, Su Ju didn't mind giving him a lesson. Is this an antique? Su Ju pretended to look at the fragments on the ground while taking out his cell phone from his pocket. At an angle that Cheng Mingshan and the others didn't notice, Su Ju turned on the recording function. Standing up, Su Ju took the phone in his hand seemingly casually, but pointed the camera at Cheng Mingshan. Of course mine is an antique. Besides, this is not just an ordinary antique, this is an antique worth 10 million. In Cheng Mingshan's mind, Su Ju, a poor student, would definitely not be able to tell the difference between antiques and non-antiques. How much this fragment is worth is up to you to decide, right? You just said I hit you? I was just driving straight ahead normally, but you suddenly came out from the corner and bumped into me. Judging from what happened just now, it seems more like you are scamming me. Seeing that Cheng Mingshan seemed to have him under control, Suju raised the corner of his mouth. How could I try to scam you?
This is an antique worth 10 million. You're just a poor student.
Would I try to scam you with such a valuable item? Chang Mingshan didn't expect Suju to be so calm. Normally, wouldn't a normal person be terrified when hearing that they had broken an antique worth 10 million? How could someone analyze the situation so calmly like Suju? However, what is the use even if Suju is calm?
Chang Mingshan said that he had found a lot of witnesses. Thinking that Suju had stolen his goddess, Chang Mingshan decided that he must make Suju live in misery for the rest of his life.
Consider it a punishment for Suju stealing Lan Hanyu. I don't know what you think.
But I was driving straight ahead normally, and it was you who rushed out from the bend.
There shouldn't be any problem with that, right?
If it doesn't work, go to the security room and check the surveillance. There happens to be a camera there, which should have recorded everything that just happened.
Suju had already observed Chang Mingshan and the extras when they started their performance.
Not far away there really is a 360-degree, all-round probe with no blind spots. Suju knew that although Chang Mingshan wanted to say that he was the one who hit him, this claim was untenable.
Camera?
Following Suju's gaze, Chang Mingshan raised his head in confusion.
When were cameras installed here?
Chang Mingshan still remembers that when he graduated, there was not a single camera on the entire road. It was for this reason that Chang Mingshan dared to frame Suju in such a technically unskilled way.
When was this installed? Chang Mingshan looked at the other people questioningly.
I have graduated for several years, but these people are still students at Z University.
There are cameras here, but these people didn't tell me?
A hint of anger flashed in Chang Mingshan's eyes. Several extras looked at each other and lowered their heads in embarrassment. The few of them had passed by this road many times. Unfortunately, no one noticed that there was a camera here. Fearing that Chang Mingshan would vent his anger on them, several people did not dare to look at Chang Mingshan.
So what if you didn't hit me? After all, it's because of you that my antique turned into pieces. How about this? I won't make it difficult for you. I won't ask you to pay for all of this 10 million antique. You can just take half of the responsibility. 10 million worth of antiques, you should compensate me 5 million. Chang Mingshan looked like he was very easy to talk to. Are you sure you want to use these fragments to make me pay 5 million?
Suju glanced at the scattered debris on the ground, looked up at Chang Mingshan and asked.
What do you mean by a few fragments? This is an antique. Do you know anything about antiques? Don't even mention 5 million. If it hadn't been broken, its collection value would be inestimable. I'm telling you, Suju, I'm only asking you to compensate me the original price of 5 million. If you consider the potential for future appreciation, it won't be just 5 million. Chang Mingshan just wanted to scare Suju with money. Since Suju mentioned the camera, Chang Mingshan was very smart and took a step back.
In any case, this happened because two people collided with each other.
Half each, Suju should have nothing to say now, right? Do you know the criteria for determining the crime of extortion?
Suju did not respond to Chang Mingshan's question about the 5 million, but asked this question lightly.
What blackmail? Suju, this is a genuine antique. Are you thinking of something wrong just because you don't want to lose money? In Chang Mingshan's heart, he didn't believe that Suju could tell the authenticity of his antique.
It can be said that Chang Mingshan put a lot of effort into today's scene. This antique was the most similar imitation that Chang Mingshan bought after comparing several stores online.
Did Suju just squat down and take a few looks? Chang Mingshan didn't believe that Suju could see anything clearly.
Article 274 of the Criminal Law. If the amount involved is relatively large, the offender shall be sentenced to fixed-term imprisonment of not more than 3 years, criminal detention, or public surveillance. If the amount involved is huge or there are other serious circumstances, the offender shall be sentenced to fixed-term imprisonment of not less than 3 years but not more than 10 years. Suju majored in finance, but as a top student, he also studied law on his own. Suju never thought that he would be the first one to popularize legal knowledge to Chang Mingshan.
Would you like to know the criteria for determining a large amount or a huge amount?
Looking at Chang Mingshan, who was already standing there in a daze, Suju's smile deepened.
The amount is relatively large, starting from 1,000 to 3,000 yuan.
The amount is huge, starting at $10,000 to $30,000.
Calculate, how many 30,000 are there in this 5 million? Suju looked at Chang Mingshan.
Although there was a smile on his face, his eyes were quite cold.
You actually want to blackmail me with a bunch of broken pieces?
Su Ju said that Chang Mingshan had really found the wrong person.
How could Su Ju, who has the super daddy system, be defeated by Chang Mingshan's little trick?
You know, the system has just given Su Ju the top-level treasure appraisal skill. With just one glance, Su Ju could tell that the antique that Chang Mingshan said was worth 10 million yuan was actually just a replica bought on Taobao.
Senior Chang. After hearing Su Ju's words, several extras became a little scared.
For this extra performance, Chang Mingshan paid each of the extras 200 yuan. But compared to the possible jail time for breaking the law, $200 is really nothing.
Chapter 113, the final bottom line. Shut up.
Chang Mingshan was really furious when he saw his stupid teammates being intimidated by Su Ju's few words.
Su Ju, don't think I'm ignorant of the law. The crime of extortion you mentioned is based on extortion. I am just asking you to compensate me for my losses.
It has nothing to do with extortion. You all saw that it was because Su Ju and I collided, and the antique in my hand fell to the ground and broke into pieces, right? Because there was surveillance there, Chang Mingshan consciously changed his statement this time.
Yes, we all saw it.
Senior Chang and Su Ju bumped into each other.
I saw that, too.
We also saw that after the two of them collided, the antique in Senior Chang's hand fell to the ground. After hearing what Chang Mingshan said, the extras also felt that Su Ju was just trying to scare people. They all stood up and said that they were witnesses, but some of them actually had their own plans in mind. Anyway, he just said that he saw Chang Mingshan and Su Ju collide with each other. As for the antiques that Chang Mingshan mentioned, no one mentioned it. In this way, even if it is extortion, it is only Chang Mingshan's business.
Su Ju, don't make a last-ditch effort. You must take half the responsibility for my antiques. Pay 5 million, or I'll call the police and let them handle it. You choose one. I'm kindly reminding you that if you have a bad record in your file, you may not be able to graduate successfully. By then, not to mention whether Hanyu will continue to follow you, I don't even know how you will support your twin babies. When it comes to Lan Hanyu, Chang Mingshan has a gnashing of teeth in his expression. Call the police. After all, extortion crimes also need to be handled by the police. When Chang Mingshan mentioned Hanyu and his baby, not only did Su Ju's eyes become cold, but even his tone lacked a trace of warmth. Hanyu and the two little darlings are Su Ju's last bottom line. Even if Chang Mingshan just mentioned it, Su Ju would definitely not allow it. What blackmail? Su Ju, you keep saying that I'm blackmailing you. This is slander. I can sue you. Chang Mingshan didn't expect Su Ju to take the initiative to mention calling the police, and he began to feel uneasy. Slander? What did I slander you about? Without giving Chang Mingshan a chance to speak, Su Ju kicked the debris at his feet. Chang Mingshan, you were walking around the school with an antique worth 10 million? Are you crazy, or are you rich and gave you the antique worth 10 million as a toy? Is this the Qing dynasty vase you mentioned? Do you know how to identify porcelain from the Qing dynasty? Have you heard of shapes, glazes, patterns, and inscriptions? The shape of the vase is based on the mouth, belly, and bottom. Although it has been broken, the porcelain pieces at the bottom are still there. The workmanship is so crude. Do you dare to say that this is a vase from the Qing dynasty? There are also body and glaze. During the Kangxi, Yongzheng, and Qianlong periods of the Qing dynasty, the Jingdezhen porcelain industry reached its peak in history. The blue and white, 5-color, 3-color, Langyao red, Kaopi red, and enamel varieties were all unique in style. Chang Mingshan, if you want to find a replica, please be careful. Chang Mingshan, you don't know that porcelain patterns have distinct era characteristics and different style features, do you? Let me explain to you that the proportions of various parts of Ming and Qing porcelain are well handled, and the proportions look harmonious, which is generally difficult to achieve with imitations. For example, yours has stiff lines, sloppy handling, and is too unnatural, so it can be directly judged as an imitation. After Su Ju shared a lot of knowledge, Chang Mingshan and the extras were dumbfounded. Su Ju, you are just quibbling. Anyway, my dad spent 10 million to buy this antique, so you have to compensate me. Chang Mingshan didn't understand anything Su Ju said. Now Chang Mingshan can only threaten Su Ju by insisting that his antiques are worth 10 million. Everything that should be recorded has been recorded. Since Chang Mingshan was the one who started this matter, Su Ju doesn't need to be kind enough to consider Chang Mingshan. After turning off the recording function, Su Ju dialed 110. Hello, I want to call the police. Someone is trying to extort 5 million yuan from me here. My name is Su Ju, and I'm at the East Campus of Z University.
Okay, I'll wait for you here. After hanging up the phone, Suju saw Chang Mingshan with his mouth wide open.
Suju, you dare to call the police? You were the one who broke my antique, you are just blaming me for something else. Chang Mingshan was actually very scared.
Although he was still holding on, it could be seen from Chang Mingshan's trembling body that he could no longer hold on.
That's Su Shuevu, we are just passing by. You and Senior Chang should solve the problem between yourselves.
Yes, we were just passing by, we didn't see anything.
School Prince Su, we won't delay your work, we.
The extras saw that Suju had exposed all of Chang Mingshan's tricks.
Now Suju has called the police again.
No one wants to ruin their bright future because of $200. They all took a few steps back, hoping that Suju would let them go. I recorded everything you said just now when you helped Chang Mingshan slander me for breaking his vase. By shaking the phone in his hand, Suju successfully stopped those who were about to escape.
School Prince Su, I don't know if Senior Chang, no, Chang Mingshan's antique is a replica.
Yes, Su Xiaoqiao, I didn't know that Chang Mingshan's antiques were fake. We just heard the noise and thought you knocked over Chang Mingshan's things.
We were simply led astray by Chang Mingshan.
All of this was caused by Chang Mingshan alone. It really has nothing to do with us. All relationships that rely on money become worthless in the face of greater interests. Compared with his own future, the 200 yuan given by Chang Mingshan is really insignificant.
Who said my antiques are fake? Is Suju the only one who can tell whether an antique is real or fake?
Chang Mingshan now truly believes in this sentence, I'm not afraid of God like opponents, but I'm afraid of pig like teammates. Originally, Chang Mingshan still held out hope that as long as everyone spoke with one voice, there was still hope of defeating Suju. But seeing how cowardly those people were, Chang Mingshan finally realized the feeling of picking the wrong person.
Su Xiaoqiao, can we go now?
No one paid any attention to Chang Mingshan. The extras now just wanted to escape from this dangerous place as soon as possible. Seeing more and more classmates gathering around them, several people knew that if they couldn't get away before the police arrived, they might be in big trouble.
Chapter 114 Shooting Yourself in the Foot. It's impossible to leave. After all, you guys are also witnesses.
Suju had no intention of letting those people off so easily as they had plotted against him from the beginning.
However, compared with Chang Mingshan, a few minions certainly can't amount to anything. What Suju wanted was for Chang Mingshan to shoot himself in the foot. Didn't Chang Mingshan invite these extras to serve as witnesses? Suju let these people continue to serve as witnesses.
As for which side's witness to serve on, it is not up to Chang Mingshan to decide now.
No, Su Xiaoqiao, we are not witnesses. We were just passing by and were misled by Chang Mingshan.
Su Xiaoqiao, he's right, we didn't see you bump into Chang Mingshan, we didn't see anything. In order to clear themselves, several people simply changed their tone.
Isn't this consistent with what you said at the beginning? Do you really think I can't see it? Or do you think the police are fools?
Shaking the phone in his hand, Suju's meaning was very clear.
The police are not so easy to fool. Schoolboy Su, what do you want us to do? Suju glanced at the extras who were talking and smiled. They were not that stupid. It's very simple. Just tell the police what you know honestly.
Suju's tone was very calm, as if he was talking to these people about the weather.
Got it, Su Xiaoqiao, we will tell the police the truth.
Seeing that Suju was unwilling to let them go, several extras could only accept their fate and stand aside.
Suju.
Chang Mingshan did not expect that Suju would turn the witness he hired with money into someone who would testify against him.
Unable to chase the man away, Chang Mingshan could only glare at Suju with gritted teeth. Unfortunately, Suju didn't even glance at Chang Mingshan. What's going on? Didn't Senior Chang graduate a few years ago? Why is he in school? It seems that Senior Chang is blackmailing Campus Prince Su. That's all I heard when I got here. Blackmail? No way. Isn't it said that Senior Chang is doing well? Why would he come to the school to blackmail? That's not right. Senior Chang seems to be targeting Campus Prince Su. Is there any grudge between the two of them?
I guess only our seniors can popularize this to you.
Senior, what do you know? Tell me now. Senior Chang has always had a crush on the beauty of Lan University. This was an open secret at Z University. No wonder.
Now that the school beauty of Lan University has been won by the school Hunk Su, no wonder Senior Chang is targeting the school Hunk Su. But, using such a despicable method, Senior Cheng's character is really not very good.
That's right.
If I were the campus beauty of Lon University, I wouldn't choose someone with such bad taste.
Amid everyone's discussion, the police responded very quickly.
After all, it was a major extortion case involving a sum of 5 million yuan, and it happened on the campus of Z University, the most famous university in Jiangxing City.
If this is not handled properly, the social impact will be huge.
In the witness's case, several extras dug out the record of Chang Mingshan transferring 200 yuan via WeChat, as well as some WeChat chat records. There was also physical evidence that pile of broken porcelain pieces. After all, Chang Mingshan was not ignorant of the law. He knew that giving false testimony in front of the police was a crime of an even greater severity. The police didn't need to say anything more. Chang Mingshan took the initiative to admit that he bought this so-called antique on Taobao for more than 100 yuan. However, Chang Mingshan would not directly admit to the charge of extortion.
Chang Mingshan kept arguing that he just wanted to play a joke on Su Ju. But no one will believe this excuse. After Su Ju provided the video, Chang Mingshan was taken away by the police very honorably. Brother Ju, what happened?
Ma Xiaoyu and the other two had just handed in their papers and walked out of the classroom when they heard that something big had happened in the school. They hurried over to see what was going on, but Ma Xiaoyu and his companions discovered that the protagonist of the incident was Su Ju. Looking at Chang Mingshan, who had been taken away, Ma Xiaoyu and others asked with concern. Small matter, all solved. The law is like a long net, and there is no loophole.
Su Ju knew that it would be unlikely for Chang Mingshan to get away this time.
As for how many years Chang Mingshan will be sentenced to, that is not something Su Ju cares about.
Brother Ju, who is Chang Mingshan? Regarding the name Chang Mingshan, Shui Jiawei said that he had never heard of it. Why would that Chang Mingshan cause trouble for Brother Ju? Former president of the student union at Z University. In fact, Su Ju felt that Chang Mingshan really did bring discredit to Z University.
I guess Chang Mingshan has set a precedent, becoming the first student union president of Z University to be imprisoned.
Is this the quality of the student union president?
No wonder the student union kept an eye on Brother Ju when they checked the dormitory a few days ago.
I heard that there is something fishy going on here.
I've said it before, anyone can join the student union now. What's so strange about that?
That's right. Cats and dogs are not good enough to be on the stage. Their little tricks were resolved one by one by our Brother Ju.
Ma Xiaoyu and the others were relieved to see that Su Ju was fine. Just thinking about what they heard about Qin Manman and the student union president, several people were really holding their breath. Now that Chang Mingshan's incident had happened, the three of them vented their anger.
Brother Ju, this Chang Mingshan was not also invited by Qin Manman, right?
In view of Qin Manman's criminal record, Wu Yoli made this judgment.
Qin Manman? Su Ju seemed to have forgotten the existence of this person.
However, Qin Manman doesn't seem to be qualified enough to ask Chang Mingshan for help. No, Qin Manman still can't invite Chang Mingshan. Su Ju was not trying to speak for Qin Manman, he was just telling the truth.
Not Qin Manman? Then I can't think of anyone else.
Wu Yoli knew that Su Ju was very popular in school. Apart from Qin Manman, who was short-sighted and broke up with Su Ju for some rich second-generation guy, Wu Yoli really couldn't think of anyone else who would go against Brother Ju like this.
Chang Mingshan is Hanyo's secret admirer. Su Ju no longer hid the secret from his roommate.
Besides, except for those who don't know Chang Mingshan, the seniors in the senior year are all very clear about this matter.
Su Ju had nothing to hide. A crush on my sister-in-law? No wonder. Sister-in-law is a rare beauty in our Z University. There are so many people who have a crush on her.
Because of the relationship between Lan Hanyu and Su Ju, Wu Yoli and others have automatically changed their tone towards Lan Hanyu.
Since he was Lan Hanyo's secret admirer, there was really nothing much for them to say. Chapter 115, Too Fast. Because he didn't want to put psychological pressure on Hanyu, Su Ju did not mention Chang Mingshan after returning home.
For Su Ju, this was a matter between men and he just had to resolve it himself.
Dabao, Xiaobao, Daddy is back.
Opening the door, Su Ju called his little baby as usual. At this time, the babies must have already taken a nap, so Su Ju was not worried at all about disturbing the babies.
Pa. Hearing his father's voice, Xiaobao crawled over enthusiastically. Come here, little treasure, Daddy will hold you. Su Ju was a little confused about the baby's recent refusal to walk.
Because I was worried that the babies might have walked too early and got hurt, they have been crawling recently.
Suju also went to look up some information.
After learning that this was just a common trait among babies of this age group, Suju felt relieved. Picking up Xiaobao, Suju was a little surprised not to see Debeo.
Normally, the two babies are basically inseparable. Why is Xiaobao the only one who came to greet me today?
Xiaobao, where's your sister?
Suju and Lan Hanyu have been consciously teaching the two babies to distinguish between older sister and younger sister.
When Xiaobao heard the word sister, he immediately understood that his father was talking about Debeo. Elder sister.
Although he can't say sister continuously yet, Xiaobao's progress is already very obvious.
Xiaobao kept muttering sister while pointing in the direction of the bathroom with his little hand.
My sister is in the bathroom. Suju understood Xiaobao's meaning immediately. Suju, you're back? Debeo is in the bathroom.
Hearing the voice, Lan Hanyu walked out of the master bedroom.
Seeing the small pants in Hanyo's hand, Suju understood that they should be replaced for Debeo.
It seems that Hanyu was looking for a change of pants for Debeo just now.
No wonder Xiaobao was alone in the living room.
Since there was nothing dangerous in the living room, Lan Hanyu naturally felt at ease letting Xiaobao stay in the living room alone for a while.
I'll give the pants to Aunt Wang.
Ever since Suju hired a nanny, Lan Hanyu has really felt a lot more relaxed. Otherwise, in a situation like today, Lan Hanyu would definitely have to complete it all by himself in a hurry.
Okay, I'll take Xiaobao to the balcony to play. Suju put down his school bag, carried Xiaobao, and walked to the balcony. Daddy! Daddy!
Debeo, who was dressed cleanly, had actually heard his father's voice a long time ago. Now, as soon as Debeo is taken out of the bathroom, he will anxiously look for his father.
Debeo has become a sweet baby.
Suju smiled and said as he took over his daughter who had already stretched out her little hand to him.
Daddy!
I don't know if Debeo was shy, but he actually buried his head in his father's neck.
Xiaobao, do you think your sister is embarrassed? Suju looked at Debeo's reaction and laughed.
After hearing what his father said, Xiaobao went to pull his sister. After a while, Debeo quickly forgot about his shyness and started to pull Xiaobao along. The two babies staged a fight right in their father's arms.
Little baby, learn to draw. With a big crayon in your hand, draw a duckling, quack, draw a pony, write it home.
As soon as Suju saw the caller number, he knew it was the security guard. After answering the phone, it turned out that Jiang Mingyue had arrived early. After confirming Jiang Mingyue's identity, the security guards actually all knew Jiang Mingyue. After all, he is a guest of Mr. Su's house and he has come here more than once or twice. Several security guards still remember that when Jiang Mingyue came for the first time, it was Mrs. Su who came out to greet her in person. The security guards will certainly not easily forget the image of two beauties standing together. But knowing is one thing, and the necessary procedures must still be followed. The security guard calling to confirm his identity is also a way of showing responsibility to the owner. Hanyu, Jiang Mingyue will be home soon. Jiang Mingyue originally said to come after get off work, but now she came early, so Suju must tell Hanyu.
Mingyue came early?
Originally, after handing Debeo over to Suju, Lan Hanyu was planning to go back to the master bedroom to pack the baby's clothes. Hearing that Mingyue was about to come home, Lan Hanyu hurried out. The security guard called. Suju discovered that since he agreed to sing for Jiang Mingyue had obviously been much more idle. At the very least, Jiang Mingyue now comes to her home during working hours every now and then. This was the first time Suju had seen such a mobile type of work.
Maybe this is what makes entertainment companies different from other companies.
Otherwise, Jiang Mingyue would not have had so much time to help Hanyu take care of Debeo and Xiaobao.
Ding dong, ding dong.
The doorbell rang twice in a hurry, and Lan Hanyu hurried to open the door.
Hanyu, help me pick it up quickly, it's so heavy.
When Lan Hanyu opened the door, he didn't see Jiang Mingyue, but saw several large bags blocking the door. Lan Hanyu quickly took a few bags, then noticed Jiang Mingyue who was blocked behind.
Mingyue, how come you have so many things? Are you planning to move?
In the past, Mingyue would bring things for Debeo and Xiaobao every time she came, but this was the first time that Lan Hanyu had encountered so many things. If Lan Hanyu didn't know that Mingyue was not married yet, she would have thought that Mingyue had quarreled with her husband and ran away from home.
What do you mean by moving? These are for your Suju.
Jiang Mingyue, a girl, was already out of breath after walking such a long distance carrying things. After holding onto the doorframe and taking a few deep breaths, Jiang Mingyue finally had the strength to speak.
For Suju? Is it a gift from your company to Suju? Lan Hanyu knew that Mingyue would never buy anything for Suju. Then the only explanation is Mingyue's company. Suju had not yet had the time to discuss the details of the contract with Hanyu, so naturally he did not mention the remuneration. Lan Hanyu thought that Mingyue's company felt embarrassed, so they asked Mingyue to send some gifts to Suju to express their gratitude.
What gift?
Hanyu, you really think too much. There is no precedent of gift-giving in Xinchuang entertainment.
Besides, the topic of gift-giving is too sensitive and one can easily be caught in the act if one is not careful.
Entertainment companies are very sensitive about this. So you said these are all for Suju?
It's not a gift for Suju, but they are all for Suju?
Mingyue, what does this mean?
Lan Hanyu was a little confused.
Okay, it's my fault. I didn't explain it clearly.
Seeing Hanyu's confused look, Jiang Mingyue had no choice but to raise her hands in surrender.
This is the performance costume and props our company prepared for Suju. Director Zhou asked me to send it over for Mr. Su to try.
If Jiang Mingyue knew that Director Zhou was so quick to act, she would not have said that she would visit Mr. Su in the evening.
Now, that's how free labor comes into being. Chapter 116, Subject of Close Surveillance. Performance clothes? Is your Director Zhou so anxious? Suju just went to Mingyue's company to sign the contract in the morning, and that Director Zhou asked Mingyue to deliver the performance clothes in the afternoon?
That's right. It's not just the costumes. Because Suju said he would wear a mask while singing, Director Zhou also asked me to bring dozens of masks, saying that he would let Mr. Su take his time to choose. Director Zhou said that if Mr. Su was not satisfied with these, we will prepare something else immediately. Jiang Mingyue imitated Director Zhou's tone and repeated Director Zhou's words.
Mingyue, why do I feel like you are just a coolie now? Your Director Zhou really doesn't know how to be gentle with women.
While helping Mingyue carry the large and small bags of things into the house, Hanyu couldn't help but complain on behalf of his friend.
I kind of regret it now. Why did I ask Suju to record that song? Now it's good.
I feel like I've become the subject of Director Zhou's close surveillance.
Luckily, your Suju is willing to help, otherwise I think Director Zhou would fight me to death.
Jiang Mingyue rested for a while and felt that she had recovered some strength. She started to complain with her little mouth.
By the way, where are Debao and Xiaobao?
They are my source of strength, why don't they give me, their godmother, a hug of love? In the past, whenever Jiang Mingyue came, she would always look for Debao and Xiaobao first. Just now, Jiang Mingyue's attention was distracted by physical problems and Hanyu's question.
Debao and Xiaobao?
Lan Hanyu said that the babies were at home, and Suju had just been talking to her while holding Debao and Xiaobao.
Glancing into the house, Lan Hanyu discovered that Suju was holding the babies on the balcony.
Because the door between the living room and the balcony was closed, Lan Hanyu estimated that the babies did not hear Mingyue's voice. No wonder Debao and Xiaobao had no reaction to the arrival of their godmother. Indeed, at this time, Debao and Xiaobao were looking at the pigeons flying in the sky. The cooing sound of the pigeon attracted the attention of Debao and Xiaobao.
Debao, Xiaobao, this little bird is called a pigeon.
The dove has always been considered a symbol of peace. In fact, pigeons have another meaning. Pigeons are also messengers of love and are called lovebirds. Although he knew that Debao and Xiaobao might not understand what he said, Suju still taught the babies seriously.
Cuckoo. Cuckoo.
Debao and Xiaobao really didn't understand what their father meant, but the two little babies were indeed very interested in the sound of pigeons. At first, Xiaobao imitated the pigeon's call, and then Debao also called. Then it turned into pigeons in the sky flying and calling, and the two babies at home were calling happily on the balcony.
Suju looked at the babies' happy expressions and started laughing too.
The father, his two daughters and their two children were having a great time together, and no one noticed Jiang Mingyue's sad look. Hanyu, I feel that my position in Debao and Xiaobao's hearts has not only been surpassed by Suju, but now I am even inferior to a small pigeon. Suju is the father of Debao and Xiaobao, so it is understandable that Jiang Mingyue is ranked at the back. But, it's just a small pigeon, Jiang Mingyue is really unwilling to accept.
Mingyue, are you embarrassed? Debao and Xiaobao just didn't notice that you, their godmother, were here.
You are such a grown-up, but you are still jealous of a little pigeon?
This is really shameful. Lan Hanyu couldn't help but complain when she saw her good friend's exaggerated look. Mrs. Su, Miss Jiang is here.
Aunt Wang, who came out of the kitchen, was now very familiar with Jiang Mingyue. Knowing that Jiang Mingyue was Lan Hanyo's good friend, Aunt Wang took the initiative to greet her.
Hello, Aunt Wang.
Jiang Mingyue also has a good personality and called out sweetly.
Mrs. Su, Ms. Jiang, where should we put these things? Let me get them.
Looking at the large and small bags at Lan Hanyu and Jiang Mingyue's feet, Aunt Wang was ready to step forward to help. Aunt Wang said that she would feel bad to let two delicate girls carry so many things.
Auntie Wang, let's take it together and put it in the living room. There is strength in numbers.
The three of them took all the things Jiang Mingyue brought to the living room.
Thank you, Aunt Wang. Thank you, Mrs. Su.
Not forgetting that Hanyu had just mocked her for being jealous of a little pigeon, Jiang Mingyue imitated Aunt Wang and called Hanyu
Mingyu.
Knowing that her best friend was teasing her, Lan Hanyu raised her fist, ready to teach her a lesson.
Mrs. Su, are you going to kill someone to silence them? Auntie Wang, help me, Mrs. Su hit me. Mingyue, I'll stop talking nonsense. How could I say something nonsense? Aunt Wang always calls you Mrs. Su. Did Suju change his last name? Then what should I call you, madam? Jiang Mingyue. Lan Hanyu had no answer to Jiang Mingyue's question at all. There was no other way, so Lan Hanyu threw Jiang Mingyue down on the sofa. Ha, Hanyu, I was wrong, ha.
Lan Hanyu and Jiang Mingyue are both girls who are ticklish. Both of them know this weakness of the other, so every time they want to attack the other, tickling is definitely the ultimate move.
Do you really know you're wrong?
Having finally suppressed Mingyue, Lan Hanyu will not let her go easily.
Really, Hanyu, ha, I was wrong, ha.
Jiang Mingyue laughed so hard that she could hardly speak complete sentences. She could only laugh and beg for mercy at the same time.
Ma! What the hell? Ma!
Lan Hanyu, who had originally planned to ask Mingyue to give a profound guarantee, had to give up temporarily because of the intervention of Dabeo and Xiaobao. There was no way, even though the doors to the living room and balcony were closed. But the noise made by Lan Hanyu and Jiang Mingyue was so loud that it was hard for Dabeo and Xiaobao not to be attracted. The little pigeons in the sky had already flown very far away. Seeing their mother and godmother having so much fun, Dabeo and Xiaobao couldn't help themselves. The little babies couldn't bear it any longer as they twisted their little bodies in their father's arms and let their father carry them into the living room as they wished. The two of them staggered to their mother's side. The younger one pulled his godmother's hair, and the older one grabbed his mother's clothes. The babies said they wanted to play too. Dabeo, Xiaobao, please save your godmother. Your mother is so mean. As soon as she saw her savior, Jiang Mingyue forgot that she was still under Hanyu's threat. Mingyue, are you slandering me in front of the babies? Lan Hanyu moved her little hands a few more times, and only stopped temporarily when she saw Jiang Mingyue's body curled up due to the itch. Dabeo, Xiaobao, Mom is playing games with godmother, do you want to join us? Since the babies are willing to participate, Lan Hanyu will naturally not refuse them. Chapter 117, Hands Off Shopkeeper. Ma! Ma! The little ones were very excited when they heard their mom talking about playing games. Big treasure, little treasure, godmother is a little itchy, can we help godmother scratch it together? As Lan Hanyu spoke, he smiled proudly at Mingyue. Lan Hanyu knew that with the addition of the babies, Mingyue would definitely not dare to move at all. Because I'm afraid of accidentally hurting the babies. What the hell? What the hell? Dabeo and Xiaobao have very strong comprehension abilities. With their mother-s leadership, the babies' little hands went straight up. No, Dabeo, Xiaobao, godmother doesn't feel itchy anymore, please stop tickling me. Seeing Dabeo and Xiaobao stretching out their hands, Jiang Mingyue really didn't dare to move. The killing power of Dabeo and Xiaobao is actually very weak. After all, this is the first time for the babies to learn the skill of tickling and they don't know how to do it at all. However, Lan Hanyu, with the help of the babies, no longer needs to face Mingyue's desperate resistance. It's quite easy to scratch this itch. Hanyu, I will never dare to do this again, please let me go. Looking at her good friend, the mother and daughter soldiers, going into battle, Jiang Mingyue knew that she was really outnumbered. Big treasure, little treasure, godmother isn't itchy anymore, so we won't scratch her anymore. When godmother feels itchy again in the future, can we, Dabeo and Xiaobao, help her tickle together? Feeling that it was about time, Lan Hanyu stopped what he was doing. Ma! Ma! Dabeo and Xiaobao probably still felt that they had not had enough fun, and they looked up at their mother at the same time. Why does the godmother stop feeling itchy when the babies just tickle her? Dabeo, Xiaobao, godmother really doesn't itch anymore. As soon as Jiang Mingyue was freed, she sat up straight. Holding a baby in each hand, Jiang Mingyue was really afraid that the babies would be too enthusiastic. What the hell? What the hell? The babies who were hugged by their godmother still had their little hands on Jiang Mingyue's clothes, and they were reluctant to let go. Mingyue, how about letting your goddaughter show her filial piety again? As a mother, Lan Hanyu must be very clear about what the babies are thinking. Looking at Mingyue with some pride, Lan Hanyu felt that he had someone to take over even his tickling needs. No, Dabeo and Xiaobao, godmother has brought you some candy. Jiang Mingyue quickly picked up her bag from the ground and took out the lollipop that she had prepared long ago. This is a candy specially designed for babies, and its ingredients are different from ordinary lollipops. There is no need to worry about any bad effects on babies after eating it. Sugar. What the hell? When seeing something delicious, baby's foodie nature is immediately exposed. Stretching out her chubby little hands, Jiang Mingyue was finally no longer restricted. Suju, Director Zhou asked me to get some costumes and masks for you to choose from. Seeing Suju standing in the living room, Jiang Mingyue spoke a little embarrassedly. Now we are at Suju's home, which is different from the rental house we lived in Hanyu before. Jiang Mingyue didn't know whether Suju would be disgusted by the way she and Hanyu played around. Can't I wear my own clothes? To Jiang Mingyue's surprise, Suju did not look unhappy at all. In fact, Suju was quite happy to see Hanyu and Jiang Mingyue quarreling with each other. In Suju's heart, Hanyu should always live a carefree life. Taking 2 steps forward, Suju looked at the 2 large bags full of clothes and wondered if Director Zhou was being too thoughtful. I'm just singing a song, not participating in a talent show. Do I need to prepare special performance clothes? If you don't like these, our Director Zhou said that we can equip it according to your requirements. This was Director Zhou's specific instruction, and Jiang Mingyue said that she had no right to refuse. Of course, if Suju didn't want to, it would be a different situation. But Jiang Mingyue still said everything that needed to be said without missing a word. This is a problem of Jiang Mingyue's attitude towards work. Of course, if you refuse, I will definitely convey your opinion to Director Zhou. Now that they were talking about work, Jiang Mingyue's expression became a little more serious. No need for the costumes, just look at the masks. Since Jiang Mingyue said that she could refuse, Suju naturally didn't hesitate. For Suju, it doesn't matter what he wears when singing. What matters is that he can cover his face. Okay, I'll talk to Director Zhou about the costumes tomorrow. Suju, take a look and see what kind of mask you like. Kicking the 2 largest bags aside, Jiang Mingyue felt that she had really been taken advantage of. The 2 big bags contained performance costumes, which Director Zhou specially asked Jiang Mingyue to bring. Unfortunately, Suju rejected it without even taking a look at it. Jiang Mingyue secretly vowed that she would make a phone call to ask clearly before doing any hard labor in the future. In a situation like today, just consider it a lesson learned. Suju, I brought all the masks in the company. Take a look. Which one do you like? Knowing that the mask is the most important thing, Jiang Mingyue also takes it very seriously. Pig. Dabeo and Xiaobao were holding lollipops in their hands and were not idle either. When they saw their godmother opening a bag, the babies immediately saw the Zhu Beiji-shaped mask at the top. Dabeo, Xiaobao, you don't want your dad to wear this mask, do you? Jiang Mingyue held the Zhu Beiji mask in her hand and looked at it for a while. She really couldn't imagine what the scene would be like when Suju wore this mask. Don't even think about it. Suju glanced at the mask in Jiang Mingyue's hand with disdain and rejected it outright. Let's change it. Jiang Mingyue really wanted to see what Suju looked like wearing the Zhu Beiji mask. Seeing that Suju had no room for negotiation, Jiang Mingyue very wisely took up another mask. There is no way. Suju is now the key guest specially instructed by Director Zhou. Jiang Mingyue dare not offend him. How about this little bunny? Childish. What about this fox mask? Not good. Where's the wolf's head? Jiang Mingyue, are all the masks in your company related to animals? Suju really had no interest in these animal-shaped masks. You don't like small animals? Suju, why didn't you say so earlier? There are no animal-shaped items in this bag. Hanyu, you should help Suju pick one. Jiang Mingyue felt that Suju was a little difficult to serve, so she directly pushed this difficult task to her good friend.
Who made Suju Han Yu's man? Serving Suju is definitely what Han Yu should do.
Jiang Mingyue, the hands-off boss, is doing a pretty good job.
Chapter 118 Lan Hanyu's girlhood dream. Suju, how about this?
It looks a bit like the mask that Mamoru Chiba wore when he transformed into Tuxedo Mask in Sailor Moon.
Lan Hanyu didn't think too much about it. Mingyue asked her to help Suju choose, so Lan Hanyu naturally took on the task.
As for what Jiang Mingyue was thinking, that Suju was difficult to serve, to Lan Hanyu, it seemed very normal.
Suju doesn't tea like animal shapes, can't he just change it?
What's so difficult to serve?
After carefully choosing for a while, Lan Hanyu took out a black mask. Is it real? Let me see.
Jiang Mingyue must also be a Sailor Moon fan. As soon as she heard Hanyu's words, she immediately leaned over.
It really looks like it. I will destroy you on behalf of the moon.
Thinking of Sailor Moon, Jiang Mingyue imitated the protagonist Usagi Tsukino and playfully said a classic line.
What's the Sailor Moon meme? Unlike girls, Suju had never heard of these. No way, Suju? You haven't even watched Sailor Moon?
Jiang Mingyue looked at Suju with an exaggerated expression, as if it was very surprising that he had not seen Sailor Moon.
Any questions?
Suju shrugged and spoke calmly.
No problem, no problem. It's normal for you boys not to like watching it.
There was really nothing wrong to find, so Jiang Mingyue could only look at Hanyu helplessly.
Girls still have more common topics. Suju, don't you like this mask?
Suju didn't even know what Sailor Moon was, and Lan Hanyu didn't dare to expect Suju to know about Tuxedo Mask. Such a handsome boy, wearing a mysterious mask. It can be said that after the transformation, Tuxedo Mask was simply Lan Hanyu's dream lover during her teenage years. Although she was a little disappointed, Lan Hanyu actually hoped that Suju would like this mask.
That would also help fulfill Lan Hanyu's girlhood dream, right? How do you like it?
Looking at the mask in Hanyu's hand, Suju couldn't tell whether he liked it or not.
As long as it is not a mask shaped like small animals, Suju can accept it. I like it. Suju, don't you find this mask cool?
Nodding vigorously, Lan Hanyu gestured to Suju as if he was selling the mask in his hand.
As long as you like it, this is it. The black mask is quite cool.
Seeing that Hanyu liked it, Suju made the decision immediately. Anyway, as long as it can cover the face, this mask is also very refreshing. Besides, Hanyu likes it, and Suju can't seem to find a reason to refuse.
Really? Is this the deal?
Lan Hanyu was so excited that she could hardly believe her ears.
Suju is willing to wear the tuxedo mask. Can his childhood dream come true? Tuxedo Mask was Lan Hanyu's dream lover when he was a child. Suju is the father of Lan Hanyu's babies. Now that Suju is wearing the mask of Tuxedo Mask, isn't Suju Lan Hanyu's dream lover?
Thinking of this, Lan Hanyu felt like a dream had come true.
That's it.
Hanyu was happy, and Suju's mouth corners also curled up.
Suju discovered that Hanyu was really easy to satisfy. Just a simple mask can make Hanyu so happy? Dabeo, Xiaobao, Dad chose this mask. Do you think it's handsome?
Hanyu was lost in Suju's smile for a moment, but thinking that Mingyue was still watching her, Lan Hanyu quickly looked away. His two little darlings are now Lan Hanyu's best transfer targets.
Daddy. Papa.
After hearing what their mother said, Dabeo and Xiaobao stretched out their hands at the same time, trying to grab the mask in their mother's hand. Mom said the item belonged to Dad, and the babies said they wanted to give it to Dad to wear. No, Dabeo and Xiaobao can't touch this mask. This daddy is still useful. If it gets damaged, it will be bad. In order to realize her girlhood dream, Lan Hanyu protected the mask behind her.
If the mask is broken, you can get a replacement.
But if you change it, it won't be Tuxedo Mask's mask anymore, and the meaning will definitely be different.
Ma.
Seeing their mother hide the mask and not let the babies touch it, Dabeo and Xiaobao became a little anxious.
Dabeo, Xiaobao, can Godmother pick out a nice mask for you?
In Jiang Mingyue's heart, she also liked the tuxedo mask. In order to divert the baby's attention, Jiang Mingyue picked up the animal-shaped mask that Suju despised.
Little bunny, little bunny. Baby's attention is indeed easily diverted.
As soon as Dabeo saw the bunny mask, he screamed excitedly.
Our Debeo likes little bunnies, right? Can Godmother put it on you?
Jiang Mingyue carefully put a bunny-shaped mask on Debeo and tested the tightness to make sure it would not strangle the baby before she let go.
What the hell? What the hell?
Seeing that his sister had something fun, Xiaobao became anxious. Holding his godmother's hand, Xiaobao handed over the little cat mask he had chosen.
Xiaobao wants to wear it too? This little kitty is so pretty, can Godmother put it on you?
Taking the mask from Xiaobao's hand, baby Su Yeni cooperatively stretched her head over. Okay, our Debeo and Xiaobao each have their own masks. Godmother, please don't take these two masks back to the company.
Can you use them as toys for our baby? Jiang Mingyue looked at the cute looks of Debeo and Xiaobao and smiled happily. What the hell?
Perhaps wanting his godmother to play with him, Debeo took out another mask from the bag.
Debeo wants Godmother to wear a mask too?
Okay, Godmother will accompany our Debeo and Xiaobao. Jiang Mingyue's face was originally full of smiles, but when she saw clearly what mask Debeo handed her, she couldn't smile anymore.
Piggy, what the hell, Piggy? Seeing that the Godmother didn't take the mask from the baby's hand, Debeo urged her to do so. Ah, Debeo picked such a great one.
Lan Hanyu saw her best friend's embarrassed face and felt it was not right to extend her hand or not, so she just laughed without giving her any face.
Lan Hanyu, just wait for me.
After glaring at Hanyu, who was grinning smugly, Jiang Mingyue turned to look at Debeo and her tone suddenly changed.
Debeo, Godmother wants to discuss with you whether you can change the mask for Godmother? A mask in the shape of Zhu Beiji.
Jiang Mingyue said that although she was not as pretty as Hanyu, she was still a beauty after all.
This Zhu Beiji really doesn't match me at all.
Jiang Mingyue rejected this mask from the bottom of her heart.
Chapter 119, Almighty Husband. What the hell, Piggy?
But Debeo also has his own persistence.
In Debeo's opinion, the mask in his hand might be very cute.
In line with the principle that good things should be shared, Debeo held up the Zhu Beiji mask in his hand very persistently.
Mingyue, why don't you just obey Debeo? Maybe the Zhu Beiji mask will look different on you. Lan Hanyu has been teased by Mingyue recently about her and Suju.
Now that Debeo has finally come forward to help him avenge, Lan Hanyu definitely cannot miss such a good opportunity.
Debeo, can you give this mask to Mom? Mom likes the pig in Debeo's hand very much. If Debeo gives it to Mom to wear, Mom will definitely be very happy. Who doesn't know how to coax a child?
Jiang Mingyue seems to be trying to drag her best friend into this mess.
Ma!
After hearing what his godmother said, Debeo turned around decisively and handed the mask to his mother. Godmother said that Mom likes this pig mask, and Debeo is a good and obedient baby.
Forehead. Lan Hanyu felt like he was eating a melon on his own head. Ha ha, Hanyu, Debeo is honoring you so much, put it on quickly. You are a rare beauty in Z University.
If you put on this Zhu Beiji mask, you will definitely be the most beautiful Zhu Beiji. The danger is over, Jiang Mingyue is now smiling brightly.
What do you mean by the most beautiful Zhu Beiji? No matter how beautiful Zhu Beiji is, isn't he still a pig?
Lan Hanyu looked at the mask that Debeo put in front of her and couldn't help but complain.
Mom, Piggy.
It was naturally impossible for Debeo to truly understand his mother and godmother's thoughts. But in Debeo's opinion, the pig in his hands is still very popular. Mom said godmother liked it, and godmother also said Mom liked it, so Debeo naturally liked it too.
Debeo, Mommy is not a pig.
While correcting Debeo's words, Lan Hanyu discovered with some headache that it was really easy to cause ambiguity when babies simply put words together.
Ha ha ha.
Jiang Mingyue, who was now a complete spectator, laughed without any pressure.
Suju.
Faced with Debeo's filial piety, Lan Hanyu instinctively turned to Suju for help. After receiving Hanyu's distress signal, Suju, the all-round husband, came on the scene. Debeo, this piggy mask is not for girls to wear.
Can our Debeo find a beautiful girl's mask for Mom?
Under Debeo's puzzled eyes, Suju picked up a butterfly mask very naturally.
Debeo, do you think this mask is good looking? Mom is so beautiful, she must wear a beautiful mask, right? Hearing his father praising his mother, Debeo nodded vigorously. Then our Debeo will give this beautiful mask to his beautiful mother, okay? Suju handed the butterfly-shaped mask to Debeo, and took the Zhu Beiji mask from Debeo. Suju really didn't know what Director Zhou of Jiang Mingyue was thinking. Even if you want to choose a mask for yourself, You don't have to bring all the masks from the company over, right?
In any case, Suju had no interest in these animal-shaped masks.
Ma! Dabeo handed over the butterfly mask chosen by his father and looked at his mother with anticipation. Thank you, Dabeo. Mom likes this mask very much. Loving beauty is a girl's nature.
Lan Hanyu took the beautiful butterfly mask and put it on her face happily.
What the hell? What the hell?
Xiaobao, who had not come out to make trouble, finally picked out one he liked from a pile of masks. Seeing that his mother already had a mask, Xiaobao handed the mask he chose to his godmother.
What the hell, Duck? Duck, what are you doing?
Xiaobao was obviously a little excited, with his little hands raised, and he was almost about to help his godmother put on the mask.
Xiaobao, godmother is not a duck. Zhang Mingyue finally understood the headache that Hanyu had just felt.
When Dabeo and Xiaobao were learning to speak, they really did say a lot of ambiguous words.
What?
This time, Xiaobao's voice was drawn out.
Xiaobao tilted his little head and looked at Zhang Mingyue seriously for a while, then raised the duck mask in his hand and put it on his godmother's face. Duck, duck, duck. Xiaobao kept talking while holding up the mask.
Mingyue, Xiaobao seems to think you are a little stupid and can't understand what she says.
Xiaobao, do you want your godmother to wear a duck mask?
Lan Hanyu, wearing a beautiful butterfly mask, was kind enough to help her good friend translate her daughter's words.
What the hell, Duck? Showing a big smile to his mother, Xiaobao looked as if saying, Mom is smart and can understand what I say. Okay, godmother will wear a duck mask, thank you Xiaobao.
Knowing that she couldn't correct Xiaobao's words, Zhang Mingyue stopped struggling and obediently took the duck mask that Xiaobao handed to her and put it on her face.
Xiaobao, is your godmother pretty?
Zhang Mingyue felt that this was the mask chosen by Xiaobao, and the little guy would definitely praise himself.
Mom, it's beautiful.
Xiaobao looked carefully at his mother and godmother, and chose his mother wearing a butterfly mask without hesitation.
Because Dabeo and Xiaobao can't say the word beautiful yet.
For Dabeo and Xiaobao, Piao means beautiful.
Xiaobao, this duck mask is not good looking, why did you give it to your godmother?
Zhang Mingyue didn't expect that what Xiaobao chose for her was not her favorite. Taking off the mask, Zhang Mingyue pretended to be sad and asked Xiaobao.
Mom, it's beautiful. Xiaobao was very persistent and even reached out to take off the mask on his mother's face.
Xiaobao, godmother is asking about the mask, not really competing with your mother for beauty.
Godmother is not stupid, how could she possibly think of competing with your mother in beauty? Wouldn't that be asking for trouble?
Seeing Xiaobao's actions, Zhang Mingyue understood that when Xiaobao said beautiful, he was not referring to the mask. Zhang Mingyue naturally knew how beautiful Hanyu was. If Zhang Mingyue knew that Xiaobao was not comparing masks in his heart at all, she would not have asked him in vain. Okay, our Dabeo and Xiaobao, as well as mom and godmother, all have their own masks.
How about we have a masked party when we have the chance in the future?
Lan Hanyu just said it casually, but Su Ju next to him suddenly had an idea.
Masked gathering? This is a really good idea.
As for the opportunity that Hanyu mentioned, Su Ju also had a plan in mind.
But Su Ju didn't want to say it now. Wouldn't it be more meaningful to give Hanyu and the babies a surprise when the time comes? I agree, a masked gathering is nice just to think about. We'll have to call more people.
If it's just us, it won't make any difference whether we wear masks or not. When Zhang Mingyue heard that there was something fun, she immediately became excited and started to make suggestions.
Chapter 120 Laughter. Pa. Do.
After playing for a while, Xiaobao suddenly crawled towards his father. Su Ju picked up Xiaobao who had crawled to his feet, and Xiaobao immediately pointed at his belly and started screaming.
Daddy!
Seeing his sister getting a loving hug from his father, Dabeo immediately staggered over.
Daddy, hold me.
Su Ju has become accustomed to holding his two daughters at the same time.
Children are like this.
When they see one being hugged, the other will definitely take action immediately.
Daddy! Do.
Following his sister's example, Dabeo also pointed to his little belly to his father.
What's wrong with Dabeo and Xiaobao's tummies? Daddy, take a look.
Su determined knew that Dabeo and Xiaobao must want to eat delicious food.
Su Ju teased the babies intentionally and pretended not to understand. Do.
Dad said he wanted to see, so Dabeo and Xiaobao stuck out their little bellies so that Dad could see more clearly.
Our Dabeo and Xiaobao's bellies are bulging. Did they eat too much?
Deliberately misinterpreting the baby's meaning, Suju held back his smile and looked at his little darlings.
Daddy. Papa.
When the little babies heard their daddy say that his belly was round, they immediately lowered their heads to look at their bellies. Then, after inhaling, the babies were satisfied to see that their bellies were no longer bulging, and they started asking their dad to check again.
It's amazing how Dabeo and Xiaobao's tummies are no longer round and bulgy all of a sudden.
Let dad guess why it's like this.
Are the babies hungry?
Under the expectant eyes of Dabeo and Xiaobao, Suju finally guessed it right.
Daddy. Papa.
Dabeo and Xiaobao clapped their hands happily when they saw that their father finally understood what they meant.
However, in this way, the babies naturally cannot breathe anymore.
Ah, Dabeo, Xiaobao, your bellies are round again.
Jiang Mingyue, who was watching the show on the side, laughed unceremoniously.
These Dabeo and Xiaobao are so cute. How can they hide their big round bellies? In the past, Lan Hanyu was worried that the babies' bellies were too round, so she asked the doctor about it. Lan Hanyu felt relieved after knowing that all babies behave like this when drinking milk. Dabeo and Xiaobao are both girls. If their bellies are always round, Lan Hanyu would be very worried about their figures when they grow up. I can only say that after becoming a mother, Lan Hanyu has a lot of things to worry about. In fact, even from a genetic point of view, the lovely Dabeo and Xiaobao must have great figures. Both mom and dad have long legs and perfect figures, a combination of a handsome man and a beautiful woman.
How could Dabeo and Xiaobao be so different? Daddy. Papa.
After being exposed by their godmother, Dabeo and Xiaobao shyly buried their heads in their father's neck. Our Dabeo and Xiaobao's bellies are not bulging.
Are they hungry?
The babies are shy, and Suju will naturally not help outsiders bully his babies. Knowing that Dabeo and Xiaobao didn't have a good appetite at noon, Suju didn't make many medicinal paste snacks. At that time, Suju just wanted to stimulate the baby's appetite.
Considering the time, those few snacks are really nothing to Dabeo and Xiaobao.
Dabeo and Xiaobao felt hungry, which was a very happy thing for Suju and Lan Hanyu. In this way, the two don't have to worry about the baby's loss of appetite.
Dad, belly. Papa.
Dad knew that the babies were hungry, so Dabeo and Xiaobao felt relieved. Looking up, the little babies blinked their beautiful big eyes and looked at their dad expectantly. The snacks made by dad are delicious and fun to play.
The babies want to eat the snacks made by dad. Want some snacks made by dad?
Suju immediately understood the messages conveyed by the baby's eyes. Suju was very happy that his cooking skills were recognized by his babies.
Daddy. Papa.
Nodding vigorously, Dabeo and Xiaobao said that this is what they were waiting for their dad to say. Dabeo and Xiaobao go play with mom and godmother first.
Dad will make some snacks for you.
The babies have needs, and Suju will naturally satisfy them. Putting the two babies down, Suju walked towards the kitchen.
Hanyu, your Suju can cook?
Lan Hanyu has now become accustomed to the address of your Suju.
Suju's cooking skills are amazing. There is nothing unnatural about it. Suju is originally from our family.
No way? Hanyu, if you say Suju is good at studying and singing, I believe it, but what about his cooking skills?
Shaking her head, Jiang Mingyue clearly didn't believe it.
Among today's young people, few boys, even girls, know how to cook. Jiang Mingyue herself is a very good example. Jiang Mingyue's concept of a kitchen is just to cook some instant noodles.
If I want Jiang Mingyue to do something else, I guess I can tear down the kitchen.
Of course, Jiang Mingyue knew that Hanyu's cooking skills were good.
What about Suju?
Jiang Mingyue felt that Hanyu said this just out of consideration for Suju's face.
You don't believe it? Jiang Mingyue's face clearly showed the following 4 words, I don't believe it. Lan Hanyu smiled and didn't say anything more.
There are some things that Mingyue has to see with her own eyes in order to be convinced.
Dabeo, Xiaobao, come to mommy and godmother, let's wait for daddy to make delicious food, okay?
Lan Hanyu had already taken off the mask on his face and stretched out his hands, waiting for Dabeo and Xiaobao to crawl over to the sofa.
Ma! Ma! Hearing their mother's call, Dabeo and Xiaobao crawled over happily.
In the kitchen, Suju took a quick look at the ingredients in the refrigerator. Thinking that the baby's appetite should be normal again, Suju planned to change the snacks this time. There are bananas at home and the babies like to eat them, so Suju decided to make a banana toast roll. In this way, not only babies can eat it, but adults can also eat it as a snack. Take out the toasted bread and remove the edges. Take the bananas from the storage counter on the small balcony, peel them, and cut them into the same length as the toast. Suju put the toast on the prepared sushi mat, then put the banana on the toast, used the sushi mat to roll the banana in the toast, and then rolled it tightly with a little force. Basically, the preliminary preparations were done. Considering that babies are still young, it is not suitable for them to eat a lot of fried food. Suju only put a little oil in the pan, fried the toast until golden brown and served it out. Then it's sliced and plated. These are not difficult tasks for people who have some cooking skills. Suju, who possesses top-notch royal cooking and painting skills, certainly would not serve such simple snacks to his two little darlings. Taking out the condensed milk specially used for baby food, Suju drew a vivid and lifelike animal on each small slice. Done. Suju clapped his hands, expressing his satisfaction with his work. Chapter 121, Color, Fragrance, and Aroma. Dabao, Xiaobao, it's time to eat. Because he didn't want the little animals on the snacks to get mushy, Suju put them on 2 large plates. Pa. Daddy. When they heard that there was something delicious, the babies, who were having fun with their mother and godmother, immediately abandoned the 2 beauties. Take a small round table, which is a small dining table specially prepared for babies. Suju placed the round table in front of the sofa, and Dabao and Xiaobao immediately crawled over. Pa. Bunny. Pointing at the little rabbit shape on the snack, Dabao thought of the little rabbit he had eaten at noon. Dabao, Xiaobao, wash your hands first. He stopped Dabao and Xiaobao from reaching for the snacks. Amid Dabao and Xiaobao's protests, Suju picked up a baby in each hand and walked towards the bathroom. Mingyue, I'll go help Suju. Knowing that it would be inconvenient for Suju to hold the babies and wash their hands at the same time, Lan Hanyu stood up. Good. Zhang Mingyue sat alone on the sofa, feeling a little bored, and stared at the snacks made by Suju. The golden toast has a banana flavor, probably because there are bananas wrapped inside. Just smelling the fragrance, Zhang Mingyue couldn't help swallowing. Looking at the little animals on each toast roll, they can really be described as delicious in color, aroma, and taste. I didn't expect what Hanyu said was true. Suju can really cook. What you hear is not as good as what you see. Zhang Mingyue saw it with her own eyes, so there is no reason for her not to believe it. Koku. Smelling the fragrance, Zhang Mingyue's stomach protested. I glanced at the bathroom awkwardly, and saw that Hanyu and Suju had not come out yet. Otherwise, Zhang Mingyue felt that she would not be able to face anyone. Okay, our Dabao and Xiaobao are clean babies now. With the tacit cooperation of mom and dad, Dabao and Xiaobao washed their hands quite quickly. Suju placed Dabao and Xiaobao on a small round stool respectively, which was also a seat specially prepared for babies. Little bunny. Pig. Dabao and Xiaobao each took a bite of the snacks they liked. Hanyu, you and Zhang Mingyue should try it too. I have prepared some extra. Dabao and Xiaobao were working hard on a round plate, and Suju handed another plate with snacks to Hanyu. Good. Lan Hanyu took a look and saw that there were indeed several snacks on both plates. The plate for Dabao and Xiaobao should be enough for the 2 babies. Besides, this was just an afternoon snack, and Lan Hanyu didn't prepare it for the babies to eat as dinner. Of course, just eat in moderation. Mingyue, try it. Bringing the plate to Mingyue, Lan Hanyu invited his good friend to taste Suju's cooking like offering a treasure. When Suju was busy in the kitchen just now, didn't Mingyue still look unconvinced? Lan Hanyu is now taking practical actions to clear Suju's name. It looks delicious. There is a reason why Zhang Mingyue and Lan Hanyu can become such good friends. In addition to having similar personalities, they are both foodies. In front of the delicious food, Zhang Mingyue threw away even her symbolic reserve. He simply reached out, picked up a piece of the snack that he had been coveting for a long time, and put it directly into his mouth. Hanyu, it's really delicious. Zhang Mingyue seemed to have forgotten that she was still doubting Suju's cooking skills just now. Giving Hanyu a thumbs up, Zhang Mingyue didn't even have time to say a single extra word. She picked up a small dessert from the plate and put it into her mouth. After eating 2 small snacks and looking at Hanyu who was smiling at her, Zhang Mingyue realized belatedly that her nature as a foodie had been exposed. In front of Hanyu, Zhang Mingyue doesn't care. But, we are at Suju's home now. Zhang Mingyue was still somewhat embarrassed. How is it? I didn't lie to you, did I?
Suju's cooking skills are really great.
Lan Hanyu had long been accustomed to this behavior of his good friend and didn't think much about it.
Now Lan Hanyu just wants to praise Suju. Yes, your Suju is really amazing.
Originally, those who can work in both the living room and the kitchen are referred to as those exceptionally outstanding girls.
Now I feel that your Suju has snatched this sentence away from those outstanding girls. Jiang Mingyue didn't praise Suju to hide her gluttony. Now Jiang Mingyue still really admires Suju in her heart. How can you praise someone like that?
Lan Hanyu glanced at Suju and found that Suju did not look unhappy, so she felt relieved. Picking up a piece of snack, Lan Hanyu, as a foodie, had long coveted the snack made by Suju. Based on the principle of sharing together, Lan Hanyu even specially put a piece of dessert to Suju's mouth.
Suju generally doesn't like sweets.
But this was fed by the child's mother herself, so of course Suju had to give her face. After swallowing the delicious food brought by Hanyu in one gulp, Suju's lips inevitably touched Hanyu's fingers.
Good taste. Suju glanced at Hanyu and smiled.
Lan Hanyu, on the other hand, did not expect that she would have such intimate physical contact with Suju in front of her good friends.
Lan Hanyu only felt a kind of electric shock sensation in his fingers.
Her little face turned slightly red and Lan Hanyu quickly withdrew her hand.
After glaring at Suju coquettishly, Lan Hanyu could only silently accuse Suju. Suju shrugged, indicating that he didn't mean it.
Looking at the smile on Suju's face, Lan Hanyu felt like a deer beating in her heart. I secretly turned my head and glanced at the bright moon. Lan Hanyu discovered that Mingyue's attention was not on him at all, so he felt relieved. If Mingyue had seen what happened just now, Lan Hanyu knew that he would be teased by his good friend. At this time, Jiang Mingyue certainly had no time to pay attention to the little actions between Hanyu and Suju.
Because Jiang Mingyue's entire mind is on food.
Mingyue, go slower, be careful not to swallow it. Handing a bottle of mineral water to his good friend, Lan Hanyu patted Mingyue on the back.
Mingyue had already eaten most of the whole plate of snacks.
Thinking of Aunt Wang at home, Lan Hanyu picked up a piece of dessert and walked towards the kitchen. Before leaving get off work every day, Aunt Wang would pick the vegetables that Lan Hanyu would cook in the evening, wash them, and place them on the stove.
So, Aunt Wang must be in the kitchen at this time.
Auntie Wang, this is a snack made by Suju, please try it.
Mrs. Su, you are so polite. Thank you.
Aunt Wang quickly washed her hands and took the snack that Mrs. Su handed to her.
It's okay, Aunt Wang, eat it while it's hot, it's delicious.
It was just a small matter, and Lan Hanyu didn't want Aunt Wang to think too much about it, so he turned around and walked out of the kitchen.
Mrs. Su and Mr. Su are really nice people. While eating the hot snacks, Aunt Wang said this with emotion. Chapter 122 Big News.
Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was time for Lan Hanyu's Subject 1 exam.
Lan Hanyu was originally planning to take a taxi there. Suju happened to have no classes that day, so of course he went alone. Thinking about the two babies at home, Aunt Wang might not be able to take care of them all by herself.
Lan Hanyu made a special phone call and asked Mingyue to come home to help Aunt Wang and look after the babies. Jiang Mingyue has made a great contribution because of Suju's matter.
Director Zhou of course turned a blind eye to Jiang Mingyue's skipping work. Hanyu, let's go to the medical examination room on the left side of the corridor first.
Since Lan Hanyu had already received the text message notification, of course he went for a routine physical examination before taking the first subject test.
Good.
Lan Hanyu already knew that it was just a routine physical examination, so he wasn't nervous at all.
After the physical examination, I just had to wait for the Subject 1 test. Subject 1 is a computer-based test, and candidates will not be allowed to enter the test room until 10 minutes before the start of the test. So at this time, everyone was waiting outside the computer room.
Nervous? There were quite a lot of people taking the Subject 1 exam, so Suju protected Hanyu by his side.
Don't be nervous.
I've already gone through several sets of test questions.
I'll definitely have no problem passing them. Lan Hanyu didn't want to be too confident, this was just a conservative estimate. By the way, Suju, how many points did you get in Subject 1?
Anyway, it's not time yet, Lan Hanyu asked with interest.
Lan Hanyu already knew that Suju was a top student.
Lan Hanyu, who is also a top student, of course wants to see if he can keep up with Suju.
I have more time to read, so I got 100 points. Suju's words were meant to comfort Hanyu.
Thinking about it carefully, Suju only read the book for Subject 1 exam 2 days before the exam. Then I went through a few sets of test questions.
The most important point is that Suju only took 20 minutes to hand in the paper. Therefore, Suju's perfect score is really not something that ordinary people can achieve.
Then I'll try to get a high score. Lan Hanyu, who believed in Suju's words without a doubt, raised her little face and gave Suju a big smile. Looking at the smiling face so close to him, Suju stretched out his right hand, supported the back of Hanyu's head, and gently kissed Hanyu's smooth forehead.
I believe you can do it.
Because it was in a public place, Suju's kiss was just a light touch. Suju lowered his head and whispered softly into Hanyu's ear as she buried her head in his chest due to shyness. Not daring to look up at the expressions of the people around him, Lan Hanyu lowered his head and replied to Suju.
Oh my god, are you going to let me live? I'm just here to take a test. Do I have to be fed dog food?
Oh my god, the combination of a handsome man and a beautiful woman is already enviable enough, and their relationship is so good.
How can ordinary people like us feel?
I finally understand why I am taking the subject test for the third time.
Why? Because I don't have such a handsome boyfriend. TSK. You're so fat, even if you have a boyfriend, he can only be a fat guy, and no one else can stand up to him. Can't you just let me fantasize a little? Reality is so cruel.
Alright, all of you keep your voices down, the beauty is already very embarrassed. I just feel like there's a strong sour taste in my breath.
Because of a small action by Suju and Lan Hanyu, the jealous people around them began to show up.
You can enter the examination room now. Fortunately, the opening door was opened quickly, and two people who looked like security guards stood at the gate, checking the candidates' identity cards and other documents.
Suju, I'm going in. The exam is coming, so everyone's attention is naturally diverted.
Lan Hanyu took a quick look and only raised his head after he realized that everyone was no longer staring at him. After saying something to Suju, Lan Hanyu took out his ID card and admission ticket from his pocket.
I'll wait for you outside. Touching Hanyu's head, Suju said gently. Good.
Lan Hanyu was particularly well behaved today, just like an obedient little woman. Watching Hanyu walk into the examination room, Suju found a bench not far away and sat down.
Brother Ju, big news.
The parents of Cheng Mingshan, the man who scammed you, came to the school today to ask for mercy from the school leaders. Suju had just taken out his cell phone and was about to check the surveillance to see how the babies were doing at home when WeChat rang.
I opened WeChat and saw messages from my roommate group. Yes, Brother Ju, a few of us went to inquire about it. Cheng Mingshan might be formally prosecuted. His parents want to ask the school leaders to come forward and ask you to let him go.
Brother Ju, I don't think that kind of person deserves any sympathy.
If it wasn't for Brother Ju's ability to tell at a glance that the antique was fake, wouldn't it be Brother Ju who was in trouble now? Yeah, Brother Ju, I also think that you shouldn't let him go. Wu Yoli and others have always been indignant about Cheng Mingshan's attempt to frame Suju.
When they heard that Cheng Mingshan had been prosecuted, the three of them felt very happy. Of course, he doesn't want Suju to forgive Cheng Mingshan or anything. If such a vicious person is not taught a lesson, he might think that all the laws are written by his family. Seeing his roommate's concern for him, Suju smiled knowingly. In fact, the police have already contacted me. Suju has also stated his position and hopes that everything will be done in accordance with the law. What this means is that you should judge it however you want. Suju would not be foolish enough to issue a letter of forgiveness to someone who coveted Hanyu, had evil intentions and wanted to frame him. Even if the school leaders came to him, Suju would maintain the same attitude and would not change at all. However, Suju believed that the school leaders would not get involved in this mess.
The facts are there. Even if the school leaders ignore their own position, they have to consider the reputation of the school, right? We can't let outsiders say that the school leaders of Z University don't distinguish between right and wrong when handling things and are completely influenced by personal emotions, right? Don't worry, I'm not some saintly bitch.
To deal with a villain like Cheng Mingshan, a few years of free meals is still a bargain for him. In order to put his roommates at ease, Suju made his position clear.
Brother Ju, man. Brother Ju, you are my idol. Don't be afraid of power, Brother Ju, I support you. Come on, Ma Xiaoyu, where does your power come from? Can you please be more careful with your words? Hee, I'm so happy, aren't I? I like tough men like Ju. Brother Ju already has a sister-in-law, so he doesn't care about your love. Shui Jiawei, you only know how to misinterpret my meaning.
Looking at the lively atmosphere in the group, Suju just smiled knowingly.
Chapter 123 Lan Hanyu offers a kiss. After exiting WeChat, Suju clicked on the surveillance link on his phone.
In the surveillance footage, Jiang Mingyue, Debao, and Xiaobao were playing with a wooden horse in the living room. Seeing the smiles on the babies' faces, Suju knew that Jiang Mingyue was not the godmother for nothing.
I haven't seen Aunt Wang for the time being. Could it be that she went to clean the house? Suju didn't care much about it. Seeing that the babies were fine, Suju was relieved. Just as I was about to turn off the surveillance link, Aunt Wang walked towards me from the direction of the kitchen. Seeing the fruit plate in Aunt Wang's hand, Suju understood that it was time for the babies to eat fruit. Usually these things are prepared by Hanyu, and Suju really has no specific concept of time. In the surveillance video, Debao and Xiaobao, who were having fun, immediately left their godmother and crawled towards Grandma Wang when they saw what was in Grandma Wang's hand. Looking at the babies who revealed their little foodie nature, Suju couldn't help but smile. The exam for Subject 1 lasts for 45 minutes. Unlike Suju, who handed in his paper early, no one came out early for this Subject 1 exam. It was not until the bell rang that the candidates came out of the computer room one after another. Hearing the bell, Suju also stood up. Since Lan Hanyu's exam computer was in the middle and he was handing in his paper with everyone else, of course he followed the others out. How about it? When Hanyu walked to his side, Suju asked softly. Suju knew that Hanyu was a top student and this subject would definitely not be difficult for her in the exam. The full score for Subject 1 exam is 100, and you will pass as long as you get 90 points. So, Suju was actually just asking symbolically. Not as good as you. I only scored 98 points. Lan Hanyu clicked to submit the test paper, and the score came out not long after. Therefore, everyone will already know how they did in Subject 1 when the test results come out. It's already great. You have to take care of the babies, so you don't have much time to read. My Hanyu is great. Seeing that Hanyu was not in a very good mood, Suju touched the child's mother's head and comforted her. In fact, as long as you pass the test, it's fine. This is not the college entrance examination. There is really no difference between 98 points and 100 points. Suju, do you really think I'm great? If Suju hadn't scored 100 points in front, Lan Hanyu wouldn't have cared much about his own 98 points. Lan Hanyu just didn't want Suju to think that he was stupid. Of course, my Hanyu is the best. Suju was speaking from his heart, and he really had no intention of coaxing Hanyu. Suju, thank you. Looking at Suju's doting eyes, Lan Hanyu couldn't help but stand on tiptoe and gently kiss Suju on the face. It is said that impulse is the devil, and Lan Hanyu was also impulsive. After the kiss, looking at Suju's smiling face, Lan Hanyu finally realized what she had just done. There was a loud bang in her head, and Lan Hanyu was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a crack to crawl into. What did I just do? Isn't it just a kiss to the baby's father? I actually took the initiative to kiss Suju? What's wrong with taking the initiative? We already have a baby, so what's wrong with a kiss to celebrate? He kissed Suju in public, with so many people watching. Then there's the saying, don't look at what's inappropriate. Besides, am I not too excited? Oh my god, will I still be able to come to the driving school to learn how to drive in the future? As long as you are not embarrassed, others will be embarrassed. In Lan Hanyu's mind, the two little angels started fighting again. What's going on? I'm just here to take a test for Subject 1. It's fine if I'm fed dog food once before the test, but I have to do it again after the test? Do you want to torture us singles like this? Beautiful lady, have you passed the test? I understand. Did I get lucky with the handsome guy and the pretty girl this time? I passed? I'm so envious of her. She had a boyfriend to accompany her during the subject test. His boyfriend is so handsome. If I had such a handsome boyfriend, I would not even think it would be enough to kiss him 100 times, let alone once. It's sore, my tooth hurts. I still have a stomachache. Ha ha ha. Listening to the discussions of the people around him, Lan Hanyu dared not raise his head anymore. Lan Hanyu didn't understand why she was so bold. It seemed that when Lan Hanyu looked at Suju at that time, there was only Suju in her eyes. Let's go. Knowing that Hanyu was shy, Suju put his arm around Hanyu's shoulders and walked outside. Of course, Suju was very happy about Hanyu's initiative to kiss him. The uncontrollable upward curve of his mouth fully proved Suju's good mood. Lan Hanyu leaned in Suju's arms. The almost inaudible sound was probably only heard by Suju. Gone, gone, the handsome guys and pretty girls are gone, what else is there to stay for? Yeah, I wonder if the handsome guy and the pretty girl took the bus? It would be great if we could run into each other again later. Meet by chance? Even if it's an accidental encounter, so what? They are a couple, okay? What does it have to do with you? It's pleasing to the eyes if you look at it more. That makes some sense. Let's go and see who has the best luck. Because of the departure of Suju and Lan Hanyu, the candidates for subject 1 also left one after another. Suju, I just. After getting into the BMW, Lan Hanyu still didn't dare to look up at Suju. Lan Hanyu always felt that her behavior just now was too bold and she had lost the modesty of a girl. Hanyu, we already have Debao and Xiaobao, there's nothing to be shy about. Suju also hopes that Hanyu can be more proactive in the future, and of course he needs more encouragement. Lan Hanyu nodded, but still didn't raise his head. By the way, I just checked Debao and Xiaobao on the surveillance camera. Zhang Mingyue and Aunt Wang took good care of them. In order to prevent Hanyu from being shy, Suju changed the subject. Really? Can you show me? This was the first time Lan Hanyu left the babies and went out alone since surveillance cameras were installed at home. In fact, this was only the second time that Lan Hanyu came out alone without the babies. Sure, just open my phone and click on the monitoring link. Suju's phone didn't have a password or anything, so Lan Hanyu could of course operate it herself. Good. Lan Hanyu followed Suju's instructions, turned on the surveillance camera, and watched Debao and Xiaobao playing happily with Zhang Mingyue. Seeing that Hanyu was no longer obsessed with the kiss, Suju started the car and drove out of the driving school's parking lot. Chapter 124: The Real Obstacle. Suju's big BMW sped past the bus stop outside the driving school. Because the windows of the BMW were not rolled down, people outside certainly couldn't see clearly what was going on inside the car. For those who originally wanted to have another chance encounter with Suju and Lan Hanyu, it is naturally impossible for their dream to come true. Even when the big BMW had driven far away from the bus stop, those waiting there were still shaking their heads in anticipation. It's really weird. The handsome guy and the pretty girl came out first, so why can't we see them? Could it be that a bus just happened to come and they took it and left first? That shouldn't be the case. I followed them out and didn't see any handsome men or beautiful women here at all. Did they take a taxi? It's hard to say. There are very few taxis here. Hey, I wonder if I will learn to drive with the same instructor as a beautiful girl. You are talking nonsense. Why do you have such good luck? I also hope I can learn to drive with a beautiful lady. Why are you, a woman, joining in the fun? You don't understand this, do you? If a pretty girl is learning to drive, a handsome guy might come to visit her or something, and then I can see the handsome guy, right? You think too much. The bus is here, let's see who has better luck next time. The lively exchange came to an end as everyone went their separate ways. Suju, aren't we going home now? Lan Hanyu didn't know yet that even though he hadn't even started formally learning to drive, there were already so many people wanting to be in the same group with him. Noticing that Suju wasn't driving in a direction that seemed like he was heading back to the community, Lan Hanyu asked curiously. It's still early. Debao and Xiaobao are having a great time. Let's not go back yet. Suju discovered that he and Hanyu had very few opportunities to go out alone. Is this the life of parents with babies? Having Debao and Xiaobao is indeed a very happy thing, but Suju still wants to spend some time alone with Hanyu occasionally. Today is a rare opportunity. Where are we going now? Knowing that Suju had made the decision, Lan Hanyu did not act pretentiously. Go celebrate that you passed the Subject 1 exam. It's not difficult to pass the first part of the exam. I heard that the second and third parts of the exam are the real stumbling blocks. Subject 1 is just a theoretical test, and for Lan Hanyu, a top student, it is not too difficult to pass it. Lan Hanyu had also checked online. The second part of the test, also known as the small road test, includes 5 compulsory items: reversing into a garage, parallel parking, and starting on a slope, right-angle turns, and driving on curves. It is said on the internet that reversing into a parking space is the most difficult part, and many candidates fail in this area. The third test, also known as the road test, is the abbreviation for the road driving skills and safe and civilized driving common sense test subjects in the driver's test.
The second subject exam was described as the most difficult on the internet, and Lan Hanyu felt a little nervous. Suju, I saw many people online saying that they were stuck on the second part of the reverse parking test. Did you pass the subject 2 test in one try? Suju already has a driver's license, and Lan Hanyu wants to learn some experience from him.
It's not as difficult as people say online.
As long as you find the right angle, reversing into a parking space is very easy.
I passed all my subject exams in one try. Hanyu, don't be scared by what you see online. If it was really that difficult to pass the test, how could there be so many people driving on the road? Suju was driving while comforting Hanyu. Some people on the internet really exaggerate what they say. Just because you can't pass the test yourself, you make the second subject test so difficult? If it's really that difficult, how do these drivers get their licenses? So, some people don't know how to look for the reasons in themselves, and just keep complaining. Suju really has no good feelings towards that kind of person. Well, then I will learn seriously from the coach then.
Suju said it was not very difficult, and Lan Hanyu felt a lot more relaxed.
Okay, Hanyu, don't be so nervous, this is much easier than the college entrance examination. I wasn't this nervous even during the college entrance exam. It seems I'm thinking too much. When you actually get on the car and practice, you will know.
Those people who say it's difficult online actually can't pass the test themselves.
It's scary. Well, Debeo and Xiaobao are both so smart, so I, as a mother, can't be too stupid. If all the top students at Z University are stupid, are there any smart people left in this world? Suju, you seem to be a top student, don't you sound too proud when you say that? Really? I'm an honest man. I think so. Okay, my Hanyu said yes, so let's have it. What do you mean your Hanyu? Who is your Hanyu? It's not mine? Whose are you planning to buy? Of course I belong to my own family. Did you also give birth to Debeo and Xiaobao by yourself? Although I don't remember it, I should have contributed a lot, right? Suju, you. Lan Hanyu was defeated again. Fortunately, we were in the car and there was no one else around. After Suju's recent training, Lan Hanyu finally became a little thicker-skinned. Turning his head to the side, Lan Hanyu said, I can't argue with you, so it's okay if I don't say anything, right? Suju looked at the blushing little face, turned his head to look at Hanyu outside the car, the curve of his mouth couldn't be more upturned. This little episode happened after Suju parked the car, and the two of them tacitly let it pass. Suju, what are we doing in the mall? Although Suju said he wanted to celebrate. In Lan Hanyu's opinion, wouldn't it be enough to buy a small cake and take it back to eat with the babies in Mingyue? But coming to Wuyue Plaza, it doesn't seem as simple as buying a cake. Congratulations on passing your Subject 1 exam. Holding Hanyu's smooth little hand, Suju gave the same answer. I know it's to celebrate my passing of Subject 1, but why do we have to come to Wuyue Plaza? Lan Hanyu followed Suju's footsteps and asked the questions in his mind. Why can't we come to Wuyue Plaza? Knowing that he couldn't get anything out of him, Lan Hanyu gave up the idea of asking further questions. Since we are here now, let us see what Suju wants to do. Took the elevator directly from the parking lot to the first floor. Suju knew that the most expensive items were usually sold on the first floor of a shopping mall. For example, gold and jewelry counters are definitely on the first floor. In Suju's opinion, wearing gold seems a bit old-fashioned at Hanyu's age. Let us take a look at diamond jewelry first. Because Kimberly mainly deals in diamond jewelry, Suju directly took Hanyu's hand and came to the counter of Kimberly. Welcome to Kimberly, what would you like to see? I'll introduce it to you. Seeing a customer, Kimberly's salesperson greeted him warmly. Chapter 125 Rational Rejection. Hanyu, do you like this necklace? Suju fell in love with a necklace with a star-shaped pendant at first sight. This necklace has a large diamond in the middle of the star pendant, with many small diamonds around it. Under the light, it sparkles and looks particularly beautiful. Sir, you have a very good eye. This is our Kimberly's new model, the Starry Sky series necklace. Each of our Kimberly counters only has one necklace from the Starry Sky series, and this was just delivered by the head office this morning. This Starry Sky series was designed by our chief designer in Kimberly, and many customers have asked about it. Because we were not sure about the specific delivery time from the head office at the beginning, those customers did not know that the Starry Sky series necklace would arrive today. The salesperson's meaning was very clear. The necklace that Suju liked was a popular item at Kimberly,
and there was only one in each store. As the saying goes, scarcity makes things valuable, and Kimberly has made great use of this.
Suju, this necklace is too expensive, let's forget it.
Lan Hanyu whispered in Suju's ear in a voice that only Suju could hear. When Lan Hanyu saw this necklace for the first time, she was also amazed.
There is probably no girl in this world who doesn't like diamonds, right?
Especially a diamond necklace with such a beautiful design. Lan Hanyu also likes him from the bottom of his heart. However, when Lan Hanyu saw the label on the necklace, he backed out. Looking at the price tag of 68,800, Lan Hanyu knew that Suju could make money, but they still had 2 babies to raise.
Lan Hanyu didn't want to be so extravagant. As long as you like it, this is the first gift I give you. Suju knew that Hanyu just couldn't bear to let go. Of course you have to pamper your own woman.
To pamper a woman means to give her the best.
Miss, how about I help you put it on and try it on? Miss, you are so beautiful.
You will definitely match our Kimberly Starry Sky Series necklace very well.
The salesperson is also a girl with a very good eye. Putting on white gloves and taking out a tray, the salesperson used a key to open the glass door of the counter.
The salesperson carefully took out the Starry Sky Series necklace with both hands and placed it on the tray first.
Miss, please turn around and let me help you put it on and try it on.
The salesperson sees that the handsome guy is very interested in buying the product.
Now all he needs to do is to win over the beautiful girl next to the handsome guy, right?
Of course, this Starry Sky Series necklace will never have trouble selling. I estimate that within 2 days, it will definitely be bought by someone who gets the news.
However, the salesperson didn't care who bought the Starry Sky Series necklace.
What the salesperson cares about is whether this Starry Sky Series necklace is sold by him.
In the sales industry, salary is definitely linked to performance.
Therefore, only the necklace sold by the salesperson himself has a real relationship with the salesperson.
Even if it is a hot-selling product, the salesperson's enthusiasm for promotion is unambiguous.
If the necklace cannot be sold now, when the shift changes, this Starry Sky Series necklace will have nothing to do with this salesperson.
Let's forget about this.
Looking at the even more sparkling necklace taken out from the counter, although Lan Hanyu liked it even more in her heart, she still rationally refused.
Try it on. Without giving Hanyu a chance to refuse, Suju held Hanyu's shoulders and asked her to turn around. The salesperson cooperated, took a step forward and put the necklace around Lan Hanyu's neck. It happened almost in an instant, and Lan Hanyu didn't even have the chance to refuse. Suju, Feeling a little cold on his neck, Lan Hanyu wanted to say something. Miss, this is a mirror, take a look at the effect. The salesperson picked up the mirror from the counter and held it in front of Lan Hanyu's neck.
Miss, you are really the most beautiful girl I have ever seen, no doubt about it.
Miss, have you ever considered becoming a star? If you become a star, you will definitely be very famous. Speaking compliments is a compulsory course for salespeople.
In the past, even if the compliments were given against their will, salespeople were able to do it with perfection. Not to mention, what the salesperson said to the beautiful Lan Hanyu was actually the truth. When Lan Hanyu saw the necklace on her neck in the mirror, she forgot what she was going to say. This Kimberly Starry Sky Series necklace is so beautiful. If Lan Hanyu didn't know that these valuable items should not be touched casually, he really wanted to reach out and touch them gently. Seeing the white gloves on the salesperson's hands, Lan Hanyu still had some common sense. Sir, look at your girlfriend and our Starry Sky Series necklace, they are a perfect match. Knowing that the protagonist was a handsome guy, the salesperson turned around and praised Suju again.
I am not. Lan Hanyu felt that the relationship between her and Suju should not be considered a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, right? Lan Hanyu felt that the salesperson had misunderstood and instinctively wanted to explain. She's not my girlfriend. Before Hanyu could finish his words, Suju took over. The salesperson was a little confused. They were not boyfriend and girlfriend? She's my wife. Without waiting for the salesperson to ask any questions, Suju naturally put his arm around Hanyu's shoulders. Hanyu has already called me husband, and they have 2 adorable babies, Debao and Xiaobao. Boyfriend or girlfriend? This relationship is definitely not correct. I'm sorry, you two are so young. I didn't expect you two are already married. After hearing the answer announced by the handsome guy, the salesperson was stunned for a moment, but he reacted immediately. It's normal for people to get married early if they have a good relationship. The salesperson felt that this combination of handsome men and beautiful women was truly a match made in heaven. Just this necklace, it looks great on my wife. Because Suju kept calling her wife, Lan Hanyu was too shy to care about the necklace. Yes, sir, I'll get the order out right away.
Hearing the handsome guy make the decision so readily, the salesperson's face lit up with a huge smile.
Sir, you are so good to your wife.
I originally thought that the handsome guy was just trying to make his girlfriend happy. Now that she is married, the salesperson is really envious that the handsome guy is still so good to his wife. I thought of the one at home who quarreled with me for 3 days last year on Singles Day because I bought a set of cosmetics worth more than 1,000 yuan. The salesperson was really upset. Men are afraid of choosing the wrong career, and women are afraid of marrying the wrong man.
There is no harm without comparison.
The salesperson was a little frozen in time because of his happy smile when he opened the order.
Chapter 126 Basic Knowledge. Is this Kimberly's newest Starry Sky series necklace?
I heard from my friends that this necklace is hard to get, but I saw it today.
Honey, I want that necklace.
The salesperson had not taken 2 steps to place an order when a delicate female voice suddenly rang out.
Very impolitely, the woman's fingers with bright red nail polish were almost touching Hanyo's neck. Suju hugged Hanyu into his arms and successfully avoided the woman's claws. What's wrong with you? My boyfriend can't even see what I'm buying.
Because she didn't touch the Starry Sky series necklace, the woman's originally delicate voice immediately became sharp. Taking a look at the woman with her snow-white face, Suju began to doubt whether this woman had smeared the wall paint on her face.
That thick layer really makes people wonder, how ugly is the woman that she needs to cover it up like this? Do you only have one necklace from the Starry Sky series in each store? You asked her to take it down, and I bought it.
It can be seen that the woman is very knowledgeable about this Starry Sky series necklace. I even know their sales model clearly. It's just that the woman's quality, like her face, is really not commendable. I'm sorry, miss, this gentleman has already ordered this necklace from the Starry Sky series.
Would you like to look at other styles?
The handsome guy has already made the decision.
Moreover, if this woman had not suddenly appeared, the salesperson would have probably already placed the order by now. Everything has a first-come first-served order, this is basic common sense.
I don't want to look at other styles, I want the Starry Sky series necklace.
Honey, none of my friends got the Starry Sky necklace yet, and I want to show off in front of them.
My dear, I'm not just doing this for myself, this is also for your sake, right? The woman didn't hear the salesman's words at all. The woman was acting coquettishly towards the man next to her, and she was almost hanging her body on the man. It's true, apart from that face that doesn't reveal much, the woman's figure is really nice. She is plump where she should be plump, and thin where she should be thin, which really meets the needs of ordinary men. The man seemed to enjoy the woman's coquettishness, and he looked accustomed to the woman throwing herself at him in public. Suju looked at the couple and frowned slightly, they were really not presentable.
However, this is their own business. If you don't want to watch it, don't watch it.
Suju turned around and turned Hanyu in his arms as well.
Go and open the bill.
Although Dabao and Xiaobao are being looked after by Zhang Mingyue and Aunt Wang, Suju still doesn't want to waste time on other people.
Going home early to see the babies is also a big deal for Suju.
Okay sir, would you like to pay by credit card or WeChat? The salesperson also found the performance of the woman and the man a bit embarrassing to watch.
WeChat. Most of Suju's money is on WeChat.
Last time, Joe Haitian asked the finance department to pay the deposit, although it was directly deposited into the bank card. But the deposit was only 60,000, which was not enough to pay for the necklace. Suju was planning to transfer the money directly to Hanyu once all the money arrived.
What do you mean by WeChat? I want this necklace. Don't you understand what I'm saying? After hearing the conversation between Suju and the salesperson, the woman no longer cared about acting coquettishly.
After all, a woman's act of coquettishness is also to get the Starry Sky series necklace.
Now that people have to pay, what's the point of women acting coquettishly?
Excuse me miss, this necklace was chosen by this gentleman and his wife first, and the gentleman had already decided on it before you came.
Although the woman's attitude was rude, the salesperson still spoke very politely. There's no way. People working in sales have seen all kinds of people.
No matter how rude a person is, the company requires them to treat customers with a smile. Because of Suju's words my wife, the salesperson's way of addressing Lan Hanyu also changed.
After hearing what the salesperson said, the woman was obviously misled. You're already married, why are you still following the trend? Did you tell them how much the necklace was worth? She's just a yellow-faced woman. Does she need to wear a necklace worth tens of thousands of dollars?
From what I can see from their attire, their conditions are pretty ordinary.
Did you miss a zero? The woman looked Suju and Lan Hanyu up and down,
Although a little surprised by Suju's handsome face.
but Suju and Lan Hanyu's outfits were indeed very ordinary in the eyes of women.
Because of Suju's height, he blocked the woman's view, and the woman still hadn't seen Lan Hanyu's face. I don't know how the woman had the confidence to say the word yellow face.
Honey, someone wants to steal the necklace I like, please help me pay for it.
Now there is no need for men to take a look first, women will directly grab the order. Seeing the anxious look of the woman, the man did not say anything. Shaoli, come and greet this young lady. Realizing that the woman was unreasonable, the salesperson called his colleague over. Originally, there were several salespeople at the Kimberly counter. It just so happened that the woman came directly for the Starry Sky series necklace, so the other salesman did not come forward to greet her.
After all, there is only one Starry Sky necklace, and other salespeople can't come and snatch the customer, right?
Miss, we at Kimberly have other styles of necklaces, all of which are very beautiful.
How about I introduce them to you?
The salesperson named Shelley heard her colleague's call and came forward to greet the woman. Although I know that women are unreasonable. But since they have come to the counter, as a salesperson, I must receive them politely.
What other styles are you looking at? Don't you understand what people say? I just want the Starry Sky necklace.
The woman felt that the salesperson was deliberately trying to go against her by asking her to look at other styles of necklaces. Miss, the gentleman and lady from the Starry Sky series have already made their decision.
I'm really sorry.
No matter how poor the customer's character is, the salesperson should not show his dissatisfaction on his face.
After I patiently explained it, the smile on the salesperson's face disappeared, which was true. What do you mean it's settled? As long as you haven't paid, it doesn't count. I say, you salespeople, don't you have any vision at all? Looking at the way these two are dressed, do you think they can afford the Starry Sky necklace?
This young couple really has no idea of the immensity of heaven and earth. Because women fail to achieve their goals, their words become more and more rude.
Chapter 127, Metaphor. Whether or not we can afford the necklace is our own business. Do we need you to complain about it? Also, yellow-faced woman? I think you are very suitable for this title. If it's not to cover up some flaws, I've never seen anyone paint their face like a wall. Suju would not tolerate a woman's repeated rude remarks. Turning around, Suju showed no mercy and did not show any for the uncultured woman. Puff. The salesmen, who were originally unhappy because of the woman's unreasonableness, couldn't help but burst into laughter because of Suju's words. Using your own face as a wall? It's really a very fitting image. Nowadays, when people put on makeup, it is popular to do things like scheming makeup. It is really rare to see a woman who can make her face as white as snow. What are you laughing at? After glaring at the salesperson, the woman focused her eyes on Suju's face. It's really handsome. However, when the woman thought of what the handsome guy said to her, her rationality was instantly restored. I'm not married yet, how can I be a yellow-faced woman? It's your wife who has been hiding and not daring to see anyone. She is the one who is really ashamed to face people. The woman has always claimed to be a young girl. Now being publicly called a yellow-faced woman, even if the man is a handsome guy, women still feel that it is unforgivable. Of course, there is no way to attack a handsome guy's looks. The woman had no choice but to vent her anger on the handsome guy's wife, whose true face she had never even seen. In today's society, it is said that beauty goes with the beast, and handsome men go with ugly women. Women believe that a handsome man's wife must be an ugly woman. You're hiding from people? You really know how to flatter yourself. I'm afraid my wife will be scared by your face and have nightmares at night. After all, with a face like yours, you don't even need makeup to play a zombie. Hearing Suju's words, Lan Hanyu was slightly surprised. In the past, if Suju encountered such trivial matters, he would generally ignore them. But today, because that woman has been targeting Lan Hanyu, Suju will definitely not let her go easily. You. Because of Suju's metaphor, the woman didn't know how to refute it for a moment. Suju, forget it. Lan Hanyu knew that Suju did everything for her. But Lan Hanyu didn't want Suju to get on the same level as that uncultured woman. Lan Hanyu turned around and took Suju's arm. You. This time, the woman was speechless in front of Lan Han. How can there be such a beautiful woman? What did you just say that person was? Yellow-faced woman?
No wonder the handsome guy said he was a yellow-faced woman.
Women now have some self-awareness. Listen to my wife.
Hanyu said forget it. Suju had already scolded the woman anyway, so he naturally let it go.
Sir, madam, this way please. The salesperson has already made preparations.
As long as the customer pays, the deal will be closed.
Good. Holding Hanyo's little hand, Suju walked towards the cashier counter. Honey, please think of a solution quickly. I want that necklace.
Seeing that Suju and the others were serious, the woman immediately sought help from the man next to her.
What did you say? After being called by the woman, the man asked belatedly. The men's attention was attracted by Lan Hanyo's beautiful face.
As for what the woman said, the man said that he really didn't hear a word clearly.
You've been so deaf from looking at so many beautiful women, right?
Look carefully, no matter how beautiful she is, it has nothing to do with you.
She already has a husband. Do you know what it means to have a husband? Having a husband means that the person is already married. Married, you know?
The woman felt like her lungs were about to explode. She didn't get the starry sky necklace she had her eyes on, and even her man's mind was now on another woman. But she is indeed a great beauty, so even if a woman wants to say something sarcastic, she won't be able to do so.
Husband?
When the man heard what the woman said, he didn't feel embarrassed at all. Instead, he smiled nonchalantly.
He's just a poor boy.
He'll make a fool of himself later. I pinched the woman's waist and it felt pretty good.
This starry sky necklace costs more than 60,000, right? Do you think that poor boy can afford it with his attire?
Just wait here. When they can't pay and take off the necklace obediently, I'll slap them hard in the face. The man had no grudges against Suju in the past or recently.
What hatred could there be between two people who don't even know each other?
However, seeing that such a beautiful woman like Lan Hanyu was actually the wife of a poor boy, the man felt extremely jealous. The man thought that the beautiful girl must have been deceived by the poor boy's appearance.
Nowadays, men just want to show off in front of beautiful women.
After all, being handsome is just a decoration.
A truly capable man must have a fat wallet, right? My dear, I will wait and see.
Seeing that the man wanted to buy her the starry sky necklace, the woman clung to the man coquettishly again. As long as she could get Kimberly's starry sky necklace, the woman felt that she could hold her head high again. Shelley, the salesperson who was originally called over to receive the woman, stood aside silently. Looking at the looks of the man and the woman, Shelley knew that there was no need for her to go and receive them. As for what they said about buying the Starry Sky series necklace later, it depends on whether the handsome guy will give them this opportunity.
Both Suju and Lan Hanyu heard what the man said, but neither of them paid any attention to him. Want to slap Suju in the face?
Lan Hanyu was not worried at all. Lan Hanyu already had the answer in his heart as to who was going to be slapped in the face in the end. Sir, this Starry Sky necklace costs a total of 68,800 yuan. Although the customer had already been told the price, now that payment was due, the salesperson still made a symbolic statement.
Good. Without any extra words, Suju took out his mobile phone and clicked on the payment code.
As the man was waiting to see a joke, the cash register emitted a sound indicating successful payment. Suju put away his phone and successfully saw the man's expression change again and again.
Sir, here is your receipt. Do you want the necklace wrapped?
The order has been closed and the salesperson's commission has been secured. The smile on his face was indescribably bright, and the salesperson handed over the receipt respectfully with both hands.
Don't wrap the necklace, just put the receipt in the box.
Suju bought the necklace for Hanyu to wear, so of course there was no need to wrap it up.
Okay sir, please wait a moment.
The salesperson put the receipt into a beautiful necklace gift box, took out the packaging bag, packed it, and handed it to Suju.
Amid the incredulous looks on the man and the woman's faces, Suju held Hanyu's little hand and left the Kimberly counter. Chapter 128, Spoiling the Scenery. Sir, miss, do you need to see other styles of necklaces? The saleswoman Shelley heard it clearly.
The man said he wanted to slap the handsome guy in the face. Now it seems that whoever slaps someone else in the face will be wrong, so one really shouldn't boast too much.
Didn't you say that people couldn't afford it? Didn't you say you would buy me this starry necklace so I could slap the handsome guy in the face? They've already paid and left, why don't you say anything?
If you had paid before them at the beginning, that starry sky necklace would have been mine. I just showed off to my girlfriends that I will be wearing the Kimberly Star Series necklace to have dinner with them tomorrow.
What should I do now? They will definitely say that I am just bragging.
It was not until after Suju and Lan Hanyu left for a while that the woman realized that the Starry Sky Series necklace had really been bought by the handsome guy. I had already determined in my heart that the handsome guy couldn't afford the Starry Sky Series necklace. Seeing a handsome guy pay without any hesitation is really a big psychological blow to a woman. The woman now blames all the problems on her boyfriend.
Who made the man just now firmly believe that Suju was just a poor boy and definitely could not afford this necklace worth more than 60,000 yuan? What are you arguing about? What do you mean by party or not? And besties? You're just a bunch of women competing with each other.
The man felt that he had been slapped in the face. I wanted to show off in front of a beautiful woman, but I didn't expect that her husband was not a pushover either. Because of the woman's persistence, the man's face became even uglier. The man looked at the woman's snow-white face with disgust and felt disgusted. Think about the beauty just now, she is a natural beauty. Then look at your girlfriend. Even if you put a whole bucket of Nippon paint on her face, she is still not 1/10 as beautiful as that beauty.
What do you mean by comparing ourselves to each other? How did my best friend and I offend you?
The woman became upset when her boyfriend criticized her for nothing.
Okay, don't you know what kind of virtue you have? Your face is really a real eyesore.
Thinking of the zombie face that Suju compared, men are now unwilling to look at women even once.
You.
The woman didn't have time to refute, and her hand that was holding the man's arm was directly thrown away.
Don't contact me anymore.
After saying this, the man left without looking back.
Hey, what do you mean? Are you breaking up with me? Even if we break up, I should be the one dumping you. Why did you bring it up first?
The woman shouted and ran towards the man quickly.
Ouch.
A scream came, because the woman had an intimate contact with the cold tiles while running in high heels. The man who heard the noise just turned his head and took a look, then left with an expressionless face. Kimberly's salesperson, who had watched the whole process as a farce, had no good feelings towards women without quality.
Now seeing the woman fall, several people turned their heads tacitly, pretending they didn't see anything.
As for other people in the mall, they didn't dare to help the woman rashly.
There are too many cases of blackmail in today's society, so of course everyone needs to be more careful.
No one paid attention to how the woman stood up in the end, and no one will care.
Suju, this necklace is too expensive, I'd better put it away.
The gifts had already been bought, so Suju and Lan Hanyu went straight home to see the baby. In the BMW, Lan Hanyu touched the necklace around her neck, feeling a little reluctant. Lan Hanyu always felt that wearing such an expensive necklace around her neck would cause her psychological pressure.
If the necklace is kept in a jewelry box, it will lose its meaning, right? In Suju's mind, let alone a necklace worth more than 60,000 yuan, even if it was worth 600,000 yuan, as long as Hanyu liked it, it would not be a big deal. But
Lan Hanyu originally wanted to say that she had to take care of Debao and Xiaobao on a daily basis, and it didn't seem very convenient for her to wear such an expensive necklace.
No buts, just wear it.
Blocking all the excuses Hanyu wanted to find, Suju made the final decision in a domineering manner. Lan Hanyu looked at Suju's profile, touched the necklace around her neck, and felt a lot more at ease.
Suju, I like it very much. Without saying anything like thank you, Lan Hanyu just wanted to express her true thoughts to Suju. As long as you like it.
Suju held the steering wheel with one hand and used his free right hand to hold Hanyu's small hand. The two smiled at each other, and the atmosphere in the BMW was warm and wonderful.
Debao, Xiaobao, Daddy and Mommy are back.
Opening the door of the house, Suju greeted the babies as usual.
Pa. Ma. Daddy.
The babies, who were having fun playing with their godmother in the living room, immediately abandoned their godmother and staggered towards the door when they heard their father's voice.
Debao, Xiaobao, you don't want to play with your godmother?
Zhang Mingyue, holding a toy in her hand, looked at Debao and Xiaobao, who were facing her with their buttocks, with an unwilling look on her face.
Why did his status in Debao and Xiaobao's hearts plummet as soon as Suju and Hanyu came back? Zhang Mingyue said that she was very unconvinced. Unfortunately, the only answer Zhang Mingyue got was air.
At this time, Debao and Xiaobao are in their father's arms, enjoying the father's love.
Big treasure, little treasure, give me a kiss from mommy.
Lan Hanyu hadn't seen the babies for most of the day, so of course she missed them a lot. The good babies offered their little faces to satisfy their mother's request.
Hanyu, is the traffic congested today?
Jiang Mingyue had obtained her driver's license a long time ago, so she knew that the first part of the test would not take long. Hanyu and Suju had been out for such a long time that the only thing Jiang Mingyue could think of was that there was a traffic jam on the road. No, the road is not congested. Lan Hanyu was an honest child and answered the question of his good friend honestly.
No traffic jam?
Then why did you and Suju go out for so long? Hanyu, it's not that you failed the first subject test, so Suju took so long to comfort you, right? Jiang Mingyue said as she walked over from the living room.
Mingyue, you have too little confidence in me. Putting aside other things, if it comes to passing the test, Lan Hanyu is still very confident. Lan Hanyu's status as a top student is not just for show. Hanyu, is this necklace from Kimberly's Starry Sky series? I heard that this necklace will only be on the market in the next few days. I didn't expect you to be so quick. You got it already? Girls are naturally very sensitive about jewelry and the like. When Jiang Mingyue saw the shiny necklace on Hanyu's neck, she forgot about Hanyu's Subject 1 test. Chapter 129, Attitude of Seeking Help. That's not right, Hanyu, when you went out, your neck was still empty. Before Lan Hanyu could say that this was what Suju had just bought for her, Jiang Mingyue started talking non-stop. Hanyu, this Kimberly Starry Sky necklace was just bought for you by Suju, right? It seems like I was at home looking after the babies, and you two ran off to celebrate in secret. Jiang Mingyue's mind was indeed very quick and she grasped the key point immediately. What? Suju said he wanted to celebrate my passing of Subject 1, so he bought me this gift. We just came back a little late, how can you say we went out quietly? Lan Hanyu automatically filtered out the 3 words young couple that Jiang Mingyue said. It's not that Lan Hanyu didn't hear clearly, it's just that she was embarrassed to discuss this topic with Mingyue in front of Suju. Picking a less sensitive topic, Lan Hanyu said that she and Suju really did not abandon the babies and sneak out. It's just along the way. It's just along the way. If I pass the first subject, I can get such an expensive gift? Jiang Mingyue pulled her best friend over and started talking to her in private. Hanyu, does your Suju dote on you too much? I heard that Kimberly's Starry Sky necklace costs more than 60,000. It's just a Subject 1 exam, and you've given me such an expensive gift. For the following subjects 2, 3, and 4 exams, Suju is definitely going to spoil you to the sky. While talking, Jiang Mingyue secretly glanced at Suju who was holding Debao and Xiaobao. To be honest, Jiang Mingyue rejected Suju in the beginning, but now she sees that Suju is genuinely kind to Hanyu and the babies. Jiang Mingyue has already accepted the fact that Suju is Hanyu's man from the bottom of her heart. What? We still have Debao and Xiaobao to take care of. How can we live so extravagantly? Lan Hanyu touched the necklace around her neck and secretly made a decision in her heart that she would never let Suju buy such expensive things in the future. Oh, you still have Debao and Xiaobao to take care of. Following Hanyu's words, Jiang Mingyue's smile became ambiguous. Bright moon. Lan Hanyu knew that she had subconsciously tied herself and Suju ahead together. Now seeing his good friend's ambiguous eyes, Lan Hanyu stretched out his claws again. Hanyu, I can't tolerate you being like this. Don't tickle me, ha 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 ha. Mingyue, ha 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 ha, stop scratching me. No, Hanyu, stop first. You stop first. These two girls who usually look quiet and gentle are unwilling to lose out when it comes to tickling each other. Pa. Daddy. Seeing that their mother and godmother were playing games again, Debao and Xiaobao twisted their bodies in their father's arms, wanting to go down and join the game. Go play. Putting the babies down, Suju looked at Hanyu, whose face had turned red with laughter, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Little baby, learn to draw. With a big crayon in your hand, draw a duckling, quack, draw a pony, write it home. Seeing that Hanyu and Jiang Mingyue had noticed the babies had passed by, Suju took out his phone with confidence. It was a call from the instructor, and Suju roughly guessed what it was about. The call was connected. Teacher Zhou. Suju has always been very respectful to his instructors. It's not just because the instructor approved my request for leave. In normal times, the instructors are also very caring towards the students. Suju, there is something I want to tell you. It's Director Wang from our department. He heard that Cheng Mingshen's case was related to you, and he wanted to confirm the situation with you. Suju, Director Wang is in the office right now.
I'll put you on speakerphone.
Please tell me this situation.
Suju glanced at Dabao and Xiaobao, who were already in Hanyu and Jiang Mingyue's arms, and walked towards the study.
Gently closed the study door. Since the instructor turned on the speakerphone, Suju didn't want other people to hear what was happening at home. Hello, classmate Suju, I am Director Wang. It's like this, classmate Suju, because Chang Mingxian was also a student of our Z University, and the incident happened on our Z University campus. As the leaders of the school, we still have to pay attention to it. Student Suju, I wonder what you think about Chang Mingxian's fake antiques? Director Wang on the other end of the phone was obviously very polite. Suju knew that Director Wang was asking for help. It seems that what Ma Xiaoyu and the others said was true. Chang Mingxian's parents have come looking for someone.
However, if Chang Mingxian's parents think that they can let their son go by talking to the school leaders, Suju only wants to give Chang Mingxian's parents 2 words: naive. Director Wang, I have already reported Chang Mingxian's case to the police.
I believe the police will make a final decision on the specific circumstances.
Since the other party didn't directly ask for mercy, Suju certainly wouldn't take the initiative to bring it up.
Student Suju, I know you have already called the police.
It's just that Chang Mingxian's parents came to the school and said it was a misunderstanding.
The fake antique incident was actually just a joke Chang Mingxian wanted to play on you.
I didn't expect that the police would be alerted and the matter would become a big deal.
Student Suju, you see, you and Chang Mingxian are alumni. This matter is not good for the reputation of our school. Can we solve the matter privately?
Of course, Chang Mingxian's attempt to play this kind of joke on you was definitely very wrong.
Chang Mingxian's parents also said that they would definitely make Chang Mingxian apologize to you.
It was the first time that Director Wang in the office spoke to a student so politely. Instructor Zhou, who was standing next to Director Wang, frowned slightly.
Just now Director Wang asked me to call Suju, but he didn't mean to plead for Chang Mingxian.
Director Wang said that Instructor Zhou called Suju only because the school wanted to pay attention to this matter. In Instructor Zhou's mind, Chang Mingxian did something wrong and should be punished accordingly.
It was not excessive at all for Suju to call the police. Seeing Director Wang's obviously unfair words, Instructor Zhou resisted the urge to snatch the phone. No matter what Director Wang says, it still depends on Suju's attitude.
As long as Suju refuses to give in, it will be useless even if Director Wang talks to the sky.
Joke? Hearing what Director Wang said, Suju smiled. Director Wang, I think you may have been misled by Chang Mingxian's parents. Chang Mingxian and I don't even know each other, let alone a joke. Suju doesn't care about you, Director Wang or Director Wu. Want to plead for Chang Mingxian? 2 words, no deal. Chapter 130, The Biggest Maintenance. Hey, classmate Suju, don't you know Chang Mingxian?
That may be because Chang Mingxian's parents expressed their meaning incorrectly.
Chang Mingxian should know you, but you just don't remember him.
Looking at Instructor Zhou, who was standing aside trying to hold back his laughter, Director Wang's forehead began to sweat slightly.
It seems that this classmate Suju is not easy to deal with. Director Wang, even if Chang Mingxian knows me, it doesn't have much to do with this matter, right? If everyone can avoid punishment by claiming to know the victim at the time of the crime, then aren't we taking the law too lightly?
Director Wang, our Z University is a famous university in China.
I think that not shielding anyone is the best way to protect the reputation of our Z University.
Suju didn't want to beat around the bush with Director Wang, so he expressed his attitude directly.
Student Suju, you are absolutely right. We were misled by Chang Mingxian's parents.
That's it, I understand the general situation, and we just need to do everything according to the law.
Director Wang hung up the phone in a hurry, probably because he didn't expect to be blocked by a student and unable to speak.
Director Wang, I've already told you, Chang Mingxian must have done it on purpose.
What kind of joke is that?
He's just trying to exonerate himself. Taking the phone handed to him by Director Wang, Instructor Zhou expressed his views again.
The
goal was not achieved, and Director Wang was not in the mood to argue with Instructor Zhou. With a sullen face, Director Wang walked out of the office without saying a word.
Suju, well done.
Although he knew that Suju couldn't hear him, Instructor Zhou still couldn't help but praise him.
This is called not bowing to evil forces.
At the same time Director Wang hung up the phone, Suju also pressed the end call button.
Originally, Suju believed that the school leaders were very upright people.
Now it seems that this is not the case. But this would not affect Suju at all. Putting away his phone, Suju opened the door of the study.
Papa. Daddy.
The babies, who were having fun playing with their mom and godmother, immediately stretched out their chubby little arms when they saw their dear dad.
Daddy, hold me.
Suju knew that this was the baby's way of asking for a hug. Holding a baby in each hand, Suju did not mention Changmingshan.
Dabao, Xiaobao, now that you have a dad, you don't need your mom and godmother anymore. Zhang Mingyue expressed deep dissatisfaction with the baby's behavior. Daddy. Papa.
Unfortunately, the babies, with a strong backer, simply ignored their godmother's complaints.
Haha,
Mingyue, I told you that you're asking for trouble by being jealous. Looking at the baby's arrogant looks, Lan Hanyu laughed out loud.
What's there to be proud of? Aren't you, my biological mother, treated the same as me? It seems like there is a little bit. Haha, same here.
A few days after Lan Hanyu passed the first subject test, he started practicing in the car.
Suju, do you think the coach will teach you how to reverse into a parking space today?
Lan Hanyu's coach informed them to get in the car and practice from 9 to 11 in the morning. Because Suju had time in the morning, he drove Hanyu directly to the driving school. Dabao and Xiaobao were of course waiting at home for their mother to come home from driving lessons.
In the BMW, Lan Hanyu was a little excited. Today is Lan Hanyu's first time practicing driving a car, so it's normal for her to be a little excited. I don't think so.
Suju recalled the steps he took when he first started learning to drive and denied Hanyu's question.
Why not just teach us how to reverse into a parking space?
But I checked online and it said that most of the time when you practice in a car, you're just reversing into a parking space. Lan Hanyu said that he had also done his homework in advance. Because reversing into a parking space is the most difficult item in the second subject test, the instructor will definitely spend the most time on it. Real driving practice does take up the most time when reversing into a parking space.
Nodding, Suju expressed his agreement with Hanyu's statement.
However, since this is your first time driving a car, the instructor will definitely start with the most basic instructions such as shifting gears.
Suju glanced at Hanyu with a smile. Does the child's mother want to take off directly? You haven't even touched a steering wheel, and you're thinking about practicing backing into a parking space? Oh yeah, I forgot about that. After Suju's reminder, Lan Hanyu realized belatedly that he didn't even know how to start the car, and he was thinking of backing it into the parking space? Suju, I feel a little nervous.
When the BMW drove into the gate of the driving school, Lan Hanyu clasped his hands together.
Relax, you are our Z University's beautiful and smart student, how can you be stumped by such a simple driving lesson?
In order to help Hanyu relax, Suju freed one hand and held Hanyu's little hand.
Feeling Suju's encouragement, Hanyu smiled sweetly. Oh my god, aren't these the handsome guy and pretty girl from the first test? Did the pretty girl learn to drive from the same instructor as us? The handsome guy is driving a big BMW? My god, isn't your critical hit a bit too big? Big BMW? BMW X5. I want to go home.
No wonder I waited at the bus stop for a long time that day but didn't see any handsome guys or pretty girls. It turns out they are car owners.
Poverty limited my imagination.
I thought that those who came to learn how to drive didn't have a car.
Your IQ has limited your imagination.
When it comes to learning to drive, only beautiful girls learn to drive.
Who told you that handsome guys don't have cars? TSK. Why didn't you say that at the bus stop that day? It's hindsight. You.
Okay, the handsome guy and the beautiful girl are here, don't let them laugh at you.
Lan Hanyu followed the driving practice location told by his coach and came to training ground number 1.
The students who were originally having a lively discussion immediately stopped their boring argument.
Hello, my name is Huang Yuyu, are you here to learn how to drive too? We are destined to be together. Last time, you and I were in the same examination room for the first subject test. You are so beautiful.
Even more beautiful than the stars I saw on TV. As Lan Hanyu and Suju approached training ground number 1, a chubby girl came up to them.
Looking at the girl's face, Lan Hanyu actually had some impression of her.
It was indeed the girl who took the exam with me last time.
Hello, my name is Lan Hanyu.
Since we were learning to drive together, we were classmates, Lan Hanyu replied politely.
Lan Hanyu? Your name is so beautiful, just like you are so beautiful.
It can be seen that Huang Yuyu is a very outgoing girl.
Huang Yuyu didn't feel jealous of Lan Hanyu's beauty.
In Huang Yuyu's opinion, Being able to learn driving with such a beautiful girl is something to be proud of.
Chapter 131, Claims Sovereignty Early.
Lan Hanyu, your boyfriend is also very handsome. My good friends all say that now beauty is paired with the beast, and handsome men are paired with ugly women. Originally I thought my handsome guy must be somewhere, waiting for me to find him. Now that I see you and your boyfriend, I suddenly feel that what my friends said was just self-deception.
Huang Yuyu was very outgoing. Without waiting for Lan Hanyu to say anything, Huang Yuyu started talking fiercely.
Lan Hanyu could only smile slightly after listening to Huang Yuyu's words. Lan Hanyu really couldn't agree with the theories of Huang Yuyu's good friend.
Hello Lan Hanyu, I'm also learning to drive with you, my name is Shi Moran. Hello, Lan Hanyu. I'm with you too. My name is Wu Feifei. With Huang Yuyu taking the lead, other students who were learning to drive also came forward to introduce themselves.
Of course, because Suju was standing aside, the male students were very conscious and did not come forward. The beautiful girl is already taken, and the man is a handsome guy who drives a big BMW. They are both very self-aware.
Hanyu, I'll wait for you in the car.
Seeing Hanyu surrounded by several girls, Suju prepared to get in the car and study on his own. Knowing that Hanyu would need some time to learn how to drive, Suju brought a notebook with him when he went out. This way, I can wait for my wife and study at the same time without any delay.
Good.
Lan Hanyu waved to Suju, then walked towards the training car with the other students who were learning to drive, waiting for the coach to come. After returning to the BMW, Suju first opened the monitoring link on his mobile phone and checked the situation of the babies at home. Jiang Mingyue knew that Hanyu would be practicing in the car today, so she volunteered to take care of Debao and Xiaobao. And Wang is at home to take care of the babies, so Suju and Lan Hanyu were very relieved. After seeing the babies playing on the slide, Suju watched for a while and then turned off the surveillance. I opened the computer and saw the homework assigned by teachers of various subjects yesterday.
Suju started doing his homework quickly.
As a top student, Suju found that the homework assigned by the teacher was basically child's play.
After finishing everything, I put away the computer.
Suju looked outside and saw that the sunlight was still quite strong. Although it is not really summer yet, the weather now is still quite hot. Thinking that Hanyu didn't bring a water cup or anything, Suju got out of the car and walked towards the small supermarket next to the parking lot.
Handsome guy, what do you want to buy?
The owner of the small supermarket was very enthusiastic when he saw business coming in.
Any iced drinks?
Yes,
handsome man, what brand of drink do you want?
We have a lot of cold drinks.
Young people nowadays like to drink cold drinks, saying they are very refreshing. Can you help me get to the training ground? Handsome guy, do you want to buy a lot?
If so, we will help deliver it for free. It was originally a small supermarket inside the driving school, and delivering it to the training ground was really a piece of cake.
Pulse and lemonade, take a box each. Okay, no problem, I'll help you get it in.
The business volume suddenly exceeded 100 yuan, and the supermarket owner was very happy.
Oh, right, 2 boxes of drinks, half of them are iced and the other half are not.
Thinking that there were girls learning to drive, Suju gave them a special reminder.
Okay, no problem.
The prices are all the same, so the supermarket owner naturally follows whatever the customers say. After paying, Suju walked in front, and the supermarket owner followed behind with a small cart.
Lan Hanyu, your boyfriend is here.
There is only one training car, so of course each student takes turns learning to drive it. When Suju walked towards the training ground, Lan Hanyu and several other girls, including Huang Yuyu, were hiding in the shade to rest. Although Huang Yuyu is fat, she is very smart.
Lan Hanyu didn't even notice Suju coming over. Huang Yuyu had already started shouting. Lan Hanyu, what does your boyfriend do? He's so rich and handsome, is he a second-generation rich man? Lan Hanyu, are all the friends around your boyfriend so rich? Can you introduce a few to me? How many more do you want? Do you think you can find such handsome guys on the street? Then is one okay? I just think that if I know a few more people, I'll have more opportunities, right?
Come on, with our insignificant appearance, it's better not to embarrass ourselves.
I'm asking Lan Hanyu, why are you so anxious to reject me?
Lan Hanyu remembered that the girl who asked Suju to introduce her to a friend was called Wu Feifei. At first, Lan Hanyu thought that Wu Feifei was the same as Huang Yuyu, just more extroverted.
Later, when everyone was taking turns to rest, Wu Feifei kept asking about Suju. Lan Hanyu knew that Wu Feifei's purpose was not simple.
Now, she has made her purpose clear. She wants Suju to introduce her to rich friends. Lan Hanyu smiled inwardly.
Suju's friends were all college students. Wu Feifei's goal is destined to be impossible to achieve.
Lan Hanyu, I promise, I'm not trying to steal your boyfriend. I just want to ask your boyfriend to introduce me to his friends.
Wu Feifei is not a brainless person. Compared with Lan Hanyu, how could Wu Feifei not understand what level she is at? But Wu Feifei seemed to have forgotten. If Suju is really a rich second generation, then would the young men around him be short of beautiful women? He's my husband.
Without answering Wu Feifei, Lan Hanyu suddenly said this. There was no way, Suju was too eye-catching.
Lan Hanyu just wanted to declare her sovereignty as soon as possible so that Suju would have fewer romantic opportunities. Old husband? Looking at the ages of Lan Hanyu and Suju, no one would have thought that they were already married. Lan Hanyu, is this your nickname for your boyfriend, or are you really married? The first person to speak was Huang Yuyu. Lan Hanyu also figured it out. Huang Yuyu is definitely a big gossip. We already have 2 babies, what do you think?
Lan Hanyu and Suju want to say that they are a real couple, but they haven't obtained a marriage certificate yet. Lan Hanyu was not used to lying, so he could only answer Huang Yuyu's question from another perspective.
2 babies? Oh my god? Lan Hanyu, how old are you and your husband? You've already given birth to 2 babies? Glancing at Suju, who hadn't come close yet, Lan Hanyu breathed a sigh of relief. Lan Hanyu didn't expect Huang Yuyu to react so strongly to her words.
This loud voice was really unbearable.
I gave birth to twins.
Wanting to end the topic before Suju came over, Lan Hanyu's answer was quite simple and clear.
Chapter 132 Coincidence. Twin babies? Lan Hanyu, your husband is so amazing. Huang Yuyu's obviously ambiguous look made Lan Hanyu's face slightly red. Huang Yuyu, be serious. Why do I feel like you're the one who's given birth to a child?
Look at Lan Hanyu, she's still clearly a little girl. Honestly, Lan Hanyu, you've maintained your figure so well that you don't even look like you've given birth to a child, let alone twins.
Yes, Lan Hanyu, you maintain such a good figure, do you have any good secrets?
Yes, Lan Hanyu, please teach me. You see, I've always been chubby, which is really annoying. Every girl is particularly concerned about her figure. Huang Yuyu has now put all other problems behind her and only wants to ask Lan Hanyu for advice on how to have a good figure. I don't think I kept it that way on purpose. To be honest, after Lan Hanyu gave birth, she was busy taking care of the babies and so on.
She really didn't pay much attention to her figure.
It may also be because Lan Hanyu's figure has not changed that Lan Hanyu ignored this problem.
Is God so unfair?
Lan Hanyu, you don't even have to maintain your figure, yet you have such a perfect body. I go running every day, but the fat on my body is like sticky candy, and I can't get rid of it no matter how hard I try.
Huang Yuyu said this while pounding his chest exaggeratedly.
Looking at Huang Yuyu's expression, everyone burst into laughter. There is no way, Huang Yuyu now really looks like a gorilla in the zoo.
Suju, why are you here? Lan Hanyu did not laugh with Huang Yuyu.
Seeing that Suju was not far away, Lan Hanyu trotted over to meet him.
Are you thirsty after practicing for so long?
I touched Hanyu's forehead and found that he was already sweating a little.
How much time did we practice? Everyone took turns to practice in the car.
There was no time to practice at all. Lan Hanyu felt that this getting in a car practice was completely different from what he had imagined. In Lan Hanyu's imagination, when practicing in the car, he should be sitting in the driver's seat while the instructor sits in the passenger seat to give instructions. Although this was indeed the case during practice, Lan Hanyu said that the time he spent on the steering wheel did not exceed 10 minutes. It has been more than an hour, and Lan Hanyu spent most of the time standing in the training ground waiting.
This is what it's like to practice in the car.
Today is the first time, and the instructor will only teach you some simple steps to start the car, press the clutch and brake, and shift into gear. If you want to learn how to reverse into a parking space, you still have to do it step by step.
Suju touched Hanyu's hair, which was as soft as Dabeo and Xiaobao's. This is such a waste of time.
In front of Suju, Lan Hanyu did not hide her true nature at all. With her lips slightly pouted, Lan Hanyu had already started thinking about Dabeo and Xiaobao.
Have you practiced shifting gears?
Because Lan Hanyu ran over to greet Suju, now the two of them were standing directly under the sun. Looking at Hanyu's fair and tender little face, Suju couldn't bear to let Hanyu stand in the sun.
Pulling Hanyu to a shady place, Suju unscrewed the pulse in his hand and handed it to Hanyu. Thanks. Lan Hanyu was indeed a little thirsty, so he took the pulse and started drinking it. Handsome, where are these drinks? The supermarket owner followed Suju pushing a cart. I just saw a handsome guy and a beautiful girl talking, and the supermarket owner was very considerate and did not disturb the couple. Seeing that the beautiful girl has drunk the loving drink from the handsome guy, the supermarket owner can finally show his presence. Distribute these to the students. Suju pointed at the students who were learning to drive with Hanyu, trying to help Hanyu build friendship. Okay. Everyone come over and have a drink, handsome guy is treating. The supermarket owner shouted loudly, and the people who had been secretly paying attention to the situation of Suju and Lan Hanyu finally found an excuse to gather together. Lan Hanyu, your boyfriend is so nice to you. He even specially brought you a drink. Yes, Lan Hanyu, we are also benefiting from your help. Lan Hanyu, your drink is not cold, right? Your boyfriend is so considerate to you. What boyfriend? He's Lan Hanyu's husband. Husband? How did you know? Lan Hanyu and the handsome guy got married at such a young age? You are out of date, aren't you? Lan Hanyu and her husband already have twin babies, okay? Really? Congratulations. What congratulations? I'm not getting married at this training ground. Forget it, I can't speak, thank you anyway. Because everyone was not very familiar with each other, after talking for a few words, seeing that Suju had no intention of responding, they dispersed in groups of 3 or 4. Suju. Lan Hanyu bit her lip, wondering if Suju would mind what he had just said. What's wrong? When Suju heard what was said just now, he subconsciously thought that Lan Hanyu had told these students about the existence of Debao and Xiaobao. Suju said that this is a very normal thing. No, nothing, it's just that everyone knows about the babies. Our Debao and Xiaobao are so cute, why can't we let others know? Besides, this will also dispel some people's unreasonable thoughts, right? Suju did not ignore the passionate looks that 1 or 2 male students gave Hanyu. Now that the news that they have a baby has been announced, the two can finally give up. Ah. Lan Hanyu didn't expect that her thoughts actually coincided with Suju's. What? Your coach called you. Pointing at the coach who had already got off the bus and called out to Lan Hanyu several times, Suju discovered that Hanyu was really cute when she was confused. Oh, it's my turn. Finally able to get in the car and practice again, Lan Hanyu happily turned around and wanted to run. Wait a moment. Suju grabbed Hanyu's arm in time and stuffed a bottle of ice drink into Hanyu's hand. Give it to your coach. The coach's car definitely won't have air conditioning. I guess your coach must be very hot. These are the experiences Suju accumulated when he was learning to drive. In fact, compared to the students, the coaches really have to work many times harder. If a coach encounters those stubborn students, it is common for him to be so angry that he vomits blood. This is why some coaches have such a hot temper. Looking at Hanyu's cheerful back, Suju knew that Hanyu would definitely not let the coach get so angry that he vomited blood. The title of Z University Bully is not something that everyone can get. Chapter 133 Protest. Suju, our coach said that you should not come to the training ground next time. After finishing the first day of practical training in the car, Lan Hanyu sat in the BMW, enjoying the cool feeling brought by the air conditioning, while telling Suju what the coach said. Recalling the aggrieved expression on the coach's face when he spoke in the training car, Lan Hanyu couldn't help but laugh again. Lan Hanyu still remembered that when she handed the drink that Suju gave her to her coach, the coach's dark round face and eyes like a young wife were really funny. Lan Hanyu originally thought that the coach was angry because he thought she was too slow. When I was thinking about explaining that I didn't mean it, the coach spoke first. Lan Hanyu, that's your boyfriend, right? Can you tell your boyfriend not to wait for you at the training ground next time you come to practice? Lan Hanyu followed the coach's gaze and confirmed that the coach was referring to Suju. Coach, does the driving school have any rules? Lan Hanyu thought that if this was the rule of the driving school, she would definitely remind Suju next time. However, it seems that anyone can enter this training ground and there are no special rules. It was rare that the coach scratched his head embarrassedly because of Lan Hanyu's question. It's not the driving school's rules, it's just that your boyfriend is too handsome and too eye-catching. It's easy for students to be distracted. This is not a conclusion I came to alone. The coach at the training ground next to me has protested to me. This was the first time the coach had encountered such a situation, and it was really hard to talk about. It's like a teacher complaining that students don't listen to him during class. Isn't this an indirect admission that one is incapable of disciplining students?
In order to avoid appearing so incompetent, Lan Hanyo's coach dragged several other coaches into the matter.
Of course, what Lan Hanyu's coach said was true.
The coaches at training grounds number 2 and number 3 did indeed voice clear protests. If Lan Hanyu wasn't a student, the two coaches would have wanted to ban Lan Hanyu from entering. Girls look at handsome guys and boys look at pretty girls.
The coaches said that the students in this period really don't listen carefully. Coach, is being handsome a crime? Seeing the coach's silly look, Lan Hanyu wanted to tease the coach for a rare moment.
Who made the coach look so stern when he started giving the speech?
Lan Hanyu, I'm talking to you about serious matters. Next time, remember to remind your boyfriend to wait for you outside the training ground.
Practice driving now, step on the clutch, and shift into gear.
Unable to answer Lan Hanyu's question, the coach could only change the subject.
Lan Hanyu held back her smile and completed her coach's instructions in one step.
Why don't you let me go to the training ground? I think anyone can enter the driving school's training ground.
Listening to what Hanyu's coach said to him, Suju felt a little confused.
Suju said that he didn't know Hanyu's coach, so he shouldn't target him. Our coach said that because you are too handsome, you are affecting other students' driving skills.
By the way, you've also been complained about by coaches from other training grounds.
Looking at Suju's speechless expression, Lan Hanyu laughed happily. Is there anything wrong with being handsome?
No wonder the driving school coaches are not that good looking. It turns out that this is to allow students to concentrate on learning how to drive.
After a little joke, the topic was over. It's just not entering the training ground. It has no effect on Suju. Dabeo, Xiaobao, Mom and Dad are back.
Suju had just opened the door of his house when Lan Hanyu was calling the babies at the door.
Ma. Papa. Ma. Daddy.
Hearing their mother's voice, Dabeo and Xiaobao crawled over directly from the living room.
Dabeo, Xiaobao, our game isn't over yet.
Behind Dabeo and Xiaobao was Jiang Mingyue's unconvinced voice.
Although she knew that the babies would definitely put their parents first, Jiang Mingyue couldn't help but protest a little. Xiaobao, mommy will hold you.
Seeing that Suju had already picked up Dabeo who was crawling in front, Lan Hanyu picked up Xiaobao who was behind.
Dabeo, Xiaobao, do you miss Mom and Dad?
Holding the baby he had been thinking about for a long time, Lan Hanyu asked with anticipation.
Ma. Daddy.
Dabeo and Xiaobao kissed their father and mother on the face respectively, using practical actions to show that they missed them very much.
Hanyu, why do you and Suju always come back when the babies and I are having fun?
Jiang Mingyue, who was following behind the babies, had a very resentful expression as she looked at Dabeo and Xiaobao who had abandoned her.
Mingyue, just think of me and Suju as prophets.
Lan Hanyu really wanted to say, as long as the babies were not sleeping, there would always be a time for Mingyue and the babies to play happily. Of course, knowing that Mingyue has a lot of hard work taking care of the babies, Lan Hanyu was very well behaved this time.
Humph, remember to report in advance next time you go home.
After replying to her good friend in a proud tone, Jiang Mingyue turned around to put away the toys that she had just played with Dabeo and Xiaobao.
Yes, sir.
Holding Xiaobao in his arms, Lan Hanyu held Xiaobao's right hand and saluted crookedly.
It depends on your performance.
Jiang Mingyue is determined to control Xiao this time.
Xiaobao, mommy will definitely behave well next time, okay?
After rocking the little treasure in their arms, Lan Hanyu and Jiang Mingyue walked in together.
Suju followed behind holding Dabeo.
Knowing that it was already late when he got home after driving lessons, Lan Hanyu asked Aunt Wang to prepare lunch. Aunt Wang's cooking skills were pretty good, and the group ate quite a bit, which was very considerate of her. Of course, compared with Suju's craftsmanship, Aunt Wang's has no place to rank.
Hanyu, do you have anything else to do this afternoon?
I told our director Zhou that I would come to Mr. Su's house to help out a little, and Director Zhou let me go for a day.
Jiang Mingyue discovered that Suju's name is now useful.
In the past, even if Jiang Mingyue wanted to skip work, she would not skip it for the whole day. Now, Jiang Mingyue not only doesn't have to go to the company for the whole day, but she can also skip work openly.
This feeling is really too good. Afternoon? I don't have anything to do.
Lan Hanyu thought about it and decided that he really didn't have anything important to do in the afternoon.
Hanyu and I have something to do this afternoon.
Since your director Zhou has given you a day off, I'll have to trouble you to take care of Dabeo and Xiaobao. Jiang Mingyue herself said that she came to help Mr. Su. Suju would definitely make good use of Jiang Mingyue's help to accomplish the important matter that he had been thinking about for a long time.
Chapter 134 Don't Be Sucker. Suju, do we have anything to do this afternoon?
Lan Hanyu raised his head in confusion.
Suju didn't he tell me that he had something to do in the afternoon? Suju, didn't you hear that our director Joe gave me a day off so that I could spend some time alone with Hanyu? Although I asked Director Joe for leave in your name, isn't this a bit too unfair?
Seeing her friend's look, Jiang Mingyue subconsciously thought that the so-called busy schedule was just an excuse made by Suju. Although Jiang Mingyue was very willing to be with Dabao and Xiaobao. But Jiang Mingyue's personality is such that she won't be taken advantage of.
Mingyue, what world for two? Suju is not that kind of person.
When Lan Hanyu saw her good friend questioning Suju, she started to protect her husband without thinking.
Hanyu, you are too obsessed with beauty. Your Suju hasn't said anything yet, and you look so anxious.
In fact, even if Suju and Hanyu really had been in their own world, Jiang Mingyue would not have any objection. Jiang Mingyue just felt that since she and Hanyu had such a good relationship, Suju could just speak freely. In Jiang Mingyue's heart, she really hopes that Suju and Hanyu will have a sweet relationship.
Bright moon.
Lan Hanyu knew that she was a little anxious, and she couldn't find any way to refute Mingyue's words for a moment, so she could only look at Suju with a blushing face. I want to go to the real estate bureau this afternoon and add Hanyu's name to the property certificate. Suju had wanted to do this for a long time, but he just had never found the time.
With Jiang Mingyue as his free labor today, Suju naturally had to seize the opportunity. Add Hanyu's name to the property certificate? Hanyu, have you and Suju obtained your marriage certificate?
Jiang Mingyue felt like being struck by lightning.
Could it be that Hanyu secretly got married to Suju without telling him? In Jiang Mingyue's opinion, only if they are husband and wife can Suju add Hanyu's name to the property certificate, right?
No, Suju and I haven't obtained a marriage certificate. Mingyue, don't talk nonsense. Because Jiang Mingyue mentioned the word get a certificate, Lan Hanyu even temporarily put aside the matter of Suju adding her name to the property certificate.
Can I add my name without getting a license? Jiang Mingyue asked this to Suju.
Jiang Mingyue knows her good friend very well. Looking at Hanyu's expression, Jiang Mingyue knew that Suju and Hanyu had not obtained their marriage certificate.
You can add names even if you are not married. Suju gave Jiang Mingyue an affirmative answer.
Before preparing to do this big thing, Suju had already checked all the information.
Of course, if you are a husband and wife, it will be much more convenient to add your names to the property certificate. However, Suju did not want to use this matter to discuss getting a marriage certificate with Hanyu. Suju knew that there were still many things waiting for him and Hanyu to deal with. For example, meeting Hanyu's parents, taking Hanyu and the babies back to his hometown, and making Hanyu nod willingly not because of the babies. Can you really add your name to the property deed if you are not married? Jiang Mingyue now looks like a curious baby. Well, if you're not married, the formalities will be a little more complicated.
First, we need to sell and transfer part of the housing property rights under the man's name to the woman.
Of course, this transaction is just a formality.
After completing this process, the woman will become a co-owner of the house, and her name can be directly added to the property certificate.
Suju explained the information he had found to Jiang Mingyue.
Suju had memorized these little pieces of information a long time ago, so of course he could speak them out now.
Is it that simple?
Jiang Mingyue was obviously still skeptical about Suju's words. The girlfriend of a colleague of mine wanted to add her name to the property certificate before marriage. I heard that because it was difficult to do, the two of them finally broke up. Jiang Mingyue said that the version she heard was not as simple as Suju said.
There are two situations for what you are talking about. Suju did not show any impatience towards Jiang Mingyue's questioning.
Before Suju looked up the relevant information, he also felt that this was a very difficult matter.
What's going on? Suju, tell me quickly.
Jiang Mingyue was an impatient person, and when she heard Suju's clear and detailed speech, her curiosity was immediately aroused.
Mingyue, don't be anxious. Let Suju talk slowly.
Lan Hanyu looked at his good friend, who seemed to want to rush forward and grab Suju by the collar to force a confession, and felt a little embarrassed. One scenario is probably something that everyone can guess, which is that the man simply doesn't want to add the woman's name to the property certificate, and uses the fact that there is no marriage certificate as an excuse.
In the other case, your colleague is unlucky.
Glancing at Han Yu, who was looking at him with sparkling eyes, Su Ju raised the corner of his mouth. It turns out that Han Yu is also a curious baby.
What do you mean? Why is it that my colleague is unlucky?
Nowadays, there are too many cases where women ask to have their names added to the property certificate before getting married. Jiang Mingyue felt that if the two of them really had feelings for each other, it would be a pity to break up because of this matter. Therefore, Jiang Mingyue decided that after learning from Su Ju, she must go back to the company to educate her colleagues.
By then, maybe my colleagues will admire me very much.
Jiang Mingyue felt a little proud. If your colleague bought his house with a loan and he is unable to repay the loan, you cannot add someone else's name to the property certificate at will.
Su Ju wrote down all the information needed to add Han Yu's name to the real estate certificate. That's all. Su Ju is not only an ideological actor, but also an actual actor.
Su Ju had already prepared the real estate certificate, deed tax certificate, land certificate, marital status certificate, and his own household registration booklet and ID card required by the real estate bureau and placed them in his study. In the afternoon, Han Yu only needs to bring her ID card and go to the real estate bureau with Su Ju to apply for the procedure of adding her name to the real estate certificate. Su Ju's house was a reward from the system, so there was naturally no such thing as a loan. Su Ju no longer needs to consider other situations.
Is there such a saying? Then I guess my colleague bought his house with a loan.
With our financial ability at this age, it's really difficult to buy a house in Jiangcheng with full payment.
I don't know if my colleague has explained the situation to his girlfriend. If it's made clear, and his girlfriend still breaks up with him, that's too much power.
Jiang Mingyue said with some regret. When seeing Su Ju's smiling face, Jiang Mingyue realized that she seemed to have missed something.
Su Ju bought the house with full payment. It is still the best community in Jiangcheng City. Chapter 135 Crushing.
Su Ju, since you bought this house in full, you don't have this worry. Jiang Mingyue curled her lips and found that her financial strength as a person who had been in society for 2 years was actually crushed by a junior student.
This feeling is really unpleasant. Look at Su Ju, he lives in a big house and drives a big BMW. Unfortunately, Su Ju bought the house and the car with his own ability.
Jiang Mingyue could only complain a little in her heart that Su Ju was an outlier.
A super money-making alternative. Yes, it will be much easier for me to complete this procedure. Han Yu, just bring your ID card with you. Although he knew that Han Yu usually carried his ID card with him, Su Ju still reminded him when he was doing things in the afternoon.
Su Ju, do you really want to add my name to the property certificate?
Wouldn't that be bad?
No reward without merit. Lan Han Yu felt that by adding her name to the property certificate, she was taking advantage of Su Ju. This is a house worth more than $5 million.
If Lan Hanyu's name is added, wouldn't it be equivalent to giving half of the more than 5 million to Lan Hanyu?
When Su Ju said earlier that he wanted to add his name to the property certificate, Lan Hanyu thought that Su Ju was just saying it casually and that it would be enough for her to just listen to it. Later, Su Ju never mentioned this matter again, and Lan Hanyu had already forgotten what Su Ju had said.
What's wrong with this? Dabao and Xiaobao have already been born. Isn't it reasonable for Su Ju to add your name to the property certificate?
In Jiang Mingyue's opinion, Su Ju was really responsible in making this decision.
Han Yu even gave birth to Su Ju's child. Isn't it a disguised guarantee to Han Yu when Su Ju added Han Yu's name to the property certificate?
Besides, Jiang Mingyue felt that it was only a matter of time before Han Yu and Su Ju were together.
The two of them just took care of some trivial matters in advance. Mingyue, adding a name is a big deal. Lan Hanyu knew that her best friends were all thinking about her.
However, when Lan Hanyu gave birth to Dabao and Xiaobao, she never thought about getting anything from Su Ju.
Not to mention such an expensive property. It's decided. Hanyu, I'll go get the information. Just bring your ID card with you. Without giving Hanyu a chance to refuse, Su Ju stood up and walked towards the study. Su Ju had already put all the necessary information in a file bag.
He took the file bag directly without even giving Hanyu time to think.
Are you really going?
Lan Hanyu was still a little hesitant.
Go, why not? Your Su Ju is so sincere, what else are you considering?
Jiang Mingyue completely stood on Su Ju's side in this matter. After giving her good friend a push, Jiang Mingyue almost took Hanyu directly to the real estate bureau.
Ma! Pa!
When Dabao and Xiaobao saw that their parents seemed to be going out, they also wanted to follow them.
Dabeo, Xiaobao, godmother is going to play a game with you. And Grandma Wang, can we go to the balcony to watch the pigeons together? The little pigeons haven't come to see our baby all morning.
Godmother and Grandma Wang took our Dabeo and Xiaobao to see if the little pigeons have come.
Zhang Mingyue and Aunt Wan each picked up a baby and walked to the balcony.
When the babies weren't paying attention, Zhang Mingyue turned her head and silently said, "Go away."
If the babies react and insist on going out with their parents, there will be another big battle at home. Zhang Mingyue didn't want to face that headache scene.
Of course, babies are easier to deceive. As long as Dabeo and Xiaobao don't watch their parents go out without them, Zhang Mingyue has enough confidence that she can coax Dabeo and Xiaobao.
Understanding Zhang Mingyue's meaning, Suju took Hanyo's little hand and gently opened the door of the house. Although Suju's movements were light, he did it in one go.
Zhang Mingyue knew that Suju had done this kind of thing many times.
Glancing at the big baby in her arms and the little baby in Aunt Wang's arms,
Zhang Mingyue knew that when the two babies saw their daddy going out, they probably made a fuss to follow him out. The babies are just over 10 months old now, so they are still relatively easy to deceive.
When the babies grow up a little more, Suju will probably have a headache. Thinking of this, Zhang Mingyue actually felt like watching a good show. Who made Suju so outstanding that he surpassed all his peers like Zhang Mingyue? Zhang Mingyue felt that Suju should be more down to earth occasionally. For example, facing two difficult babies, Suju should have had a few headaches. Ku. What the hell, Ku? Ku.
Dabeo and Xiaobao saw the little pigeons they had been longing for and shouted happily. Seeing that the baby's attention was successfully diverted, Zhang Mingyue showed a big smile on her face.
Dabeo, Xiaobao, what is this cooing sound? What the hell, Ku? Dabeo thinks that the godmother is a little stupid. The baby has already told the godmother that it is a cuckoo, so why is the godmother still asking such a question? Dabeo, godmother is asking, what is the name of this cuckoo?
Ku is just the sound a pigeon makes, it is not its name.
What?
Dabeo tilted his little head and thought seriously for a while about his godmother's question.
I think my dad has mentioned the name of this cuckoo. Pigeon. What the hell, Ku, pigeons?
Clapping his hands, Dabeo felt very happy that he had thought of a name for the little pigeon.
Dabeo is awesome, this is a little pigeon. What the hell, pigeons?
When Xiaobao heard his godmother praising his sister, he immediately came to show his presence.
Our little treasure is great too. Big treasure, look, the little pigeon is flying over here. The little pigeon is saying hello to our baby.
A little pigeon successfully made Dabeo and Xiaobao forget about their parents going out.
If Suju and Lan Hanyu knew that they were surpassed by a little pigeon in the hearts of the babies, I wonder how they would feel? Suju, do you really want to go to the real estate bureau? Such a big thing, do you want to reconsider it? Lan Hanyu was let out of the house by Suju. Even after getting into the BMW, Lan Hanyu still wanted to persuade Suju. Adding a name to the property certificate is really not a trivial matter. What are you considering? Do you still want to take the babies with you? Do you have any other ideas? Suju knew Hanyu's concerns and asked the question in return on purpose. What other ideas could I have? Lan Hanyu blared at Suju coquettishly.
She gave birth to two babies for Suju, and now she has let Suju know about the baby's existence.
Lan Hanyu said that she and Suju were already tied together. Other ideas? Suju could actually say that. Chapter 136 Sour Taste. There is no other thought. Of course, your name must be tied to mine. This property certificate is just the beginning, there will be other certificates in the future. After entering the name of the real estate bureau into the navigation system, Suju stepped on the accelerator and followed the navigation instructions to get down to business. What other certificates? How can there be so many certificates?
Lan Hanyu knew in her heart that Suju was probably talking about the marriage certificate.
Only the marriage certificate requires the names of both the man and the woman to be put together, right?
However, Suju did not say it explicitly, and Lan Hanyu was too embarrassed to say it out loud. Lan Hanyu was afraid that Suju would think that she was forcing him to get married. Looking at Hanyu's red face, Suju just smiled and did not continue the topic.
Marriage certificate? This is definitely a step that will have to wait until Suju proposes to her. Naturally, Suju was not in a hurry to tell Hanyu the truth now. Suju, adding a name is such a big thing, don't you need to talk to your uncle and aunt first? This was the first time that Lan Hanyu took the initiative to mention Suju's parents. In Lan Hanyo's mind, he is her elder, so such a big thing must be reported to her in advance, right?
Lan Hanyu felt that it was not worth it if this incident left a bad impression on Suju's parents.
When Lan Hanyu went to find Suju, he always thought that Suju was just a poor junior student.
It can be said that Lan Hanyu was looking for Suju purely to find the father of the babies. As for how much financial ability Suju had, Lan Hanyu had never considered it at all. No need, I bought this house myself, my parents don't even know about it.
This is the house rewarded by the system. Suju has not yet found a suitable opportunity to tell the old couple and his family. Didn't you tell your uncle and aunt about buying a house? Lan Hanyu didn't expect that Suju would be so independent.
For young people, buying a house is really the most important step in life. I originally wanted to give my parents a surprise, but then I had my first child and my second child, and I forgot about it.
Suju smiled at Hanyu. Now that he had the babies, Suju really didn't have any spare time.
That's true. Now Dabeo and Xiaobao cling to you more than they cling to me.
It is said that a daughter is her father's lover in the previous life.
Lan Hanyu has given herself two little love rivals at once.
How could she not feel jealous?
That's because Dabeo and Xiaobao spend more time with you.
Smelling a faint sour smell, Suju said with amusement.
Forget it. It's normal for Dabeo and Xiaobao to like you as their father.
If they didn't like you, I would cry.
Lan Hanyu is also very quick to regulate his emotions.
It's just a small problem that's not really a problem.
Lan Hanyu won't let himself get stuck in such a boring dead end.
Thank you for your understanding. TSK, you're just being sweet. Am I sweet talking? How come I don't know? Hanyu, how did you find out? I mean, you can talk. Oh, I thought you had eaten my mouth before. How could I have eaten your mouth? Then do you want to try it? See if my mouth is sweet or not? Don't want. Really? Hanyu, maybe my mouth is sweeter than sugar, don't you want to try it? No. I'm not a child. Even if your mouth is sweeter than candy, I won't try. Really? That's really a pity. What's a pity? If you don't want to try, how can I know if my mouth is sweet? How about I ask someone to try it? You dare. Well, the mother has spoken. I'll leave this question for you to answer later. Who wants to summarize? Hanyu, you are saying one thing and thinking another. Suju, drive carefully. I won't discuss this meaningless issue with you anymore. This topic ended with Lan Hanyu's complete defeat. The real estate bureau is located in the city.
It didn't take long before Suju's car was parked in the parking lot of the real estate bureau.
Suju, have you really thought it through?
Standing at the gate of the real estate bureau, Lan Hanyu wanted to confirm one last time. Lan Hanyu and Suju haven't registered their marriage yet, and Lan Hanyu always feels that it's a bit inappropriate to add their names directly to the property certificate.
Let's go. Without giving Hanyu any chance, Suju took Hanyu's hand and walked straight in. The real estate bureau has different windows for handling different businesses. Suju directly took the number for the corresponding business from the number-taking machine. There are 5 more numbers ahead. Go wait for a while.
Suju originally thought that he had arrived early enough, but unexpectedly, others arrived earlier than him.
Fortunately, Suju and Hanyu were fine in the afternoon.
Dabeo and Xiaobao were taken care of by Jiang Mingyue and Aunt Wang, so Suju was very relieved.
Good.
Looking at the number paper in Suju's hand, Lan Hanyu knew that it was useless for her to object any further. In fact, Lan Hanyu knew in her heart that Suju did this just to give herself a guarantee. Compared to those guys who can only use sweet words to make girls happy, Lan Hanyu feels that Suju is a real man.
Son, don't you think about this big thing again?
Chichi and you haven't even registered yet, but you added Chichi's name to the property certificate. If Chichi breaks up with you in the future, we'll have to give half of this house to Chichi for free. Mom, I understand this, but Chichi said that if her name is not added to the property certificate, she will not agree to get a marriage certificate.
What can I do?
Son, if you ask me, you usually dote on Chichi too much and listen to her in everything.
Now, you are being led by the nose in such a big matter, right?
Mom, please stop saying these useless things.
Chichi has gone to the bathroom. Can you see if there is any way to get Chichi and I to get a marriage certificate first?
In fact, I have thought about your concerns, and I am also afraid that the end result will be nothing.
Suju and Lan Hanyu had just sat down on the lounge chairs when the conversation between a mother and son next to them came over without any hesitation. Suju and Lan Hanyu looked at each other.
It turned out that the situation Jiang Mingyue described was very common.
Now, aren't this mother and son discussing how to minimize the risk to their family behind the girl's back?
Unfortunately, this mother and son only considered themselves but did not think about the girl.
If the girl and your son get a marriage certificate, you are unwilling to add her name to the property certificate.
According to the current laws, if there are any problems in the future, this house will have nothing to do with the girl.
Chapter 137 Chips. Suju, do you think Mingyue's colleague also thinks the same way?
We have to wait anyway, Lan Hanyu whispered in Suju's ear. In Lan Hanyu's opinion, Jiang Mingyue's colleague might have the same idea as the mother and son now. Then, because the man and woman could not reach a consensus, they finally ended up going their separate ways. Actually, if you think about it, both parties are considering themselves, which inevitably makes them seem a little selfish.
Suju looked down upon the mother and son who were plotting behind the girl's back. But on the other hand, isn't it a bit too much for a girl to add her name to the man's property certificate before getting the marriage certificate? If the man brought it up first, it would be a different story.
Judging from the current situation, it is obvious that the boy and his mother were forced to come here.
In fact, the man's considerations are also very normal.
With today's housing prices, a new house basically costs the life savings of the older generation.
If the marriage between my son and the girl fails, my family will have to pay for half of the house.
Just think about it, this situation is quite terrifying.
I guess few people dare to gamble. Yeah, I think so too. Lan Hanyu hasn't seen the girl named Qiqi yet.
Just from the fact that the girl was able to force the boy's mother over, it can be seen that Kiki is not someone who can be easily messed with. Looking at the gentle Hanyu, Suju felt that he was still very lucky. Even when he was not sober, he could have picked such a good wife. With a virtuous wife like this, what more could a husband ask for?
Suju now quite agrees with this statement. Lan Hanyu was also deeply moved. Compared to others who have to scheme all the time, am I too lucky to meet Suju? Is it our turn yet? Suju and Lan Hanyu heard the voice and turned to take a look.
I saw a girl dressed quite fashionably, standing in front of the mother and son who had just spoken with a proud look on her face.
Not yet.
When the boy saw his girlfriend coming, he stood up immediately.
The boy gave up his seat to help his girlfriend take the bag. How many more are there? Isn't the efficiency of this window too low? I thought I could go to the bathroom and then it would be our turn. Somewhat dissatisfied, the girl sat down angrily. Qiqi, Auntie thinks that you and Xiaofeng haven't obtained the marriage certificate yet, but isn't it a bit too hasty to add your names to the property certificate first?
Looking at her son who dared not speak, the aunt had no choice but to be the bad guy herself.
Auntie, what do you mean?
Xiaofeng and I have already discussed this matter a long time ago. Besides, it's already at the real estate bureau.
Do you mean that you don't want to add my name to the real estate certificate?
It turns out that the girl named Kiki is not a pushover. She didn't have any concerns just because the other person was her boyfriend's mother and was considered an elder.
With a straight face, Kiki turned her head towards her boyfriend. Xiaofeng, is this what you meant? What? I just went to the bathroom and you two have evil ideas again?
Seeing that her boyfriend's mother was unwilling to add her name to the property certificate, Kiki started shouting without caring about her image.
Qiqi, how can this be called a crooked idea?
Auntie just thinks that the correct procedure is to wait until you and Xiaofeng get your marriage certificate before coming to the real estate bureau to handle this matter. Seeing her son's girlfriend disrespecting her in public, the woman's face immediately fell.
What is the correct procedure? What kind of prescribed procedure is this? I know what your family is planning. You want to wait until Xiaofeng and I get our marriage certificate. By then, the rice will be cooked and I won't have any bargaining chips, right?
Compared to Lalian, although Qiqi is young, she is very familiar with the place.
Qiqi, that's not what my mother meant. Besides, even if we get a marriage certificate, if my family disagrees with adding your name to the property certificate, can't you divorce me?
I think this is not a question of whether there are chips or not.
This shouldn't be a big loss for you.
Seeing that his girlfriend and his mother were about to have a falling out, the man named Xiaofeng quickly came out to smooth things over.
Divorce? I think your family is really funny. If I get divorced, I will be married for the second time. You think that I will be worthless and can only stay in your house, right?
It would have been fine if Xiaofeng didn't say anything, but once he opened his mouth, Qiqi's face became even more stretched. Because the noise here was quite loud, the people around who were waiting for their services turned their heads curiously.
Qiqi, aren't my mom and I discussing this with you? Keep your voice down.
Maybe Xiaofeng felt embarrassed being watched by everyone, so he pulled his girlfriend's clothes.
Why should I keep my voice down? I haven't done anything wrong, why should I keep my voice down? You guys, you want to plot against someone secretly, but you don't want anyone to know, right? Is there such a good thing in the world?
Because of Xiaofeng's words, the girl felt that she was right, and her attitude became even more arrogant.
What's going on? I don't know.
From what the girl said, this mother and son must be plotting something against her.
Plot? They came to the real estate bureau. Could it be that this mother and son are plotting against the girl's house? It doesn't seem so.
From what I hear, the house shouldn't belong to a girl.
It's not a girl's house, so what was planned? How would I know? I probably only noticed it because the girl's voice was a little louder. Keep your voice down. I think that girl is pretty powerful. Don't provoke her.
Because of this sentence, the discussions around him instantly stopped. They were just watching the fun because they had nothing to do, and no one wanted the girl's anger to be directed at them in the end.
Qiqi, isn't it a bit against your conscience for you to say this? Now you want us to add your name to the property certificate before you and Xiaofeng get the marriage certificate. How does that make us plotting against you?
When we bought the house, I said that this house was prepared for you and Xiaofeng to get married. Our two families will each contribute some, and the property certificate will be directly in your and Xiaofeng's names.
But what did your family say?
Your family said that buying a house is the man's responsibility, and the woman can't pay a penny.
So we only wrote Xiaofeng's name on the property deed.
Seeing more and more people gathering around, the woman probably wanted to let everyone know that it wasn't just her and her son bullying a girl. The woman briefly explained the general outline of the matter.
Chapter 138, Never give up until you achieve your goal. Do we need to bring up the past and talk about it here?
I came here because you promised to add my name to the property deed.
If you don't want to, you can just say so earlier. Don't waste everyone's time.
Seeing the looks of the people around her, no longer looking at her with sympathy because of her boyfriend's mother's words, Qiqi became even angrier.
Qiqi, my mother doesn't mean that she doesn't want to add your name to the property certificate. What she means is that we should get the certificate first and then add our names.
Looking at the women on both sides who he couldn't afford to offend, Xiaofeng now felt that he was overwhelmed.
Why does your mother always have the final say? I want to add my name first and then get the marriage certificate.
The girl looked determined to achieve her goal, and she held her head high to show her strength.
Just because my family paid for this house and your family didn't pay a penny, is this an acceptable excuse?
The woman looked at her son's girlfriend and felt more and more that her decision was right.
Before I even entered the door, Qiqi already treated me like this. Once her name is added to the property certificate, won't she be the one who has the final say in the family from now on? Xiaofeng, what do you say?
Seeing her boyfriend's mother's tough attitude, the girl wisely changed her partner.
I.
The boy turned to look at his mother, then at his girlfriend, but he just couldn't tell what was going on. Number 1307, please go to counter 3 to handle your business. Number 1307, please go to counter 3 to handle your business. Just as the boy was thinking about what he should do, the counter for special services started calling numbers.
What do you mean by I? 1307, that's our number, right? Are you going to do it or not?
After taking a look at the number picking sheet in her boyfriend's hand, the girl stepped forward and started the forcing procedure. No, this house was bought by Xiaofeng's father and I, and it's not Xiaofeng's turn to make the decision. We made it clear when we bought the house.
The house will not be given to you two until you and Xiaofeng get married. Now, Xiaofeng's father and I have the final say over this house.
Looking at her son, the woman realized that she had turned her son into a mama's boy. In the past, the woman felt very happy that her son listened to her. But now, seeing that her son couldn't even make up his mind, the woman was filled with regret. The woman knew that she could only help her son in this last hurdle. Number 1307, please go to counter 3 to handle your business.
The loudspeaker at the counter called out again. Xiaofeng, today I want to ask you one thing, do you still want to add this name? If you don't add it, we will break up directly.
The girl is so unscrupulous because she has a trump card in her hand.
I'll think about it. What are you thinking about? If you miss this number, do you want to get a new number and queue up again? Just a small matter, how much time are you going to waste? I.
The boy looked around and suddenly walked towards Suju and Lan Hanyu.
To be honest, Suju and Lan Hanyu were sitting not far from the three quarreling people.
All services have to be handled at the same window, so of course you have to wait nearby. Excuse me, I just saw that the number you took is 1308, and mine is 1307.
Could you please go and handle the business first and exchange the number with me? Can. Suju didn't want to waste time.
Since the other party took the initiative to propose changing the number, he might as well change it. If these three people ran to the counter to make trouble, Suju and Lan Hanyu would probably have to wait.
Thank you.
It can be seen that the boy just doesn't have any opinions, but he is still a good person. At least he's a polite person.
This is Suju's evaluation of the boy. Xiaofeng, do you think you can get away with this by exchanging numbers with someone?
Because the girl came out of the bathroom with her back to Suju and Lan Hanyu. After seeing her boyfriend's actions, the girl turned around and prepared to criticize her boyfriend for his childish behavior. The girl thought that if she was so easy to talk to, there would be no need for her boyfriend to change his phone number or anything.
Don't take any chances. I'm telling you, if you don't add my name today, our relationship will be. The girl stopped cursing when she saw Suju's face.
The girl said that she had never seen such a handsome guy. If my boyfriend is this handsome, there's no need to think about getting the marriage certificate first and then adding my name to it. Even if the girl was asked to give birth to a child first and add her own name to the property certificate, she would be 100% willing. I want to see what kind of girl is so lucky to have such a super handsome guy.
Chi-Chi's eyes followed Suju holding Hanyo's hand and saw Lan Hanyo's face.
I had originally thought that my looks would definitely outshine those around the handsome guy.
Isn't there a popular saying now, ugly girls go with handsome guys?
In this way, Chi-Chi felt comforted. This. After seeing Lan Hanyo's appearance clearly, Chi-Chi felt that she was really too backward.
Is this an ugly girl with a handsome guy? They are obviously a beautiful woman and a handsome man, a perfect match, isn't it? I'm sorry to bother you.
The boy greeted Suju and Lan Hanyu, and immediately turned around to comfort his girlfriend.
Chi-Chi, let's discuss this further. Snort.
In front of the handsome guy, the girl probably wanted to make herself look more cultured, so she didn't curse again.
Hanyu, let's go.
The number at the counter has been called several times. If no one comes to handle the business, the number will be skipped directly.
Good. Now Lan Hanyu no longer says no.
Looking at the girl named Chi-Chi, she was racking her brains to add her own name to her boyfriend's property.
Lan Hanyu felt that if she continued to be fussy, she would seem a little pretentious.
Seeing the handsome guy holding the beautiful girl's hand and walking towards the counter, Kiki's face fell again.
Look at other people. How can you be like me? You are so old, but you still need to bring your mother with you when you do anything? I told you that you are a mama's boy, and you still don't admit it?
If you have the guts, don't listen to your mother and do what others do, and bring your girlfriend here to handle the business. Looking at the ages of the handsome guy and the beautiful girl, the girl directly defined Suju and Lan Hanyu as a couple. Handling business at the same counter, Kiki also knew what the handsome guy and the beautiful girl were doing. Think about my boyfriend, he is average looking and his family background is just okay. But just adding my own name was obstructed by my boyfriend's mother.
The girl became angrier the more she thought about it. Chapter 139 Rely on. Chi-Chi, don't force Xiaofeng. This house was paid for by Xiaofeng's father and I. We must agree before your name can be added. Besides, housing prices are so high now. Buying a house is equivalent to spending our life savings. Is there anything wrong with us being more cautious? How many people have you seen who added the woman's name without getting a marriage certificate?
No matter how good the relationship is, no one dares to take the risk without a marriage certificate. Seeing that the girl kept forcing her son, the woman couldn't bear it anymore.
That's true. If you don't get a marriage certificate, you have to add your name to the property certificate. If you add your name and then regret the marriage, the man will suffer a great loss. Yes, I have a distant relative who encountered this situation. Before adding her name to the property certificate, the woman said very nice things, but after adding her name, she turned hostile to me. Is there really such a person? What happened next? Later? It's a done deal.
I can only blame myself for my bad luck.
Did you really give half of the house to the woman? If it were me, I would definitely not be able to swallow this. What can I do if I can't swallow it?
My distant relative has also taken it to court, but they only accept evidence and nothing else.
People's hearts are hidden in their stomachs, so it's better to be careful.
With the real-life case, everyone's view of Kiki has changed again. Both the mother and the son agreed to get it, and after getting the marriage certificate, they added their names to the property certificate.
But this girl just doesn't want to do it. Is there some conspiracy behind this? You guys are really bored. Do you want me to keep talking?
She hadn't achieved her goal in the first place, and now seeing people around her looking at her warily again, Kiki's face turned livid.
Why is this little girl so talkative? We are just chatting, not talking about your business. Is there a need to be so angry? That's right. I said this girl is not someone you can easily mess with. You'd better stay away from her.
In line with the principle of not interfering in other people's affairs, everyone dispersed in twos and threes. Anyway, the general idea of the matter is already known, and everyone's curiosity has been satisfied.
Chi-Chi, you see, what everyone said makes sense.
My friends around me didn't say that they would add their girlfriend's name to the property certificate first and then get the marriage certificate.
Why don't we just listen to my mom and get the marriage certificate first, and then add your name? In this way, the procedures will be much more convenient.
The boy's feelings for the girl should be quite deep. Even though the girl said this about herself in front of so many people, the boy didn't seem angry at all. On the contrary, the boy seemed very afraid of losing the girl.
Maybe this is the reason why the girl is so arrogant. Do you have to learn to do what your friends do? Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
The girl seemed to have thought of it and turned to look at Su-ju and Lan Hanyu, who were handling business. Believe it or not, he just brought his girlfriend here to add his name to the property deed.
I can only say that Kiki is pretty lucky. She just guessed it casually and actually got it right. How do you know if they are boyfriend and girlfriend, or if they just came here to add their names?
The boy looked incredulous.
Neither Kiki nor I know the person, so how could we possibly know what business he is doing?
The services handled at each window of the real estate bureau are different. People also handle it at this window, so it must be the service of adding names. Look at her age, she should be a few years younger than us, so what else can they be but boyfriend and girlfriend? Chi-Chi was watching the handsome guy holding the beautiful girl's hand.
Wasn't the relationship between them obvious? Even if they are in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, they don't necessarily come here to add their names, right? Xiaofeng was obviously feeling guilty about his girlfriend's analysis. To be honest, Kiki's analysis is not unreasonable. You can't make your own decisions, so you think all boys are like you, without any opinions at all?
Chi-Chi glanced at the handsome guy who was talking to the beautiful girl in a doting manner, and the envy in her eyes was not concealed at all. Look at that handsome guy, not only is he good looking, but he also dotes on his girlfriend so much. Looking at myself again, I chose Xiaofeng to be my boyfriend among several suitors because I felt that Xiaofeng was the one who listened to me the most. But now, it turns out that Xiaofeng not only listens to himself, but also listens to his mother very much. Chi-Chi felt that her right to be the head of the family had been taken away from her.
This is definitely unacceptable for Kiki, who is used to giving orders.
Chi-Chi, don't keep saying that Xiaofeng has no opinion.
Xiaofeng is just kind and doesn't want to hurt any of us.
Seeing her son being belittled again and again by his girlfriend, the woman couldn't help but speak up.
Xiaofeng, I just want to ask you one question. If the handsome guy had added his girlfriend's name to the property certificate, would you have disobeyed your mother?
Chi-Chi didn't want to pay any attention to her boyfriend's mother now, and she just kept questioning her boyfriend.
I don't believe that people are still getting married and adding names. Xiaofeng didn't dare to answer his girlfriend's question directly, he just said this. You really are.
Knowing that no matter how much she talked, she would not be able to make sense of it, so Chi-Chi just took action, grabbed her boyfriend's arm, and walked towards Su-ju.
Chi-Chi, what are you doing?
I've already exchanged numbers with them, and we haven't been called yet.
Chi-Chi, let go. It's not nice to be holding Xiaofeng like this in public.
Chi-Chi, they are doing business, it is very rude for us to go over like this. All the words were filtered out by the girl.
Excuse me, but I want to ask, what kind of business do you handle?
Su-ju was following the procedures and taking out various documents needed to handle the business from the file bag. Because of the sudden intrusion, Su-ju temporarily stopped what he was doing. Looking up at the same time as Hanyu, Suju saw the three people who were arguing there earlier. Frowning slightly, Suju looked at the boy who took the initiative to exchange numbers with him.
I'm sorry, both of you. I'm really sorry to bother you.
When Xiaofeng saw the look Suju was giving him, he quickly apologized. They were doing business well, and it was really impolite of us to suddenly interrupt them.
Excuse me, this gentleman and lady's business has not been completed yet.
Please wait aside for a moment.
We will call the numbers in the order they were taken.
The lady at the counter saw three people rushing over and thought they were trying to cut in line or something, so she quickly spoke.
Chapter 140, Sending a Distress Signal. We're not here to cut in line. We know each other.
Seeing that the other person was about to drive her away, Shichi spoke up immediately.
Shichi felt that there was nothing wrong with what she said.
This number picking sheet was exchanged between my boyfriend and the handsome guy, so there's nothing wrong with saying we know each other.
Suju glanced at the girl who was talking to herself. No? When did you get to know these three people? Excuse me, I just want to ask, are you here to add your name to the property certificate? Before the handsome guy could deny it, Kiki spoke quickly.
The lady at the counter looked at the girl in surprise.
Don't you know her? Why are you talking now as if you don't know me?
However, seeing that the handsome guy and the beautiful girl didn't say anything, the young lady remained silent for the time being. Of course, if necessary, the young lady can call security at any time to maintain order at the scene.
Right. Adding Hanyo's name to the property certificate doesn't mean it's a shameful relationship.
Besides, although this house is a system reward, the procedures are still the same.
Suju is very confident. Then may I ask if you have a marriage certificate?
Originally, what Kiki wanted to ask was whether the handsome guy and the beautiful girl were in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. But I thought about the dilemma Xiaofeng and his mother were struggling with, that they had to get a marriage certificate first before they could add their names to the property certificate. Shichi directly mentioned the matter of the marriage certificate. Shichi didn't want to ask for a long time and then let Xiaofeng's mother just fool her.
Does this have anything to do with you? Suju had never had a good impression of Chichi's uninvited appearance.
Now seeing that Chichi was still trying to pry into his privacy, Suju no longer had a good tone.
This.
Chichi didn't expect that the handsome guy would suddenly change his attitude towards her. Knowing that her question was indeed a bit too much, a hint of embarrassment appeared on Chichi's face. Just thinking about her purpose today, Chichi continued to speak shamelessly. I just want to ask about your relationship, because my boyfriend and his mother said that no one would add the woman's name to the property deed before getting the marriage certificate.
Beauty, we are both girls, I think you should understand me, right?
Seeing the handsome guy giving her a cold face, Chichi cleverly sent a distress signal to Lan Hanyu. We are all girls, and Kiki feels that beautiful girls should understand her better.
We haven't got a marriage certificate yet.
After looking at Suju, then at the girl who was staying there with no intention of leaving, Lan Hanyu spoke softly. However, I think your boyfriend really can't be forced to add your name to the property deed. After all, this house was bought by your boyfriend's parents with their life savings.
There's nothing wrong with them wanting to be cautious.
Without giving Chichi a chance to be proud, Lan Hanyu expressed what he meant all at once. While waiting just now, Lan Hanyu basically heard everything about the boy and the girl. Since the woman refused to pay a penny when buying the house. So before you get the certificate, what qualifications do you have to ask others to add your name to the property certificate? To be honest, such an impatient behavior will make people feel that you have bad intentions. You. The girl didn't expect that the thing she wanted to prove to her boyfriend and his mother was now being lectured by the parties involved. Shichi, who had never had a good impression of Lan Hanyu, felt even more disgusted with him.
You're not going to feel any pain in your back when you're standing and talking, right?
Anyway, your boyfriend brought you to the real estate bureau to add your name before you even got your marriage certificate, so you must think it's nothing. The girl crossed her arms across her chest, looking as if she had seen through Lan Hanyu's little thoughts.
Let me guess, you didn't ask your boyfriend to secretly come here and add your name without telling his parents, did you? It seems that you are really good. If I had thought of this at the beginning, I wouldn't be in so much trouble now.
The girl looked at her boyfriend's mother who was following closely behind her and felt very disgusted. If the boyfriend's mother had not strongly opposed it, it would be a piece of cake for a girl to just win over her boyfriend.
Lan Hanyu didn't expect that just because he told the truth, this girl named Chichi would speculate about it like this? Does everyone have to have the same thinking logic as her? Don't assume everyone is like yourself.
Hearing the girl's words directed at Hanyu, Suju spoke with a cold face. First of all, this is a house I bought myself, and I didn't use a penny of my parents' savings, so I have the right to make the decision.
Secondly, our situation is completely different from yours. Do you think you will be respected by others if you force them to add your name to the property deed?
Finally, we don't know each other, please don't hinder us from doing things.
Although this is a public place, you cannot order them to leave.
But the meaning of Suju's words was still very clear. Since you took the initiative to propose changing your number, now is the time for Suju and Lan Hanyu to handle the business.
If you are waiting, you should go and queue up to wait for a number. Here's all the information.
Suju took out the information needed for the job from the file bag and handed it to the young lady at the counter.
Hanyu, you also need to take your ID card.
Completely different from the cold tone just now, Suju spoke to Hanyu in a very gentle manner.
Good.
Lan Hanyu obediently took out her ID card from her bag and handed it to the young lady at the counter.
Please go to the side and wait for your turn.
After taking a look at the three people who were still standing there with no intention of leaving, the young lady who was handling the business ruthlessly asked them to leave.
Chichi, let's go to the side first.
Seeing that the three of them were affecting other people's normal business, the boy pulled the girl aside.
Do you see it now?
They just don't have a marriage certificate yet, so they come here to add their names first. No matter what the handsome guy and the beautiful girl said, the fact is that they did not get a marriage certificate.
As for the rest, they are not within the scope of Kiki's consideration. Alright, Xiaofeng, I'm going to go back first. As for your girlfriend, our Gu family's threshold is too low to accommodate such a big Buddha.
After listening to Lan Hanyu's words, the boy's mother thought that there are reasonable girls nowadays, so why does her son have to cling to such an unreasonable woman?
Now that she hasn't even been married yet, there's already chaos. If he really entered his house, wouldn't his son's life be over? Chapter 141. Tie you to my side. Mom, what do you mean? Mom, don't go.
Seeing that his mother was really about to leave, the boy became anxious and reached out to pull his mother's arm.
The property certificate is still with his mother, and the boy said, "What's the point of staying alone?"
Xiaofeng, Mom doesn't want to harm you for the rest of your life, so you should solve this matter yourself.
Mom, let me say this. If you want to add a name, your dad, and I need to think about it again.
Now it is no longer a question of whether or not to get a marriage certificate. In the current situation, the boy's mother is somewhat dissatisfied with the relationship between her son and Kiki. If you marry a tigress like this, and if she becomes more powerful in the future, neither you nor I will have a peaceful life.
Hey, what does your mom mean? What do you mean you want to add a name and you need her and your father to consider it?
The girl was also very smart.
From what she heard, she thought that even if she and Xiaofeng got married, she might not be able to add her name to the property certificate.
I originally wanted to force my boyfriend and his mother to come to the real estate bureau to get things done. Now, the other party's attitude has become tougher, and the girl feels that she has really lost a lot on this trip. Turning her head and glaring at Lan Hanyu, who was still handling business, the girl felt that all of this was caused by what the beautiful woman said.
Didn't the boyfriend's mother's attitude become so tough only after the beautiful woman said that? Chichi, why don't we go back first?
The property certificate is with my mother, there's no point for us to stay here.
I'll go back and do my mother's work. If she listens to me, then everyone will be happy.
If my mother is too stubborn, we, as the younger generation, should just go along with the elders.
Humph, you are so useless, you can't do anything. Chichi, wait for me.
Knowing that there is no property certificate, no matter how much you say, it will be useless. The girl swung her arms and walked ahead angrily. Okay, mother, I'm handing both property certificates to you for safekeeping. Holding the reissued property certificates, Suju handed both copies to Hanyu with a smile on his face. Suju applied for the new property certificate based on the fact that he and Hanyu each held 50% of the shares. Since there are two owners of the house now, there are naturally two copies of the property certificate.
Suju, thank you.
Holding the red property certificate, Lan Hanyu looked at Suju seriously. Lan Hanyu knew that Suju was using practical actions to tell her that he would be responsible for himself and the babies to the end.
When I went to find Suju, I just thought that the babies needed fatherly love. As for the rest, Lan Hanyu didn't have too many illusions. Lan Hanyu really didn't expect that Suju would be such a responsible man. Thank you for what? What is our relationship? Do you even need to use the word thank you?
Besides, I did this for selfish reasons. I want to tie you firmly to my side. Turning his head, Suju spoke softly in Han Yu's ear. I. Lan Hanyu really wanted to say that her heart had been tied up by Suju. However, this was equivalent to a confession, but Lan Hanyu didn't have the courage to say it. With a red face, Lan Hanyu could only be delighted in her heart. Suju wants to tie himself up, which means that Suju cares about himself very much, right? Lan Hanyu certainly hoped that Suju wanted to keep her by his side simply because of her. However, the two of them had no emotional foundation at all before. If it weren't for Dabao and Xiaobao, Lan Hanyu would probably never have any contact with Suju in her life. Thinking of the babies, Lan Hanyu's heart began to beat fast. Suju said he wanted to tie himself to him. Was it because of the babies? If it is still like that, the meaning will be completely different. Suju, is it because of the babies? Lan Hanyu is not being pretentious, he just wants an answer. Because of you. These three words are more domineering and effective than I love you. If you had a baby with someone else that night, would you do the same? Suju's answer made Lan Hanyu very happy. But women are strange creatures. Sometimes when they get stuck in a rut, they can be extremely stubborn. If it were someone else, I would definitely raise the baby. Glancing at Hanyu, Suju always felt that Hanyu seemed a little insecure. But I won't just tie a woman to my side for the rest of my life. Not even the baby's mothers. In order to prevent any more messy thoughts from popping up in Hanyu's little head, Suju deliberately added a sentence. Lan Hanyu nodded vigorously and held the property certificate tightly in his hand. For Lan Hanyu, it really doesn't matter whether Suju adds his name to the property certificate or not. What is important is Suju's sincerity towards me. Now Lan Hanyu finally admitted in his heart that Mingyue was really good at talking. Even though Lan Hanyu was drunk and completely unconscious at the time. She is still so amazing, finding such a good man like Suju. Lan Hanyu felt that his luck was really amazing. Let's go home. Now that the big things have been taken care of, the two of them will of course go back to see the babies. By the way, Suju and Lan Hanyu did spend a long time outside today. I wonder if the babies will be uncomfortable without seeing their dad and mom for such a long time. Okay, let's go home. Holding the hand that Suju extended to her, Lan Hanyu really wanted to go home, the home that belonged to her, Suju, and their babies. Hey, isn't this the person who speaks better than he sings? Why, when you talk about others you say one thing, but when it comes to yourself you say something else entirely? That's the new property certificate you're holding in your arms, right? Yes, you should keep it. You finally got your name on it. From now on, you will have a share of this house. Just as Suju and Lan Hanyu walked out of the door of the real estate bureau and were about to head towards the parking lot, a sour female voice blocked their way. It turned out to be Kiki and her boyfriend. Because it is not easy to get a taxi near the real estate bureau, Xiaofeng called a Didi taxi, and the two are now waiting for the car. Originally, Kiki wanted to give her boyfriend a warning and force him to ask his mother for the property certificate. But thinking of her boyfriend's mother's attitude in the real estate bureau, Kiki felt that she should go back and discuss countermeasures with her family first. So, at this time, Kiki did not let her boyfriend get out immediately. Because it would take some time for Didi taxi to be available, Kiki was originally scolding her boyfriend. Seeing Lan Hanyu coming out of the real estate bureau with a smile on her face, Chi-Chi didn't even want to hold back and rushed over directly. If you are unhappy, then let's be unhappy together. Chapter 142 Punching Bag. Why are you so weird? Seeing that it was the girl named Chi-Chi again, Lan Hanyu was really speechless. If he had known that this girl was so difficult to deal with, Lan Hanyu guaranteed that he would not have said a word to her at that time. But Lan Hanyu was just telling the truth, because it was the girl named Chi-Chi who came over and asked the question herself. I'm confused? I think you're really funny. Do you think you are pretty and well-spoken? You talk about others in one way or another, but when it comes to yourself, aren't you forcing your boyfriend to come here and add your name? I say, we all have the same goal, why do you say one thing and do another? Chi-Chi now vented all her anger on Lan Hanyu. In Chi-Chi's opinion, if Lan Hanyu had said something different at that time, the situation would definitely be different now. Maybe, my name has been added to the property certificate of Xiaofeng's new house. Who said I was forced? Do you think everyone is you, thinking about other people's houses every day? You have your purpose written all over your face. Do you think others are fools? Why would they rush to give you half of the house? Seeing the girl venting her anger on Hanyu, Suju held Hanyu in his arms.
And you, we are all men, can you be more manly in your actions? Is a woman like this worthy of your servility? Can't you see that you're just after your half of the property? Or do you think that apart from this woman, no other woman would be interested in you, so you let her treat you like this?
It's a pity that your parents' life savings, which they have worked so hard for, may be lost in your hands.
This time, Suju scolded both the boy and the girl. Although the boy looked quite polite, Suju actually just wanted to enlighten him. You. What right do you have to say that about us? Aren't you here for the same purpose as us?
Seeing the handsome guy say this to her, Kiki felt very aggrieved.
Chi-Chi wondered why all the people and all the good things were taken by that beautiful woman. All I can do here is listen to others scolding me, and I don't get any benefits at all. Because I bought my house myself. Just because I dragged my female companion here to add her name to the property deed. Not wanting to waste any more time talking to boring people, Suju glanced at the man and woman standing in front of him.
Under Suju's gaze, the boy pulled the unwilling girl and silently stepped aside.
The boy hasn't said a word since Suju said that. The boy just looked thoughtful, as if he really took Suju's words to heart. Why are you pulling me? I haven't finished talking yet. Why am I the one being criticized today?
First it was your mom, and now it's those two strangers. Watching the handsome guy and the beautiful girl walking past her, Kiki started to get angry at her boyfriend who was holding her.
Anyway, it has become a habit. Whenever Chi-Chi is unhappy, Xiaofeng will be her punching bag. My mother is your elder after all. You usually don't respect her in front of me, so I just put up with it. But today, in front of her, you still acted so disrespectful. What do you think my mother would think? We haven't even gotten married yet, and you want to control everything in our family?
Also, yes, those two were strangers, but you were the one who provoked them first.
Are you the only one who can speak for others? Are you not allowed to speak for others?
I think what the handsome guy and the beautiful girl said is quite right. The house was bought by my parents, so I really have no right to make any demands.
Regarding your request that your name must be added to the property certificate before I am willing to get the marriage certificate, I think it's better to forget it. I don't even have the face to mention this to my mother anymore.
Unlike his previous behavior of silently enduring all of Chi-Chi's anger, this was the first time that Xiaofeng said so many words to his girlfriend at once. The key point is that these words are obviously disobedient to his girlfriend.
Xiaofeng, what's wrong with you? What do you mean? You mean you don't want to add my name to your house's property deed, right? Believe it or not, if you have this attitude, I will break up with you immediately.
Seeing that her boyfriend had a reverse scale, Chi-Chi immediately used her trump card. Chi-Chi felt that as long as she mentioned the word breakup, her boyfriend would be so scared that he would beg for mercy.
1, 2, 3. Chi-Chi started counting in her mind. According to Kiki's experience, she didn't even need to count to 10, Xiaofeng's begging for mercy must have reached her ears. Let's break up. I've been feeling very tired during this period.
Xiaofeng discovered that when he said the word breakup, the biggest feeling in his heart was not sadness, but relief.
Think about other people's love lives. Even if they have some small quarrels occasionally, most of the time they are sweet. Thinking about himself again, after falling in love with Chi-Chi, Xiaofeng just felt like he was serving a princess. Xiaofeng doesn't want to spend the rest of his life serving an empress dowager.
Especially Chi-Chi's attitude towards her mother, Xiaofeng felt that what the handsome guy said just now.
That makes a lot of sense. I can't bring harm to my parents anymore. Gu Xiaofeng, are you really that bold? How dare you break up with me? I'm the one who should break up with you. What qualifications do you have to break up with me?
Seeing her boyfriend, who had always been under her control, suddenly started to resist, Kiki couldn't accept it at all.
Whatever. If you feel uncomfortable, just think of it as you asking for the breakup. Xiaofeng shrugged his shoulders and didn't care who proposed the breakup. Anyway, the end result was that I broke up with Kiki. Now looking at Chi-Chi's willful look, Xiaofeng feels a little fortunate. Gu Xiaofeng, I'll give you one more chance. Take back your words immediately, otherwise, I will make you regret it for the rest of your life.
Chi-Chi's willful personality didn't develop in a short period of time.
Kiki has had several boyfriends, but Xiaofeng is the only one who can tolerate her the most. Of course, Kiki didn't want to end this relationship easily. At least, before finding a new boyfriend, Kiki is still thinking about looking for another one. No need. The DD car is left to you.
Without even looking at Chi-Chi, Gu Xiaofeng walked towards the main road. When Suju's big BMW passed by Gu Xiaofeng actually saw clearly that Suju was driving.
Thank you.
After shouting loudly at the BMW, Gu Xiaofeng felt that he could finally go home.
Chapter 143, Men Can't Be Too Honest? Are you crazy? Does the BMW owner know you? I knew that you were provoked to break up with me.
When you calm down, I'll see how you'll beg me. Seeing Xiaofeng's look, Chi-Chi felt that Xiaofeng became so abnormal because he was afraid that she would say she wanted to break up. Chi-Chi was already thinking in her mind how she should make things difficult for Xiaofeng when he calmed down and came back to beg her to get back together.
This. Impossible. However, Kiki's sweet dream had not yet begun.
When she saw clearly the two people sitting in the BMW, Chi-Chi realized that she was the one who was really stimulated. It turned out that the person Xiaofeng was thanking was not someone he didn't know, but the handsome man and beautiful woman from before.
Xiaofeng, wait for me, you can't break up with me.
Realizing that something was wrong, Kiki wanted to chase her boyfriend in her high heels, or to be exact, her ex-boyfriend. Unfortunately, Xiaofeng at this time is no longer the Xiaofeng who used to obey Chi-Chi's words.
Without any hesitation, Xiaofeng took big steps forward without stopping at all.
The final result, of course, is that the distance between the two people is getting farther and farther.
Suju, why do you think that boy should thank you?
In the BMW, Lan Hanyu saw Xiaofeng and Chi-Chi's situation clearly through the rearview mirror.
Lan Hanyu didn't quite understand what Xiaofeng had said, thank you just now. In theory, Suju didn't help Xiaofeng much.
Lan Hanyu remembered that Suju had just scolded Xiaofeng.
He should have thought it through.
Suju glanced at Xiaofeng, who was leaving alone in the rearview mirror, and curled the corners of his mouth.
Although Xiaofeng doesn't have any strong opinions, at least he's not hopelessly stupid. At least, Suju's words finally woke him up, right?
If Xiaofeng still hasn't come to his senses by now, Suju would really think that he is hopeless.
Have you thought it through? It looks like he should have. He should have broken up with that girl, right? So, he wants to thank you for scolding him and waking him up?
I don't know if it was because I was happy for the boy, but Lan Hanyu felt a little excited when she talked about this.
It's not a waste of my saliva. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda.
Suju saves Xiaofeng and his entire family at once. It is truly a great merit.
That's great. I think that boy is too honest. If he really gets together with that girl in the future, he will only be bullied.
The BMW had driven a long way away, and Lan Hanyu sat up straight and stopped looking at the rearview mirror.
You mean, men shouldn't be too honest, right?
With a raised corner of his mouth, Suju was waiting for Hanyu to fall into the pit he had dug.
Yes, if you are too honest, won't you be eaten alive by others? Look at that boy just now, isn't that a good example?
If that boy hadn't been so honest from the beginning, he probably wouldn't have been bullied to that extent by the girl. Although Lan Hanyu is a girl, she still doesn't like Chi-Chi bullying Xiaofeng.
When people interact with each other, they should be equal. The relationship between Chi-Chi and Xiaofeng is obviously unequal.
Lan Hanyu felt that such a relationship, even if they were forced to get married, would not last long.
I think so too, Hanyu. Do you think I am too honest?
In order to match what he said, Suju retracted the corners of his mouth that were raised.
Ah.
When Lan Hanyu heard Suju say that he was honest, she was a little overwhelmed.
Suju is a very opinionated person, how could he get involved with an honest person?
Of course, Lan Hanyu didn't mean that Suju was cunning or something. However, Lan Hanyu had never really thought of using the word honest to describe Suju.
Suju, do you think I bullied you in some way?
After thinking for a while, Lan Hanyu really didn't think that he was unreasonable or domineering in any way. I said that the boy just now was an honest man because I saw that he was always bullied by his girlfriend. Now that Suju asked this, Lan Hanyu subconsciously looked for the reason in himself.
No.
Seeing Hanyu taking the bait little by little, Suju held back his smile.
Then why do you say you are too honest?
After self-reflection, Lan Hanyu dared to swear that he had never bullied Suju in any way. The only possibility was that she did not discuss it with Suju before giving birth to Dabeo and Xiaobao. But seeing how much Suju likes babies, Lan Hanyu felt that Suju definitely wouldn't be referring to this.
Hanyu, what do you think our relationship is?
Knowing that Hanyu was smart, Suju did not give Hanyu much time to think and directly started asking questions.
We are Dabeo and Xiaobao's parents. The two are neither in a romantic relationship nor husband and wife. This is the only answer Lan Hanyu can give. Then how were Dabao and Xiaobao born? Hey, Suju, aren't you asking even though you already know the answer? Her face flushed. Lan Hanyu couldn't say, I was the only one who gave birth to both Dabao and Xiaobao, right? If it weren't for Suju's effort, let alone giving birth to twins, even if it was just giving birth to one baby, it would be impossible for Lan Hanyu to complete the task independently. What do you mean by asking even though you already know the answer? Hanyu, don't you think that our relationship seems to have regressed? The big bad wolf lures the little white rabbit. Of course he wants to trick the little white rabbit into his mouth little by little. What do you mean? Lan Hanyu always felt that Suju's words today were very profound. Anyway, there were a lot of words and Lan Hanyu was a little unable to keep up with the pace. For example, as Suju said now, the relationship between the two has deteriorated. Lan Hanyu felt that her relationship with Suju was clearly getting better day by day. Look at the relationship between the two of them, isn't it getting closer and closer? How can there be any such thing as regression? Looking at Hanyu's little white rabbit-like eyes, Suju finally couldn't help laughing. Hanyu, when Dabao and Xiaobao were created, our relationship should have been the closest relationship in the world, right? But, Dabao and Xiaobao are already more than 10 months old. Do you think our relationship has regressed? Hanyu sometimes feels embarrassed about the promised goodnight kiss, let alone taking the relationship a step further. When Suju said this, he deliberately used a sad tone, as if the relationship between him and Hanyu was really regressing. Hiss. Seeing Suju say these words so effortlessly, Lan Hanyu could only take a breath. Lan Hanyu said that he really didn't expect that Suju would lead him into this trap. Chapter 144, The Army is Defeat. Hanyu, do you think what I said makes sense? Anyway, it's still some distance from the residential area, so Suju has made up his mind to be thicker-skinned towards the child's mother. Following the principle that the more you talk, the more mistakes you make, and the less you say, the better, Lan Hanyu tightly closed her mouth. Lan Hanyu realized that although they were both top students, in some aspects, he was far behind Suju. Lan Hanyu is a top student. Suju is simply an all-round academic master. Every failure makes you wiser. This time Lan Hanyu has learned his lesson very well. Hanyu, if you don't say anything I'll take it as your consent. Actually, you don't have to feel embarrassed. Through what happened today, I also reflected on it. There are some things that still require boys to take the initiative. Don't worry, I will never be that kind of overly honest boy that you don't like in the future. Suju deliberately emphasized the 5 words what you don't like. To Lan Hanyu's ears, it seemed as if Lan Hanyu's previous words were meant to encourage Suju not to be too honest in some aspects. Suju, you misunderstood what I meant. I'm not saying you're too honest. I'm saying the boy just now who was bullied by his girlfriend was too honest. Suju has said so much. If Lan Hanyu doesn't say anything, doesn't that mean she is tacitly agreeing that she is encouraging Suju to not be too honest? Lan Hanyu wanted to buy a piece of tofu and hit him, so why did she say that it was not good for boys to be too honest? Lan Hanyu couldn't understand why things ended up happening to him. Hanyu, then do you think it's better for boys to be more honest or dishonest? An absolutely curious baby, Suju now really looks like he is humbly seeking advice. Whatever. This is a dilemma. Lan Hanyu knows that no matter how she answers, Suju will have something to say to her. Instead of this, Lan Hanyu simply didn't want to think about it anymore. Lan Hanyu could see that Suju definitely brought up this topic on purpose. Unfortunately, Lan Hanyu discovered it a little late. The fish has been hooked, and it is difficult to free it. Okay, I understand then. Just when Lan Hanyu couldn't help but ask Suju what he understood, Suju gave Hanyu a mysterious smile. Hanyu still hopes that I won't be too honest, right? The ambiguous tone, coupled with Suju's smiling face, made it impossible for Lan Hanyu to not want to understand. Boom. This time, Lan Hanyu felt that her entire face was burning hot. Ha ha ha. Hanyu, I didn't say anything. Why do you look so guilty? Or, in fact, you have always expected me not to be so honest? I don't. Feeling that his momentum was insufficient, Lan Hanyu took out his earphones and put them in his ears. Although it seemed like he was trying to cover up his mistake, Lan Hanyu really didn't have the courage to continue discussing with Suju at this moment. Look at the shy little woman, and then look at the familiar road ahead. As they were almost at the residential area, Suju stopped teasing the child's mother.
If Hanyu went home with a red face, Jiang Mingyue would probably keep asking her questions.
Suju didn't want Jiang Mingyue to find out about the privacy issues between him and Hanyu. Even if Jiang Mingyue is Hanyu's best friend, it won't work.
Although Lan Hanyu was wearing headphones, he was secretly paying attention to Suju. Seeing that Suju finally let her go, Lan Hanyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Lan Hanyu secretly swore in his heart that he would be more careful with his words in the future.
Dabao, Xiaobao, Mom and Dad are back.
Because she had time to cultivate her character, Lan Hanyu's face now looks very normal. As soon as Suju opened the door of the house, Lan Hanyu immediately called the babies.
Hey, where are Dabao and Xiaobao?
Unlike the scene in the morning when the babies immediately came out to greet her as soon as they heard her voice, this time Lan Hanyu was answered by silence.
Are the babies not home? That shouldn't be the case. If Mingyue took the babies out, she would have told me.
Lan Hanyu looked at Suju behind him, and Suju just shook his head.
Suju and Hanyu went out together.
Because of his work, Suju didn't have time to turn on the surveillance at home, and of course he had no way of knowing why the babies were not at home. Of course, with Jiang Mingyue and Aunt Wang taking care of the babies, Suju was not worried about their safety. In Suju's opinion, at most the babies couldn't stay at home and were taken out to play.
I'll call Mingyue.
Taking out her cell phone from her bag, Lan Hanyu prepared to call her good friend. No, Mingyue left me a message, but I didn't notice it. I looked at the time when Mingyue left the message on WeChat, and it was exactly the time when Lan Hanyu was blocked by Suju and had to listen to music. Lan Hanyu said that it was no wonder that she couldn't hear the sound of WeChat. After glaring at Suju, Lan Hanyu did not vent her anger on Suju this time.
Because, it's really all Suju's fault.
Seeing Hanyu's little eyes, Suju touched his nose and said nothing. Sometimes, we still need to be more tolerant of women's bad temper.
Hanyu, Aunt Wang and I are going to take the babies out to play for a while. If you come back, come find us by the slide. It turned out that Dabao and Xiaobao, who were at home in the afternoon, suddenly thought of their parents and started making a fuss at home. After Jiang Mingyue and Aunt Wang tried their best but failed to calm the two babies, Jiang Mingyue could only take the babies out to divert the attention of Dabao and Xiaobao. When I know my friend is coming back, he will definitely be worried if he can't see the babies. Jiang Mingyue even sent a voice message first.
What Jiang Mingyue didn't expect was that her good friend had been so bullied by Suju that he didn't even notice her WeChat voice message. Mingyue took Dabao and Xiaobao to play on the slide.
I'm going to go find them. Of course, Lan Hanyu was talking to Suju. Put the property certificate away first. I'll go with you to find Dabao and Xiaobao. Knowing that the babies were in the community, Suju was certainly not in a hurry. He motioned to Hanyu to pack up his things first.
If you carry the property certificate around with you, it will not only cause trouble but also make people feel very strange.
Okay, wait for me then. Lan Hanyu had no objection to Suju's words. He walked straight to his master bedroom, because there was a safe in it.
Something as important as the real estate certificate should of course be placed in the safest place.
Chapter 145 Hostility. Suju, Mingyue and the others are there. Because Jiang Mingyue said to take Dabao and Xiaobao to play on the slide, Lan Hanyu and Suju of course went straight to the destination.
When Lan Hanyu saw Jiang Mingyue's figure, she shouted excitedly.
Suju actually saw it too.
However, there was no trace of Jiang Mingyue in Suju's eyes. What Suju saw were his two little darlings who were playing happily on the swings. The 10-month-old baby has already grown teeth.
Because Dabao and Xiaobao are grinning, the two small teeth that grew out first make the babies look even cuter. Suju, Mingyue is really good to Dabao and Xiaobao. Lan Hanyu looked at his friend's back and said sincerely. I know. It was because Suju knew that Jiang Mingyue was truly kind to Hanyu and the babies that he agreed to help Jiang Mingyue. If it were someone else, it would be really difficult to get Suju to speak. Hey, why is it that little girl again?
Lan Hanyu and Suju were still some distance away from the community playground. Lan Hanyu was about to walk towards Dabao and Xiaobao when she saw a familiar figure. It was the unreasonable little girl from last time. Seeing the little girl approaching Dabao and Xiaobao, Lan Hanyu's heart almost jumped into his throat. Lan Hanyu still remembers the scene when the little girl almost pulled him down. For Lan Hanyu, whether she falls or not is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that I was holding my eldest child in my arms at that time.
If Suju had not appeared in time, Lan Hanyu couldn't imagine what the final outcome would be.
Now seeing the little girl approaching his babies, Lan Hanyu felt scared instinctively. Another thing is that Mingyue doesn't know the little girl yet, and Lan Hanyu is afraid that Mingyue is not wary of the little girl.
Suju, let's go over there quickly.
When Hanyu spoke, Suju also saw the little girl. Like Hanyu, Suju also felt that it would be safer to go there early to protect the babies.
I want to play on the swings.
Before Suju and Lan Hanyu reached the playground, the little girl made a domineering request to Jiang Mingyue. It can be seen that after the last incident, the little girl's family education has not changed at all.
Let little sister play for a while longer, and then I'll let you play with it later, okay?
Looking at Debeo, who was having fun, Jiang Mingyue spoke to the little girl in a good-tempered manner.
No, I want to play now. The little girl must have recognized Debeo.
Thinking about how the little rabbit she had set her eyes on last time was eaten by this baby, the little girl became quite hostile towards Debeo. We played this first, if you want to play, get in line. Jiang Mingyue has no patience for impolite children.
Hey, you are such an adult, why are you bullying my granddaughter, a child?
Seeing her granddaughter being scolded, the aunt from last time rushed over immediately. Of course, the aunt also recognized Debeo and Xiaobao.
But the aunt also observed that the baby's parents were not at the playground today.
Although the aunt's son has already said that the father of the twins is not someone their family can afford to offend. But now the twins' parents are not around, and the two babies can't speak.
The aunt thought that even if she bullied the twins, their parents would not know about it.
This can be considered as revenge for my waist, which has been hurting for several days.
What do you mean I bullied your granddaughter?
It was obviously us who played on the swing first, but your granddaughter was so unreasonable that she wanted to cut in line. As a grandmother, you didn't teach your granddaughter a lesson and were reasonable.
Instead, you are blaming her for what happened. You are really setting a bad example for your granddaughter.
Compared with Lan Hanyu, Jiang Mingyue's temper is not gentle.
Looking at this old and young couple, both of them are acting unreasonable.
Jiang Mingyue said, I won't indulge you.
You, how can a little girl like you talk so loudly? How old is your child? Even if you take her away now, she won't make a fuss. Look at my granddaughter.
She already has her own ideas.
My granddaughter wants to play on the swing.
She will not be happy until she plays on it. Also, I see you guys have been playing here for a while, it's time for someone else to play.
The aunt has a very loud voice.
Anyway, the aunt knows that she doesn't have a good reputation in the community, so she doesn't think it's shameful.
Ms. Zhang, they.
Aunt Wang, who was watching Xiaobao on the other side, also recognized the old woman. Putting her head next to Jiang Mingyue, Aunt Wang briefly told her what happened last time.
So they have always been such unreasonable people?
The best way to deal with people like this is not to spoil them, otherwise, they will think that the whole world revolves around them.
Jiang Mingyue nodded and spoke loudly to Aunt Wang.
Anyway, the old woman has lost her shame, so Jiang Mingyue doesn't mind helping her spread the word. Lan Hanyu and Suju were almost at the amusement park, and they heard what Jiang Mingyue said in a deliberately raised voice.
Hanyu, wait a moment.
Suju pulled Hanyu's body as he rushed forward and stopped. Since Jiang Mingyue wanted to teach the old woman a lesson, Suju decided to give Jiang Mingyue some time to perform. Suju just wanted the old woman to avoid his little babies next time she saw them. If there is always a fly flying around every time the babies go out to play, it can really affect their mood. Especially, it is impossible for Suju to accompany Hanyu and take the babies to play in the playground every time, right?
Suju?
Lan Hanyu was very worried about the babies. When she saw Suju holding her, Lan Hanyu's eyes were full of confusion.
Do you think Jiang Mingyue is someone who is easy to talk to?
Besides, the distance between us is long enough to run over if something really happens.
Suju knew what Hanyu was worried about and gave Hanyu a reassurance.
With Suju's speed, if the old woman dared to take action or make any other small moves, Suju would definitely make the old woman regret it for the rest of her life. Mingyu is definitely not someone who will let bad guys take advantage of him.
Thinking of Mingyue's nickname Female Knight when she was in college, Lan Hanyu couldn't help laughing. I looked at the distance and it was close enough.
If Jiang Mingyue had not been distracted by the old woman at this time, at this distance, Jiang Mingyue would have definitely discovered Lan Hanyu and Suju long ago.
Lan Hanyu and Suju just stood there, waiting to see how Jiang Mingyue would perform. Chapter 146 Special Measures. Who are you calling unreasonable? Why are we being unreasonable? This is a public place, and everyone can play with everything here. My granddaughter wants to play on the swings, is that a problem?
The old woman did a lot of unreasonable things, but she didn't like to hear others tell the truth. When the old woman heard Jiang Mingyue reveal her true nature, she immediately became unhappy.
You know this is a public place? I thought you were so arrogant that you thought this was your family's property. Want to win with your voice?
Jiang Mingyue said, I'm a young man, how can I be taken advantage of by an old lady like you?
Since this is a public place, there must be a sequence of priority.
Our baby played with this swing first.
Even if we play here all day, you have to wait by the side. Of course, if you are a polite person, we won't really make people wait for a whole day. After all, this is just a child's toy. Who would really have nothing better to do than to stay here for a whole day?
It's just that I don't mind bringing my baby to play here for a while longer when I meet such uncultured people like you too. Jiang Mingyue glanced at the old woman and the little girl, as if she was going to use special means to deal with the evildoers.
Jiang Mingyue didn't have a good impression of the little girl in the first place.
After hearing from Aunt Wang how the little girl almost caused Hanyu and Debao to wrestle last time, Jiang Mingyue hated the little girl from the bottom of her heart.
Children without family discipline will be disliked wherever they go. Because of Aunt Wang's reminder, Jiang Mingyue protected Debao in an embracing posture.
Now even if the little girl wanted to launch a sneak attack, she wouldn't be able to find a place. Like Jiang Mingyue, although the little girl and the old woman did not like Xiaobao's swing, Aunt Wang also held Xiaobao in her arms. The little girl's behavior last time was really too scary, so Aunt Wang had to be on guard.
Grandma, I want to play on this swing. The little girl doesn't care about anything else.
In the little girl's eyes, this baby who ate the little rabbit she liked was the most annoying thing. If someone hadn't blocked her way, the little girl would have reached out and pulled the baby off the swing.
Grandma, hurry up, drive that baby away, I want to play on the swing, I want to play on the swing.
The little girl's attitude towards her grandmother was totally impolite. In order to urge her grandmother, the little girl kicked her.
Hey, Nyonyo, you can't kick Grandma.
She hasn't recovered from the fall she suffered last time. Last time, the old woman not only sprained her waist, but also her ankle. Now, after being kicked by her granddaughter, the old woman felt a burning pain in her ankle.
I'll kick, Grandma, you're too slow.
After hearing what her grandmother said, the little girl not only did not restrain herself, but kicked several times in a row. Jiang Mingyue looked at the little girl's behavior and frowned slightly. However, thinking that the person was kicking her unreasonable grandmother, Jiang Mingyue did not say anything to stop him. This is all caused by the old woman's own indulgence. Of course, she has to bear the consequences herself.
Nyonyo, please stop kicking Grandma. Please stop kicking Grandma. It hurts Grandma. It hurts Grandma.
The old woman dodged her granddaughter's continuous kicks and begged for mercy. Unfortunately, the little girl seemed not to hear the old woman's cries of pain.
Nyonyo, stop kicking. Grandma will grab the swing for you. Grandma will grab the swing for you.
The little girl stopped kicking her feet until she heard what she wanted to hear. Look at how spoiled this little girl is. If she were my granddaughter, I would have beaten her up long ago.
Yeah, you're so young and you dare to hit your elders. When you grow up, won't you give her your life?
If a little girl like this grows up, she will be a disaster to others.
If someone marries her in the future, they will be in trouble for the rest of their lives.
I thought that after what happened last time, this family would reflect on themselves, but I didn't expect that there has been no improvement at all.
Last time? What happened last time? Weren't you playing in the neighborhood last time? When are you talking about? I don't even know what you are talking about. Then let me tell you, it was that little girl last time.
People who were playing with their children in the playground gathered together because of the noise made by the little girl and the old woman. Seeing that it was a familiar scene, no one had any intention of taking action and just watched the show calmly.
Of course, there are also people who are unaware of what happened last time and are now being enthusiastically rebroadcasted by other viewers about the last episode.
This kind of child will teach my baby bad things.
I'd better take my baby home first.
There was an old lady who didn't often play there. Seeing the little girl being unreasonable, she picked up her granddaughter who was also playing on the swing and went home.
Nyonyo, look, no one is playing on that swing anymore. Can Grandma hold you and play on that swing?
The old woman no longer had the energy to care about the pointing and criticizing of people around her. Knowing that Jiang Mingyue was a capable girl, the old woman could see that there was no way she would let him. There happened to be a vacant swing, so of course the old woman wanted to coax her granddaughter first. If the empty swing was occupied by someone else, the old woman had no idea how much pain her ankle would have suffered today. No, no, I don't want any other swings, I want this one.
Grandma, let that little brat get down.
I want to play on this swing. The little girl was originally targeting DeBeo, so of course she wouldn't give in easily.
Who are you calling a brat? I don't know what your parents are thinking.
They teach such a young child to be so uncultured.
For a child like you who was spoiled by your family, society will teach you a lesson.
Jiang Mingyue was unhappy when she saw that the little girl not only pointed at DeBeo but also called DeBeo a little brat. Our DeBeo is indeed a little brat, but it's not anyone else's turn to say that.
Jiang Mingyue glared at the little girl.
After seeing that the little girl didn't dare to point at DeBeo again, she turned around and spoke to the old woman. Jiang Mingyue really didn't know what the little girl's parents were thinking.
Is it really good to spoil a child like this? Or do the little girl's parents think that they can protect the little girl for her entire life?
If the other party really thought this way, Jiang Mingyue just felt that they were too naive.
How's the saying now?
If your family doesn't teach you how to be a good person, sooner or later society will teach you how to be a good person.
I just don't know if that little girl can bear it when society teaches her how to be a human being. Chapter 147, Don't be a skinny person. Grandma, she is mean to me. She is a bad person. Grandma, I want to play on this swing.
Let this kid play on that swing.
I want to play on this one.
When the little girl saw that Jiang Mingyue did not follow her wishes, she started to throw a tantrum at her grandmother again.
Did you hear that?
In the eyes of children, you look like a bad person.
You are a girl, and you are not young anymore. How can you be so narrow-minded? You are competing with a child. You really don't know how to be shy?
The old woman has mastered the art of confusing right and wrong. Anyway, a tree without bark is doomed to die, but a person without bark is invincible. The old woman's realm has indeed reached the point where she is invincible in the world. Jiang Mingyue now felt that it was a waste to say even one more word. Jiang Mingyue rolled her eyes at the sky. It was really not easy for her to be able to control herself and not curse. If the little girl and the old woman were replaced by someone of similar age to Jiang Mingyue, and Jiang Mingyue didn't scold you to the point of doubting your life, she would not deserve the title of female hero.
DeBeo, let me tell you that the word is very easy to write. Almost everyone who is not a real illiterate can write it.
Glancing at the old woman who was obviously confused by her change of subject, Jiang Mingyue continued speaking to DeBeo. But DeBeo, in this world, people who can write the word human may not necessarily behave like human beings. Some people just don't want to be good people, but insist on being bad people.
You, who are you scolding?
Finally she understood Jiang Mingyue's roundabout curse words, and the old woman became angry and embarrassed.
Ah, this girl is so funny.
Yeah, this girl didn't say a single dirty word, but what she said was pretty cool.
Amazing.
I've lived for most of my life, and this is the first time I've seen a girl who is so good at teaching people a lesson.
It's so refreshing. You can't tolerate such shameless people. It seems that you have been irritated by these two people a lot. Who said it wasn't true? They are shameless, so I can't be shameless like them, right?
I used to be so angry that I had no place to vent it, but today I finally got rid of my anger.
Jiang Mingyue's words immediately won applause. Grandma, are they all scolding us?
Grandma, they are all bad guys, go beat them up. Even though the little girl looks only 4 or 5 years old, she can still recognize the expressions of people around her. Seeing that no one was on her side, the little girl thought that these people should be severely beaten up.
No, let's go play somewhere else.
Knowing that it is difficult to offend public anger, the old woman did not dare to use violence even if she was unhappy with Jiang Mingyue. No, I want to play on this swing. The little girl was also very persistent. She stared at the swing where DeBeo was playing and refused to leave.
Get down here. I want to play on this swing.
Maybe because she felt that she couldn't rely on her grandmother, the little girl was so bold that she wanted to pull DeBeo down directly. Jiang Mingyue had been reminded by Aunt Wang and had been on guard against the little girl.
Don't touch my DeBeo.
Jiang Mingyue raised her right hand and successfully knocked away the little girl's hand that was reaching out to DeBeo.
Grandma, she hit me. Grandma, she hit me.
The wicked are the first to complain, and the little girl also uses this tactic to perfection. The little girl lay on the ground crying.
Hey, you are such a grown-up, how can you hit a child? No, how are you? Are you hurt anywhere?
Seeing the little girl throwing a tantrum on the ground, the old woman actually shouted in a meaningful tone. The old woman's meaning was very clear. Her granddaughter fell to the ground because she was beaten by Jiang Mingyue. In fact, Jiang Mingyue just slapped the little girl's hand when she was about to hold Debao's hand. If Jiang Mingyue's actions could cause the little girl to fall, Jiang Mingyue said that she must have cultivated very profound internal skills. After all, it's not something that ordinary people can do to hit objects through the air.
Grandma, she hit me.
Instead of pulling Debao off the swing, the little girl blamed all the problems on Jiang Mingyue. In the little girl's opinion, if the aunt hadn't stopped her, she would have been able to play on the baby's swing long ago.
Everyone come and see, someone is beating a child.
A man this old actually attacked a 5-year-old girl.
How evil is this person's heart?
With her granddaughter's accusation, the old woman started shouting directly.
Do you have to be so funny? Even if you want to scam me, you should find a better excuse, right?
There was no tension at all, and Jiang Mingyue did not show any panic because of the words of the grandparents.
What do you mean by touching someone?
My granddaughter fell to the ground because she was hit by you. Glancing at the people around her, the old woman's face turned slightly red. How come I didn't notice that these people in groups of 3 or 2 were all witnesses?
Isn't this considered fraud?
I saw with my own eyes that your granddaughter tried to pull someone else's baby, and they just tried to stop her.
Yes, your granddaughter was clearly lying on the ground by herself. How did it become someone beating her? If you want to scam people, you have to practice hard at home first.
Your acting skills are really not that good.
Hey, why are you still teaching them how to scam people?
If they really learn it well, they might scam us in the neighborhood in the future. I was careless.
I am old now, I'd better take the risk.
This is good.
What country is this? Do you think it looks like a female version of China?
Same, so similar, exactly the same.
Ha ha ha.
Except for the crying little girl and the old woman with a sullen face, everyone else seemed to be having a great time.
Suju, should we go over there?
Lan Hanyu felt that, as the baby's parents, it wasn't appropriate for her and Suju to just stand by and watch the show.
Suju just said that if Jiang Mingyue could perform well, the two of them would just watch from the side. Mingyue should have performed well enough by now, and Lan Hanyu didn't want to leave his good friend alone to face those unreasonable grandparents and grandchildren. Let's go.
Knowing that Hanyu was worried about the babies and Jiang Mingyue, Suju took Hanyu's hand and strode towards the playground.
No matter what, you did hit my granddaughter just now. As an adult, it's wrong for you to do that.
The old woman felt that she had caught Jiang Mingyue.
No matter how good you are at talking, it's of no use. If you hit a little girl, even if you call the police, you will definitely be in the wrong. Chapter 148, Waste of Talent. Oh my god, this is the first time I've met such weird people like you too. You are blackmailing me, right? Okay, then call the police.
You sue me for beating a child, and I'll sue you for defamation and damaging my reputation.
I want to see who wins in the end. Jiang Mingyue would never tolerate the old woman's rogue behavior.
Jiang Mingyue had noticed just now that there were several surveillance cameras installed around the community playground. Perhaps the property management had considered from the beginning that this kind of place provided for children to play is more likely to cause misunderstandings. After all, the children who come here to play are not very old, and it is impossible for adults to watch without blinking for even a second. If there is an emergency and the adults are not paying attention and the children cannot explain the situation clearly, surveillance will come in handy. Jiang Mingyue was also very calm. With the surveillance camera, the most honest witness, Jiang Mingyue was not worried at all even if the old woman was telling lies.
Bright moon.
Before the old woman could say anything, Lan Hanyu and Suju came over. Looking at her friend who was standing with her back to her, holding Debao in her arms, Lan Hanyu called out softly.
Ma! Daddy! Papa!
When Jiang Mingyue heard Hanyu's voice, Debao and Xiaobao shouted excitedly before she could even turn around. Of course, in the eyes of Debao and Xiaobao, they not only see their dear mother, but also their father whom they miss very much.
Daddy!
When Debao saw his father, he stretched out his chubby little arms and wanted to be hugged by his father.
Daba, sit for a while longer.
If you let Daddy hold you, bad guys will come and snatch your swing. Jiang Mingyue felt that what happened between her and the grandparents was not over yet, so how could she let the little girl succeed now?
What the hell? Debao looked at Ganma, then looked at his parents.
Finally, Debao set his sights on the little girl who had been staring at him.
Debao might be thinking, that bad guy you're talking about, is that young lady?
When the little girl saw Suju and Lan Hanyu appear, she quickly got up from the ground. The little girl should still remember what happened last time. Maybe that was the first time the little girl encountered difficulties, so she is still deeply impressed by it.
Grandmother.
I don't know if it was because she was afraid, or because she knew the baby's father was someone her own father couldn't handle, but there was a hint of evasion in the little girl's eyes.
Nyo-nyo, why don't we go home first? This swing is not fun. Grandma will take you to the supermarket to buy delicious food this afternoon, okay?
When the old woman saw Suju and Lan Hanyu appear, she suddenly became dispirited. The old woman did not forget what her son had said, that she could not afford to offend her son, a manager, who was the father of the twin babies. If it weren't for the previous episode, the little girl now would look like a very obedient child. Looking at Suju, the little girl did not resist at all and was obediently led away by her grandmother.
What's going on? How could that little girl be so obedient? This is the first time I've seen this too. In my impression, this little girl is a little witch. How could she be so obedient? Who knows?
Anyway, looking at the expressions of the grandparents and grandchildren, I felt like I had let out a sigh of relief. With the departure of the old woman and the little girl, the atmosphere in the amusement park suddenly became relaxed.
Daddy. Papa.
Dabeo and Xiaobao stretched out their arms to their father again. The babies said that their father had hardly hugged them all day.
Daddy, hold me. Suju would never refuse his daughter's requests.
Because the little girl had already left, Zhang Mingyue did not try to stop Dabeo from giving up his position.
This is a public place, so of course anyone can play on this swing.
Zhang Mingyue was just being childish and didn't want to play with that unreasonable little girl.
Papa. Daddy.
Dabeo and Xiaobao, being held in their father's arms, feel a little bit of satisfaction.
Hanyu, have you and Suju settled the matter?
The babies were held by their fathers, and Lan Hanyu walked directly to the side of his good friend.
Zhang Mingyue stood up and asked casually. Logically speaking, Suju took Hanyu to the real estate bureau on purpose to add her name.
If things had not been done well, Suju and Hanyu would definitely not come back at this time.
Zhang Mingyue's question was just a casual one. It's all done. Nodding, Lan Hanyu gave an affirmative answer.
Hanyu, although your Xinyu Lanwan community is the most upscale community in Jiangxing City, there is still garbage in the community. Zhang Mingyue held Hanyu's arm and complained a little. By letting that kind of person live in such a high-end residential area, Zhang Mingyue is really lowering the grade of the residential area.
So we have to rely on our heroine to deal with the garbage. Seeing Mingyue's indignant look, Lan Hanyu also dug up his good friend's previous nickname.
You're asking me to help this rubbish.
It's such a waste of my skills. Zhang Mingyue didn't feel embarrassed at all and never disliked her nickname Female Knight. Yes, letting the heroine take action is really a waste of talent. Following Mingyue's tone, Lan Hanyu said playfully. Mrs. Su, huh? Hello, I'm from Xinyu Lanwan community as well. That's what I heard your nanny call you last time. Mrs. Su, you have taken good care of your two babies. Do you have any experience you can share with me? Look at my grandson, he's as skinny as a monkey. People who don't know the truth would think I'm abusing him and not giving him food. Yes, Mrs. Su, we all live in Xinyu Blue Bay community. We are all neighbors. We can bring our babies to play together in the future. Mrs. Su, your twins are so beautiful. They have inherited all the good genes from you and your husband. Mrs. Su, what kind of milk powder do your babies usually drink? The choice of milk powder is very important nowadays. I heard that it will affect the IQ of babies. I think Mrs. Su's twin babies are very smart. They must have chosen very good milk powder. Mrs. Su. Mrs. Su. Lan Hanyu could no longer remember how he got home.
Lan Hanyu only remembered that he was suddenly surrounded by enthusiastic neighbors, and then asked a lot of various questions.
So in the end, Lan Hanyu actually didn't answer any of the questions, because Lan Hanyu didn't know which question he should answer first. Chapter 149, Survival. Hanyu, your family of four is so popular, isn't it scary?
Leaning on the sofa in the living room, Zhang Mingyue felt like she had survived a disaster.
The abilities of today's aunties and grandmas are really amazing, and their friendly and outgoing enthusiasm makes young people feel intimidated.
Zhang Mingyue said that she is not afraid of meeting unreasonable people, but she is afraid of meeting people who are too enthusiastic. After all, a female knight would never hit someone who smiles at her.
I didn't expect it to be like this.
Lan Hanyu now feels strange, as it is not the first time that she has brought Dabeo and Xiaobao to play in the community. Many of those people who just grabbed me and asked me questions were people I had seen before.
Why did everyone suddenly explode today?
Mrs. Su, Ms. Zhang, I think there is a reason why those people are so enthusiastic.
Aunt Wang is now very familiar with Su Ju and Lan Hanyu.
Apart from the addresses, Aunt Wang still used Mr. Su and Mrs. Su. At other times, Aunt Wang seemed like a member of the family. Hearing that Lan Hanyu and Jiang Mingyue couldn't figure out this problem, Aunt Wang felt that Mrs. Su was the one who was confused as she was involved in the matter, while she was the one who saw things clearly as a bystander.
Auntie Wang, do you know the reason?
Lan Hanyu and Jiang Mingyue asked almost at the same time. Mrs. Su, Ms. Jiang, they are all grandmothers, or grandmothers-in-law. The most important reason why they are so enthusiastic is, of course, that our Dabeo and Xiaobao are so beautiful and lovable. Aunt Wang felt that she was not exaggerating at all. Every time Mrs. Su and I took Dabeo and Xiaobao out, all the aunties would stare at them with envy. At that time, since no one knew each other, it was impossible for people to come up to us and ask us questions. Our Dabeo and Xiaobao are beautiful and lovable.
Anyone with a discerning eye can see that. Auntie Wang, is there any other reason behind your words?
Jiang Mingyue really has a sense of pride towards her goddaughters like an old mother. As for the other reasons, of course it's because Mr. Su punished the unreasonable grandparents last time. This time, because of Mr. Su's appearance, the grandparents didn't even dare to say a word and ran away in disgrace. When Aunt Wang said this, there was a look of pride on her face.
In fact, it is really annoying to have such uncultured people in the community.
But most people don't have the ability to deal with such people, so they can only watch them being arrogant. Now, because of Su Ju's hard power, the cancer in the community can only be restrained.
Moreover, with Su Ju as a role model, no one would tolerate the grandparents and grandchildren trying to take advantage of others in the future. They are all people with grandchildren, who would want their own baby to suffer.
So, Su Ju is now a hero among families with babies in the community. That pair of grandparents and grandchildren really need some treatment.
The female knight must have a chivalrous heart. Jiang Mingyue gave Su Ju a thumbs up.
Su Ju was holding Dabeo and Xiaobao in his arms, and just curled his lips in response to Jiang Mingyue's praise.
For Su Ju, this was just a small matter and there was nothing to praise about it. Su Ju would definitely not sit idly by if anyone dared to bully his three treasures. Hanyu, you're Su Ju.
Jiang Mingyue was just about to ask her good friend how Su Ju dealt with the grandparents and grandchildren last time when her cell phone rang.
No way, I've already told Director Zhou shouldn't call me at this time.
Jiang Mingyue took out her cell phone and saw that it was Zhou Haitian calling her.
She felt a little strange.
Logically speaking, Jiang Mingyue's most important task at the moment is to coordinate with Su Ju to ensure that Su Ju can sing on the talent show. Since Jiang Mingyue's most important work object at the moment is Su Ju, then Jiang Mingyue, who came to help Mr. Su, shouldn't he have been summoned by Director Zhou over the phone, right?
Could it be that Director Zhou wants you to go back to work?
Lan Hanyu looked at the time.
It was indeed working hours, which made sense. No way?
I already said I came to Mr. Su's house to help a little. Director Zhou should know the seriousness of the matter. Shaking her head, Jiang Mingyue denied her good friend's guess.
You'd better answer it.
You won't be able to guess the real reason no matter how much you guess. Seeing that Mingyue's cell phone had been ringing for a while, Lan Hanyu urged her.
All right.
Knowing that Hanyu was right and that she might not be able to guess it correctly even if she guessed for a long time, Jiang Mingyue answered the phone.
Director Zhou, I'm Mingyue.
What? Ahead of schedule?
Now.
Mr. Su is at home, but he just came back from outside and hasn't had a rest yet.
I don't know if Mr. Su is willing to do so.
Okay, I'll explain it to Mr. Su.
Director Zhou, I'll write you back later.
Jiang Mingyue hung up the phone and looked at Su Ju, who was holding Dabeo and Xiaobao with some embarrassment.
Su Ju had been out all day today and had just returned home.
Jiang Mingyue felt too embarrassed to talk about what Director Zhou had said on the phone.
What's wrong, Mingyue? Your Director Zhou's call seems to be related to Su Ju, right?
Lan Hanyu was standing nearby, so he naturally heard Mingyue's words clearly. Knowing that Mingyue always called Su Ju Mr. Su in front of their Director Zhou, Lan Hanyu of course knew that the Mr. Su on the phone just now was Mr. Su at home.
It has something to do with Su Ju.
Nodding, Jiang Mingyue looked at her good friend and then at Su Ju.
Forget it, Director Zhou is still waiting for Su Ju's reply, so Jiang Mingyue didn't hesitate any longer. Suju, for some reason, the recording of our talent show has been moved up. Our director Joe called me just now and wanted to invite you to come to our company now to participate in the recording of the program. I know you've been busy all day, I'm really sorry. On the phone, Director Joe did not explain clearly the reason for recording the program in advance. After all, Jiang Mingyue was just a small staff member, and Zhou Haitian didn't need to explain anything to Jiang Mingyue. If it weren't for Suju, how could Zhou Haitian say so much to Jiang Mingyue on the phone? Just say come back and get back to work, and that's it. We're going now? Looking at Debao and Xiaobao who were still in his arms, Suju didn't feel tired, but it seemed that he hadn't held the babies enough. Suju, who hadn't hugged his babies properly for a day, naturally wanted to be closer to the little ones. Chapter 150, Self-Taught? Suju, Director Joe may have some emergency situation, and the recording of the program is already being prepared. Jiang Mingyue seemed to understand what the adults said and hugged her father's Debao and Xiaobao tightly. I sighed helplessly in my heart. A child this young is already difficult to deal with. I really don't know what to do when he grows up. In fact, this is not our baby's fault. After all, mom and dad went out today without taking the babies with them, so Debao and Xiaobao are of course very sensitive about going out. Suju. Like Jiang Mingyue, Lan Hanyu felt that Suju had not had a rest all day and was now in a hurry to record the show. Wasn't he too rushed? But this is about a good friend's work. Moreover, Suju had already promised Mingyue's leadership, and Lan Hanyu felt a little embarrassed. It's okay. It's just a song. I can come back after I finish singing, right? The first half of Suju's sentence was to comfort Hanyu, and the second half was to ask Jiang Mingyue. Suju said that he was not participating in the talent show, so wouldn't it be over after he finished singing the song? It wouldn't be necessary for Suju to be a temporary audience member and wait for the recording of the talent show to be completed, right? Of course, you can go home as soon as you finish singing. Nodding vigorously, Jiang Mingyue knew that Suju agreed. Big treasure, little treasure, can you hold me? Since I'm going out, of course I have to take off these two little cuties. Daddy. Papa. After hearing what their father said, Debao and Xiaobao not only did not let go, but hugged their father's neck even tighter. Big treasure, little treasure, mommy holds you. Mommy will carry you to eat candy, okay? Reaching out his hands to the babies, Lan Hanyu tried hard to coax the babies who were clinging to their father. Baby, snap. Daddy. Faced with the sweet temptation from their mothers, the babies are very determined. Burying their little faces in their father's neck, the babies said that even sugar can't compare to their father's hug. Debao, Xiaobao, Daddy has something to do. Can Mommy and Grandma Wang take our baby to see the little pigeons? If one trick doesn't work, Lan Hanyu can only try another one. Don't dove. This time Debao expressed his meaning very clearly. Hearing his sister's words, Xiaobao nodded in agreement. The two little babies have a very high level of understanding. Hanyu, are Debao and Xiaobao usually so clingy to Suju? Looking at the babies sticking to Suju like taffy, Jiang Mingyue was a little surprised. Jiang Mingyue has been taking care of the babies for a whole day today. Suju and Hanyu went out twice, but they didn't see the babies like this. Jiang Mingyue really couldn't understand the baby's psychology. It's usually better. Usually, Debao and Xiaobao are indeed attached to Suju, but they usually get better with just a little coaxing. In a situation like the current one, even the mother Lan Hanyu had to step in personally, and the temptation of Tang Tang was not enough to win over the babies. It is really rare. Suju and I probably won't be at home all day today, so the babies may be feeling insecure. I know that Mingyue and Aunt Wang take good care of the babies. However, from an emotional point of view, no matter how good others are, they cannot replace their own parents for babies. When Lan Hanyu was pregnant, she read some books on the subject. I also have some understanding of the emotional needs of babies. This was also one of the reasons why Lan Hanyu went to find Suju at that time. Lan Hanyu just didn't want his babies to lack fatherly love compared to children of the same age. Such a young baby already knows the feeling of security? Jiang Mingyue had an expression of disbelief. How come you don't know? Babies already know how to feel safe when they are in their mother's belly. Hanyu, how did you know that? Once a woman becomes pregnant, can she learn all these things without any instruction? How is that possible? I also saw it in a book. I think it would be amazing if one could learn without a teacher. Mingyue, how about you try it too? How can I try? I don't even have a boyfriend. Are you going to let me get pregnant alone? I didn't have a boyfriend before I got pregnant, maybe you can too? Come on, I don't have your good luck. If I meet a scumbag or something, won't my life be ruined? Mingyue, why don't you have a romantic relationship? Auntie has been asking me about your relationship in a roundabout way. My mom called you? What did you say? Auntie contacted me on WeChat. What can I say? I can only say that you may be too busy with work and don't have time for a relationship. Suju, who was holding Dabao and Xiaobao, was speechless when he saw Hanyu and Jiang Mingyue talking about the babies and then Jiang Mingyue's love life. Shouldn't Jiang Mingyue be anxious to return to the company at this time? How come you still have the leisure to chat? However, Suju would not do something that would make the eunuch anxious even though the emperor was not. Jiang Mingyue is not in a hurry, so Suju can just hold his little babies for a while longer. Hanyu, you said you even gave birth to Dabao and Xiaobao, but your uncle and aunt don't know. As for me, I haven't even started dating a boyfriend yet, and my family is urging me to get married every day. You say, should we combine our situations? When it came to her own difficult problem, Jiang Mingyue had already forgotten what Director Zhou said. How do you combine this? Do you think I should lend you one of Dabao and Xiaobao to hand over to you? Lan Hanyu was a little speechless about his good friend's train of thought. By the way, Mingyue, is your Director Zhou still waiting for information? When Jiang Mingyue was about to lead him astray, Lan Hanyu braked in time. Yes, how could I forget the important matter? Jiang Mingyue slapped her head and Director Zhou's serious face appeared in her mind. Oh no, it's been going on for so long, I guess Director Zhou has already scolded me to death behind my back. Zhou Haitian is not a good-tempered person. Jiang Mingyue knew without much thought that since she hadn't replied to Director Zhou for such a long time, Zhou Haitian must be extremely anxious. If Jiang Mingyue hadn't said at the beginning that she was at Mr. Sue's house. At this time, Zhou Haitian's fatal series of tortures had already arrived. Let me reply to Director Zhou on WeChat first. Jiang Mingyue was somewhat hesitant to call Zhou Haitian directly, and thought it would be safer to leave a message on WeChat. In this way, even if Zhou Haitian wanted to curse, Jiang Mingyue could pretend not to know. Director Zhou, Mr. Su has agreed to go to the company later, but there is a small situation right now, so he might be delayed. Jiang Mingyue said this hurriedly, wanting to make herself look really busy.